Heavy rain poured down, the sky a blood-red hue. The howling wind and falling rain tore through the air, signaling a tragedy that had just unfolded. Amidst the downpour, a warrior fell, blood staining their armor. A deadly silence enveloped the scene, broken only by the relentless rain washing over the desolate battlefield. A scene of desolation unfolded. Thousands of corpses lay scattered. A broken greatsword plunged deep into the earth. Amidst a sea of blood and tears, a solitary figure knelt, head bowed low. The black-haired young man, his cloak tattered, face smeared with blood, clutched his sword tightly. Pain and despair were etched into his features, as if the weight of the entire world rested on his shoulders. Bodies piled up, no longer intact. The death god's wails still echoed, blending with the roaring rain, creating a mournful symphony. A familiar face lay motionless. Long purple hair spread across the cold ground. Death spared no one, not even those who once carried hope. The young man looked up, his eyes bloodshot. A heavy sigh escaped him, laden with countless emotions. Sigh. He stood up, his gaze sweeping over the lifeless bodies. Look at them, killed in every way imaginable. His voice was choked, full of bitterness. Tears mixed with blood on his cheeks. The young man gritted his teeth, regret and fury erupting. Damn it! A voice echoed from the depths of his mind. This is clearly my oversight. He would never forgive himself for this mistake. Suddenly, his eyes widened, a flash of light appearing. Turn back! Something had caught the young man's eye, startling him. A colossal foot appeared. A voice echoed, full of surprise. I didn't expect a human to be so strong. The young man spun around, his eyes burning with hatred. You bastard! He growled. Another voice replied, full of challenge. You're still breathing? He stood defiantly on the chest of a colossal creature with wings and horns. Heavy footsteps echoed, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. The giant's face became clear. A Hayut, with blazing golden eyes and mysterious tattoos. He was a formidable force. A Hayut, the last of the three giants, hovered in mid-air, surrounded by smaller creatures. The battle was not yet over. 20 days prior, these monstrous figures suddenly appeared, spreading terror throughout the empire. They were the source of all calamities, carrying a curse of destruction. Without explanation, without reason, they began a frenzied rampage, turning magnificent cities into ruins, staining the land red with fresh blood. A dry squelch echoed. Beneath the young man's feet, blood and rainwater mingled, dyeing the entire area red. How long had he been standing here, on the corpse of his enemy? Standing on a Hayut's head, the young man roared. Half the empire is in ashes because of you. What right do you have to still be alive? The accusation tore through the rain. The giant Ahayute, though near death, replied with a chillingly calm tone. Do not fear. The time has come. I shall soon return to the Creator. Just die already! The young man gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes burning with hatred. May your dead companions be waiting for you in hell! Ahayute was surprised. Friends? The young man replied coldly, mentioning the two other giants who had come with Ahayute, spreading calamity. One was roasted like a piece of meat by the mighty red dragon, the young man recounted, his voice full of glee, the image of blazing flames vividly appearing. The other was permanently sealed by the old man Lorhan. He continued as if wanting to engrave the pain into his enemy. The sealing magic shone, imprisoning eternally. Blood streamed down his face. The young man growled, his eyes wild. Do you understand now, you bastard? His fury had reached its peak. Ahayute remained calm, warning, do not deceive yourself, warrior. As children of the stars, we share feelings with each other. A horrifying truth was revealed. I know well that those who fought them also perished, Ahayut said, his eyes sharp and cold. Do you understand the meaning of that? His words were like a dagger to the heart. Amidst the desolation, Ahayut's voice echoed mockingly. It means there are no more warriors like you left here. Loneliness enveloped him to protect this land. Ahayute's concluding words were like a death sentence, sowing despair into the young man's heart. Ha! The young man sneered, his eyes blazing. No more warriors? Can't you see I'm still standing tall right here? His resolute will remained unshaken, Ahayute warned, his eyes flashing maliciously as a sharp dagger pointed directly at him. Don't be arrogant. Your time is almost up. Ahayute, though close to death, still spoke with sarcasm. He sighed in relief that the young man hadn't revealed his talent sooner, or he would have become a major obstacle. Those words were like adding fuel to the fire. The young man gritted his teeth, blood and rainwater mixing on his face, fury surging. You just want to provoke me, don't you? His golden eyes burning with hatred, he roared in the bloody rain. His life was already miserable, and now this catastrophe. Everything seemed to push him to his limits. Unable to bear it any longer, the young man roared. A cold, cruel, decisive command. Shut up and die! Despite the curses, Hayut maintained a terrifying calm. He looked at the young man, his golden eyes flashing with admiration for an extraordinary human. But then, a clunk echoed. Hayut tightened his grip on his weapon, his eyes flashing a warning. As if wanting to say something, the young man sighed heavily, his eyes bloodshot. Hayut uttered words of despair. "Your world has no hope left." Before the grim prophecy could finish, the young man's sword tore through the air. A fatal strike. Hayut's head flew off, cutting short his final words. The sword blazed, tearing apart Hayut's colossal body. The young man poured all his strength and hatred into the final strike, ending his enemy's life. From Hayut's corpse, a dark surge of energy escaped, soaring high into the sky. Was it the giant's soul or residual power? Hayut's body crashed down, creating an earth-shattering slam. The young man stood defiantly amidst the rain, his back solitary and exhausted. He gasped for breath, each one heavy. Blood still flowed, mixing with the rainwater, but his blazing golden eyes now held only emptiness and extreme fatigue. "It's done. I can't change anything anymore." The hopeless whisper dissolved into the rain, carrying pain and powerlessness. Heavy footsteps stomped into a puddle of fresh red blood, creating a gruesome splat. Each step felt like dragging an invisible burden. He continued to pant, his entire body trembling from exhaustion. His cloak was tattered, stained red with blood, yet he still stood firm, though merely an empty shell. His blazing golden eyes were still there, but the fire of anger was gone. Only extreme fatigue remained, a bone-deep pain and an endless emptiness after the battle to the death. Amidst the misty rain, the black-haired young man sat silently, surrounded by familiar faces, their laughter and chatter echoing like a distant song. He looked up, his eyes momentarily confused as a friend approached, seemingly wanting to say something. The young man with a scar on his cheek flashed a bright smile, a rare moment of peace before the storm. The group gathered, radiant smiles on each person's lips, a picture of warm camaraderie in a harsh world. Then the scene changed, the smiles fading. The black-haired young man and his comrades donned their armor, ready for a battle to the death in the rain. Blood stained the rainwater red. The young man with the scar collapsed, his eyes vacant as he looked up at the fiery red sky, his breath shallow. Blood mixed with tears, his blazing golden eyes welled up, filled with ultimate anger and pain. "All of you are here together." Amidst the desolate battlefield, he stood alone on a pile of his comrades' corpses, his greatsword plunged deep into the earth. "You fools." He stepped over the bodies, his feet treading on blood and flesh. "Why die like this? Couldn't you swallow your pride? Did you think you were as strong as me?" He gently wiped a streak of blood from the face of his fallen friend. "You should have run when you had the chance. You were stubborn to the very end." He turned his back, looking towards the giants. "I don't understand. They repelled even the aura of the Empire's greatest swordsman. Why can only my sword pierce them?" The question echoed in his mind, full of confusion. He looked up at the sky, his face covered in blood and tears. "If it weren't for me, the soldiers wouldn't have had to charge, and you wouldn't have been the first to fall." He sighed, a single tear welling in his blazing golden eyes, his heart aching. The black-haired young man knelt amidst the blood-red rain, his body trembling from exhaustion and despair. "I just don't understand." In the endless darkness, a faint whisper echoed. "Is anyone there?" A shock struck Ronin's mind, jolting him awake from his daze. His blazing golden eyes opened wide, stained with blood and despair. His body was numb, his wounds throbbing. "I'm injured. Can't move." But then, a faint voice reached him, startling him. That voice! A glimmer of hope flickered. Tears mixed with blood streamed down his cheeks, his eyes shining with intense belief. She's alive. The sword plunged into the ground with a cold, heavy thud. "Please, someone." The faint plea dissolved into the rain, but his will did not. Amidst the blood-soaked battlefield, under the pouring rain, Ronin struggled to stand. A figure lay collapsed, but still breathing. "She's still alive." His hand trembled, clutching his weapon for support. Every muscle screamed in pain, but he couldn't stop. Blood stained his face, mixing with the cold rainwater. His eyes, though weary, still shone with ultimate resilience. Ronin staggered to the edge of the cliff, looking down. Below, a familiar figure lay motionless, enveloped by a faint light. A twisted smile appeared on his blood-stained face. He sighed in relief, joy overflowing. "You're alive." But then, his eyes suddenly constricted. A name burst out, full of worry and panic. Addison. Fresh blood dripped, soaking the tattered cloth. Each drop fell, like counting down the time of life. General Addison lay there, her body covered in wounds. She looked up at him, her gaze weak but resolute. Amidst the chaos, a new story began, about the Academy's genius swordsman. Ronin gritted his teeth, pain and powerlessness surging. The relentless rain was like a scream within him. "What happened to you, General? You look terrible," he asked, his voice choked. Addison replied, her eyes weary. "Ronin, you don't look much better." "But more importantly," Addison asked, her eyes shining with extreme worry, "what about a Hayut? Is he dead?" In the pouring rain, Addison asked about a Hayut. Ronin replied heavily, "Yes, I killed him. His body isn't far from here." That grim confirmation filled Ronin's face with pain, his eyes reflecting despair amidst the blood and rainwater. Addison was no better. Tears, mixed with blood streaming down her cheeks. "He's finally dead," she whispered, her voice choked. She looked up at Ronin, her eyes full of gratitude, yet also pain. "Thank you, Corporal Ronin," she said. As if a burden had been lifted, Ronin remained silent, not saying a word. He stood there, looking at her, perhaps unsure how to respond to that sorrowful thanks. Then he forced a smile, raising a finger. "If you truly want to thank me, could you do me a favor?" he asked, surprising Addison. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Ronin expressed a wish. "Could you ensure that the punished soldiers are properly buried? They made significant contributions to this victory." Addison looked at him, her face full of worry. "I'm not sure I'll make it back alive. Perhaps you'll have to bury them yourself." Ronin was about to object, but a violent cough cut him off. Addison was also wounded and coughing up blood. Both were on the verge of death. He looked at his blood-stained hands, smiling bitterly. Look, do you really think I'll live longer than you?" "I'm truly dying," Ronin said, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with weariness and acceptance. Amidst the desolate scene, Ronin uttered, "There's so much I haven't had time to do. Now that death is near, I feel a little sad to have to go." Addison listened in silence. Addison asked, "If you could survive, is there anything you'd want to do?" Ronin chuckled. "There's a ton of stuff I want to do, but there's one particular thing on my mind right now," Ronin said, his gaze distant, as if reminiscing. "I wish I could study at an academy," he confessed. Addison was surprised, asking again, "An academy?" For a moment, the image of the giant Hayut flashed, Ronin said, his voice as if explaining, "Yeah, partly because of that damn giant's nonsense just now." Ronin continued, revealing a deeper reason for his wish. A gentle silhouette appeared, with long white hair like a stream of clouds. It was his deceased older sister, who once harbored a great wish. That wish, simple yet sacred, was to send him to an academy. But then, a harsh truth suddenly struck, pulling him back to reality. With his accumulating wounds, Ronin sneered, uttering bitterly, "Guess I'll be reuniting with family soon." The rain still fell, the sound of water tearing through the wind like a lament for souls about to depart. Addison tried to reassure him, saying rescue would come when the rain stopped. But Ronin only replied with despair, "Stop it. I've run out of hope." His eyes were sunken in despair, unwilling to accept any more false hope. Suddenly, a roar echoed, and the sky turned blood red. A strange drop of light fell, disturbing the calm water surface. Both Ronin and Addison widened their eyes, astonished by the sudden phenomenon. The rain had completely stopped. Addison exclaimed in bewilderment. Ronin also couldn't believe it. The storm ended so quickly? His hand dropped, touching the ground. A massive explosion shook everything. Both cried out in horror as the ground violently shook. Ronin panicked, his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. "What is this?" Ronin's eyes widened, glowing golden, filled with shock and terror as the ground violently shook. A colossal entity, like an angel with 8 magnificent wings, horns, and a glowing cross on its head, appeared amidst the flames. "8 wings!" a voice exclaimed in astonishment. Not just one, but countless similar entities, with horns and pure white wings, hovered in mid-air, their red eyes looking down. The colossal wings flapped powerfully, creating swirling winds, carrying sparkling particles like fairy dust. An entire legion of mystical creatures, with wings and horns, filled the blood-red sky, surrounding the ruined world. A magnificent pair of pure white wings, with sharp feathers hidden within, swept across the frame, engulfing the scene in overwhelming grandeur. At the center of that legion, an 8-winged entity shone brilliantly like the sun, surrounded by its attendants. "Who are they?" A desperate cry echoed. Ronin and Addison stood amidst the desolation, looking up at the fiery sky, where the strangers reigned. "Where did they come from?" the young man exclaimed, his voice full of bewilderment. Addison, her face smeared with blood and covered in wounds, whispered in despair, "Perhaps those 3 giants were just the beginning." She bowed her head, a painful thought echoing in her mind. "This is my 3rd chance." Tears, mixed with blood, streamed down Addison's cheeks, her eyes wide, filled with regret, and yet I failed again. Despair enveloped her. I don't see how my last chance could be any different. Addison's eyes lit up with a final spark of hope. She uttered a name, a title. General. Ronin, his face covered in blood and anger, looked down at the motionless Addison. Huh? She exclaimed in surprise. What the hell are you doing? Snap out of it. Ronin roared, his eyes blazing. Quick, use teleportation or something to get me up there. I can't reach them with my sword from down here. Addison was stunned, looking at him. What? She asked, her voice trembling. Aren't we going to kill those things? Addison asked Ronin if he still wanted to fight. Ronin growled. Of course! Do you want to just sit here and wait to die? Ronin's eyes blazed, his sword gleaming. He swore he wouldn't give up, even with death so near. With iron resolve, Ronin swung his sword, ready to drag a few enemies down to hell with him. A furious horizontal slash. Addison stared, stunned, at the black-haired young man. Even though all hope seemed lost, he refused to yield. Indeed, that was Ronin. His unyielding will had brought him this far, amidst this sea of fire and despair. Amidst the encirclement of winged entities, Ronin stood tall, facing his fate. Addison glimpsed a faint ray of hope. Tears streamed down Addison's face, mixing with fresh blood. She was too tired, too much in pain. Ronin, Addison called softly. He turned, his eyes full of annoyance. What now? Every tear, every drop of sweat, every drop of blood, all spoke of her exhaustion. I'm busy, she said, her eyes fixed on him. Don't bother me anymore. Suddenly, Addison moved closer, her eyes looking directly into Ronin's. A decision made. She suddenly leaned in close, an inexplicable action. Ronin was stunned. Huh? What's happening? A glowing blue object was thrust into his mouth. Quick as lightning, Ronin panicked. What the hell did you just put in my mouth? He couldn't believe his eyes. Addison leaned close to his ear, whispering indistinct words. A secret? A final message? Ronin was stunned, trying to understand her words. What? What are you saying? A perplexing, fated moment. Ronin roared, rejecting her words. No time for this nonsense. He held Addison tightly, blood staining both of them, refusing to let go. Ronin's eyes blazed, full of blood and despair. Addison faintly uttered his name, like a farewell, an acceptance of fate. She faded, dissolving into an ethereal light. If you meet me again, Addison's voice echoed, carrying a distant promise. Addison smiled serenely, without a trace of blood, like an illusion. Tell me to just be a tailor. Don't waste my time anymore. Her final words were bittersweet. Ronin looked up at the sky, where the winged entities hovered like reapers. He had tried everything, but all was in vain. Addison's smile, accompanied by a fierce rumble, was like an admission of defeat. Nothing went as I expected. She accepted the cruel truth. Ronin's eyes flared with a brilliant golden light, a final spark of hope, or the madness of one pushed to the brink. A winged entity unleashed a fatal blow, a brilliant blue energy orb ready to devour everything. An earth-shattering explosion. Blinding blue light swallowed Ronin and Addison, ending everything in an instant. Furious energy tore through space, leaving an undefined void. Everything seemed to have ended. From the pitch-black night, a blue speck of light fell, like a lost soul or the remnant of a miracle. Ronin startled awake, his eyes wide, filled with astonishment and panic. The sky was azure. White clouds drifted. A strangely peaceful scene, Ronin exclaimed, searching for a familiar name. He quickly stood up, hands braced on the lush green grass. General! The cry tore through the silent air. Ronin stood upright, his gaze sweeping across the unfamiliar scene. General. He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. Before him was a peaceful village, lush green fields. This can't be. Ronin was stunned. The world had changed. Ronin still couldn't believe his eyes. Before him was a tranquil river, children playing, a strangely peaceful world. How can this be? His hand trembled as he touched the lush green grass, feeling the softness and vibrancy of this new reality. His throat was dry, his heart pounding. An urge made him turn his head. He sat down, eyes wide, looking around. Was this his hometown, Nimberton? This scene was too familiar, yet it didn't belong to the present. A big question echoed in his mind. Had he really traveled back in time? This was Ronin's first day. Back in the past, under the ancient tree, Ronin let out a long sigh. The shock gradually gave way to exhaustion and confusion. He clutched his head, trying to shake off the horrifying memories. Unbelievable. Did the general really tell the truth? Addison's words echoed in his ears. Memories flooded back. Amidst the ruined battlefield, Addison unexpectedly gave him a kiss. Huh? What's happening? He was bewildered, not understanding. A glowing object, carrying mysterious energy, was forced into his mouth by her and slid down. "What did you just shove into my mouth?" Ronin yelled in panic. Addison calmly replied, "That's the Time Orb." She, an ordinary seamstress, had risen to the position of general thanks to the secret of that orb. Her gaze was resolute, even with blood still on her face. That orb, which allowed its user to travel back in time, a maximum of 4 times. Images of her in the past and present appeared as proof. "But I've already used it 3 times. Her voice deepened, heavy with emotion. "Only one last chance remains. I've decided to give that chance to you." Addison's eyes looked deeply into Ronin's, full of hope. "You have the power to destroy the giants." Ronin recalled the devastated battlefield, where he had fought to his last breath, facing terrifying giant creatures. "You might be the key to preventing the end of our world." Her words echoed, planting a heavy mission within him. Addison leaned closer, her whisper like a final command. "You need to hone your abilities more, but fortunately, you seem ambitious enough." He mumbled, wishing to study at the academy. Then startled, "I just misspoke." She smiled, guiding him to Philian Academy, where countless outstanding warriors gathered. "They will surely be able to help you." Addison looked directly at Ronin, her deep eyes holding a final plea. "And please do one thing for me, Private Ronin." She gave a tragic smile, her hair blowing in the wind, blood staining her resolute face. "If you meet me again." Then another image appeared, her gentler, smiling. "Tell me not to waste time and to focus on sewing." Ronin was stunned amidst the battlefield, countless winged entities surrounding him. Brilliant blue light. "I've tried everything, but nothing went as I wished." He clutched his head, his face utterly panicked. Damn it. In the peaceful village setting, he frantically banged his head against a tree, begging someone to wake him from this nightmare. He looked around desperately, unable to believe he had been sent back to the past. "What can I do alone?" Suddenly, he stopped, eyes wide. "Wait. Back to the past?" His hand gripped the tree branch tightly, a glimmer of hope appearing. So, he turned his back, his gaze towards the horizon. A new determination kindling. His feet shot forward like an arrow, without hesitation. "I have another chance to save my sister." Dazzling light led the way. The young man rushed forward without hesitation, a simple staff in his hand like a sword. His shadow stretched long. A new journey had begun. Skip this page. Amidst the bustling street, Ronin cut through the crowd like a whirlwind. He ran, running as if time was chasing him. With sharp eyes, he muttered, "If this is truly the past, then it must be right ahead." A confident smile flashed across his face. His amber eyes suddenly narrowed, a flicker of doubt appearing. Something wasn't right. He stood still, his gaze fixed on a tree. Who are those bastards? An unsightly scene unfolded. A poor boy was hanging upside down from the tree, while the men laughed. "What are they doing to that child?" Ronin exclaimed, his voice full of indignation. He sighed, his gaze distant. Indeed, some people never change. The cruelty of this world remained the same. Suddenly, Ronin was startled, his eyes wide. "Wait, that boy isn't hanging by a rope. He's floating in the air by magic." A shocking truth. A close-up of the boy's bare feet, not a single rope. Invisible magic held him suspended in mid-air, a haunting sight. Ronin frowned, pondering. Why would someone with such talent be in this countryside? Even in the military, few possess such strong magic. Then, he suddenly remembered. A surge of blue light erupted, leaves swirling. Memories flooded back, as clear as if they had just happened. In his recollection, a red-haired girl with purple eyes, blue magic emanating from her hands. That's the guy who was in this town at this time, he realized. She trembled, her face full of worry. How much longer do I have to keep him floating? If this continues, he'll be in danger. She was trying to the point of exhaustion. From the boy's perspective, the blonde bully sneered. The boy softly pleaded, "Please, stop." Tears mixed with sweat. The boy was still hanging upside down, magic surrounding him. "I don't have any money. I swear." His desperate plea echoed. A heartbreaking sight, the poor boy begged, tears mixing with sweat. "I've already spent all my mother's medicine money this month." But the only reply was mocking applause and a cold remark, "Is that my problem?" The blonde bully sneered, his eyes malicious. "Just empty your pockets. Do I look like I care about your mother?" Behind him, his accomplices joined in, a scene of disgusting cruelty. The blonde man's hand swung up, preparing to strike. "You damn brat. If you really want to be a good son." His voice growled, full of menace, a resounding slap causing the boy pain. "Then go earn more money." The cruel words cut into his young heart like a knife. Consecutive slaps rained down, echoing in the air. Below, the others chuckled. enjoying the scene of violence. The final blow ended with a shout, "Money!" The boy could only remain silent, enduring both physical and mental pain. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Hey!" The blonde man startled and turned around. A red-haired girl, Azel, stood there, blue magic emanating from her hands. Azel looked at the boy still hanging upside down from the tree. The blonde man ordered, his voice full of contempt, "This idiot still doesn't get it. Lift him all the way to the treetop." Azel trembled in protest. "I can't do that. What if I drop him?" But the blonde man merely sneered. "Don't be childish. You're not the one hanging up there." The blonde man's face contorted with anger, his eyes sparking. "Shut up and lift him, Azel." His voice was cold and threatening. Azel turned pale, her heart pounding. "Or I'll hang you up with him." The cruel threat left her speechless, only able to utter an "oh." Azel's purple eyes welled up with tears, sweat pouring down. She wondered, how did I end up like this? Maybe I shouldn't have learned magic in the first place. Regret surged within her. In her memory, Azel smiled, performing magic amidst a cheering crowd. All I wanted was to prove I was good at something. A simple dream now became a burden. The magic in Azel's hands flickered, her hands trembling. I should tell him I can't do it, but she struggled fiercely internally. Tears streamed down her cheeks. Azel grimaced. "I'm so scared." Azel bit her lip, a determined glint in her eyes. "No, but I still have to tell him," Azel pleaded, but the bully's eyes were filled only with malice. She begged, her voice trembling. "Please." The magical power still held the boy captive. Azel was in pain, trying to release him. "Stop it!" A shadow rushed forward, a wooden staff swinging. Ronin intervened, roaring. "Enough, you bastards. You'll kill that kid." Azel fell in pain. The magic dissipated. The boy's bare feet fell freely, no longer bound. The poor boy fell to the ground, unconscious. The group of bullies was stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. The blonde leader spun around, his face furious. He growled. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" He lunged forward, questioning Azel. "You let him down just because that bastard said so? Do you think I'm trash?" She was terrified, stammering denials. The blonde man approached Azel, trying to reassure her. "Hey, Azel, forget about that loser." He wanted to pull her towards him. Ronin stood in between, his gaze firm. "We need to talk." Azel was surprised, exclaiming, Ronin?" Ronin ignored the bully, only looking at Azel. "I have a few questions for you." The blonde man was furious. "Hey, what's your problem, buddy?" Ronin asked directly. "First, where did you learn to move objects?" Azel timidly replied. I taught myself from a magic book I bought from a traveling merchant." Ronin thought to himself, he's that good at moving objects with just a cheap, old magic book? Wow. A spark lit up in his eyes. He continued to ponder. "That's impressive. I need to investigate further. But this could be very useful against the giants." A sharp metallic sound rang out. The blonde bully drew his sword from its sheath, his eyes full of murderous intent. Ronin turned his head, his eyes glowing golden. He heard the sound, thinking to himself, That sound. He realized the danger. He has a sword? The situation suddenly became tense. The blonde bully roared, his gleaming sword pointed directly at Ronin. "How dare you look down on me?" His words were full of menace, his eyes burning with rage. A close-up of his face, every feature contorted with anger. "You're very lucky I've let you off many times before." A warning laced with contempt. But today, he wouldn't hold back. The sword swung up, slashing down like a storm. Ronin glided lightly, narrowly dodging the deadly strike. Ronin calmly looked at the cold, gleaming blade. Oh, a real longsword. Where would a street thug like him get something like this? He thought to himself, his eyes sharp. The blonde bully smirked, assessing. His technique is terrible, but in the streets, being strong is enough. He was confident in his brute strength. Another sword strike tore through the air. The bully swung his sword wildly, but Ronin stood firm, gracefully dodging like a gust of wind. Of course not against me, Ronin thought to himself, his tone arrogant. That crude technique couldn't even touch a single hair on him. The bully was stunned, sweat pouring down. How did he dodge so easily? He couldn't believe his eyes, his confidence beginning to waver. Ronin told himself that even though he had turned back time, his old skills remained intact. Everything I practiced as a penal soldier must have been etched deep into my bones. It was his combat instinct. The silhouette of a battle-scarred warrior appeared behind Ronin, eyes glowing golden, a testament to a brutal past. The bully cleared his throat. Ha! You just got lucky. I was going to cripple you so you couldn't even lift a spoon for the rest of your life, Ronin replied. Indeed, quite lucky. I wish I'd had this luck sooner. He continued to roar, demanding Ronin kneel and beg. Then I'll consider sparing you, although you'll have to lose at least one arm. A cruel threat. Ronin feigned fear, his hand lightly touching the bully's sword blade. Oh dear, I'm so scared. His tone was sarcastic, laced with contempt. The bully didn't stop, he sneered. Don't worry. If you die, I'll take good care of your sister. The filthy words made Ronin freeze. Stop! Did you just say my sister? Ronin asked, his eyes beginning to darken. The bully still chuckled. Yeah, every time I see her. He continued to utter disgusting words. I want to squeeze her cute little butt. Before he could finish, Ronin's eyes turned blood red. A slash tore through the air. He had made his move. A slash tore through the air, blood splattering in the crimson space, staining the entire scene. The blonde bully was stunned, blood gushing from his ear, his face blank with disbelief. The severed ear floated in mid-air, dripping foul-smelling blood, a gasp of astonishment. His sword clattered to the ground, powerless against Ronin's lightning-fast attack. He clutched his blood-soaked ear, a pathetic scream tearing through the air. Immense pain. My ear, he shrieked in despair. His accomplices panicked, quickly signaling to retreat. Ronin slowly advanced, each step carrying death, crushing all hope. He bent down, his cold eyes staring directly at the wretch writhing at his feet. Hey, you bastard! The young man's eyes glowed golden, a primal power erupting, full of menace. Or should I slit your throat right here? His words were as cold as ice, piercing straight into the opponent's heart. Ronin grabbed the blond man's hair, pulling him to his feet. The bullies trembled. The red-haired girl and the hanging boy watched in astonishment. How can this be? The horrified men whispered, unable to believe what had just happened before their eyes. He cut off his ear with a branch? The wooden stick, dripped with fresh blood, a testament to the brutality. Ronin turned to the remaining thugs, a challenging smirk on his face. Hey, you brats, was the show good? He kicked the blond man hard, ordering, Get out of my sight with this idiot, or you'll be next. The bully trembled and agreed. Ronin added, Don't forget to return the money you took. Plus a little extra for pissing me off. The blonde bully, broken and terrified, tremblingly offered the ransom. Ronin stood there, his eyes sharp, witnessing the cowardice of the once aggressive man, now just a pathetic mess. A heavy bag of money was returned. The boy was astonished, his eyes wide, unable to believe the money he held, asking if it was real. The boy was amazed, the amount of money returned far exceeding what was stolen. Ronin, with a cold expression, sheathed his sword, saying simply, Keep it, this is enough. Ronin reassured him, guaranteeing the bullies wouldn't dare show their faces again. A radiant smile appeared on the boy's face. Profuse thanks rang out, his heart filled with immense relief. Ronin waved his hand, seemingly unaccustomed to gratitude, just wanting the boy to go home. But a timid voice rang out, interrupting, making him stop. Both turned around. Azel, the red-haired girl, stood there, her hands clasped together, her face full of worry and embarrassment, not daring to look directly. She stammered, words caught in her throat. Fear was evident on her sweat-soaked face, making her unable to utter a sound. Finally, she bowed deeply, a sincere apology bursting out, echoing in the silent space, full of remorse. In Azel's mind, the image of the cruel Hounds appeared. She tremblingly recounted the threat, that he would harm her if she didn't cooperate. Even though she was forced, she still understood her actions were wrong. Tears of regret welled up, heavy with anguish. She burst into sobs, confessing that extreme fear had made her unable to resist, unable to control herself, only able to resign. Azel sobbed, taking all the blame, repeating her apologies. Ronin and the boy listened in silence, not saying a word. The boy smiled gently, breaking the silence. He said Azel had always cried, for a very long time, ever since everything started. Ever since Hans started bullying, she had always been like this. The boy's words startled Azel, her eyes welling up with tears again, in pain. The boy continued, his voice gentle. When he saw Azel cry, he realized he wasn't their only victim. She's in the same situation as me, the boy said. Azel looked up, her purple eyes glistening, a glimmer of hope sparkling within them. Ronin reassured Azel, gently patting her shoulder. He said, Don't blame yourself too much, Azel. The bullied boy now smiled brightly, holding the bag of money in his hand. He also added, It's not your fault. Ronin kept his hand on Azel's shoulder, his gaze firm. He said, Anyway, I still appreciate your apology. The boy bowed in farewell, then turned and walked away, his figure gradually shrinking towards the distant village. Azel gently waved goodbye to the boy, her face still a little flustered. Ronin stood beside her, his gaze thoughtful. Ronin's golden eyes briefly flashed, a hidden thought crossing his mind. Azel turned her face away, her cheeks flushed, a sparkling light in her purple eyes, like a newly kindled spark of hope. Ronin chuckled softly, glancing at Azel. Perhaps there's still hope for him, he murmured, a mysterious smile on his lips. Ronin suddenly turned, startling Azel. Hey, I told you I had something to tell you, he reminded her. She stammered in response. Oh, that's right. Ronin turned his back, his voice cold. Glad you remember. 3 days from now, meet me here." Azel was astonished. "What? 3 days from now?" Azel stared in shock at Ronin's retreating back. "What does he mean?" He replied, "I'm busy. See you later. Or, let's make it more romantic and meet when the moon rises." Suddenly, Ronin drew his sword, his eyes turning blood red. "I'm sure I don't need to tell you what will happen if you don't show up, right?" Azel was utterly terrified. He dashed away like a gust of wind, leaving Azel standing, stunned. "Anyway, see you. Don't be late. Or else." Azel stood alone, her eyes vacant. What the hell just happened? She wondered, completely bewildered. Deep in the forest, a solitary wooden house appeared. Ronin calmly walked towards it, his sword still at his hip. The silhouette of a man was clearly visible on the wooden door, like a mysterious welcome from within. Ronin thought about the vibrant bouquet of roses in his hand, suddenly realizing they might be a bit much. He told himself it was just because he remembered his sister liked flowers, so he picked them on the way home. His heart pounded, his face flustered. "Stupid idea," Ronin muttered, turning to discard the bouquet. But a surprised, "Huh?" rang out. The wooden door creaked open. A voice rang out, curiously asking who was standing outside. Ronin froze, the bouquet still in his hand. From the doorway, a white-haired young woman appeared, calling his name directly. Ronin's eyes widened in astonishment. A golden light flashed in his eyes, his expression complex. In that moment, memories flooded back. As a penal soldier, Ronin had racked his brain over the first words he would say to his sister. Should he apologize for leaving home, or express his longing? For hours, he tormented himself with those questions. But that was the Ronin of the past, an exiled warrior stained with blood and despair. Now there was only one thing he wanted to say. His sister, Ariel, smiled brightly. "You're home early today." Ronin looked at his sister, his eyes still a little stunned. But deep down, there was relief and warmth. He softly replied, "I'm home." The bouquet in his hand was like a greeting, and Ariel stood there, a radiant smile on her face. A lavish dinner spread was laid out. Mushroom soup, cold cuts, cheese. Ronin exclaimed in surprise. "I never thought I'd see this day." Ariel hugged the bouquet to her chest, smiling brightly. "Look, a whole bouquet from my grumpy little brother." She joyfully exclaimed, "I'm so happy." Ronin cleared his throat, his face flushed. I'm glad you like them." Ariel kindly asked if he had eaten enough, if he wanted more soup. Ronin waved his hand, his stomach full.
"No, I'm full. Thank you, sister."
Suddenly, he dropped a question that made the atmosphere tense. "Oh, by the way, how old are you this year?" She was surprised, her eyes wide. "What? You know, Ronin, I'm 22. "Why are you asking?" He stammered, pretending to have just forgotten. I just suddenly couldn't remember." She was stunned, unable to believe it. "What? How could you forget that?" She worriedly touched his forehead. "Do you have a headache? Or a fever?" In Ronin's mind, his sister's age of 22 was a cold reminder. 10 years. Only about 10 more years left. He stared into the void, images of terrifying entities appearing, signaling the day those bastards would attack this world. Her gentle hand still lightly stroked his forehead, the familiar warmth soothing his dark thoughts. She sighed in relief. "I don't think you have a fever." He looked at her, thinking to himself, "My sister is still exactly as she was in my memories." She was still radiant, still kind, and her heart was still as warm as ever. Ariel worriedly asked, "Are you sure you're okay?" He wished this peaceful moment could last forever, never ending, never breaking. But then he clenched his fist, an iron resolve clear in his eyes. "In 10 years, I will protect this world, and my sister too." Ronin turned, his voice much lower. "Ariel, there's something I want to tell you." She tilted her head, her eyes curious. "What is it?" He looked straight at her, his gaze firm. "I'm thinking about entering an academy." She was stunned, her eyes wide, unable to believe her ears. "What? An academy?" A spark ignited in her eyes, joy overflowing. "Really? Are you serious?" She grabbed his hand tightly, shaking it vigorously. "Say it again! Are you serious?" He affirmed. "Yes, I'm serious." She questioned. "You never wanted to hear about academies before. Why the sudden change of heart?" Without a moment's hesitation, she sprang up and rushed off, muttering, "No more time to waste." Ronin was bewildered, only able to utter, "Huh?" Things flew everywhere. She joyfully exclaimed, "I knew it! You're a born genius, Ronin. You're good at everything." He could only awkwardly reply, "Thank you, Ariel." "Here it is." A slam echoed as Ariel excitedly placed something on the floor, startling Ronin, who was sitting in a daze. His sister seemed to have found what she wanted. "This is a surprise gift for you," Ariel exclaimed, as she and Ronin bent down to look into the large pot. Ronin's curious gaze was fixed inside, and he softly asked, "What is it?" The pot was filled with glittering gold coins, a small, unexpected treasure. "Wait, where did you get all this money?" Ronin asked, surprised. Ariel giggled.
I've been secretly saving it to surprise you.
Ronin smiled, his eyes holding a mischievous glint. "You're amazing, Ariel. How did you save so much?" She explained that this money was to send him to the academy, in case he changed his mind. "Listen, I appreciate it, but you should use this money for yourself instead," Ronin said seriously. "Honestly, this isn't even enough." Ariel was bewildered. "Huh? What are you talking about?" "It's more than you think," Ariel insisted. "I'm not sure which academy you plan to enter, but the Royal Filion Academy." Ronin coldly cut her off, declaring his lofty goal. Silence fell. Ariel stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment, only managing to utter a bewildered, "Huh? What?" Her astonished cry echoed throughout the small, simple house, a stark contrast to the ambition Ronin had just revealed. And here, the Royal Filion Academy appeared. A magnificent, splendid castle, rising under the deep blue sky, bathed in brilliant sunlight, a symbol of knowledge and power. This was not just an ordinary academy, but the leading educational institution, honored as the best in the entire empire. It boasted the continent's most outstanding teachers, along with massive funding from the royal family, ensuring peak educational quality. The academy's reputation was so illustrious that people even called it the Hero Factory, a place that produced great individuals. The majestic General Addison, along with the legendary Sword Saint Schlieffen. All these resounding names once walked out of this school. The image of General Addison, covered in wounds, appeared in Ronin's mind. He understood that the Filion warriors had made significant contributions to the fierce war. However, to set foot in the academy, one had to overcome incredible admission standards and pay enormous tuition fees. Ronin walked through the forest, a heavy burden on his shoulders. Ronin was still a little worried, but Ariel was there, radiant and full of trust. "All right, Ronin, I believe you can do it, right?" She encouraged him, giving him strength. It seemed he had stopped. The road ahead was still long, but that determined gaze said it all. "All right, I'll prove myself by entering the academy," he muttered to himself, his eyes burning with resolve. Deep in the forest, Ronin unexpectedly met someone. "I didn't think you'd actually show up here," he said, a hint of surprise on his face. The red-haired girl was flustered, quickly correcting him. "My name is Azel, not Mazel." He smirked, repeating an old threat. "Don't bother with the past," the girl quickly replied, wanting to move on. Ronin slid his backpack off, declaring a busy night awaited. "I need to test you." The girl was bewildered. "Test me?" She anxiously asked for his intention. "Oh, it's nothing serious," he reassured her, but his expression remained full of hidden meaning. He pointed directly at Azel, ordering, "Use your telekinesis on me, Azel." His golden eyes blazing, he smiled challengingly. "Lift me as high as you can." Azel was terrified, backing away. "You want me to use my power on you? Why? Isn't it dangerous?" The girl stammered. "Dangerous? Nonsense. Just do as I say," he dismissed. "Don't worry, it won't kill me." Faced with his confidence, Azel reluctantly replied, "All right." The girl closed her eyes, her hands gathering blue energy. "Here it comes." An invisible hand of blue energy appeared, ready to strike. Power erupted as the girl unleashed her ability, lifting Ronin into the air. Covered in blue light, Ronin was momentarily surprised, but his eyes were still full of interest. Hovering in midair, Ronin's feet were immersed in an ethereal blue light. He secretly admired. "Wow, look at that. Her power is even more terrifying than I imagined." His entire body shot upwards, his eyes gleaming with excitement, as if he had just found a treasure. Although not yet stable or high enough, this feeling reminded him of the terrifying battle with the giants. His small figure stood against the towering Hayut. It was this very type of telekinetic ability that allowed him to confront Hayut directly in the air, a life or death battle etched deep into his memory. His eyes burning red, Ronin swung his sword within the deep blue aura. "This is exactly what I hoped for," he roared, his resolve ablaze. He smiled meaningfully, his golden eyes flashing. Mages are already rare, but telekinesis is an ultimate talent, even among mages. "This is truly good news," he muttered to himself, a calculating glint flashing in his eyes. The red-haired girl was still exerting herself, her eyes filled with anxiety. In Ronin's mind, he already saw her as a key piece for the future war against the giants. A cunning smile spread across Ronin's lips. "Well, well," he whispered, his expression full of interest. Azel was exhausted, sweat pouring down, her hands trembling. "Ronin, I'm starting to get tired." She weakly spoke, her strength gradually depleting. Can I lower you down? Azel asked. Ronin drew his sword, his eyes sharp. Just a little longer. I just want to test one more thing. Then I'll come down myself, Ronin said, surprising Azel. You'll come down yourself? She stammered, not understanding what he meant. Clenching the hilt of his sword, he looked up at the sky. How are you going to do that? Azel asked skeptically, her eyes full of confusion. A sword stroke tore through the wind as Ronin swung his gleaming steel blade, creating an invisible rift in the air. Azel looked up, her eyes wide with astonishment. What? What's happening? She panicked, sensing the sudden change. Ronin spun, plummeting straight down from the sky like a bullet. Ronin plunged down, his feet stomping hard on the ground, freeing himself from Azel's power. The red-haired girl was astonished, unable to believe he had cut off her magic. Azel stammered his name, questioning his recent action. Ronin merely shrugged, considering it a trick he could always do. Nothing major. A trick? Azel was annoyed, having never heard of anyone being able to cut off magic. She landed a punch on his head, but Ronin just brushed it off, telling her to forget about it because he didn't even understand how he did it. Ronin sheathed his sword, his gaze distant. He told himself that delving deeper into this ability was also one of his tasks. He suddenly recalled the terrifying battle with the giant Hayut. Perhaps it was this mysterious ability that allowed his sword to pierce that cursed giant. But never mind that for now. Currently, there were more important matters to resolve. Ronin walked towards Azel's backpack. He grabbed her backpack, declaring that Azel had passed the test. A mysterious smile spread across his lips. Ronin tossed the backpack to Azel, ordering her to follow him. We still have work to do before the moon sets, he said, surprising the red-haired girl. Azel hesitated. But it's already dark. Ronin merely smirked. So what? His eyes flashed with determination. The black-haired young man looked up at the sky, his golden eyes blazing. He declared that this would be the first chapter in Ronin's story, a story that would forever be etched into the great annals of the Empire. His words echoed, full of pride and confidence. Under the faint moonlight, the forest was enveloped in silence. A new beginning awaited the two. Ronin and Azel continued their journey through the deep forest. The red-haired girl suddenly exclaimed, Vidian Academy? Azel gasped, unable to believe her ears. Did I hear that right, Ronin? The academy only recruits the Empire's most elite warriors? She asked again. And you're taking me with you? Ronin frowned. You heard right. Why do you keep asking? You're annoying me. He turned to look at her. What's wrong? You don't want to go? Azel quickly replied, That's not the issue. Her face was still full of confusion. Azel was still troubled, feeling insecure about herself, believing she was good for nothing but being a born warrior. Ronin looked straight at her, his gaze sharp. He asked directly if she wanted to live her entire life in such timidity and weakness. The interrogation struck her like lightning, startling Azel, her purple eyes wide with panic. In the dark void, Azel's figure was small. Ronin's voice echoed, exposing she was wasting her innate talent on trivial matters. He continued to press, asking if that was truly the life she desired, or merely an acceptance of weakness. Ronin turned away, admitting Azel still had many flaws, from cowardice to a timid personality. He didn't hesitate to criticize her as a crybaby, weak, afraid even of her own shadow. Azel burst into tears, sobbing. But then, his voice softened, asserting that those things didn't matter. Everything could change, if only she wanted it to. A word rang out, like a prelude to a harsher awakening. He turned back, his gaze resolute. Only one thing couldn't change Azel. The time she had wasted. Ronin growled, the sword at his hip seeming to glow. He asserted that she would regret those meaningless days. The warning echoed like a curse in the silent space, foretelling a bitter truth. Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed with darkness, filled with pain. He said she would regret it, just as he once had. A tragic scene appeared. Ronin alone amidst a desolate battlefield, his sword plunged into the ground. Loneliness and loss enveloped him. Text appeared, confirming this was a memory from his past life, a past full of regret and sorrow. Ronin patted Azel's shoulder, a faint smile on his face. He asked if she had changed her mind yet. Azel hesitantly called his name. Her purple eyes were filled with confusion, an unbelievable truth creeping into her mind. Someone as cold as Ronin cared about her? Azel was astonished, unable to believe Ronin was worried about her. He uttered his final words, giving her the choice to turn back. But deep down, it was a challenge. He turned his back and walked away, leaving her in the deep forest. But a desperate cry rang out, "Stop, Ronin! I want to change!" A glimmer of hope had just sparked. A smirk was evident on Ronin's face. The plan had succeeded. "I'll go with you to Vidian. Just tell me what to do." He turned back, his gaze sharp. "Good. You've finally grown up, Azel. So, shall we begin your first challenge right now?" She nodded in agreement, unaware of the devilish smile on his lips. Sweet as candy, he thought to himself. The plan a complete success. In the dead of night, Flickering firelight illuminated the forest, dispelling the gloomy darkness, creating a mysterious stone circle. She trembled, her purple eyes frantically scanning the darkness, a chill running down her spine as something unusual appeared. "Hidden in the bushes," Azel stammered. "Ronin, is this the first challenge?" He nodded, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "This is the best opponent I could find to immediately enhance your skills." His voice rang out, cold and challenging. Before them, a muscular Luna goblin was resting. Moonlight shone down, revealing its ferocious appearance. Not just one, but an entire pack of Luna goblins surrounded the bonfire. Growls echoed, signaling a merciless battle. Ronin grinned, patting Azel's shoulder. "What do you think? Easy as pie, right?" She trembled, stammering. "Easy how?" His eyes flashed with an eerie yellow, a challenging smirk on his face. "Now then, shall we begin?" They were Luna goblins, a mutated variant of the common goblins found in this land. Their strength and ferocity far exceeded imagination. Pale yellow skin and grotesque bodies were their distinguishing features. But that wasn't all. A more terrifying secret was waiting to be revealed. That terrifying secret was their insane obsession with treasure. The Luna goblin bared its jagged teeth, gazing raptly at the glittering pile of gold in its hand. Utterly greedy, they didn't hesitate, attacking merchant caravans and plundering everything valuable. Afterward, all the spoils were gathered, piled up like mountains. Under the bright full moon, the Luna goblins held a boisterous feast. They danced wildly around a tower piled high with jewels, rejoicing in their spoils. But this feast only took place on nights like this, under a full moon. The treasure chest glittered with golden light, containing countless jewels and money, shining brilliantly. Hidden in the bushes, Azel trembled as she realized Ronin's intention. Could it be the reason we came here tonight, Island? The red-haired girl stammered, while he merely confirmed it coldly. His eyes flashed with brilliant yellow, a mysterious smirk on his face. "Tonight," Ronin whispered, his gaze sharp as if to pierce through the night, "we're going to steal all their treasure." His declaration echoed, carrying a chilling boldness and determination. Azel's eyes widened in astonishment. "Goblins know how to plunder and even throw parties? I've never heard of such a thing." She looked towards the goblin leaning against the tree. "How do you know this, Ronin?" Azel asked. He evaded. "Oh, I just overheard it somewhere." Within him, a secret from his past life remained buried. Ronin suddenly grabbed Azel, his eyes burning red. "Anyway, your job is to use telekinesis to move their treasure while they sleep and shove it all into this bag. Simple, right?" he asked. Azel's face turned pale. "No, it's not that easy. What if I make a mistake and wake them up?" In Azel's mind, a horrifying scenario appeared. The two of them caught by giant Luna goblins, their red eyes full of murderous intent. "Run!" She pushed him away, panicked. "This is too risky. Why don't we think of another way?" Ronin grumbled. "What a coward." He held up 2 fingers in front of a surprised Azel. "Listen carefully. If we want to get into Philion Academy, we need 2 things right now. First, money. The tuition fees at Philion Academy are sky high, enough to build an entire magnificent fortress like this. Piles of glittering money lay at its base. Second, practical combat experience. Money is only one part, but combat experience is even more important." A warrior swung a sword, surrounded by a brilliant red glow. He held up 2 fingers, his tone sharp. "As you know, Philion Academy is full of warriors from noble families, educated with elite training from birth." Azel's worried gaze met his challenging words. "If you want to compete with those people, there's only one choice, Azel." His eyes flashed with brilliant yellow, a cruel smirk on his face. "You must risk your life to accumulate real combat experience." He pointed towards the sleeping goblin. "That's why goblins are the perfect target. We get both money and experience from them, killing 2 birds with 1 stone." She burst into sobs, but he was unyielding. "Am I wrong, or do you have a better idea?" "No. But then let's decide on this." He gently patted Azel's head, a smug smile evident. "Well then, let's begin." Night fell, the full moon hanging perfectly round overhead, illuminating the silent forest. Each glittering item, from gold coins to necklaces and rings, floated in an ethereal blue light. They fell loosely into the bag, creating a dry clinking sound as metal objects collided, piling up. A dagger, a few coins, and a necklace still hovered, as if awaiting a final command. That's right, just a little more. Azel gritted her teeth, her hands emitting a blue light, trying to control the remaining items. At the signal, all the remaining items dropped straight into the bag. Ronin smiled triumphantly, glittering items falling around him. Excellent. He looked up, his eyes full of satisfaction as he gazed at the bag. So, the treasure pile has been dealt with. 2 bulging bags, filled with spoils. lay neatly on the ground. "We've filled both bags." He patted her head, a triumphant smile on his face. "See, Azel? I told you, nothing beats practical experience. You're right. I really did it." Honestly, he hadn't been sure if she could do this, but she had adapted astonishingly quickly. He patted the red-haired girl's head, his eyes full of pride. "She's much more talented than I thought." A sinister smile appeared on his face, his eyes burning red. "I found a perfect accomplice." Ronin swiftly stuffed the spoils into his backpack, Azel still bewildered. "All right, bags are full. Let's go." "Really? Is that all?" He looked up, his golden eyes sharp. "Yes, we're done here. It's best to head back." The silent night sky enveloped the forest, faint rays of light piercing through the leaves, signaling an uneasy night. Suddenly, a dark shadow darted past, tearing through the silent night, bringing with it a premonition of new trouble. Two strangers, one with brown hair, one with blonde, rushed through the forest, their faces full of anger. Damn it. The blackbird's shadow flew away, angry cries echoing. "Hey, you damn bird, stop right there!" Ronin and Azel flinched, looking frantically towards the sound. He clutched his backpack tightly, his face wary. Azel tremblingly asked, "What's happening?" Ronin frowned. "What idiot is making such a racket in the middle of the night?" In the cave, a brown-skinned goblin startled awake, grumbling unhappily. "Grrr, what's going on?" It groggily looked around, an empty chest catching its eye. Ugh, what's that noise? Rage flared as it realized the chest was empty. What the hell? Grrr. Where are all our shiny things? Another goblin sprang up, its eyes bloodshot. Garr. Thieves. The entire pack of goblins woke up in a frenzy, growls echoing throughout the cave. Ah! What? Thieves! Grr! Rar! Where are the thieves? The rustling sound tore through the silent night, startling the growling goblins, their eyes narrowing warily. From afar, two small figures emerged from the deep forest. Ronin and Azel, unaware, had fallen into the sights of the ferocious monsters. Ronin forced a smile, cursing under his breath. Damn it. Beside him, Azel turned pale, her face filled with horror. Savage roars echoed, tearing through the air. The goblins charged, their bloodshot eyes signaling an unforeseen disaster. Now we're really screwed, Ronin thought. Azel screamed, her eyes wide with fear. The sheer terror petrified her. Ronin sighed, accepting his difficult fate. Sigh. I knew it. My life has never been smooth. The red-haired girl slumped down, despairing. Azel tremblingly asked Ronin, what do we do now? Let's leave the luggage and run. But Ronin had drawn his sword, resolute. No, we're not leaving anything behind. He turned his back, his gaze firm. Without this treasure, what will pay for tuition? Will you earn the money yourself? Azel stammered. But Ronin, now's not the time. The goblins growled, charging like a storm. Their glowing red eyes flashed with bloodlust, ready to tear their prey apart. Azel cried out in panic, Ah! They're right here, Ronin! The goblins' roars echoed, surrounding the two of them. Ronin coldly looked at the sword in his hand. Just a cheap, low-quality iron longsword. He assessed his weapon. His eyes flashed golden. With the weight and durability of this blade, it can probably only withstand about 15 strikes. But in front of him, at least 30 monsters were growling and charging. An uneven fight. A sinewy, sharp-clawed goblin hand reached out, poised to grab him. Watch out, Azel shrieked. Ronin calmly parried the blow, muttering to himself, 15 strikes, huh? The swords clashed, creating a deafening sound. The battle to the death had officially begun. With a sword strike that cut through the air, Ronin coldly finished off the monsters. That's enough, he muttered to himself. 3 goblin heads flew into the air, fresh blood splattering and staining the night red. Azel stood frozen, her purple eyes wide with horror. Blood splattered on her face. Ronin's blade was stained red, reflecting the moonlight like a conclusion to the massacre. He stood on the goblin corpses, his golden eyes blazing, a smirk on his face. That was the 14th strike. On a dry branch, 2 red-eyed black crows let out eerie caws, as if signaling something. Another sword strike pierced through, finishing off another hideous creature. Blood splattering. Ronin looked around, his golden eyes still glinting with killing intent. Is that the last one? Not bad, I guess. Azel slumped down, her eyes still stunned as she looked at the goblin corpses. I can't believe it, she uttered. She wondered if what had just happened was real, a sight beyond her imagination. He had taken down 3 vanguard goblins with a single sword strike, then proceeded to wipe out the rest of the horde. The ferocious goblins charged like a tide, but Ronin merely smirked, a cold, confident smile. He vanished like a ghost, leaving the goblins bewildered, unable to react in time. Then suddenly, he reappeared, descending from the air with blazing red eyes, swinging his sword to finish off his enemies. He reappeared, like a god of war, ending the massacre in the blink of an eye. The massacre continued, the sharp, cold blade tearing through the air, finishing off another goblin in a pool of blood. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the red-haired girl swallowed hard, extreme fear clutching at her heart. Under the bright moonlight, Ronin stood tall amidst a sea of goblin corpses. The scene was stained with blood, a whisper echoing, "Look at these corpses." "Azel, what are you still doing standing there?" he questioned, his eyes sharp. The red-haired girl startled, quickly apologizing, her mind still reeling. He shook his head slightly, his hand still gripping the sword hilt. "No need to apologize. Hurry and pack up." His voice was calm and decisive, his golden eyes shining brightly. Ronin gave a proud smile and turned back. "Let's go home." His words were light, but held a hidden weariness. The deep forest was silent under the night sky, silver moonlight stretching across the majestic mountain peaks, illuminating the path home. The heavy backpack weighed heavily on his shoulders, each step feeling as if he might collapse. Ronin let out a long sigh, complaining about the seemingly easy task. "I'm dead tired. Nothing in this life is easy." The red-haired girl also grumbled tiredly about the heavy backpack. He massaged his aching shoulders, wondering why his muscles were so sore after just a few goblins. "Am I still not strong enough?" Ronin rotated his shoulders, determined. "When I get back, I really need to start training more seriously." "Ronin, what was that screaming earlier?" Azel asked. He shrugged, indifferently replying, "How should I know?" Suddenly a shout rang out, cutting through the night. "Stop right there!" Both of them startled, spinning around with astonished expressions. "What idiot is yelling in the middle of the night like this?" Ronin grumbled. "If I find the troublemakers, I'll make them pay for disturbing us." In the darkness, a hand drew a bowstring taut, a fiery red arrow gleaming, ready to pierce the night. A fiery arrow shot forth like lightning, whistling through the air, leaving a blazing red streak in its wake. The fiery arrow shot forth like lightning, whistling through the air, leaving a blazing red streak in its wake. Then another arrow, sharp and cold, tore through the night. The red-haired girl flinched, her purple eyes wide with panic, as the fiery red arrow grazed past her face by mere inches. "Oh, damn it!" A muttered curse echoed, signaling something ominous. He swiftly pulled the red-haired girl back, the fiery red arrow embedding itself directly into his arm. "What the hell is going on?" She was utterly panicked, pointing at the arrow stuck in his arm, exclaiming, "Island! Is that an arrow?" Her scream tore through the air. "Where did it come from?" the red-haired girl exclaimed. Ronin frowned in annoyance, muttering, "Is this damn forest haunted? Why are these nuisances always lurking around at night?" Two figures emerged from the darkness, one short-haired and one long-haired, both carrying bows. "Who are you two?" "Oh, just people," the short-haired man sneered. "Actually, just a couple of kids." Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes sparking with anger. "Oops, sorry about that, kids," the short-haired man said, casually approaching with his accomplice, their faces full of hidden meaning. The short-haired man smirked, explaining, "We heard noises from afar. Thought it was monsters." He glanced at Ronin and Azel, scrutinizing them. A glittering bag of gold coins was revealed, its dazzling light seemingly conveying their intentions. "Almost hurt the kids, didn't we?" The long-haired man shrugged, his tone sarcastic. "Indeed." As the short-haired man was about to inquire further, Ronin coldly cut him off. "Stop with the pretense. I can clearly see the look in your eyes." He stood tall, his gaze as sharp as a knife. "Drop the act and answer me." The two archers were dumbfounded. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned blazing golden, a cold light enveloping them. Ultimately, "Who are you?" His voice was deep and menacing, echoing in the silent space. The two short-haired and long-haired archers forced a smile, their eyes full of cunning. "Oh." The short-haired man feigned embarrassment, bowing to apologize for forgetting to introduce himself, but his smile still held cunning. "I forgot to introduce myself. Sorry about that." The short-haired man's hand stealthily drew a sharp, cold dagger from his belt, the glint of metal deadly. Ronin reacted like lightning, his hand sweeping up, creating a blur in the air. The short-haired man charged forward, his eyes blazing red in a gruesome smile, declaring their identity. "We are Carabolo." In Ronin's blazing golden eyes, the attacker's image was clearly reflected, and he coldly uttered, "Carabolo?" With a decisive move, Ronin firmly grabbed the enemy's wrist, his gaze still terrifyingly calm. "Oh." Ronin's devastating punch landed squarely on the short-haired man's face, stunning him, leaving him no time to react. The short-haired man was sent flying, fresh blood splattering from his mouth, his face contorted in pain and surprise. Ronin stared at the foe he had just struck down, his golden eyes blazing with utter contempt. "You mean those times bastards?" The long-haired man roared, drawing a knife and charging straight at Ronin, his eyes full of killing intent. "You brat!" But his target was not Ronin, but Azel standing behind him, terrifying her. Azel screamed Ronin's name, and her hand suddenly emitted a brilliant blue energy, a mysterious power erupting. The long-haired man was held firmly in midair by an invisible force, unable to move. Ronin thought to himself, "Invisible hand." The attacker struggled in vain, enveloped by the blue energy, his face filled with panic. "I can't move." Ronin turned to look at Azel, a smile full of pride and surprise on his face. "Well, Azel," Ronin lunged, delivering a thunderous punch to the long-haired attacker, whose face broke into a confident smile, a great echoing out. Before his opponent could recover, Ronin drew a sharp dagger and swung it in a cold slash. A blazing red energy net enveloped the long-haired man, who flinched as Ronin was already in position for the finishing blow. The long-haired man was stunned, his eyes wide as he watched Ronin swing the dagger, a huge question mark appearing in his mind. He frantically watched the red energy lines tighten around his body, exclaiming, "What the hell is this?" A painful groan tore through the air, fresh blood splattering from the wound on the long-haired man's chest as Ronin turned his back. Azel recoiled, utterly terrified, looking at the spreading pool of blood on the ground, letting out a horrified "ah." Azel tremblingly asked Ronin, Ronin, is he dead?" He replied, pointing at her, "What was I supposed to do? Let them go. They were trying to kill us." Ronin continued, his voice cold. "Besides, you heard what they said. They're Carabolo's men." Azel cried out in horror, "See, Carabolo!" In Azel's mind, the image of the Carabolo gang appeared with their gruesome crimes. "You mean that damn gang that does everything from poaching to kidnapping and human trafficking?" A brutal scene unfolded. Sinister laughter, blood and money scattered, evidence of Carabolo's wickedness. Azel thought to herself, her voice full of fear, "But they're the most notorious gang in the entire empire." "That's right," Ronin said, simultaneously plunging his dagger coldly into the tied-up short-haired man, making him groan in pain. Ronin pulled out the dagger, blood splattering, and looked at Azel, saying, "If it weren't for me, these two might have disemboweled you and buried your body tonight." Azel was stunned, her small face filled with horror. She stammered, "What?" Ronin stood there, looking down at the bloody corpse of the short-haired man, next to which was a sack. He concluded, "It would be a greater crime to let bastards like them get away." The mysterious sack subtly trembled, dark, tentacle-like ropes writhing, signaling that something horrifying was about to happen. Ronin was still grumbling, but his eyes suddenly widened as the sack next to him unexpectedly bounced with a boing, as if something alive was inside. Both stared in astonishment as the sack continuously twitched. Azel exclaimed in panic, "What the hell is in there? Why is it moving?" Ronin guessed they must have caught something. The pair leaned closer, Azel seemingly calmer. Ronin touched the sack, and a rustling sound emerged. He speculated, "It's probably a poached animal." She agreed, Probably." Ronin decided to lift the cloth, and immediately a pair of brilliant, vigilant blue eyes flashed from within, making the atmosphere tense. A piercing shriek tore through the air. From inside the sack, a black shadow shot into the sky at terrifying speed, leaving Ronin and Azel stunned. The black shadow suddenly transformed into a brilliant blue light, then condensed into the form of a magnificent bird. Both young people looked up, completely bewildered. Brilliant blue feathers gently fell, sparkling like stars. "What kind of bird is this?" a question echoed in the air. The magnificent blue bird hovered in midair. Azel asked in astonishment, "What kind of bird is this?" Ronin also stammered, "What the hell is that?" The small, adorable bluebird flapped its wings continuously. Clear chirp-chirp sounds echoed, but its legs were tightly bound by metal shackles. Azel exclaimed in surprise, her eyes sparkling like stars. "Ronin, I've never seen a blue bird before." Ronin also had to admit, "Neither have I." Ronin's eyes suddenly turned yellow, sharp as a hawk's. He squinted, muttering, "Wait, those shackles." An image of magical shackles appeared, emitting a purple glow. This was the Carabolo trap, mana-sealing shackles specifically used for poaching rare creatures. Ronin mused, hand on his chin. He recalled, "I once heard they used these to catch rare animals." The blue bird suddenly emitted a strange bzzzt sound, a magic circle surrounding it. "Hello? Please, answer." Ah! A voice unexpectedly rang out. Both Ronin and Azel flinched in fright. The blue bird hovered, the magic circle glowing brightly, and a voice echoed, "We've finally connected." "Did the bird just talk?" Azel exclaimed in horror, slapping Ronin's face. He immediately replied, his tone firm. "Of course not, you idiot! It's clearly a communication spell." Ronin mused, his sharp gaze fixed on the empty space. He deduced that as soon as the bird escaped the sack, the spell activated. He guessed the sack must have had mana-sealing capabilities. A voice echoed from the magic circle. "You must be the owner of this blue bird." The shadowy figure introduced himself as Baron, a researcher of rare species in the Imperial capital and Marpa's guardian. Baron sighed in relief, his voice full of emotion. "Even though I tried everything, I couldn't connect. I thought I'd have to call the police. I'm so relieved. Marpies is okay. By the way, sorry for asking, but who are you?" Baron asked. Addison immediately pushed Ronin forward, who replied with a straight face. "Oh, we're just a couple of good Samaritans passing by." A memory flashed back. Ronin with blazing red eyes, struggling in a fierce brawl. He was dramatically recounting that encounter. He continued the story. An image of him fighting a poacher clearly appearing with the poachers who kidnapped your bird. The memory continued, but this time it was a scene of poachers, tightly bound by magical ropes. Ronin cleared his throat, his face mysterious. Ahem. And then, well, the memories are too horrific to describe. Ronin maintained a cold expression, his golden eyes blazing, completely devoid of emotion. Behind him, the faint images of the defeated poachers still lingered. He concluded the story decisively. "Anyway, we saved your bird," Baron exclaimed in astonishment. "What? Poachers? Kidnapping?" Baron's shadowy figure showed clear worry. He raised a hand to cover his mouth. "I'm afraid that might be the case. Thank you very much for your help." Addison happily hugged Marpies, praising its cuteness. She worriedly asked, "How can we send the bird back to you? Its legs are chained, so it can't move." Ronin stared at the shackles on Marpies' legs, asking Baron, "Will it fly back to you if we remove these shackles?" Baron replied, "Ah, yes, probably." Baron explained, "Dream birds have a strong homing instinct, so if you just free the bird from its shackles." Ronin drew his dagger, saying coldly, "How convenient." In an instant, Ronin used his dagger to cut the shackles. Marpies let out a surprised chirp, its wings flapping powerfully, soaring into the sky. The metal shackles shattered into small pieces, scattering to the ground. Marpies, now free, still chirped chirp, in bewilderment, as if disbelieving what had just happened. Ronin watched Marpies soaring, his deep voice echoing, "Fly back to your father, little blue bird." He smiled, his eyes gentle as he looked at Marpies, instructing, "And don't ever make him worry like that again." Marpies softly chirped tweet. Suddenly, Marpies flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Ronin bewildered. "Huh?" The bluebird suddenly turned its rear towards him, twitching slightly. Ronin was puzzled. "It's showing its rear to me. What does that mean?" Baron's voice echoed. "Marpies wants you to pluck a feather before it leaves. It probably wants to see you again." Ronin was surprised, carefully plucking a feather from Marpies. Baron explained, "Dream bird feathers are like a compass. They'll point to the bird's location even after being plucked." Baron's voice continued to echo, inviting, "Did you get the feather? If you ever visit the capital, use that feather to come visit Marpies and me." A weighty promise. "I will gladly reward you for your troubles." Marpies flew away swiftly, leaving a sparkling golden magic circle behind, its tweet fading into the distance. Ronin exclaimed in surprise, "That thing is fast." Addison also asked curiously, "Huh? What's in your hand, Ronin?" Ronin looked at his palm, his eyes glowing yellow. He felt an unusual warmth from the feather. He looked in surprise at the feather gently glowing in his hand, not understanding what was happening. Afterward, the two continued their journey, and then they discovered something horrifying at their feet. What is this? A few days later, the scene had changed. A bustling town appeared, with horse-drawn carriages and lively activity. People were busily transporting goods, preparing for a long journey or a bustling market. In a corner of the market, a sparkling blue gemstone attracted all eyes. Wow, what a gem. The craftsmanship is truly astonishing. The merchant Duan Caravel, owner of the Caravel Company, marveled at the gemstone. Indeed, a treasure, 20 gold coins for it. The attractive offer rang out, opening a promising transaction. Sparkling gold coins piled up, along with countless other valuable items. Everything you brought is precious. Today is truly my lucky day. The merchant couldn't hide his joy. Ronin smiled contentedly, putting an arm around Addison. Finally found someone reasonable, he exclaimed, while Duan Caravel also happily responded, praising the generous customer. But before that, not everyone was reasonable. 5 gold coins for this? Are you blind? Ronin had once furiously yelled at another merchant, Addison hastily trying to restrain him. I'm about to go crazy. Meeting Duan Caravel, Ronin felt all his efforts were worthwhile. He shook the man's hand, offering a friendly smile. Thank you for your kindness, Duan Caravel replied. The market atmosphere suddenly unusually warm. After the transaction was complete, Duan Caravel asked if he had any other items. Ronin mused, then reached into his pocket. Could you appraise this for me? Ronin presented a mystical purple spherical object, as if containing an entire galaxy. Not for sale. I just want to know what it island. Duan Caravel squinted through his magnifying glass, his face clearly showing astonishment. Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed golden. He recalled the fateful night when the ethereal blue bird had placed this mysterious object in his hand. A distant memory flooded back. The object in Ronin's hand suddenly emitted a brilliant purple light, like a small star. "It's some kind of orb," he thought to himself, feeling the strange energy emanating from it. The memory returned to the forest. Ronin had once been horrified, thinking the bird had pooped in his hand. "That damn bird repays me like this?" he yelled. Azel, standing nearby, couldn't help but laugh. To verify, he threw the disgusting object straight at a large rock. "I knew it. How repulsive," Ronin grimaced, bracing for an impact. But instead of shattering, the mysterious object created a giant crater in the ground, sending rock fragments flying. Its terrifying power made everything around tremble. Ronin and Azel stood stunned amidst the rubble. That's when I realized how powerful this thing is. Both couldn't believe their eyes, a shocking truth. Back in the present, Duan Caravel was still intently studying the object. "I'm not sure if it's an egg or something else." The merchant was still perplexed by its mystery. "But whatever it is, it definitely comes from a rare species," Duan Caravel concluded. "Perhaps it's a priceless treasure." Ronin listened, his face thoughtful. The merchant Duan Caravel remained focused on the mysterious object, thoughtfully noting its unique color and texture. Ronin, with eyes sparkling with hope, his heart stirring with thoughts of a priceless treasure about to be discovered. But then, an unexpected word from Duan Caravel froze his smile, his face cracking with shock. Duan Caravel gave a forced laugh, explaining that he wasn't sure what it was either, only that it was unusual, but not what Ronin had just thought. The merchant advised Ronin to find a real expert for appraisal, making the black-haired young man sigh in disappointment. Ronin decided to keep the object out of curiosity, while the red-haired girl beside him was still muttering suspiciously about the hard poop. The black-haired young man then changed the subject, asking Duan Caravel if he sold books about the Philion Academy. Duan Caravel was delighted to hear they wanted to take the academy entrance exam, and the red-haired girl also chuckled with amusement. The merchant revealed that his daughter was also applying to Philion and could help them. Just then, a girl appeared, asking her father about the strange guests. The blonde girl asked who Ronin and Azel were, and Duan Caravel smiled, saying she had arrived just in time. The merchant proudly introduced his daughter, Marya, a blonde young woman with an elegant appearance. Ronin and the red-haired girl flinched, their eyes widening in surprise upon hearing the name Marya. The black-haired young man stared at Marya, the question echoing in his mind. Is it her? Duan Caravel told Marya to greet them, saying these guests had made a big transaction. The blonde girl asked again, slightly confused. The blonde young woman suddenly spoke, suspicious of the two strangers. The old merchant Duan immediately scolded her, reminding his daughter about etiquette. Azel, standing nearby, flinched at the tense atmosphere. Duan quickly apologized, explaining that his daughter grew up among merchants, so her words were sometimes unrefined. Azel quickly waved her hand, reassuring him that everything was fine. The red-haired girl was still a bit stunned, softly saying she was fine, but then glanced at the black-haired young man, worried about how he would react. The black-haired young man suddenly walked straight towards the blonde young woman, his gaze sharp as if scrutinizing. He asked directly, "Are you Marya?" She was taken aback. He continued to question, asking if she was the one known throughout the land by the alias Sen. Marya was slightly astonished, nodding softly to confirm, then asked him in return how he knew that. Ronin let out a cold snort, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. He whispered that he had felt a sense of familiarity from the first glance. In his mind, a blurry figure appeared, a black-haired warrior with glowing eyes, sword in hand, standing in an endless void. Some memory was resurfacing. The black-haired young man waved the blonde young woman closer, signaling that he wanted to speak privately. Marya frowned, confused by his mysterious actions. He leaned close to her ear, whispering a loaded question that stunned Marya. "I'm just wondering, do you have times down there? You know." And then, his whisper ended with a crude, vulgar word, making the surrounding atmosphere freeze. The blonde young woman stood frozen, her green eyes wide with shock. What the hell? Did he just say that? She couldn't believe her ears, while he maintained a calm expression. Her whole world seemed to spin. She silently asked herself if he had really asked such an obscene question. The black-haired young man still wouldn't stop, continuing to make inappropriate remarks. Marya gritted her teeth, anger flaring in her eyes. He still didn't let up, even making provocative comments about her father. Marya flinched, unable to believe what she was hearing. Her fury had exceeded its limits. The blonde young woman swung her hand, delivering a resounding slap across his face. The black-haired young man was completely taken by surprise. The stinging slap left Ronin dazed, his face distorted. But then a familiar sensation washed over him, reminding him of a forgotten memory. He looked at the blonde young woman, the image of another man appearing in his mind. It's him, Ronin exclaimed, a horrifying truth slowly revealing itself. The name echoed in his head, clear and haunting. Countess Marya Sen. An unforgettable title. Memories took him back to Armelin, when he was a reform soldier. This blonde man, Countess Marya Sen, was his logistics officer. Countess Marya Sen was strict, adhering to all rules, but also very approachable and amiable. He had left a deep impression on Ronin's mind. But there was something strange. Whenever sensitive topics were brought up, the Countess's fist would clench. Then he would get angry again, delivering a slap to Ronin. A puzzling habit that he had always wondered about. Ronin always wondered about the reason behind those slaps. A question without an answer. He had intended to ask when he had a chance to meet again, but unfortunately, fate did not allow it. Because Countess Marya Sen had fallen before him, leaving behind unsolved mysteries. He hadn't expected this place to be where he would find the answer to the old mystery. Ronin smirked, calling her name. Countess Marya. So you're a woman? He teased. Marya gritted her teeth. Are you laughing at me? Do you want another slap? Then I'll give it to you, she roared, swinging her fist at him without hesitation. Stop, you fool. Carabolo rushed forward, but it was too late. Ronin's fist had landed, leaving Marya dazed. Marya clutched her head in pain, a lump already swelling on her forehead. She growled. Don't get cocky just because you hit me once, Ronin merely sneered. Marya gritted her teeth, her green eyes sparking with fire. She growled, I only let you slap me because I made a mistake once. Her anger flared, signaling a new battle. You won't hit me again, Marya roared, but Ronin had already retaliated. A devastating punch left her dazed, clutching her head and crying out, ugh! In pain. Ronin held the blonde girl's head firmly, smirking. How do you like that? He asked, while Marya, still dazed, angrily yelled, What the hell is wrong with you? Marya and Ronin were still lunging at each other, the threat. You're dead, echoing. Azel and Carabolo watched, their faces drained of color, horrified by the chaotic scene. In the dusty market, the two figures continued to clash relentlessly. Azel and Carabolo rushed over, desperately yelling, Stop fighting! But it seemed hopeless. As time passed, the setting sun cast a red glow over the entire market. The atmosphere gradually settled, leaving behind traces of a brawl that had just ended. Azel, with worried purple eyes, wondered, what happened to those two? She still couldn't believe what she had just witnessed. Marya brushed her hair, her expression puzzled. Just a few minutes ago, they wanted to tear each other apart. She looked at the items on the table. So these are the things you kept for yourselves? Ronin looked at the red-haired girl, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. But for some reason, he paused, then continued. Tell me what you think of them. Azel looked at Ronin and Marya, deep in thought. If they're not good, I'll buy something else, she mused, trying to assess the situation. On the wooden table, 3 swords and a magic staff lay neatly. Azel looked at Ronin and Marya in surprise, whispering, Now they seem too close. 3 sharp swords and a magic staff with a sapphire blue gem. Do these items hold any secrets? Marya picked up a sword and turned to Ronin. Hey, why do you have 3 swords? Isn't it heavy to carry? He replied. Just in case. I use swords quite violently. Ronin pointed to the black steel sword. So what do you think of them? He asked. Not bad, but this black steel sword is the best among them. Marya took the black steel sword, her eyes appreciative. Black steel swords are incredibly durable. Even famous knights often use them. A clunk sound echoed. Ronin proudly held the black steel sword, boasting about its incredible durability, a favorite weapon from his previous life. Marya wasn't too impressed with the swords. She shifted her attention to the magic wand, recognizing the precious mana stone inside and wondering why Ronin kept it. The blonde girl squinted at Azel, guessing that she was a mage. Azel blushed, shyly admitting it. Marya continued to inquire, and Azel timidly revealed that she was a telekinesis mage, a rather rare ability. Hearing this, Marya and Ronin were both surprised. The blonde girl even said that Azel could easily earn a scholarship at the academy. Azel beamed, scratching her head and giggling. Then, Marya turned to Ronin, posing the main question. So what skill do you plan to demonstrate in the practical exam? Ronin looked blank, not understanding anything. Marya explained that to enter Philian Academy, all candidates must demonstrate their skills before the professors, a challenge that was far from simple. She emphasized that the practical exam was much more important than the written test, almost the decisive factor for acceptance. Ronin frowned, wondering, I'm just a swordsman. Isn't simply cutting and killing enough? He still didn't fully understand the requirement. Marya further explained that noble candidates usually demonstrated their family's secret techniques, while others showcased unique mana combat skills. Ronin suddenly flinched when he heard the word mana. He couldn't believe that swordsmen of that age could use mana. Marya looked at him, utterly confused, and asked in return, You have mana resonance, don't you? That's the most basic requirement for using mana in combat. Ronin was still bewildered, his head full of questions. What's with that look? Marya tilted her head, not understanding his attitude. The blonde girl suddenly realized something, her expression changing. Wait. Don't tell me. You don't know what Mana Resonance Island? Ronin scratched his head, hesitantly replying. Isn't it like using aura? Marya froze, as if struck by lightning, completely shocked. Marya was speechless, unable to believe Ronin didn't know this basic fact when he wanted to enter the prestigious Philion Academy. She sighed in disappointment, her face full of annoyance. Ronin scratched his head, still confused by the blonde girl's surprise. He mumbled, thinking it was just a simple question, not worth overreacting to. Unable to bear it any longer, Marya stood up, declaring, "This won't do at all! Come with me!" Ronin was taken aback, asking again, "What? Right now?" Marya didn't wait for an answer, reaching out to grab the short sword on the table. She explained that she needed to borrow it because her own sword was being repaired. Ronin could only utter a, "What?" Ronin immediately protested, worried about his sword, but Marya merely sneered, asserting that everything would be over before any harm came to his weapon. To quell his resistance, Marya promised double, even triple compensation if the sword was damaged. Ronin snorted coldly, muttering about the girl's audacity. "Don't hesitate any longer. Follow me." Marya pulled back the curtain, looking outside with a determined gaze. She declared that she would teach him a special lesson. Mana, the lifeblood of the universe, exists everywhere, like air. But not everyone can sense and utilize this mystical power. To harness mana, one must possess mana resonance, the ability to see and feel the energy flow within oneself. That is the gateway to power. Each person reaches this state at different times, depending on their training methods and innate talent. Typically, it takes at least a year of persistent training to activate this special sense, opening the door to the world of mana. Candidates for Philion Academy don't merely sense mana. They are individuals who have surpassed limits, who have learned how to use their own mana to fight. That is the minimum requirement to enter this prestigious institution. In the quiet of the night, the bright moonlight shone down. Marya's voice rang out, questioning, "Do you understand now?" She continued, emphasizing the difference between mana and aura, as well as the importance of mana resonance. "The thought of someone like you wanting to enter Philion," the blonde girl held her sword, her eyes sharp, finishing the unfinished sentence, "is utterly ridiculous." She explained in detail that while aura is mana, they are as different as day and night. Ronin was surprised, wondering about that difference. Marya continued, "Even a gifted warrior needs 10 years of arduous training to unlock their unique power." Ronin's image exploded with a blue aura, his eyes glowing brightly. That is the aura, the essence of the power they possess. She questioned whether he had truly grasped the core issue. During the war, Marya had encountered arrogant individuals who claimed to be aura users, possessing abnormal strength. Those individuals were indeed more tenacious than ordinary people. Her blade had been stained with no small amount of blood. Ronin, in his battlefield memories, covered in wounds, holding a blood-stained sword, admitted he had never thought aura was so important. Nevertheless, one fatal sword strike was still enough to finish off anyone. Ronin's eyes turned yellow, and he looked directly at Marya, ready to face her. "All right, enough theory. Shall we begin?" She spun her sword, her blonde hair flowing, saying that he was probably the type of person who needed practice more than mere theory. Marya stomped hard, and the ground cracked. Ronin thought to himself, "She couldn't be that strong. She's just a little girl." A fierce burst of power erupted, sweeping away leaves and tearing through the air. Marya descended from above, her sword pointed directly at Ronin, forcing him to raise his sword to block, facing the sudden attack. He widened his eyes, utterly astonished by the blonde girl's speed and power. Marya's and Ronin's swords clashed, sparking and creating a deafening clang that echoed, both their eyes gleaming with fierce determination. Ronin gritted his teeth, his golden eyes intensely focused, pouring all his strength into each sword stroke, pushing back her attack. Marya was momentarily surprised, her sharp green eyes looking directly at her opponent. She hadn't expected him to be able to block her full-force attack. Once again, the two blades crossed, creating electric sparks in the air, both secretly assessing their opponent. Marya unleashed a flurry of sword strikes, using both swords in a relentless assault, but Ronin steadily defended, powerful forces clashing. Ronin thought to himself, she's quite strong for her age. And she uses dual swords too. He began to notice the difference. Marya also secretly speculated, "It's hard to say because I can't see, but this must be what she meant about fighting with mana." Marya's green eyes widened, a drop of sweat trickling down her temple. She bewilderedly wondered, "What's happening?" Ronin began to counterattack. His sword strikes like a storm, pushing Marya onto the defensive. She thought to herself, "I thought I could finish him in one blow." Marya recalled her initial purpose. "I wanted him to give up on the exam by showing him the power of mana, rather than letting him humiliate himself at the testing ground." Ronin completely overwhelmed her, his eyes glowing orange gold. Marya was astonished. He's overpowering me. How can someone be this strong without using mana? Marya panicked, her eyes full of confusion. She wondered, no way. What are you thinking? Ronin leaped into the air, swinging his sword down with an extremely powerful strike. Marya tried to block but was pushed back. He landed, his eyes turning blood red, his blade slicing through the air with terrifying power, ending the display. In the silent space, Marya's voice rang out. Don't try to block it, just dodge. The sharp blade sliced past. Marya startled and dodged by a hair's breadth. She couldn't believe his terrifying speed. A lightning-fast sword strike tore through the air. Marya hastily blocked it, but the savage power from Ronin shook her. The pressure was too great. She was pushed back, her feet sliding across the damp ground. A soft groan escaped her, and she nearly lost her balance. Escaping by a hair's breadth, Marya breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at the sword in her hand, a challenging smirk on her face. That was almost the end of me. Ronin smiled meaningfully, his golden eyes glowing. You're not half bad yourself, you know, he replied, his tone full of self-satisfaction. He sheathed his sword, his eyes sharp. Besides your ability to use mana, you also have a natural talent for swordsmanship, but you need to improve your balance. Ronin turned his back and walked away, leaving Marya stunned. If you fix it, you'll make remarkable progress. She hastily called after him. Hey, where are you going? You don't think you've won, do you? Marya fumed. Ronin simply replied, Who won doesn't matter. Keep your promise. The sword in her hand suddenly cracked, a large fissure running along the blade. Do you remember what you said? In a flash, the sword shattered into countless sparkling crystal fragments. Marya was stunned, 3 times the value of the sword. Her green eyes widened, reflecting the glittering fragments. Utter astonishment was clear on her face. Ronin turned back, his golden eyes glowing as he looked at her. How did it break? You owe me money for that sword. Marya confusedly pointed at him, stammering. Wait. A hand gently rested on her shoulder. Azel appeared, her purple eyes sparkling with admiration. That was truly impressive. She looked at Marya with sympathy. Let's go, Azel. I'm exhausted. Azel pulled Marya's hand and she reluctantly followed. The confrontation temporarily ended. But Marya still stood there, her eyes puzzled as she looked towards Ronin. Azel grinned, pulling the black-haired young man away, asking why it took so long. The clear blue sky stretched wide, like a promise of new journeys. Amidst the bustling scene of the merchant caravan, Marya appeared. She declared she had only come to demand payment for her broken sword. Ronin and Azel looked around in surprise. The black-haired young man wondered, not understanding what was happening. Marya proudly tadad, presenting a pile of books and Filian practice tests, along with a summary she had personally compiled. She smiled, mysteriously, reminding them that the exam was only a month away. Ronin suspiciously asked why she was doing all this for them. Ronin was wary, threatening in a low voice if she intended to deceive them. Marya remained calm, asserting that she simply liked both of them. The generous countess declared this a goodwill gift, completely free. Azel exclaimed in surprise, while Ronin reluctantly accepted. Marya looked at the men carrying goods, regretfully saying that she really wanted to teach them herself. But work wouldn't wait. She had to leave immediately. Marya fist-bumped Ronin, warning him if he failed the exam after she had prepared everything so thoroughly. Ronin smirked, his golden eyes flashing with defiance. He told Marya to worry about herself first. From the carriage, Marya waved goodbye, saying she would see them again in the capital on the day of the exam. Azel happily waved goodbye, while Ronin scratched his head, heeding the advice not to skip any books. Ronin's golden eyes showed a hint of contemplation. He was calculating something. The black-haired young man mumbled, realizing he needed to train this weak body, and, for the first time in his life, he would have to study seriously. Ronin smirked, feeling not bad at all, while Azel stood behind, watching him. Back home, Ronin's daily life remained the same, but deep inside, he was slowly changing bit by bit. He ate dinner with his sister Ariel, who looked at him in surprise as he devoured his food. Ariel exclaimed, "You're really hungry, Ronin," while he continued to eat intently, devouring everything as if he had never eaten before. With abundant energy from his hearty meals, he began hunting monsters on the outskirts of town, gradually building his stamina and physical strength. After a long day of fighting, Ronin panted, drenched in sweat, his hand clutching his tired stomach. Amidst the battlefield littered with monster corpses, the black-haired young man plunged his sword into the ground, declaring an end to today's training. In fact, he had cleared out every monster around the town, leaving none behind. And then, he began to study, something a former penal soldier like him had never dared to consider. Ronin scratched his head in annoyance, muttering, "How ridiculous! Why do I have to memorize northern dining etiquette?" He wasn't sure what the exam would be like, but he still tried his best to prepare, with his backpack full of books. A month passed quickly. And finally, the new setting of the story, Island. A magnificent and splendid city. Valen, the capital of the empire, appeared splendidly under the sunlight. More specifically, it was the White District, home to the empire's greatest educational academy, marked by the symbol of two crossed swords. The red-haired girl stood in the middle of the square, her sparkling purple eyes wide with wonder. Finally, she had set foot in this place, an unbelievable feeling surging within her. And here it was, Filion. The great city stretched out under the dawnlight, its architecture as magnificent as fairy tale castles. A breathtaking and overwhelming sight. This city was like a work of art. Every street corner, every rooftop held an enchanting beauty. She couldn't help but exclaim, in wonder, her heart pounding. While Azel was still captivated, a low voice rang out, interrupting her thoughts. Ronin, with an annoyed expression, reminded her not to block the middle of the road. He strode forward, leaving Azel behind the archway. Ronin kept urging her, telling her not to act like a country bumpkin anymore, or they would be late for the exam. Azel hesitated, her gaze following Ronin's back. Something bothered her, an indescribable feeling about the young man in front of her. Ronin's steps remained steady, but Azel couldn't stop thinking. In just one short month, he had changed so much that she barely recognized. It felt as if Ronin had grown up a lot, an unbelievable maturity. He turned back, his golden eyes slightly narrowed, puzzled by her words. "Stop talking nonsense and let's go!" Ronin lightly tapped Azel's head, making her yelp, but a hint of concern still flickered in his eye. While Azel rubbed her head, Ronin fell into thought. He wondered if that guy, the one he had once faced, would appear in Filion at this time. And then a name appeared in his mind. Schlieffen, the legendary swordmaster, a symbol of power and talent. The leader of the Grancia family, renowned throughout the empire for his extraordinary swordsmanship, he was also a genius swordsman, praised by all. He's about my age, Ronin thought. Could it be that fate would bring them together again at this upcoming exam? But then, he dismissed that thought. Anyway, it wasn't important to him right now. Meanwhile, Azel secretly looked at him, then suddenly asked, "Ronin, did you bring that thing?" He was surprised, not understanding what she was referring to. The red-haired girl suddenly asked about the feather from the dream bird he had once saved. That feather, the one that could lead the way to its owner. Ronin was surprised. Ah, that? He pulled out a vivid blue feather, confirming he had carefully stored it before setting off. Its owner, according to what he was told, was right here in the capital. Suddenly, the feather in Ronin's hand glowed, gently floated, and then pointed straight upwards. He was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. The vivid blue feather, like a guiding arrow, pointed directly to the highest floor of the magnificent Filion Academy. Both looked up, a sense of bewilderment rising in their hearts. The brilliant sunlight streamed down onto the towering window, where the feather had just pointed, like a mysterious invitation. In a cozy room, a melancholic voice sighed about the burden of teaching. "Nothing is easy, is it? I'm still not used to this." The blue bird Marpies chirped, as if to comfort him. The man sighed, thinking of his past adventurous days. Perhaps I should go back to being an adventurer. A gentle hand stroked the small bird. He chuckled. "Marpies, are you trying to cheer me up?" The bird sang loudly, responding with joy. "That's right," he told himself. "I should stay here a bit longer." That was Baron Panacere, professor of zoology at Filion, with the majestic appearance of a lion. He looked at Marpies. "Anyway, I still need to repay the person who saved you." Baron turned, intending to open the window to let in some air. "How about we open the window for some fresh air? Who knows? Your benefactor might come today." The window creaked softly. Baron was surprised. "How strange. I haven't even had time to." A sinister smile appeared behind the gap in the window, his golden eyes glowing brightly in the darkness. Ronin exclaimed, "I haven't even knocked," and the window opened by itself. Baron flinched, seeing Ronin and the bluebird on his shoulder. "Hey, it's that bluebird! So, you're its owner!" Baron's startled scream echoed through the space, blending with Marpies' chirping, signaling an unexpected encounter. A terrifying scream tore through the clear blue sky, echoing across the magnificent castle under the blazing Sunday. Another shrill sound interjected, signaling an unexpected event. The lion-headed man trembled, his green eyes wide as he looked up. He clutched the bluebird Marpies tightly in his arms, exclaiming in horror, "Who are you? Why are you outside the window?" Ronin stood calmly, holding a verdant feather, ignoring Baron's frantic shouts. The red-haired girl Azel, beside him, timidly spoke up, scolding him for not taking the stairs. Baron narrowed his eyes suspiciously, clutching Marpies tightly. He mumbled, wondering if the two strangers had any intentions towards his beloved bird, then suddenly paused, as if realizing something. A mystical blue light emanated from the feather in the black-haired young man's hand. That feather, identical to Marpies' plumage, served as a mysterious identification signal. The lion-headed man's eyes widened, his face filled with extreme astonishment. He looked as if he had been struck by lightning, trying to piece together fragmented memories. Finally, Baron realized. He looked at Ronin and Azel, his voice full of surprise. "You two are the ones who saved Marpies?" A silence enveloped the luxurious room. Baron sighed, blaming himself for having been rude to his beloved bird saviors. Baron bowed profusely, apologizing repeatedly, while Marpies perched on his shoulder. Ronin waved his hand, telling him there was no need to be so formal. Ronin turned to Azel, blaming her for insisting on climbing through the window. She immediately retorted, reminding him that he was the one who requested teleportation because he was too lazy to take the stairs. Before she could finish her sentence, Azel's chubby cheeks were squeezed tightly by him. "Be quiet," Ronin ordered coldly, leaving her only able to stammer. Ronin released Azel and changed the subject. He hadn't expected Baron to be a lion man, one of the rarest beastkin races, and he was also the owner of the bird Marpies. Not only that, Baron was also a professor at the prestigious Philion Academy. Baron was equally surprised, as he had no idea Ronin was applying to the academy. Baron sighed regretfully. If he had known sooner, he would have written a letter of recommendation for Ronin. But today was the day of the exam, and it was too late. Baron wished Ronin good luck on the exam, but then added, "If you happen to fail." Ronin secretly wondered if the professor was trying to jinx him. Baron then quickly moved on to another matter. Baron reached out, pointing to a purple egg in Ronin's hand. He asked Ronin if he knew what it was, as the bluebird had laid it before leaving. Ronin was surprised. "Marpies? Did what?" Baron exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes wide as he looked at the object in Ronin's hand. A shimmering purple egg, like a galaxy, contained an entire mysterious universe. Unbelievable. "Is that a dream bird's egg?" Professor Baron, with an embarrassed expression, asked Ronin if Marpies had laid this egg for him. Ronin, still naive, replied, "What's the big deal? Isn't it normal for birds to lay eggs?" Baron sternly asserted that this was no ordinary matter. Marpies was not a normal bird, but a legendary dream bird. But that wasn't even the most astonishing thing. The most astonishing thing, Professor Baron revealed, was that no one could know what creature would hatch from this egg. Ronin asked, puzzled. "What do you mean?" Ronin was still perplexed, thinking that a bird's egg must surely hatch a bird. Baron shook his head, his green eyes behind his glasses gleaming with mystery. Dream birds are different. When dream birds lay eggs, they imbue them with a unique energy, causing the purple egg to shimmer as if enveloped by a mystical glow. An egg conceived near lava will hatch a fiery phoenix. The image of a blazing phoenix appeared, contrasting with a grotesque creature at its feet. And if born in a monster's lair, the dream bird will take on the form of that very monster. In fact, it won't even resemble a bird anymore. Professor Baron explained that usually one could analyze mana to predict its form. But this egg was completely different. He gently touched it, his face full of contemplation. Inside the egg, countless streams of mana swirled and intertwined like molten metal in a forge, creating an ethereal, unpredictable sight. Baron awkwardly admitted that he couldn't precisely determine what was inside the egg. Ronin sighed, annoyed by the mysteries surrounding a seemingly simple egg. Ronin turned to Marpies, asking where it had wandered to lay such a strange egg. The small bird tilted its head, chirping a melodious, enigmatic reply. Baron let out a soft huff, muttering about the shameless bird, then quickly changed the subject. He looked at Ronin, beginning an offer. Professor Baron suggested Ronin temporarily keep the egg. The young man was surprised. Though he didn't mind, he still had some questions. Ronin asked again if Baron was sure he wanted to entrust this precious item to him. Baron replied seriously, "It is extremely valuable. A dream bird lays only one egg in its lifetime." Professor Baron smiled, his eyes full of hidden meaning. The fact that Marpies laid its only egg for Ronin proved that it had sensed something special in this young man. Professor Baron gently stroked Marpies, explaining that the bird was an old friend, and he wanted to respect its wishes. Baron Panacere handed the egg to Ronin, instructing him to keep it carefully. The black-haired young man didn't refuse, curious to know what would hatch from within. Exam time was approaching, and their business was concluded. Professor Baron suggested the group should leave, but then he suddenly remembered something and quickly held everyone back. The lion-headed professor pondered, searching for a suitable token of gratitude. Marpies perched on his shoulder, stomping its feet as if agreeing with an idea that had just sparked in Baron's mind. Baron Panacere gave Ronin an old scroll, saying it would help him hatch the egg. The black-haired young man looked bewildered, while Azel beside him widened her eyes in surprise. Under the clear blue sky, a magnificent city appeared. Soaring buildings and sparkling domes under the sunlight created a grand and overwhelming spectacle. Time passed, and the scene gradually shifted to a colossal architectural structure, where important events were about to unfold. This was the practical exam venue, the main building of Galarian Fortress where talented candidates would demonstrate their abilities. Inside, the waiting room was filled with the murmurs of candidates preparing for the martial arts exam. The atmosphere was tense, yet full of anticipation. Amidst the crowd, a white-haired young man closed his eyes in prayer, while another with brown hair carefully inspected his weapon. An invigilator stood in the middle of the hall, announcing that candidate number 111 had completed their test, their voice echoing throughout the room. Candidate number 112, please enter the examination room. The invigilator announced clearly. A silver-haired young man immediately stood up, responded, and walked towards the door. The large door slowly creaked open, revealing a dazzling light from within. Candidate number 112 took a deep breath and stepped into the challenging space. Ronin flinched slightly. Candidate number 112 had entered, meaning he would be next. A feeling of anticipation gently rose in his chest. The black-haired young man leaned back, sighing wearily. "It really is a long wait," he mumbled, his face full of boredom. "Don't you think so, Maria?" Ronin turned to ask the blonde girl beside him. She merely curved her lips slightly, replying with a philosophical remark. "Waiting is half the battle." Maria smiled brightly, shrugging when Ronin questioned her military uniform. She explained that this was Philion Academy, a gathering place for the elite, where one needed to dress up to make an impression. She winked mischievously, asserting that she might need to deal with powerful individuals. Ronin merely hummed in agreement, nodding at the blonde girl's calculations. Maria sighed, wishing that cute girl was here too. But Ronin reminded her that the mage exam was held in a separate area, so it couldn't be helped. Maria secretly worried about her cutie. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Candidate number 112 has completed the exam." A candidate walked out, looking dejected. "I'm screwed. Number 113, please enter the examination room." Ronin flinched. "Oh, it's my turn." He stood up, and Maria instructed. "Just do your best. Don't worry. Do you remember what I said?" Maria narrowed her eyes, giving a meaningful smile. "If you fail, I'll make you regret it." Ronin gave a forced laugh. Yes. Thanks for the encouragement." Ronin turned his back and walked towards the dazzling door, only managing to call back, "See you later." The blinding light from within seemed to swallow his figure. Inside, majestic banners with brilliant golden unicorn emblems hung solemnly on the ancient stone walls, signaling a place of great power. Ronin's every step echoed on the cold stone floor, moving deeper into the sacred space where his fate would be decided. His eyes suddenly shifted to a brilliant golden hue, gleaming with sharpness and vigilance. He narrowed his eyes, muttering to himself, "Those people." A magnificent scene unfolded. 5 majestic examiners sat on a high platform. Behind them were the unicorn banners. Those are the professors of Philion. Ronin stood still, his back to the readers, facing the powerful lineup before him, preparing for the upcoming challenge. His brilliant golden gaze swept across each face, containing assessment and vigilance, not missing any detail. He thought to himself, "They all look quite intimidating." An invisible sense of pressure enveloped the young man. The 5 professors, each with their own distinct appearance, all exuded an aura of authority and coldness, making the atmosphere even more tense, especially the old man sitting in the center with his silvery hair and sharp, cold eyes. That is the headmaster of Philion Academy, Archmage Kravar Kratier. Ronin continued to observe, his gaze stopping at the silver-haired woman sitting next to the headmaster. An intense energy emanated from her, something he had rarely felt even in his previous life. This was Navarros, the former swordmaster, now a sword art instructor. In the solemn atmosphere, Ronin bowed deeply and announced clearly, "My name is Ronin." Headmaster Kravar Kratier replied with a benevolent smile. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Ronin. I am Kravar Kratier, headmaster of Philion Academy." Headmaster Kravar Kratier presented the task. "Now, we want you to demonstrate a technique on that magical dummy. Have you decided what you will perform?" Ronin calmly replied, "Yes, sir." "It's nothing too complicated." The young man drew his sword. The sound of metal clashing against the scabbard rang out dryly and sharply. "Just a quick slash," he said, his eyes resolute, preparing for his demonstration. A blonde professor sneered. "I think that's enough for a dummy." Headmaster Kravar Kratier frowned, exclaiming in surprise, "What? An ordinary slash without magic? Right here at Philion Academy?" 2 other professors began to scoff. Every group of candidates has someone like this. The kind of person who underestimates the magical dummy and makes a fool of themselves. The blonde man sneered. Little did they know, that dummy was far from ordinary. It could withstand most types of spiritual energy and was equipped with high-speed self-recovery functions. A masterpiece of advanced magical engineering. Every detail of the dummy contained exquisite craftsmanship, the result of countless efforts and intellect. It was not merely a test object, but also a testament to magical power. The 2 professors continued to whisper disparagingly. "Even the genius Schlieffen only managed to scratch it," one said. "What's this kid gonna do?" "Who knows? Maybe he'll surprise us by slicing it in half." Headmaster Kravar Kratier heard those whispers clearly. He frowned, feeling a sense of discomfort. One shouldn't speak like that in front of a candidate, he thought to himself. Archmage Kravar Kratier's eyes turned sharp and cold. He was worried, fearing that those mocking remarks would discourage the young man. An invisible tension enveloped him. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted. What's happening? The sound of surging power filled the air as Ronin swung his sword, aiming directly at the dummy. Navarose, the silver-haired woman, sat up straight, her eyes fixed on Ronin. From behind, her long hair cascaded like a silver waterfall, reflecting the dazzling light from the arena. Ronin erupted, his eyes glowing with an eerie red-gold hue. Energy surged violently, a terrifying power bursting forth from his young body. How can he emit such energy? That power didn't stop at the sword strike. Ronin stomped his foot down, the ground beneath him cracking, creating a loud sound as if affirming his unyielding will. At that age, with a terrifying whoosh, Ronin's blade tore through the air, slicing through the sturdy, magical dummy as if it were mere paper, leaving a blazing red cut in midair. The rustling wind, Navarose's silver hair swayed gently, signaling a change in the air. The swordmaster's azure eyes widened, a look of astonishment clearly visible on her sharp face. The black-haired young man calmly sheathed his sword, the cold metallic sound echoing, concluding his performance. Ronin bowed, declaring, "My performance ends here. A single sword strike, but its destructive power." The two professors, one with blonde hair and one with silver hair, whispered, looking awkward. "Ha ha! I didn't expect him to only strike once. I really don't know how to evaluate this." The blonde-haired professor turned to Kravar Kratier. "What do you think, sir?" The headmaster only replied with a surprise, "Sir?" Cold sweat streamed down Kravar Kratier's face, the old man's eyes still reflecting horror. Grand Archmage Kravar Kratier was stunned, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. A power far exceeding all expectations. Suddenly, a thud echoed. Navarose stomped her foot on the table, startling the judges. "Miss Navarose," the blonde-haired professor exclaimed. Like an arrow, Navarose shot out of her seat, her eyes burning red with fire, aimed directly at Ronin. Ronin remained standing, his golden eyes flashing, facing the swordmaster's sudden fury. A terrifying slash tore through the wind. Navarose swung her sword, attacking the black-haired young man directly. "Good heavens, you scared me," Ronin replied nonchalantly, his eyes maintaining a terrifying calmness. Navarose stopped, her green eyes staring at him, questioning. "You learned that sword technique? Where?" Her words were like a sharp blade, containing suspicion and a hint of astonishment. Navarose's blade still hovered, but the tense atmosphere between the two signaled an unavoidable confrontation. Ronin maintained his composure, his golden eyes looking directly at his opponent. He uttered a teasing remark, as if he had just escaped a joke, then bluntly asked the identity of the one who had just attacked him. Navarose's gaze was as sharp as a knife, as she fiercely questioned the origin of Ronin's sword technique. Astonishment and indignation were clear on her face, as if he had just touched a taboo. In the arena, 3 figures stood facing each other. Ronin answered Navarose's question with a puzzled expression, but she paid no mind, deciding to rephrase the issue, her eyes still fixed on it. Navarose's blade was pressed against Ronin's neck, her eyes full of challenge. "Did you see what I just did?" she asked, and he replied with a nonchalant acknowledgement. In an instant, Navarose recreated the movement. Her terrifying speed-making time seemed to stop, in the blink of an eye, before others could even draw their swords. She had swung her sword 3 times. An extraordinary speed, a superior skill that few could match. Navarose raised her head, reaffirming the truth. 3 sword strikes. Precisely the 3 sword strikes that Ronin had arrogantly performed earlier, like an unspoken challenge. Ronin flinched, his eyes widening as he realized what she meant. Navarose's sharp image reflected on the blade, like a warning. Ronin immediately took a defensive stance, his red eyes flaring with vigilance. Navarose had seen through his technique, and she didn't hesitate to demonstrate her superiority. Navarose's blade cut through the wind, creating dazzling streaks of light as she attacked the dummy. "I see through your petty tricks," she declared, full of disdain. Ronin's eyes flared with anger. Navarose continued to expose him. He had deliberately slowed down his final sword strike, as if to ensure that everyone would not miss that moment. A blatant arrogance, a calculated display of skill. Navarose's words echoed, confirming her keen insight. He had wanted everyone to see, and she had seen. Headmaster Kravar Kratier sat there, his face calm but his words full of reproach. "How arrogant. Have you forgotten where you are?" The other professors flinched. A blonde-haired man with a goatee exclaimed in confusion, not understanding what he had missed in the recent performance. Ronin broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes tense. He hastily explained that it was just a misunderstanding, and that slowing down was to protect the sword from damage. Navarose stared at him, her eyes as sharp as knives. Ronin felt a chill down his spine, knowing his explanation was useless. The swordmaster's killing intent surged, freezing the air in the examination room. She was like a volcano, about to erupt. No matter what I say, she won't believe it. Ronin thought to himself as he watched Navarro slowly grip her sword hilt, her eyes still fixed on him. The sharp sound of a sword being drawn from its sheath pierced the silence. A gleaming blade appeared, signaling ill omen. Navarro drew her sword, her eyes blazing. "I will remember your face." Ronin flinched, not understanding what she meant. What was happening? "I will personally teach you a lesson," the swordmaster growled, her killing intent exploding. Ronin swallowed, realizing things were not as simple as he thought. Crevor Credier flinched, looking at Navarro's in astonishment. Did she just say she would personally teach him? Her words made him wonder. The silver-haired old man thought to himself. It seemed the swordmaster had implicitly accepted Ronin as her student, an unexpected turn of events, beyond everyone's predictions. Headmaster Crevor Credier cleared his throat, breaking the tense atmosphere. "Thank you for your performance, Ronin." The old man tried to maintain his composure. "We will conclude the examination with one final question," Crevor Credier said. "There's no right or wrong answer. Don't be nervous." The reassurance made Ronin relax slightly. The old man looked directly at Ronin, his tone more serious. "Tell us, Ronin, what have you come to Philion to learn?" The question echoed. Ronin looked up, his dark eyes concealing many thoughts and aspirations. His eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant golden hue, like a fire burning deep within his soul. It was the light of fierce determination. "A difficult question," he murmured, his mind drifting to a desolate battlefield where broken swords lay scattered and pain overflowed. "I want to learn how not to regret my mistakes," he said, past and present images intertwining, sharing a burning desire. Crevor Credier fell silent, looking at Ronin thoughtfully. The young man's answer had touched something deep within him. Crevor Credier pondered, then nodded. "I understand very well." His words contained acceptance and an indescribable sentiment. He advised Ronin one last time, his voice deep and warm. "Take care, Ronin." A message carrying many hidden meanings before the door closed. The interview room door slammed shut, leaving a thoughtful silence. The recent conversation had left an indelible impression on the judges. From behind, Navarro spoke, her tone sharp. "How not to regret one's mistakes." Her words were like a whisper, yet echoed like thunder. Crevor Credier sighed, admitting the difficulty. "Honestly, I'm not sure how I would teach that." Meanwhile, a blonde-haired professor chuckled, wondering, what the hell is going on? "What's wrong with Miss Navarro's and you, sir?" The blonde-haired professor continued to speculate, suggesting Ronin had used a trick. He must have done something to provoke such a strong reaction. Did he use some kind of trick? Crevor Credier mused, repeating, "A trick." Crevor Credier nodded slightly, as if finding the right words. Perhaps that's the correct word to describe it. The scene shifted to a training dummy, its body torn and heavily damaged. A metallic clang echoed. Crevor Credier continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. Considering his extraordinary talent, the two professors, one blonde-haired and one silver-haired, simultaneously gaped, their eyes wide with astonishment. "Huh?" The surprised exclamation echoed throughout the room. One of them couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "He just destroyed the enchanted dummy?" The entire room was plunged into utter shock. The training dummy, originally reinforced with magic, was now completely destroyed. Its head fell to the ground, creating a heavy thud. Ronin stood there, his back to the door, a solitary but resolute figure. Light from outside streamed in, enveloping the young man. He turned, his eyes looking up at the ceiling, muttering, "That truly was a formidable sword technique she used. A mix of admiration and caution." Ronin recalled the moment Navarro's acted, her terrifying speed and power. "I'm not even sure I could have stopped it in my previous life," he told himself. A harsh truth. A close-up of Navarro's fiery green eyes, her face full of anger and astonishment. "I thought I had seen it all," Ronin's whisper echoed. Ronin stood amidst a brilliant red glow, a new determination burning within him. "But I still have a long way to go." His path was still long, full of challenges. A confident smile bloomed on Ronin's lips, his eyes gleaming with pride. "I think I made the right decision coming to Philion, Grand Marshal." He felt something stirring, a strong premonition about the future. The black-haired young man maintained his mysterious smile, his gaze distant. "I will learn many things here." With each echoing step, Ronin told himself, "Now there's only the written exam left. I've been studying like crazy for the past month." His golden eyes shone brightly as he confidently declared, "With this, there's nothing to worry about." But the harsh reality was, Ronin sat huddled, his face contorted. "Well, this really isn't good at all." He buried his face, feeling his life screwed up once again. "I've messed everything up, just like everything else in my life." Two girls, one blonde-haired, one red-haired, stood behind, teasing. The blonde-haired girl wondered, Did he only study half of the exam material? Why? I told him to review everything in his bag, Azel hesitated to explain. Azel recounted. He took out one book to study first and put the bag aside, but he must have been too focused and completely forgot about the bag. Azel burst into tears, blaming herself. It's my fault. I should have asked him if he brought his bag. The blonde-haired girl gave a forced laugh. You two are truly a match made in heaven, you know. Looking down at the academy from above, the blonde-haired girl said, So, you've been sulking here since the exam finished? But the results are about to be announced. The blonde-haired girl pulled Ronin to his feet, her tone firm. Come on, that's enough. Get up, stop whining. Anyway, the practical exam is much more important. With your talent, I'm sure you'll be fine. Suddenly, a gigantic magic circle glowed brilliantly on the academy grounds, enveloped in an ethereal blue light. A brown-haired young man gasped, pointing forward, exclaiming in astonishment, Look, the results have been announced. A dazzling burst of light erupted, and a glowing stone tablet appeared in midair, bearing the list of chosen names. Azel and the blonde-haired girl looked up, Azel asking, Is that the list of successful candidates? The blonde-haired girl replied, Sooner than I thought. The stone tablet revealed the list, along with the brilliant scores of Azel from the magic department and Countess Maria Sen Caravel from the martial arts department. Both achieved high ranks, signaling a promising start. In the middle of the academy square, the two girls stood facing each other. Azel was still a little stunned, while Maria, with a serious expression, seemed to be trying to comprehend what was happening. A flicker of emotion crossed Maria's face. Her green eyes welled up, her cheeks flushed, as if she was about to burst with uncontrollable joy. And then, that restraint vanished. Maria rushed to embrace Azel, her smile as radiant as the Sunday. Amazing, she exclaimed, her delight spreading throughout the space. A joyful cheer echoed, deeply etched into their minds. We passed! The overwhelming joy dispelled all worries and doubts. Maria pointed towards the glowing stone tablet, her voice full of excitement. Azel, you topped the written exam. Azel was astonished, her purple eyes wide. Is that true? The tablet clearly displayed joint first place in the written exam. Maria thought to herself, perhaps two other people also achieved a perfect score like Azel. But still, you're the best. That's incredible, kiddo, Maria said, patting Azel's head, making her blush and mumble. I guess I just got lucky. Maria's radiant smile suddenly shifted. She turned to look for a familiar figure, asking, Hey Ronin, what rank are you? Amidst the bustling crowd, a solitary figure appeared. Ronin stood there silently, like a block of ice, his eyes empty. A chilling sensation enveloped him. A strained, terrifyingly distorted smile appeared on Ronin's face. His eyes darkened, filled with despair and an unnamed pain. His inner voice echoed, cold and decisive. My name isn't on the list, a harsh truth, crushing all hope. Maria and Azel were horrified. Are you serious, Ronin? Maria exclaimed. Azel stammered. No way. Neither of them could believe their ears. Unable to restrain herself, Maria grabbed Ronin's collar, pulling him up, her eyes blazing with anger. Don't joke around. Are you sure your name isn't on the list? No way. Ronin could only think to himself, I told you. Remember? I'm screwed. The sky suddenly ripped open, a fiery meteor hurtling down, bringing with it an omen of disaster. An earth-shattering explosion tore through the peace. The meteor collided, engulfing a part of the academy in a sea of fire and chaos. Everything collapsed in an instant. Amidst the rubble, Maria hastily pulled Ronin to his feet, her eyes wide with astonishment. Azel also looked up, her face bewildered. What the hell was happening? Ronin asked blankly, while Maria calmly explained. It was fireworks celebrating the end of the exam and also announcing the top student and runner-up for each class. In the sky, a magnificent giant fire phoenix blazed, bearing the name Phoenix of Glory and scorching the entire space with its heat. The phoenix fire swept across, drawing dazzling streaks of light, carrying destructive power, yet also a tragic beauty. Ronin was still bewildered when a brilliant fireball suddenly shot straight towards him, making him exclaim in surprise. A terrifying explosion echoed, the fireball colliding and creating a violent shockwave, engulfing everything in dazzling light. Amidst the brilliant sky, a large inscription appeared, announcing, Martial Arts Department runner-up. Ronin, first in practical, 5,712th in theory. Ronin, Maria, and Azel stood stunned, their eyes unable to believe what they had just seen. An unbelievable truth had been revealed. Maria and Azel burst with joy, rushing to embrace Ronin, cheering excitedly. He was squeezed tightly. His face contorted in surprise. The two girls cheered incessantly, astonished that Ronin, despite being only 5,712th in theory, could become the runner-up of the martial arts department. Maria patted his head, calling him a genius. Ronin gave a forced smile, replying half-jokingly, half-seriously, with a hint of smugness. But then, the smile on his lips suddenly faded. A flash of lightning struck his mind, and he realized something horrifying. He thought to himself, "If I'm first in practical, then that guy lost to me. With his temperament, he definitely won't be happy." A heavy footstep echoed. Ronin looked ahead in horror, a tall figure approaching. He had arrived, the one Ronin feared. Ronin cursed inwardly, knowing he was about to face an unavoidable battle. He would meet him. The dark blue-haired young man stood there, his cloak fluttering, his gaze sharp enough to pierce Ronin, a fated confrontation. The dark blue-haired young man, his eyes glowing like a spirit's, was none other than the renowned swordmaster Schlieffen, whom Ronin knew well from his previous life. In the middle of the vast school grounds, Schlieffen stood imposingly opposite Ronin, the atmosphere as tense as a taut string, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. The surrounding students whispered, astonished to recognize the brightest star of the Empire appearing here. Marya anxiously warned Ronin that Schlieffen wanted to talk to him, while Azel stood beside her, trembling in fear. Ronin gritted his teeth, his golden eyes flaring with annoyance. He cursed inwardly. This guy was truly troublesome, not having changed at all from his previous life. Schlieffen's gaze was sharp and cold, harboring arrogance. Ronin knew well that he couldn't accept anyone being better at swordsmanship than him. He's obsessed with winning, Ronin thought to himself, trying to find a way out of this awkward situation. Ronin forced a smile, denying he was the top student Schlieffen was looking for, trying to deflect. Schlieffen frowned, his cold blue eyes staring directly at Ronin, not accepting the denial. He questioned Ronin for lying, but Ronin insisted on denying it and told him to mind his own business. "Do you have proof?" Schlieffen asked, without another word. Schlieffen drew his sword, its blade emitting an ethereal blue light, ready for a fight. "You want proof? All right, I'll show you," Schlieffen roared, lunging forward at terrifying speed, creating dazzling streaks of light. Schlieffen's sword came down. Ronin hastily drew his own to parry the blow, the clash of metal echoing throughout the school grounds. A deafening clang rang out. Schlieffen's blade pressed down hard, forcing Ronin to exert all his strength to defend. Ronin's eyes widened, sweat pouring down, his golden eyes flaring with fear as he faced his opponent's terrifying power. Marya and Azel stood from afar, calling Ronin's name in horror, not expecting the confrontation to unfold so quickly and fiercely. Schlieffen, with a smug expression, declared he was right. He asserted that if Ronin wasn't the top student, he wouldn't have reacted in time to the previous blow. A provocative challenge, making the atmosphere even more tense. From afar, the crowd stirred. A brown-haired young man in a vest exclaimed in astonishment, "They're fighting!" The purple-haired girl beside him was also startled, while another person wore a knowing smile. The confrontation had attracted attention. Schlieffen's gaze was sharp and cold, filled with fighting spirit. He wanted Ronin to display his full abilities, to prove whether he had the strength to defeat him. A direct, uncompromising challenge. Ronin gritted his teeth, his golden eyes flaring with indignation. He was utterly fed up with these empty words. The young man's patience had reached its limit. "All right, if that's what you want," Ronin retorted, accepting the challenge. The two swords clashed fiercely, creating sparks that shot across the air, commencing a brutal battle. Ronin's eyes blazed with determination. "Then I'll show you," he growled, ready to unleash everything he had to face his equally matched opponent. Ronin spun around, swinging his sword to create a powerful surge of energy. His technique sliced through the wind, drawing a dazzling arc across the blue sky, heading straight for Schlieffen. Schlieffen reacted quickly. He spun to dodge the blow, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Ronin's sword energy swept past him, leaving a dazzling trail of light. Schlieffen's eyes widened in astonishment as he witnessed the speed and power in Ronin's attack. He hadn't expected his opponent to unleash such a formidable technique. A resounding clash echoed, signaling fierce combat. The two swords met once again, creating sparks that flew all around, shaking the space. Schlieffen used his sword to parry Ronin's powerful attack. The two blades clashed, creating a deafening sound and shockwaves that spread everywhere. Ronin looked at his opponent, his eyes full of provocation. "There, you bastard. Are you happy now?" He wanted to know if Schlieffen was satisfied with this display. Schlieffen maintained his stance, his eyes calmly observing Ronin. The sword in his hand still emitted a faint glow, ready for the next strikes. He admitted that Ronin's technique was very impressive, and understood why the young man had scored so highly in the exam. An unexpected compliment, but one that harbored another intention. But Schlieffen took a small step forward. Although he had acknowledged his opponent, he still had something to say, or rather, another technique he wanted to demonstrate. The two young men faced each other again, their eyes meeting in challenge. Their swords clashed once more, creating a resounding clang, signaling that the battle was not yet over. Ronin growled, his eyes blazing as he stared directly at his opponent. He declared that the other party still wasn't strong enough to defeat him. What else are you gonna pull? Ronin roared. But Schlieffen merely replied coldly, Show me everything you're hiding. Schlieffen's blue eyes blazed, his aura like a volcano about to erupt. He still didn't want to stop. I cannot accept this. A surge of power erupted from Schlieffen, sweeping everything away in his fury. Ronin was sent flying, his body staggering in midair. A faint groan escaped him as he tried to hold onto his sword. What the hell is wrong with this guy? Ronin thought to himself. Does he really want to kill me? No wonder I wanted to stay away from him. Schlieffen's sword light was dazzling, creating a vortex of deep blue energy. Ronin retreated, worried that if he used his aura, things would get very bad. Every sword strike from Swordmaster Schlieffen created a powerful vortex of wind, which people called Sword Cyclone. Surrounded by a deep blue aura, Schlieffen appeared like a war god. Ronin knew that if he faced that technique, he would hardly survive. In that case, Ronin suddenly turned his back and fled, while Schlieffen launched himself from above, delivering a fatal blow. Schlieffen roared in indignation. What the hell are you doing? You absolutely must not turn your back on an opponent in the middle of a fight. In that dangerous moment, a hand suddenly grabbed Azel's arm, pulling her towards him. Ronin held Marya and Azel tightly, using the two girls as human shields. Schlieffen was still charging, with no intention of stopping. Ronin? Marya exclaimed in horror. Why did you grab me? She couldn't believe his actions. Coward! Schlieffen roared, his eyes bloodshot with anger. You dare use a girl as a shield? Are you even worthy of being a knight? I'm a man, Marya panicked. But behind her, Ronin, with glowing red eyes and a demonic smile, whispered, You haven't changed at all, even in the face of death. Ronin, with his blazing red eyes and devilish smile, used Azel as a shield, striking a powerful blow at Schlieffen, mocking him for only caring about knightly spirit. A pained groan escaped Schlieffen as he gritted his teeth, enduring, his face filled with indignation and resilience. The blow sent Ronin tumbling down, dragging Azel and Marya with him. But immediately, Ronin signaled the two girls, his eyes still blazing. This is our chance. Azel, Marya, get out of here. His words were like an urgent command. Schlieffen was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise at his opponent's unexpected move. In an instant, Ronin and the two girls vanished from sight, soaring high. Schlieffen tried to give chase, but it was too late. From a distance, a panicked crowd of students and instructors rushed over, led by the bald man, loudly asking what was happening. The bald man, with a look of utter astonishment, mumbled that he heard there was a brawl. The crowd buzzed around Schlieffen, who was kneeling on one knee, his sword plunged into the ground. The bald man anxiously called his name. A barrage of questions poured toward Schlieffen. What happened? Are you all right? Who did this to you? Schlieffen calmly sheathed his sword, refusing the bald man's help, saying that he was not a nobleman, but merely a new student. He stood in the middle of the courtyard, his gaze resolute, declaring that there was no need to worry. This was just a fair fight. A surge of blue energy flashed around Schlieffen's hand as he placed it on his chest, whispering that he would handle everything himself. Schlieffen's blue eyes gleamed with iron determination, an unquenchable fire burning deep within. A close-up of his legendary high-grade mithril sword, now bearing a terrifying crack, proof of his opponent's strength. Schlieffen recalled Ronin attacking with blazing red eyes, realizing that his opponent was by no means an ordinary swordsman. Swordmaster Schlieffen couldn't believe his opponent's strength, as he had caused a crack in the mithril sword with just an ordinary blade. A smirk appeared on the swordmaster's lips, hinting at amusement and a touch of madness. Swordmaster Schlieffen's glowing blue eyes shone with defiance as he whispered Ronin's name, vowing never to forget the one who had surprised him. The next day, a clear blue sky stretched over Shimo Forest, a place near the capital, signaling a new beginning. A light step touched the ground, Ronin surveying his surroundings, his face pensive. Ronin and Azel ventured deeper into the forest, he holding a map to navigate, while the red-haired girl panted behind him. Azel nervously asked Ronin if they were safe, causing him to turn and look at her with confusion. The red-haired girl horrifyingly recounted yesterday's battle, revealing that Ronin's opponent was the heir to the powerful Grancia family. And even more terrifying, Ronin had broken his nose. Ronin reassured Azel, asserting that Schlieffen had fairly accepted defeat. He explained that Swordmaster Schlieffen was an exemplary nobleman, always upholding trust and principles. Schlieffen was a role model for those who wished to protect the weak, a perfect nobleman. Ronin believed that the Swordmaster had accepted the outcome of the match. Otherwise, both of them would have been shackled long ago. The image of Swordmaster Schlieffen standing alone in the courtyard facing the crowd appeared in Ronin's mind. Azel finally understood, her face relaxing slightly. Ronin pointed to the ground, where a shimmering stream of mana flowed, signaling that they had reached the mana vein Professor Barron had mentioned. The shimmering mana stream surged, leading the two to an ethereal lake. Ronin softly uttered, Lake Pinardo. This was the place they needed to find. In this world, mana constantly circulates, but sometimes it gathers at a single point, forming a special pool. That is the mana vein, a vibrant, colorful source of energy containing the boundless power of creation. The presence of a mana vein is enough to imbue everything around it with energy. Ordinary stones transform into precious mana stones. Weeds become miraculous, medicinal herbs. For that reason, mana veins are always renowned for their extraordinary power, transforming an entire region into a place brimming with vitality. A mana vein is worth a fortune, so everyone wants to monopolize it. Ronin thought the professor was truly generous to reveal this secret. Azel was still stunned. She couldn't believe the professor had told them about this mana vein just so they could bring the egg here. Ronin inquired, and the red-haired mage started. "Nowhere has ever been so saturated with mana," she exclaimed, feeling the distinct change. Mana surged around her hands, stronger than ever. Azel believed that here, she could cast much more advanced spells than usual. Ronin mentioned the egg in Azel's pouch. He had sensed something unusual about it. The egg was absorbing mana at an astonishing rate, emitting an ethereal purple light. A colossal amount of energy was accumulating within. It seemed this egg was perfectly suited to the abundant mana source here. Although Ronin still felt nothing, he trusted Azel's words. He wondered if Marya would like this mana-rich place. In Ronin's mind, Marya's image appeared, regretting not being able to explore this place with them. "I should have been there." Azel nodded slightly, then suddenly paused, as if something was bothering her. Azel turned to Ronin, her eyes full of doubt. "Ronin, do you notice anything strange?" He was momentarily surprised, asking back, "What do you mean?" Azel reminded Ronin of Professor Barron's words. This place was so saturated with mana that even rare species chose to nest here. Ronin was surprised, thinking to himself, so there should at least be normal animals, right? He and the girl were inverted in the frame, a sense of unease rising. But for some reason, I don't hear any animal sounds. Ronin took a deep breath, trying to sense. He blamed himself for letting his guard down. Ronin clutched his head in frustration. "Damn it! I thought there'd be more trouble. Why is everything always so complicated?" Azel anxiously asked, "What's wrong now?" Ronin looked towards the deep forest, his gaze resolute. "Hang in there, Azel." A horrifying sight appeared. A dead deer-like creature, covered in blood. Ronin's eyes blazed red. He growled, "I smell blood." Behind him, shadowy figures with red eyes flickered into view. Azel panicked. "Blood? What do you mean?" Ronin smirked, his eyes turning blazing yellow. "Someone got here before us." A chilling gust swept through the forest, Ronin mumbled. "Although I have a feeling." A glowing pinkish-purple arrow shot through the darkness. They weren't invited. A group of people wearing skull masks, carrying bows and arrows appeared in the forest. A piercing ping rang out, signaling imminent danger. Blazing red arrows tore through the air, heading straight for them. A blazing red arrow slashed across the sky, plummeting straight towards Ronin's head like a death sentence. In that life-or-death moment, his eyes flared red, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly, ready for battle. A resounding wake echoed. His sword blade sliced through the air, deflecting the deadly arrow aside. The ghostly arrows now lay scattered on the ground, their pinkish-purple light fading, leaving behind a clear blue sky. Ronin's blazing yellow eyes swept across the battlefield, gleaming with cold sharpness, full of vigilance. He bent down to look at the strange arrows. A familiar feeling rising. "I recognize these arrows." Memories flooded back. He mumbled, "They're the exact same arrows as last time." Ronin's mind rewound, returning to the old criminal barracks, where flickering flames illuminated familiar faces. The red-haired young man held a shimmering pinkish-purple arrow, boasting, "Do you guys know how powerful these arrows are?" He smiled brightly, proudly explaining, "These are special arrows, capable of piercing even the skulls of orcs." He continued to brag, "Pretty impressive, right, Captain?" Ignoring the exasperated sigh of the black-haired young man beside him. "You were caught poaching with this very thing," someone snapped. But he still insisted, "I'm telling you, this is a once-in-a-millennium bargain," the red-haired young man said seriously. "To use them, you have to be an elite member of the organization, having completed at least 100 poaching missions." The image of a fierce wolf with blazing red eyes appeared, as if declaring, "We are Carabolo's hounds." Ronin gritted his teeth, his blazing yellow eyes gleaming with hatred. Carabolo again. And this time, their hound. Looking at the arrows on the ground, he smirked. "Actually, things are turning out quite favorably." Ronin turned his back, ordering Azel to find cover. "Be careful, or you'll have more arrows stuck in you than a porcupine." Azel was surprised. "Huh?" Ronin thought to himself. It was time for him to handle things on his own. A burst of energy erupted from Ronin, engulfing the red-haired girl and pushing her away. He needed to take care of some things. Ronin's eyes glowed crimson, his killing intent flaring. He shot forward like an arrow, ready to face the enemy. The purple-haired leader and his masked comrades were astonished. That guy just blocked all the arrows with one sword strike? And they were imbued with mana? Ronin leaped, his figure gliding through the deep forest, leaving faint streaks of light behind him. He flew like the wind, his eyes burning crimson, a dazzling red light tearing through the night, striking fear into his enemies. Who the hell is he? The purple-haired leader frantically ordered, "Damn it! Spread out! Surround him!" Ronin smirked slightly. This guy's quick-witted too. Completely different from those amateurs I met in the forest last time. The masked soldiers simultaneously leaped, forming a pincer movement. Ronin thought to himself, this might be a minor nuisance. Then, Ronin suddenly stopped, creating a long skid mark. He shouted, "Don't shoot! Don't you recognize your allies?" The purple-haired leader froze, his expression puzzled. What? Allies? What the hell are you talking about? Ronin flashed a cunning smile. I guess you haven't heard about me. He raised his sword, his gaze sharp and cold. I am the youngest hound of the Damas chapter. My name is Hayut, he declared, his voice echoing through the forest. Amidst the masked encirclement, the black-haired young man stood firm. The purple-haired leader questioned, his voice full of doubt. Are you really a hound? Ronin smirked, responding defiantly. That's right. What? Don't believe me? The man growled, unable to believe a kid like Ronin was a hound. The black-haired young man sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. If you don't believe me, just ask your chapter's wolf. He didn't forget to give the man a sarcastic piece of advice. His golden eyes flashed with arrogance. Ronin continued to taunt. It's a shame to think something is impossible for others. Just because it's impossible for you, my wild dog brother. His words were like a knife, stabbing directly at the opponent's pride. Honestly, you look pathetic. The purple-haired man suddenly exploded, veins bulging on his face, his bloodshot eyes blazing with fury. This insult had crossed the line. A hand gripped Ronin's collar tightly. You brat! How dare you insult me? The man roared, full of rage. A sharp blade was pressed against his throat, but Ronin remained calm, his smirk unwavering. I should carve you up right here. The purple-haired man snarled threateningly. Oh, so you have a temper after all, Ronin replied casually, his tone still provocative. People like you usually don't come to a good end. Another masked figure quickly intervened, placing a hand on the purple-haired man's shoulder. Calm down. I know he looks young, but think carefully. He pointed out an undeniable truth. How could he know so much about? A hierarchical diagram appeared, clearly illustrating the ranks. The hierarchy and chapters of Carabolo? The masked figure continued to reason, his suspicious gaze now cautious. Ronin maintained his mysterious smile. Let's ask the captain about him first. The masked figure suggested, his voice full of worry. If this kid is telling the truth, messing with him could bring trouble to the Damas chapter later. A rustling sound echoed. I only asked you to stay quiet and stand guard. A deep voice resonated, signaling the arrival of a new character. The crowd suddenly stirred. Another group of masked figures appeared, led by a bald man. What's all the commotion about? He asked, his sharp gaze sweeping over them. Captain! A shout rang out, confirming the identity of the newcomer. The bald man, his face full of indignation, stood tall, exuding a terrifying aura. The chapter title appeared, signaling an unavoidable confrontation. Vium, Wolf of the Demire chapter. Deep in the forest, the purple-haired young man cheerfully greeted Ronin. But Ronin coldly pushed him aside. A whole group of skull-masked figures surrounded Ronin. While the purple-haired man was still babbling about his declaration, a masked member exclaimed anxiously, The wolf has arrived. As the bald captain appeared, the atmosphere becoming tense. Ronin gave a mysterious smirk, thinking to himself, So, everyone's gathered now, huh? The bald captain questioned Ronin. Hey kid, you're a Hayut of the Damas chapter, aren't you? Ronin replied, his tone still calm. The old captain frowned, asking why he was there, emphasizing that this mine belonged to the Demire chapter by agreement. Ronin burst into hearty laughter, his expression carefree to the point of being incomprehensible, saying he knew nothing about it. His smile remained, but his eyes had darkened. Because I am not a Hayut, he declared, startling the old captain. What? The astonished word had barely left his lips when a brilliant red light tore through the air, signaling the storm's arrival. Ronin struck in a flash, his sword moving like lightning, dyeing the entire forest red with fresh blood. The masked figures fell in horror, blood splattering, their masks shattering, revealing eyes filled with extreme fear. I just told you the name of the bastard I hate more than anyone else in this world, his voice echoed coldly. The old captain and the purple-haired man stood stunned, their eyes filled with panic at the horrific scene that had just unfolded. Ronin still wore a devilish smile, swinging his sword down at the old captain, thinking to himself, that name suits a despicable poacher perfectly. A horrifying scream tore through the night. The bald captain collapsed, fresh blood gushing out, marking a brutal end. Ronin swung his sword, the steel blade cutting through the air, finishing off the bald captain in a flash. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing an entire area red, signaling a tragic end. The old captain fell, his body no longer intact. Ronin still stood there, his eyes glowing crimson like a demon, coldly looking down. The purple-haired man stood behind him, his eyes filled with horror. The purple-haired man trembled, the knife in his hand falling, unable to believe the sight before him. "Captain, Captain!" His choked cry tore through the deadly silence. Ronin turned around, a sinister smirk on his face. He raised his sword, his gaze locked on the purple-haired man, and casually asked, "Hey, remember what I said?" His cold words echoed. "I told you, people like you never come to a good end." Ronin's sword swung up, without hesitation, striking directly at the purple-haired man's knife-wielding hand. Blood splattered. A desperate scream tore through the air as the purple-haired man's hand was severed from his arm. Fresh blood gushed, extreme pain evident on his distorted face. The purple-haired man collapsed, clutching his severed arm, in extreme agony. A parchment scroll lay discarded on the ground. Ronin coldly tossed the scroll towards the man. "Hey, if you want to live, sober up and take this," he commanded. Ronin pointed the tip of his sword at the scroll, his voice full of menace. "Write down the locations of all the chapters you know, right now, on the back of that paper." The purple-haired man was horrified. "What?" Ronin's sword flashed, like a warning. Should I take that as a refusal? His voice was icy cold. Ronin's eyes turned crimson, a devilish smile gracing his lips. "If so, your life is of no use to me," he declared, radiating killing intent. The purple-haired man was utterly terrified, turning his back, a shrill scream echoing. The proximity of death made him tremble. Ronin's eyes turned golden. He looked at the pleading purple-haired man. "No, sir. I'll do anything you want, but I don't have anything to draw a map with." Ronin replied, "What are you talking about?" "I just gave you a tool to write with." The purple-haired man was utterly horrified, blood still oozing from his wound. "Your hand," Ronin's voice rang out, chilling to the bone. The sky was clear blue, sunlight piercing through the foliage, creating a peaceful green forest scene. This tranquility was in stark contrast to the nightmare that had just unfolded. Ronin thoughtfully looked at the map, nodding in appreciation of the purple-haired man's meticulousness. He offered praise, but his eyes remained cold. "Not bad. You tried to draw the map as detailed as possible. You're quite talented." The purple-haired man trembled, blood still oozing from his hand wound. He bowed his head, hastily asking if the promise of sparing his life was still valid, his voice full of pleading. "Thank you. So you'll spare my life as promised, right?" A whistling sound cut through the air. Ronin's sharp blade flashed out of its sheath, quick as lightning, aimed directly at the pleading man. A red flash appeared, tearing through the air. The purple-haired man's eyes widened, his face contorted with extreme terror as the blade of death rushed towards him. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the ground red. The purple-haired man was split in two, his body collapsing, leaving only Ronin's cold silhouette standing there. Ronin's eyes turned a brilliant, terrifying golden, cold to the bone. He stood amidst the pool of blood, his face emotionless like a god of death. "Of course not." His voice rang out, decisive and cruel, shattering any last hope of the fallen man. Azel trembled, leaning against a tree trunk, her purple eyes panicked. Ronin turned his back, coldly reminding her that she had been warned. "I told you to prepare yourself." The young woman was still in shock, her face clearly showing worry. "But I didn't expect it to be like this." Her words came out, weak and full of fear. A horrifying sight appeared. Countless animal carcasses piled up, blood staining the ground red, a foul stench assaulting the nose. All of this? Azel trembled, looking at the pile of corpses, unable to believe her eyes. Was it really caused by Carabolo? She murmured, her voice faltering. Ronin stood coldly amidst the pile of corpses, his gaze resolute. "As I said before, letting those bastards survive is the real crime." Azel still hesitated slightly, but Ronin cut her off. "Don't worry. They're all wanted criminals. No one cares if they die." Ronin's eyes suddenly flickered with another thought, as if he was thinking of something distant. On the other hand, he wondered, if Professor Barron saw this scene, what would he think? Images of the lion professor and the bird Marpies appeared in his mind. Ronin bowed his head, his face pensive. He would probably be heartbroken, he murmured, a strange contrast between his cruelty and hidden emotions. Amidst the devastated forest, a small pouch on Ronin's hip suddenly vibrated, as if something was stirring inside. He flinched, eyes wide with surprise, as the pouch continued to shake violently, creating a strange rustling sound. "What's going on?" he exclaimed. Ronin reached out to check, while Azel, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder, "Ronin?" The red-haired girl trembled, pointing at the pouch, her face filled with fear. "What is that?" Ronin took out a glowing, purple egg-shaped object. Azel, still astonished, asked, "What is that?" he replied. What did you say?" Suddenly, Ronin's eyes flashed a brilliant gold, and a sense of unease washed over him. At the same time, drops of fresh red blood from the dead beasts began to float, eerily rising into the air. The blood continued to gush, merging to form a brilliant red vortex, swirling upwards from the ground. Ronin and Azel stood stunned, witnessing the horrifying sight as the blood stream continuously rose. The thick blood swirled, creating a chilling sound like a monster awakening. The pressure from the massive blood mass intensified, and the surrounding air became heavy and suffocating. Before their eyes, a colossal pillar of blood rose to the sky, swirling violently like a crimson vortex. Azel screamed in panic, clinging tightly to Ronin, who quickly drew his sword, his face tense. "Damn it! What the hell is this?" Ronin growled, his eyes filled with fury and vigilance. The egg-shaped object in his hand also vibrated violently, its purple light flickering continuously. Ronin gripped the glowing object tightly, his gaze resolute, preparing to face the impending danger. Light erupted from the egg-shaped object, a swirling vortex of purple-red energy surging, engulfing the surrounding blood drops. A terrifying power was awakening, making time seem to stand still. The fresh blood was drawn into the energy vortex, as if the egg-shaped object was devouring life. "Is the egg absorbing the blood?" An astonished voice echoed. The entire forest was bathed in a brilliant purple-red light. Ronin and Azel had to shield their eyes from this earth-shattering surge of energy. What was hidden inside that object? Azel clung desperately to Ronin, her voice trembling. "Ronin! What's happening?" The young man could only reply, his eyes bewildered. "Don't ask me! I don't know!" Suddenly, Ronin smirked meaningfully, his golden eyes flashing. "Actually, come to think of it," he muttered, a cryptic smile forming on his lips. He stared directly at the glowing object, his gaze firm. "Whatever's inside that egg," his words carried an unpredictable premonition. "It's definitely not a normal creature." His voice rang out decisively, confirming a terrifying truth. The last of the blood finally dissolved, completely absorbed into nothingness. A strange sound echoed, signaling a new phase. The deep purple egg-shaped object now floated in mid-air, emitting a soft glow. Everything became eerily silent. Azel hesitantly asked, "Is it over?" Ronin looked around at the corpses and softly replied, "I suppose so. But I don't see any difference with the egg." She was still wondering when a small crack sound echoed. The small crack suddenly spread, like a spider web covering the entire surface of the object. A shattering sound rang out, signaling the fated moment. "The egg just cracked?" Azel exclaimed in astonishment. Ronin smiled brightly, his eyes full of excitement. "I think it's hatching." "That's right," Ronin burst out laughing, clenching his fist. "I'm finally going to see what that creature looks like. Let's see what's so special about this damn dream bird." He laughed loudly, his golden eyes shining with eagerness mixed with ambition. A sudden cold gust of wind blew past. Suddenly, a sharp object shot out, striking him directly in the eye. "Ah!" Ronin cried out in pain, falling to the ground. Azel behind him was utterly horrified. Ronin clutched his face in pain, his golden eyes staring in horror at the wound on his nose, unable to believe what had just happened. Suddenly, a pair of ethereal black feathered wings, shimmering like the Milky Way, appeared, gently flapping in the air. And then, a small creature, with glowing red eyes and a bird-dragon body, hovered before him. "This island? A dream bird?" Ronin exclaimed. The creature let out a piercing cry. Ronin suddenly realized that this thing was completely unlike any bird he had ever seen. Azel also stared at the strange creature in astonishment, a bold thought suddenly appearing in her mind. "It looks more like a dragon." Ronin turned to Azel and asked, "You think so too?" Azel nodded. "Yes. Dragons in books usually look like this." Ronin wondered in confusion. Where did that small bird absorb mana to give birth to such a strange, dragon-like creature? He gently reached out to stroke the creature's head, finding it quite adorable. The creature chirped softly, enjoying the gentle touch. But then Ronin suddenly became angry, scolding loudly, "But that's no way to greet someone! You can't just punch me in the face!" Just then, a magic circle in the shape of a deer's head glowed brightly on the creature's body, radiating mysterious energy. A burst of blue-purple light erupted, enveloping Ronin, leaving him stunned. He touched his face. The wound was completely healed. Azel exclaimed in surprise, "Amazing! It must know healing magic!" Azel happily thought to herself, "This creature is so cute, and it seems to really like Ronin." The small creature nuzzled Ronin's cheek, chirping softly. He smiled. "Well, it's more talented than I thought." Azel suggested Ronin name the creature, as they couldn't keep calling it Dreambird forever. Ronin mused, then agreed. The small creature tilted its head, its red eyes looking at Ronin, as if waiting for a new name. What would be a good name? He wondered. The tiny creature let out a resounding cry, its red eyes seeming to pierce through the night. Suddenly, it shot into the air, soaring like an arrow tearing through the sky, leaving Ronin and Azel stunned on the ground. "Where's it going?" Azel exclaimed. Ronin smiled mysteriously. It must have sensed something. At the same time, a young man was running frantically through the forest, his footsteps heavy and hurried. He dashed wildly, a desperate scream tearing through the silent expanse of the forest. This was Valus, Demeyer's messenger, who was in a state of extreme panic. Valus's face contorted with fear, and he yelled, "What the hell happened?" Memories flooded back. When Valus returned from his mission, he was horrified to find his comrades lying dead everywhere. And then, he remembered that swirling purple blood cloud, a terrifying sight that had just occurred. What in the world is happening? Valus screamed in despair, continuing to flee. He kept running headlong, unaware that the small creature had appeared right behind him, hovering in midair. A tree root suddenly jutted out, causing Valus to trip and lose his balance. He fell face first to the ground, a cry of pain escaping his throat. The small creature landed near Valus, letting out a chilling cry, its red eyes staring intently at its prey. A brilliant purple light erupted as the creature lunged at Valus, drawing fresh red blood from his body. Valus was utterly terrified, blood gushing out. "My blood! What is this? Help me!" Valus struggled to escape, his heavy footsteps leaving imprints on the ground. He couldn't believe what had just happened, but a voice commanded stop, and the deep purple spirit beast suddenly ceased, blood still clinging to the corner of its mouth. Ronin appeared, his eyes sharp, ordering the spirit beast, "That's enough, Sita. Otherwise you'll kill him." Azel stood beside him, her face worried. The spirit beast, now named Sita, let out a bewildered cry, as if not understanding the command. Azel asked Ronin in surprise, "Sita? Is that its name?" Ronin smiled, his eyes full of meaning. "That's right, I just thought of it. What do you think? Do you like it?" he asked, while Valus below trembled in fear. Valus realized in shock. "Wait, that kid. He's the one I just saw. Is he the master of that monster?" An angry growl echoed in Valus's mind, but Ronin quickly cut him off. "Hey!" Ronin looked down at Valus, his golden eyes glowing with authority. "Are you all right, Valus?" Valus flinched, stammering in reply. "What? Yes." He was still in shock. He knelt down, profusely thanking him. "You saved me. Thank you very much." But then, a question suddenly flashed in the messenger's mind, leaving him stunned. "Wait, how do you know my name?" Valus asked, his voice trembling as a sharp glint of a sword flashed. Ronin's sword was already at Valus's throat, the cold metal reflecting death. Ronin replied coldly, his eyes devoid of emotion. "Don't concern yourself with that." The coldness from the blade and Ronin's gaze made Valus shiver, extreme fear engulfing him. In the deep forest, a red-haired young man suddenly appeared, a sly smile on his face as he confronted Valus, asking about his poaching activities. Valus turned pale, trembling as he called the red-haired man Carabolo's hound, his eyes filled with fear and astonishment. The red-haired man flinched, his sly expression turning to anger, unable to believe Valus's words. Meanwhile, Ronin coldly watched Valus kneeling, Sita perched on his shoulder. Ronin smirked, declaring it a good time for Valus to undertake a mission. He continued, his tone full of hidden meaning, as if wanting to clarify something. Ronin gave a mysterious smile, his eyes glinting with danger, and the words he uttered were not a request, but an undeniable command. The scene shifted to a magnificent, majestic city standing tall under an ethereal light, signaling a new journey. Ronin watched with satisfaction as gold coins fell into his hands, his eyes gleaming with contentment. He smiled broadly, saying the money far exceeded expectations. Azel beside him was also overjoyed, unable to believe the amount they had earned. Azel was still confused, recalling Ronin's words about the spring water in the mana vein being as precious as gold and their act of bringing it with them. She was surprised, not expecting Maria's father to be willing to buy it at such a high price, while an old brown-haired man stared at the water bottle in astonishment. Ronin asserted that thanks to this mana vein, they would no longer worry about money. Azel nodded, saying they owed Professor Baron a favor. Ronin intended to visit Professor Baron to show off Sita, but unfortunately, he wasn't there. A currently on a business trip sign hung loosely on the door. Nevertheless, Ronin still had the map that Hound Valus had drawn for him, proof of the messenger's subservience. Back in the forest, the red-haired man was still haunted by the mission he had given Valus, his face filled with worry and contemplation. He calculated that this scholarship and tuition waiver would certainly be more than enough to thank the professor who had helped them. Ronin recalled the terrifying scene when he threatened Valus to the point where the red-haired messenger trembled and begged, ensuring he wouldn't dare to harbor any shady intentions. Azel appeared, wondering what Ronin would do with such a large sum of money. As being the top student, he received a tuition waiver and a stipend, so he didn't have to worry about living expenses. The black-haired young man pondered, Sita gently nudging his ear, while he thought about what he could do. Looking down from above, Ronin and Azel were walking, and he suddenly remembered that the opening ceremony was approaching. A few days later, the sky was clear blue, and brilliant golden sunlight shone down on the carriage station in the center of Valen. The bustling capital of Valen appeared with its ancient buildings, busy carriages, and constant flow of people. A young man in a smart white uniform opened the carriage door, respectfully announcing, "The young lady has arrived." The bright orange eyes of a white-haired young woman widened in surprise, and she thought to herself, "Is this really the capital of Valen?" The white-haired girl beamed, clutching her head in excitement, exclaiming, "I can't believe it!" Ronin stood there, confident. Sita perched on his shoulder, smiling as he said, "Thank you for coming." The white-haired young woman happily called his name, her face full of joy at reuniting with her younger brother. She asked if he was all right, but Ronin replied, "I should be asking you that." The white-haired girl was surprised to see the luxurious carriage in front of the house, asking him where he got the money to rent it. She worriedly touched his face, questioning,
You look so much thinner. Are you eating enough?
Sita curiously peered from Ronin's shoulder, looking at the white-haired girl, making her exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" The silver-haired girl's eyes widened, exclaiming with delight upon seeing Sita, "Oh my goodness, who is this little one? So cute." Sita let out a soft chirp, while Ronin smiled and explained, "Ah, this is Sita. It's a long story, but basically, she's accompanying me." The black-haired young man suddenly changed the subject, urging, "Anyway, we should go. There isn't much time left." The girl asked in surprise, "Go where?" He looked down at his hands, thoughtfully speaking about the upcoming schedule. "Once school starts, I'll be busy for a long time." A mysterious smile appeared on his lips. "That's why I want to take this opportunity to do something I've always wanted to." The morning sun shone down on a luxurious store, where sparkling glass windows reflected the blue sky. Ariel froze, her orange eyes wide with astonishment, softly calling his name in shock. Ronin?" In a splendid store, he sat leisurely on a sofa, Sita perched on his shoulder. Ariel continued, her voice full of worry. "I know you just earned a lot of money, and you also received a scholarship from the academy." She hesitated, looking down at her soft silk dress, her words still unfinished. But amidst the sparkling gifts, Ariel felt overwhelmed, exclaiming, "Isn't this gift a bit too extravagant?" He turned to the manager, asking about shipping. The old man happily replied, and he continued, "And besides," Ariel stood amidst a mountain of gifts, crying out, "These things are too much for me." He merely shrugged. "What's the big deal? You've worked hard your whole life." His eyes shone with determination, filled with deep affection. "It's time I did something for you." She was stunned, covering her mouth with her hand, her eyes welling up. A soft "oh" escaped, laden with emotion. Tears streamed down her cheeks, and she choked out, "My little brother, you've really grown up." Ariel rushed to hug him tightly, gleefully shouting, "Everyone look! My brother is so sweet." He blushed, quickly stopping her. "Stop it, Ariel!" The blonde waitress and the store manager observed Ronin and Ariel. "They seem really close," she remarked, while the manager merely nodded subtly, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Ronin, his face flushed, tried to escape his sister's display of affection. "Enough! Let's go!" he yelled, while Ariel remained cheerful as if nothing had happened. "Where to next?" Ariel asked. Ronin replied, "To the nearby blacksmith. My sword is chipped." Sita perched on his shoulder, her red eyes looking around. The door creaked open. A dark blue-haired young man appeared, asking directly, "Finally done shopping?" Ronin turned his head in surprise. The dark blue-haired young man called his name, Ronin. His voice was steady, his gaze sharp. Ronin froze, unable to react. "Ah!" Ronin screamed in fright, and Sita also chirped, startled by the uninvited guest's sudden appearance. "What the hell are you doing here? You stalker!" Ronin fumed. Ariel, bumped by him, cried out. The dark blue-haired young man replied, "I came to get a new sword. Thanks to you, my old one is broken." The dark blue-haired young man's azure eyes flashed. He continued, "I happened to see you, so I decided to wait." A subtly implied explanation. Ronin narrowed his eyes, his golden eyes blazing. "So you're the stalker, and you say I broke your sword?" He gritted his teeth, his face full of challenge. "Do you see what you did to my sword?" Ronin roared, drawing his sword. The blade gleamed, but the chip was still clearly visible. Sita also flinched. "Or maybe this time I'll really break your sword," Ronin growled. The dark blue-haired young man calmly replied, "Good idea. I'm also looking forward to a rematch." "No, Ronin!" Ariel suddenly appeared, hugging him tightly. "I told you to behave properly!" she yelled, surprising the dark blue-haired young man. "But sis, he started it," Ronin tried to explain. Ariel pointed her finger. "Hey, what did I just say?" The dark blue-haired young man was confused. Who is that? His sister? Ariel smiled gently, lightly pinching Ronin's forehead. I apologize for that. My brother can be a bit rude sometimes, but he has a kind heart. Amidst the fluttering petals, a name echoed, Schlieffen, heir to the noble Grancia family, and the Empire's star. Schlieffen's deep blue eyes flashed, containing pride and a promise for future confrontations, a whisper from the future, revealing a fated moment he would forever remember. Amidst the sparkling petals, a silver-haired young woman appeared, her radiant amber eyes asking, "Are you all right?" The young man Ronin froze, his face flushed, his heart seemingly stopping at the unexpected beauty. Amidst the ethereal space, an inner voice echoed, "I have seen a goddess." But the poetic moment vanished. Ariel hastily bowed in apology. "This is my fault. I didn't raise my brother better," Ronin angrily protested. "It's not your fault." "I brought it upon myself," Schlieffen, his face flushed, hastily explained. "Not at all. I was the one who caused this." "You did nothing wrong." Ariel smiled radiantly. "I will take full responsibility for this incident," she happily added. "How kind of you." Ariel clasped Schlieffen's hand, relieved. "I'm so glad Ronin got to know someone as noble as you." Ronin stood there, eyes wide, his heart pounding. Ariel smiled and asked Schlieffen to take care of her brother. Schlieffen stammered his agreement, while Ronin watched the scene from afar with astonished eyes. Ronin froze, his amber eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. "Huh?" Schlieffen flustered, trying to explain. "First, I want to compensate you for your sword, but I don't have cash right now." He offered a gleaming gold coin. "In that case, please accept this. This is my family's identification token." Ariel gasped in surprise, taking the coin. Ronin and Sita on his shoulder also gaped. "What's going on?" Schlieffen continued. "If you're planning to buy a sword," Ronin was still confused, not understanding the value of this item. Schlieffen suggested an ancient blacksmith shop, over 500 years old, at the end of Blacksmith Street, where only an identification token was needed for entry. Schlieffen said worriedly, I hope you find a good sword." Ronin and Ariel stood behind, watching him leave. Ronin was stunned, staring blankly into space, and little Sita perched on his shoulder was no less bewildered. Ariel cherished the identification card, her eyes shining brightly. She couldn't believe its value could buy an entire village. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Schlieffen had hastily fled, his retreating figure disappearing behind the light-filled door. Ariel was still bewildered, wondering if that was the Swordmaster Schlieffen she knew. The next day, the clear blue sky and fluffy white clouds heralded a new beginning. It was the day of Vidian Academy's opening ceremony, with hundreds of students gathered in a bustling crowd. Principal Cravar Cretier stood on the podium, his long silver hair flowing, as he welcomed the students of batch 787. Cravar Cretier, the principal of Vidian Academy, offered a gentle smile, officially introducing himself. In the crowd, Ronin, Ariel, and Azel listened intently. Principal Cravar emphasized that everyone present had met the stringent requirements and proven their potential. Swordmaster Schlieffen stood among the ranks of students, his expression solemn, listening to Principal Cravar's words about combining exceptional talents. Other professors, including Swordmaster Navarros and Professor Baron Panacere, also sat formally in the seats of honor, listening to Principal Cravar's words about Vidian's superior education. Principal Cravar Cretier beamed, believing that the students would be remembered in the Empire's history. He congratulated everyone on being accepted into the Academy and declared them Batch 787, a promising new generation. Ronin stood amidst the crowd, letting out a long yawn, wondering if this ceremony would last all day. Ariel stood beside him, her eyes teary, emotionally wiping away tears, while Ronin thought she was enjoying the ceremony. Principal Cravar Cretier raised his hand, preparing to continue his speech, his eyes filled with enthusiasm. A decisive snap echoed, as if Principal Cravar Cretier was concluding his speech. Immediately, a surge of purple energy erupted, engulfing the panicked student crowd, and a young girl had to cover her face in astonishment. Amidst the chaos, Ronin stood stunned, his eyes wide open, and little Sita, perched on his shoulder, also looked up. Azel cried out in horror, "Our Ronin!" as cracks began to spread across the sky as if a giant pane of glass was shattering. The student crowd below was also bewildered. A light brown-haired boy pointed up, exclaiming, "Huh? Look!" The entire sky shattered, sparkling fragments falling, revealing a pitch-black void with brilliant purple light emanating from its center. A brown-haired boy screamed in terror, "The sky is breaking!" The sky curtain completely shattered, opening up a star-filled void, where brilliant purple light continued to emanate. A dazzling beam of light shot through, pulling everything into a spatial vortex. A black-haired boy looked up in astonishment as the surrounding scenery changed rapidly. Ronin and the other students looked up, amazed by the new sight, as the principal's voice echoed, "It's a pleasure to meet all the new students." Everyone murmured, wondering, "What's going on?" Ronin and Azel were still in shock. She wondered, did he just teleport this entire place somewhere? With just a wave of his hand? Principal Cravarcratier's voice resonated again, full of majesty. Now, everyone, this is the climax of Philion's opening ceremony. The Grand Mage smiled mysteriously, declaring, "We will now begin the meeting between old and new students." 2 student silhouettes shook hands, symbolizing the opportunity. This is a chance for the new students and current second-year students to meet for the first time. This event is unique to Philion Academy, a ritual known for its extreme ferocity. 2 hands clasped tightly, an unspoken vow exchanged, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. The reason for such ferocity? Simple. The first-year valedictorian and salutatorian, the Academy's new stars, will be the center of all attention. They will choose 2 of the 4 most outstanding second-year students, each with a distinct fighting style, a calculated selection where strategy takes precedence. Schlieffen's sharp gaze met Ronin's resolute expression. At the same time, the 4 second-year students were also ready, awaiting their fated pairings to face the challenge. And then, they will be paired up to participate in fierce duels, an uncompromising battle where glory and defeat are separated by a hair's breadth. Principal Cravarcratier, with a mysterious smile, explained the event's importance. Its meaning, he said, is tied to Philion's educational philosophy. We believe that students learn not only from teachers, but also from their peers. The process of self-correction and competition with each other is where true education begins, the principal emphasized, his gaze sweeping across the auditorium. The silver-haired girl Ariel listened, her face full of surprise. One could say, the principal's voice echoed, "This is the beginning." The battle between the most outstanding students will open their academic journey at Philion. Of course, first-year students have the freedom to choose their opponents, and if they wish, they can also refuse to participate in this event, Cravarcratia declared, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Therefore, first-year representatives, do not feel pressured. You are completely free to do as you please. The words were gentle, but contained an invisible pressure. Ronin stood there, Sita perched on his shoulder, listening. He thought to himself, behind those flowery words, he just means this is a way to temper the new recruits. This is Nazdo, the second-year valedictorian of the martial arts department. The blonde-haired young man with sharp eyes and a radiant aura is ready for any challenge. And this is Brahm, the second-year salutatorian with a radiant, confident smile. Around them, students buzzed. Are those 2 really the famous new recruits we've heard about? Karun, the 4th-ranked student, stood next to Irina, the 3rd-ranked student. Both are bright talents of the martial arts department, their eyes resolute, ready for battle. Schlieffen, the Empire's greatest genius, and Ronin, the rising star who defeated him in the practical exam. These 2 names have now become legend. A muscular student roared excitedly. I can't wait any longer. Come on, I want to fight one of you. Ronin looked at him thinking, here's a tough one. Countess Marya Sen, with a surprised expression, secretly vowed to show her sister that no one could underestimate her. Ronin, deep in thought, also calculated another move to prove himself, perhaps through making friends. Principal Cravarcratier announced, "First-year representatives, choose your training opponents." Ronin's eyes flashed brightly. A bold idea had just formed. He raised his hand, addressing Principal Cravarcratier. "Sir, I have a proposal," the principal replied. "What is your proposal, Ronin?" Ronin stood straight, asking again with a challenging tone. "Are we truly free to choose anyone we want?" Principal Cravarcratier was startled when Ronin declared, "If so, I want to challenge all of my esteemed seniors." The seniors, including Schlieffen, Nazdo, Brahm, Karun, and Irina, all showed clear anger and astonishment at that audacious challenge. Ronin gave a confident smile, raised his thumb, and affirmed, Let me clarify. I mean, all of them at once." The entire vast arena appeared, with only 2 groups of people standing opposite each other on the empty ground. The professors and Principal Cravarcratier conferred, their faces full of bewilderment at the unprecedented situation. Principal Cravarcratier turned to Swordmaster Navarose, asking for her opinion. "Miss Navarose, what do you think of Ronin's proposal?" Navarose, with sharp eyes, decisively replied, "I agree. Philion's highest principle is that students should have maximum freedom according to their abilities." She continued, her tone firm, "Therefore, no matter who wins, I believe this will be a meaningful match for many." Principal Cravarcratier sternly declared, "If there is any sign of danger, I will intervene and stop the match immediately." The old Grand Mage pondered for a moment, then made his final decision. "Very well, if that's the case." The declaration echoed throughout the arena. "We will proceed with the match." Ronin bravely faced the group of seniors, ready for battle. The 5 seniors stood tall, their eyes burning, as if to incinerate Ronin. Schlieffen led, his face cold, while Brahm, Karun, Irina, and Nazdo all exuded a fierce aura. Karun, gripping his spear tightly, indignantly exclaimed, "How ridiculous! What does that kid take us for? Does he think he's hot stuff just because he's the valedictorian?" Irina, standing next to him, was also visibly annoyed. Nazdo, with his striking blonde hair, tried to calm his teammates. "Easy, everyone. Even if he's arrogant, don't forget he defeated Schlieffen." Schlieffen, heir to the Grancia family, stood there with his arms crossed, his eyes sharp. "We shouldn't underestimate him. Let's go all out from the start." His warning carried significant weight. A hand gripped a weapon hilt tightly, and a magical light flashed. A decisive voice echoed. "Understood?" Brahm and Irina, with fiery eyes, drew their weapons. Brahm held a large hammer, Irina a dagger, ready for a life-or-death battle. Their aura flared intensely. Karun was no less formidable, gripping his long spear firmly, his purple eyes burning. The entire group of seniors was ready, determined to teach Ronin a lesson he wouldn't forget. In the spectator area, Ariel covered her face in horror, her orange eyes wide. "Oh my God, I have a bad feeling about this." She was extremely worried for Ronin. From above, Ariel cried out, her voice echoing throughout the arena. "Ronin, be careful. If you feel in danger, surrender immediately, okay?" Ronin looked up at her, his expression calm. Ronin merely smiled faintly, a confident and nonchalant smile. He seemed unfazed by Ariel's warning, or his opponent's aggression. Ariel still couldn't hide her worry, her hands trembling as she held her cheeks. She knew Ronin was strong, but this time his opponents were no pushovers. From the perspective of the silver-haired lecturer Naviros, the arena appeared. Ronin stood alone facing the 5 seniors, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Nazdo, holding a glowing magic orb, declared, "All right, we will begin." The group of seniors stood beside him, their eyes sharp. Ronin stood there, his posture bold and confident. Nazdo's voice echoed throughout the arena, officially commencing, "The meeting between upperclassmen and underclassmen." A streak of purple light tore through the wind, moving at terrifying speed. It was a sign that the match had begun, and a lightning-fast attack was being unleashed. Nazdo, with glowing red eyes and his entire body radiating purple light, lunged straight down at Ronin from above. The battle had officially erupted. Nazdo's lightning-fast attack descended, his sword tearing through the air, but Ronin deftly dodged the deadly blade just in time. He looked up at his attacker, his golden eyes flashing with vigilance. This isn't easy at all, he thought to himself, assessing his opponent. In Ronin's mind, Marya's image appeared, then vanished. He's many times stronger than Marya. Indeed, the 4 top second-year students live up to their reputation. The black-haired young man swiftly moved aside, evading the next blow. Furthermore, another thought flashed in his mind. Nazdo's and Ronin's blades clashed fiercely, creating dazzling sparks. The battle had now become a dance of steel and will. Nazdo's eyes glowed crimson, his face revealing a hint of madness. He unleashed a barrage of attacks, giving his opponent no moment of rest. Another blade lunged forward. Irina also joined the fray. 2 enemies attacked simultaneously, pushing Ronin into a difficult position, the clang of metal echoing. Ronin parried blow after blow, the clashing of swords deafening. He knew he was being overwhelmed by the seamless coordination of his 2 opponents. Suddenly, a figure darted forward like lightning. Karun shouted, "Get back, Irina!" and unleashed a powerful sword strike. Karun's blade clashed with Nazdo's, creating a dazzling blue energy explosion that repelled both attackers. Ronin looked up at the blue energy stream soaring overhead, his eyes remaining calm as he observed the situation. He spun around, parrying the next attack with his sword, creating a brilliant blue light explosion that pushed back his opponent. They even coordinate their attacks well, Ronin silently noted, feeling the pressure from the group's synergy. He retreated, his sword tip digging into the arena floor, creating a long crack. Ronin was looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Ronin's golden eyes flashed, a resolute will burning. He was ready for an outburst. Suddenly, Brahm appeared from behind, raising his colossal hammer high and bringing it down directly on Ronin. The battle escalated rapidly once more. "What are you thinking, Ronin?" a voice echoed. Like an interrogation across space and time, the man with the large scar on his face appeared, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. The words hung in the air, prolonging the tension like an unanswered question. "I really wanted to enjoy our match a little longer." A dazzling burst of light tore through the air, the man narrowly dodging it. He, Ronin, with resolute eyes, seemed to be facing ghosts of the past, or a new challenge. A swift but powerful finishing move. Ronin gripped his sword tightly, his golden eyes blazing, ready to unleash the decisive blow. Connecting techniques without hesitation. All are extremely skillful. 3 blurry figures, their eyes glowing crimson, charged forward, each strike sharp. He was surrounded, the phantom blade seemingly wanting to tear his body apart. Ronin could only curl up defensively, dodging the fatal charge. Was this a memory, or just an illusion? Karun and Nazdo joined forces, their dazzling sword light confronting an invisible power. A heaven-shattering blow, the ground cracked open, dust flying everywhere. Where did this terrifying power come from? What? Nazdo, Irina, and Karun were thrown back, unable to believe their eyes. That power was too terrifying. How could he be so fast? Irina exclaimed in horror, witnessing her opponent's terrifying speed. I'm very impressed, Vidian. A voice rang out as Ronin once again faced the three students, their attacks blazing. Ronin's eyes glowed crimson, his face hidden in shadow, as he unleashed his latent power, transforming into an unstoppable warrior. Shimmering fragments of light, a beautiful yet dangerous sight, a sign of a destructive attack. Ugh! He gritted his teeth, enduring, each step firm, like an unyielding fortress wall against the powerful stomp. Ronin's blazing golden eyes burned, his will to fight undiminished. The battle was not over yet. The scarred man, his eyes burning like fire, uttered an unexpected compliment. Wow, you're really tough. He turned his back, looked at Ronin standing firm in the arena, then said, I thought you had given up. A gentle breeze swept past, signaling the next blow. Ronin, his golden eyes blazing, smirked confidently. He raised his sword, his challenge echoing, This is the final blow, as a sign of respect for you. The sword light blazed. Ronin unleashed his decisive attack. The scarred man hastily parried, blades clashing with sparks. The scarred man's eyes widened in astonishment. Wait, that stance! A belated realization, a sudden fear washed over him. Ronin maintained his cold expression, his golden eyes flashing with an iron will. His blade moved like a dance of death. A voice in the crowd exclaimed, Is that Swordmaster Navarrose's technique? Surprise spread. No one expected Ronin to use that move. It turned out to be an inherited technique. The silhouette of Swordmaster Navarrose appeared behind Ronin, as if she were swinging the sword with him. Ronin closed his eyes, a faint smile gracing his lips. He had grasped the essence of the Swordmaster, and now it was time to prove it. Crimson sword energy erupted, piercing through the scarred man's defense. He was sent flying, his body soaring like a rag doll. Ronin's blade traced a perfect arc, concluding the powerful attack. Victory was within reach. The ground beneath his feet trembled, cracks spreading like a spiderweb. The power of the blow was truly terrifying. And then, space seemed to shatter. Shards of azure crystal vanished into nothingness, signaling the end of the match. The scarred man collapsed, his body cracking like glass. He looked at Ronin with horrified eyes, unable to believe this defeat. Ronin stood tall, his sword lowered, looking composed. That was a great learning experience, he said, as if he had just finished a practice session. The black-haired young man smiled brightly, his golden eyes sparkling. Thank you all, he said, addressing those who witnessed the match. A piece of rock shattered. A dazzling light flashed in the arena, signaling the end of an earth-shattering battle. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving behind a desolate scene in the vast arena, where small figures. In the stands, the silver-haired girl Ariel gasped in astonishment, her orange eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. Another gray-haired girl and the surrounding spectators were also stunned, their faces bewildered. The entire arena erupted in cheers, exclamations of admiration echoing everywhere, as if witnessing a miracle. The fervent crowd waved their hands, shouting, continuously praising the young man's recent performance. They couldn't believe it. Someone who seemed destined to lose had crushed his opponent so easily. In the arena, Schlieffen and his teammates stood dumbfounded, no one daring to believe that the one who had just defeated them was a rookie. Schlieffen, with a half-smile, half-frown, gripped his dagger tightly, stating that this defeat was so overwhelming that he no longer felt sad. Ronin's sword still had a bit of dust on it, but the light on the blade had faded, leaving only an eerie silence. Ronin stood there, strangely calm, while Schlieffen whispered to himself, where did that monster come from? Ronin's golden eyes narrowed slightly. He was pensive, as if contemplating something. Ariel was utterly thrilled, shaking the man next to her vigorously, proudly exclaiming, That's my little brother! Now no one will dare bully me anymore! Ronin gently lifted his foot, taking a light step, as if to conclude everything. Schlieffen, despite losing, maintained the demeanor of a nobleman, bowing to thank Ronin for the match. Ronin also responded with a bow, saying that he had learned a great deal from his opponent. Ronin smiled, placing a hand on his chest, humbly admitting he had gotten a bit carried away due to his excitement about being admitted to Vidian, but also not forgetting to praise his opponent's strength. Ariel and Irina stood there, astonished by Ronin's attitude. Irina worriedly asked if he was all right, while Ariel was bewildered. Schlieffen, along with the other students, listened as Ronin expressed his regret and desire to learn more from everyone. Ronin bowed deeply, showing absolute respect and humility towards the opponents he had just defeated. The entire group of students, including Schlieffen, Nazdo, Karun, Braum, and Irina, were surprised and confused by Ronin's excessive humility. Braum burst into laughter, realizing he had misjudged this young man. He was not only strong, but also extremely polite. Braum clapped Karun heartily on the shoulder, laughing heartily, declaring that Ronin was not only strong, but also very polite, which made Karun and the others a bit uncomfortable. Braum took Ronin's hand, encouraging him not to be too humble, as he had won fairly and deserved to be proud. In the arena, Braum raised Ronin's hand high, celebrating his victory, declaring that this was the spirit of Philion. Braum winked, praising Ronin's skills, while Ronin smiled back, replying that Braum was as enthusiastic as he was talented. Ariel was moved to tears, wiping her eyes and whispering that her little Ronin had grown up, making the man next to her embarrassed. From a hidden corner, a woman with long, charcoal purple hair silently observed the arena where Ronin was being cheered and softly murmured. She smirked mysteriously, her finger gently touching her lips, her eyes flashing with amusement. "You've piqued my curiosity, Ronin." The scene shifted to the magnificent and splendid Philion Academy, with its ancient architecture and towering spires under the deep blue sky. A lavish feast was laid out, with countless enticing dishes, from grilled meats to fresh vegetables, shimmering as if enchanted. In the luxurious dining hall, students were enjoying dinner. A green-haired girl and a brown-haired man marveled, while Ronin quietly walked in the distance. The grand new student welcoming party was beyond imagination, with elaborate and luxurious dishes, making the blonde girl exclaim in surprise. The splendid, magnificent hall was adorned with brilliant crystal chandeliers, sparkling light everywhere, along with the lively chatter of hundreds of students. The blonde girl smiled brightly, asserting that this truly deserved to be the Empire's top academy. Ronin also nodded, admitting he shouldn't be surprised anymore. Irina turned to ask Ronin about Ariel, and he replied indifferently, seemingly still engrossed in his meal. In Ronin's mind, the image of Ariel anxiously instructing him appeared. It took him a long time to reassure his little sister before she left, and to be sure, he had sent Sita along. Though small, Sita was a dragon, powerful enough to protect Ariel on her way home. Irina chuckled, teasing Ronin that he was never negligent when it came to his sister. Ronin merely smiled, affirming that it was only natural. He reached out, preparing to savor the fragrant grilled meat, telling himself he had to see how delicious Philion's food was. Starving and about to devour his meal, a cold hand suddenly gripped the meat in his hand. Schlieffen appeared, asking if he was enjoying himself. Schlieffen's blue eyes stared intently, calling Ronin's name with a tense expression, making the atmosphere suddenly suffocating. Ronin flinched, slammed his hand on the table, and angrily yelled, "What the hell? Why do you keep bothering me?" Schlieffen calmly replied, "I didn't come to cause trouble. I just want to check on a few important matters." Ronin frowned, suspiciously asking again, "Important matters?" Schlieffen nodded in confirmation. The blue-haired swordsman took out a notebook, asking Ronin about Ariel's whereabouts and the distance to the capital, his face full of seriousness. He continued to press with questions about the road conditions, if it was safe, and if any bandits frequently appeared there. Ronin began to panic. Schlieffen looked him straight in the eye, questioning, "Are you sure you sent someone to protect her? At least a group of mercenaries, right?" Schlieffen warned Ronin that without proper protection, his sister would be no different from a prisoner of Rodelon. Ronin quickly defended himself, asserting that he had sent someone much stronger along. Schlieffen's eyes suddenly lit up, his face tense and sweating. He emphasized that unless she was attacked by a wyvern, she would be fine. Ronin was stunned, a bad premonition washing over him. Ronin angrily grabbed Schlieffen's collar, growling and asking if he was implying that his sister could be attacked by a wyvern. The atmosphere became as tense as a taut string. Ronin roared, demanding Schlieffen stop those bizarre remarks. His anxiety and anger had reached their peak. He pointed directly at Schlieffen's face, questioning why he was meddling in his sister's affairs. "What concern is my sister to you?" Schlieffen flinched and stepped back, his eyes wide with surprise at Ronin's fierce reaction. He stammered, speechless. Schlieffen bowed his head, explaining that he merely wanted to ensure a young lady returned home safely. The gentle tapping of his shoes on the floor echoed steadily. The tapping of shoes continued to resonate, attracting the attention of other students dining. A mesmerizing purple glow emanated from Schlieffen's footsteps. In the silent space, only the mysterious tapping of shoes and a sharp gaze from somewhere remained. A smirk appeared in the shadows, and a low voice echoed, "What's going on here?" The long-haired, purple-haired girl appeared, observing Ronin and Schlieffen. She quipped, "I've never seen the wolf of the Grancia family be so talkative." Schlieffen turned his head, his gaze as sharp as a knife, and asked directly, "What do you want?" Only one name echoed, like a powerful declaration, Akalusia. Ersebet Akalusia, the top first-year student of the magic department, appeared majestically, her long purple hair flowing like the night. She offered a mysterious smile, telling Schlieffen, "Don't misunderstand. Grancia. Erzabet Akalusha's purple eyes suddenly flashed brilliantly, revealing the truth. The only one I care about right now. Erzabet's declaration echoed, pointing directly at Ronin. He stood there, eyes wide, his gaze a mix of shock and confusion. Ronin's golden eyes widened, cold sweat trickling down. He pointed at himself, questioning, "Me?" Ronin still didn't understand, muttering, "Why me?" Schlieffen stood beside him, his gaze thoughtful, as if he had already guessed something. As I escaped Schlieffen, he understood. She's found her next prey. Erzabet Akalusia spoke, declaring her business with Ronin complete, then turned and walked away. "Do as you wish." Schlieffen remained silent, his gaze following her retreating back. A bad premonition arose within him. Schlieffen intended to send Grancia family members to follow her, but Ronin suddenly spun around, his eyes burning red with fury. "Get lost!" he roared. Just then, a small hand gently tugged at Ronin's uniform from behind, trying to soothe his rage. Azel appeared, her face anxious, whispering to Ronin about the magic department meeting. She's terrifyingly strong. A brilliant, overwhelmingly powerful surge of purple energy suddenly erupted, dispelling all doubts. Erzabet Akalusia appeared, her purple eyes ablaze, staff clutched tightly. Her power was undeniable. She swung her staff, and swirling currents of purple magic relentlessly attacked the enemy. A powerful, decisive swing from her tore through the air, carrying destructive force. Purple magic erupted, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the very ground. That power was, indeed, almost unbelievable. Erzabet Akalusia offered a mysterious smile, softly saying, "Whoever dares to bare their claws needs to be taught a lesson." Erzabet Akalusia, with a mysterious smile, probed Ronin. He stood there, arms crossed, his face confused, denying everything. "I don't understand what you're talking about. What exactly do you want from me?" A tense confrontation began. Soft footsteps echoed. Erzabet approached, her purple eyes flashing with interest. "Ah, yes. I was extremely impressed with your abilities in that battle." The compliment held a deeper intention, a close-up of her face, brilliant purple eyes, a mysterious smirk. "That's why I'm here, to make you an offer." An irresistible invitation? Her hand reached out, as if to grasp his destiny. Ronin was wary, questioning, what kind of offer? He knew well that the more attractive something was, the more danger it concealed. The surrounding space suddenly took on an ethereal hue, sparkling with purple specks of light. "It's something truly special." Her voice whispered, like an echo from another world. Erzabet held out a shimmering item, a beautiful purple pendant, something ordinary people can't even dream of. Purple light enveloped it, promising a new destiny. Ronin was stunned, cold sweat trickling down. He recognized the item, his eyes filled with disbelief. A familiar yet unsettling feeling. His mind reeled, a name suddenly surfacing. Could it be? His voice caught, unable to utter it. The purple item hovered, emitting an enchanting light, like a soul awakening. Mysterious power surged, making the space tremble. Ronin's eyes were filled with astonishment. An invitation from the Akalusha family? He couldn't believe his eyes. Was this a golden opportunity? Or a deadly trap? The item shimmered in her hand, a symbol of a powerful family. Akalusia. The name echoed, carrying the weight of history and power. Unlike noble families who valued bloodline, Akalusia only esteemed talent. A magnificent castle stood tall, a symbol of greatness. That family had produced countless great warriors, powerful figures with blazing purple eyes. They were unshakable pillars of the empire, and became one of the two main pillars of the empire. The narration affirmed the supreme position of the Akalusia family, a force not to be underestimated. Whenever they personally appeared before someone, it was usually to offer that person a chance to become a member of the family. Ronin stood tall, contemplating. Would he accept? And as a symbol of that opportunity, the brilliant purple item in her hand shone dazzlingly. A fated invitation? Would Ronin dare to accept it? The invitation to join the Akalusia family, a life-changing opportunity, had been personally extended. Before the brilliant purple item, Ronin questioned her. "Are you allowed to just hand this out to anyone?" Erzabet smirked, realizing he already knew about it. He lowered his head to look at the item, his face confused, only softly saying that he had only heard about it. But deep within his black eyes, a brilliant golden light flashed, betraying the truth hidden behind the young man's calm exterior. Memories flooded back. Another scene appearing. Ronin from a past time, sitting by a campfire in a military encampment, facing an authoritative woman. The shimmering purple item reappeared, held in the woman's hand. "Is this an invitation?" a voice echoed, full of skepticism. The young man in the memory questioned whether an ordinary person like him, simply by possessing this item, could become a member of that prestigious family. The authoritative woman, Grand Marshal Adesh and Akalusia, affirmed that it was true, her gaze resolute. The great female general, Adesh and Akalusia, who held supreme power, had revealed herself. She explained that to join, he would have to pass the clan leader's trial. But with true talent, that would be nothing. Remember, Corporal Ronin, she said, if your mistakes are forgiven after the war, you too will be given such an invitation. A slight twitch in his neck revealed Ronin's tension and hidden longing at the weighty promise. I see a lot of potential in you, she encouraged. His eyes glowed golden, the flame of his will burning fiercely. Returning to reality, Ronin gently touched the collar of his uniform, his eyes still lingering on the brilliant golden light of his memory. Ursabet looked at him, her voice full of hidden meaning. If you already know what it is, then it saves me the explanation. Now, choose wisely. Ronin turned and walked away, but Ursabet's warning still echoed. You may be born with the talent of a beast, but staying among sheep for too long. Ursabet smiled faintly, her violet eyes full of hidden meaning, her final warning like a curse. You will fall to their level. She turned her back and, along with the other elite students, walked away proudly, leaving Ronin in confusion. Azel sighed, complaining about the arrogance of geniuses, while Ronin still stared in astonishment at the purple item in his hand. They're gone. Why are all geniuses so arrogant? His eyes gleamed with calculation, a thought suddenly flashing. But connecting with their family probably wouldn't hurt. He clutched the purple item tightly, a plan already forming in his mind. Knowing the Akalusia family, they'll definitely be useful to me later. A mysterious smile appeared on Ronin's lips. Vidian Academy, where student talent is prioritized above all else. Depending on one's achievements, each person's academic experience will be completely different. The clearest proof is the dormitory system, divided based on scores. First is Netcha Hall, reserved for the majority of students with average ranking. This dormitory offers an ideal living environment with private rooms and high-quality shared dining area. Conversely, the bottom 30% of students will be relegated to Cratier Hall, an old wooden building. On the first day at Cratier Hall, outrage erupted. What the hell is this? A dark-haired young man yelled. The group of noble students angrily protested. You expect us to stay in this dilapidated dorm? We come from noble families. We deserve servants. A light-haired young man explained. Unfortunately, Cratier Hall has no staff to attend to you. The shocking news stunned everyone. 4 students per bedroom, and the dining hall, bathrooms, and toilets are all shared. What? No way. The red brown-haired man shrugged, extinguishing all hope. These are the Academy's rules. Arguing with me is useless. Just focus on your studies, young men. A warning hung in the air, like a waiting scythe of death. Otherwise, you'll have to stay here for another semester. The threat was like a thunderclap, making the students' faces turn pale with extreme terror. But then, a glimmer of light appeared. And finally, there's Navardo's Hall. A magnificent dormitory appeared, sparkling under the sunday. This place is reserved only for the top 10% of elite students, those like Ronin. Ronin stood before the building, his eyes wide with astonishment. This dormitory can only be summarized in one word. This place is truly. He stepped inside, overwhelmed by the glittering, luxurious interior. Every detail exuded an unbelievable sense of nobility and opulence. Amazing! A vibrant bouquet of roses, adorned with sparkling dewdrops, enhanced the room's beauty. How can they provide rooms like this for students? Ronin wondered to himself, not without surprise. No wonder Vidian Academy is so famous. Wait a minute. He suddenly realized that on the table were the class registration forms the Academy had mentioned when allocating dormitory. He picked up the form, pondering. I guess I just need to fill in the schedule with the subjects I want. Everyone advises first years not to take too many subjects, he mumbled, to have time to adapt to the Academy. Damn it, he grumbled. But these subjects sound incredibly interesting. A common mistake for freshmen. From outside, Ronin's silhouette was visible through the large window. He was calculating. If that's the case, finally, he plopped down onto the chair, crossed his arms, and flashed a smug smile. His golden eyes glowed brightly. Done. Perfect. A packed schedule, filled with red circles like marks of destiny. A suffocatingly tight class schedule. But this is Vidian Academy, a place only for those who crave the pinnacle. The young man Ronin flashed a smug smile, his eyes shining brightly. He wanted to squeeze every moment out of this place, making the most of this precious time. The clear blue sky stretched out, like an end to a chapter that had passed. That's it, Ronin. Avar, the royal swordsmanship instructor, pierced Ronin with his cold blue eyes. You don't need to attend this class anymore. Ronin was stunned, his eyes wide. What had he just heard? Sir? Ronin cried out in alarm. What do you mean? I just started. Avar merely shrugged, a mysterious smile on his face. I'm as surprised as you are, Ronin. The ground cracked beneath his feet, as if to testify to the short time Ronin had spent. He had only just set foot in this class. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Ronin had achieved the impossible. And yet, you have mastered all the basic knowledge of royal swordsmanship. Was it the sound of wind tearing through space, or the sound of Ronin's world shattering? This truth was too terrifying. Nevertheless, Filian's rules were ironclad. The Academy will pass any student who meets the requirements, no matter how early. Keeping you in this class, Avar said, would only discourage the other students. The desperate looks of your classmates are the clearest proof. Avar flashed a radiant smile and gave a thumbs up. Don't get too cocky, just keep it up. The wind swept by, carrying dazzling sunlight. Ronin sat silently by the riverbank, his cold sword beside him, lost in thought. Gloom enveloped the young man. Unbelievable, he mumbled, his face full of disappointment. Not only royal swordsmanship, but other subjects also couldn't hold him back. Ronin had surpassed all limits. The same thing happened in the applied archery class he just started today. And even in monster extermination, Ronin, with a smug smile, easily defeated the monsters, proving his superior abilities once again. However, the too-easy victory drove him mad, making him wonder why everything ended so quickly. Sitting on the ground with a dejected expression, Ronin sighed as a figure appeared, asking why a first-year student like him wasn't in class. The young man's golden eyes widened, recognizing the person who had just spoken. Before him was Navarose, the swordsmanship instructor, with a stern expression and long silver hair. She smirked, immediately guessing his disappointment. You must be upset because you've already passed all the classes, right? Ronin stood up, nodded in confirmation, then wondered if the classes here were always so easy. He expressed his disappointment with Filian Academy, knowing these were just first-year classes, but passing everything on the very first day was still beyond imagination. In Navirose's mind, the image of Ronin easily copying her moves after just one observation reappeared, explaining her understanding. Hearing those words, Navarose subtly smirked, drew her sword from its sheath, and declared that as a teacher, her pride was wounded. She unexpectedly commanded, "Give me your sword." Ronin was surprised, not understanding what was happening. Without waiting for his reaction, Navarose snatched the sword, declaring she would show him what real training was like. Ronin angrily protested, not expecting her to brazenly snatch his sword like that. Before he could finish, a surge of green energy erupted from Navarose's hand, stunning him. A massive magical explosion shook the space, leaving Ronin and Navarose standing amidst a hazy green smoke. Ronin stared at the scene before him, his eyes wide with astonishment, unable to utter a word. Navarose contemptuously plunged the tip of her sword into the ground, questioning the sword's power. Ronin stood beside her, sweating profusely, his eyes filled with shock. Ronin's sword was deeply embedded in the ground, creating a crack. The swordmaster bluntly judged it to be nothing but a burden. The young man turned his back on the massive sword, his eyes still reeling from the harsh criticism. A command rang out, demanding his utmost concentration on what was about to happen. Navarose drew a small dagger, her eyes sharp and cold, preparing to demonstrate something. A faint sound echoed as she manipulated the dagger's hilt, as if activating a hidden mechanism. Ronin's eyes widened. A drop of sweat trickled down his face. He was completely taken aback by her action. Navarose's eyes glowed red as she swung the dagger, a surge of green energy exploding, tearing through the air. A blinding explosion. Ronin fell to the ground, his body engulfed by the green shockwave. Green energy surged, spreading throughout the space, forming mystical vortices. Emerald green light streamed down like rain, covering the entire forest. A truly overwhelming sight. All the energy converged, transforming into a colossal pillar of light, slashing across the sky. Tiny drops of water pattered on his black hair, like a sudden downpour. The magical rain continued to fall. Navarose stood there, her dagger transformed into a slender sword, while Ronin could only watch. Navarose held the transformed sword before him, her sharp eyes asking, "Have you seen it, Ronin?" He was speechless. The swordmaster subtly smirked, a drop of sweat trickling down her temple, her eyes full of self-satisfaction as she looked at Swordmaster Navarose stated coldly, pointing out what Ronin lacked. It was weapons. Sharp, sturdy pieces of metal, used to fight enemies. They must not break in combat, and must be a firm support for their wielder. But if they did break, it was no big deal. Just replace them with new ones. Essentially, they were just consumables, easily replaced. At least, that's what Ronin used to think, until this very moment, when he witnessed it firsthand. The sight of the swordmaster unleashing her power still haunted his mind. The violently surging water, an unbelievable destructive power. He couldn't believe his eyes, his gaze fixed in horror. The sword she's using is the only difference, Ronin thought to himself. It's still the same slash as my sword, yet that tiny difference created an unimaginable chasm of power. The swordmaster continued her lesson, emphasizing that every breath, every bit of strength was precious. Because, in a life-or-death battle, any wasted energy could cost a life. She looked down at Ronin, who was sitting on the ground, and added, "If you use magic, finding the right weapon is even more crucial." Navarros knew these things were probably too much for him right now, because it seemed he still didn't know how to use magic. Ronin's hand trembled slightly. Navarros noticed something and asked him. Ronin thought to himself that despite being impressed by her power, he still couldn't use magic. Two swords stuck in the ground witnessed the tense conversation. Ronin was still confused, beads of sweat forming. Navarros reassured him, believing he would eventually learn how to use magic, like a promise for the future. The swordmaster smirked meaningfully. To maximize his power, he needed a weapon forged specifically for him. A challenging hint or a new opportunity? Navarro's sharp gaze met Ronin's. She read the hesitation in his heart, suggesting a new path. Ronin was utterly surprised when Navarros made an unexpected offer to join her class. A glimmer of hope sparked in his golden eyes. Ronin asked again, full of doubt. Navarros turned her back, asserting that she would make an exception for him, even though her class was only for second-year students and above. Unimaginable privilege. But with the privilege came a condition. Navarros demanded that he find a worthy weapon, not the scrap metal he was currently wearing. His gaze became more resolute. That was the sole requirement for him to enter Swordmaster Navarro's class. A new door opened, but it was also full of challenges. From the academy, the scene shifted to a bustling town, with red-tiled roofs and an ancient clock tower, signaling a new journey. Inside a shop, a wooden sign carved with hammers was clearly visible. Ronin implicitly understood that Navarro's offer had led him here. Ronin stood in the middle of the street, Sita perched on his shoulder, with Ariel and Azel beside him. Ariel wondered if this was why he had come here on his first day off. A hand tightly gripped a golden identification card, carved with the image of a wolf, the card that Schlieffen had given him. A thump-thump sound echoed. The scene shifted towards an old, dilapidated forge, signaling the appearance of an important place. Ronin, Ariel, and Azel stood before the forge. Azel asked if Schlieffen had recommended this place to him. Her face was full of doubt. Ariel was disappointed, thinking this place wasn't what she expected, looking like a crumbling ruin. Azel agreed, criticizing the forge. Ronin smiled faintly, his eyes reflecting contemplation. Sita still perched on his shoulder. He confirmed that this was indeed a place the Grancia family frequently visited. There's only one way to find out the truth. The creaky door slowly opened, revealing a dazzling light from within. Inside, a giant spiderweb was strung, covered in dust. The desolate sight made Ronin exclaim in surprise. The musty smell assailed their noses. The scene inside was even worse than its exterior. It's even messier inside, Azel and Ariel agreed, their faces scrunched up. Ronin gazed thoughtfully at the old door. He remembered Schlieffen's words, a person who never lied. There must be something hidden here. Suddenly, a rough, clawed hand reached out from the door and pulled it open forcefully. A gruff voice boomed, "What's all this noise? I was sleeping!" A heavy thud. A giant foot with sharp claws landed on the floor, shaking the entire space. A giant werewolf appeared, its fiery blue eyes staring at the three students. "Who are you three?" Its voice growled menacing. The three froze. Azel and Ariel were terrified, while Ronin was surprised. Who are you?" Ariel stammered. "A werewolf in a forge? That's unheard of," Azel exclaimed. The werewolf was tall and hairy, with cold blue eyes. It stood towering, its face annoyed. The werewolf's face contorted, baring its sharp fangs. "Are you brats deaf?" it roared, its voice full of anger. Ronin calmly held up a gold coin. "We're here to buy weapons. What else would we be doing in a forge?" he replied bluntly. "Schlieffen recommended this place. He said the weapons here are top-notch," Ronin said, his gaze firm, the Grancia family coin gleaming in his hand. The werewolf's blue eyes widened in surprise. A Grancia family identification emblem? It mumbled, disbelieving its own eyes. The werewolf pondered, its gaze scrutinizing. Azel and Ariel looked at Ronin worriedly, while he maintained a calm expression, awaiting a reaction. "So what?" the werewolf smirked. "Do you think holding that emblem makes you a member of the Grancia family?" It growled, surprising Ronin. The werewolf yawned widely, waving its hand to dismiss them. "I don't know how you brats found this place, but scram, we don't serve customers like you." Ronin quickly stopped it. The yawning werewolf suddenly froze, its blue eyes flashing with a cunning glint. It seemed to have just come up with some bizarre idea. A gruesome smile appeared on its hairy face, its long tongue flicking out to lick its lips. The werewolf's emerald eyes now gleamed with a terrifying hunger. It pointed directly at Azel, proposing a horrifying deal. "If you tear off one of that kid's arms for me, I'll consider helping." Azel recoiled in terror, her face drained of color. The werewolf growled, baring its sharp fangs, its blue eyes glowing brightly. "I'm hungry, so I'll grant you a favor," it declared, its tone full of menace. Azel panicked completely, clutching herself tightly. What? But I really don't taste good at all," she stammered, utterly terrified. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned brilliant gold, glowing with extreme fury. An invisible surge of killing intent emanated from the young man, signaling an impending outburst of rage. Ronin slowly turned around, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. "Hey, you hairy mongrel," he growled, his cold eyes fixed on the werewolf. Ronin's eyes glowed blood red, his voice deep and powerful. "You've just crossed the line." The declaration was like a deadly warning. A dazzling burst of sword energy erupted. Ronin swung his sword to attack. The werewolf's mouth hung open in shock, unable to react to the sudden strike. The werewolf coughed violently, saliva splattering, its blue eyes wide with alarm. "What the hell was that?" It roared in pain and bewilderment. The terrifying power from Ronin's sword strike sent the werewolf flying backward, causing it to slam hard against the stone wall. "Ugh!" The werewolf let out a groan. Ronin stood upright, his gaze sharp and cold. "Ha!" he smirked. "I knew something was off when I stabbed you." A smile held hidden confidence. Emerald lightning bolts flared around the werewolf, explaining Ronin's strange feeling. He had realized the secret behind his opponent's defense. The werewolf knelt down, its body suddenly covered by a shimmering layer of silver armor. "Ack!" It stared in astonishment at the newly appeared armor, not understanding what was happening. Ronin tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his gaze resolute. Well, it doesn't matter. He paid no mind to his opponent's new armor. Ronin's eyes blazed, blood red, killing intent erupting fiercely. "I'll smash it to pieces no matter what," he declared, ready for a more intense battle. Amidst the explosion of killing intent, the werewolf suddenly cried out, hastily raising its hands to stop. It stammered an explanation, its face panicked. I was just testing you." Ronin, with brilliant golden eyes, looked at his opponent with suspicion. The werewolf, drenched in sweat, tried to justify its actions. "When strangers come here, we have to test their abilities first." Not stopping there, it also confessed, "Besides, I also wanted to try out this new stealth armor, so I deliberately provoked you." Ronin maintained a cold expression, calmly remarking, "That's certainly a creative excuse." Sita on his shoulder also looked at the werewolf warily. The werewolf continued to explain, mentioning that the Grancia family were regular customers, implying that the test was necessary. Azel and Ariel stood behind, observing the conversation. Ronin was still not entirely convinced, but the werewolf said, "If you don't believe me, you can ask Schlieffen later, all right?" He clicked his tongue softly. Ronin scoffed. "This whole testing process sounds like a good way to get yourself killed." The werewolf admitted there were risks, but it was its fault for going too far. The werewolf hastily bowed in apology. "Anyway, I apologize for my behavior, my friend. I'm sorry if I made you uncomfortable." Azel flinched, letting out a small gasp. The werewolf reassured Azel. "Don't worry, I don't eat people." Azel was still terrified, only able to reply weakly, "Oh, that's good." After the charade, the werewolf introduced itself. "By the way, I'm Didikan. I'm an apprentice here, and sometimes act as the gatekeeper." Didikan asked Ronin's name, and he replied curtly, "Ronin?" The werewolf confirmed. "So you're here to buy weapons?" Didikan began to lead the way, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor. "Follow me, I'll lead the way. This is just the entrance to our facility." He led Ronin, Azel, and Ariel through an old wooden door, which creaked loudly. "The actual forge is that way." The four entered a dark corridor, only their footsteps echoing in the silence. Finally, they arrived at a spacious room. Didikan turned back and asked, "Is everyone settled?" The four of them stood before a brick wall. Didikan raised his sharp claws, emphasizing, "Then prepare yourselves." A deafening screech of metal rang out as giant gears began to turn, signaling an ancient machine awakening. The stone elevator began to shake, shooting upwards. Didikan chuckled enigmatically. "You're about to witness something extraordinary." The surrounding space blurred, with only streaks of light flashing past like a whirlwind. The speed gradually increased, and the scenery outside turned into blurry streaks of color, creating an extreme sense of dizziness. Ronin, Azel, and Ariel stood frozen, sweating profusely, their astonished eyes unable to believe what was happening. Ronin exclaimed, "What is this?" Didikan explained that this was a mana stone elevator, the fastest way to reach the main forge. Ronin's eyes suddenly glowed a brilliant yellow, his gaze piercing through the darkness, as if trying to grasp something. The group stood in the elevator, looking down at a vast underground world. Didikan continued, "Is the greatest and largest forge in the imperial capital." A colossal underground city appeared, with towering buildings reaching for the sky, and brilliant light shining down from above. Didikan said, "It's called Grand Cappadocia." Ronin's jaw dropped in disbelief. "I can't believe a place like this exists underground." Didikan laughed heartily. "Amazing, isn't it?" Didikan turned to Ronin, his green eyes sparkling. "Wait a moment, Ronin. Since you passed my test, I'll make sure you get something really good." Ronin listened in silence. Sita perched on his shoulder, also looking curiously at Didikan. The werewolf continued, "And to do that, we're going to meet the greatest blacksmith not just in Grand Cappadocia." A deafening clang of metal rang out, sparks flying as a colossal hammer struck down. In the brilliant firelight, a bald blacksmith with a goatee and glowing red eyes was swinging his hammer repeatedly, creating ear-splitting bang-bang sounds. Didikan's words echoed, ending with a powerful declaration. But in the entire imperial capital, the sound of the hammer continued to ring out incessantly. The deafening clang of hammers echoed, each powerful strike sending metal sparks flying, illuminating the entire space. Inside the scorching forge, burly smiths toiled diligently. The incessant clanging of metal created a symphony of creation, a colossal forge, hidden deep beneath the capital. This sight left Ronin astonished, exclaiming, "Unbelievable!" Didikan explained that this place was a secret, serving only the royalty and a select few esteemed clients. No wonder the young man had never heard of it. He proudly continued, saying that this place gathered the most skilled artisans, regardless of race or status, all driven by their passion for smithing. But above all, there was the greatest blacksmith, a living legend. It was the old dwarf living right here. His renown had spread far and wide. Didikan led the group to an ancient stone gate, revealing the old man had been dedicated to smithing for 400 years. He said the old man might be a bit grumpy due to his age, but his smithing talent was unparalleled, unmatched by anyone. "That's why I respect him," Didikan affirmed, his gaze fixed on Ronin, with Sita still perched on his shoulder. Suddenly, a loud slam echoed, shattering the silence, signaling an abrupt event. Didikan burst into a room cluttered with weapons, the clatter of metal echoing. He shouted, "Hey, old man, what are you doing?" He strode in assertively, announcing that he had brought a special client for the old blacksmith. The bald blacksmith remained engrossed by the forge, his eyes glowing red like embers. Paying no heed, the old man grumbled, "Didikan, only you would dare burst in like that. I told you not to disturb me when I'm working. But you never listen." Didikan spread his hands, a helpless expression on his face. What was I supposed to do? A pile of weapons blocked the door, so I couldn't open it. The red-bearded blacksmith, eyes blazing, grumbled in the workshop. "I told you to clean this place up, Doran!" The hammer blows echoed. The air is tense as a bowstring. A rough hand, clad in a leather glove, gripped the metal tongs tightly. "Can you stop complaining?" The voice was full of helplessness, yet also contained patience. Didikan, the large werewolf, entered the workshop, followed by Ronin and his friends. The blacksmith turned, his gaze scrutinizing. "Anyway, you've brought me a client, haven't you? Is he any good?" Didikan confidently pointed at Ronin, a reassuring smile on his lips. "Absolutely. I've tested him myself." Sita perched on Ronin's shoulder, her red eyes curiously looking around. "You wouldn't believe how skilled he is with a sword." Didikan continued to praise, his tone full of excitement. "Even you'll be amazed." The red-bearded blacksmith narrowed his eyes, a skeptical expression on his face. "Oh, really? That's surprising." His gaze remained fixed on Ronin, assessing every detail. Ronin stood tall, a little flustered by the compliments. He was just an ordinary young man, at least by appearance. He looks like a normal kid. "All right then, show me the sword you're using," the blacksmith commanded, his eyes sharp. "I can tell a lot just by looking at it." Ronin was surprised. "My sword?" "Oh." Ronin drew his sword from its sheath. The sharp rasp of metal echoed. He handed it to the blacksmith, completely unaware of what was about to happen. The blacksmith took it, his bright blue eyes scanning the blade. He smirked, a meaningful smile. Haha, look at this." A deafening clang. The blacksmith, without hesitation, smashed Ronin's sword with his hammer. "It's just a pile of scrap metal. You call this a weapon?" The sound of shattering metal echoed throughout the workshop. Ronin stood stunned, his eyes wide. Azel and Ariel behind him were also terrified, their faces pale with shock. Ronin snapped out of it, angrily rushing forward. "Hey, what do you think you're doing?" But the blacksmith had already tossed the shattered sword aside, pointing at the pile of weapons. "Over there," the blacksmith said coldly. "Go ahead and try any sword you like. I can't properly assess your skill if you're using a piece of scrap metal as a sword." Didikan stood next to the blacksmith, smiling reassuringly at Ronin. The blacksmith continued, "You can keep any sword you choose for free, so don't be sad about the old one." The blonde blacksmith also smiled. Ronin stared at the blacksmith, his eyes gleaming with surprise. "Are you serious? He hadn't expected such a generous gift. Didakan nodded, reassuring the young man. Ronin still looked perplexed, his eyes cast down as if contemplating something. The flames in the forge flickered, illuminating the space. Ronin softly said, "All right, if you say so." He held the new sword, sparkling light reflecting off the steel blade. Ronin lightly swung it, feeling the hilt in his hand. The hilt certainly feels different, a close-up of the tightly gripping hand. He still doubted. But is it really that different? The bald blacksmith looked at him, a slightly grumpy expression on his face. "Are you sure?" "Don't blame me if anything breaks," Ronin calmly replied. "Don't worry." The blacksmith continued. "It's fine if it breaks. Just give it your all. Show me the strongest technique you know." Ronin looked at the blade, his eyes thoughtful. In Ronin's mind, an image of a white-haired woman with fiery red eyes appeared, swinging her sword to create a stream of emerald energy. If that's the case, a surge of crimson aura erupted around Ronin, emitting an eerie sound, like wind whistling through space. His two hands gripped two swords tightly. A surge of wild power erupted, dyeing the surrounding space red. Ronin's eyes turned bright yellow, his face appearing and disappearing in the shadows. He let out a deep roar, power exploding. He stomped his foot on the ground, creating a powerful tremor that violently shook the surrounding air. The bald blacksmith's eyes widened in surprise, realizing something. Wait, I recognize those moves. Ronin swung his sword, creating a powerful crimson sword arc that tore through the air. The blacksmith exclaimed, "Could it be?" A loud explosion echoed. Dust and debris flew everywhere, shaking the entire forge. The long-haired blacksmith and the bald blacksmith stood stunned, looking terrified at the explosion. "What's happening?" Outside, three men looked towards the forge, where smoke and dust were rising. "That's old Doran's forge." One man said, "What a loud noise!" Outside the forge, thick smoke and dust obscured the view. Three men stood there, their eyes skeptical as they looked towards the center of the explosion. Did the blast furnace just explode? Inside the forge, Ronin was still bewildered, holding the newly forged sword. The bald blacksmith also stood stunned, speechless, at the scene that had just unfolded. The ground cracked open, fissures spreading like a spider web, testament to the terrifying power that had just erupted. A scene of devastation appeared. A colossal crack tore through the forge floor, terrifying all the blacksmiths. What just happened? The crack was deep, like an unhealed wound on the ground, still gently trembling. Ronin, flustered, mumbled with his head bowed. I didn't mean to do that." But the bald blacksmith didn't care, his surprised eyes suddenly flashing with recognition. "I know that sword technique. Navarros uses it." The blacksmith looked directly at Ronin, questioning, "Are you her disciple?" Ronin was startled, not expecting him to know that name. Ronin asked in surprise, "You know Navarros?" The blacksmith replied without hesitation, "Of course." Ronin was stunned, his eyes wide. The blacksmith revealed a shocking secret. "I am the one who forged that sword for her." "Her sword?" Ronin exclaimed. In Ronin's mind, an image of the white-haired woman with fiery red eyes appeared, wielding a sharp longsword. "You mean that longsword?" he asked. "That's the one," the blacksmith confirmed. That was Ursa, the legendary sword, a masterpiece of smithing imbued with extraordinary power. The blacksmith crossed his arms, his face full of pride. "It's one of the greatest masterpieces I've ever created throughout my years as a blacksmith. Compared to it, the sword you're holding is just a poking stick," the blacksmith said teasingly. "But what do you think? Do you like it?" Ronin replied. "Oh, yes. This is definitely a good sword." The blacksmith smirked. "Honestly, I didn't expect much. You spoke my mind. I just thought you were a clueless kid." But then, the blacksmith suddenly erupted, his eyes blazing. "But it's been a long time since I've seen talent like yours. You've rekindled the fire within me." Before he finished speaking, the blacksmith swung his hand, delivering a mighty blow to Ronin's head. The young man clutched his head, crying out in pain, and Sita on his shoulder was also startled. The bald blacksmith looked at Ronin challengingly, his eyes blazing. But sometimes, exceptional talent comes with its own troubles. The sword in Ronin's hand suddenly cracked, its light fading. The blacksmith said in a deep voice, "It won't be easy to forge a sword for you, especially when even this one isn't strong enough." Ronin asked in confusion. "So what should I do?" the blacksmith replied. "Normal materials are too weak. I need to blend a special material with the highest quality steel." The blacksmith mused. "It needs to be at least as tough as a wyvern's byproduct." "What could I use?" Ronin asked in surprise. "Byproduct?" Ronin held out his hand, and a strange object appeared. "How about this? I brought it just in case." The blacksmith stared, curious. What is that?" A moment of silence, leaving only extreme surprise. Ronin's hand opened, revealing a piece of purple eggshell, shimmering like a shattered starry sky. Is that an eggshell fragment? Outside the forge, the powerful, incessant clang of hammers on metal echoed. Inside, the colossal sledgehammer struck down, creating a dazzling flash of light. The bald blacksmith was sweating, staring in astonishment at the eggshell fragment. Unbelievable! I'm using a mithril hammer to strike this eggshell fragment. The eggshell fragment remained intact, completely unmoved, and it still doesn't even make a dent. What on earth is this shell made of? Ronin asked again, a little worried. Are you sure I can use such a precious material? The blacksmith's eyes gleamed brightly. Absolutely. I wouldn't know what to do with it anyway. The blacksmith panted, his eyes sparkling like stars. You think that's enough to forge a sword for me? He laughed loudly. Of course, come back in 2 weeks. The blacksmith grandly declared. I will have the greatest sword in the capital ready for you by then. Ronin yawned, replying, I look forward to seeing it. The blacksmith turned to the 2 apprentice smiths, saying, You can visit other forges here while you're still around. The blonde blacksmith and the long-haired blacksmith were startled. What? Do you mean us? The blacksmith turned his back, looking into the blazing forge. I can't let the friends of a VIP client leave empty-handed. If you tell them I recommended them, they'll forge something good for you. The blacksmith gripped his hammer tightly, his eyes burning with fire, declaring he wanted to forge it himself but was currently busy with something else. He swung his hammer high, his eyes bloodshot like hellfire, with only one thought in his mind. To melt this thing down. The resounding clang of the hammer was like thunder striking the earth. The deafening clang of metal, but the blacksmith burst into maniacal laughter. Listen to that sound. How beautiful. Ronin and his friends watched, their eyes filled with confusion at the blacksmith's madness. There's definitely something wrong with him. Deep underground, the sound of the hammer still echoed, penetrating the damp, cold rock walls. Flickering flames on the rock walls illuminated a mysterious corridor where the sound of forging still resonated. A white-cloaked figure stood in the shadows, growling with irritation. Listen to that noise. It's truly driving me mad, he snarled, wanting to burn down the entire forge. But the other cloaked figure advised him, Restrain yourself. It's not time to reveal ourselves yet. The shorter cloaked figure looked up, his voice full of hidden meaning. It won't be long now. He declared that the blacksmith's days were numbered. Surrounding them were colossal stone statues standing tall like guardian deities. Soon, this entire empire will be engulfed by the dazzling light of brilliant golden crystal. A colossal stone creature, with eyes glowing red like lava, was slowly awakening from its millennia-long slumber amidst a shimmering sea of crystal. 2 white-cloaked figures walked along a stone path, between rows of colossal stone statues, heading towards a mysterious abyss, will vanish in a brilliant starlight. The prophecy echoed, heralding an impending catastrophe. A few days later, the morning sun cast a golden glow over the academy grounds, where the ancient tower stood majestically amidst the peaceful atmosphere. The young man Ronin strode along the stone path, his mood seemingly relaxed after the recent events. He recalled the offer from the Empire's best blacksmith, who had promised to forge him a sword with his own hands. At that same forge, Azel and Maria had also asked the blacksmiths to craft their own items. Ronin thought to himself, those items would surely cost a colossal sum, but he didn't care, because it wasn't his money. Ronin burst into maniacal laughter, his eyes glowing red, declaring he would pay for everything. In a hidden corner, another student trembled, stunned by Ronin's terrifying generosity. The only problem was his new sword would take 2 weeks to complete. Ronin sighed wearily, wondering what he would do during the wait, as Azel and Maria were both busy with their studies. The young man continued walking, then suddenly stopped, as if he had just realized something. He was surprised to find himself standing before Galarian Lecture Hall, the place for the most elite students. That magnificent, splendid building was Galarian Lecture Hall, where the Academy's finest gathered. Ronin stood looking up, lost in thought before the lecture hall's grand doors. He thought to himself, Miss Navarose must teach here. I've been putting off seeing her because she told me to bring a real weapon. But the forge also gave me a temporary sword to use. The temporary sword, with its simple hilt, was still worn at his hip, ready for any situation. He was deep in thought. Perhaps it was time to visit Miss Navarose's class. But a mysterious, murderous presence appeared right behind him. A strained, twisted smile appeared on his face, his eyes turning yellow as he realized the white-haired woman was Miss Navarose. Before he could react, a hand, quick as lightning, grabbed and twisted his earlobe hard, making him jump. Ronin shrieked miserably as Miss Navarose dragged him. She, with fiery red eyes and a stern expression, spoke, "Long time no see, Ronin." Miss Navarose's green eyes blazed. "I told you to come to class as soon as you had a weapon. Why did you procrastinate until now?" she growled, tightening her grip on his ear. The white-haired woman continued to drag Ronin across the academy grounds. "Have you been slacking off somewhere?" she questioned. Slacking off? Of course not, he quickly denied. His earlobe was bright red and throbbing with pain. Ronin tried to explain, I can explain everything. But his words caught in his throat. That's enough. Just follow me. Miss Navarrose's cold tone cut off all his excuses, giving him no chance to resist. You can tell me your reasons on the way, she said. All right, at least let go of me. Ronin struggled in vain. It hurts so much. His cries echoed, but Miss Navarrose seemed completely unconcerned. In another room, a long-haired, brown-haired girl engrossed in her work suddenly flinched, her eyes wide with surprise. Huh? She turned her head to look out the window, trying to find the source of the sound. What was that noise? I heard a scream. Before she could finish, a stack of papers flew and hit her face. Ouch! Cough, get out of the way! A brown-haired young man snapped. Sorry, Cardin. I was distracted. The girl quickly picked up the papers. And you call yourself a teaching assistant? Cardin grumbled, looking at her. Instead of standing there daydreaming, hurry up and prepare for class, you idiot! Cardan yelled. The brown-haired girl bowed her head, softly replying, yes. With the stack of papers in her hands, the brown-haired girl quietly walked down the brightly lit corridor. I'll be right there, she told herself. A new day began at Training Arena number 1, where young talents would hone their skills. In the center of the arena, Miss Navarrose and a black-haired young man stood before the crowd of students. After his spectacular performance at the student assembly, some of you must already know him, the crowd murmured. But Miss Navarrose remained calm. Nevertheless, I will introduce him once more. She pointed towards the young man. This is Ronin. He will be joining our class starting today. Ronin bowed, his voice echoing. I am Ronin, a first-year student of the martial arts department. It's a pleasure to meet you all. On the grounds below, whispers began to spread. Is that kid the top first-year student? He must have been granted special permission to skip a grade. A brown-haired girl with a high ponytail whispered to her friend. Is he really that strong? Honestly, he looks kind of weak. The crowd continued to chatter, but Ronin had heard everything. A murderous aura suddenly erupted from his back. However, there were still friendly faces. 2 young men smiled, as if welcoming his arrival. But not everyone was pleased. A purple-haired young man clearly showed his displeasure, his gaze fixed on Ronin. Suddenly, the door creaked open, interrupting the tense atmosphere. A brown-haired girl rushed in, breathing heavily. Sorry for being late, Miss Navarrose. She continued to explain while Ronin turned his head. A thought suddenly flashed through his mind. That voice. The brown-haired girl was still panting, trying to speak. I hope I didn't make you wait too long. Miss Navarrose replied, It's all right. Take your time to catch your breath. Miss Navarrose pointed towards Ronin. I just finished introducing the new student. The brown-haired girl suddenly realized, Oh, you mean the famous first-year student you mentioned before? Miss Navarrose ordered. Then introduce yourself to him. He should know the name of my teaching assistant. The brown-haired girl bowed her head. Yes, Miss Navarrose. Addison smiled and tilted her head in greeting to Ronin. It's a pleasure to meet you, Ronin. Ronin flinched, his eyes wide with surprise. Addison continued. My name is Addison. She smiled brightly, explaining her role. I am a second-year student of the martial arts department, serving as the teaching assistant for this class. Addison extended her hand, her expression friendly. I look forward to working with you in this class. Ronin stood there, still bewildered. A thought suddenly flashed through Ronin's mind, full of astonishment. Grand Marshal Addison? His mind replayed memories, showing the image of a powerful hand, renowned for her extraordinary leadership. A battlefield map appeared, with commanding chess pieces. She was the first woman to be promoted to Grand Marshal. She commanded armies with calm judgment and outstanding leadership. The image of Addison in a brilliant red military uniform, standing majestically among the troops. They called her the Iron Lady. Night fell. Only the echoing narrative remained. Those who experienced her leadership described it as follows. The image of Addison reaching out, her eyes sharp and cold. Addison had iron flowing in her veins instead of blood. Ronin stood in the middle of the arena, his sword at his hip, his expression bewildered. That's why this is so surprising. He couldn't believe his eyes. I never imagined. Addison smiled brightly, completely different from the Iron Lady image in Ronin's mind. I would see the Grand Marshal smiling like this. Ronin stared, his eyes glowing yellow. Clearly, she remembers nothing of her past life. Is this what she looked like when she was young? But what am I supposed to do? He recalled a painful image. Addison in her old military uniform, her face smeared with blood and tears, smiling in the rain. Could she have told me to just be a tailor instead of wasting time? About the favor she asked me to do for her? Ronin turned his back and sighed. That's a huge responsibility placed on my shoulders. But on the other hand, he still had many jumbled thoughts. A brown-haired boy was eagerly swinging his sword, calling Addison to check his posture. Sweating profusely, she quickly replied, All right, I'm coming right away. Before she could rest, another blonde-haired student loudly complained about a dirty towel. Addison had to bow her head in apology again, promising to bring a new towel immediately. In the middle of the training ground, Addison was like a shuttle, handing out towels, preventing sword fights from breaking out, and checking postures for various people. She was surrounded by dozens of chores. Ronin stood there, silently observing. From behind, his messy black hair and cold sweat on his forehead betrayed his inner confusion. Why is she so busy? He wondered, shouldn't these trivial chores be for servants? Does a teaching assistant have to do things like this? Confusion welled up in the young man's heart. Footsteps echoed. "Hey, new guy," a voice rang out. "You look bored." The young man Cardan, with a radiant smile, pointed at Ronin, suggesting a practice match. Ronin was surprised. "Huh?" Ronin asked again, confused. "You want to fight me? Who are you?" Cardan chuckled, scratching his head. "Sorry, I didn't mean to surprise you." Cardan introduced himself as a third-year student, having heard much about Ronin's impressive performance at the student gathering. He expressed admiration. "If the rumors are true," Cardan said, "I'd really like to take this opportunity to learn from you." But Ronin, still deep in thought, refused. "Oh, but I have other things on my mind right now. Maybe later." Before Ronin could finish, Cardan slapped his forehead and exclaimed, "Oh my God, I completely forgot to bring my weapon here." Cardan turned around and loudly called out, "Hey, idiot, bring my practice spear here." Addison, her face pale, quickly replied, "All right, Cardan, I'm coming right away." Ronin stood there, a practice spear in hand, surrounded by a faint blue light. His face was shrouded in shadow, only his eyes revealing a hint of astonishment. "What? Idiot?" A wave of anger surged in his mind. He just called the commander. Ronin's eyes suddenly flared crimson, looking directly at the stunned Cardan. An idiot? His rage had reached its peak. Ronin, with a terrifyingly calm expression, handed the practice spear to Cardan. "Here's yours." Cardan was surprised. "Huh? What is this?" Cardan angrily snatched the spear, scolding Addison for being stupid and giving him the wrong weapon. The brown-haired girl was stunned. Addison quickly apologized, explaining that she mistakenly remembered Cardan still using a long spear. Cardan sneered maliciously, questioning Addison about her explanation. He struck her with the spear, relentlessly scolding her for not distinguishing between a long spear and a javelin. Addison cried out in pain. Consecutive blows rained down. Cardan declared that she was unworthy of participating in this class. Derogatory remarks continued to pour out. He reminded her that she only got in by begging Navarros. He asked if she had any shame left. In the shadows, Addison bowed her head in apology, promising to be more careful. But the blows did not stop. The sound of impact echoed, and the poor girl could only apologize in despair. Suddenly, a strong hand reached out and firmly gripped the spear. A decisive metallic clang echoed, cutting through the violent atmosphere. Ronin stood in front of Addison, his gaze firm. Cardan was surprised, while the brown-haired girl looked up in shock. Cardan questioned his actions, but Ronin only replied with a challenge. "Let's do it, Cardan." He warned that otherwise, he wouldn't know what he might do. Addison looked at him with fear. Cardan was confused, not understanding Ronin's intention. He gripped the spear tightly and retorted, "Are you deaf?" Ronin's eyes flared brilliant yellow, and he growled, declaring he wanted to spar with Cardan. A vulgar curse burst from his mouth, like a sharp declaration of war. Cardan was surprised when Ronin challenged him. He held Addison, his eyes filled with annoyance at this sudden change. Cardan sneered, his tone sarcastic. "What did you just say? What's gotten into you all of a sudden?" He couldn't believe his ears. Ronin stood tall, his brilliant yellow eyes flashing. He gripped the spear tightly, his expression cold, ready for battle. Cardan suddenly realized something. "Is it because of that girl? Are you two acquainted?" Addison beside him was terrified. Cardan licked his lips, his eyes full of contempt. He was thinking of a sick joke, ready to humiliate his opponent. "Or is there some special connection between lowly people like you?" Cardan sneered, his tone full of condescension. Without letting Cardan say more, Ronin charged. The spear in his hand cut through the air, a lightning-fast attack striking down. "Shut up and block!" Ronin roared. He put all his strength into the blow, forcing Cardan to hastily defend. Ronin's brilliant yellow eyes blazed. "Otherwise, you'll die in 2 seconds!" He swung the spear with terrifying power. Cardan fell backward, the practice spear in his hand shattering. Fresh blood splattered, and he stared in horror at his weapon. Cardan's eyes widened, his face changing color. What the hell is happening? He couldn't believe what he had just experienced. The spear was shattered, glowing brightly. "How is he so strong without using mana?" Cardan exclaimed, utterly bewildered. Cardan was pushed back, sliding across the arena floor. He clutched his wound, groaning in pain, completely overwhelmed by Ronin's power. The broken spearhead was still smoking, evidence of the terrifying power of the recent attack. Ronin held the broken part of the spear, his gaze sharp. "Seeing you complain about the spear being too long, I shortened it for you." He looked at Cardan, asking in a challenging tone, "Well, do you like it?" Cardan could only stand frozen, completely speechless. Cardan was furious, his purple eyes blazing, roaring. You, brat! How dare you! Energy surged around his fist. He swung the broken part of the spear, his face obscured by a purple glow. It's time someone taught you a lesson. Ronin still stood there, unusually calm, even as purple energy swirled around him. Cardan screamed, "Do you really think you can get away with this?" Ronin's eyes remained calm, but deep within them was a terrifying coldness as the purple energy gradually converged. A sharp spear tore through the air, piercing straight through the target with terrifying speed, leaving a trail of brilliant red light. Cardan had collapsed, sprawled on the ground. Ronin stood tall, his eyes blood red, coldly replying, "Yes, I think so." Ronin looked down at the defeated opponent, his voice low and menacing. "If I were you." Cardan looked up, his face pale, sweat pouring down, his eyes dazed and full of terror. Intertwining lines of brilliant red energy served as a deadly warning, and Ronin's words echoed, "I would be more worried about my life right now." A deafening explosion. Ronin with brilliant yellow eyes and Cardan with purple eyes clashed in a storm of brilliant red energy. A devastating punch. Cardan took it full in the face, nose bleeding profusely, crying out in pain. Before he could recover, a thunderous kick landed squarely on his stomach, making Cardan feel like he would explode. Ronin lightly spun the broken part of the spear in his hand, preparing for the finishing blow. He unleashed a fatal blow, the broken spear part whistling through the air, sending Cardan flying. Cardan lay writhing, his breath ragged, his entire body aching intensely. The battle ended. Ronin stood tall on the battlefield, his brilliant yellow eyes looking down at the motionless Cardan, the miserably defeated opponent. Ronin stood tall, his eyes burning blood red. He issued a cold warning, stating that if they weren't at the academy, the defeated opponent's fate would have been different. Cardan lay writhing, his body trembling intermittently, while Ronin's voice echoed like a judgment. You would truly be dead. The crowd of students buzzed, unable to believe their eyes. Cardan, one of the top third-year students, had been so miserably defeated. But Ronin didn't stop. He strode forward powerfully, his eyes sweeping through the crowd, searching for his next target. All right, next. His finger pointed directly at a brown-haired male student. You, the one who complained about the dirty towel. The boy flinched, stammering in disbelief. Ronin approached, his voice full of indignation. If the towel is dirty, wash it yourself. Why make her do it? Do you think a teaching assistant is your personal servant? Ronin's aura exploded, his eyes devilishly red. He growled, questioning the trembling figure at his feet. Your personal servant? The brown-haired male student was utterly terrified, his face contorted in horror, only able to let out a desperate scream. As Ronin was about to charge, a long, brown-haired young woman quickly rushed out to intervene. Stop, Ronin! Don't do that! She stood in front of him, trying to calm him. I don't know why you're doing this, but I'm really fine. Ronin pushed her hand away, his eyes still full of murderous intent. Get out of the way, teaching assistant. I can't stand people like them. They need to be taught a lesson. His eyes turned brilliant yellow, his gaze sharp and cold. I won't allow anyone to bully you like that. For a moment, the image of the teaching assistant transformed into a powerful female warrior, standing amidst a fierce battlefield. At least in this empire. Ronin was resolute, his voice echoing. No one has the right to treat you so badly. The teaching assistant was momentarily flustered, but also felt protected. He pushed her aside, his resolve unchanged. Get out of the way. I won't stop until I punish all these bastards. Just then, a calm, steady voice rang out, cutting through the chaos. A white-haired woman appeared, her eyes hidden in shadow but glowing green. That's enough. Ronin, still burning with rage, suddenly froze. A powerful voice rang out, commanding him to stop, like a judgment. Green energy surged, engulfing the space. The cold voice echoed, I will not pursue the matter of the sparring match just now. A colossal eye, glowing golden amidst emerald scales, opened menacingly. It was the gaze of an ancient, powerful creature. From the depths of the giant serpent, Navarose's green eyes flashed. She continued, but if you cause any more trouble, the final warning echoed, you will be in big trouble. The entire space seemed to freeze under an invisible pressure. The sword in Ronin's hand trembled violently, but he couldn't move. An overwhelming power had locked the young man's every movement. I can't move. Cold sweat poured down Ronin's face, his golden eyes wide with horror. He swallowed hard, trying to understand what was happening. That's... Breathing heavily, Ronin whispered, a serpent? Extreme astonishment was evident on his face. Behind Ronin, a colossal serpent head became clear, its golden eyes staring directly at him. The young man was as small as an ant before the monster, a serpent's tongue extended, lightly brushing Ronin's neck, making him shiver. He wondered, could this be what I think it is? Green energy exploded, engulfing everything. Ronin felt a familiar aura rising. This is the aura. Amidst the green smoke, Navarose appeared, her white hair flowing in the wind, her green eyes glowing brightly. Behind her, the colossal serpent head remained majestic. Ronin realized. Miss Navarrose's? The former swordmaster? The terrifying truth became clear, leaving him stunned. Navarrose, standing firm before the serpent, asserted, "Ronin, what you intended to do cannot be called sparring." She extended her hand, green energy radiating. As the instructor of this class, Navarrose's green eyes were sharp and authoritative. "I will not permit any similar behavior again." Ronin questioned Navarrose, his golden eyes burning with indignation. "You must have known how your teaching assistant was treated, right?" He continued to question, while she coldly replied, "That is a private matter between me and the teaching assistant. It's none of your business." Her hand tightened on the sword hilt. Navarrose's gaze was as sharp as a knife, she warned Ronin. "This is your final warning, Ronin. Stop now." But Ronin didn't flinch. His golden eyes remained resolute, without a trace of fear. He gripped the sword hilt until it was soaked with sweat, disregarding Navarrose's title as a former swordmaster. "I don't care who you are." The young man stood tall, resolutely refusing to back down. "My answer remains the same." Ronin's golden eyes flared. He growled defiantly. "Get lost." Navarrose gently closed her eyes. Mysterious green energy erupted. "Then you leave me no other choice." A colossal serpent with glowing green eyes appeared, opening its mouth wide, unleashing a terrifying serpent strike. Tiny Ronin was overwhelmed by the monster, his body flung amidst the surge of green energy. Extreme horror was evident on his sweat-drenched face, but his eyes still gleamed with resilience. A terrible sound echoed, like bones shattering in the night. Then a loud noise like pouring rain enveloped the space, plunging everything into chaos. In a stream of memories, a voice echoed, recalling the mysterious Grand Marshal. "Grand Marshal, I once asked you." A younger Ronin, in casual attire, stood facing the back of a long-haired, brown-haired woman. The voice continued, revealing that the woman had refused the command position in a war no one dared to take. Ronin's memories continued, a question echoing in his mind, questioning the promise from years ago. A distant voice replied, like a prophecy of unshakable fate, that he would eventually find out for himself. The brown-haired woman turned her head, a smile hiding a secret, asserting that everyone must bear their own destiny. The words from years ago still echoed. Ronin wondered what had been hidden deep in her mind then. In his memory, Ronin's eyes flared golden. He reached out as if to grasp something that had slipped away. A cold sword appeared, along with the lingering question. Ultimately, her figure stood tall upon a sea of blood. What was the tragic burden she carried? Another figure appeared, a black-haired woman with a blood-stained face, apologizing to Ronin. Gloomy light enveloped her. She bowed her head, her apology like a heavy burden on the young man's shoulders. Ronin's back turned away. Ethereal blue light reflected on his black hair. Power exploded. Dazzling light engulfed her, creating a horrifying spectacle. A demonic smile bloomed on her lips. She uttered a curse, wishing him eternal unforgiveness. "No!" Ronin shot up from the bed, his scream tearing through the night. His eyes filled with horror. He panted, drenched in sweat, the nightmare still haunting his every breath, his golden yellow eyes wide open. He flinched as a worried voice rang in his ear. The long-haired woman appeared, her eyes full of concern, asking if he had just had a nightmare. He stared blankly at the long-haired woman, uttering an unfamiliar name, as if still immersed in the recent nightmare. His eyes still held a trace of astonishment, unconsciously repeating the name Grand Marshal, which startled the woman. The long-haired woman questioned him, puzzled, pulling him back to reality. Ronin flinched, sweat pouring out, realizing he had spoken out of turn. He quickly forced a laugh, trying to dismiss his embarrassment. "Ha ha! It's nothing!" The woman looked at him suspiciously, not believing his clumsy explanation. He glanced around the room, realizing it was the infirmary. The woman explained that Navarrose had told her to bring him here, and there was another message. In his mind, Navarrose's image appeared menacingly, her green eyes glowing brightly. She declared she would discipline someone with a special makeup class. The long-haired woman smiled mysteriously, confirming it was Navarrose's message. Ronin's face went pale upon hearing it. "Oh my God!" She came closer, her gaze suddenly becoming more serious. She called his name, as if about to say something important. She asked him if he was so angry because of her. Ronin flinched, his eyes revealing confusion and worry. He quickly denied it, claiming he was merely a person who valued propriety. She burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha! You're a terrible liar!" She looked at him with sad eyes, advising him not to resent Cardan or the other students too much. "I somewhat understand how they feel," she said. Ronin turned in astonishment. "Huh? What do you mean by that?" he questioned angrily. How can you say that? What did you do to deserve such treatment? You tried your best to be a good teaching assistant. She pondered, then suddenly asked, By the way, why are you a teaching assistant for that class? Ronin was surprised. Huh? He mused, then said, Let's just say the students are young and inexperienced. They don't understand things yet. But what about the instructor? She just stood there, his eyes blazing. Ronin growled, questioning, She just stood there, doing nothing while they bullied you like that. Aren't you angry? His words were like arrows piercing her heart. The brown-haired woman smiled faintly, a smile that held many meanings. Oh, it seems there's a misunderstanding. Miss Navarose didn't intervene to help me. Ronin was stunned before he could collect himself, she continued. It's because I asked her not to. A confession that left him speechless. Her hands clasped together, showing her embarrassment. What? Why would you do something so foolish? I felt I wasn't worthy of being in this class. Students must be professional swordsmen to study here. Ronin's eyes widened in astonishment. She continued to reveal the painful truth. But I was held back a year and can barely use mana. Darkness enveloped him. Ronin couldn't believe his ears. What? Unbelievable. The words seemed to catch in his throat. In Ronin's mind, the image of Grand Marshal Navarose appeared majestic and powerful. The Grand Marshal has such an overwhelming aura. Could she also have once been so weak? Back in reality, the brown-haired woman explained, That's why I asked Miss Navarose not to do anything, no matter how the other students treated me. A sad smile on her lips. She let me into the class as a teaching assistant, and I didn't want to bother her with watching over me. Scenes of bullying flashed by. She accepted her fate. Being able to study in this class is a privilege, so I have to pay the price for it. A silent sacrifice. Ronin clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. She looked at him, asserting, I can endure anything the other students throw at me. Ronin's golden eyes showed concern. She softly said, But anyway, I still thank you for your help today, Ronin. An old scene reappeared. She was attacked. I thought I was used to being treated badly. Her voice trembled. She covered her face with her hand, a forced smile hiding her pain. But today it really hurt a bit. Her vulnerability was revealed. The room fell silent. Only the unspoken thoughts of the two remained. The heavy confessions, the space seemed to stop. Ronin looked at her, his eyes understanding. Could it be? You're pushing yourself into all of this. He began to realize the truth. Ronin hit a nerve, startling her. How did he know? Is it that obvious? His questioning was like a shock. The girl bowed her head, admitting her inadequacy. Her dream sounded far-fetched, but it was the truth. She looked up, her smile hiding an unwavering determination. My dream is to become the Grand Marshal of this empire, the declaration echoed, full of resolve. She quickly waved her hand, explaining that she wasn't an expert yet, and this dream sounded unrealistic. Ronin just listened silently. But I will never give up, she affirmed, her eyes blazing. She was confident in her military knowledge and strategy, and was striving every day. Ronin looked down at her hands, deeply etched with calluses. He understood. It was proof of her relentless, hard training. The alarm bell rang, breaking the atmosphere. Is it time for class already? She startled. The girl stood up, telling Ronin to get some good rest. He nodded in agreement, his eyes still following her. Ronin gave a slight smile, his golden eyes glowing. Thank you for taking care of me, he said, his tone implying many things. No problem. She smiled, waving goodbye. The door creaked softly as she left. The door closed, and Ronin lay back on the bed. A feeling of emptiness washed over him as he sank into thought. In his mind, her image appeared vaguely, along with her echoing words. Corporal Ronin, if we meet again, could you tell me to just be a tailor and not waste my time with these meaningless things? Her smile hid pain. Her face was smeared with blood, her eyes tightly closed, a sorrowful smile on her lips. I tried everything, but nothing succeeded as expected. Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing amber. Anger and helplessness surged within him. Ronin was still lost in thought, questioning his current position, a position he did not desire at all. He wondered, was this the Marshal's will? A few days later, on the weekend, the clear blue sky seemed to dispel the gloom in his heart. The peaceful scenery of an ancient forge, located right at the entrance to Grand Cappadocia, signaled a new beginning. Ronin, along with his two friends Navarose, Acel, and Sita, arrived at the forge as agreed. He was confused. What's going on? He told me to come get a sword. Inside the forge, it was deserted, not a soul in sight. Ronin frowned. Why is no one here? Ronin knocked impatiently. Good heavens, why send an urgent letter in the middle of the night if you're not even here to open the door now? He held up the letter, rereading the promise of the greatest sword of the blacksmith's life, and the demand for his immediate presence. Frustration surged. and Ronin kicked away the iron helmet at his feet. Is this how customers are treated? Unbelievable. He exploded in anger, delivering a powerful kick that sent things scattering everywhere. What's with this mess? Isn't anyone going to clean this place up? His anger erupted. Ronin yelled, "What kind of service is this?" Navarose and Azel exchanged worried glances. He's been so sensitive lately, hasn't he? Azel speculated. Something must have happened in the advanced class. Ronin turned his back, making a bold decision. Never mind. Let's just go in. The two girls were astonished. Navarose asked worriedly, "Is it okay to just barge in like this?" Ronin said firmly. "Of course it's okay. He told us to come. Just follow me." Stepping inside, Ronin stopped, thoughtfully searching for clues. He recalled, last time, he definitely pressed this brick. A click sound rang out. The wall shifted, revealing a secret passage. Ronin smirked triumphantly. "See, I told you so." Navarose and Azel were astonished. After opening the secret passage, Ronin was still annoyed, swearing he would teach that old man a lesson about customer service, despite Azel and Navarose beside him looking worried. His eyes were sharp and cold, his golden pupils blazing with annoyance, and little Sita hovered nearby as if sharing his mood. Suddenly, Ronin's pupils constricted, and a feeling of unease struck him like a bolt from the blue. From above, a horrifying scene unfolded. The city was engulfed in a sea of flames, and mysterious energy vortexes twisted in the sky. Ronin and Navarose were aghast. Gripping the railing tightly, he exclaimed, "What the hell is happening?" The scene below was even more chilling. Blacksmiths lay scattered amidst fiery rubble, like a battlefield that had just ended. Azel panicked, calling Ronin's name, pointing downwards, her face filled with fear. A thunderous crash echoed through the sky, and the ground shook violently as a giant foot stomped down. A colossal stone creature, its eyes blazing red like lava, appeared, trampling everything to ruins. Two men, seemingly blacksmiths, were frantically fleeing for their lives, with the thundering footsteps of their pursuer behind them. "It's chasing the blacksmiths!" A voice rang out, confirming the danger. Ronin angrily questioned about the stone giants, while Azel was extremely worried, not knowing how to help. Without hesitation, Ronin gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze firm and full of determination. Without a word, he grabbed Azel and leaped over the railing, plunging straight into the sea of flames below. Azel was utterly astonished, her face pale with shock and fear. Ronin ordered Navarose to go back and call for reinforcements, while he plunged into the midst of the battle, leaving her with a heavy task. Ronin ordered Azel, and a sudden crash rang out, signaling an unexpected event was about to happen. He urged Azel to use her power, and she screamed in panic, a blue glow around her hands signaling her ability was being activated. Ronin held Azel tightly, forcing her to unleash her power. His eyes blazed red, while she was utterly terrified, her hands emitting a dazzling blue light. A dazzling burst of light erupted, accompanied by the incantation. Invisible Hand! Azel's ability had been activated, powerful and mighty. Heavy stomping echoed, and a giant stone foot descended, crushing the ground. "No!" A faint cry of despair escaped. The two blacksmiths, one with a long beard and one with a short beard, collapsed to the ground, panting, their faces dazed. Fire and thick dust enveloped the battlefield. The stone giant raised its fist to the sky, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Is this truly the end for us? A voice of despair rang out. Suddenly, a blazing red streak of light tore through the air, shooting straight towards it. A sharp ping and a powerful FSSSHHH hissed out. The red light pierced straight into the colossal body of the stone giant, creating a large crack on its hard shell. The blazing red energy continued to tear, cutting through the enemy's stone body, demonstrating the terrifying power of the attack. From behind, Ronin's messy black hair appeared, brilliant red light emanating from his head, proving he was the source of the destructive attack. The stone giant let out a surprised UGH as it was wounded. Ronin coldly uttered, "Perfect timing." Ronin stood tall, looking down at the two blacksmiths sitting on the ground. Sita hovered beside him, witnessing the scene. Ronin turned his back, his voice calm but containing annoyance. "Lately I've had a lot on my mind, and I'm looking for a way to blow off steam." His eyes turned blazing golden, his gaze sharp and cold, full of killing intent. "Today, you've picked the wrong person to mess with." The final warning rang out, full of contempt and anger. "You stupid rockheads." Ronin's eyes blazed golden. The final warning rang out full of contempt. "Today, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. You stupid rockhead." The colossal enemy growled, delivering a sky-shattering punch, and the ground shook violently. A roaring scream tore through the air, and the colossal stone hand descended as if to crush everything. Amidst the sea of flames and rubble, Ronin still stood there, strangely calm, with the small creature with purple wings beside him. His eyes were cold, without a trace of fear. An invisible surge of energy erupted, signaling the coming storm. In an instant, a red streak of light cut through the wind, his sword leaving its sheath as fast as lightning. Ronin sprang up. Like an arrow shot straight into the giant, his blazing sword slashing across the sky. A dazzling sword strike tore through the stone body, fragments scattering in the air. The giant shattered. Its body disintegrated into countless stone fragments, and Ronin fell with the momentum. The colossal stone head fell freely. Its blazing red eyes still held an expression of utter astonishment. A loud sound echoed through the sky, and the giant's head slammed hard onto the ground, creating a deep crater. The two blacksmiths startled and fell backward, utterly terrified by the horrifying scene that had just unfolded. Oh my God! They stared dumbfounded at the scene before them. Isn't that the kid who used to visit Duran's forge? How could a child defeat a stone giant with just one blow? Amidst the silence after the battle, Ronin's decisive footsteps rang out. Hey, you guys! Ronin stood on the shattered rock, his sword plunged into the ground, his gaze sweeping across the desolate battlefield. Can anyone explain? The two blacksmiths looked up. Before them were the colossal remains of the recently defeated enemy. An unbelievable sight. Ronin stood tall on the ruins of the stone giant, his fiery gaze sweeping across the desolate battlefield, a small creature perched on his shoulder. The air was taut, a question echoing in his mind, full of disbelief. What the hell is going on here? In a deep, ruined pit, Ronin and Azel stood between two blacksmiths sitting on the ground, his sword plunged straight into the earth. Azel looked at him worriedly, while Ronin questioned. Seriously? You mean dozens of stone giants suddenly appeared and attacked this place? The long-bearded and short-bearded blacksmiths looked at each other. Then the long-bearded one nodded resignedly. That's right. We don't know why either. The short-bearded blacksmith continued, his face etched with horror. They just emerged from the ground and started destroying everything in their path. A horrifying image appeared. Colossal stone giants trampling, smashing everything, seemingly only wanting to destroy the blacksmiths. After capturing a few blacksmiths, including Duran, the giants disappeared as quickly as they appeared, leaving behind chaos and despair. The short-bearded blacksmith recounted with a pained expression. Dedekin tried to pursue, but he's not a warrior. If we don't do something now— Ronin's eyes glowed bright yellow, his expression cold and resolute. He thought to himself, they'll become dinner for those giants. Ronin stood up, ordering Azel and the two blacksmiths. All right, I understand. Are there any more giants here? The long-bearded blacksmith replied. The one you just defeated was the last. He handed Sita to Azel, instructing, if you find anyone injured, treat them. With Sita's help, you won't have any trouble with first aid. Ronin turned, walking resolutely. Azel asked worriedly. Ronin, what are you going to do? He replied curtly. Do you even need to ask? Looking down from above into a colossal fissure, Ronin and Azel stood on the edge. He declared, I have to go rescue the blacksmiths from the giants. A hand rested on Ronin's shoulder. He recalled a promise. Besides, Doran still owes me a sword. In a flashback, Doran, the red-bearded blacksmith, looked at Ronin sternly. I'm grateful you risked your life to find me, but you shouldn't be here. Blood seeped from the wound, but the wolfman Didekon's blue eyes still blazed. He growled, his name bursting out like a challenge. In response was an earth-shattering roar from the stone giants, their eyes glowing red like lava, ready to devour everything. The wolfman charged into battle, recklessly shouting towards Doran. Hurry! Run while you still can! With your stealth armor, I'm sure! Shut up, Doran, Didekon roared, his sharp fangs bared. I'm stressed enough. Don't distract me with those weak words. The wolfman grabbed Doran's collar, his eyes furious. Instead of standing there doing nothing, why don't you swing that sword? Is it just for decoration? Doran panicked. No, I can't. Doran gripped the sword hilt, sweat pouring out. This sword is my greatest masterpiece. I can't perform that iconic breakthrough move myself. He despaired, explaining, I'll only defile the blade with my terrible swordsmanship. His meaningless excuses echoed amidst the battle. Didekon was utterly enraged, grabbing Doran's head, roaring, What the hell is wrong with this old man? As the two argued, a colossal stone hand slammed down, cracking the ground, signaling imminent danger. A heavy thud echoed as another giant stomped its foot, shaking the entire cave, pushing them into a tight spot. A multitude of stone giants roared, their red eyes looking down, surrounding the two like moving mountains. Doran and the wolfman looked up, their eyes wide with horror at the overwhelming power of the enemy. A colossal stone fist slammed straight down, crushing everything in its path, creating a deafening explosion. Thick dust billowed up from where the punch had landed, obscuring vision, making the air suffocating. Doran stared into space, his eyes vacant. He whispered, the wolfman's name escaping in a choked sob. Didekon. Amidst the rubble, Didekan appeared, straining to hold up a colossal rock, trying to protect Doran. A tragic, desperate sight. Didekan growled in pain, his blue eyes blazing, as the defensive charm on his armor shattered. The colossal rock shook violently, cracks spreading like a spiderweb, signaling its inevitable collapse. The wolfman Vidian collapsed, exclaiming in despair, "Damn it! If I knew I was going to die like this, I would have done everything I wanted to." Suddenly, a figure flashed up, swinging a sword that tore through the air. As fast as lightning, light exploded. A young man plunged down amidst the shattered rock, delivering a fatal blow to the roaring stone giant. What a pity! Vidian shot up, his blue eyes wide with astonishment, unable to believe what was happening before him. Fiery red sword slashes tore through the darkness, piercing the enemy's colossal body, forming sharp cuts. Vidian only managed to see the blazing sword slashes sweep past his head, blinding light enveloping everything. A loud crack echoed, as if something was shattering from within. The stone giant exploded into countless fragments, stone dust flying everywhere, the ground shaking violently. The young man with black hair, Ronin, stood majestically amidst the rubble. He turned his back to Vidian, saying, "Impressive, Vidian. Leave the rest to me. You rest." Vidian and Doran stared at Ronin, their faces stunned. The wolfman stammered, Ronin? Vidian asked in shock, "What are you doing here? How did you get past the giants on the way here?" Ronin merely smirked. "Oh, them?" Ronin replied casually. "I dealt with all of them while rescuing the other blacksmith." A group of blacksmiths just rescued looked at Ronin with terrified and disbelieving eyes. "You? What did you say?" Amidst everyone's astonishment, Ronin coldly declared, "All right, enough chit-chat. Enough chit-chat." Ronin coldly extended his hand, ordering Vidian. The wolfman gasped, uttering in despair, "Give me that sword, Doran. I can't use it anymore." Doran was stunned. Ronin's sharp gaze pierced Doran. "That masterpiece sword you just showed off, you made it for me, right?" Doran flinched, stammering confirmation, sweat pouring out. Without hesitation, Doran hastily handed over the sword. "The sheath isn't finished, but just use it." Ronin coldly took it, a smirk fleeting across his face. "Thanks." The gleaming blade slowly emerged from its sheath, the cold metallic glint reflecting the young man's resolve. His black eyes suddenly turned bright yellow, a surging aura exploding around Ronin. He mumbled, as if contemplating the hidden power within the new sword. The two remaining stone giants, their eyes bloodshot like fire, growled ferociously, ready to charge into battle. Without hesitation, a giant roared, its heavy stone body gliding forward, swinging a colossal fist towards Ronin. Ronin stood firm as a rock. "Let's see. How strong this thing island," he whispered, his eyes blazing, ready to receive the attack. A lightning-fast sword slash tore through the air. The blade glowed with a dazzling red light, like a destructive bolt of lightning. The terrifying power from Ronin's slash erupted, creating a colossal fissure, crushing everything in its path. The two stone giants were stunned, their red eyes wide with horror at the sudden destructive power. The ground shook, cracking open. Ronin's fiery red slash tore space apart, like a permanent scar of destruction. Stone fragments flew everywhere. Dazzling light enveloped the area. Everything was plunged into the chaos of absolute power. Amidst the rubble, Ronin still stood there, terrifyingly calm. A brown-haired blacksmith could only exclaim, "Wow." Vidian and Doran were speechless, their eyes filled with disbelief. Doran, the red-bearded blacksmith, his eyes suddenly gleamed with a strange light. Ronin admired the sword in his hand, a satisfied smile on his lips. "This is a formidable sword," he murmured, as if he had just found a soulmate. Doran, the red-bearded blacksmith, excitedly asked Ronin if he liked the new sword, and that its name was La Mancha. Ronin confirmed the name, his face remaining calm, but his eyes full of satisfaction. Doran continued to boast, his voice full of pride. He said the sword was so light it was almost imperceptible, yet stronger than mithril and capable of withstanding any sword technique. And that's not all. Doran also revealed another special ability of La Mancha. It could absorb blood. A stream of shimmering golden liquid flowed along the blade, as if devouring something. And not only that, the sword also automatically repaired all damage without any magic. Ronin stood there, his gaze fixed on the blade, his expression pensive. The young man wondered how Doran could have created such a sword. He thought to himself, could it be because it was made from the shell of Sita, the legendary spirit beast? Ronin turned to Doran, praising. "This sword is even better than I expected." The blacksmith laughed heartily, full of self-satisfaction. Vidian interjected, urging them to leave. Ronin confirmed they were the first ones down here, so no one else needed rescuing. He looked around, his gaze sharp as if scrutinizing something. He ordered Vidian to take Doran back, while he would stay to check something. Vidian asked again in surprise, but Ronin merely evaded the question. Ronin said it wasn't important, but he had a strange premonition. A shadow fell over his face, concealing worry. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned bright yellow, full of vigilance. He asserted that there was a rat hiding somewhere down here. his tone cold. The torch blazed, illuminating a part of the cave. The atmosphere grew tense, signaling that something was about to happen. From beneath the ground, a colossal stone creature with fiery red eyes slowly emerged, surrounded by shimmering golden rock fragments. Two figures in white cloaks, their faces hidden, with terrifying red eyes appeared. Ronin was right. It was a very large rat. Vidian and Doran stood frozen, looking towards Ronin. The wolfman asked again, his voice full of doubt, "A rat?" Vidian stepped forward, asking Ronin what he meant. Ronin replied that something was bothering him, his gaze still fixed on the darkness ahead. He explained that stone giants never traveled in groups or attacked unless provoked. Clearly, someone was pulling the strings. Ronin placed his hand on the cliff, feeling every crack. He had one more thing to say, something he had never seen in these giants. The cliff shook violently under his palm, as if holding a terrifying secret. Vidian and Doran stood behind, their eyes filled with astonishment. He stepped back, revealing a glowing magic circle on the cliff, a suspicious tattoo on their necks. "Is this a formation?" Ronin asked, his gaze sharp. Ronin turned to Doran, asking if he recognized this type of formation. Doran scratched his head, admitting he wasn't an expert and couldn't say for sure. Doran reached out and touched the circle, and a powerful surge of mana erupted. "But the mana resonance here," he muttered, his expression serious. "Seems to indicate that this is an extremely evil formation," Doran asserted, his face hardening. "This must be what drove the giants mad." "Who could have done this?" Ronin mused. He knew the answer was not simple. His eyes turned brilliant yellow, flashing with determination. There's only one way to find the truth. He looked down into the bottomless abyss, where darkness swallowed everything. "I'll have to go deeper inside." The cave entrance opened into a dark, profound passage, like a giant mouth waiting to swallow anyone who dared to enter. Without hesitation, Ronin leaped down. He plunged straight into the earth, his sword gleaming like a final ray of light. The deeper he went, the clearer Ronin's perception became. "At first, I wasn't very sure. But the deeper I go, the stronger my premonition." His eyes remained brilliant, yellow. Amidst the giant footprints of monsters, he discovered human-sized shoe prints. Clearly, someone had passed through here. Moreover, defensive mana-detecting stones were also scattered around. The mastermind behind this had meticulously planned every step. The one behind this has planned very carefully. Ronin glided like the wind, determined to uncover the truth. Suddenly, he stopped short. His brilliant yellow eyes widened, staring into the darkness ahead, as if he had just discovered something extremely important. A cold gust of wind swept past, carrying faint sounds. Ronin paused, his keen ears having caught strange signals from deep within the darkness. He spun around, sword drawn, his sharp gaze sweeping across the space. "Let's see who," he muttered, ready to face any danger. A close-up of Ronin's brilliant yellow eyes. They glowed like flames, reflecting intense focus and an ominous premonition. Suddenly, something colossal and shimmering appeared. Ronin was stunned. Wait. He realized this was not an ordinary thing. "What the hell is this?" Ronin exclaimed, astonished by the colossal, shimmering golden rock, towering like a mountain. In front of the rock, two figures in white cloaks stood silently, like ghosts amidst the strange light. Ronin stared at the two mysterious figures. He asserted, "They are clearly the ones behind the attack." But what is that colossal rock? He wondered. It was so massive that the giants he had once defeated looked like children next to it. The stone giant was still dormant, but Ronin knew that if it awakened, everything would turn into a disaster. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Suddenly, Vidian appeared, looking at Ronin with suspicion. "You think someone broke in?" Ronin flinched slightly, confirming it. Vidian continued to ask, "Are you sure?" Ronin nodded. "Absolutely. We're losing control of the giants." Vidian concluded. "So a third party is involved." Eduan, the taller cloaked figure, sneered. "Tsk! Since when did these idiots from the Empire react so quickly?" The shorter cloaked figure worried. "What should we do? We don't have any more stones to use, and this one can't be activated yet." Eduan grinned sinisterly, his red eyes flashing with cruelty. "Perhaps I should go kill them all myself." The shorter cloaked figure quickly stopped Eduan. "Forget it, Eduan. We've already destroyed most of their main facilities." She further explained, "That alone will severely hinder the Empire's weapon production. If we reveal ourselves now, that person will seek revenge." Cilia suggested retreating, but Eduan, with flames blazing in his hand, mocked her for being too rigid, then reluctantly agreed. He looked towards the colossal stone statue, his red eyes flashing with malicious intent. "So, can I deal with that little thorn?" Cilia sighed, agreeing. "As you wish." Eduan grinned sinisterly, the flames in his hand flaring fiercely. Meanwhile, Ronin, leaning against the cliff, suddenly caught a strange scent. The young man's yellow eyes narrowed, a bad premonition rising within him. Eduan, with a ghoulish smile and blazing red eyes, sensed the smell of sulfur from the forge. He growled, flames erupting around him. This is really starting to annoy me. A colossal burst of firepower erupted, tearing through space. Ronin looked up, his eyes wide with horror at the approaching flames. The young man screamed, his entire body erupting with energy, trying to withstand the terrifying surge of power. An earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the entire cave. Eduan and Celia stood amidst the dust and smoke, Eduan laughing loudly. "Ha ha, looks like we have an unexpected guest." Ronin's yellow eyes flashed with resilience and determination. The young man knelt on one knee, sword drawn, facing the two cloaked figures. Eduan asked, "Who are you, kid?" Eduan watched Ronin dodge the flames, realizing something unusual. The cloaked figure gave a sinister smile, flames flaring in his hand again. "You must be very agile." No sooner had he spoken than a sea of fire erupted fiercely again, engulfing the space. Eduan gave a sinister smile, wanting to bind Ronin. The black-haired young man narrowly dodged, his eyes narrowed. He couldn't believe this sorcerer could cast large-scale materialization magic so quickly. These were definitely not ordinary mages. The cloaked figure leisurely stepped forward, confident as one who held everything. "All right, to my next question." He looked at Ronin, questioning, "How did you get in here?" "The security system here is quite tight." Celia stood beside him, silently observing. Amidst the still burning flames, Ronin stood up straight, sword pointed directly at his enemies. "I was about to ask you the same thing. Who are you?" A smirk appeared on the young man's lips. "I guess you two are looking for a quiet corner to chat, but this isn't quite the right place." Eduan burst into delighted laughter, his red eyes fixed on Ronin. "Hey, look at this kid. He's got a nasty mouth. Killing him would be fun, wouldn't it, Celia?" The white-cloaked woman reminded him. "We don't have much time, Eduan." The cloaked figure still grinned sinisterly, ignoring the reminder. "Why don't we enjoy ourselves a bit first, Celia? It won't be long anyway." Eduan's smile grew wider and wider, revealing a look of madness. Very soon, this empire will be swallowed by starlight. Every word from Eduan cut into Ronin's heart like a sharp blade. His face was plunged into shadow, only his blazing red eyes glowing with fury. Eduan continued to ramble about destruction. "It is destined to be swallowed by our starlight." But he couldn't finish his sentence. Ronin spun around, his gaze as sharp as a dagger. "What did you just say? Do you know?" He couldn't believe his ears. The young man's eyes turned brilliant yellow, his gaze sparking fire. "What that means? You rats!" His voice was chillingly cold. Eduan was surprised by Ronin's sudden change. He frowned, wondering, what happened to this kid? The sword in Ronin's hand gleamed with a cold light. He was no longer the prey, but the hunter. "You two are coming with me." Amidst the magical sparks, Ronin stood proudly, his aura completely overwhelming. He had something to clarify. "I have." Ronin stood amidst the sea of fire, his sword still imbued with a cold light. He was ready for the confrontation and had too many questions that needed answers from those facing him. Eduan, the white-cloaked figure, gave a contemptuous smirk. With Celia behind him, he questioned Ronin, not believing that someone like him could order him around. The sorcerer Eduan didn't say much, just waved his hand. A fierce magical flame erupted, ready to engulf the young man. "Hey kid!" The furious flame surged forward, swallowing Ronin's figure. Eduan believed everything was over if he continued, but he had underestimated his opponent. In an instant, a sharp blade tore through the flames. Ronin counterattacked swiftly, blood spurting from the cloaked figure's mouth. Space vibrated, fresh red blood splattering. A terrifying attack had struck, leaving devastating consequences. Ronin stood firm, his eyes blazing. He had severed Eduan's hand, proving that he could indeed command his enemies. "I think I can." Eduan's hand fell, fresh blood dripping. The black-haired young man had mercilessly and decisively struck down one of the two cloaked figures. Now, Ronin's eyes turned brilliant yellow. Looking down coldly, he ordered Eduan to stay still, not to cause any more trouble. Eduan writhed on the ground, his hands severed. Celia stood behind, witnessing the horrifying scene, completely stunned. The cloaked Celia was utterly terrified. Eduan, a powerful individual, didn't even have a chance to react to Ronin's speed and strength. Eduan didn't even have a chance to react. Without hesitation, Ronin reached out. A cold intent was clear in his blazing eyes, aimed directly at the remaining figure. Celia was caught. Ronin's powerful hand gripped her neck, making the young woman unable to breathe, her face filled with fear. Ronin looked directly at Celia, his brilliant yellow eyes full of menace. He demanded she answer his questions, his tone chillingly cold. "Listen, girl, you'd better answer my questions." Ronin's ruthless gaze pinned Celia, He warned her that she would suffer the same fate as Edjuan if she didn't cooperate. Otherwise, you'll end up like him. Ronin wasn't joking. His threat echoed through the space, asserting the absolute power of the victor. Edjuan's arm was severed, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The white-cloaked figure writhed in pain, only managing to gasp out a horrified "Ma." "Mana shield!" A brilliant surge of power erupted. Ronin launched a decisive blow toward Cilia, forcing her to erect her final defense. Ronin smirked, his eyes sharp. "Oh, so that's it. Are you trying to make things difficult for me?" He subtly flicked his hand, a confident gesture, as if everything was within his calculation. He felt the shield's power, silently assessing. This mana shield is quite sturdy. But in an instant, his smugness became apparent. "But it's not enough to stop me." A terrifying, shattering sound echoed. Cilia's mana shield couldn't withstand it, cracking and then disintegrating into countless shards of light, leaving her completely defenseless. Utterly terrified, Cilia's eyes widened. The crimson energy from Ronin shot straight towards her, giving her no time to react. Her fate was sealed. "How could he pierce my mana shield?" she screamed in her mind as the cold blade ran her through. Without hesitation, Ronin brought his sword down. The sharp blade plunged straight into Cilia's body, fresh blood splattering, staining the entire area crimson. Cilia fell to the ground, her body hitting hard, a pained "gah" escaping her throat. She had completely collapsed. Ronin leaned down to look at her, his golden eyes gleaming with cruelty. "Ha! Look at this. Are you a half-elf?" he questioned casually. Cilia writhed in a pool of blood, but still clearly heard his words. "What is a half-elf like you doing with those bastards? Whatever you monsters are plotting, it's all over now." Suddenly, a colossal creature made of dry, fiercely burning tree trunks emerged from the shadows, growling menacingly. Ronin turned his back on Cilia, facing the new threat. The creature exploded, creating a powerful shockwave. His eyes turned crimson, a flash of light appearing. Ronin didn't flinch, preparing to launch a sharp object at the enemy. Swift as a flash, he lunged forward, swinging his sword in a fatal strike. The blade tore through the air, piercing through the flames, engulfing the creature. An earth-shattering explosion. The burning creature completely shattered, turning into dust and ash, leaving Ronin standing tall amidst the aftermath. The echoes of the explosion lingered, thick with smoke and dust. He stood there, his eyes sharp, sensing something unusual. Ronin's golden eyes gleamed with astonishment. He had just torn the enemy to shreds, yet I just ripped you to pieces. How are you still standing? From the ashes, dry roots began to stir, writhing as if alive. A grotesque sight. Then from it, a new form arose. The enemy now bore a human-like shape, its body wrapped in roots, one arm fiercely ablaze. Ronin stared, his eyes full of contempt. "Why do you look so disgusting?" He couldn't hide his revulsion. The white-haired enemy roared, fire blazing around its arm. "Stay away from her, you brat!" Without another word, Ronin lunged like a gust of wind, his sword flashing. Cilia lay there, motionless, covered in blood. He stepped on the one who had just risen, his cold gaze looking down. Cilia lay slumped beside him. "Don't you understand yet?" The white-haired enemy trembled, its crimson eyes revealing horror and pain. It couldn't believe what was happening. Ronin tightened his grip on Cilia's neck, fresh blood splattering. A scream of pain tore through the air. "Both of you are finished." He stood tall, his sword plunged into the ground, his cruel gaze fixed on the two writhing figures. "The choice is yours." Cilia lay there, her breath shallow. Ronin's voice rang out coldly. "Either obey me and come with me, or I'll cut this girl in half like a magician. Or perhaps she can also heal herself like you?" He scoffed. The white-haired enemy gritted its teeth, its flaming arm twitching slightly. Finally, it yielded. "All right, I'll go with you," Ronin sneered. "A wise choice." He withdrew his sword, fresh blood dripping onto the gasping Cilia. "I truly don't want to shed any more blood." His tone was chillingly cruel. Ronin's golden eyes gleamed with calculation. He paused, as if considering something. "If both of you die, I won't be able to ask anything." The gasping Cilia suddenly gave a sinister smile. Fresh blood smeared at the corner of her lips. Utterly surprised, no one understood what was happening to her. In that moment of life and death, what did that smile conceal? Ronin froze, his eyes looking up at the glowing colossal rock, a mysterious energy surging. He was horrified, his golden eyes wide as he realized something was amiss. An invisible force flung Ronin away. He flew backward, his sword still clutched tightly. His body shot through the air, like an arrow fired. A violent explosion echoed, dust and dirt flying everywhere. The colossal rock trembled, a dazzling golden light erupting with a hazy smoke. A gigantic foot, gnarled like ancient tree roots, slowly set down on the ground. Edjuan bent down and asked the sitting-up Cilia. "Cilia, are you all right?" She replied, "I'm fine, Edjuan. I owe you my life this time. Ronin knelt, staring at the fiery explosion. A voice echoed. It's a good thing you distracted him by feigning an attack. Eduan and Cilia stood on the cliff, surrounded by a faint light. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had time to cast the illusion spell, or activate that stone giant. The colossal stone face slowly awakened. The stone giant had fully awakened, standing tall beside Eduan and Cilia. Eduan instructed Cilia, I can only control the giant's arm, but that's enough to severely injure him. Cilia, go report to the other members of the guild. Eduan looked towards the young man, his eyes blazing, his voice full of murderous intent. I'll finish that brat off. Despite her blood-soaked body, Cilia still tried to warn, be careful, Eduan stepped forward, his root arm fiercely burning, while Cilia weakly added, he looks like a child, but his strength far surpasses his age. Eduan growled, I will never let my guard down again. Eduan's face contorted in the blazing fire, his crimson eyes filled with hatred. That is no ordinary child. He looked at Ronin's hazy figure in the smoke and fire, cruelly calculating. If we don't kill him now, he will become a serious threat to us. Later, amidst the thick smoke and dust, Ronin knelt on one knee, his sword still firm in his hand, his gaze resolute. Eduan shot into the air, intending to deliver a decisive blow. I won't let him escape. But an invisible force tore Eduan's body apart in midair, blood splattering everywhere. He screamed in pain as crimson slashes continuously struck him, fresh blood staining the entire area red. Ronin appeared amidst the blood, his eyes blazing red like a demon's, the sword in his hand drenched in gore. Eduan collapsed, his body disintegrating, blood and fragments of roots scattered everywhere. Ronin coldly tightened his grip on the blood-soaked sword, drops of blood trickling onto the ground. He questioned, Where do you think you're going? The young man staggered to his feet, Cilia behind him staring at him in horror. Ronin growled, I already told you. Ronin's eyes turned golden, his gaze sharp and menacing. I have many questions for you. Cilia trembled, her face pale with fear at Ronin's sudden brutality. Eduan, despite being gravely wounded, still managed to create a magic barrier, asking in horror, How did you survive that attack? Ronin, covered in blood, trembled as he clutched the hilt of his sword, muttering a curse. His face was pale, his eyes lifeless, his words caught in his throat, as if an invisible force was choking him. The young man collapsed, his sword plunged into the ground, his body trembling uncontrollably, helpless against whatever was controlling him. Ronin strained, his crimson eyes showing clear panic. Damn it, I can't control my body, he cried out in despair. Eduan, standing afar, was horrified by the sight. He pondered, and despite his anger, decided to retreat to report to his comrades, avoiding a battle he wasn't sure to win. A surge of magic light flared, carrying Eduan away. Ronin stood there, his eyes turning golden and full of murderous intent, growling, You will pay dearly for this. A pointed-eared, blonde woman appeared in the light. She sneered, her face smeared with blood, vowing to hunt down and steal everything from Ronin. She growled, her blue eyes blazing with hatred. Your family, your loved ones, your friends. I will destroy every single one of them. The curse echoed while Ronin stood motionless, his eyes blood red. Ronin plunged into darkness, his crimson eyes appearing full of despair. Oh no, I finally found a clue. I can't let her escape like this, he told himself, in the endless darkness, determined not to give up. The image of a ruined battlefield, a colossal sword plunged deep, and a figure kneeling in a rain of blood appeared. Otherwise, everything will repeat like last time. In despair, Ronin screamed, repeating a single word. Stop! 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 His blood-soaked hand reached out, trying to grasp something in the air, while the woman's magical light still blazed. Stop! Ronin screamed in pain, his golden eyes flaring, his face covered in blood and despair. Stop! Another hand, slender, gripped the hilt of a sword. Ethereal blue smoke surrounded it. A voice echoed, You heard him. The eerie sword glittered in a wisp of green smoke, like a cold warning echoing through the space. Stop! Eduan, heavily wounded, stared ahead in horror, unable to believe what was happening. Ronin, his face covered in blood, his golden eyes blazing with killing intent, growled as he questioned his opponent. The colossal monster rose from the shadows, engulfing the trembling Eduan. Ronin continued his questioning. The giant python's blazing golden eyes locked onto Eduan. Ronin growled, getting straight to the core issue. Is that you? Eduan was completely overwhelmed, his eyes filled with panic. Ronin relentlessly questioned him, his words full of rage. You bastard! A white-haired figure appeared, her green eyes burning with hatred. She was Navarro's, and she was furious. Her voice rang out powerfully, questioning the one who dared harm her student. The one who harassed my student. Footsteps echoed in the dark cave, each step a powerful affirmation of presence. Navarose approached the kneeling Ronin, comforting him with sincere praise.
I've heard what happened, Ronin. You were very brave.
Ronin looked up, his face still streaked with blood, but a flicker of satisfaction shone in his golden eyes. He mumbled about the timing of her appearance. Navarose stood tall, her gaze resolute. Her appearance was like a solid anchor amidst the chaos. She gently closed her eyes, then opened them, her gaze sharp and cold. She was glad Ronin still had the strength to speak, proving he wasn't too severely injured. Navarose's green eyes suddenly flared, a dagger-sharp gaze piercing through the darkness, full of power. The giant python, which had been ferocious moments ago, now trembled before that gaze, as if suppressed by an invisible force. Edjuan, being overwhelmed, felt the threat. Navarose declared she would handle everything herself. The enemy trembled, their body paralyzed under the invisible pressure. What the hell is this? Why is she here? A bewildered question echoed. Fear surged, wanting to escape but in vain. That hand had reached out, carrying a deadly green energy current. A painful UGH tore through the air. Navarose's hand tightened, fresh blood splattering on the fiend's face. Navarose coldly declared, "You have done many terrible things." She tightened her grip, her eyes full of rage. "But what angers me the most is that you dared to injure my student." Her voice was deep and powerful. The enemy was terrified, their eyes wide. Navarose's power was too terrifying, beyond all imagination. "Look closely," Navarose whispered, a brilliant green light erupting from her hand. "This is the future, awaiting you." The energy swirled, transforming into the shape of a colossal python. The magical python roared, engulfing both Navarose and the enemy. A horrifying vision unfolded. The enemy panicked, struggling in despair. "Ack!" The scream choked in their throat. The fiend's eyes squeezed shut, their bodies swallowed by the green energy current. All resistance was futile. "I'm sorry, Daijing." The final whisper, fading into nothingness. A name echoed in their mind. The battle ended. The enemy fell, motionless. Ronin knelt. Navarose stood tall, the blue light still lingering. Navarose looked at Ronin, her voice gentle. "It's over, Ronin." He swallowed hard, his eyes still wide with shock. "After we bandage your wounds, we'll report this to the principal," she said, but Ronin seemed to still have something to ask. "Miss Navarose, earlier you mentioned the future. Were you referring to Rodol in prison?" he asked, surprising her. He had guessed correctly. Ronin's blood-stained face was extremely tense, his eyes burning with a fierce fire. Rodolon, the Fortress of Screams, an infamous prison standing isolated in the middle of the sea where darkness and despair reigned. Here, the most brutal forms of punishment were used to extract confessions from traitors to the Empire. A gruesome scene unfolded, etching deep horror. Rodolon was renowned as a place that could break the will of even the most stubborn criminals. In the gloomy space, a heavy question was about to be uttered. Ronin looked up, his red eyes gleaming with determination. He called her name, the deep sound seemingly holding an important plea. "Can you let me observe the interrogation?" Ronin questioned, his gaze unwavering. Navarose was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "What? What do you mean?" She was about to refuse, but Ronin gripped her hand, his eyes pleading. "Just this once, please, Miss Navarose," he begged, his voice full of earnestness. "This is extremely important to me," he emphasized, his golden eyes blazing with unshakable determination. Some secret was driving the young man. Navarose fell silent, her green eyes sweeping over Ronin's blood-stained face. She pondered, considering this unexpected request. At the same time, in another ruined cave, the survivors were exhausted. They sat on the ground, their faces clearly showing fatigue and pain. A young man in a blue tank top clutched his wound, groaning in pain. The recent battle had left severe consequences. A young man in a white cloak with a red cross was diligently treating an old, silver-bearded man, warm light radiating from his hands. Marya sighed in relief, wiping a drop of sweat from her forehead. "It seems everything has been resolved smoothly," she said, her voice full of weariness, but also a hint of joy. "Right, Azel?" Marya asked. Azel nodded tiredly. "That's right." Little Sita perched on her shoulder, also looking exhausted. What a relief. But the joy didn't last long. Azel suddenly grew worried, her purple eyes showing unease. "Ronin should have returned by now. I hope nothing happened to it." Just then, a colossal footstep echoed, and a tall figure cast a shadow. "Did someone just call my name?" A deep voice resonated, making the two girls look up. The two girls looked up in astonishment, Marya and Azel unable to believe their eyes as they heard the familiar voice call out their names. It was him! Ronin appeared, covered in blood but still sporting a smirk, causing Azel to exclaim in relief and surprise. He looked at the two girls, his golden eyes gleaming with satisfaction. "I heard everything you did. Well done, all three of you." Ronin recounted that Marya had bravely gone to seek aid, the blonde girl's face still showing traces of fear. As for Azel and Sita, the two had rescued more than half of the blacksmiths buried under the rubble. Azel was exhausted, and Sita lay tiredly in her arms. Ronin asked if they were injured, but both girls were worried about him. "You're covered in wounds! What happened to you?" Azel pleaded for Ronin to be treated, Sita lying tiredly in her arms. He reassured them that he had already healed his wounds. Ronin glanced into the distance, where the injured were being carried away by the rescue team, his expression gradually becoming pensive. On a stretcher, a blood-soaked, pointy-eared man lay motionless, next to a silver-haired man in chains. His gaze suddenly turned cold, a chilling aura emanating. "I have something I need to do right now." A few hours later, night fell, illuminated by the mystical purple full moon. This was the rendezvous point for transporting prisoners to Rhodolan. Wind whistled through the sheer cliffs in Greno Forest, where a group of people waited. 2 soldiers stood guard on the cliff, swallowing hard in tension, their eyes fixed on the horizon. Ronin and Navarro stood side by side, their sharp gazes fixed on the distance. "They've arrived," he said in a low voice. A colossal dark silhouette with powerful wings soared through the night sky, tearing through the air. It was Rhodolan's prisoner transport team, carrying secrets and grim fates. A colossal dark silhouette with powerful wings soared through the night sky, tearing through the air. It was Rhodolan's prisoner transport team, carrying secrets and grim fates. The giant bird spread its wings, carrying the plague mask wearer, landing on the ground with a powerful thud, creating a swirling gust of air. The door creaked open, a squeaking sound echoing in the silent space, signaling the arrival of the mysterious figures. One of the plague mask wearers approached, greeting Naviros, their red eyes hidden behind the mask. He explained that the Empire had summoned them to carry out the task of transporting special prisoners. The plague mask wearer's words still echoed, emphasizing the purpose of the trip, to transport a few prisoners. Navarros coldly asked about the unconscious prisoners lying on the ground, and received confirmation from the plague mask wearer. The plague mask wearer revealed that one of the prisoners possessed strange regenerative abilities, warning of difficulties during interrogation. He sneered, his voice haunting. "We're going to have some fun with this one." The prisoner transport team began to depart, taking the chained prisoners, and promised to notify them when the interrogation concluded. The long, white-haired, pointy-eared man, blindfolded and tightly chained, was carried away by a plague mask wearer, his fate uncertain. Navarros, with a resolute gaze, thanked the masked figures for their efforts. She continued, affirming their role in maintaining peace in the Empire. The giant bird and the plague mask wearer soared away, disappearing into the archway, leaving behind a silent space. Ronin and Navarros stood there, their gazes resolute, facing what had just transpired. Ronin's sword still stained with blood. Navarros gazed thoughtfully into the distance, her voice sounding calculated. "Once those two set foot in Rhodolan, in less than a week, they'll start talking," she continued, her eyes as sharp as ice. "I will report as soon as there's news. Get ready, we could depart at any moment." Ronin nodded slightly, his amber eyes flashing with resolve. "That's enough, Navarros," the young man replied, accepting the order. A brief thank you, yet it held trust and determination. Under the full moon, Ronin stood there, his sword still emanating a cold aura. A figure darted away, carrying the schemes that had just been decided. Time flew by. With the Empire's support, the reconstruction of Grand Cappadocia proceeded urgently, gradually revitalizing the desolate land. Ronin returned to the academy, continuing his training. Alongside Navarros, he constantly faced the iron-masked figures, honing his combat skills. Private training sessions with Navarros had become an indispensable part, helping the young man grow stronger. A few days later, the water's surface rippled slightly, as if signaling an impending incident. Rhodolan Fortress, also known as the Fortress of Screams, stood majestically in the night, its blazing red light shining down on the calm water. Inside the fortress, the cold stone corridors echoed with groans and screams of pain, stained with an eerie red hue. On the table, cruel, cold instruments of torture lay silently, awaiting the next victim. A plague-masked figure softly voiced a question. A painful groan escaped from a blood-soaked mouth. The cruel torturer exclaimed, seemingly too engrossed in his work to notice the time. The victim's face was contorted in horror. The plague-masked figure gently tightened his grip, whispering, "It's almost time." The cruel torture instrument was stained with blood, reflecting the blazing red eyes hidden behind the bird-beak mask. The nightmare at Rhodolan was far from over. Now, all that remained was waiting for the special guests to arrive. Amidst the roaring sea, an ancient fortress stood majestically, stained with the blazing red of mysterious lights. This was Rhodolan. Ronin and Navarros had arrived. A silver-haired man in military uniform stood amidst the hazy mist greeting the guests. He introduced himself as Karaka, the interrogator of the prisoners they had sent, and also their guide for this journey. Karaka offered a friendly smile, but it held something unpredictable, a smile too normal for an interrogator. Karaka asked if they wanted to meet the prisoner first. Ronin calmly replied, suggesting he tell them about the interrogation process as they walked. Certainly, Karaka replied, turning to lead the way. Ronin watched him, his gaze unwavering in the gloomy atmosphere. Naviros gasped in surprise. She couldn't believe someone as cheerful and kind-looking as Karaka was an interrogator at Rhodolan. Karaka's voice rang out, and he sneered. Honestly, everyone says that when they meet an interrogator for the first time. Naviros smirked. The heavy door slowly opened, revealing a deep, dark passage. Karaka continued, his voice full of hidden meaning. But don't judge a book by its cover. You'll understand soon enough. He stepped into the darkness first, like an invitation. He knew there was a reason, a horrifying reason. Painful groans echoed from the depths. Karaka continued, his voice deep and muffled. Whom they call every prisoner's worst nightmare. Screams tore through the air, stained with the crimson of blood and despair. This was Rhodolan. Torches flickered on the stone walls, illuminating the cold corridors where horror reigned. Footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Karaka said it wasn't far to the cell, and he would quickly summarize the interrogation process. Karaka continued, his voice pensive, saying that the first thing they needed to know was this horrifying secret. He didn't beat around the bush, directly revealing the name Nebula Clasier, a name fraught with countless dangers. Ronin and Naviros stood side by side, listening. Karaka explained that it was the name of these prisoners' organization. Naviros frowned. She had never heard of it. Karaka confirmed it was similar to the Carabolo gang, but more mysterious, and thus infinitely more dangerous. He spoke of the horrifying fire in Naranja, the explosion at the Edaman laboratory. Unsolved calamities. All of it was orchestrated by these mysterious figures, white-cloaked specters with blazing red eyes. Ronin broke out in a cold sweat. He couldn't believe their power. What was more terrifying, he had never heard of them in his previous life. Karaka merely gave a faint smile, saying the details were in the report, but Ronin didn't care for those papers. The black-haired young man interrupted Karaka, asking if they had mentioned anything about starlight or the appearance of a star. Karaka was surprised, thought for a moment, then shook his head, denying it. Ronin smirked, his face full of hidden meaning. He said he had overheard something similar when they were captured. Karaka looked at him suspiciously, but Ronin maintained his mysterious expression. He held the mask of a white-cloaked figure, feeling there was something related to their ultimate goal. Ronin scratched his cheek, smiling faintly. He knew they hadn't said anything, but he had his own intuition. Karaka looked at the mask, then at Ronin. A horrifying truth seemed to be slowly unfolding. Ronin was horrified, his eyes wide with fear, cold sweat pouring out, as a terrifying truth slowly unfolded. The birdbeak masked figure removed the white-haired man's hood, while Ronin confusedly wondered, what just happened? It's like he became a completely different person. The other replied, I understand. Thank you for telling me. The masked figure's gloved hand held a small device, emitting a dry click. He whispered, his voice full of self-mockery. I'm ashamed to have missed something important. The blazing red eyes behind the bird-beak mask gleamed mysteriously, and a chilling creak echoed. I'm sure I look like an idiot, he softly said. The masked figure turned, looking at Ronin and Naviros standing behind him. It seems my new friends aren't quite ready to share everything with me, he said meaningfully. Ronin flinched, cold sweat trickling down his temples. He felt a jolt run down his spine, a big question mark appearing in his mind. For a moment, the image of the white-haired, pointy-eared man with a sinister smile and glowing hands appeared. Wait! A voice echoed. The woman's face was full of pain, her eyes wide as if they would burst. Is that really? She whispered, her voice trembling. A horrifying scene unfolded. The white-haired, pointy-eared man was chained tightly, his body wrapped in roots, bleeding profusely. Below, the blindfolded blonde woman was also covered in blood. The blonde woman, blindfolded and chained to a chair, continued her unfinished sentence. The two of you like before? The bird-beak masked figure walked on. Ronin and Naviros looked towards Eduan, who was being cruelly tortured. Eduan is quite an interesting fellow, he said. He keeps regenerating his body with dark magic. A close-up of the masked figure's hand holding a red-hot instrument, its fire flickering. He asked, his voice cold, Do you know how to get through to someone like him? The surrounding space was stained with the blazing red of fire. He continued, his voice full of cruelty. It's much simpler than you think. All you have to do is keep burning him. Eduan screamed in pain, sweat and blood mingling. The red-hot instrument pierced his body until he no longer has the power to regenerate. The bird-beak masked figure brutally tortured Eduan. I had to sever his limbs and pour my entire soul into him, he declared, his chilling voice echoing. Eduan's heart-wrenching screams echoed. He was in extreme pain as the cruel torture continued relentlessly. The plague-masked figure declared chillingly, And now we're best friends. He extended his hand, as if casting a spell, while Eduan and Cilia hung suspended. covered in blood. A sharp, glowing red object, like an ember, hovered in midair, emitting a terrifying aura before Ronin. Ronin and Navarro stood there, witnessing the horrifying scene. The young man looked confusedly at the glowing object while she remained calm. The plague-masked figure looked directly at Edjuan, his cold voice ringing out, "I can't believe you're still hiding something from me. I'm truly disappointed in you, Edjuan." Edjuan's hands clenched tightly, his fingernails digging deep into his flesh, showing his extreme pain and despair. The plague-masked figure leaned close to Edjuan's face, his blazing red eyes piercing through. "I thought we had opened up to each other." Edjuan cried out in blood and tears. Edjuan tried to beg. No, I've told you everything I know. I'm not hiding anything." The plague-masked figure retorted, "Then why haven't I heard anything about the appearance of the star that gentleman mentioned?" Edjuan flinched, his face pale with pain. He stammered, unable to speak, blood still flowing from the corners of his eyes. The plague-masked figure turned to Cilia. "Cilia can't regenerate like you. I'm very worried about her." Cilia trembled, blood soaking her blindfold, her body weak. She had reached her limit. "If this continues, she could die," the masked figure said. Cilia weakly pleaded, "Kill me, please." Ronin and Navarros watched. The young man exclaimed, "Brutal. I've never seen anything like this, not even when I was a penal soldier." Edjuan groaned in pain again, as the red-hot torture instrument continued to torment him. The plague-masked figure relentlessly questioned, "How can they still keep secrets, after all that cruel torture?" Ronin pondered, his sharp eyes observing everything. Perhaps something else is going on here," he mused, a spark of doubt flashing in his mind. Ronin mused, uttering a new hypothesis. "Perhaps it's not that they won't speak, but that they can't." A light flashed in his mind, completely changing the situation. The plague-masked figure, in the midst of cruel torture, suddenly froze. The blazing red eyes behind the mask widened in astonishment, a big question mark appearing in his mind. Ronin turned to Navarros, explaining in detail. "They can't speak? Think about it. It's a common wartime precaution to prevent soldiers from revealing classified information." He continued, an image of a binding curse appearing in his mind. Curses like binding spells, purple magical energy enveloped, sealing off all thoughts, are often used to ensure information isn't revealed to anyone except allies. Ronin's explanation was like a slap to the torturer's complacency. The young man looked at Edjuan, writhing and covered in blood. "It just occurred to me. Perhaps this is what's happening here." A horrifying truth was slowly being revealed. The plague-masked man pulled down Edjuan's hood, chastising himself. "Damn it. Today I truly made a fool of myself. How could I have missed something so obvious?" He turned his back to Ronin and Navarros. "Please wait here for a moment." His voice was cold and decisive, hinting at a new plan. The plague-masked man walked away, his crimson eyes gleaming in the darkness. "I need to get something." A sense of unease filled the air. Minutes later, the brutal interrogation room remained gloomy, with only the sound of iron chains clanking against the stone walls, creating a chilling atmosphere. The plague-masked man returned, holding a horrifying object. Ronin and Navarros were astonished. "Is that what you needed to get? What are those monstrous things?" A close-up of the object revealed a grotesque eye wide open. "They're terrifying. These are monsters that devour curses, called cursed eyes." A chilling secret was revealed. The plague-masked man held 2 cursed eyes, explaining, "These little things are extremely useful when a prisoner cannot speak due to a curse." Ronin nodded, accepting the truth. "All right." An unspoken agreement allowed the brutal interrogator to continue his work. The plague-masked man faced Edjuan, a cursed eye in his hand. "Edjuan, shall we start with you first?" A spine-chilling threat, signaling a new, even more brutal punishment. Without hesitation, the plague-masked man pressed the cursed eye onto Edjuan's forehead. He screamed in pain, blood gushing out. "Stop! What the hell are you doing?" The brutal interrogator's crimson eyes gleamed, and he whispered, "Relax, my friend. You will soon be free." Edjuan groaned, his body convulsing violently. A horrifying surge of energy erupted from Edjuan, tearing through the air. He shrieked, his cries echoing as if tearing at one's soul. The cursed eye on Edjuan's forehead changed from yellow to a brilliant blue, a mystical light enveloping him. The plague-masked man looked at the exhausted Edjuan, the blue light fading. He spoke coldly. "It's done. Now let me ask you again." He leaned in, his gaze piercing. "What is the advent of the star?" Edjuan gasped, trying to catch his breath. Edjuan trembled, each word torn from his throat. "The star is an eternal entity. It is the only grace we can hope for in this wretched world." In the dark corner, Cilia was chained, blood streaming down her face, trembling. Edjuan continued, "We are the torches awaiting the star's advent, which will begin in the sky. My life's mission is to eliminate anything that obstructs the star." Eduan said. Cilia suddenly shrieked. Stop! Shut up, Eduan! The plague masked man tilted his head, his tone full of hidden meaning. Too much information for this old brain. In short, you're saying something is coming down from the sky? The blue light from the cursed eye on Eduan's forehead flared brightly. The brutal interrogator pressed. What exactly is it? Eduan's bloodshot eyes now also emitted a verdant blue light, mingling with drops of blood. He was completely controlled by the cursed eye. A demonic figure, with crimson eyes and sharp horns flickered in the darkness. Eduan softly uttered, "The children of the star." The entire room fell into an eerie silence, with only the sound of chains clanking. Ronin stood there, silently observing, a faint glow surrounding his figure. In the darkness, the black-haired young man sank deep into thought, disjointed pieces slowly connecting in his mind. His eyes suddenly flared a brilliant golden yellow, and he growled an enigmatic name. Hayut. The plague-masked man was about to walk away, but Navarose quickly called Ronin's name when she saw his sudden change. Ronin didn't hesitate. He lunged forward, grabbing the suspended Eduan, his eyes blazing. He looked directly at Eduan, questioning him about the children of the star he had just mentioned. Ronin asked directly, "Are you talking about a Hayut?" Eduan, with the eerie eye on his forehead, was utterly astonished. Eduan stammered, unable to believe his ears. A Hayut? Blood continued to seep from the wound. Eduan trembled, his voice weak. "How do you know?" He looked up at Ronin, his eyes wide, his face contorted in horror. His name? At Eduan's reaction, Ronin was also startled, cold sweat breaking out, as the eye on Eduan's forehead suddenly glowed intensely. A mysterious surge of energy erupted, spreading throughout the room, making Ronin exclaim in shock, "What the hell is this?" Navarose quickly pulled Ronin back, warning him, "Get back!" The plague-masked man immediately acted, lunging forward at terrifying speed, surrounded by a crimson aura of energy. He raised his hand, and a dark red magic circle appeared, etched with ancient symbols of blood, bone, and death. Eduan shrieked in extreme agony as his body was engulfed by the magic circle, the blazing red light consuming him. An earth-shattering explosion tore through the night, engulfing Eduan in a sea of blood and crimson light. Death had arrived, grim and brutal. Blood splattered, scattering in the air, like a lament for a tragic fate. What a pity. A cold voice echoed, indifferent to death. The plague-masked man stood beside Ronin, his crimson eyes piercing through the mask. I truly didn't expect this. Even after absorbing the curse with the cursed eye, it still wasn't enough to stop the spell. At their feet, all that remained of Eduan was a pile of ashes with scattered chains. Ronin questioned in astonishment. "Do all these binding spells work like this?" The sorcerer replied, "It's not uncommon, but a spell this powerful is quite unusual." The crimson eyes behind the mask gleamed with profound insight. It seems a dual binding spell was used on him. The first type, that prevents them from revealing the advent of the star to anyone outside the organization. A horrifying image appeared, a young woman with blood streaming from her eyes, trembling in pain. And, if they slip up, the second spell activates, causing them to explode. A gruesome sound, and the body vanished into dust, leaving no trace. A black-gloved hand lightly touched Ronin's shoulder, a gesture full of pressure. "Now tell me, Ronin." The plague-masked man's crimson eyes pressed close to Ronin's face, and he growled, "Who exactly is a Hayut?" Ronin was terrified, feeling as if he was being swallowed whole. Ronin recoiled, cold sweat breaking out. "If my theory is correct, that should be classified information only found within Nebula Clasier. How could you know such a top secret?" The sorcerer's hand suddenly flared with a crimson light, magic surging. As the head of this interrogation, the crimson eyes behind the mask stared directly at Ronin, full of menace. "I must know." He tightened his grip on Ronin's shoulder, the young man's eyes filled with fear. "Ronin, please answer me?" The pressure was immense, with no escape. The room fell into an eerie silence, with only gasps for breath. "Well, there's not much to tell." A weak, helpless reply. The black-haired young man tried to explain, his words trembling. "I just happened to overhear it." The plague-masked man tightened his grip, questioning again. "Overhear it?" He continued, his tone more patient. "Yes, as you know." The scene shifted to a colossal crystal monster, shining brilliantly, with white-robed figures beneath it. I was the first in Grand Cappadocia to discover their organization. The plague-masked man's words echoed, revealing a shocking secret about the mysterious organization's origin. Ronin looked directly at the plague-masked man, his eyes still a little panicked. "All I know is what I overheard from afar." A small, eye-shaped creature rested on his shoulder. "At first, I didn't think much of it," Ronin continued, his gaze directed at the grotesque monster behind him. "But after coming here, I had a hunch this could be an important clue." The young man let his hands drop, an apology escaping him. Perhaps that's why I got carried away for a moment. I apologize for interrupting your interrogation. The soft rustle of fabric echoed. Ronin looked up, staring directly at the plague-masked man, and asked again, "Does that answer satisfy you?" The plague-masked man remained silent, his gaze unreadable. Deep within the plague-masked man's mind, a stream of thoughts surged. Overheard it? He's definitely holding something back. But strangely, I don't sense him conspiring against the Empire. The plague-masked man's gaze shifted to Ronin. The black-haired young man's eyes suddenly glowed golden, sharp, and resolute. Perhaps it's because of that gaze? A close-up of Ronin's blazing golden eyes, as if a fire smoldered within. The plague-masked man wondered, what was simmering in that gaze? Iron will? Responsibility? Belief? No, not those things. A strong denial echoed in the plague-masked man's mind. A horrifying scene appeared. Ronin stood amidst a sea of flames. Above him, a colossal demonic eye. Perhaps its utter fury towards these people. A hand gripped a sword hilt tightly, metal clinking sharply. Killing intent suddenly surged, signaling an impending battle. A streak of emerald light tore through the air, carrying immense power. A whoosh sound echoed, like a deadly warning. A proud figure appeared, white hair flowing in the wind, crimson eyes blazing. The plague-masked man coldly ordered, "That's enough, Karaka." Karaka, with blazing emerald eyes, questioned the plague-masked man, unwilling to accept her student being interrogated right before her eyes. The plague-masked man hastily explained, denying any ill intent, while Karaka maintained her combat stance, protecting Ronin. The plague-masked sorcerer broke out in a cold sweat, trying to defuse the situation with a weak justification. The plague-masked man bowed his head and apologized to Ronin. The black-haired young man sighed, in relief, trying to maintain his composure, accepting the apology to let things pass. A sense of relief washed over Ronin, as he realized he had just escaped a dangerous situation, narrowly avoiding brutal punishment. The plague-masked man regretfully looked down at the melting cursed eye, lamenting its rarity. Ronin was astonished to learn that the eye monster was a rare species. The plague-masked man added that they looked cute upon closer inspection, which further confused Ronin. The plague-masked sorcerer brought the cursed eye closer, inviting Ronin to touch it, his eyes holding something unpredictable. Ronin's eyes widened in astonishment, a large exclamation mark appearing in his mind, signaling an unexpected event. The cursed eye in the plague-masked man's hand suddenly changed from emerald green to blazing red, emitting a mystical light. The cursed eye, now resting on Ronin's shoulder, glowed brilliantly, making the plague-masked man exclaim in astonishment. It changed! The masked figure wondered, confused, where the eye had absorbed the curse from, as it had never come into contact with cilia. A glint flashed in the masked figure's red eyes as he began to deduce the unexpected cause. The masked figure suddenly realized that perhaps the very moment he placed the eye on Ronin's shoulder to create a mana shield was what caused it to absorb the curse. The masked figure called Ronin's name, extending a hand, his eyes full of thought. Ronin responded, unaware of what awaited him. Ronin stared in astonishment at the grotesque object in his hand, sweat pouring down him. The cerulean eye was twitching, as if trying to escape his palm. "Wait!" he exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. The cursed eye began to bubble, emitting a gruesome sound. "What the hell are you doing?" Ronin cried out in horror, a sense of unease washing over him. Ronin's eyes suddenly changed color, a brilliant golden light flaring for a moment. The repulsive object continued to deform, like a struggling living creature. A deafening explosion tore through the air. The cursed eye burst apart, blue energy erupting and striking Ronin directly. He groaned, his body shaking violently. Ronin stumbled back in panic, his face covered in disgusting purple fluid. "What just happened? Why did it suddenly explode?" he yelled, his face utterly terrified. The plague doctor masked figure mused, his gaze examining the purple fluid on Ronin's hand. Even the cursed eye couldn't withstand it. "This is truly unbelievable," he muttered. The masked figure took Ronin's hand, reassuring him. Karaka stood behind, observing with sharp eyes. "Don't worry too much," he said, then called Ronin's name, his tone full of hidden meaning. "I'm afraid you have been cursed." The masked figure's words struck like lightning. Ronin froze, his eyes wide with astonishment. "What?" he exclaimed. "What are you talking about?" Ronin questioned, his face puzzled. The masked figure continued. "Have you ever felt restricted when trying to do something?" He listed, like being unable to jump high or unable to grasp metal objects. "Is there anything that only you find difficult to do, while others can do it easily?" The masked figure suggested, an image of a meditating person with a stream of blue mana appearing in Ronin's mind. Ronin flinched, his eyes widening as a thought suddenly flashed. He bowed his head, his face pensive. as if he had just realized something terrible. "It seems you figured something out," the masked figure observed Ronin, who remained silent. Karaka stood beside him, her sharp gaze never leaving the young man. "If you don't want to speak, I won't force you," the masked figure continued, his tone calm. "In any case, I can't break this curse for you." He raised a fist, his fiery red eyes gleaming through the mask. "But remember this, based on the power of the curse." His voice deepened, full of gravity. The masked figure emphasized that this curse was the manifestation of a deep-seated grudge. A demonic shadow behind Ronin seemed to want to swallow him whole, instilling extreme fear. He continued, asserting that this was an unbelievably evil curse. Invisible chains tightened around Ronin's neck, filling the young man with extreme dread. Night fell, a full moon hanging suspended amidst the clouds, like an eye watching the fate of the cursed. The meeting concluded. The masked figure bowed in thanks, then turned and walked away, leaving Ronin with his heavy thoughts. He declared that he would continue to interrogate Celia after casting binding spells, even knowing that this powerful curse would prolong the process. Ronin and Karaka stood silently, listening. Karaka nodded in agreement, instructing the masked figure to report any new clues immediately. She looked at Ronin, her eyes filled with worry. Ronin remained silent, lost in thought about the curse. The silver-haired man stood opposite him, watching with a look of deep concern. The silver-haired man spoke, recognizing the confusion in Ronin's heart. The young man sweated, trying to hide the rising fear. Ronin sighed, admitting he was still in shock about being cursed. The silver-haired man reassured him, advising him not to worry too much. "After all, you're a student of Philian Academy," the silver-haired man said, surprising Ronin. "What do you mean?" he asked. He smiled mysteriously, mentioning a professor who had been there for a very long time, someone who could help Ronin. A name echoed across the continent, the greatest mage, an expert on ancient curses. When it came to curses, no one could compare to this mysterious professor. Their solitary figure appeared in the dim light. A light flashed, revealing pale blue hair and glowing eyes, a powerful, authoritative presence. It was Professor Maya Sekret, known as the Master of Curses, Ronin's last hope, and mysterious carriage, pulled by winged creatures, soared through the night sky, carrying untold secrets. Inside, Ronin fidgeted, constantly rubbing his eyes, an unending discomfort welling up. "What's wrong with my skin?" he wondered, while Navarose calmly replied, "You've never sat still for more than a minute." Ronin scratched, confirming the itch had persisted since they left, a sense of unease creeping in. On his palm, a demonic eye glowed, the mark of the curse that person had placed, now flaring up. "Will I be okay?" Ronin worried. Navarose reassured him, explaining it was a sign the curse was weakening, and everything would be fine. He rubbed his eyes trying to recall, but couldn't think of anyone who would curse him. In Ronin's mind, painful memories flooded back. He always tried to live kindly. So, why would someone hate him so much? Navarose watched in silence, while Ronin was confused, unable to comprehend what was happening. Suddenly, he remembered something and turned to her. "Oh, right. Thanks for protecting me in Rodolin." A terrifying memory resurfaced. The plague doctor masked man with glowing red eyes staring, his gaze full of menace. He recalled the moment Karaka stood in front of him, sword drawn, ready to confront the demonic man. Navarose humbly accepted the thanks, saying it was merely a teacher's responsibility. Ronin thought to himself, "This girl is not only talented but also humble. The more he interacted with her, the more he liked her." However, a question still lingered in his mind, the one thing he couldn't understand. Why had I never heard of someone like her in my previous life? He wondered, as the carriage continued its journey through the night. He was still stunned, fragments of memory and reality intertwined, a big question still haunting his mind. Had that white-haired girl been harmed by someone? His hand seemed to want to touch the glittering fragments, his fear for the fate of that mysterious woman deepening. The carriage continued to cut through the wind, soaring past the clouds, taking him away from unanswered questions, leaving only ambiguity and falling feathers. The next day, bright morning sunlight shone down on a magnificent city, dispelling the gloomy night of contemplation. The scene shifted to Sherry Forest, a special training area for the magic faculty, with a peaceful park near its entrance. At Pillar Park, where magical stone pillars stood tall, two small figures stood amidst the quiet space. "Hey, Ronin," a voice rang out, interrupting his thoughts. "Haven't seen you since the other day." A brown-haired girl appeared, smiling brightly, greeting him with clasped hands. "If Navarose hadn't told me to come here, I probably wouldn't have met you this soon. How are you?" Ronin was startled, a sparkling light emanating from the girl, and he suddenly remembered something important. "Oh, right." He scratched his head, looking confused. "I forgot about the Grand Marshal." He clutched his head, a panicked expression on his face. "What should I do? I still haven't decided what to do with her." "Whatever." He gave a forced laugh, scratching his head. "Well, I'll just laugh back for now. Ha ha ha! Hey! Long time no see! The girl replied with a smile. It's great. Since that day, even the students who used to be afraid of Cardan have started being friendly with me. My life is much better now. She recounted that even though Cardan was still afraid of her every time they met, she found it quite amusing. Cardan, here's your spear. I'll use my long spear. Sorry for the inconvenience. The girl gave a mischievous smile, admitting, but now that I think about it, I quite like it. Ronin broke into a sweat, wondering. The two walked on, the girl mentioning the curse. I heard Navarro say, you need to break a curse. Ronin replied, that's right, but I don't even know where I was cursed from. His gaze was firm, his goal clear, to meet Professor Secret, the only one who could unravel the mystery of the curse. The desolate scene with magical stone tablets puzzled him. This professor certainly has strange taste, he muttered, while the brown-haired girl only gave a forced smile. The professor's office wasn't a place just anyone could find, the brown-haired girl explained. Only students from the magic faculty knew the way. A surge of purple light erupted, and the space trembled. The brown-haired girl turned her head, a faint figure gradually becoming clear. Is she still on her way? She wondered. A hand reached out. The light dissipated, revealing a purple-haired maiden who had just appeared unexpectedly. The purple-haired maiden rushed forward, embracing the brown-haired girl, joy overflowing. Addison, the purple-haired girl exclaimed. I missed you so much. Addison happily hugged her back, calling her Eerie. Ronin stood behind them, looking bewildered. He was still confused, scratching his head, while the two girls chattered away, asking each other questions. Suddenly, a light flashed in Ronin's mind. He recognized the purple-haired girl. Isn't she from the Akaluja family? He suddenly recalled her words about wolves and sheep, while Addison and Eerie were still holding hands, laughing happily. Addison apologized to Eerie for calling urgently, saying it was an emergency. Eerie didn't mind at all, just happy to see her friend again. Then she turned to Addison, her eyes curious. So, what exactly do you need to see Professor Secret for? Addison fell silent, her gaze sweeping over Ronin, then looking at Eerie, a difficult hesitation. Ronin broke into a cold sweat, a feeling of anxiety welling up. Eerie looked directly at Ronin, her eyes wide, a sudden, chilling, terrifying sensation washing over her. Ronin hastily explained that he had asked someone to help find the professor. But deep down, another name suddenly surfaced, like an old, meaningful greeting. A scream tore through the silence, echoing throughout the corridor. The purple-haired girl, Eerie, suddenly clutched her head, her eyes wide with extreme panic, as if she had just witnessed the most terrifying thing. Someone blurted out her name, full of shock. The entire space seemed to plunge into sudden chaos. Was the world turning upside down, or was it just a dream? Amidst the towering stone pillars, with rain misting, Ronin stared at his two friends in shock. A question filled with astonishment and panic tore through the air. What are you guys doing here? As soon as he finished speaking, the space vanished. Ronin and Eerie were thrown into a desolate, gloomy forest, a winding path leading into nothingness, like a grim prophecy stretched before their eyes. Having just escaped the gloomy room, Ronin and Eerie found themselves lost in an eerie forest. Her purple hair swayed gently in the wind, while Ronin froze, exclaiming in astonishment, "This is truly..." They both stood before the old, dilapidated house, supposedly the professor's office. A gloomy atmosphere enveloped them, a chilling sensation creeping in, signaling something ominous. In the desolate forest, Ronin stood, his amber eyes narrowed suspiciously. He questioned, his voice tinged with annoyance. "This is a bit suspicious. Are you taking me to this god-forsaken place to bury me alive, Eerie?" Eerie stammered an explanation, saying this was punishment for seeing something forbidden. But Ronin sharply cut her off, giving her no chance. "Don't call me that," he roared, then questioned again. "Why would I want to bury you alive?" Before he could compose himself, Eerie spun around, growling a command. "Stop whining and follow me." Ronin could only sneer, thinking to himself, "Wow, she's really hot-headed." Eerie gritted her teeth, her face full of indignation. She couldn't believe that someone like him could be close to the Grand Marshal at this time. Ronin stood behind her, still stunned, not yet understanding what was happening. In another hidden corner, a woman in military uniform pondered, her hand clutching a purple gem. She speculated about the Grand Marshal and the Akalusian origin, suspecting a mysterious connection. Clunk! A hand tightened its grip, and the heavy wooden door slammed shut. A dry sound echoed, cutting everything off, sealing a secret into darkness. The scene abruptly shifted, taking them to another space. Ronin and Eerie stood in a large doorway, light streaming in, creating two solitary figures. An echoing sound, like a whisper of fate, began to rise. Suddenly, the scene shifted again. A gloomy room, where an old figure with neatly tied silver hair sat silently, her back to the viewer, like a statue of time. The black-haired young man was still stunned, sweat beading on his forehead. His eyes wide, he tried to utter an unfinished question. Is that? A new mystery had just been revealed. Amidst a room filled with ancient books, a silver-haired old woman sat quietly on a rocking chair, smiling kindly. Could this be Professor Secret, whom they were looking for? The purple-haired girl looked at the black-haired young man, her eyes serious. Don't be hasty. There's still one last step. He was confused, not understanding what awaited them. Another step. A sound echoed in the silent room, signaling the beginning of a mysterious ritual. They stood there, two young people facing the silver-haired old woman, who was supposedly Professor Secret. The atmosphere was tense, a heavy anticipation hanging in the air. The old woman extended her hand, and an ethereal purple light flared up. A warning echoed. If from now on you intend to say anything. The purple light enveloped Eerie, surprising her. Ronin broke into a cold sweat, nodding frantically as the old woman continued. Then shut your mouth and stay out of this, all right? Eerie closed her eyes, concentrating intensely. An ancient word rang out, like a spell. Kashpa. Another word, stronger and more decisive. And the purple light around her grew even brighter. Lunazea. Suddenly, Eerie's eyes snapped open, her purple eyes glowing brightly. She extended her hand, and purple light exploded, breaking the silence. Open! A gigantic purple vortex rose from Eerie's hand, swirling up to the ceiling, as if opening an invisible gate. Ronin stared blankly at the old woman, who still had her eyes calmly closed. He didn't understand what was happening. The old woman slightly opened her eyes, looking disappointed. Huh? Nothing happened. I thought something would change. Suddenly, the old woman's mouth opened terrifyingly wide. Not a normal mouth, but a deep black hole. The old woman's gigantic mouth continued to gape open, swallowing the space, forming an endless abyss. Ronin and Eerie stood stunned, looking up at the colossal mouth devouring the entire room, transforming it into a bizarre passageway. Ronin was in extreme panic. What? What the hell is happening? Eerie remained calm, reassuring him. No need to worry. Both were sucked into the dark space, hurtling away at dizzying speed. Eerie explained, This is Professor Secret's real office, Separatio. Ronin looked around in astonishment, a colossal library appearing before his eyes. Is this the professor's office? He wondered silently, disbelieving what he saw. Cold sweat trickled down his back, Ronin still reeling. So what was that just now? The entrance? He tried to make sense of what had just happened. In the silent space, a shimmering figure appeared. It's you, a voice echoed, astonishing Ronin to the core. I can't believe what's happening. The figure floated, heading straight for Ronin. He flinched. You are the student Navarros sent to me, the mysterious voice spoke. She was right. The figure thought to itself, as a brilliant blue energy burst forth, engulfing Ronin and making him panic. The professor's glowing hand gently touched Ronin's forehead, the mysterious energy seemingly probing deep within his mind. A huge question mark appeared in Ronin's mind, his astonishment and confusion reaching their peak. He had no idea what was happening. The professor floated in the air, her sharp gaze fixed on Ronin. I sense something terrible within you. A remark filled with authority. The professor smiled mysteriously, her brilliant blue eyes shining. What an interesting case, child. The words hinted at many untold things. A shocking piece of information appeared. 80. 3 years old. The true age of this young-looking professor shattered all assumptions. With her hand still on Ronin's forehead, the professor seemed to be transmitting or receiving something. Ronin was still dazed. Ronin rubbed his eyes, trying to confirm reality. Huh? This child? He still couldn't believe what he was seeing. The professor smiled reassuringly. Is Professor Secret? Ronin blurted out. The truth beyond imagination. There's no need to panic. For personal reasons I'd rather not disclose. I look like a child, but I'm over 80 years old. Ronin was utterly shocked. What? 80? Not 8? The professor chuckled. I know some people look younger than their true age, but this is ridiculous. She continued. We can talk about that later. For now. A snap echoed as the professor flicked her fingers, signaling a decisive action was about to take place. A snap echoed, and Ronin suddenly floated in midair, enveloped by brilliant magic circles. He stared in awe at the ancient runes swirling around him, while Maya Secret calmly declared, breaking your curse is more important. The young man panicked, sweat pouring down. He couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, What the hell is this? The silver-haired professor frowned slightly, her tone deepening. Good heavens, so many curses, all mixed together in one body. They are all ancient spells, extremely close to the source of power. This is incredibly dangerous. The brilliant ancient runes twisted and intertwined, so complex that Maya Secret had to admit, Most mages wouldn't dare touch these kinds of spells. Ronin asked anxiously. So, the professor can't break the curse? Maya Secret reassured him. Don't be afraid, kid. The number and variety of curses truly exceed my expectations. A brilliant magic circle appeared beneath the professor's feet, a mystical blue light spreading. She whispered, full of hidden meaning. But energy erupted around Maya Secret, and she smiled confidently. I'm ready too. Listen carefully, Ronin, Maya Secret said, her eyes sharp. I will recreate the curses in your body, right within your imaginary world. Night fell, leaving only glowing red eyes hidden in the darkness. A powerful voice echoed. You have only one mission. Ronin was chained, drifting in a dark space. Behind him, a terrifying entity with countless glowing red eyes bound him. You must find the origin of the curses binding you. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, and he swung his sword straight into the void, where question marks floated. And cut it down! The young man was still confused, sweat beading on his forehead. He repeated, full of doubt. Cut down the origin of the curse? Ronin wondered. But how will I know what the origin is? Maya Secret smiled mysteriously. Your intuition will tell you when you see it. The professor's hand reached out, emitting a brilliant blue light, as if preparing for a final ritual. Now then, her finger gently touched Ronin's forehead, and a blue light flared. Good luck, she whispered, her smile full of hidden meaning. A blinding light burst from her fingertip, plunging Ronin into a completely different world, where the real challenge began. A blinding light burst forth, engulfing Ronin in a completely different world. He fell freely through an undefined space, a faint light in the distance. At least give me a warning, he yelled in vain, the sensation of freefall making his stomach churn. He continued to fall into darkness, green leaves flashing past like illusions. This island? He wondered, sensing a strange aura around him. His eyes widened, looking up at the clear blue sky with leaves fluttering. This is the imaginary world that represents the curses within me? He wondered, his body still suspended in midair, surrounded by a lush green forest. Then, suddenly, a hard impact. His feet hit the ground, dust flying up. He had arrived. He stood frozen, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes bewildered. Wait a minute. Before his eyes was a familiar house, nestled among green trees. That's my house, he exclaimed, unable to believe his eyes. A flowing white hair flashed past, the rustling of leaves echoing. Could the origin of the curse be right inside my own house? He rushed forward, his heart filled with confusion. What the hell is going on here? He ran like the wind towards the house, calling out incessantly. Mom, I'm home! A familiar voice echoed, startling him. That voice, could it be? A white-haired girl, radiant as sunlight, was running towards him. He recognized her instantly, his heart pounding. That's my sister! The scene shifted inside the house, a strangely cozy and peaceful space. The white-haired girl, his sister, was bending down to look at a newborn baby in a crib, an innocent smile on her lips. Hee, the baby is so cute. She turned to the brown-haired woman, Ronin's mother, her big, round eyes innocent. Mom, why does Ronin keep sleeping? Is he sick? The brown-haired woman smiled gently, her warm voice reassuring little Ariel that it was normal for babies to sleep a lot. She affectionately stroked Ariel's head, telling her about her own childhood days, when she too had slept soundly like the baby in the crib. The mother chuckled, instructing Ariel to take care of her little brother. The white-haired girl immediately raised her fist, boldly declaring she would protect Ronin for life. Standing in the cozy room, Ronin was stunned to realize this was his own house, but in a distant past. He looked at the happy family scene, a strange feeling welling up. This was the moment he was born, a memory that had never existed. His gaze fell upon the crib, where a tiny baby's hand was clenched. A big question popped into his mind. The newborn baby slept soundly, its face innocent. Could this be him, Ronin, in the very first days of his life? No way, Ronin was stunned. All his life he had only remembered a miserable existence, never a warm family reunion like this. He tried to calm himself, muttering, after all, this was his past? A forgotten or distorted memory? But a feeling of emptiness enveloped him. He couldn't remember anything about this period. What was truly happening? Suddenly, a surge of dark energy erupted, engulfing Ronin. The door behind him creaked open, revealing a brilliant purple light. His eyes turned fiery yellow, gleaming with extreme vigilance. Something was coming, and it was far from ordinary. His whole body trembled, an extreme sense of unease washing over him. What the hell is this? He exclaimed in panic. His hands trembled uncontrollably, his body completely paralyzed. He couldn't move, as if imprisoned by some invisible force. Another shadow figure appeared, identical to him in form, but exuding a demonic aura. Who is that? Ronin wondered, his heart filled with fear. Meanwhile, the mother and Ariel were still cheerful, waving to someone who had just returned. A terrifyingly peaceful moment, the Ronin-like shadow figure stood there, silently observing Ariel and the brown-haired woman. The woman gently spoke of baby Ronin in the crib, then turned to ask if they were curious about the boy. She invited them, telling them to come and see. The baby looked exactly like, but the shadow figure's hand reached out. A surge of dark power began to spread, cutting off her words. A shadowy hand reached out, engulfing the brown-haired woman. She was terrified, her eyes wide, uttering a fearful question. Are we in danger? Dark energy swirled around her, her brown eyes frantic. The brown-haired woman was stunned, not understanding what was happening, only managing to blurt out, "What are you talking about?" A thud echoed, and the brown-haired woman collapsed to the floor. The shadow figure still stood tall, an evil aura engulfing the space. Ariel stood frozen, her orange eyes wide with horror. The little girl couldn't believe the scene that had just unfolded before her. In another moment, Ronin, with fiery yellow eyes, stared in horror at the terrifying scene. "Mom!" he uttered, his heart seemingly stopping. The dark aura now enveloped Ariel. The little girl trembled, her orange eyes welling up with tears, wondering about her mother's fate. Without a word of explanation, the shadow figure's shadowy hand reached out again, aiming straight for little Ariel like a scythe of death. Demonic energy poured into Ariel's body, her orange eyes closing tightly. A horrifying shriek echoed, signaling something ominous. Ronin witnessed the horrifying scene, his eyes bloodshot. He lunged forward, trying to touch Ariel, but it was all in vain. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the space. "Ariel!" Ronin roared, his face contorted with pain and despair. With heavy steps, Ronin advanced, fury burning within him. "What did that bastard do to them?" he growled, determined to seek revenge. Ronin's fiery yellow eyes suddenly flashed with a gleam, as if he had just realized something horrifying. A shiver ran down his spine. The shadow figure, the one resembling Ronin, stood there, glowing magical runes in its hand. "Wait a minute," it uttered, its voice full of mystery. The ancient runes glowed brightly in the air, swirling like a vortex of destiny. "That's what escaped my body earlier," he muttered, his voice filled with astonishment. A blinding light exploded, tearing through the night. Ronin screamed in agony as his shadowy figure stood there, radiating destructive energy, pushing Ariel and the brown-haired woman into unconsciousness. He gnashed his teeth, his eyes blazing. "I understand now. It's you. You are the source of these curses." His eyes flared a brilliant yellow, filled with hatred and determination. A flash of light signaled an impending outburst of rage. His hand reached out, glowing magical symbols surrounding it, as if ready to tear everything apart. "Something I must destroy." Suddenly, the scene shifted. Two ancient books lay there, emitting an ethereal glow. "I'm truly surprised." A voice echoed from the void. The glowing hand trembled in the air. "I prepared so much for this, but now all my magic is depleted." Ronin lay unconscious within the magic circle. A purple-haired woman and Professor Secret stood nearby, their faces filled with worry. "These curses are truly unbelievably powerful." Eerie looked at Professor Secret in astonishment. "It's shocking to hear you say that, Professor. How many curses are there in total?" Professor Secret mused. "If we don't consider the power of each curse, but only the number, around 10 curses," Professor Secret replied. Eerie's eyes widened in horror. 10? The entire space seemed to sink into unease. Eerie exclaimed. "Then there's no other way but for you to use all your magic to break all 10 curses at once." Professor Secret shook his head, his face full of surprise. "No. What truly astonishes me, Island." Professor Secret, with blue magic blazing around him, continued. "I've used almost all of my magic, and yet, until now, I've only managed to break one single curse." The words were like a thunderclap. The scene returned to a cruel reality. Ronin screamed in despair as the shadowy figure resembling him lifted Ariel and the brown-haired woman with dark energy. A ghostly hand, emitting a chilling blue light, reached into the small crib. There, a tiny creature was sound asleep. Dark aura enveloped the area. A shadowy figure of a man with a familiar yet dark face stood silently beside the crib where a newborn lay. He leaned down to look at the innocent baby in the crib, his eyes holding something inscrutable. A mysterious whisper echoed, fading into nothingness. Ronin stood still, his back turned, looking down at the two motionless figures. A terrifying silence enveloped the scene, but in his mind, a torrent of chaotic thoughts surged. With heavy steps, he approached little Ariel, her small body lying motionless on the floor, her white hair spread out. In that moment, Ronin's mind felt torn in two. On one side was the cruel reality, on the other, the dark figure of the one who caused it all. A dry thud echoed as his clenched fist slammed hard onto the floor. Rage began to flare. His eyes bulged, cold sweat trickling down. His hand glowed red, and a question burst out. "So, the spell has been broken?" A curse word escaped him, and he rushed like the wind, without hesitation, towards the two motionless figures. He knelt down, his voice trembling as he called out, "Ariel! Mom! Are you two all right?" Extreme fear choked his heart. His blazing yellow eyes widened, filled with horror. A chilling sensation ran down his spine as he realized something. Little Ariel lay there, breathing steadily, deeply asleep. A strangely peaceful sight amidst the chaos. The brown-haired woman was the same, her eyelids slightly closed. A sigh of relief escaped Ronin. Thank goodness, they're just sleeping. He slumped down, clutching his head, a heavy sigh escaping him. The worry subsided for a moment, but the confusion remained. "Calm down," he told himself, gnashing his teeth. "In this illusory world, there's only one thing I can do." He reached out his hand, crimson energy flaring around his palm. Iron determination was clear in his eyes. "I will kill." His eyes blazed with hatred, his hand gripping the crude weapon tightly. He snarled, swearing. "That bastard!" A heavy wooden door appeared, like an escape, or an invitation to the final battle. But then, a surge of crimson energy tore through space, shattering the door into 1,000 fragments. The path was open. A surge of crimson energy tore through space, devouring the wooden door, turning it into 1,000 scattered fragments. The path was open, but it led to an abyss. Amidst the rubble, Ronin snarled, his eyes blazing with hatred. He gripped his sword tightly, a furious aura erupting, ready to charge at anything in his way. But then, a strange sensation suddenly struck him, making his eyes turn amber. A surprise, an indescribable premonition. In the blood-red sky, a blurry figure gradually became clear, as if it had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. Ronin looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on his opponent. "You've been waiting for me?" He smirked, his blazing yellow eyes sparking. "I guess you also have unfinished business with me, don't you?" The shadowy figure remained there, terrifyingly silent, making Ronin unable to suppress his indignation. "You bastard!" The mysterious figure did not reply, only subtly smirked, a smile containing sarcasm and challenge. Ronin gnashed his teeth, veins bulging on his hands as he gripped the sword hilt tightly. "You dare touch my family right in front of me? I'll..." Without another word, Ronin shot forward like an arrow tearing through the wind, his entire body blazing red, his sword pointed directly at the enemy. "Make you pay!" The shadowy figure remained motionless, but a surge of dark blue energy began to swirl around its hand, emitting a horrifying hiss. Ronin swung his sword, charging straight at the shadowy figure. But the figure merely raised its hand, and a burst of blue energy exploded, blocking his attack. The red sword and blue energy collided, creating a deafening clang that ripped through the air, pushing both back. Ronin recoiled, his eyes wide with astonishment, cold sweat pouring down. "What the hell is this?" A more powerful blue shockwave erupted, sending Ronin flying backward. He screamed in helplessness. "How can this be?" Ronin struggled to defend himself, his sword repeatedly clashing with the blue energy. He couldn't believe his eyes. He's using both magic and a sword? Not only that, but blades of shadow continuously appeared, surrounding him, forming an inescapable vortex of death. The black-haired young man realized in horror that he was completely overwhelmed, each of his opponent's attacks carrying destructive power. A deep gash tore through his uniform, fresh blood splattering and staining Ronin's white shirt crimson. He gritted his teeth, blood from the wound splattering onto his face, his yellow eyes blazing with agony and hatred. The one resembling Ronin, with eerie blue eyes, coldly swung his sword, preparing for a brutal finishing blow. A horrifying slash tore through the air, sending Ronin flying back, his body feeling as if it would shatter. The young man collapsed, coughing up mouthfuls of fresh blood, his body trembling from extreme pain. He struggled to get up. His sword plunged into the ground as a support, but his legs were paralyzed, unable to stand firm. Blood still continuously seeped from the corner of his mouth, and he whispered, "No way. This is impossible." He looked at the enemy's back, realizing in despair, "I can't even touch him with my sword." The villain turned and walked away, leaving Ronin lying there, helplessly watching the figure recede. "It can't end like this." He gritted his teeth, his hand clutching the ground, determined to rise. Countless questions swirled in his mind. "Stop right there!" A roar echoed, full of indignation. With an iron will, the young man sprang up, crimson light flaring around his body. "This isn't over yet," he panted, his red eyes fixed on his opponent, growling. "Why did you do this?" In that moment, the image of the white-haired girl with a radiant smile suddenly appeared in his mind. A warm, strangely familiar smile, as if etched deep into his subconscious. He suddenly realized this concern wasn't for a stranger. It was too sincere, too familiar. This warm feeling was exactly like his sister's gaze. A horrifying truth suddenly exploded in Ronin's mind. Blood gushed, his face contorted with hatred. Ronin screamed in despair, his accusation tearing through the air. "You are him!" He turned around, facing the eerie figure. "Why did you do that?" The question was choked with bitterness, but the other remained silent. Crimson aura flared around Ronin. He gnashed his teeth, growling, "Don't you have anything to justify yourself?" His opponent's silence further fueled his rage. Gripping the sword hilt, he snarled his accusations. "You knocked out my mother and sister, cursed me." Each word was a stab to the heart. "And you're not going to explain?" He roared, his eyes blazing red. A powerful leap, the ground cracking, signaling a terrifying attack to come. A surge of crimson energy exploded, tearing through the air. He charged forward, like a poisoned arrow, without hesitation. After all that the other had caused, Ronin swung his sword, his body spinning in a frenzy, ready to finish off the treacherous figure. A whoosh tore through the wind as the shadowy figure dodged. Ronin's attack only cut through empty air. His face covered in blood, he screamed in despair, his final accusation tearing at his soul. "How can you call yourself a father?" The shadowy figure, cold and emotionless, with blazing yellow eyes, swung its sword. A surge of dark black energy shot forth, carrying destruction. In that moment, the image of the white-haired girl's closed eyes suddenly appeared, like a painful reminder. A fatal slash. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red. Ronin collapsed, his body torn apart. The betrayer coldly walked away, leaving Ronin writhing in a pool of blood. A tragic end to a confrontation filled with injustice. Ronin's head, now just a demonic shadow, bounced and fell amidst the crimson space. It gently touched the ground, lying still at the traitor's feet, like a tragic end to the young man's fate. The shadow sword coldly plunged into the ground, pinning something invisible. Despite his blood-stained body, Ronin gritted his teeth, declaring he would find the answer himself and drive that person away. His eyes blazed, and he growled, chasing that person out of his life, his fury burning intensely. Nevertheless, his body couldn't endure it, kneeling in extreme pain, enveloped by a demonic darkness. Suddenly, an ancient library appeared, brilliant light piercing through towering bookshelves. A completely unfamiliar scene. Ronin jolted awake, his eyes wide with horror, as if he had just escaped the worst nightmare. He sat up abruptly in the star-filled void, bewildered, wondering where he was. A magnificent structure appeared, making him doubt. "Is this Separatio?" A voice echoed, asking him after he woke up. "You're finally awake. How do you feel, Ronin?" Ronin was stunned, his eyes bewildered as he looked at the person opposite him, not knowing who it was. He repeated the question, trying to identify the mysterious man in front of him. Suddenly, a flash of insight sparked in Ronin's mind. He seemed to realize something, exclaiming in surprise. He exclaimed in surprise, calling out, "Professor Sekret?" The silver-haired man smiled in response. Maya Sekret praised Ronin's keen perception, while he frantically asked what had happened. Professor Sekret smiled, reassuring Ronin, then unexpectedly asked if he noticed anything unusual. Ronin admitted that from their very first meeting, he had sensed something unusual about the professor. Ronin's eyes flashed with a deep blue light. He realized the professor's extraordinary nature far exceeded all imagination. A surge of blue-violet aura erupted from Maya Sekret, enveloping the space and making Ronin dizzy. The professor gave a mysterious smile, asking if Ronin had broken the curse yet. The atmosphere softened, a steaming hot cup of tea signaling a long conversation. In the tranquil space, Maya Sekret took notes, listening to Ronin's story with surprise. The professor carefully recorded, wondering about the curse stemming from Ronin's forgotten memories. Maya Sekret asked if Ronin believed the one who cursed him was his father, and Ronin affirmed that he did. The professor questioned the reason, as Ronin couldn't clearly see the person's face. He replied, because of how his mother and sister had called his name. His eyes gleamed with indignation as he recalled the scene of that person knocking out his mother and sister, and a strange feeling arose. He clutched his lapel, describing it as a strange sadness that didn't belong to him. That sadness was unfamiliar, out of place, as if it wasn't his, but someone else's. Perhaps that's why, in that moment, he exploded with emotion, in ultimate pain. Now, he suddenly realized that those chaotic emotions might belong to the one who cursed him. Professor Sekret pondered, reiterating that Ronin had no memories of his parents, and he confirmed it. Memories seemed to have been erased, shattered like a broken mirror, leaving a dark void in his mind. All were wiped from his mind, as if they had never existed. A white-haired maiden held an infant in her arms, her smile happy but vague. Professor Maya Sekret sipped her tea, her deep blue eyes thoughtful. Not only was his mana resonance sealed, but was his self-awareness also restricted by the curse. He sat opposite, listening to the professor's explanation. It seemed that when his father cast the curse, he also interfered with his memories. A demonic shadow with glowing blue eyes, dark energy surging, devouring everything. During the casting of the curse, a part of the father's memories was accidentally transferred to him, who was then a tiny infant enveloped in a mystical light. Memory-related magic sometimes causes such side effects. This also explains why the virtual world was created based on his own memories. This also explains why he could use mana, even before the curse was broken. Streams of crimson light surrounded him, like a whisper from the past. As the gaps in his memories were gradually filled, his mana resonance was also temporarily activated. He swung his sword, facing his own darkness. He looked down at his hands, sparkling lights of various colors swirling. Perhaps these are them, he thought, feeling the mana burning around him. Is this mana? He exclaimed, his hands seemingly glowing, vibrant streams of energy gushing forth, a feeling both strange and familiar. Indeed, the professor smiled. Currently, you can only see it, but one day you will freely control mana like any other student. But to achieve that, he must break 2 more of the 9 remaining curses binding him. The heavy blue mana chains were still there. The professor took notes, his voice pensive. It will take time. I still haven't determined their origin, and all of them are extremely powerful. A thump sounded as his hand rested on the book. That's enough for today. When you're ready, I'll take you out. The lesson concluded. Ronin flinched, his eyes wide with astonishment. Is it almost dawn? What the hell is going on? Time had passed incredibly quickly. A gentle energy spread, Maya Sekret's hand lightly touching Ronin's arm, like an invisible reassurance. Maya Sekret smiled mysteriously, her face looking much younger. Ronin exclaimed in astonishment. Professor Sekret got younger again? Ronin wondered about the professor's change. Maya Sekret merely shrugged, admitting her complicated situation, similar to Ronin's. The young man could only softly apologize. Maya Sekret looked at Ronin, her tone full of understanding. Ronin, I know you're still reeling from what you learned today, but try to be resilient. He listened to the professor's words, his eyes pensive. Your future is too bright to remain trapped in the past. The advice felt like a command. Ronin stood up, responding with a resolute nod. Yes, Professor. His determination had been kindled. Maya Sekret hoped to see her student again soon. Ronin bowed, a deep respect for this special teacher. At the same time, in a deep cave, darkness enveloped, hiding terrifying secrets. Sparkling light from giant crystals pierced through the darkness, revealing a magnificent yet perilous scene. Boom, boom! A man stood at the foot of a colossal stone statue, towering in the underground Grand Cappadocia cave. This creature had been defeated. He observed the stone statue, his face full of contemplation. It's much larger than reported. The reality far exceeded all imagination. He wondered how a student could defeat this giant alone. A step sounded, and Dolan appeared, bowing respectfully. The gray-cloaked man looked at Dolan, nodding. Ah, there you are. A fateful encounter deep underground. Dolan's face was clear, his gaze resolute. He awaited the next command. The gray-cloaked man asked about the recovery progress. Dolan reported that everything was going smoothly, expected to be completed in about a week. Dolan reported that despite his efforts to investigate the troublemakers as ordered, he couldn't find any further clues here. The gray-cloaked man mused, then revealed he had already contacted Filion. He had located the one who helped defeat the thugs. A lingering question echoed. Do you want to meet him? His gaze was directed towards a mysterious item, sparkling with blue light. This was Joseph Sinoven de Grancia, Duke Grancia, the head of the powerful family. He appeared with an imposing, mysterious demeanor. The gray-cloaked man's sharp eyes narrowed. He whispered, as if to himself, about a difficult decision about to be made. Duke Grancia appeared, but behind him, a colossal, hideous figure was lurking. Blood-red eyes flashed in the darkness, and then those blood-red eyes suddenly flared, as if a terrifying source of energy was being activated. A horrifying shriek echoed. The ground shook violently, rocks cracking open. The colossal creature was awakening, bringing chaos and destruction. Dolan, witnessing the horrifying scene, couldn't help but be terrified. He quickly bowed, an apology escaping him in his shock. A colossal stone hand, rough and powerful, slowly rose from the ground, like an ancient god awakening. The gray-cloaked man ordered Dolan to step back. The colossal stone creature now stood upright, imposing and terrifying. Dolan intended to charge forward, but a hand stopped him. No need. A cold voice echoed, halting his intention. The colossal stone creature swung its arm, creating a blinding flash of light that tore through space. Destructive power was being unleashed. Amidst the blinding light, the two men still stood. The gray-cloaked man's face was obscured in shadow, hard to read. He reached out, grasping a short sword. The blade immediately flared with a brilliant blue light. signaling a hidden power. The gray-cloaked man's eyes suddenly glowed brilliantly. "We still have much to do. No time to waste," he declared coldly. Duke Grancia swung his sword, a blue slash tearing through the air, carrying a furious, destructive power. The magical blade clashed, crushing the target into countless icy fragments, enveloped in a blinding light. The enemy, a colossal rock creature, roared in astonishment, its glowing red eyes revealing extreme pain. It shrieked madly, but the Duke delivered the fatal blow, two blue lights intersecting, ending everything. Power erupted, shaking the entire space. Duke Grancia maintained his stance, his gaze firm and unwavering. The colossal rock monster shattered completely, fragments raining down, dissolving into nothingness. He sighed, the blue energy gradually receding from his body, leaving a faint mist. The battle was over. The short sword in the Duke's hand also lost its glow, returning to its normal appearance, as if nothing had happened. "Let's go, Dolan. We're leaving," the Duke commanded, turning his back and departing. The young man Dolan hastily followed. Behind them, the ground shook violently. The last remnants of the enemy also swallowed. The Duke's blue eyes flashed with determination. It's time to meet Filian's young hero. The next morning, at Navardo's Hall dormitory, insistent knocking shattered the peace. Ronin, with a sleepy and annoyed expression, opened the door slightly. "Who the hell is knocking so loudly?" he mumbled, his eyes still heavy with sleep. "It's too early." Ronin glared at Dolan, his face annoyed. "What do you want? Peddlers aren't allowed in here." Dolan frowned, his face darkening with anger. "This insolent brat," Dolan growled, questioning the young man about his disrespectful attitude. But Ronin was unafraid, retorting with a sarcastic tone, dismissing the bodyguard as merely some noble's minion. Despite his outwardly nonchalant demeanor, a strange feeling arose in Ronin's mind. His eyes narrowed, as if trying to discern something unusual. A dark, chilling surge of mana began to emanate from Dolan, enveloping the space. Ronin clearly sensed the abnormality, a sinister power hidden deep within him. But that wasn't all. Within that dark mana, something else was swirling. A familiar aura, sparkling like stars, made Ronin instinctively ponder, trying to recognize its origin. As the tension peaked, a white-gloved hand unexpectedly rested on Dolan's shoulder. A calm voice rang out, cutting through the suffocating atmosphere. "That's enough, Dolan." Duke Grancia appeared, restraining Dolan. He turned to Ronin, offering a polite smile, taking responsibility for the abrupt visit. Ronin stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Dolan intended to resist, but the Duke merely shook his head slightly. Ronin, hearing the word Duke, exclaimed in shock. What? He couldn't believe his ears. An Imperial Duke? Could it be? Ronin took a step back, his mind reeling. Duke Grancia continued, his tone still gentle. "Please forgive my subordinate's rudeness, Ronin." Duke Grancia bowed in apology for Dolan's behavior, his demeanor formal yet retaining his dignity. He looked at Ronin, his gaze sharp, as if contemplating something. He expressed a desire to speak with Ronin privately for a moment. It was then that Ronin truly recognized the man before him, exclaiming in shock, "Duke Grancia?" Not long after, all three were seated in a luxurious room. Ronin was still in shock, looking at Duke Grancia, trying to confirm what he had just heard. Before Ronin was an exquisite box, inside which was his La Mancha scabbard. Ronin gulped, unable to believe his eyes, and asked again, his voice full of astonishment. The La Mancha scabbard, which he had just finished yesterday, now appeared right before him. An unbelievable coincidence? Or a setup? Ronin was still bewildered, asking the Duke the reason for his personal visit. Duke Grancia calmly sipped his tea, explaining that the blacksmiths of Gran Cappadocia had asked him to deliver it personally. Especially Doron, that gruff blacksmith, had insisted that the Duke deliver it himself. Ronin could only utter an "oh," his face helpless at this excessive enthusiasm. Besides delivering the scabbard, Duke Grancia had another purpose. He looked directly at Ronin, offering a mysterious smile, declaring his desire to personally thank the young man. Duke Grancia began his story, explaining the deep connection between the Grancia family and Gran Cappadocia that had lasted for many years. He continued, revealing that even his beloved sword, Palerod, was the work of Doron, the talented blacksmith. For that reason, it was only natural for him to personally welcome the hero who saved Gran Cappadocia, and he did not come empty-handed. The Duke presented a gift, declaring he had prepared it specially for Ronin. The black-haired young man was surprised, unable to help but ask what it was. What he handed over was a Grancia family identification card, a glittering gold coin bearing the crest of the family head himself. Ronin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. A gift so valuable it could buy 3 villages. The Duke merely replied that it was the Grancia family's honor to bestow a worthy reward. He added that the 2 friends who had helped Ronin that day had also received gifts from the blacksmith and their own identification cards. The image of the overjoyed blonde girl appeared. The red-haired girl was equally surprised, covering her mouth with both hands as she opened the gift box. The Duke hoped those gifts would please them. Ronin gave a forced smile, reassuring the Duke that they were certainly overjoyed. At his feet, the image of two small girls bowing in thanks appeared. The Duke set down his teacup, the sound of porcelain clinking. He moved on to the main issue, calling Ronin's name in a serious tone. He directly asked Ronin what the young man knew about the mastermind behind the entire recent incident. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew heavy. The Duke's blue eyes suddenly glowed brightly, mana swirling around him. He wanted to know everything about those shameless bastards who caused this. Ronin flinched, leaning back in his chair. The powerful surge of mana from the Duke enveloped him, leaving the young man stunned. Cold sweat ran down Ronin's forehead, his eyes glinting yellow. A forced smile appeared on his lips, concealing extreme tension. Blue mana violently erupted around the Duke, transforming the room into a sea of energy. Ronin sat there, feeling immense pressure. The black-haired young man mumbled, realizing this was the terrifying power of the Grancia family head, a force not to be underestimated. Duke Grancia spoke calmly, his sharp gaze piercing through the shimmering mana, declaring that the traitors were more audacious than anyone could imagine. The corner of the Duke's mouth twitched slightly, a fleeting, subtle expression concealing deep disgust. He continued, his voice calm yet authoritative, recounting their incredibly swift movements, which made pursuit and capture a harsh challenge. Ronin was surprised, stunned by what he had just heard. He couldn't believe those individuals could be captured. Ronin's eyes gleamed with extreme astonishment, a flicker of doubt crossing his gaze as he looked directly at the Duke. Duke Grancia turned to look at the bodyguard standing behind him, noticing a slight disturbance from him, and a familiar feeling washed over him. In the Duke's mind, the repulsive image of a grotesque being, its body wrapped in roots, burning fiercely, appeared, recalling the abominable foes he had once faced. A face full of rage, bloodied, with glowing red eyes, as if reflecting the pain and brutality of those individuals, or perhaps the Duke's own fury. He looked directly at the bodyguard, a terrifying thought flashing through his mind. Could he be one of them? Ronin was confused. The Duke noticed his unusual silence and asked what was wrong. Duke Grancia continued to inquire, wondering why Ronin had suddenly stopped speaking, and if he could sense the sinister energy from the bodyguard. The Duke tilted his head, his expression puzzled, asking Ronin if he was feeling unwell, completely unaware of the spreading energy. Ronin thought to himself, Duke Grancia is one of the continent's greatest warriors, yet he can't sense this terrifying energy? Ronin's eyes suddenly turned a brilliant blue, reflecting the image of the bodyguard. He wondered if he was the only one who saw this. He gulped, shock and doubt surging. Ronin decided he had to say something. Ronin looked up at the Duke, his voice ringing out decisively. Sir, have you ever heard of the appearance of the stars? Duke Grancia was contemplating, his sharp gaze fixed on Ronin. His bodyguard stood tall, exuding a menacing aura, his red eyes seemingly wanting to devour everything. A plan was set. Let me throw him some bait. In the quiet space, with steam rising from the teacup, Duke Grancia thoughtfully repeated what Ronin had just recounted. A mysterious organization called Clasier Nebula, worshipping children of the stars. This information made him ponder. Duke Grancia's face clearly showed surprise and discomfort. He couldn't accept that a mysterious organization existed right under his nose, operating within the very territory he governed. I can't believe I was completely unaware of such an organization right here in our own country. Duke Grancia asked suspiciously if Ronin had discovered everything himself. The black-haired young man sneered, recounting how he had dealt with those individuals before Navarros appeared, forcing them to reveal their secret. Ronin gave a gruesome smile, his red eyes flashing with brutality. He described how pitifully the interrogated individuals begged for their lives, his tone full of amusement and contempt. Those fools. You should have seen how funny they looked when they begged me for their lives. Ronin eagerly offered to elaborate on the brutal interrogation. Duke Grancia hastily refused, saying he would read the official report and didn't want to lose his appetite over such horrific matters. Ronin shrugged, offering an accepting smile. He didn't try to persuade further, seemingly having achieved his goal. Yes, sir. Ronin's gaze flickered to the side, concealing a profound thought. He silently told himself that there was no need to continue this charade, perhaps because he had realized something. I guess there's no need to continue anyway. Ronin directed his gaze towards the Duke's bodyguard. Around the bodyguard, a mystical blue aura was emanating, sparkling like stars. Just look at him. Ronin realized that the Duke's bodyguard was exuding a powerful energy, as if he was trying to restrain himself. The shimmering light enveloped both the Duke and the bodyguard. He can barely restrain himself. Ronin frowned, clearly sensing the surge of power emanating from the bodyguard. A chillingly familiar feeling, as if he had faced this energy source before. Duke Grancia stood up, his face stern. He could not accept that the Clasier Nebula organization had infiltrated agents into his own family and declared he would act immediately. As Duke Grancia prepared to leave, Ronin suddenly called out, He said there was another important piece of information about the Clasier Nebula organization that the Duke should know. Ronin scratched his head, giving a forced smile. He explained that the story was quite lengthy, and he didn't want to waste Duke Grancia's time, as he was very busy. To resolve the issue, Ronin suggested he would write all the detailed information in a letter and send it to Duke Grancia tonight. Duke Grancia turned back, his eyes full of curiosity. Ronin smiled mysteriously, promising that what he was about to write would be extremely interesting, especially a certain detail. Ronin smirked, his crimson eyes flashing with a demonic glint as he whispered an ominous name, especially the part about a Hayut. He promised a long night full of surprises. The Duke's bodyguard, the black-haired man, flinched in horror. His eyes widened, unable to believe what he had just heard. An ill omen was approaching. That night, darkness descended, enveloping the magnificent mansion. The cold moonlight shone, signaling a sleepless night. In the luxurious room, Duke Grancia was fast asleep, his steady snores echoing. He was completely unaware that a storm was brewing. At the same time, Ronin suddenly woke up with a start, muttering. His body emitted a strange light, as if some energy was surging within him. The Duke's snores still echoed, but now a sinister purple aura was seeping through the silent space. The bodyguard suddenly awoke, his crimson eyes flaring with rage. The purple energy had awakened his primal instincts. A loud explosion rang out, and the bodyguard sprang up, his entire body erupting with dazzling blue energy. The room shook violently. He staggered, trying to collect himself. What the hell is this? His eyes, filled with confusion and indignation, showed he didn't understand what was happening. Quick as a flash, he drew his sword, his eyes warily scanning the room. Where is he? A cold gust of wind swept through, the air thick with tension. Suddenly, a voice rang out, freezing the bodyguard. I knew you would come looking for me today. He was frozen in place, unable to move. From the ceiling, Ronin flipped upside down, his crimson eyes staring directly at the bodyguard. Nice to see you again, a Hayut number 3. He sneered, full of provocation. The bodyguard was utterly stunned. His eyes widened, unable to utter a word. That name. How did Ronin know it? He stomped his foot, about to rush forward and demand an explanation. How do you know? But Ronin spoke up to stop him. With a meaningful smile, Ronin perched on a chair, pointing towards a figure tied up and unconscious. Look over there first, he said. I've brought a special guest. The bodyguard spun around, his eyes wide. A gasp escaped him, completely bewildered by the sight before him. A soft groan escaped, as if someone had just awakened from a nightmare. Dazzling light poured down, revealing a part of a pristine white cloak. The one who had just awakened, the youth Schlieffen, his blue eyes blazing, sat upright on the throne. The bodyguard exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe the sight before him. Schlieffen's gaze was as sharp as ice, glaring directly at the bound figure. Dolan, explain yourself! His voice was strained, filled with extreme indignation. What the hell is going on here? He hissed, the air thick with tension. A play had been staged, and Dolan was the pawn. But to understand the full story, we must turn back time, a few hours earlier, when the sun had not yet set over the magnificent mansion. On the highest floor of Navardo's hall, two figures stood facing each other. A fateful conversation was about to unfold, changing everything. Schlieffen, with a cold expression, questioned the bodyguard. Is this what you rushed to report to me? He couldn't hide his skepticism. The bodyguard frowned, his voice full of disbelief. You think Dolan will attack you tonight? He couldn't accept that idea. Absurd! He gripped his sword hilt tightly, his gaze firm. What makes you think of such a preposterous thing? His trust in Dolan was absolute. The bodyguard spoke of Dolan, a talented knight, the most loyal of the Grancia family. After only 4 years of service, he had been chosen as the Duke's personal guard. An undeniable testament. 4 years? Schlieffen smirked, cutting off the bodyguard. Then the Grancia family's been deceived all this time. His words were like a dagger piercing their trust. Never mind. Schlieffen waved his hand, turning his back. Just promise to be there tonight. After all, you have nothing to lose, right? It was an invitation full of hidden meaning. If I'm right, Schlieffen said, his gaze distant, you will have the chance. He was painting a picture, a horrifying truth. To punish the traitor, the rat who secretly infiltrated the family and betrayed your trust. His words echoed, like a prophecy of a bloody crackdown. The bodyguard's sword sprang from its sheath, its cold gleam reflecting his anger. Are you listening to me? His voice was strained, full of menace. The bodyguard's eyes blazed crimson, energy erupting around him. I said, I want to know what the hell is going on here, Dolan! He roared, his fury reaching its peak. Schlieffen stood tall, his unsheathed sword pointed straight, his eyes blazing, demanding an answer in a strained voice. His indignation had reached its peak. But from the ceiling, Ronin hovered, smiling meaningfully. He mocked Schlieffen's naivety, asking if a traitor would confess so easily. Schlieffen didn't bother to reply, merely raising his leg high, energy surging beneath his soul, preparing to unleash a fatal blow. He stomped hard on the floor, and a burst of blue energy erupted, tearing through the air and spreading throughout the room. The entire room was engulfed in dazzling blue energy, like an electromagnetic storm. Schlieffen stood firm, while Ronin was thrown high into the air. Both were astonished. Schlieffen seemed not to have expected his power to be so great, while Ronin felt the pressure. Ronin clutched his chest, a sudden heavy sensation washing over him. "Why do I suddenly feel so heavy?" he exclaimed, bewildered by the invisible pressure. His eyes widened as he looked at his hand, where blue energy was swirling. This island? His aura? Ronin's eyes were wide open, extreme astonishment clearly visible. He had underestimated this opponent. Schlieffen didn't hesitate, swinging his sword to create an energy slash. Ronin hastily parried, but was still pushed back. The powerful impact sent Ronin flying back to the ceiling, his body like a puppet with its strings cut. Schlieffen roared, his eyes blazing crimson. "Dolan! What the hell are you doing?" He still believed Dolan was the traitor. Without waiting for an answer, Schlieffen lunged like an arrow, his sword pointed directly at the falling Ronin. With a lightning-fast attack, Schlieffen struck Ronin in midair, sending him flying once more. Schlieffen breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Ronin couldn't fully control the range of his aura. He knew this room was too small for Ronin to unleash his full power without harming innocents. Schlieffen gritted his teeth, his blue eyes glowing brightly. He remained highly vigilant, not letting his guard down for a moment. Ronin clenched his fist, dark aura swirling around his hand. Despite this, an ironclad determination was clear in the young man's eyes. Schlieffen's sword slashed forward, but Ronin parried in time. "What a pity, young Master Schlieffen," he uttered, his tone full of sarcasm. Schlieffen stepped back, his eyes filled with rage. "I didn't want our relationship to end like this. That kid ruined everything," he growled. Ronin remained calm, but Schlieffen's gaze had changed. "You're much stronger than I thought. How long have you been hiding your true power? And why did you betray us?" The black-haired young man merely smirked. "Betrayal? Nonsense." He coldly dismissed the accusation. A swish sound rang out, Ronin's blade slicing through the air, quick as lightning, cutting across the distance between them. Schlieffen lunged, his sword aura blazing, but Ronin counterattacked. A fierce clash ensued, and the black-haired young man began to reveal the truth. "From the very beginning," Ronin declared coldly, his eyes blazing, "I have never served the Grancia family." A powerful burst of energy erupted, pushing Schlieffen back. Ronin's dark aura grew increasingly ferocious. Schlieffen was knocked back, sprawled on the floor, his body trembling within the blue aura. Ronin stood tall, his gaze contemptuous. Schlieffen raised his head, his eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Is that true? He couldn't accept this cruel truth. Schlieffen raised his head, his gaze complex. "Very well. Then do as you wish, Ronin." His words were like an acceptance or a subtle challenge. Ronin drew his sword from its sheath, a dry clink echoing, signaling an imminent, merciless attack. He swung his sword, and a dazzling burst of light erupted, striking Schlieffen directly, leaving his opponent no time to react. Schlieffen clutched his wound, his face contorted in pain and shock. How are you so strong?" he gasped. Ronin looked down, his gaze mocking. "You're truly stubborn. There wouldn't have been any trouble if you had listened to me from the start. Are you satisfied now?" In a fleeting moment, a memory of a powerful man appeared, his brilliant blue eyes holding an ironclad resolve. He declared, "This is important. I need to be sure." The memory continued, Ronin surprised as the man's hand rested on his shoulder, a voice echoing meaningfully. "From this moment on, for a short time to come." A burst of blue power erupted, tearing through space with a sharp sword slash carrying a premonition of death. And then, the fateful prophecy was uttered amidst the surging energy. "There will be a bloodbath in the Grancia family." Ronin was pushed back in surprise. Back in reality, Schlieffen stood dumbfounded, cold sweat beading on his forehead as he witnessed his opponent's terrifying power. Schlieffen stared in horror at the illusion before him, a blurry figure with blazing blue eyes, wondering, What the hell is this? He gripped his sword tightly, brilliant blue mana flowing, thinking to himself, "He's completely suppressed by my aura. Yet his sword strikes are still so powerful." Schlieffen unleashed a powerful sword strike, blue mana erupting, sending Ronin flying. He couldn't believe Ronin was so strong with just pure mana. Schlieffen maintained his defensive stance, wondering, could he also be hiding his power like me? No, he has no reason to do so. Schlieffen's eyes suddenly blazed in the deep blue mana, a horrifying thought flashing through his mind. Then, could it be? He's grown this strong in such a short time? He gritted his teeth, his face contorted in extreme astonishment. Impossible! I know they call him a once-in-a-century genius, but no one could. Ronin suddenly appeared behind him, a mocking smile on his face, launching a surprise attack. "What's on your mind, sir?" He gripped Schlieffen's neck from behind, his crimson eyes full of contempt. "I feel terribly insulted." With a single powerful kick, Ronin sent Schlieffen flying like a ragged doll, crimson energy enveloping him. "Am I not worthy of your full attention?" Schlieffen collapsed, his face bruised, his eyes filled with horror and despair. Unbelievable. Ronin stood there, his crimson eyes like a demon's dark aura swirling around him. In Schlieffen's mind, a question echoed. Another monster? Ronin unleashed a fatal blow. A crimson energy explosion tore through space, destroying the floor and pushing Schlieffen back. However, Schlieffen dodged it. Ronin exclaimed in surprise, "Wow, you dodged that attack." Without hesitation, Schlieffen counterattacked, delivering a powerful kick to Ronin, making him cry out in pain. Schlieffen frowned, angrily realizing the fight was making too much noise. Damn it. The professors will be here to investigate soon. A flash of green light streaked past, signaling Schlieffen moving at terrifying speed like a phantom. He decided he had to get out of here. An explosive surge of energy propelled him away. "I have to get out of here." Schlieffen stomped his foot, using all his strength to accelerate, creating a wave of green energy around him. Schlieffen darted away like lightning, leaving Ronin behind, determined to escape this perilous situation. He cursed angrily, unable to believe things had spiraled out of control. "Damn it! How did everything go so wrong? I just needed to kill that brat!" He continued to flee, telling himself he had made a mistake thinking he could overpower both of them at once. "I'll find a hiding place and wait for an opportunity to eliminate." Schlieffen's hair still shimmered with blue light, a sign of his dwindling power. In Schlieffen's mind, the image of Duke Grancia appeared, holding a sword under the moonlight, saying, "You were right, Dolan." Schlieffen flinched, his face clearly showing shock, as if he had just realized a horrifying truth. Duke Grancia, with a bruised face, admitted, "I haven't fully mastered my aura, so the demon's sword isn't truly perfect yet." But even so, Duke Grancia's sword swirled in a stream of blue energy, and he scoffed. "Do you really think you can escape me like this? Fool." The energy swirled violently, and Duke Grancia added, "There are no innocents around here to worry about." Schlieffen erupted with power, his eyes burning with hatred. He declared that the traitor must be punished, and a fierce blue aura surged around him. Under the full moon, Schlieffen unleashed a technique, creating a colossal vortex that devoured everything. The traitor stood frozen, watching the furious blue wind blade rush towards him, his eyes filled with disbelief. A slash tore through the air, and the Ronin-like figure cried out in horror, trying to fend off the chilling energy. Power erupted. A blue shockwave swept through, crushing everything in its path. Caught in the eye of the energy storm, the traitor screamed in fury, curses echoing through the air. The Ronin-like figure's body was engulfed in the vortex, battered and exhausted. But his will remained unyielding. The traitor's eyes flashed with a brilliant blue light, a heavy gasp escaping from between his teeth. In that moment, a name suddenly appeared in his mind. Da Jing. The vortex grew increasingly violent, roaring like a bloodthirsty beast, shaking the very ground. After the destruction, Schlieffen coldly sheathed his sword, the blue light fading from the blade. He stood tall on the battlefield, looking down at the defeated foe, coldly declaring that no one would remember him anymore. Schlieffen's blue eyes showed no wavering, as he asserted that the person had never truly belonged to the Grancia family. The scene changed. Ronin chuckled, teasing Schlieffen about his recent takedown. Ronin smirked, his eyes mischievous, remarking that Schlieffen seemed angry when he acted. Looking down at the unconscious body of his doppelganger, Ronin worried. Schlieffen reassured him, saying it was just a severed tendon, not fatal. Schlieffen coldly declared that the traitor only had a severed tendon, but Ronin still couldn't help but worry, uttering his friend's name. In the dark forest, Schlieffen turned his back, asserting that Ronin's presence was fortunate, as he needed to return and report the urgent situation to his family. His blue eyes blazing, Schlieffen growled, determined to eradicate all traitors as soon as possible. Then he darted away like the wind, leaving a stunned Ronin behind, who shouted, "Hey, you can't just leave like that!" Ronin yelled furiously, golden energy erupting around him. "You destroyed everything here and expect me to clean up this mess?" As Ronin was still complaining about the injustice, a voice rang out, accompanied by a figure rushing forward. "What's going on here, Ronin?" Ronin tiredly turned around, looking at the newcomer, his face beaded with sweat. "Ah, hello." Two uninvited guests arrived, a dignified elderly man and a white-haired young woman, making Ronin call out their names, Principal Cratier and Miss Navarose. Navarose, with long silver hair and sharp eyes, her hand gripping her sword, appeared full of surprise and annoyance. Her gaze fixed on the image of a green snake on her clothes, she let out a soft gasp of surprise. Ronin looked at her, his mind reeling with a flurry of questions and the image of the snake. The young man smiled brightly, giving a thumbs up. "Your pajamas are really cool," Navarose growled, Answer the question, Kratier interjected, agreeing with Navarose that the pajamas weren't important, though he was also quite surprised. Kratier sighed in relief seeing Ronin unharmed, then asked him to explain what had happened. Ronin glanced at the unconscious figure, giving a forced laugh. Ah yes, an explanation is certainly needed. But before he could speak, Ronin unexpectedly leaned in close, asking Kratier to repeat something. The principal was surprised. Huh? Repeat after me? You want me to? Ronin glared, his gaze terrifyingly serious, and declared decisively, Hayut is an asshole. Navarose and Kratier stared in bewilderment, the principal stammering as if he couldn't believe his ears. The white-haired woman merely let out a soft sound, that... Then, like a curse, the words echoed from Kratier's mouth, filled with shock. Hayut is an asshole? The air suddenly thickened. After that awkward conversation, the scene shifted to the principal's office. A heavy sigh echoed, signaling that the problems were far from simple. Kratier sat there, his face pensive and heavy. A spy within the Grancia family. This is much more serious than I thought. The burden of the Empire weighed on his shoulders. He turned to Ronin, his voice full of gratitude. You've helped us once again, Ronin. Without you, the damage would have been much worse. The young man humbly waved his hand. It was nothing. In Ronin's mind, complex thoughts swirled. For now, I should keep the strange mana source a secret. A new mystery was slowly unfolding. He still couldn't be entirely sure, and revealing this information now wouldn't be good either. A cautious decision, harboring many calculations. Because, if it were revealed, not only would he himself be in danger, but all his loved ones would also be dragged into a deadly vortex. Images of fallen bodies, blood splattered, haunted the young man's mind. Kratier reassured him. We will soon launch a full investigation, starting with the Grancia family, so you don't need to worry. He promised fairness. Then he changed his tone, his eyes gentler. One more thing. Our empire owes you another favor. We still haven't repaid you for the incident in the blacksmith town earlier. The principal continued with great respect. As the principal, I have a responsibility to reward you appropriately. Is there anything you wish for? Ronin's eyes lit up. Really? You're too kind, the young man excitedly proposed. Actually, I want to establish a new club at school. Could you approve it for me? Kratier was surprised. A club that needs my approval? I wonder what island. Time passed, and a new day began. The sky was clear blue, promising bright things. The next day, at Fillion Square, a bustling, lively scene unfolded. In the middle of the square, Ronin stood confidently, attracting all eyes. All right, everyone, a little attention. He was about to announce something important. Ronin stirred the murmuring crowd of students, asking if they wanted a change from boring school activity. His hand slammed down on a piece of paper, creating a decisive sound that drew all eyes. With a radiant smile, he announced that he had created a special club just for everyone. He pointed to the recruitment poster, dramatically announcing the club's name, the Special Adventure Club. A curious student asked about the club. Ronin replied enthusiastically, calling it an excellent question. He continued to stir the crowd, repeating the question about the nature of the Special Adventure Club. Ronin explained that this club would train the next generation of warriors for the Empire through beneficial outdoor practical activities. He emphasized that this was the only club allowed by the principal to organize activities outside the school grounds, causing a stir in the crowd. Ronin invited anyone interested to attend interviews at Arena No. 1 of Galarian Hall. In the crowd, a mysterious figure in a red cloak stood silently observing Ronin. The woman in the red cloak couldn't believe her eyes, her gaze full of contemplation. He flashed a devilish smile, while the woman in the red cloak wondered if that young man was the one she thought he was. A few days later, at the magnificent Galarian Hall, the sky was clear and peaceful. Ronin frowned, his face annoyed. He couldn't understand what was happening. He had painstakingly staged the spectacle at Fillion Square to attract talent, but today was the last day of interviews, and no one had shown up. Ronin looked at the two girls standing before him, asking if they were the only members of the club. The blonde girl gave a mischievous smile, questioning Ronin about the harsh interviews he had painstakingly created over the past few days. The black-haired boy, with blazing red eyes, stood tall in the square, where another student lay sprawled at his feet. He even forced the last survivors to swear their lives to the club. The blonde girl couldn't help but wonder why he made everyone so afraid. The short, red-haired girl, blushing with embarrassment, revealed that the whole school was abuzz about his club, saying that to join, you needed 10 extra lives. Ronin clicked his tongue, replying indifferently that he was just showing them what the real world was like. Those kids were truly weak. Fillion Square still stood tall under the sunlight. Ronin thought to himself, it didn't matter anyway. His eyes flashed with a golden glint, full of confidence. He only needed the best. Just then, a burly young man with a colossal weapon appeared, his gaze firm, ready to face the challenge. Ronin turned around, a challenging smile on his face, asking if Brahm was satisfied yet. He hadn't intended to test him, but Brahm had demanded it himself. Brahm gasped for breath, exhausted, but his eyes still shone with determination. The burly young man laughed contentedly, and Ronin declared that Brahm had passed the test. Ronin looked at Brahm, his face clearly showing confidence, and warned that this club would be extremely rigorous, asking Brahm if he was sure he wanted to join. Brahm laughed loudly, excitedly replying that this was exactly what he wanted, and he would do everything to become stronger. Ronin ordered everyone to disperse, telling them to rest well before things truly began. The blonde girl asked him what he planned to do next. Ronin scratched his head, his eyes thoughtful. He decided to wait a little longer. Who knew what might happen? Perhaps a true genius would appear and surprise him. Night fell. A full moon hung high, illuminating a tranquil space. In the silent hall, Ronin slumped his head onto the table, a heavy sigh escaping him. What else is there to expect? He muttered to himself. Not a single soul appeared. The entire grand hall was left with only empty chairs, like a mockery of the hope that had just flickered. Ronin pulled a chair, the dry sound echoing. All right then, it seems that's it. Best to clean up. He forced a smile, turning to Addison. Thank you, Addison. I know you're busy, but you still took the time to watch the interviews with me, she replied. My pleasure. Addison arranged the chairs with regret. What a shame. If I weren't a teaching assistant, I would have signed up for the club. Ronin remained silent. Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed red-orange. I will never let her join, even if she applies, he thought to himself, but couldn't bring himself to say it aloud. Addison was still cleaning up, her mind also filled with thoughts. I need to decide soon whether or not to stop that marshal's dream. Ronin sank into a tangle of difficult decisions. His eyes changed color again. This is too important a decision. Perhaps I should think about it more. Suddenly, a red-cloaked figure appeared, hidden in the hazy mist. What a relief, a whispered voice echoed. Ronin and Addison startled, turning around. You're still here? Addison asked. Ronin was surprised, huh? Ronin looked at the mysterious figure. Can I help you? He asked, his eyes scrutinizing. He suddenly brightened, a radiant smile on his face. Oh, are you here for an interview? Do you want to join our club? The red-cloaked figure slightly raised her head, her eyes hidden behind the brim of her hood. Club? Her voice was too soft to hear. Ronin tilted his head, not hearing clearly. Excuse me? I didn't quite catch that. Could you speak a little louder? The red-cloaked figure gently raised her hand to the brim of her hood, a rustling sound echoing. If I join your club, the red-cloaked figure, with blazing eyes, asked, her voice a haunting whisper. Can I touch it? A puzzling offer, hinting at something profound. Amidst the tranquil night, with only tiny specks of light, she continued, her words seeming to vanish into thin air. His thing. That's what I mean. The mysterious figure stood opposite Ronin, her cloak fluttering. Can you touch it? The words repeated, carrying a strange urgency. Ronin flinched, his face flushing, awkwardly hugging himself. Touch what? Are you some kind of weirdo? The cloaked girl coldly replied. I'm not talking about you. She pointed directly at his shoulder, her words clearer. I mean that thing on your shoulder. Ronin looked bewildered, while Sita tilted her head in confusion. Realizing, Ronin grinned, stroking the small creature. Ah, you mean Sita? Why didn't you say so from the start? Sita let out a chirp, as if in agreement. Ronin excitedly explained. Sita is always with me, so if you join the club, you'll definitely have a chance to pet it. The cloaked girl timidly asked. Really? Addison stood behind, her eyes scrutinizing, thinking to herself, who exactly is this person? A mysterious appearance that made her wary. Addison continued to ponder, clearly sensing the abnormality. She got so close, yet I didn't even hear her footsteps. A terrifying hidden ability. Clearly, she's not a normal student. I can feel it. Addison frowned, her intuition telling her something. This person is the real deal, Addison realized. The cloaked girl had removed her hood, revealing her silver-white hair and blazing red eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. Ophelia asked about the interview round. Ronin pointed to the enchanted dummy. First, just demonstrate your skills on that magic dummy over there. Ronin was about to ask her name, but Ophelia cut him off, her voice decisive. I am a third-year magic student. My name is Ophelia Dicknight. Her hands began to flare with dark energy. Dark purple magical energy swirled around Ophelia's hands, creating a powerful and terrifying spectacle. Ophelia's blazing red eyes flashed, and her magic erupted. She tilted her head, asking, as if issuing a challenge. Now then, shall I begin? Ronin and Addison stood stunned, astonished by the terrifying surge of magic. What the hell? The entire hall seemed to be enveloped by a dark aura. The dark aura exploded, engulfing the entire hall, making people exclaim in astonishment. "Is that dark magic?" Addison exclaimed in shock, unable to believe such masterful control over dark magic, a power that was inherently difficult to control. But Ronin noticed something else, a hidden truth that surprised him even more. Amidst the swirling dark energy that Ophelia was unleashing, Ronin noticed something seemingly invisible. A surge of blood-red energy hidden deep within the core of her magic was violently erupting. Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed red. He and Sita realized the terrifying truth behind this power. Ophelia swung her hand, magic surging like a storm, ready to devour everything. She coldly spoke, naming her attack Shadow Claw. A claw-shaped surge of dark magic tore through the air, leaving cracks on the ground. From above, the dark claw struck directly at the target, creating a horrifying impact. Destructive power spread, dust and debris flying everywhere. At the epicenter of the explosion, Ophelia still stood firm, like a goddess of destruction. Ronin and Addison couldn't help but be terrified, holding their breath at the sight before them. Amidst the smoke and dust, her voice echoed, "I think we don't need to spar anymore." The target dummy was shattered, and Ophelia declared, "You have passed the test." Ronin approached, his eyes scrutinizing, wanting to ask her something. Ronin flinched, his golden eyes glowing as a voice echoed in his mind. He wondered, was she using telepathy? Ophelia slightly parted her hood, her blazing red eyes sharp and cold, instructing Ronin to keep it a secret. The more people knew, the more troublesome things would become. The red-cloaked girl suggested finding a private place to talk. Ronin also had something to ask, his eyes full of scrutiny. Under the ethereal moonlight, the academy stood majestically, as if harboring countless untold secrets. Ronin and Ophelia walked under the moonlight. She held a glowing orb, her footsteps light and mysterious. Sita, the small familiar, was petted by Ophelia, letting out joyful chirps. It turned out to be an enchanting dream familiar. Ophelia explained about the dream familiar species that absorbed mana from the environment. Ronin was even more surprised by her, his eyes full of contemplation. Ronin wondered. He thought she had left the Empire a long time ago. A direct question, full of implications about her past. Ophelia turned around, her eyes blood red. She said, "He meant the vampires." The atmosphere suddenly became suffocatingly tense. She coldly replied that not all vampires had left. A few still remained, scattered throughout the Empire. Despite having to live in seclusion, Ophelia risked revealing herself, joining this bustling academy. Ronin couldn't help but wonder about her motives. He guessed correctly. It was all for Sita's mana. She nodded in confirmation, her gaze firm, without any concealment. She recalled that from their very first meeting, she had sensed Sita carried the energy of blood magic. Sita yawned, while Ophelia continued to reveal. It was an ancient vampire magic. The truth was slowly unfolding. Ronin gently scratched Sita, surprised to learn the familiar used vampire skills. He suddenly realized that its blood-sucking upon birth had already been a sign. Ophelia stood stunned, astonished by Ronin's sharp deduction. How long had he known this secret? Ophelia questioned Ronin about Sita using vampire magic from birth. He was surprised and asked if something was wrong. Ophelia was horrified, her eyes burning red, as she hugged Sita and exclaimed, "How old is it?" "No way, it must be at least 5 years old." Ronin calmly replied, 2 months at most. Ophelia was stunned, unable to believe her ears, muttering, 2 months? No way. The spirit beast Sita lay comfortably in Ophelia's arms, emitting a strong aura of blood magic, its red eyes full of mystery. A sinister smile appeared on Ophelia's lips, her eyes glinting with calculation. "If that's true, then perhaps everything will be possible," she whispered. Ophelia suddenly held Sita out towards Ronin, implying she needed his help with something. Ronin was startled and asked, "Help? Why so sudden?" She explained that she had initially only intended to see Sita and then leave, but if he helped, she would dedicate herself entirely to the club. Her eyes sparkled with hidden meaning. Ophelia continued, promising to work hard after completing her research. Ronin interrupted, his face puzzled. "Wait, research?" Standing opposite Ophelia, Ronin scrutinized her, asking what kind of research she was ultimately planning to conduct. Bright sunlight shone, signaling the start of a new day, bringing with it new beginnings. The scene of Philion Academy's club district appeared, a place dubbed the Nest of Talents. Among them, a towering, magnificent building dedicated solely to the Super Special Adventure Club stood impressively. Ronin and Brahm stood before the building. He marveled. An entire building just for one student club? Philion certainly spares no expense for its students. Ronin observed Brahm and the short-haired red-headed girl, commenting, "By the way, you two look a bit different." The long-haired blonde girl wearing glasses looked at the red-headed girl's bracelets and asked, "Are those weapons from Grand Cappadocia?" The blonde girl continued, The Grancia family entrusted to you two? The red-headed girl happily confirmed it. Ophelia held her new longsword, her green eyes gleaming with satisfaction. She explained that the blacksmith had crafted this weapon specifically for her, perfectly suited to her unique strength, so she decided to use it instead of her old twin swords. It was the red-headed girl's turn, and she gleefully showed off her sparkling magic bracelets. They were crafted using techniques from the magic city of Delphium, helping her control mana better, doubling her spellcasting speed and magical power. Ronin crossed his arms, smiling contentedly as he looked at the two girls. He happily remarked that both of them were very pleased with their new equipment. In the vast space, Ophelia suddenly asked Ronin why he required everyone to bring their weapons. The black-haired young man simply replied curtly that everything would be discussed in more detail once they were inside. Ronin opened the heavy door, his face hardening, his golden eyes gleaming with seriousness. He whispered that this would be an extremely important meeting. In the luxurious room, a pristine white vase sat on the table. Ronin's voice echoed, saying he knew everyone was wondering about the purpose of forming this club. Ronin sat in the presiding position, looking around at the waiting faces. He affirmed that this club had only one single purpose. Ronin continued to explain that their goal was to help each member maximize their unique potential as quickly as possible through practical experiences. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned brilliant gold, gleaming with terrifying resolve. He told himself that this time, he would be ready for that fated day. Ronin's finger pointed to a spot on an old map. He declared that this would be their first destination, a mana vein never before discovered by the Empire. The majestic landscape of the Vidian mountain range appeared. Faced with the shocking information, Ophelia and the red-headed girl exclaimed in surprise, and Brahm couldn't hide his admiration either. Ronin calmly explained that the Vidian mountains were a very special place. This trip would certainly be a wonderful experience for all of them. Ronin's hand rested on the hilt of his sword, his gaze distant. He also had some personal matters to resolve there, but that was not as important as the current mission. Ronin turned to Ophelia and the red-headed girl, assigning them a special task. Both were confused and anxiously asked again, unsure what problem he wanted them to solve. Ronin merely smiled mysteriously, offering no answer. He gestured for everyone to follow him outside, without asking any further questions. Ronin held a wooden staff, a sinister smile on his face. He declared that they would have a small practice match, a surprising challenge, promising a not-so-gentle warm-up. The long corridor of the academy stretched out, morning sunlight streaming through the windows, painting golden streaks on the tiled floor. Ronin led the way, walking confidently, followed by Ophelia and the red-headed girl, their faces full of doubt. Ophelia couldn't help but ask, "What do you mean, Ronin?" The two girls looked at each other, their faces showing extreme surprise. Ophelia asked again, her voice full of astonishment, "Is that the problem you mentioned?" Ronin turned his head, a sinister smile on his lips, his eyes glinting with amusement. The red-headed girl exclaimed, "You want us to finish classes early?" He replied, "Isn't it obvious? I don't understand why you're so surprised." He continued to explain his bold plan. "Once we leave, we'll be absent for at least a week. But you still have classes, don't you? That doesn't matter to Brahm anyway, since he's already finished many classes early." Ophelia and the red-headed girl looked worried. Ophelia questioned, "How can you participate in club activities? There's no way the principal would allow you to be absent for so long." The red-headed girl also agreed. That's right." Ronin raised his index finger, his gaze sharp, as if he had found the solution to all problems. He flashed a radiant smile, pointing to himself proudly. "Then finish classes early, like me, so you can be free." The scene shifted to a vast training arena on the second floor of the club, where ancient brick walls and dazzling light created a solemn atmosphere. Ronin stood high above, his gaze sweeping over the two girls standing below. He declared, "Before we begin individual training, I want to see how strong you two are first." He held his scabbard, smiling smugly, and gestured with his hand. "Come on, relax, and show me what you've got. I'll only use my scabbard, so there's no need to be afraid." But in an instant, his smile vanished, replaced by a terrifying expression and cold eyes. "But if you're not serious, I'll make you regret it. So you'd better try your best, all right?" Ophelia and the red-headed girl watched him from afar, cold sweat trickling down. The red-headed girl muttered, "Relax? Right." Ophelia turned to the red-headed girl, giving her a meaningful smile. "If Ronin wants to test our abilities, why don't we try that, dear?" The red-headed girl was surprised. "Huh?" The red-headed girl suddenly understood, her eyes lighting up with excitement. "Oh, you mean times that asterisk," she declared. "Sounds good. I'll do my best." Both girls unleashed their powers simultaneously. The red-headed girl, with her glowing magic bracelets. Ophelia, holding her long sword radiating brilliant green light, ready for battle. Ophelia swung her sword, a brilliant green light. "Come on, let's begin." Sword energy swept across the entire space, seemingly wanting to explode with each strike. She put all her strength into it, her sword blazing, creating a whirlwind of emerald energy. Fight! A decisive, powerful swing. The sword light struck the ground, creating a dazzling explosion. The ground shook, debris flew everywhere, and dust filled the air. Amidst the hazy smoke, Ronin appeared, calmly sheathing his sword. "You're really strong, I'll give you that." He smirked smugly. Ronin raised an eyebrow, his golden eyes puzzled. "But why did you slash the ground?" He was surprised. "Huh?" A question full of doubt. From the cracked ground, blue ice shards evaporated, hovering in midair, emitting a chilling, eerie aura. Ronin suddenly realized something. His hand, glowing blue. Wait, could it be? A mysterious surge of energy was rising powerfully. Behind him, Azel stood, her body enveloped in blue light, ice shards swirling around her like satellites. Ophelia looked at Azel in astonishment, blue energy erupting around her. We're starting, Azel." Her words were full of excitement. Azel swung her arm, and a series of sharp, brilliantly blue ice blades shot forward, tearing through the air, full of menace. Ronin stood at the eye of the storm, ice blades surrounding him from all sides. Brahm and Ophelia were stunned. "Oh?" he said nonchalantly. Ronin skillfully dodged each ice blade, a sinister smile on his face. "You've become this good with telekinesis?" He drew his sword, the blade flaring with brilliant red light. "I must say." Ronin prepared to counterattack, his eyes full of interest and challenge. Ronin's sword clashed with the ice blades, creating brilliant red sparks, and a deafening sound echoed throughout the space. Azel was surprised, red energy enveloping her. Ronin spoke. "I'm very impressed, Azel. A compliment full of hidden meaning." Ronin's eyes glinted with a sinister golden hue, looking down. A mysterious smile appeared on his lips, foreshadowing something about to happen. Ophelia's fury erupted, her green eyes blazing. A twisted, sinister smile on her lips. She swung her sword, enveloped in green light.
Don't try to block, just dodge.
Her voice echoed. A warning or a challenge? The green blade hissed, magical energy surging, ready to tear through space. The girl lunged like lightning, green sword light cutting through the wind. Ronin dodged, a terrifying explosion tearing through the ground right behind him. He exclaimed in surprise, cold sweat trickling down. If I hadn't dodged, I might have. His words trailed off, but the danger was real. Her sword plunged into the ground, creating a massive crack. That destructive power made the entire arena tremble. Ophelia's green eyes still blazed, her anger undiminished. She gripped her sword tightly. Preparing for the next strike, she spun around, swinging her sword to form a dazzling green arc. A lightning-fast attack, giving her opponent no time to breathe. Ronin somersaulted in the air, his golden eyes glinting with amusement. He continued to dodge, but his sinister smile became even more pronounced. He landed with a powerful stomp, the arena floor cracking. Was gravity being bent, or was this a new technique? Ophelia was startled, a sense of unease welling up. A brilliant red light enveloped her, signaling something ominous. In an instant, Ronin counterattacked. His blazing red blade slashed directly at her, a fatal blow. She cried out in pain, her green blade shattering. Ronin's attack had left a deep wound. Ronin smirked, his golden eyes blazing. These two have exceeded my expectations, he whispered, full of satisfaction. Just then, Azel hovered in midair, icy energy erupting around her. In many aspects, Ronin continued. Ronin casually picked up Ophelia's broken sword, while she glared at him angrily. Brahm stood behind, silently witnessing. Azel unleashed an explosion of icy power, creating dazzling blue energy streams, trying to push Ronin back while Ophelia screamed a warning. The icy power continued to surge, forming a fierce explosion of light that shook the entire space. Ronin moved like lightning, twisting to dodge the terrifying surge of power as dust and debris flew everywhere. He drew his broken sword, his eyes flashing a demonic red, a sneer clearly visible on his lips. Azel didn't stop, her purple eyes glowing brightly, continuing to unleash more powerful icy attack. Sharp ice blades whizzed through the air, tearing it apart, carrying bone-chilling cold. Ronin stood firm, the broken sword in his hand glowing a brilliant red, ready to face the challenge. He swung his sword, creating brilliant red diagonal slashes that tore through space, blocking all attacks. The brilliant red slashes continued to cut through the air, shattering debris and icy energy. Ronin's sword blade spun, forming a vortex of red light, crushing everything in its path. He decisively swung his sword, the brilliant red slashes like lightning, completely destroying Azel's attacks. Ronin stood amidst the dust and rubble, a demonic smile on his face, his eyes full of challenge and self-satisfaction. Large rocks shattered, falling to the ground with heavy thuds, shaking the entire floor. Smoke, dust, and cold air rose fiercely, covering a corner of the battlefield, creating a chaotic scene. Ronin emerged from the smoke, his broken sword still glowing in his hand. He looked at Azel and said, "You've improved a lot." He knelt on one knee, surrounded by shattered ice fragments, and continued, "It seems you weren't just idly sitting around when I wasn't there." Ophelia maintained her fighting stance, her green sword flashing, while Azel stood beside her, ice magic still swirling around her hands. The two young women's eyes suddenly flared brightly, magic power erupting around them as Ronin's voice rang out with authority. "Both of you!" Azel gasped, still enveloped in magic. She heard Ronin's remark about her great improvement, and softly thanked him. Ronin gave a demonic smile, sheathed his sword, and declared, "All right, I've seen enough." Ophelia and Azel breathed a sigh of relief. He continued, "Just 1 month, or maybe 2 weeks, and I can bring you two to the level I need." Suddenly, Ronin cracked his knuckles, a dry crack echoing, making the two girls stare at him in bewilderment. Ronin's smile became even more terrifying, his eyes blood red as he declared, "We'll start the special training course right now." Without waiting for the two girls to react, Ronin swung 2 swords, chasing them while shouting, "That doesn't matter, move!" He sneered, swinging his sword continuously, the brilliant red slashes tearing through the wind, forcing Ophelia to narrowly dodge. Ophelia and Azel screamed in despair, tears welling up, pleading for anyone who could hear them. "This isn't right at all!" Their wronged cries echoed as the scene shifted to the academy building, which shook violently. 2 weeks later, the door to a closed room, holding the secrets of the rigorous training process. A hand was placed on a stack of papers. Cratier's voice rang out in surprise. "Oh my, what a surprise!" Cratier, the old professor, looked at the stack of papers with disbelief. "Are you saying these are all early completion certificates?" Ronin stood there, a smug smile on his face. Beside him were Ophelia, Azel, and Brahm with tired expressions. He confidently replied to Cratier. Cratier was still astonished by Ronin, who was explaining that although not all classes were completed, the number of certificates was enough to request permission for a trip. Cratier smiled, accepting the request. The trip was approved, and he didn't forget to give the group some advice. Words of good luck echoed, like a prayer for the journey ahead, holding many mysteries. The next day, dawn broke over the majestic mountain peaks. This was the first destination of the Special Adventure Club. The Vidian Range loomed, a wild and challenging land. 4 small figures were venturing deep into the mountains. A stream of pure mana spread, so powerful that it made people exclaim in astonishment. Could this be the legendary mana vein? Ophelia was astonished by the purity of the mana right from the entrance. Brahm laughed loudly, asserting that simply activating mana resonance was enough to grow stronger. Brahm asked about the next plan, but Ronin simply replied, telling everyone to be patient. The true destination was the center of the mountain range. The black-haired young man looked up at the sky, leaves fluttering as if whispering about a mysterious mission. "We have work to do." The wind swept through, carrying swirling leaves, like a sign of change, of things about to happen. At the same time, an ancient structure hidden deep within the forest gradually revealed itself. And we also need to find something. In the depths of a mysterious place, pointed ears twitched slightly. A doubtful echoed in the silent space. The masked figure with pointed ears was surprised, not expecting anyone to dare set foot in this dangerous place. He had waited too long. Green eyes flashed beneath the mask. "It's been a long time since we had visitors," he whispered, preparing to greet them. Outside, the Vidian Range still loomed, holding countless secrets and undiscovered dangers. On the high mountain peak, 4 figures appeared, standing firm under the sun, ready to face any challenge. Ronin gave a smug smile, his sharp eyes looking straight ahead. "You've finally appeared." The sky was azure. White clouds drifted lazily. A beautiful day, seemingly without anything unusual. But deep within the forest canopy, hideous creatures lurked. An orc mumbled, its sharp eyes staring into the void. At the foot of the mountain, a crude orc camp appeared. Curses echoed, signaling an unavoidable encounter. Brahm was surprised to see orcs setting up camp in the outskirts. Ronin calmly explained that this was not uncommon in such an unguarded place. Although the orc camp was still small, Ronin knew the potential danger. They multiplied like rabbits and would soon take over the entire mountain range. Horrifying images of orcs rampaging through civilians appeared. Brahm was worried, but Ronin was resolute. They must destroy them before it's too late. The 4 stood on the mountaintop looking down at the orc camp. Ronin declared that this would be the team's first mission. Ronin asked a casual question, but Ophelia and Azel turned pale. They trembled as they realized the true reason for this trip. Azel was worried about the number of orcs, but Ronin reassured her. He affirmed that they had enough strength to deal with the monsters. Ronin's eyes suddenly became profound. He knew there was still an unpredictable variable lurking. Ogres were the dominant species of this mountain range. Ronin thought to himself, his 3 teammates were still not strong enough to confront them, especially the 2-headed ogre, their leader. Even in his previous life, he had never defeated that monster, but the two-headed ogre hadn't appeared yet. Ronin reassured himself that they were still safe. He was about to give an order, but a sudden voice rang out. A deep, warm voice rang out, praising their courage, but advising against action. Ronin turned back in surprise. A masked figure with pointed ears appeared behind him, warning that this was not the right time. Ronin was completely shocked. He hadn't heard any footsteps. How could that person have approached so closely without being detected? Ronin turned back in surprise. A masked figure with pointed ears had just appeared. Now, a silver-haired elf-man with long hair, wearing glasses and an ancient cloak stood there, kindly saying there was no need to be vigilant. He smiled, introducing himself as merely a hermit priest in these mountains. Ronin asked again, and the priest confirmed, revealing that he served an ancient spirit named Senyel. Meanwhile, Ronin tightened his grip on his sword hilt, suggesting that the group should find another place to talk. The priest turned and walked away, saying that this place was not safe at all. Suddenly, Ronin drew his sword, pointing it directly at the priest's back, his eyes full of vigilance. Ophelia and Azel exclaimed in surprise. Ronin merely offered a soft apology, but did not lower his sword. Ronin's eyes glowed red. He growled, "Sorry, but there have been too many suspicious characters lately." The priest raised both hands, his face bewildered, suggesting Ronin repeat after him. Ronin, with fiery eyes and an expression of extreme anger, suddenly shouted a curse word. The entire space fell silent, with only the rustling of wind through the leaves remaining. The silence lingered. The priest looked up at the azure sky, in confusion. The clear blue sky and lush green canopies remained silent, as if nothing had ever happened. After a moment of embarrassment, the priest shamefully said that a servant of spirits like him should not utter such vulgar words. He blushed, admitting this was the most embarrassing moment in the past 200 years. But Ronin reassured him that it was for a good reason. Ronin curiously asked about the priest's age. The elf man merely chuckled, saying he had stopped counting a long time ago and wasn't sure. The elf priest smiled faintly, estimating he was 1,000 years old. Ronin and the others were stunned. 1,000 years old? A terrifying number. Ronin was astonished. So he had lived since before this kingdom was founded. Even knowing the elf race was long-lived, that number was still incredibly extraordinary. Ronin pushed aside his astonishment and asked again about what the old elf had said earlier. Not a good time. What did that mean? He suddenly remembered. The priest's voice deepened, revealing an unusual change in the behavior of the monsters around here. An ominous sign. The orcs, who normally didn't hunt at night, were now scouring the mountains and forests every time night fell. This abnormality greatly worried the old elf. Even the ogres, who rarely left their territory, were appearing at the edge of the mountains. Clearly, something extremely strange was happening. The cause remained a mystery, and the old elf advised the group to be extremely cautious. His hand gently waved, and a stream of emerald light suddenly flashed. The old elf smiled, suggesting they all rest for a bit. His finger lightly touched the air, and magic spread, creating mystical ripples. A magical vortex enveloped the four students. A brilliant blue light signaled an imminent teleportation. The old elf stood in the center as magical energy erupted, sweeping them all up. The surrounding space warped, preparing to transport them to another place. In the blink of an eye, the scenery changed completely. They appeared before a magnificent, majestic temple, the Temple of Lord Senyel. Brahm exclaimed in surprise. Where did this temple come from? Azel was stunned. Is this a barrier? It's stronger than anything the academy teachers could create. Azel turned to ask Ronin if he knew this temple. Ronin pointed to his own agape face, implying that he was equally surprised. The silver-haired elf smiled mysteriously, inviting them all to enter. Clearly, he was not just an ordinary elf priest. The majestic temple stood tall under the sunlight, holding countless secrets waiting to be discovered. A new journey had begun. Ronin didn't beat around the bush, directly questioning the silver-haired elf about the soul of Senyel he served. He pointed to the rough, inanimate stone in the middle of the sanctuary, asking if that was the deity he worshipped. The old elf smiled mysteriously, admitting it was true, then evaded telling the long story behind the stone. Instead, he invited the group to rest, emphasizing that there were many empty rooms in the temple. Ophelia Decknight suddenly exclaimed, as if she had just realized something. She urged Ronin to ask about what he was looking for, and he mentioned Curse Eye Habit. The silver-haired elf flinched, his green eyes narrowing, asking why Ronin was looking for such abominations. A bad premonition struck, and the old elf suddenly guessed correctly about the curse on Ronin. Ronin asked in surprise how he knew, and the old elf explained that he sensed a dangerous energy around him. The old elf looked directly at Ronin, his sharp eyes holding a profound depth, then invited him to speak privately. A surge of mystical power erupted, and green leaves fluttered, transporting them both to another space. The sky was clear blue, trees cast their shadows, and the space was unusually quiet. In a pavilion amidst the garden, the old elf and Ronin faced each other, and the old elf began to reveal the truth. As he poured the tea, he spoke, saying that from their very first meeting, he knew Ronin was no ordinary student. Ronin subtly smirked, realizing the old elf was leading him in a way he hadn't noticed. Ronin tightened his grip on his sword hilt, doubt rising in his heart. Was he being too sensitive? Or was this old man truly unrelated to those mysterious figures? Their eerie silhouettes flashed through his mind, their eyes glowing red like hellfire. He focused his senses. No, there was no trace of their mana around here. An unbelievable truth? Or a perfect deception? The old elf chuckled, as if reading his thoughts. Even when I mentioned a Hayut, he didn't bat an eye, he said, his gaze full of hidden meaning. The teacup gently clinked against the saucer, the clear sound breaking the silence. A simple gesture, but what did it hide? You seem to be thinking a lot, Ronin. The old elf pushed the teacup towards him. Drink some tea, it will help you. His voice was gentle, but held a hint of coercion. Steam rose from the tea, but Ronin was in no hurry. He narrowed his eyes, wondering if this old man had put something strange in it. A strange scent spread, subtle, yet enchanting. What is this smell? He thought to himself. A feeling of unease rising. He unconsciously took a deep breath. The scent seemed to possess a magical power, permeating every cell, making his mind reel. His eyes quickly scanned the teacup, trying to analyze it. I've never smelled a scent like this before. A strangely familiar feeling. Suddenly, his eyes glowed a brilliant yellow. A mysterious surge of energy struck, startling him with fear. Huh? He exclaimed in surprise. Why is such a clear stream of mana emanating from him? Multicolor mana streams swirled chaotically. The old elf maintained his mysterious smile, while brilliant mana streams from him swirled, enveloping the entire space. Ronin was speechless. How's the tea? The old elf asked, his tone playful. His green eyes seemed to pierce through all of Ronin's defenses. Do you like the scent? The old elf smirked, his green eyes glowing brightly with triumph. Ronin had fallen into his trap. Swirling energy, vibrant with color, like a magical vortex exploding. A wind-rending sound echoed, signaling a transformation. Ronin started, his eyes wide with surprise amidst the ethereal glow. Like it? It's as if I've been granted a completely new pair of eyes, he exclaimed, sensing the astonishing change. Ronin, astonished, asked the silver-haired elf-man about the miraculous tea. What the hell is this? How is this possible? The elf calmly replied, explaining the rare herb that helps clear meridians and awaken all senses. The old silver-haired elf smiled, his keen eyes behind his glasses. Usually, tea doesn't work that fast. Perhaps your energy was sealed by a curse, so the tea had an unexpected effect. The teapot still steamed, emitting a gentle fragrance. The elf offered more herbs, advising Ronin to continue drinking the tea for his body to recover. So, please. The old silver-haired elf suddenly changed his tone, his gaze stern. Forget about using cursed eyes to break the curse. Ronin froze. What? The old elf bowed his head, his voice deepening with warning. Every time those terrible things break a curse, they will also steal a part of your life force. A horrifying image appeared. A demon-eyed creature tearing a person's head apart, blood and flesh splattered. A few times is fine, but if you use them to break curses too often, a chained body, screaming in agony, life force drained, it could threaten your life. Did you know that when you decided to use them to break the curse? Ronin froze, cold sweat pouring out, his golden eyes wide with horror. A faint "oh" escaped his throat. Ronin quickly shook his head, his voice trembling. No, I didn't know that. I just wanted to break the curse as soon as possible. The old elf gently replied, I understand how you feel. The old silver-haired elf looked directly at Ronin, his words full of warning. But you must be patient and look at the bigger picture. If the cursed eyes harm you, the damage might be irreversible. Ronin mused, his golden eyes gazing into the distance, pondering the warnings. He gently gripped the teacup, trying to absorb this important information. Cold sweat trickled down Ronin's temples, his golden eyes clearly showing worry. He swallowed hard, realizing the gravity of the situation. Ronin suddenly recalled. Come to think of it, Professor Sekret said the same thing. These curses are so tough that even the professor was stumped. In Ronin's mind, Professor Sekret's image appeared, smiling meaningfully. They require a lot of preparation. The professor's words were like a confirmation. Ronin sat in contemplation, telling himself he had almost forgotten that someone was helping him in this arduous battle. His silhouette was hazy in the red light, his mind struggling with the curse. He had been too eager to escape it. A whoosh sound echoed as his hand tightened around the sword hilt. Damn it, he almost bought a one-way ticket to hell without even managing to kill a single giant. He looked up at the silver-haired, pointy-eared man opposite him, wondering inwardly, but seriously, who exactly is this guy? The elf man smiled mysteriously. Ronin was confused. He didn't remember him from his previous life. Yet why did he feel so strangely familiar? The two sat opposite each other, in the silent space. Ronin told himself he had been too hasty, all because of those fanatics. A gentle clink sounded as he set the teacup down. Ronin admitted he had been too preoccupied with the fanatics lately. Fanatics? The elfman asked. Ronin replied, "Yes, those wicked evil bastards." He sipped his tea, continuing. "Those who say they are awaiting the appearance of a star," the elfman mused. The elfman's eyes sharpened, and he frowned in thought. Fanatics obsessed with a star? Could they be causing trouble again? The scene shifted. An ancient edifice appeared under the full moon, silent and majestic. The elfman stood before a colossal stone, his gaze distant. Could these be the fanatics Ronin mentioned? He turned away, his expression pensive. If they start their tricks again, countless innocent lives will be lost. A horrifying scene unfolded. A blood-soaked battlefield littered with corpses. That would be an immeasurable catastrophe. The elfman stood silently, his gaze cast downwards. But this time, will I stand by and let it happen again? He turned back to look at the stone, his eyes gleaming with determination. Or perhaps darkness swallowed the space. Only footsteps echoed. In Sarante's mind, the question still lingered. Is that kid the answer for me? What should I do? Sarante's eyes clearly showed fatigue, as if he had just endured a long, restless night. He told himself, or perhaps it was an echo from the past. You're awake, Sarante. In the quiet of the night, a figure appeared, standing tall. It was Ronin, the young man with sharp eyes, seemingly ready for something. Sarante looked up in surprise, his eyes wide as he recognized the newcomer. Ah, Ronin, the elf exclaimed, his voice tinged with surprise. Sarante asked Ronin why he was up so late, wondering if the bed was uncomfortable. Ronin replied that he just came out for a drink, but clearly, something else was bothering him. The young man looked at Sarante, his eyes full of curiosity about the sacred stone. But I still can't ignore it. Is this stone truly sacred? Does it have any hidden meaning? Sarante smiled mysteriously, beginning to tell of the congregation's 1,000-year ritual, where they moved thousands of stones to a distant holy land called Daconia. The holy land of Daconia was a harsh place, where storms relentlessly poured down, as if heaven and earth were weeping for the imprisoned souls. There, most of the stones could not withstand more than 200 years, eroded into dust by the harsh weather. However, there were still resilient stones, displaying extraordinary will, standing firm for 1,000 years amidst storms and tempests. They were a testament to indomitable strength. The noble souls hidden within those stones began to glow, a divine energy radiating, mystical and powerful. Sarante explained that it was the trace of the divine essence from Lord Senyal, a part of his soul entrusted to the sacred stones. The elf sneered, recalling the day he and his brethren moved this divine statue. Ronin, hearing this, felt uneasy. That sounds a bit scary, Ronin questioned. If there were many other monks, why was only Sarante here now? Sarante mused. Everyone had their own struggles, and it was much harder than many thought. Sarante looked at the sacred stone, his gaze distant. He spoke of dedicating an entire life to a god who never answered, no matter how long one waited. The elf bowed his head, his voice subdued, admitting that there were times his faith wavered. He once yearned to abandon the congregation, seeking freedom for himself. Sarante explained that a premonition had kept him there, believing that Senyal's soul within the statue would save the world. He felt it, an ancient power surging within the sacred stone, awaiting its awakening. Ronin started, his golden eyes showing a fleeting look of astonishment, cold sweat trickling down as a strange sensation washed over him. He realized it wasn't just Sarante's premonition, but a destiny, an invisible thread that bound them all. A cruel destiny, unable to be bestowed upon anyone else, reserved only for the chosen one. Sarante placed a hand on Ronin's shoulder, his eyes full of profound meaning, as if wanting to impart more strength and belief. The elf believed that the fated moment was very near, a new era about to unfold before them. The next day, Ronin set aside Sarante's strange words and began to gather his teammates for the next adventure. The special tea had a powerful effect on Ophelia, Azel, and Brahm, helping them recover and boost their energy. Coupled with the abundant energy from the mana vein, Brahm's body glowed brightly, his power erupting. It truly helped enhance the team's mana resonance, preparing them for the upcoming challenges. Meanwhile, Ronin and Sarante went up the mountain to gather herbs, exploring new lands, searching for rare plants. Ronin felt Sarante's sincerity from their first meeting. In every smallest action of the elf, the silver-haired elf gave a gentle smile, cherishing the precious medicinal plant, an image Ronin had never seen in any other elf. 2 peaceful days passed, seemingly without any trouble, a suspicious calm enveloping. But as always, Tragedy lurked, waiting for an opportunity to erupt, staining the sky of hope crimson. Ronin, covered in blood, knelt on the fiery battlefield, his hand still gripping his sword. A tragic and heroic scene unfolded, signaling irreparable losses. A close-up of his blood-stained hand, clenched so tightly that veins bulged, as if trying to hold on to something that had shattered. Old Saranti, also covered in wounds, collapsed in a pool of blood. The pain and suffering left by this tragedy would forever be indelible. Under the blood-red sunset, Ronin, exhausted, struggled to crawl uphill towards his dying mentor. This pain, forever incurable. On that fated day, the sky was strangely clear, foreshadowing an attack on the orc camp. A false calm before the great storm. Old Sarante stood there, his eyes full of worry, constantly warning Ronin's group. "I have a bad feeling. Are you truly certain about this?" He continued to explain, "We still don't know why the monsters are behaving so strangely. Perhaps you should prepare more thoroughly before you go." Ronin, with a confident, almost arrogant smile, brushed aside all worries. "Come on, Sarante, we'll be fine." "So, what if the monsters are strange? They're not stronger than usual." Brahm enthusiastically agreed. "Don't worry, we can totally take care of ourselves. Right, everyone?" Acel also nodded. Only Ophelia hesitated slightly. Ronin added another reason. "Besides, our leave is almost over. We have to go back to school soon." Sarante sighed, accepting. "Then I suppose I have no choice." Old Sarante extended his hand, and a brilliant golden light flared, signaling that a spell was about to be cast. The light enveloped Ronin and his friends. Sarante explained, "I will cast a spell that allows you to pass through the barrier. This way, you can freely enter and exit the temple whenever you wish," he said, his eyes still holding a hint of worry. Sarante's expression turned serious, and he warned, "If you encounter any danger, return here immediately." He continued to instruct, "And never let your guard down for even a second. I know you are all very strong, but the forest before them, dark and mysterious, seemed to hide immeasurable dangers. This forest is much deeper and darker than you think." The gigantic corpse of an ogre lay sprawled, fresh blood staining the ground red, its mouth agape in its final horror. Another orc shared the same fate, lying motionless in a pool of blood, clack-clack sounds echoing in the silent space. In the dark forest, a mysterious figure appeared, its clack-clack footsteps light yet powerful. A cold, sharp blade, still stained with fresh blood, dripped, drip, drip onto the ground, like the whisper of death. What a nuisance. The pointy-eared woman with long, dark blue hair and glowing golden eyes gazed into the distance, her voice low. "I didn't expect him to be so hard to find." She frowned, her eyes sharp. "It seems I can't lure him out with these weaklings." "Very well." She stood, tall, an aura suddenly flaring around her, her golden eyes burning like fire, a sword materializing in her hand. A mysterious, confident smile played on her lips. "If that's the case, I'll come to you myself." In a dark cave, two gigantic monsters with glowing red eyes growled, while above them, a voice called out, "Sarante!" The pointy-eared woman stood majestically in the darkness, enveloped by an ethereal purple light, the sword in her hand like a challenge. Back in the forest, a group of orcs gathered in their camp, a bustle echoing everywhere. Two orcs were engrossed in rummaging through a pile of jewelry, one of them saying, "They're wearing human clothes, and these items clearly aren't theirs." Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with rage. "So, those bastards raided a nearby town while we were away." Ronin, Ophelia, Acel, and Brahm stood ready for battle, their eyes resolute. Brahm asked, "Is everyone ready?" The group stood on a high rock outcrop, looking forward, the clear blue sky seemingly empowering them. Ronin declared firmly, "Let's go." Ronin's eyes blazed with murderous intent, the small creature Sita on his shoulder also exuding ferocity. He growled, "And give them a proper beating." Two hideous orcs were boasting about their spoils, a sparkling necklace, sneering about their plunder from humans. The orc wearing the necklace smirked, recounting how it had killed a human child for its annoying cries. Considering it a difficult raid, suddenly, a surge of blue energy erupted, and Acel appeared with glowing eyes, ready to unleash magic. Immediately after, Brahm and Ophelia also appeared majestically, Brahm's sword glowing, both their eyes filled with murderous intent. The orcs in front were stunned, not understanding what was happening, their eyes filled with confusion. Brahm and Ophelia unleashed their power, their eyes blazing, making the orcs realize in horror that their enemies were humans. Without hesitation, sword slashes and green magic tore through the air, fresh blood splattering as the orcs were attacked. Consecutive fatal blows rained down, the orcs collapsing without time to resist, blood spilling profusely onto the ground. Brahm and Ophelia relentlessly delivered decisive blows, mercilessly finishing off each enemy. An orc shrieked in despair as the flames of justice from Brahm's attack incinerated it. But it wasn't just two of them. An entire army of gigantic orcs, hidden deep in the forest, gradually revealed themselves. Roars echoed, and the remaining orcs charged like a ferocious tide, their weapons brandished menacingly. But Ronin's party did not falter, confronting the wave of monsters head-on, unleashing powerful counterattacks. Not just orcs, but gigantic ogres also charged, creating a chaotic, bloody battle. Amidst the chaotic encirclement, an orc was instantly frozen by ice magic, its body rigid. The enemy was stunned, not understanding what was happening as its body slowly turned to stone, a weak growl escaping its lips. The enemy was aghast at the sight of its comrades turning to ice. Another orc was bewildered, not understanding what was happening as a cold, cracking sound echoed, signaling the end. Before it could recover, a burst of blue energy erupted, piercing straight into the orc's face. A painful groan escaped, signaling a fatal blow. On the ground, two other orcs had fallen, their heads shattered. From a graceful hand, green magic continued to surge, ready for the next attack. Ronin stood there, applauding, a radiant smile on his lips. "I can't believe your attack was so precise," he exclaimed, his eyes full of satisfaction. He turned to Azelle, the red-haired girl who was bewildered by her new power. "Have you started getting used to wielding that immense amount of mana?" Ronin asked, a mysterious smile on his face. A thought flashed in his mind. A cruel plan about to be unleashed. If that's the case, then, high above, gigantic orcs lifted their heads, their eyes bewildered as they looked up. Around them, icy shards hovered, signaling impending doom. From above, Ronin and Azelle hovered amidst a surge of blue energy, like descending deities, looking down at the bewildered horde of monsters. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned fiery red, his smile twisting into a savage laugh. "Annihilate them all!" he growled, while Azelle trembled, trying to endure. Unable to hold back, Azelle let out a painful scream, unleashing the colossal blue energy as a destructive beam that shot straight down. On the ground, the orc horde looked up, their eyes filled with terror as they watched the deadly beam descend. A weak whimper escaped. The blue energy beam collided, creating a horrifying explosion. The orcs were flung into the air, their bodies shattering with gruesome cracking sounds. The desperate screams of the monster horde echoed throughout the space, mingling with the brutal destruction. The entire forest trembled. A blinding, fierce explosion enveloped everything, obliterating everything in sight with icy power. When the smoke and dust cleared, only an eerie silence remained. A cold aura enveloped the area, like a reminder of the wrath that had just passed. Amidst the scattered orc corpses, Ronin and Azelle walked. "Ronin, what should I do?" the red-haired girl asked, her voice filled with bewilderment. Amidst the scattered orc corpses, Azelle was still reeling. She worriedly thought to herself, "I'm going to be in big trouble because of this." Surrounded by the bodies of the monsters, the group stood in the freshly cleared battlefield, Azelle still pondering the consequences. Ronin placed a hand on Azelle's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. "Don't worry, if there's trouble, we'll face it together." Brahm chimed in, laughing loudly. "That's right, Azelle. I took down a few myself, so don't worry about it." However, he suddenly gave a thumbs up, a knowing smile on his face. "Anyway, if anyone has to be punished, you'll definitely be the one to bear the heaviest consequences." The malicious joke left Azelle speechless, tears welling up. She could only cover her face and sob. Ronin looked at the red-haired girl with a helpless expression, while Brahm continued to laugh. He said, "It's no help at all, but still, everyone performed well in real combat." This trip to the mountains was truly worthwhile. Just as Ronin was planning for next time, Sita on his shoulder suddenly patted him lightly, as if signaling something. Ronin turned to look at the small creature, asking, "Huh? What's wrong, Sita? Is there something over there?" The group followed Sita's gaze, and in the distance, a figure was faintly visible, tied tightly to a tree. Ronin and Azelle were both stunned, their eyes wide with astonishment. Azelle exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" As they got closer, the horrifying scene became clear. A female elf tied up, her body covered in blood and wounds. Ronin realized, "That's an elf." He immediately speculated, "The orcs must have tied her here to eat later. Hurry, we have to help her." The group rushed forward. Ronin quickly knelt beside the female elf, trying to untie her. He urgently commanded, "Sita, use your healing magic!" Sita didn't hesitate. A brilliant purple magic circle appeared, enveloping the female elf. Under the ethereal magical light, the female elf slowly opened her eyes, her golden eyes flashing with a spark of life. In the dark night, a worried voice rang out, signaling that the elf had awakened. "Ronin, she's awake. Hey, can you speak?" Her golden eyes wide, the injured elf looked around with extreme horror, blood still clinging to the corners of her lips. Impossible. How can this be? A surge of green magical energy swirled around Ronin, making him suddenly realize something was amiss. This magic, it's Behind him, his friends also looked astonished. A painful cough tore through the air, and the elf spat out a stream of dark red blood, staining her face and torn clothes. Ronin stared in shock at the scene before him, Sita on his shoulder also helpless. "What's wrong? Isn't Sita's healing magic working?" The elf continued to cough incessantly. Astonishment turned into extreme worry. Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with confusion. But why? The elf looked up at Ronin, her voice weak but resolute. "I recognize the magic around you. Are you from the temple?" Ronin flinched, not understanding what she meant. Before Ronin could react, the elf reached out and clutched his collar, her eyes pleading. "How do you know? Then, please." In utter despair, the elf gripped Ronin's hand tightly, fresh blood staining his hand red. "Please, take me to him." With tears in her eyes, the elf urged. "We have to hurry. They're coming. If we hesitate here, danger was imminent." The elf's eyes were filled with extreme fear and worry, a name escaping her lips unconsciously. Sarante might be in danger. Her strength depleted, the elf collapsed into Ronin's arms. He caught her, while his friends around them were still stunned. At the same time, in a distant place, the elder Sarante was meticulously cleaning an ancient stone block in a majestic hall. Suddenly, a brilliant green magical vortex abruptly appeared beneath his feet, opening a spatial gate. Without hesitation, Ronin carried the injured elf, rushing straight through the magical gate, shouting the elder's name loudly. "Sarante!" The elder Sarante turned around in surprise, his eyes astonished as he saw Ronin appear. "Ronin?" Elder Sarante turned around in surprise, his eyes wide with surprise as he saw Ronin appear. "Ronin? Why are you back so early? Is anyone hurt?" Ronin didn't have time to explain, only managed to shout. "Thank goodness you're here, Elder. I need you to look at this elf." Sarante looked at the injured elf in Ronin's arms, his eyes full of doubt. "An elf? What in the world is going on?" A spark of recognition flashed in Sarante's eyes as he recognized the familiar face. Good heavens! Sarante's horrified gaze focused on the elf. He uttered a name in utter surprise. "Brigia?" Sarante reached out towards Brigia, his face filled with pain and worry. "Oh my, what happened to you?" Meanwhile, at the orc camp, the tattered tents and bloodstains on the ground remained, evidence of the recent battle. Ophelia and Brahm had searched everywhere, as Ronin instructed, but found no one else. "It seems that Elf was the only prisoner," Ophelia said. "All right then, let's head to the temple." Ophelia turned around, but her gaze suddenly fell upon Azel, who was kneeling beside an orc corpse. "What are you looking at, kid?" "Did you find something?" Ophelia asked. Azel replied, "No, it's just, there's something very strange about these orcs." Azel pointed to strange symbols on the orc corpses, which hadn't been there before. Ophelia and Brahm were both surprised. "Oh, you're right. What are they?" Ophelia asked Azel, but the red-haired girl just shook her head. "No, I've never seen anything like this. They must be hidden by some kind of dual magic." The three stood looking at the orc corpses, on which glowing magic circles were now clearly visible, harboring a terrifying mystery. An ancient magic circle, faintly glowing on the orc corpse, revealed the complexity and danger of what was happening. Back at the temple, Sarante sighed heavily beside Bridge's bed. Ronin stood nearby, his eyes full of worry. "I've given her first aid," Sarante said. "Now we can rest easy for a while." Ronin still asked, "Are you sure she'll be all right?" Ronin was still worried about Brigia, asking Sarante if the healing magic would work. The pointy-eared old man replied that magic was useless, but he had managed to give her an antidote. Sarante bowed his head, thanking Ronin, saying he had saved a precious believer. Ronin was surprised. "Believer?" Sarante nodded, confirming that Brigia was one of the last followers of Lord Signal, once a devout and sincere person. On the bed, Brigia was still sound asleep, her breathing steady. She was a sincere believer, a soul who had once served wholeheartedly. The old man once again expressed deep gratitude for Ronin saving such an important person. The young man scratched his head, saying it was nothing major. Ronin didn't want to beat around the bush, urging Sarante to tell him everything. His eyes were serious, as if he had a vague idea of what was going on. He recalled the moment Brigia warned him about someone, her face filled with extreme fear. A painful memory resurfaced. "Is your life in danger?" Ronin asked directly. Sarante remained silent, his gaze distant, offering no reply. The pointy-eared old man stood there, quietly cleaning something, but his mind drifted to heavy thoughts. A heavy sigh escaped Sarante. Ronin stood nearby, sensing the gloom that enveloped the space. "The Truth Island," Sarante began, his gaze distant. "I don't know much about them either." The image of a divine entity appeared, majestic and mysterious. Sarante explained that it was a cult worshipping a mysterious creature as their lord, figures in white cloaks, hidden in the shadows. The old man continued. They had lived in seclusion for a very long time, since ancient times that he could still remember. And then, terrible crimes. The image of a victim brutally and savagely punished appeared, evidence of their cruelty. They call themselves the Order. Sarante's words were like a thunderclap. Ronin flinched, his eyes wide with horror. Sarante turned to look directly at Ronin, uttering an ominous name, Nebula Clasier. Ronin froze, his eyes wide when the name Nebula Clasier was uttered. He couldn't believe those bastards were hunting Sarante. The elder sighed, confirming he was all too familiar with their visits. Sarante let out a bitter laugh, thinking they had given up after centuries of silence. But no, those bastards were stirring up trouble again. Ronin yelled, angrily saying this was no laughing matter. The young man tried to persuade Sarante to go to the capital, but the elder firmly shook his head. This place was home, where souls needed him. He couldn't leave. Sarante explained in a low voice that if he left, countless innocent people would suffer because of him. That was something he never wanted. Sarante's hand gently rested on Ronin's, a plea echoing, Ronin, take your friends and leave this place immediately. Sarante's eyes were gentle. He said he would never forgive himself if Ronin and his companions were in danger because of him. The elder earnestly wished Ronin to respect his wishes. The young man remained silent, his eyes filled with unspoken emotion. Beneath the clear blue sky, the ancient architecture stood tall, like a promise of fragile peace. Ronin turned to Sarante, firmly telling him to wait a moment. He would return with the strongest woman he knew. The young man instructed Sarante to hide carefully, absolutely not to take risks. The elder smiled and agreed, promising not to let anyone find him. Sarante handed Ronin a ring, saying it was a reward for saving Brygia. Ronin was surprised, not understanding what this item was. The ring sparkled in Ronin's hand. Sarante explained that it was the key to enter the magic towers. He told Ronin, if he ever needed to go to the Tower of Dawn, to give this ring to the librarian. Sarante believed the tower would hold the answers, not just about magic, but also about the curse plaguing Ronin. Sarante's hand gently squeezed Ronin's, a blessing of peace echoing, sending the young man off on his new journey. Ronin looked back at Sarante, who was smiling gently, recalling the brief days they had spent together. Sarante smiled warmly, holding Ronin's hand tightly, saying that the moments spent with the young man were a precious gift. Ronin forced a smile, trying to dispel the atmosphere of parting, reassuring Sarante that they would meet again soon, and not to be so dramatic. Sarante turned his back, telling Ronin to take care of himself, then vanished in a blinding flash of light, leaving the young man alone. The door creaked open softly, an eerie sound echoing in the silent space, heralding something ominous. Sarante reappeared, but not in a bright scene. Instead, he leaned against the wall, sighing tiredly, as if he had just escaped an invisible shackle. A sharp emerald gaze flashed in the darkness, staring at Sarante. Long time no see, a voice echoed. I almost didn't recognize you, my old comrade in faith. Sarante faced the pointy-eared woman, the atmosphere tense, although now he softly began, his words trailing off suggestively. The pointy-eared woman, with her dark blue hair and blazing golden eyes, suddenly erupted with an eerie aura, brilliant purple lightning crackling around her. Sarante's words were like a knife. You are an assassin of the Order. The harsh truth was revealed. The dark blue-haired assassin sneered, dismissing the accusation.
Oh, what does that matter between old friends like us?
A demonic smile spread across her lips, her blazing golden eyes flashing with defiance. So tell me, Sarante, how have you been? Sarante angrily retorted. Of all the assassins they chose you? Your order truly has a twisted sense of humor. The assassin replied, You're no innocent lamb either, injecting me with paralyzing poison like that. Sarante denied the accusation about the antidote, calling it nonsense. But the assassin coldly retorted, Nonsense? Surely not compared to your absurd claim. The assassin shrugged, a smug smile on her face, continuing to expose that the darkness of Lemmeheim was being held captive by mere orcs. She added, What other choice did I have? You're not an easy man to find. She stood amidst the crumbling ruins, surrounded by colossal monster statues. I tried to attract your attention by using the monsters here, but it wasn't very effective. And then, she perched on a tree branch in the forest, her gaze distant, and then, her words trailed off, like a promise of impending events. She appeared, a smirk on her face hinting at cunning, her blazing golden eyes seemingly piercing through all secrets. The pointy-eared woman continued, her gaze sweeping over the kids, radiating familiar energy. Ronin and his friends stood in the middle of the battlefield, their aura soaring. She casually uttered cruel words, painting a bloody scenario, crushing those weaklings into pieces to force her opponent to reveal himself. She scoffed, smugly boasting about her restraint. I used to be a believer like you, didn't I? Her tone was full of sarcasm. Sarante growled, his emerald eyes burning with indignation. He swore he would make her regret daring to harm those he protected. In response, she burst into loud laughter, her laughter echoing through the ruins, full of mockery.
Oh, I'm so scared. Can't you joke around anymore?
After her laughter subsided, she changed her demeanor, becoming more serious. All right, enough small talk. Do you want to know what my orders are? Her sharp gaze met Sarante's resolute expression. The order is to persuade Sarante Remachin to join our side. As she spoke, a faint purple energy began to swirl in her palm. If he refuses, the energy in her hand flared powerfully, transforming into brilliant blue and yellow lightning bolts, heralding a destructive power about to be unleashed. And then, the final words rang out coldly and decisively, "Kill him." A terrifying energy explosion ripped through the air. The violent explosion shook the entire forest, trees swaying as if about to be uprooted. A shockwave spread everywhere. In the deep green forest, Ronin suddenly stopped, sensing something amiss from afar. He turned his head in surprise, his eyes clearly showing confusion. Huh? What was that just now? Without hesitation, Ronin dashed off, leaving his worried friends behind. That didn't sound good at all. As he was still running headlong, familiar calls rang out. Ophelia, Azel, and Brahm had caught up, breathing a sigh of relief when they saw him. Ophelia asked Ronin if he had finished checking the camp and if there were any more prisoners. Ronin replied that he had searched everywhere but found no one, only that Azel had found something a bit creepy. Creepy? Ophelia wondered. Azel, still panting, explained that not long after Ronin left, she had found something unusual on the orc corpses. Ronin frowned, his eyes turning yellow with tension. Azel said it was a type of magic circle she had never seen before. Ronin was astonished. What? A magic circle? Before he could ask further, an eerie green energy suddenly flared up from behind, signaling an ill omen. A terrifying explosion ripped through space. Brilliant purple and green light enveloped everything, shaking the entire forest. Ronin's eyes widened, his golden pupils fully dilated, his face showing extreme horror. The whole group flinched. Ophelia and Azel panicked. Brahm blurted out, asking where the explosion came from, if it was near the temple. Ronin froze, a chill running down his spine. He mumbled Sarante's name, a bad premonition welling up. A gigantic, blood-stained foot stomped heavily on the ground, creating a gruesome sound, as if the earth was groaning. Ronin's group stood frozen, an invisible pressure weighing down on them, rendering them unable to move. Ronin broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes still wide with horror, trying to compose himself in the face of the threat. All four stood in the middle of the forest, looking ahead. Ronin wondered, could it be? The heavy footsteps still echoed, each step like a hammer blow. A powerful blow ripped through the ground, sending rocks and dust flying, trees collapsing in an instant. A gigantic ogre, its eyes blazing red like blood, snarled and charged forward. Its massive body, like a moving mountain. Ronin's group was mercilessly sent flying, lying unconscious on the ground, their weapons scattered, the battle ending too quickly. Ronin struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with rage, snarling at the enemy. His friends still lay motionless, while he had to face the wrath. The enemy roared, its eyes blazing red as if wanting to devour everything. A two-headed ogre? They couldn't believe their eyes. Suddenly, the scene shifted, revealing an ancient ruined structure amidst the deep green mountains and forests. A small crack began to spread across the stone pillar, signaling an ill omen. Then a brilliant purple explosion ripped through the ground, unleashing terrifying power. The enemy, Karaka, a pointy-eared young woman with dark blue hair, swooped down from above, her golden eyes fixed on Sarante. The elder Sarante didn't flinch, summoning a magic circle, and green energy flared up fiercely. "Ventus!" he roared, his form becoming the epicenter of a turquoise whirlwind, a furious power of wind. Karaka, the pointy-eared girl, still stood firm, her dark blue hair blowing in the wind, her sharp eyes following the whirlwind. She subtly smirked, seemingly ready for a direct confrontation. "That's right, Sarante. Show me what you've got," she sneered, her voice full of challenge. Her hand oozed a pitch-black liquid, enveloped by a surge of dark energy. The sword in her hand also transformed, tainted with death energy, ready to devour life. Karaka, the pointy-eared girl, flipped upside down in midair, her entire body enveloped in deep purple magic, her golden eyes flashing with malevolence. Her face was shrouded in shadow, only her golden eyes glowing like a demon's, filled with murderous intent. A fatal kick struck down, creating a brilliant purple shockwave, signaling a terrifying attack. The brilliant purple shockwave exploded, tearing through space with destructive power. Two opposing streams of power swirled, engulfing everything in a vortex of light and debris. A deafening explosion echoed, the point of impact of the magic glowing like the Sunday, and then an earth-shattering explosion, pushing back everything in sight, shaking both heaven and earth. Amidst the dissipating smoke and dust, two figures became clear, facing each other in terrifying silence. Karaka, the dark blue-haired elf, sword in hand, her sharp eyes fixed on her opponent. Old Sarante, with green magic swirling around his hands, ready to accept the challenge. A lightning-fast movement, green magic flared up, signaling an impending counterattack. But she was faster. Brilliant purple sword slashes tore through the wind, giving her opponent no time to react. Her golden eyes blazed, and she unleashed fatal slashes, her overwhelming presence like a female demon. Old Sarante's face changed, his green eyes flashing with anger and a determination not to back down. An earth-shattering collision, purple and green energy erupted, pushing both into the eye of the storm. On one side was her confidently provocative smile. On the other, Old Sarante's resolute gaze. Tremendous power erupted, sending Old Sarante flying backward, his body swaying in midair. She landed lightly, while Old Sarante struggled to stand firm, stomping his foot on the ground to regain his balance. The battle paused. She stood there majestically, while Old Sarante looked up, his eyes filled with extreme tension. She wiped a trace of blood from her lips, a contemptuous smirk on her face. Her sarcastic words were like daggers, piercing her opponent's heart. Her golden eyes blazed, and she displayed an enchanting smile. A deadly invitation, imbued with mockery and absolute power. Old Sarante scornfully refused the offer, green magic flaring around his hands. A steadfast mage, he would rather die than submit to heresy. Old Sarante chuckled, his sharp eyes fixed on her. His words were provocative, mocking his opponent's slowness and weakness. She closed her eyes, a meaningful smile on her face. This battle, to her, was merely a boring stroll. Her golden eyes opened wide, gleaming with a cold sharpness. She had seen through everything that Old Sarante was trying to buy time to protect the children. Old Sarante was shaken, his eyes revealing surprise and panic. The hidden secret had been exposed. A flashback appeared. Sarante, by Ophelia's sickbed, Ronin standing nearby. He had acted skillfully, just to protect the young man from danger. Ronin's face appeared, his eyes full of worry. Old Sarante had done everything, just so the boy could leave in peace. A gentle smile on Old Sarante's lips, hiding deep concern. This only made her more curious. She reached out, questioning Old Sarante's reason for protecting the young man. He responded firmly, forbidding her from touching the uninvited guests. Sarante's eyes blazed with anger, green magic enveloping him. A stern warning, promising a painful death to anyone who dared to touch them. She smirked, her golden eyes full of challenge. Old Sarante's threat didn't scare her in the slightest. She licked her lips with relish, signaling bad news was about to strike. The atmosphere suddenly became as tense as a taut string. A brilliant red surge of magic exploded, tearing through space. She had acted, even before he could realize it. Old Sarante was stunned, his face paling with horror. Everything had spiraled out of control. A tragedy had occurred. Sarante frantically turned his head, his eyes wide with terror as he looked ahead. "That's where they're heading," he mumbled, a bad premonition welling up. "Ronin," Old Sarante cried out in horror, as Karaka, a dark, blue-haired shadow with blazing golden eyes, swung her sword and lunged through the wind. Cold sweat streamed down Sarante's forehead. He trembled, his eyes wide with horror, as a cruel voice rang out, "I've got you." Karaka, the pointy-eared woman's face, revealed a sinister smile, her golden eyes gleaming with delight. "You've exposed a weakness too," she taunted. A cold sword slash ripped through the air. Fresh blood splattered. The young man Ronin's arm was severed, falling to the ground. A terrifying roar tore through the night. A gigantic two-headed ogre appeared, its eyes blazing red like hellfire. "Is that a two-headed ogre?" someone exclaimed in horror as the monster snarled, its hot breath exhaling. "Grrr!" the ogre snarled, its red eyes full of bloodlust, foul drool dripping from its sharp fangs. Azel, Ophelia Denite, and Brahm stood frozen, their faces pale with fear. Brahm mumbled, "Oh my God," unable to believe his eyes. "Snap out of it and fall back, everyone," Ronin yelled, trying to pull Azel and Ophelia Deknite backward. "You're no match for it." The two-headed ogre bared its fangs, a sinister grin on its face. "Grrr!" it snarled, ready to charge into battle. Brahm stood stunned, his eyes wide with horror as the two-headed ogre swung its massive arm, creating a powerful gust of wind. Cold sweat poured down Brahm's forehead, his face contorted with fear. "My body won't move," he thought desperately. A devastating blow. Brahm was sent flying into the air by the two-headed ogre, his pained cry of "Ah!" echoing. Suddenly, a brilliant red energy burst forth, tearing through the air, heading straight for the two-headed ogre. Azel and Ophelia Deknite turned their heads in astonishment. their eyes wide as they looked towards the mysterious energy that had just appeared. They exclaimed. A piercing scream tore through the air. Brahm was sent flying into a tree, unconscious. Azel and Ophelia Decknight turned their heads in horror, witnessing the catastrophic scene before them. The two-headed ogre growled, raising its colossal fist, preparing to deliver a finishing blow to Brahm. We have to get out of here, Ophelia Decknight exclaimed in fear as a surge of crimson energy erupted. The giant ogre charged forward, a crimson blade tearing through the wind, carrying destructive power. Azel and Ophelia Decknight frantically dodged, the blade grazing right past their faces. The crimson blade shot through the air, like a bolt of lightning tearing across the sky, heading straight for the enemy. A figure appeared, blocking the ogre's attack with a blazing sword, creating a dazzling collision. Azel and Ophelia Decknight were stunned, their eyes wide as they recognized the newcomer. Ronin? The two-headed ogre was pushed back, growling in confusion. Its power unexpectedly halted. Ronin turned, his gaze resolute, giving orders to the girls. The ogre was still dazed. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his knuckles cracking. Azel, Maria, take Sita and look after Brahm. His hand clenched so tightly that veins bulged, showing his unwavering fury and determination. Ronin's eyes blazed with brilliant gold, his face filled with killing intent. This bastard is mine. Azel, Maria, take Sita and look after Brahm, Ronin reminded them once more, his voice full of authority. His hand remained clenched on the sword hilt, his resolve unshaken, ready to face the monster. His eyes blazed with brilliant gold, harboring extreme rage. That thing is mine, the firm declaration echoed, asserting absolute ownership. A surge of crimson energy rushed forward, but Ronin swiftly swung his sword to block the attack, creating dazzling sparks. Hurry up and go, he urged, his voice harsh. Azel and Ophelia flinched in fright, the blonde woman quickly grabbing the red-haired girl's hand, her eyes full of worry. Yes, they replied, carrying the small Sita. The black-haired young man charged straight at the giant monster, his small frame radiating immense aura. The two-headed ogre growled, ready to receive the attack. Ronin's face was tense, his teeth clenched. He was certain of what he had just realized. A horrifying truth, slowly unfolding. In the monster's crimson eye, a complex magic circle became clear. I recognize that magic circle, he muttered, his voice grave. He looked down at the ground, where another magic symbol was glowing, identical to the one in the monster's eye. It's exactly like the one that controlled the giant before, he exclaimed. A skeletal hand touched the magic circle on the ground, as if activating or controlling it remotely. Ronin's hand tightened on the sword hilt, veins bulging. This is definitely Nebula Claisier's work, he asserted. A haunting name. The two-headed monster roared fiercely, a surge of crimson energy erupting from its body, filling the space. Ronin dodged the ogre's devastating pounce, the ground shaking, debris scattering. He glided like a ghost, narrowly escaping danger. Without hesitation, he delivered a powerful kick to the monster's leg, creating a dazzling shockwave that pushed back its massive body. His sword flashed out of its sheath, the cold metal glinting through the air, ready for a fatal blow. A blazing slash tore through the space, piercing directly into the ogre's colossal body, making it roar in pain. A series of continuous crimson slashes appeared, cutting through the air, forming a deadly net surrounding the monster. Ronin stood firm, his gaze resolute as he looked forward. He let out a cold snort, seemingly confident of victory. The two-headed ogre growled furiously, its entire body glowing crimson, as if channeling its final strength. The monster's crimson eyes flashed ferociously. This monstrosity is as strong as ever, a voice echoed, full of surprise. Ronin didn't flinch. He charged like an arrow, his blazing sword slashing straight at the giant monster. A terrifying crash echoed. Ronin's blade bit deep, but the ogre only groaned, its defense truly formidable. Nevertheless, the attack was strong enough to push the ogre back. A crimson energy explosion erupted, making it roar in pain. Ronin soared upwards, swinging his sword to create a colossal wave of energy, sweeping across the battlefield with earth-shattering power. The sword in his hand vibrated intensely, enveloped in a brilliant crimson light, each slash carrying destructive power. He raised his sword high. A pillar of brilliant crimson light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the night, signaling a decisive blow. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, energy surging. Fortunately, so am I. A confident declaration rang out. Under that terrifying power, the ogre's arm began to crack, fragments falling off. The monster roared wildly, trying to swing its injured arm, but it seemed too late. Its colossal fist flared crimson, but despair was evident in its ferocious eyes. A terrifying surge of power erupted, piercing straight through the ogre's thick hide. Ronin's sword tore through the monster's colossal body, creating a gaping wound. The two-headed ogre was sliced in half, its massive body collapsing, creating a violent tremor. Ronin stood there, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, but his gaze remained resolute. "Normally, I'd be happy to face you like this, because I owe you one," he whispered. Ronin, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his eyes flashing. "You've crossed a line you shouldn't have," he growled. "You've harmed my comrades." A close-up of his eyes showed a blazing fire of hatred, extreme fury surging through his veins. "Right in front of me," Ronin finished, looking towards Dolan, who was being supported by Ophelia and Azel, his body soaked in blood. He wiped away the trace of blood from the corner of his mouth. A decisive action like a solemn vow. His eyes turned brilliant gold, his face contorted with rage. "Damn it!" A growl escaped him. A surge of crimson energy erupted from Ronin, spreading throughout the space, signaling an impending outburst of wrath. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, every muscle taut. Killing intense sword, his determination to fight unshaken. The sword swung up, tearing through the air, creating a dazzling crimson streak, carrying destructive power. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Only the brilliant golden flame of focus and vengeful will remained. Ronin shot into the air, his figure like an arrow hurtling straight at the enemy, his sword pointed directly forward. He landed heavily on the ground, creating a shaking impact that crushed the earth beneath his feet. Continuous surges of crimson energy shot out from him, like an incessant rain of magical bullets. Crouching low, his eyes were blood red, filled with ferocity and a desire to crush his opponent. A colossal shockwave erupted from Ronin, destructive power spreading, blowing away everything around him. He soared into the sky, facing a giant ogre that looked up with a ferocious expression. The ogre let out a fierce roar, its sharp fangs bared, ready for battle. Ronin recalled the reason for his past life's defeat. When he was once helpless against the giant monster, he was once powerless against its thick hide, unable to deliver a fatal blow. The monster roared ferociously in his memory. But now, everything was completely different. He was no longer the weakling of yesteryear. In his hand was a sharp sword, a weapon forged through countless battles. And more importantly, he had mastered advanced techniques from Navarro's. His eyes blazed, unleashing Navarro's technique number 4, a terrifying power erupting. He unleashed Spinning Slash, the colossal monster's silhouette clearly visible within the surge of power. "I can pierce through it now." A slash tore through the space. The young man shot through the air, heading straight for the towering giant ogre. With a decisive step, he landed on the ground, creating a slight tremor. The sword was sheathed, emitting a resounding metallic clang, signaling an end. The two-headed ogre growled in confusion, but Ronin coldly declared, "Don't waste my time anymore." His eyes blazed, his sharp gaze piercing through the enemy. "And die!" The colossal monster's silhouette shattered into pieces. Ronin stood there, majestic and formidable. A dull thud echoed, like the final word of a fierce battle. Night fell upon the forest, bringing with it a terrifying silence after the storm. The sword was still warm, but the young man was far from satisfied. He gripped the hilt tightly, muttering to himself, I still have a lot to learn." A scar marked his face, his gaze resolute. He thought to himself, "It's unacceptable that such a puny monster took so much time." Amidst the fallen trees, Ophelia and Azel rushed to support the heavily wounded Dolan. Ronin dashed over, his voice filled with worry. "Azel, Marya, how's Brahm? Is he okay?" Ronin asked urgently. Ophelia reassured him. Sita had provided basic first aid, but a professional healer was still needed. Hearing this, Dolan let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Brahm was temporarily out of danger. Ronin turned his back, giving a decisive order. "Then take Brahm and go first." Ophelia and Azel were stunned. "Huh? What about you, Ronin?" The young man's eyes flashed with extreme determination. He had made a decision, a path of his own. "I will go." Amidst the desolate ruins, his words echoed, "To meet Sarante." Upon arrival, Ronin was aghast. His eyes turned brilliant gold as he surveyed the devastated scene before him. What the hell is this? Shattered rocks, crumbling pillars. Everything looked as if it had just endured a great flood. He gritted his teeth. What the hell happened here? Then a staggering figure appeared. A thin, blood-soaked hand trembled as it moved. "We just left not long ago." Ronin was stunned. His heart seemingly stopped. The sight before him made him unable to believe what he was seeing. The pointy-eared man with long silver hair, Sarante, appeared, his body covered in injuries. Ronin exclaimed, "Sarante?" Sarante managed a weak smile, blood still trickling from his lips. "You're safe. Thank goodness. I'm sorry, I wanted to help you, but I couldn't move quickly." Ronin rushed forward, his voice filled with indignation. "What state are you in to be trying to help anyone?" He supported Sarante, roaring. "What happened to you? Who did this?" Sarante calmly replied, "Calm down. I'm fine. You need to leave here immediately. Sarante, his face smeared with blood, tried to reassure Ronin despite his tormenting wounds. He warned of lurking danger, that the enemy could return at any moment. Suddenly, a surge of dark energy descended from the sky, piercing straight through space, carrying a deadly omen. A painful groan tore through the air. The dark energy pierced through Sarante's chest, fresh blood splattering. He was stunned, unable to react in time. Ronin looked up, his eyes wide with horror. He witnessed the brutal scene, his heart feeling constricted. Sarante clutched his chest, blood gushing from the corner of his mouth. He collapsed, pain tearing through his body, but his eyes still struggled to maintain a final shred of consciousness. Sarante's blood splattered onto Ronin's face. He was aghast, stammering his name, as if the whole world was collapsing before his eyes. A faint cry echoed, lost amidst the chaos. Ronin couldn't believe what he was witnessing. Sarante collapsed to the ground, his body trembling. Ronin stood motionless, his eyes lifelessly staring at his dying mentor. Ronin's hands trembled uncontrollably, unable to hold steady. Fear and helplessness enveloped the young man. Sarante was wounded again, coughing up blood, his breath weak. Ronin screamed his name, his voice filled with despair and fury. Ronin's eyes turned brilliant gold. A surge of power erupted from his body, a dazzling light tearing through the darkness. He questioned what had happened. Amidst the light, a figure appeared, gently twirling a sword. She sneered, as if having just escaped a prank. "You almost surprised me there." Ronin spun around, his brilliant gold eyes glaring at the newcomer. His shock quickly turned into rage. The stranger, with dark blue hair and pointy ears surrounded by dark energy, scoffed. "That's no way to treat an old friend." She glided gracefully, Sarante's blood still clinging to her. "But you're quick-witted, using such a dangerous skill." Sarante, though dying, still tried to gather his last bit of strength. He channeled magic, a surge of green light enveloping his wound. Sarante's green magic erupted, but Karaka still scoffed. Just as your arm was blown off, his counterattack failed to reach her. Sarante growled, blood staining the corner of his mouth, his green eyes burning with fury. He gasped, "You almost killed me!" Karaka raised her hand, a shimmering stream of mystical purple light surrounding her. She was unharmed, merely smiling meaningfully. She stood there, amidst the purple magic, a triumphant expression on her face. "Luckily, I have the blessings of the stars." Her tone was full of arrogance. The space fell silent, with only her lingering words. By the way, an unpredictable shift. Karaka looked at Ronin, her golden eyes gleaming with amusement. "I didn't expect to meet an adventurer like you again. You survived the battle with the two-headed ogre. Impressive, kid." Ronin was aghast, his dark eyes turning fiery gold. He gripped his sword tightly, growling his question. "Who are you?" Karaka chuckled softly, running a hand through her hair. "Ah, how foolish of me. You probably haven't seen me in this form, have you? Let me reintroduce myself." Ronin broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes wide with terror. A terrible truth was slowly being revealed. Half of Karaka's dark blue hair suddenly turned brilliant gold-purple magic flaring around her. A horrifying transformation. A sweet voice rang out, completely contrary to her current appearance. "Thank you for saving me, adventurer." Ronin recoiled, his eyes still fixed on Karaka. He stammered, "Wait a minute." The truth was too much to bear. An image flashed in Ronin's mind. The blonde elf girl tied to a tree. He exclaimed, "You're that elf?" Ronin was stunned, his golden eyes blazing with indignation. "So you were just pretending to be captured in that orc camp?" Karaka flashed a sinister smile. "I truly appreciate your help. Without you, I couldn't have gotten past that barrier." She stood there, purple magic swirling violently, a demonic shadow appearing behind Ronin. "In return, I'll try to make your death as painless as possible." A fierce surge of purple energy swirled around Ronin, who stared in shock at Sarante collapsing at his feet. Ronin's face was smeared, his eyes wide with terror, as he let out a desperate curse. Sita hovered by his shoulder, also filled with worry. The purple magic explosion erupted fiercely, tearing through the air, creating dazzling lightning bolts that shook the entire space. The sky darkened, purple lightning streaks tearing across the heavy atmosphere, signaling an impending, terrifying magical storm. Karaka appeared, her long, dark blue hair flowing in the wind, her golden eyes gleaming brightly. She flashed a sinister smile, holding a long sword, purple magic swirling around her body. Where the explosion had just occurred, the ground was cracked. Purple lightning still lingered, a terrifyingly desolate scene. Karaka looked at Ronin and Sarante, her tone mocking. "I didn't expect you to dodge that attack. You're certainly no ordinary child." Ronin supported the dying Sarante, the old man's face pale, his eyes dim. Sita hovered nearby, silently observing. Blood from Sarante's wound flowed freely, soaking Ronin's sleeve. Drop by drop, it fell, as if knocking on his heart. Ronin gritted his teeth, pleading with Sita. "Sita, heal Sarante. By all means, you must save him." Sita responded with a small cry. Sita unleashed her magic, a complex magic circle appearing, enveloped in purple light, attempting to heal Sarante. Sarante was enveloped in healing light. Ronin took a step back, his face hidden in shadow, only his surging rage visible. A close-up of Ronin's face showed him gritting his teeth, his eyes burning red. His anger flared, turning into a curse. "You damn rats." He recalled the enemy's crimes. First destroying the dwarf forge, then infiltrating the ducal family. Karaka stood there, observing coldly. Ronin drew his sword, fiery red magic enveloping him. "And now, you dare show your faces here?" he roared, ready to fight. Ronin's eyes turned brilliant gold, the flames of fury blazing. He uttered the name of his technique, Nebula Frost. "Excellent! How interesting!" She, the one who had just attacked Sarante, smiled sinisterly, her brilliant golden eyes sparkling as if enjoying a play. Ronin confronted her amidst the desolate space. She spoke, her tone full of sarcasm. "Ah, so you've met my friends. I heard there's someone recently hunting down and eliminating my followers while they're on missions." Her eyes flashed red, a mysterious surge of energy swirling. She lunged forward, quick as lightning. Ronin roared, his red eyes blazing, swinging his sword straight. But she blocked the blade with her bare hand, a smile still on her lips. The sharp sword tip was mere inches from her face, but she didn't flinch. "Was it you?" Her voice rang out, full of scrutiny. Ronin was stunned, his brilliant golden eyes wide. He couldn't believe she could block his sword so easily. She scoffed, her eyes sharp. "It's rare for someone your age to be this agile. No wonder those followers couldn't stand against you." Pushed back, Ronin staggered, a faint groan escaping him. He had to leap back to regain his balance. She swung her sword, purple magic swirling around the blade. "Now, you've truly piqued my interest," she said, her smile growing more sinister. Ronin gritted his teeth, putting all his strength into blocking the attack. The two swords clashed, creating a deafening metallic clang and brilliant purple sparks. His face was smeared with blood, his red eyes full of fury. "She's too strong. She anticipates every one of my sword strikes. But she's leaving an opening." He thought to himself, searching for an opportunity. In the reflection on Ronin's sword blade, her face appeared distorted, her insane smile chilling to the bone. "This is the only chance to strike." Ronin's fighting spirit flared fiercely. He lunged like an arrow, fiery red magic enveloping him. She was no less, her brilliant golden eyes flashing, ready to meet the challenge. The two surges of power clashed violently, forming a brilliant purple magical explosion that tore through space. The two adversaries faced each other, sword against sword, dazzling purple light. Ronin gritted his teeth, pouring all his strength, while she maintained a challenging smile. Manic laughter tore through the air as her blade and Ronin's clashed fiercely. "I'm really starting to like you," she said, her eyes burning with extreme interest. Amidst the dust and smoke, Karaka maintained her enigmatic smile, proposing, "It would be a waste to kill you now. Do you want to join my organization?" With the cold blade pressed against his face, Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing as he demanded, "What the hell are you talking about?" A sinister smile spread across her lips, and Karaka snapped her fingers lightly. You don't have many choices." A surge of purple magic suddenly pierced through Sarante, scattering blood. He collapsed, a heart-wrenching cry of pain tearing through the air. Sarante writhed in agony, his clothes stained red with blood. Karaka's voice rang out coldly. "If you refuse, I'll kill him first." Ronin turned his head, witnessing Sarante's dying struggle. "And I'll make sure he suffers." To Karaka's eerie singing echoed. Ronin's hand gripped his sword hilt tightly, trembling. Sarante gasped. "Ronin, I'm fine. Just run." Karaka's face showed clear madness, her golden eyes boring into Ronin. "You hold that elf's life in your hands. The choice is yours." In Ronin's blazing pupils, his own image appeared, making a fateful decision. "I choose." Ronin's eyes turned blood red, his voice filled with hatred. "To cut you into tiny pieces." Without hesitation, Ronin erupted, unleashing a fatal sword strike. "You crazy bitch!" Karaka parried the blow, pushed back amidst the dust and smoke. "Oh, no, this isn't good." She still smiled, defiantly. Undaunted, she lunged forward at terrifying speed, her sinister smile deepening. "You only make me want you more." Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute, preparing for a merciless battle. The two figures clashed, brilliant swordlight tearing through the night, each strike carrying destructive power. Two opposing forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that ripped through space, shaking the entire battlefield. At the epicenter, Karaka staggered, pushed back by the fierce impact, her dark blue hair flying wildly in the energy surge. She knelt, clutching the bleeding wound on her side, each sharp pang of pain forcing Karaka to grit her teeth and suppress it. Sarante, his body battered, his eyes dim, looked towards Ronin, trying to utter the young man's name with his dying breath. Ronin, his eyes burning with hatred, swung his sword down, his fierce aura as if wanting to devour everything. Karaka burst into manic laughter, blood from the corner of her mouth staining her sinister smile red. It's been a long time since I've had such a bloody battle. A cold, sharp sword stroke cut through the wind. Ronin charged forward, his entire body ablaze with fighting spirit, determined not to retreat. But Karaka was lightning fast, her hand firmly grasping Ronin's blade, stopping the fatal attack. She held the sword tightly, her eyes mocking Ronin. It's a waste to kill you now, young man. Karaka pressed the sword down, ordering Ronin. Stay still, kid. Karaka's golden eyes flashed with cruelty, a demonic smile spreading across her lips. She warned, her voice as cold as ice. If you move again, I'll finish you off immediately. A sword thrust pierced through, fresh blood splattering. Ronin collapsed, a heart-wrenching groan of pain escaping him. The young man lay writhing, blood gushing from his wound, but his eyes still burned with extreme indignation. Karaka slowly raised her sword, the gleaming blade reflecting Ronin's desperate eyes. She leaned down, her golden eyes looking directly into Ronin's, her voice full of hidden meaning. When you open your eyes. Karaka's eerie whisper echoed through the space, promising a fateful encounter with starlight. Ronin collapsed, blood gushing from the fatal stab wound, but a demonic smile still graced his lips. Karaka raised her sword, her golden eyes looking directly at him, repeating the curse. When you open your eyes. She leaned closer, a sinister smile spreading across her lips, completing the fateful sentence. You will be greeted by starlight. The blade was withdrawn, blood splattering, leaving a horrifying void in Ronin's chest. In extreme pain, Ronin strained, his indomitable will urging him to escape this perilous situation. A surge of green energy erupted. Ronin activated Mana Shield, creating a defensive barrier. Karaka charged, her sword striking directly into the shield, creating a deafening clang. Surprised and enraged, Karaka snarled, cursing Sarante's name as the sturdy shield blocked her attack. Ronin, though severely wounded, remained protected by the Mana Shield, sitting on the ground, facing his enemy's furious gaze. In the midst of danger, Sarante appeared, his body battered but his hands blazing with brilliant green mana light. Sarante looked up at Karaka, his eyes glowing menacingly, vowing to make her regret it if she dared to touch Ronin. Karaka was astonished. Sarante advised her not to overexert herself, but Ronin still wanted to handle it himself. Sarante stopped Ronin, asserting that he had done enough, bought enough time for him to prepare, and now it was his turn to take over. A surge of blue light enveloped Ronin, pushing him away. Like an undeniable warning, Sarante waved his hand, decisively pushing Ronin back, his voice full of authority. Stand back, Ronin! Ronin was flung back forcefully, a blue mana shield enveloping his battered body. Each wound throbbed, but his resolute eyes refused to yield. Karaka roared in anger, her dark blue hair fluttering. Do you think I'll let you do whatever you want? She shrieked, her eyes sparking with hatred. Mana surged around the sword, blue lightning crackling fiercely in Karaka's hand, signaling an impending fatal attack. Karaka's face twisted in fury, electrical energy blazing around her, ready to devour everything in its path. Beneath Karaka's feet, an ancient magic circle suddenly lit up, blue lightning exploding and shaking the ground. Karaka stood frozen, staring at the brilliant magic circle, her eyes full of confusion. In the distance, Sarante still lay there, his body battered. The magic circle suddenly soared upwards, forming a colossal pillar of blue light that pierced straight into the sky, radiating terrifying power. Karaka was stunned, her golden eyes wide. How are you still so strong? I thought you were about to die, she whispered, her voice trembling. Sarante, his body covered in blood, blue mana erupting around him. Brija, it's time to sever the link between us, he said, his voice hoarse. Sarante's face was filled with determination, mana blazing like a final aura. Farewell, he whispered, accepting his fate. Karaka froze, her golden eyes filled with horror and disbelief, staring at Sarante. A blue energy orb exploded, emitting a resounding crack. My old friend, Sarante's final whisper echoed. Karaka was engulfed in blinding light, mana surging violently around her, a scream of pain tearing through the air. Wild electrical energy tore at Karaka. She shrieked in extreme agony, her entire body trembling as if about to explode. A colossal mana explosion erupted from Karaka's position, blinding blue light engulfing everything, destructive power spreading. Ronin collapsed to the ground, his eyes stunned as he looked towards the terrifying explosion, the blue light still blazing in the sky. Amidst the desolate ruins, Ronin gasped for breath, his eyes stunned as he looked forward. Though exhausted, A faint glimmer of hope flickered as the young man called out someone's name. It was none other than Sarante. The silver-haired elder, his body covered in injuries, was channeling all his mana into a brilliant energy orb, his eyes blazing with extreme fury. Blood streamed from the corner of his mouth. Sarante gritted his teeth. This is the only chance to end this. His words seemed etched into the air, imbued with a life-or-death resolve. Even if it costs me all my mana and my life, he roared, power surging, purplish-blue light erupting around him, signaling a final strike. Witnessing the tragic scene, Ronin desperately screamed Sarante's name, trying to cling to a faint glimmer of hope against cruel fate. But Karaka, she still stood there, arrogant and full of contempt. I won't lose to some fool praying to silly spirits. Purple mana swirled around her, her golden eyes sparking with fire. Karaka snarled, her face contorted with rage. Don't even think about it. A stern, cold warning. Her power erupted fiercely, purple and blue mana intertwining, forming a destructive vortex. Don't you dare dream of it. A resounding roar, signaling a fatal blow. Sarante collapsed, his body shattered, but his eyes still followed Karaka. She hovered high above, the sword in her hand emitting a blinding light, like a cruel goddess of war. With all her power unleashed, Karaka became the embodiment of destruction. Purplish blue light enveloped her, her sword swung up, ready to end everything. Sarante gasped, blood still flowing. He whispered, his voice weak but full of pride. We are the chosen disciples of the stars. Sitting amidst the ruins, Sarante continued, his gaze distant. As long as we receive their blessings, no one can stop us. Karaka replied with a sneer, her golden eyes like hellfire. Not even you can, Sarante. Her power surged again. Sarante looked at her, his eyes gradually becoming resolute. I see no point in trying to change your mind anymore. He accepted his fate. Karaka's eyes turned blood red. She coldly declared the death sentence. Then die. A cruel, unhesitating condemnation. In his final moments, Sarante watched a small, purple-winged creature fly away from his embrace. A final glimmer of hope was entrusted. Amidst the chaos, a familiar voice echoed, Ronin, can you hear me? The black-haired young man was stunned, uttering his teacher's name. Sarante, his body covered in blood, was barely breathing. The small, purple creature had flown away, and he gathered his remaining strength, his voice hoarse. There isn't much time left. I'll be direct. Ronin gritted his teeth, tormented by physical and mental pain. Sarante's voice continued. Thanks to the star's blessing skill, she can nullify attacks. Ronin suddenly understood the horrifying truth from his previous life. Karaka, with her dark blue hair and long sword, stood there, her body covered in wounds but her aura still soaring. Sarante's voice rang out, Bridja is severely wounded. Please, run. You'll have a chance to fight again. Sarante held his last breath, deciding to sacrifice himself. Let me use my final moments to stop that monster. He growled, his green eyes glowing brightly, purple mana erupting around his body, determined to stop Karaka even if it cost him his life. Who gave you permission to die, Sarante? Karaka roared, her dark blue hair swirling in the crimson-purple mana, her golden eyes blazing with fury. A violent surge of crimson-purple energy exploded, tearing through the air and creating a large crack in the ground. Karaka stood tall, mana swirling around her body. She looked down at Sarante, her eyes full of contempt. You brat? Sarante looked up, his eyes wide with shock. Amidst the dazzling light, Ronin appeared, charging straight towards him, his aura soaring. Don't give up, Sarante! Ronin roared, his golden eyes blazing, his body covered in blood, but his will unyielding. This isn't over yet! He gripped his sword tightly, his gaze firm. Besides, there's one thing you don't know about me. He gritted his teeth, his golden eyes burning. I've never been one to run from a fight. Not in my previous life, nor in this one. Blue mana erupted around Ronin, determined to fight to the very end. Sarante looked at the young man, a glimmer of hope in his eyes. Ronin had said, So, just trust me, okay? Karaka roared, violent blue-purple mana surging. That brat thinks he can defeat me? Her eyes were filled with contempt and rage. Karaka raged, purple mana swirling around her sword, roaring, Is it just because I went easy on him? She couldn't believe Ronin's defiance. The young man turned his back, purple mana still surrounding him, but a flicker of determination shone in his eyes. A new power was awakening. Ronin faced his enemy, blood staining his uniform. Despite the pain, he remained resolute. Purple mana erupted around him, signaling a fierce counterattack. Amidst the pitch-black space, a voice echoed, decisive. Lightning rain. Ronin stood tall, blue mana, exploding into dazzling lightning bolts, covering his entire body. He was ready for a battle to the death. Karaka was startled, her golden eyes wide. The blue lightning bolts from Ronin surged towards her, making her exclaim, Stop! Sarante gathered his remaining strength, blue divided by purple mana erupting from his hand, sending out the small creature, Sita. He whispered, I've had enough. You and that brat. A powerful lightning bolt struck, knocking Karaka back, enveloped in blue mana. Sarante collapsed from exhaustion, but a spark of hope still burned. Karaka roared in fury, violent blue-purple mana surging, her golden eyes blazed. Have truly enraged me. Karaka scoffed. Do you think this makes any difference? But Ronin had already charged like lightning, determined not to back down. The dark blue-haired elf roared, purple mana erupting from her sword. I have the blessing of the stars. Her power reached its peak. Karaka swung her sword, purple mana swirling, her face contorted with rage. You bastards! Ronin charged, his eyes blood red, his entire body ablaze with red mana. With terrifying speed, he was determined to end the battle. An arm was severed, blood splattering. Karaka remained confident. Can't touch me. The sword still lay in the severed hand, blood dripping onto the ground. A horrifying and tragic sight. Karaka swung her sword, brilliant purple mana. Ronin dodged, his red mana flaring in opposition. The battle continued, fiercer than ever. Ronin's golden eyes gleamed with ruthlessness. He looked directly at his enemy, declaring that everything that had happened was part of his plan. Sarante collapsed, blood gushing, his old eyes filled with despair as he looked towards Ronin, unable to believe the sight before him. Karaka was stunned, fresh blood gushing from her chest. She screamed in pain and shock. How could you pierce the blessing of the stars? A deep gash, blood splattering. Her body swayed as if about to collapse. Ronin subtly smirked, a cold ha escaping his lips, as if everything was within his grasp. He didn't rush to answer, merely posing a challenging question, as if to mock his opponent's despair. Karaka roared in rage and pain, her golden eyes blazing as if on fire. Impossible! She staggered to dodge, but Ronin's speed was too great. The blazing red magical lines had locked her down. Countless blazing red mana threads tore through space, shredding Karaka's body, causing her to collapse in a sea of blood. Each cut seemed to carve deep into her flesh, blood staining the ground red. Karaka stood there, her body tattered amidst the threads of death. Ronin appeared like a ghost, his sword piercing through Karaka. She cried out in despair, No, it can't be! Fresh blood gushed like a fountain. Karaka writhed in her death throes, her eyes slowly losing their light. In Ronin's blazing golden eyes, Karaka's image shrank. He coldly uttered his final words. Then go ask those damn stars yourself. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, as if speaking to the stars themselves. Those bastards will know soon enough. In her final moments, Karaka wondered if this was the tragic end of her life. Karaka's body collapsed, blood staining the entire space purple. A tragic and bitter death. Karaka collapsed, fresh blood splattering, staining the entire space red. In her final moments, one thought lingered. I was so close to the final answers. Her eyes were wide and lifeless, blood still flowing incessantly. A tragic death. The words I've waited tens of thousands of years for. Amidst the deep purple night, Sarante appeared, his back to the reader, his eyes melancholic. He softly asked, his voice echoing as if from a distant realm. What about you? Karaka's face was now serene, her eyes closed, her body slowly dissolving into nothingness, leaving only faint traces of purple mana. Beneath the gloomy purple sky, tiny fragments of mana sparkled like stardust, signaling a tragic end. Sarante's voice echoed in the silent space, filled with an indescribable emotion. Have you found the answers you sought? Ronin collapsed, his sword plunged into the ground, his body trembling. Around him were streaks of blood and red mana, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. He gasped for breath, each one heavy, his blazing golden eyes reflecting exhaustion and pain, his face smeared with blood and dirt. Ronin looked down at Karaka's corpse, blood still scattered around. He muttered, It's a good thing she was too confident in that blessing of hers. If she hadn't let her guard down, I'd be the one lying here now. In his mind, an image of a horned and winged creature appeared. Ronin gritted his teeth. Even in my previous life, no one but me could touch those damn giants. Ronin stood tall, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze firm. He knew the enemy possessed terrifying power. They have the ability to nullify attacks. He stared at Karaka's corpse, a big question forming in his mind. Does the blessing she mentioned also allow the wretched leaders of Nebula to use that power? Ronin's hand trembled, covered in blood and dirt. A name escaped his lips, full of worry. Ronin! He quickly turned to Sarante, who was slumped over covered in blood. Ronin panicked. Are you okay? Sarante! Without hesitation, Ronin rushed towards Sarante. The sky was blood red, reflecting the extreme worry in his heart. Oh my God! Are you all right? Ronin knelt beside Sarante, his face urgent. He called out loudly, "Sita, what are you waiting for? Use your healing magic now!" The small purple creature flew over, letting out a cry. Sarante's hand trembled, weak in the air. Ronin cried out, trying to cling to a faint hope. "Everything will be fine, Sarante. Just hold on a little longer." He quickly clasped Sarante's cold hand, his eyes filled with urgency. Sarante softly uttered his name, his voice as faint as a whisper. Ronin's golden eyes were wide, his face smeared with blood and dirt, reflecting extreme determination. He would not give up. Sarante looked up at Ronin, a weak smile on his lips, blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. "I'm fine," he said, "if you don't mind." His words were like a dying wish echoing through space. "Could you do me one last favor?" The image of a mysterious crystal shard appeared, purple mana swirling around it. The crystal shard within the magic circle had shattered, tiny fragments floating in the air, signaling an inevitable collapse. Sarante collapsed. His long silver hair spread across the ground, his tattered white robe stained with blood. A pathetic, rustling sound echoed. He was severely wounded and coughed up blood, his body trembling. Ronin frantically caught him, shouting Sarante's name. Little Sita hovered nearby, helplessly watching the heartbreaking scene. Sarante whispered, blood still flowing from his mouth. "Oh dear." He looked at Ronin with eyes full of regret, accepting his fate. Ronin was utterly stunned, blue and red mana erupting around him. Sarante whispered, "What an unworthy way to go." Ronin choked out, "I'm sorry." Sarante placed his hand on Ronin's, trying to reassure him. "It's all our fault." Ronin shook his head, his voice firm. "Don't say that. It's just a matter of time. No one is to blame." Sarante looked directly into Ronin's eyes, his deep gaze filled with unspoken words. He softly called his name, as if to engrave the young man's image into his mind. Sarante looked at Ronin, his green eyes now dim. "You have a very long and difficult battle ahead of you." The prophecy weighed heavily on Ronin's shoulders. "You will be hurt countless times and lose a great deal on that path." Sarante continued to warn, an image of Ronin kneeling, a broken mirror reflecting his pain. The sword lay still, cold. Sarante whispered, his voice weak but resolute. "I feel terrible asking this of you, but please." Sarante looked at Ronin one last time, his gaze unusually firm, even as blood continued to flow. He whispered his final message, "Never give up." Even with a faint breath, Sarante smiled, his green eyes sparkling with faith. "I know you can do it," he whispered, entrusting his final burden. Ronin was stunned, his golden eyes burning with unspeakable pain. He clutched his chest, feeling his master's life slowly fading, a tormenting helplessness. Suddenly, a brilliant green crystal appeared, emitting a dazzling light, mana surging violently as if to tear space apart. The green light enveloped Sarante, who gripped Ronin's hand tightly. A terrifying surge of power transferred, making the young man cry out in pain. Ronin screamed in horror, "Sarante!" as the surging green energy invaded his body. Feeling like he was being torn apart, the elder sat upright, his form transforming into an ethereal green light, mana exploding. "What's happening?" Ronin shrieked, unable to believe his eyes. Amidst the dazzling light, Sarante's hand gently touched Ronin's cheek, a reassuring yet regretful touch. Enveloped in the green light, Sarante looked directly into Ronin's stunned eyes, a gaze filled with all his hope and farewell. Sarante's body began to crack and shatter into countless green shards of light. "Thank you, Ronin," he whispered. "This means the world to me." The elder gradually transformed into light, leaving only a faint silhouette. "Thank you for being the answer I sought," his voice echoed, full of gratitude. The terrifying power continued to surge in, Ronin's arm turning into fractured green stone. With Signal by my side, he struggled to utter, feeling the transformation. A dazzling green light exploded, engulfing everything. "I will always be with you," Sarante's voice echoed one last time, then vanished completely. Ronin stood frozen, half his face in shadow, the other half glowing green. His eyes were vacant, as if he had just witnessed a great loss. Before him, a green orb floated, containing Sarante's faint silhouette. It was the legacy, the promise, the burden the elder had left behind. The young man knelt, his trembling hands touching the green energy. He had received everything, both the power and Sarante's final words. Pain and loss were etched deep on Ronin's face, but in his burning golden eyes, a resolute flame had been ignited. He would never give up. Under the brilliant sunlight, a simple tombstone appeared, where Sarante's soul rested. "Rest in peace, Sarante." A silent, heavy farewell. Ronin knelt before the stone tombstone, the ethereal light from the orb hovering above it like a response from the other world. And then, with irreplaceable losses, Ronin left the mountain. Behind him, Karaka's body lay cold, a testament to a brutal battle. Finally, he returned to the academy, where the ancient walls still stood tall under the sun, as if nothing had ever happened. That was the end of his first adventure, a journey full of blood and tears. Sarante was gone, leaving Ronin with countless thoughts. In the principal's office, a club activity report bearing Ronin's name lay on the desk, documenting everything. The old, white-haired principal read each word with a stern expression for a first adventure. This was indeed a harsh trial. He looked up, his sharp gaze fixed on Ronin. "What do you think, Ronin?" He scratched his cheek, a slightly flustered expression on his face. Ronin hastily explained, sweat pouring down. "It wouldn't have been so bad if those bastards hadn't ruined everything, Principal. I assure you, this won't happen again." He chuckled ingratiatingly, trying to appease the principal. "Please don't cancel our club activities." The principal merely observed in silence. The principal sighed, his eyes filled with worry. "I'm not just talking about your physical wounds. Losing a loved one is never easy, no matter how long you've known each other." His words seemed to touch the depths of Ronin's soul. He looked directly at him, his voice deep yet firm. "I'll ask again. Are you truly okay, Ronin?" The principal's direct question echoed in the quiet space. Ronin clenched his fists, veins bulging. "I'd be lying if I said I was completely fine. But at the same time, I can't just sit here and mope forever about what happened." His gaze turned towards the window, where a glimmer of hope was seeping in. Ronin smiled, Sarante's silhouette appearing behind him. He knew his late master wouldn't want to see him wallowing in sorrow. The young man reassured the worried principal. "No need to worry, sir, but I still appreciate your concern." The principal nodded, sighing in relief. "That's good then. I'll let it slide this time." But the principal's words brought back a vivid memory. After all, you didn't just raid the orc camp, the scene of two students fighting, blood splattered, but also executed a criminal. The image of Karaka, the pointy-eared woman, appeared full of pain and injuries. Nevertheless, the principal had to admit, it wouldn't be fair to punish a student for rendering great service to the Empire. The principal looked sternly at Ronin, instructing, "If you encounter that organization again, promise me you won't do anything reckless, all right?" He flashed a radiant smile, eagerly replying, "Absolutely, I'll keep that in mind." Before he finished speaking, Ronin darted off like the wind, leaving a promise. "I'll visit you before my next adventure." The principal stared in astonishment at his retreating back, only managing to utter, "Ronin?" The office door slammed shut, leaving the principal alone in his confusion. He pondered thoughtfully. Ronin had completed too many subjects early, his schedule almost empty. So perhaps he still doesn't know what's about to happen. An important event was awaiting. A moment later, the brilliant morning sun shone upon the Special Adventure Club building. Ronin walked in, but the room was empty. Huh? He was surprised. The black-haired young man stood dumbfounded. He had come to help the members train, but there was no one there. Ronin was startled when a figure appeared. He was bombarded with questions. "What are you doing here? When did you get back to the academy?" Schlieffen, with cold, sharp eyes, was already waiting. He called Ronin's name, as if he had anticipated his arrival. Without beating around the bush, Schlieffen immediately suggested they talk privately, his expression serious. "There's an urgent matter concerning Nebula Clasier." In the quiet room, the two young men sat facing each other. Ronin got straight to the point, not wanting to waste time. Their eyes met, full of wariness. Ronin repeated his question, awaiting an answer about Nebula Clasier. Schlieffen countered, asking if Ronin had finished cleaning up the rats in his family. He affirmed that for the past 2 weeks, they had been relentlessly hunting down traitors. Clenching his fist, Schlieffen gritted his teeth. 19 individuals have been identified, and I personally executed 5 of them. The remaining ones would soon be sent to Rodolan, where they would face even more brutal interrogations. But just when everything seemed settled, a difficult problem arose. Schlieffen revealed the horrifying truth. The binding magic no longer works on. Ronin was stunned, unable to believe his ears. Schlieffen explained that immediately after investigating and apprehending the 19 traitors, the binding magic had lost its effect on all of them. Given the cautious nature of those individuals, Schlieffen couldn't help but be suspicious. Ronin understood the problem, his eyes sharp and cold. "You think they deliberately nullified the binding spell?" Schlieffen nodded in confirmation. Ronin groaned, clutching his head. What a mess. So there was only one way left to identify members of that mysterious organization. By looking directly at their mana. Schlieffen stood up, ending the conversation. He promised to inform Ronin if there was any new information. Schlieffen unexpectedly uttered an impolite remark, leaving Ronin bewildered. What else was he looking forward to? It turned out he merely hoped for a rematch with Ronin in the upcoming midterm evaluation. Ronin broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this, his face drained of color. Midterm evaluation. The name struck Ronin like a bolt of lightning, leaving him utterly shaken. 2 days later, the brilliant sun heralded a new beginning. but also a daunting challenge. The midterm evaluation day for Navarrose's advanced practical swordsmanship class had arrived. The location was a desolate island owned by Philion. That island was named Philand, where fierce confrontations would take place. On the white sandy beach, the students gathered in full, awaiting instructions from Navarrose. The white-haired professor spoke, her sharp, cold eyes sweeping over each face. It seems everyone is present. Then, I will explain the method of this evaluation. Her voice rang out, filled with solemnity. She explained that her class focused on practical combat. Personally, I'd like to hold the evaluation in a real battle somewhere. The students began to murmur. But unfortunately, academy regulations don't allow it. Schlieffen expressed regret, while the other students sighed in relief, their faces drained of color. Instead, you will disperse across this island, and are allowed to fight each other without any restrictions. Ronin frowned. No restrictions? She reassured them. Of course, there's no need to worry about fatalities. I've prepared some items to ensure your safety. These bracelets are enchanted with teleportation magic. Should you encounter danger, they will transport students back to Philion Square. If severely injured, she continued, we also have the best medical team constantly on standby, who can heal most wounds with just a flick of the wrist. The midterm evaluation promised to be extremely fierce. The principal, with fiery eyes and an eerie smile, declared, "Don't hold back. Fight with all your might." Laughter echoed. "This is your chance to unleash your ferocity." Meanwhile, Ronin and his friends secretly thought, Navarrose seems a bit too excited. Navarrose, with a serious expression, held a sparkling bracelet. "All right, when I call your name, step forward. Put on the bracelet, and you will be teleported to the designated coordinates." A gentle breeze blew. Her silver hair swayed, signaling a new beginning. "First," Addison Navarrose called out. The brown-haired girl flinched, quickly responded, and stepped forward. Addison stepped forward. Surprised gazes fell upon her.
Is the Grand Marshal participating too?
A student exclaimed. Ronin turned his head, clearly hearing the whispers from behind. Addison? Isn't she a teaching assistant? She's really bold. What's a dropout like her doing in this class? The whispers grew louder. Are they really giving her credits for participating? Oh, whatever. We also need an idiot in class, so we don't end up at the bottom of the rankings, a scornful voice said. Ronin just listened silently. A dropout. An idiot. Ronin frowned. His eyes glinted yellow. I can't stand hearing them talk about her like that. He knew, even if he didn't want to admit it, that was the most objective description of the Grand Marshal's current abilities. Addison received the bracelet from Navarrose, forcing a smile. Good luck, Navarrose said. Thank you, Addison replied. Ronin knew well that with Addison's current combat skills, only one outcome awaited her if she rushed into battle. Death. A horrifying prospect, clearly materialized in his mind. He pondered, his gaze distant. Perhaps I should reconsider what's best for her. A dazzling blue light enveloped Addison. Then she vanished, leaving behind a void filled with anxiety. After Addison vanished, a mysterious blue light suddenly enveloped the tranquil forest. The light grew stronger, emitting a wind-tearing sound, signaling a sudden appearance. Amidst the dazzling light, Ronin suddenly appeared, kneeling on one knee, his katana resting firmly in his hand. He was stunned, his golden eyes scanning around, wondering what had just happened. The young man turned his back, his gaze scrutinizing the unfamiliar forest, searching for signs of life. A smirk appeared on his face. He knew good fortune never came so easily, always harboring danger. Ronin spoke, breaking the silence, questioning the one hiding behind the tree, startling the opponent. He gave a knowing smile, as if he had already figured out his opponent, unable to resist teasing. The hidden one revealed themselves, their face contorted with fear and hatred, uttering words of rage. A figure shot forward, their terrifying speed tearing through the air, carrying an overwhelming killing intent. Schlieffen, his face covered by a mask, swung his massive axe, delivering a fatal blow to the target. Ronin flinched, a fierce aura rushing right before his eyes, forcing him to react. He turned his back, preparing to face the terrifying impact, without a hint of hesitation. An earth-shattering explosion. A dazzling blue light tore through the night, creating a rift. Thick smoke and dust enveloped everything, obscuring everything for a moment, leaving only chaos. Amidst the smoke, Schlieffen appeared, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down, in extreme terror. Amidst the smoke and dust, Schlieffen was still stunned, his face pale with fright. A dazzling light flashed past, and Ronin's voice echoed. That's not very kind. Don't you have any mercy? Ronin appeared right behind Schlieffen, his golden eyes blazing, his sword ready. He smirked sarcastically. How could you bully someone as weak as me? Ronin's cold gaze and half-smile were evident. He casually continued, I must say. Schlieffen collapsed to the ground, his eyes wide with shock. Ronin looked down, his words firm. I'm a little disappointed in you. The brown-haired girl also lay sprawled on the ground, her eyes filled with resentment, while Schlieffen scrambled to his feet, looking warily at Ronin. Schlieffen gripped his sword, looking at the brown-haired girl, then back at Ronin. He gritted his teeth. "It seems you formed a temporary alliance with the other classmates who were teleported here." Ronin still stood there, his sword raised high, his golden eyes blazing, smirking as he saw a male archer student aiming his bow from a tree branch. He scoffed. "Truly Philian students, quick-witted indeed," Schlieffen roared, swinging his sword to attack Ronin. His eyes were filled with hatred and extreme fear. A burst of blue energy erupted, sending Schlieffen flying backward. He cried out in pain. Ronin calmly watched Schlieffen lying sprawled. He coldly remarked, "But that's not a good idea." Schlieffen lay motionless, his body emitting a strange blue light. The archer student standing nearby flinched, terrified. Suddenly, Schlieffen sprang up, shouting orders. "Damn it! The ambush failed! Prepare to fight, everyone! Monster or not, he's only one person!" From the forest, another group of students with blazing red eyes and faces hidden in shadow appeared, surrounding Ronin. Schlieffen shouted, "We outnumber him greatly!" The cry of attack echoed, and the entire group of students charged towards Ronin like a storm. Ronin stood firm amidst the encirclement, his golden eyes burning brightly, his entire body radiating a powerful aura, ready to face them all. After the fierce battle, Ronin calmly sheathed his sword. "The second years aren't too bad," he muttered, his tone full of disdain. Another student collapsed, their body dissolving into sparkling particles of light, like stardust falling through space. Amidst the battlefield, Ronin stood tall, surrounded by the defeated foes, slowly turning into nothingness. "A little longer than I thought," he murmured, his cold gaze sweeping across. His blazing golden eyes still held the residual glow of power, reflecting fatigue but also full of vigilance. A cold wind swept past, carrying a vague sense of worry. "I wonder if she's all right," he wondered, his heart heavy with concern. But elsewhere, on a steep cliff, Addison was surrounded by 3 male students. "You really surprised us." The 3 villains smirked. "We didn't expect you to last this long, but this is your end." Addison's sword was plunged into the ground, stained with fresh blood, a testament to her relentless fight. Addison's face was bruised, her breath ragged, but her blue eyes remained defiant, glowing with extreme hatred. She knelt, propped up by her sword, her body exhausted but her will unyielding. "Addison," a cold voice echoed, like a judgment. The 3 stood there, their sinister smiles unwavering. "This is your limit. Why don't you just give up?" Addison remained kneeling, gripping the hilt of her sword tightly, every muscle tensed with pain and indignation. Her breathing grew heavier, but her resolute gaze remained unwavering, holding the last flicker of defiance. The 2 male students chuckled, full of self-satisfaction. "It wasn't easy, but I made those 2 drop their guard." The one with the spiked mace laughed loudly, his eyes cunning. They probably thought they were absolutely safe, because Hayut, the third-year valedictorian, was by their side. The one with the spiked mace and the short-haired guy sneered, their eyes cunning and smug as they saw their opponent's opening. They've exposed their own weakness. But deep down, Addison gripped the hilt of her sword tightly, a light flaring up. She knew this was her last chance. "I only have one chance." Schlieffen, with a resolute gaze, was also focusing all his mind on the decisive blow. "I have to finish them." A thunderous explosion. The sword blade plunged into the ground, creating a deep crack. In one strike, Addison shot forward like lightning, her sword raised, decisive and fierce. The long-haired male student was terrified when Addison suddenly appeared, her sword swinging, tearing through the air. "What the hell?" Addison roared, her eyes blazing red, delivering a fatal thrust without mercy. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire space red, a testament to her brutal attack. The one with the spiked mace's eyes widened, his face contorted with pain and horror. The short-haired guy also couldn't escape his fate, collapsing, blood gushing from his mouth. Addison stomped her foot on the ground without stopping. "I can't stop now." She charged straight towards Schlieffen, her eyes blazing. "I have to take down Hayut too. This is my only chance." Addison's face contorted in rage, power erupting around her sword blade. Schlieffen was astonished, his eyes wide, unable to believe what was happening. A burst of blue energy erupted. Addison unleashed her final blow, sending Schlieffen flying far away. After the unexpected counterattack, Addison was injured and coughing up blood, her face bruised but her eyes still defiant, unyielding to fate. However, another fatal blow struck, sending her flying far away, her exhausted body crashing hard onto the ground. Schlieffen's towering figure appeared. He stepped forward, looking down contemptuously at the fallen Addison. "Is that pathetic trick all you can do? How pathetic?" Addison gasped in pain, each heavy breath drawing blood from the corner of her lips, yet her gaze remained unwavering. Schlieffen leaned down, his brilliant blue eyes full of power, and declared smugly, "No matter how hard you try, You can't defeat me, he sneered, his face filled with triumph. Anyway, watching you struggle like this is quite amusing. From high on a tree branch, Ronin silently observed, his gaze falling upon Schlieffen, who had just declared, "This is your end." The young man mused, resting his hand on his chin, his brilliant golden eyes sweeping across the ravaged battlefield. Ronin subtly curled his lips, muttering to himself, "So that's how it is?" He had understood the situation clearly. He continued to analyze, his gaze sharp. That surprise attack was all the general could manage at this moment. In Ronin's mind, Addison soared like the wind, utilizing the terrain and situation to distract her opponent. She didn't hesitate, aiming straight for the enemy's throat. Her sword technique was truly excellent, but Ronin knew the crucial point, the problem island. She's not strong enough to defeat them right now. He looked at Addison, kneeling, her body exhausted, but her will unyielding, facing Schlieffen, and she can't do anything. Ronin touched the ground, his eyes resolute. Now I'm certain. As soon as this assessment ends, Addison's sword swung up, a streak of blue light tearing through the night, carrying fresh blood. The clash of metal was deafening. Ronin clung to the tree trunk, motionless, his sharp eyes following the battle. Ronin's brilliant golden eyes pierced through the night. Every detail of the confrontation did not escape his sight. Addison and Schlieffen lunged at each other, sword energy erupting. She tried to defend, but he was stronger. Schlieffen roared, his sword pressing hard against his opponent. "What the hell are you doing? Do you want me to fight for real?" Schlieffen raged. Addison replied, her voice hoarse. "Of course. Ayun." Addison gasped, her face covered in blood. "The assessment isn't over. And Schlieffen swung his sword, a powerful surge of dark energy swirling, ready to engulf her. Addison didn't back down, charging straight into the attack, her sword glowing a brilliant azure. Have never given up. Her vow echoed, an unyielding will that nothing could shake. The two swords clashed again, sparks flying. Addison roared, her eyes blazing red. Schlieffen recoiled. "Urgh!" Blood streamed from Addison's lips. She gritted her teeth. "Damn it!" Schlieffen looked at the cut on his cheek, his eyes filled with fury. "The cut's too shallow." He erupted with killing intent. He lunged, delivering a fatal blow. "If there's one thing you're good at, it's pissing people off." Addison collapsed, blood splattering. She screamed in pain. "Gah!" Addison fell, blood staining her uniform. She was completely exhausted. Schlieffen stood there, mace in hand, his eyes contemptuously looking down at the scratch on his cheek, furious at being wounded by a weaker opponent. Despite her broken body, Addison still raised her head, her eyes burning with hatred, her face covered in blood. She whispered to Schlieffen, questioning his arrogant confidence. Her sword had fallen. Addison knelt helplessly. Schlieffen touched her forehead with the head of his mace, his eyes sharp and cold, asking where she found the confidence to keep resisting. He sneered, mocking that Addison had no talent, no connections, wasn't a good fighter, and couldn't compare to the new kid. He asked why she was so stubborn. A close-up of Addison's bloody hand, clenched on the ground next to her sword that had fallen from her grasp. Schlieffen coldly declared she had no hope, and she knew it too. Addison still knelt there, her body battered, blood staining her uniform. Schlieffen continued to interrogate, questioning her unwavering will, why she remained so determined. In a moment of silence, Addison's eyes shone with incredible resilience. Even with blood still on her face, she softly replied, her voice like a vow, "Because I have a mission." Her words echoed, the scene shifting to a ruined city. A fallen man, evoking painful memories. In the flashback, a kind brown-haired man gently wiped away tears from a little girl's face, his eyes full of sorrow. The young Addison, with wide eyes full of surprise and fear, was held tightly by the brown-haired man, as if shielding her from a cruel world. The two knelt before a simple cross-shaped tombstone, the man holding little Addison tightly, a silent promise etched into her young heart. Back in reality, Addison still knelt. Schlieffen stood towering, his mace pointed directly at her. She declared powerfully, her voice echoing, "I must become the Grand Marshal." Schlieffen was stunned, his scratched face clearly showing anger and astonishment. He couldn't believe his ears, blurting out Grand Marshal, as if in mockery. Addison raised her head, her gaze firm and unwavering. She asserted that giving up was impossible, because this was not an ordinary dream, but a vow. Far away, Ronin stood on a hill, silently observing the fierce battle. His gaze was fixed on Addison and Schlieffen, as if analyzing every development. Ronin, with brilliant golden eyes, clearly showed his determination. He believed that fate had been set, and he would be the one to decide it. Addison, despite her blood-soaked body, still gritted her teeth. She roared, declaring that only she could make her vow a reality. In mid-air, a surge of green energy erupted, scattering leaves. A cold voice echoed. I knew there was something wrong with Schlieffen, his face contorted with rage, swung his mace down at the fallen Addison. He snarled, "Get lost! I've heard enough of your nonsense about your dreams." A surge of blue power from Schlieffen's mace swelled, and he continued to threaten. Keep those delusions for someone who cared. Addison used her sword to block the blow, but the attack was too strong, sending her flying backward, fresh blood splattering everywhere, her face contorted in pain. Suddenly, a brilliant red streak tore through the night, slashing directly at Schlieffen's mace. A decisive voice rang out. Enough. The mace shattered, fragments flying everywhere. Schlieffen and another male student turned their heads in shock. Addison still lay on the ground, looking up. Ronin appeared, standing between Schlieffen and Addison. He said coldly, "Sorry for interrupting, but I'll stop this here." Schlieffen spun around, his eyes a mix of shock and anger. Ronin looked at him, exclaiming, "Well done, Ayun! What the hell is this?" A blinding streak of light tore across the frame. Schlieffen's words were cut short by a surprise attack. Ronin unleashed a sharp sword strike, piercing through Schlieffen. He stared wide-eyed, unable to believe what was happening. Schlieffen was sent flying, blood gushing like a fountain, his body enveloped by a surge of blue energy, his face contorted in extreme pain. Addison lay on the ground, looking up at the horrifying sight. She let out a gasp of surprise, only managing to call out part of a name. Ronin stood there, his expression cold, his eyes blazing golden. Addison, stunned, called out his full name. "Ronin?" Ronin appeared unexpectedly, asking about the injured Addison. The girl was stunned and thanked him for saving her life. Addison wondered about his timely appearance, but Ronin brushed it off, not wanting to delve into details. He extended his hand, his gaze stern, wanting to exchange something. Ronin spoke frankly, saying there was something he needed to hear from her. On the perilous cliff, the sea waves crashed, and the two faced the vast scenery. Addison looked up, seemingly understanding his intention. She asked again if he wanted to know her ambition to become the Grand Marshal. Ronin remained silent, his gaze resolute. Ronin replied that this matter was extremely important to him, pleading with her to speak. Addison fell silent, her eyes filled with sorrow. She bowed her head, her gaze distant, as if lost in a dark memory. A terrifying image appeared. A giant wolf with sharp fangs and claws, its eyes blazing. She spoke, asking if he knew about the Knight of Fangs and Claws. Ronin was startled, a big question mark appearing in his mind. He immediately recalled the incident 10 years ago, when the werebeasts suddenly attacked. Addison nodded, recounting the territorial war between the Empire and the Alliance. Her face was etched with pain, her eyes filled with grief. And on that fateful night, she lost everything. Lost her family. A warm memory flashed back. A family meal. A little girl's loving call for her mother. But it had all vanished. Little Addison innocently clung to her father, her big, tear-filled eyes asking, "Where is everyone going?" Karaka, the resilient mother, stood there with her sword at her hip, her gaze resolute alongside her two elder sons. A flicker of pain crossed her face, her teeth clenched, trying to suppress her emotions. She knelt down, gently caressing her daughter's cheek, saying that she and her brothers had urgent business. The little girl pleaded to go with them. A sad, regretful smile appeared on Karaka's lips. "I'm sorry, Addison." She stood up, handed her daughter to her husband, and instructed, "Please take care of Addison for me, my love." Addison's small hand reached out, longing to hold on, but she could only watch her mother's back fade into the distance. The warm meal was left unfinished, but her family had walked through the door, leaving the little girl alone in the empty house. That was the last time they spoke. After that fateful night, Addison only heard stories. The town's knights were sent to stop the werewolf beasts from breaching the city wall. Karaka fought valiantly, but it wasn't a mission. Karaka's face was contorted with rage and despair. They were pushed to their deaths like lambs. The commanders didn't even know the full strength of the werewolf alliance. The result was an irreversible tragedy. Blood stained the entire sky red. Afterward, the Empire and the Werewolf Alliance negotiated to end the war. Addison, now grown and covered in wounds, stood in the middle of the battlefield. In exchange for territorial rights for the werewolves, the Empire integrated them into the royal army. A cold wind blew through. What about those who lost their lives in the process? Little Addison stood there, her eyes brimming with sadness. All they received for their sacrifice was a small memorial in the cemetery. Little Addison stood alone before the tombstone. The heavily wounded man, his shirt stained red with blood, tried to utter a sound D in pain. Little Addison stood beside him, her innocent eyes full of confusion as she looked at her father. Horror was evident on Addison's young face. Her eyes widened, tears welling up, reflecting the brutality of war. Addison's father collapsed, tears mixing with blood. He growled, "If this is the fate awaiting them, Physical and mental pain tormented him. In the gloomy cemetery, Addison's father, now with only one arm, cried out, "Why did my comrades have to die like this?" Little Addison stood silently beside him, small and alone. Some called it a noble sacrifice. But to Addison, it was a blatant deception, an unacceptable stain. Addison, now grown, stood facing Ronin. She coldly declared their deaths. Her eyes held deep resentment. Addison's face was smeared with blood, her eyes blazing with fury. She screamed, "We're utterly meaningless." Her words were like a knife cutting into the past. She questioned, why couldn't the Empire and the Werbeasts negotiate peace from the start? If fighting was the only option, there were countless ways to utilize the terrain. Her voice was full of indignation. She clenched her blood-stained fist. There was nothing noble in those deaths. It was all meaningless sacrifice due to the incompetence of the leaders. And Addison stood with her back turned, alone in the cold light. She whispered, her voice full of pain, "I can't bear it anymore." The haunting memory still clung to her. Ronin listened in silence. Addison turned back, her gaze resolute. "Ronin, I will become the Grand Marshal. I want to become a perfect commander." Addison's face was full of determination, blood still on her cheek. She swore, "One who will never allow even a single meaningless sacrifice." The vow echoed. The adult Addison stood beside the image of her younger self in the cemetery. She said, "Because no one needs a foolish monument for those who should have lived." The two stood on the cliff, looking into the distance. The space was silent, only the wind blowing through. A rare moment of peace after the heavy confessions. Addison suddenly forced a smile, blood still on her face. "Sorry, I didn't mean to make things so serious." "Well, this isn't exactly a cheerful topic, is it?" She mused, her gaze distant. "But at least now I know one thing for sure." Ronin asked, "What is it?" An open question, promising a new truth. Ronin listened, his blazing golden eyes reflecting the clear blue sky. He fell into thought, Addison's words echoing in his mind. A heavy silence enveloped them. Addison, her face smeared with blood, her gaze resolute. She uttered, her voice trembling but full of determination, "I can't give you up." But then her voice lowered, full of pain. "At the same time, I can't let you seek death on your own. I know what it feels like to lose someone you care about." A memory suddenly resurfaced. An image of Ronin kneeling by a tombstone, touching the green soul of a departed person. Addison continued, "And I don't want to experience that feeling ever again." Suddenly, a colossal surge of mana, swirling like a storm, tore through the air. It erupted from afar, hurtling straight towards the two, carrying a terrifying power. The blue mana enveloped the entire space, forming a fierce vortex between Addison and Ronin. Dry leaves were swept up, swirling in the energy current. Addison exclaimed in surprise, "This mana! Could it be?" Ronin let out a soft humph, his eyes sharp. "He's here! That guy truly doesn't waste a second when he wants something." Addison turned away, her face pained and resolute. She knew time was running out, and she had to say what needed to be said. "We don't have much time left. I'll be brief." She looked directly at Ronin, calling his name. "Ronin, have you ever heard of dark magic?" The atmosphere grew tense, an ancient secret about to be revealed. Ronin asked in surprise, "Dark magic? What is that?" Addison explained. "Activating it requires very harsh conditions, but it's an extremely powerful type of magic if you know how to use it." She recalled a faint figure, a woman with long black hair and a purple aura. Someone I knew once used that magic to forge a formidable reputation. "And you know what? She was exactly like you," Addison affirmed, her eyes full of hope. "So I'm sure you can use it too. Why don't we start learning about it?" Ronin unexpectedly stepped back, Addison confused. "What? Ronin? I don't understand what you're saying." Ronin said nothing, only gently placed his hand on Addison's shoulder. A reassuring gesture or a silent promise? He flashed a radiant, confident smile. "Don't worry, I've decided to help you right now. That's all you need to know. I'll do everything I can, all right? Do your best, Grand Marshal." Addison was stunned, her eyes wide. She couldn't believe her ears, stammering, "Ronin, do you really mean the?" Before she could finish, Ronin suddenly pushed Addison away forcefully. A decisive, meaningful action that sent her flying amidst the blue mana. A surge of blue mana erupted, forcefully sending Addison flying far away like a definitive declaration from Ronin. She was thrown back, blood splattered on her face, her eyes wide with horror, her body engulfed in pain. In the chaotic moment, Addison could only utter a bewildered cry. "Ronin?" He turned back, a smug smirk on his face, as if everything was just a joke. "That's enough. Ha ha ha. Third place isn't bad for you, Addison." His words echoed as Addison was still being propelled away, the blue light enveloping her, fading from sight. Ronin stood with his arms crossed on the cliff top, his gaze calmly following her. That's settled then, he mused, his sharp eyes scanning the desolate landscape, as if searching for something. With a decisive step, he descended from the rock, a whisper echoing. Is it just you and me left? From a distance, another figure appeared, also ascending, as if in response to his question. It was Schlieffen, who had just appeared with immense power, blue mana erupting around him. Schlieffen looked directly at Ronin, his brilliant blue eyes, his aura overwhelming. Ronin smirked, his eyes full of challenge. Looks like you've taken down all the others, with such a grand entrance. Schlieffen replied, his voice cold. That's right. You and I are the only two left on this island. He gripped his sword hilt, blue mana radiating, his words full of hidden meaning, and surely you understand what that means. Ronin also drew his sword, a faint red light flashing from the hilt, his smile growing even colder. Oh, of course. I understand very well. The two strongest now faced each other, swords drawn. The final battle was about to begin. It's time to settle everything once and for all. Let's see. Two opposing streams of power, blue and red, clashed like lightning tearing through space. A fateful leap, signaling the start of an earth-shattering battle. Power erupted, forming a destructive vortex. At the heart of the storm, two small figures exchanged blows, each strike carrying a will to fight to the death. Sword energy clashed, sparking and shaking the heavens and earth. Ronin smirked confidently, his golden eyes burning with defiance. Facing him, Schlieffen maintained a serious expression, his blue eyes gleaming with determination. This battle was not just for honor, but also the ultimate declaration. Who was truly the strongest swordsman in the academy? In the middle of Filian's schoolyard, under the scorching sun, Addison lay motionless, her long brown hair spread out. The trial had ended for her. A loud noise echoed in her mind, startling Addison. She woke up with a gasp, taking a deep breath, feeling as if she had just escaped a nightmare. Jumping up, Addison looked around in horror. Where am I? She exclaimed, her eyes wide with shock and confusion. Around her was the familiar schoolyard, and at the top of the tower, the image of Ronin and Schlieffen fighting was brightly projected. The brown-haired girl realized she had returned to Filian. She sat down, checking her body. All her wounds had healed. I must have been eliminated and brought back here, Addison murmured. Then pondered further. Her last memory rushed back. Ronin standing high above, declaring her third place, then her falling with a mangled body. A fleeting sensation of pain passed through her. Addison mused, her deep brown eyes thoughtful. So, it's just those two left, she told herself, a clear truth dawning on her, the ones who made it to the end of the test. At the top of the tower, Ronin and Schlieffen's battle continued, drawing all eyes from the crowd of students below. Back on the battlefield, a colossal blue energy stream swirled, sweeping away everything in its path, leaves scattering wildly in the vortex. That energy stream tore through the forest, forming a tunnel of light. The wind howled, carrying the breath of power. A sharp white beam of light sliced through the wind, darting forward, cutting through even ancient tree branches. Every strike contained destructive power. Amidst the blue vortex, Ronin and Schlieffen fell freely. Their swords continuously clashed, creating electric sparks that streaked through the air. Despite falling freely, Schlieffen relentlessly attacked, unleashing swirling azure sword energy. Ronin faced imminent danger, his eyes highly vigilant. With blazing blue eyes, Schlieffen poured all his strength into each sword strike, determined to end this battle. His face was tense, filled with killing intent. The furious blue vortex tore through space, devouring everything in its path. Branches and dry leaves were swept up, turning the forest into a battlefield. Ronin was still caught in the fierce vortex, struggling to maintain his stance. The sword in his hand was like a final anchor amidst the chaos, ready to defend. Damn it! He's unleashing a continuous barrage of swirling sword energy? Ronin exclaimed, sweat pouring down. He realized the situation was more dangerous than ever, his opponent showing no mercy. He landed on a branch, sword at the ready. I have to admit, that makes me a little tense, Ronin muttered, but his eyes remained resolute, unwavering. A thought flashed in Ronin's mind, like a light in the darkness. He's dispersed his power. This is a golden opportunity to counterattack. The decisive moment had arrived. His blazing red eyes ignited. Ronin shot forth like an arrow tearing through the wind, becoming a phantom amidst the vortex. His terrifying speed seemed to rip the air apart. With a piercing whoosh, his sword shredded the blue sword energy, creating a blazing red cut in midair, a daring counterattack. Ronin's sword slashed down, a blazing red cut tearing through everything. The fateful strike carried his entire will, hurtling straight towards his opponent. This was the Naviro's sword technique, a legendary style passed down through generations. An ancient secret, now recreated by Ronin. He spun in midair, unleashing a powerful vertical slash. The blazing red blade seemed to want to cleave the sky in two, an unstoppable burst of power. The two streams of power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. Dazzling light enveloped the entire forest, shaking every fiber of the earth. Thick smoke and dust covered everything, leaving only a blurry figure falling from the epicenter. Who was the victor? Who was the vanquished? The ground cracked open, but a transparent barrier swiftly enveloped it, preventing widespread destruction. A miracle had saved the forest. Ronin brushed off the dust, letting out a sigh of relief. Phew, that was close, he muttered. The fierce battle had finally subsided, but danger still lingered. Ronin gasped, his eyes wide. He realized that if his opponent had used all his strength, he would have fallen long ago. A flicker of shock crossed Ronin's face. He couldn't believe he had been so unexpectedly overwhelmed by his opponent. Schlieffen stood there, surrounded by blazing blue sword energy, much stronger than in his previous fight with Dolan. Schlieffen used to be slower than him, but now his speed was on par, even superior. Ronin wondered, how could this be? Blue light enveloped Schlieffen. His power seemed to far exceed even this point in Ronin's memory. In his previous life, Schlieffen had never reached this level. A terrifying truth became clear in Ronin's mind. Ronin panted, sweat pouring down. He had to admit, his opponent had grown astonishingly strong. Schlieffen hadn't used his full strength, but was still surprised when Ronin neutralized his attack. He had heard that Ronin could cut through magic, and now he had witnessed it firsthand. Seeing the blood stain on Schlieffen's chest, he realized Ronin had fully mastered Navirosa's swordsmanship. Although his overall technique was still superior, the day Ronin would surpass him was not far off. Schlieffen sighed. His magic power was depleted, unable to accelerate further. It was time to end this battle, once and for all. Ronin knew that if Schlieffen continued to anticipate his moves, he wouldn't stand a chance. His opponent's technique was too excellent. The battle had dragged on for too long. It was time to end everything. Ronin tightened his grip on his sword hilt. His gaze locked onto his opponent. Their eyes met, blazing red and deep blue, determination burning. The battle to the death was nearing its end. Schlieffen charged like a storm, his sword light tearing through the wind, moving at terrifying speed. The two blades clashed, creating dazzling sparks, a harsh clang echoing throughout the forest. In midair, the two figures lunged at each other, creating a furious energy vortex that tore through space, scattering leaves everywhere. Ronin launched a lightning-fast counterattack, blue energy erupting from his sword, like a bolt of lightning striking his opponent directly. Schlieffen plunged down like a meteor, while Ronin sprang back up, both creating a terrifying vortex, a howling sound echoing. Schlieffen swung his sword, his eyes sharp and cold, his serious face concealing deadly resolve. Ronin smirked, his eyes glowing brightly, a mysterious surge of energy welling up, signaling a terrifying attack was imminent. The forest was now a chaotic mess, dust swirling. Trees toppled after the fierce battle between the two swordsmen. Schlieffen stood on a mound, looking down at the ravaged battlefield, uttering a self-satisfied, "All right then." Ronin panted, drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, I guess you had to dodge that last swirling blade. Fresh blood still flowed from his shoulder and arm. Ronin gritted his teeth. But how the hell did you inflict so much damage in such a short moment? Without hesitation, Schlieffen charged again, his sword light tearing through the wind, attacking the injured Ronin, giving him no time to rest. Schlieffen smirked disdainfully, his eyes full of challenge. You continue to surprise me. Ronin also sneered, his red eyes blazing like fire. Only you would laugh right after being cut by a sword. Now I know for sure. The two madmen faced each other, eyes burning, insane smiles on their faces. Ronin growled, You truly are a monster. The two blades clashed again, creating a dazzling explosion of light, terrifying power pushing both back. Both were injured and coughing up blood, but their eyes still burned, neither willing to retreat, their fighting spirit still raging. Their feet stomped heavily on the ground, creating cracks and tremors, signaling the start of a new round of engagement. Ronin and Schlieffen lunged at each other, swords clashing with sparks, a piercing metallic sound echoing. Both their eyes burned red, fiercely unyielding. The two young men recoiled, gliding through the air, leaving cracks and dust scattering beneath their feet. Their confrontation tore through the ground with terrifying power. Once again, their blades touched, creating electric sparks. Schlieffen wore a disdainful smile, while Ronin's eyes blazed, not faltering in the slightest. The image of the earth-shattering battle was projected into the air, causing the crowd of students below to buzz with incessant chatter. A group of male students exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe that the two combatants were merely first-year students. This power, it was too extraordinary. Another male student complained, suggesting they should have their own separate test. The black-haired girl beside him worried, noticing the ground was ravaged, as if by war. The black-haired girl looked up at Ronin's image, her eyes full of concern and worry. She softly called his name, as if to warn him of the danger. A white-haired woman, wearing an eye patch, smiled meaningfully. "Impressive," she said. "You two have grown so much since entering the academy." Her smile deepened further, her green eyes flashing with calculation. However, she looked up at the image of the two young men fighting. Both of them are already exhausted. Schlieffen, with blazing blue eyes, gripped his sword tightly. He knew whether he wanted to or not. Ronin also wore an insane smile, his red eyes burning. He also understood the next clash would be the decisive blow. Both lunged at each other like whirlwinds, sword energy howling. This would be the final blow, determining victory or defeat. Fresh blood spurted from Schlieffen. He was injured and coughing up blood, but still wore a satisfied smile. "I didn't expect to find such a worthy opponent." Hot blood continued to gush, staining Schlieffen's uniform red. A fatal wound, yet his will remained unshaken. Schlieffen panted, looking at Ronin with fiery eyes. "But as you've already sensed, it's time to end this match." Ronin, panting with blood smeared on his face, flashed a mad smile. He responded to his opponent's challenge, his golden eyes burning with interest. "That's exactly what I want. If this keeps up." A dazzling flash erupted as the two swords clashed. The piercing screech of metal tore through the air, signaling an earth-shattering counterattack. Ronin soared into the air, his sword sweeping horizontally, eyes blazing. He laughed loudly, seemingly finding ultimate joy in this life-or-death battle. "I might just start to like you." Schlieffen stood firm, his blue eyes flashing with resolve, his sword emitting a brilliant aura. He wanted no regrets, determined to give his all. "I don't want to regret anything." So, a colossal surge of energy erupted from Schlieffen, forming a cerulean vortex around him. He challenged Ronin, wanting his opponent to display everything he had. "Show me everything you're holding back." Ronin looked at his sword, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. He knew his opponent better than anyone. "If there's one thing I know about you," he raised his head, his gaze sharp and cold. Ronin was certain that Schlieffen was always ready for an uncompromising fight. "It's that you're always ready for a battle." Ronin's eyes turned fiery red, his smile becoming demonic. He declared he would make Schlieffen his own, no matter the cost. "I'll make you mine, even if it's the last thing I do." A powerful stomp from Ronin shattered the ground, creating a crimson shockwave. He was ready for the finishing blow. But first, Ronin reached forward, his aura exploding, his eyes burning red as if to devour everything. He wanted to clearly determine who the strongest swordsman was. "We need to decide who the best swordsman is, of course." Schlieffen, with resolute eyes, took a ready stance. The distance between the two opponents was now just a straight line, a small but deadly battlefield. A fiery red streak tore through the wind, moving at terrifying speed, leaving a dazzling trail on the ground. It was Ronin's decisive attack. Schlieffen narrowly dodged, the red streak grazing his face, leaving a slight scratch. He had anticipated this strike. The two swords clashed once more, creating a loud explosion and brilliant sparks. Both rushed at each other at dizzying speed, refusing to yield. From a distance, a long-haired black-haired girl and a one-eyed white-haired woman watched the match. The white-haired woman couldn't help but be astonished. "With all those injuries, I didn't think he'd have any strength left." Night fell, with only crimson sword energy tearing horizontally and vertically, forming a deadly net. The battle had entered its dramatic and fierce climax. Amidst the network of crimson sword energy, Ronin stood, his body covered in wounds, panting. He struggled to look up, his gaze fixed on the sword in his hand. Schlieffen couldn't believe it. His opponent was faster than before. He told himself that in his current state, he couldn't keep up with Ronin's speed. But he didn't give up. He knew well that when a person pushed their body to its limit, they would pay a heavy price. Ronin darted like a phantom, leaving trails of fiery red light, demonstrating his extreme recklessness in battle. Schlieffen smirked, his eyes glinting with cruelty. He wondered if Ronin had considered the consequences of such recklessness. He raised his sword high, his gaze cold. "Once again, I've learned a valuable lesson from you, Ronin." Ronin roared defiantly, his eyes blazing red, his mouth stained with blood. He gripped his sword hilt tightly, blue mana fiercely erupting around his body. A wave of blue sword energy from Ronin's sword swept down to the ground, creating a deep, powerful crack. Ronin's blue sword energy shot forth, tearing through the air, carrying destructive power. Schlieffen dodged the sword energy, gliding past like the wind, then swung his sword to create a fiery red streak of sword energy, launching a powerful counterattack. Schlieffen was astonished, not understanding what Ronin was thinking. He realized Ronin couldn't keep up with his speed, so he decided to unleash a barrage of mana sword energy right in front of him. A vortex of blue sword energy enveloped Ronin like a final shield. Schlieffen thought that the injuries had weakened Ronin's mana control. He wondered if Ronin realized that attack would injure him. Ronin, his face covered in blood and wounds, braced himself within the mana vortex. Schlieffen wondered if he craved victory so much that he would be so reckless. Schlieffen gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes resolute. He said that, unfortunately for Ronin, he also had no intention of backing down. Schlieffen charged directly at Ronin, his entire body ablaze with brilliant blue energy, confronting him head-on. Both had reached their limits, but Ronin didn't want to prolong the fight until both were exhausted. He lunged down, crimson sword energy tearing through the air. Covered in blood, his eyes fiery red, Ronin snarled, his face contorted with pain and determination. This was the final battle. In that life-or-death moment, Ronin and Schlieffen charged at each other, blue and red energy exploding, creating a terrifying collision. "Here it is," Ronin growled, his entire body erupting with crimson sword energy, pouring all his strength into the final attack. "It all ends now," Schlieffen declared coldly, his hand gripping a mysterious potion, his eyes resolute. Schlieffen looked up at his opponent, blue energy enveloping him. He had anticipated that Ronin would not back down and was ready to retaliate. Schlieffen's blue eyes flashed with intense focus, preparing to unleash his strongest technique. He channeled all his remaining power into his palm, forming a brilliant blue energy mass. "This is the greatest power I can summon right now." In mid-air, Schlieffen and Ronin confronted each other, a colossal aura erupting, forming a blue energy vortex. Aura. The blue energy vortex surged violently, sweeping up debris around it, transforming into a destructive whirlpool blade. Maelstrom blade. A colossal blue pillar of light shot straight up into the sky from the center of the explosion, tearing through the night, creating a terrifying spectacle. The ground cracked open. Shattered rocks flew everywhere, swept into the brilliant blue energy vortex. The explosion echoed everywhere, shaking the very ground, as the blue pillar of light continued to burn fiercely. The energy vortex gradually dissipated, leaving only faint blue streaks of light and swirling dust. When the dust settled, a colossal crater appeared, with Schlieffen and Ronin lying motionless on opposite sides. Schlieffen knelt, fresh blood gushing from his wounds, his hands still gripping the sword hilt, his face contorted in extreme pain. Ronin took a fatal blow, blood splattering, but his eyes were still filled with madness, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Schlieffen stood amidst the trees, bleeding profusely, snarling as he looked at Ronin hovering in the air, angered by his opponent's recklessness. Schlieffen's hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, blood dripping. He couldn't believe Ronin would use such a reckless move. Schlieffen gritted his teeth, his face covered in wounds, thinking to himself that Ronin was truly the most insane person when fighting. He knelt, his sword plunged into the ground, his blue eyes blazing, affirming that Ronin was always so audacious. Ronin sneered, his golden eyes burning with madness, blood still clinging to the corner of his lips, pleased to have reached this point. A fiery red aura erupted around Ronin, the space seemingly distorted, signaling an impending decisive blow. Amidst the red aura, a cold declaration echoed. "Today, only one of us will leave here alive." Ronin plunged down like a crimson arrow. Schlieffen also lunged to meet him, blue and fiery red sword energy clashing violently. The two young men confronted each other directly, sword energy exploding. Schlieffen's eyes resolute, Ronin charging madly. The students watched the fierce battle in shock, their faces clearly showing horror and fear. Another group of students also stood watching, their faces fearful, unable to believe what was unfolding before their eyes. The long-haired, black-haired girl with gray eyes stood amidst the crowd, her hands clasped tightly, her face revealing extreme anxiety. The silver-haired female warrior sneered, her green eyes glinting with amusement. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time. She exclaimed, "It's time. Finally, there will be a winner." Ronin and Schlieffen roared, charging at each other in a decisive blow, sword energy exploding, determining the fate of victor and vanquished. Exploding sword energy tore through space, leaving behind a frosty fury. The two adversaries, their bodies frozen, sharp ice spikes piercing them, were flung back from the epicenter. One fell freely into the void. The other clung to the cliff face, defiant eyes still blazing. Was their fate decided? An explosion ripped through space, a dazzling light erupting like a comet plunging to the ground, signaling the decisive blow of the battle. After the sword storm, the thick dust gradually dissipated, leaving only the cold hiss of dissipating magic, signaling the end of an earth-shattering battle. Amidst the desolate battlefield, two exhausted swordsmen stood facing each other, shrouded in hazy dust. with only an eerie silence remaining after the brutal storm. Blood still seeped, staining the ground red beneath the young man's feet. Though he had declared victory, his body had reached its limit. A question hung in the air, full of weariness. That was, after the earth-shattering confrontation, both were bleeding and exhausted. Ronin staggered, his body covered in wounds, blood dripping onto the ground. At his feet, Schlieffen was no better, kneeling in a pool of blood, but his eyes still blazed. He uttered, his voice hoarse, "This is the best fight I've ever had!" In the eye of the storm, Ronin and Schlieffen still charged madly at each other. Sword energy shrieked, fresh blood splattered, each strike carrying the will to live or die. Amidst the rubble, Ronin raised his head, blood staining the corner of his lips, his fiery golden eyes still gleaming with arrogance. He smirked, whispering, "Serves you right for daring to challenge me." Despite being covered in injuries, his clothes stained red with blood, Ronin still flashed a mad smile, his blazing eyes declaring, "Looks like I won this round." Then a heavy thud echoed. Both warriors, Ronin and Schlieffen, collapsed onto the blood-soaked arena floor. Swords flew, their bodies mangled, lying motionless amidst the spreading bloodstains. After the earth-shattering confrontation, both warriors fell. Ronin and Schlieffen, their bodies mangled, blood staining the ground red. They lay there, utterly exhausted, without an ounce of strength to stand. A best battle had ended in deadly silence, leaving only the brutal traces of glory and pain. When the dust settled, only deadly silence remained. Two figures lay fallen on the blood-stained ground, swords still beside them, like shattered monuments of a terrifying battle. Far away, at the academy, a crowd of students watched in shock on a projection screen. On it, the hazy image of the blood-stained battlefield appeared, vividly depicting the brutality of the recent confrontation. From afar, the students watching through the screen couldn't help but be horrified and stunned by the brutal scene that had just unfolded. The entire stands erupted. Was it a cheer or a cry of extreme astonishment? Blue energy flared, signaling the end of an earth-shattering battle, but also opening a mysterious new beginning. Cheers erupted, tearing through the tense atmosphere. The young man, with a radiant, sun-like smile, clenched his fist and raised it high, celebrating his victory. Around him, the crowd of students was also extremely excited, shouting together. This was the pinnacle moment of the advanced practical swordsmanship midterm exam, where glory was etched. The fierce battle finally concluded, leaving behind indelible aftershocks. Dazzling light shone into the silent corridor, signaling a new beginning after the storm. In the dim darkness, a faint ray of light seeped through the crack in the door. He blinked, trying to orient himself. Where am I? A dizzying sensation washed over him. Ronin sprang up, his entire body heavily bandaged, wondering, "Is this the school's infirmary?" Two familiar figures appeared. "You're awake, Ronin?" Addison asked. He was surprised. "Addison? Miss Navarros?" Ronin sat up straight, his eyes bewildered. "You two are here?" "So," Navarros replied, her tone calm. "That's right. The exam is over. You two caused such a ruckus that it took a while to clean up." She nodded slightly, her green eyes gleaming with satisfaction. But the effort was entirely worth it. Beside them, Schlieffen was still fast asleep, his entire body also covered in bandages. "Both of you fought exceptionally well," Navarros continued, glancing at Schlieffen. "But seeing you wake up before him, your stamina must be a bit better." Ronin was stunned. "Wait, do you mean?" He burst into maniacal laughter, overjoyed. "So I finally crushed him?" Navarro shook her head. "No, that has nothing to do with the match's outcome," she explained, the image of Filian Forest appearing in his mind. "Both of you returned to Filian at the same time. Therefore, the match was declared a draw. Both of you are tied for first place." Ronin was astonished, only managing to utter an "oh." He sighed softly. "I should have known." Navarros looked at him in surprise. "You're accepting this result better than I thought." She had thought he would make a fuss and reject the result. Addison also nodded. Ronin frowned, looking annoyed. "Do I look that childish?" He scratched his head, forcing a smile. "It's just, I thought the match was quite evenly matched." Ronin looked at Schlieffen, his gaze thoughtful. "I have to say, Schlieffen fought very resiliently. Honestly, much more resiliently than I expected." His hand clenched slightly, old wounds still deeply etched. Navarro's voice rang out, full of hidden meaning. "And surely you realize what that means, don't you?" Ronin pondered, his gaze resolute. He knew he had improved, but there was still a long way to go, although I will train much harder from now on. Next time, I will definitely win. Navarros stood there, her long silver hair flowing down, her green eyes gleaming with amusement. A faint smirk played on her lips. "I'm quite impressed with Ronin." She subtly curled her lips, her voice full of authority. Not only has his combat ability improved, but his spirit has also matured significantly. The white-haired woman looked at Ronin, her eyes assessing. She continued, her tone calm. That's the spirit. There's no need to be sad about the result. It was certainly a good experience for both of you, especially for Ronin, who had learned to use mana as he had always wished. Ronin flinched, his golden eyes wide open, stammering, "What?" He sprang out of bed, stunned. "Wait, what do you mean? I used mana?" Navarros confirmed. "That's right. During that last confrontation, you summoned a true sword aura with mana." Navarro's words left Ronin dumbfounded, his golden eyes glowing with disbelief. He placed a hand on his chest, trying to calm himself. A flood of memories rushed back. Oh, now that I think about it, I did feel something a bit unusual at that moment. Was that sword aura? The image of him swinging his sword, a blazing red sword aura erupting, became clear in his mind. Navarros nodded, her expression serious. That's right. It's a skill that can only be used properly if you know how to use mana. That was your first sword aura, she continued to explain, and in Ronin's mind, the image of the sword aura appeared more powerful than ever. Unlike the superficial imitations you tried in the past, this one has reached a completely new level of depth. Ronin clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination but also clearly showing confusion. Addison silently observed, but judging by your reaction, I guess you still haven't fully controlled it. Navarro sighed, her expression becoming serious. We should do something about this. Unlike other students, no one knows when your body might suddenly act up and turn against you again. She looked at Ronin, her eyes full of concern, signaling a potential hidden danger. Navarros ordered Addison to take Ronin to meet that unpleasant fellow the next morning. Addison was surprised, not understanding her meaning. Addison suddenly realized, asking if Navarros was referring to Professor Jared in Stonesong. A dark figure, appearing and disappearing in the purple mist, exuded an eerie aura. Was this perhaps a metaphor for the danger lurking around Ronin? The next day, brilliant morning sunlight enveloped the academy, a new beginning for the mysteries about to be unveiled. Addison and Ronin walked across the school grounds. She wondered why Navarros would recommend another professor, when she used to be so strict. Ronin confidently asserted that Jaredin was a master of mana, so much so that other professors had to seek his help. He recalled practical mana lessons, when students' mana would go haywire, even paralyzing their energy cores. But with just one visit to Professor Jaredin, all mana problems were easily resolved. Addison seemed very impressed upon hearing this. Addison confusedly asked why Navarros hated him so much. Ronin smirked, admitting that the discord between the two was obvious. He explained that Professor Jaredin was somewhat eccentric. Addison pondered thoughtfully. Ronin smirked, confident that he would be fine. The most important thing was that he could now use mana. Addison turned around, her gaze resolute. If this professor was truly skilled, she could learn more about her own mana. Even in her previous life, dark mana remained a mystery. This was her chance to delve deeper. Addison suddenly remembered, turning to ask Ronin about his conversation with Schlieffen. Had he accepted yesterday's offer? Ronin chuckled, full of self-satisfaction. Of course, he had made an offer that couldn't be refused. The academy still stood tall under the sunlight, witnessing plots and schemes. Schlieffen began the conversation, his sharp gaze fixed on Ronin, seemingly having guessed his opponent's intentions. He flatly refused. Blue energy erupted around Schlieffen, his resolute refusal ringing out. He would not accept a draw. Schlieffen lunged forward, demanding a rematch, but Ronin stopped him in time. The black-haired young man reassured his opponent, denying his previous intention. Schlieffen was stunned, his blue eyes wide with confusion. So what was the true purpose of this meeting? While Schlieffen was still bewildered, Ronin unexpectedly reached out, calling his name dramatically. A devilish grin spread across Ronin's lips as he held out a form. "Join my club?" Schlieffen froze. Ronin eagerly explained about adventures and practical experience, but his opponent could only exclaim, "You called me here just to invite me to your club?" Schlieffen spun around, his face flushed with anger. "Do I look like I have time to play your ridiculous games? How absurd!" He huffed, resolutely declaring his departure. Ronin merely smirked, openly showing his regret. Ronin's eyes flashed red, his smile becoming eerie. He whispered about a special welcoming event that he and the other members were preparing. The plan was meticulously prepared, timed perfectly for his younger sister Ariel's move to the capital. The unexpected information left Schlieffen stunned, his entire body stiff. He clenched his fists, his face extremely tense. "What did you just say?" Schlieffen exploded, shouting in panic. "Ariel is moving here!" He stomped his foot, urgently asking for every detail, location, safety, bodyguard. Ronin smirked, flatly refusing. "Get lost. I won't say anything." Schlieffen was furious, but Ronin quickly retorted, "You're not a member of my club, so why should you know? Who knows? If you agree to join right now, I might consider." Ronin chuckled, his face annoyingly smug, crumpling the form in his hand. He was toying with Schlieffen. Unable to bear the provocation, Schlieffen exploded. The pen in his hand transformed into a sharp blade, swinging through the air, black ink splattering everywhere. Ronin dodged by a hair's breadth, each drop of thick black ink scattered in the air, like fragments of shattered patience. The atmosphere was taut as a bowstring. Schlieffen handed over the signed form, his eyes sharp. "All right, are you satisfied now?" Ronin froze, his face smeared with ink, not expecting things to turn out this way. Schlieffen's eyes suddenly flared with brilliant blue, his entire body radiating an oppressive aura. A surge of power swelled, signaling a threat that could not be underestimated. His voice rang out, chilling to the bone. "Now, continue what you were saying." The air was tinged with a deadly purple, his words like a knife at the throat. Ronin pouted, thinking to himself, "It's unbelievable that such a naive person will be the head of the Grancia family. They must be very worried." The black-haired girl beside him silently observed. "We've arrived," the black-haired girl said, breaking the silence. Both stood on an ancient cobblestone path, looking up ahead. Before them was a towering spire, ancient and mysterious in its architecture, with dragon eye-shaped windows. This is where Professor Jaredin lives. The tower stood majestically under the gloomy night sky, flocks of crows circling and cawing mournfully. An eerie feeling enveloped them, as if the place held countless secrets. Ronin and the black-haired girl stood before Tower Number 41, a strange architectural structure completely isolated from the outside world. Ronin shivered, exclaiming, "Why is it so scary? It reminds me of where Professor Sekret lives." This professor is clearly not a normal person either. A figure in a black cloak, carrying a giant backpack, slowly approached. The black-haired girl was surprised. "What is an assistant of the long-bladed roughneck doing here?" The dark figure stopped, revealing the face of Professor Jaredin Stonesong. He looked tired, but his eyes were still sharp. Ronin stammered a greeting. The black-haired girl explained. "Professor, this is Ronin. He's having trouble activating his mana. Miss Navarose advised us to see you as soon as possible." Professor Jaredin narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping over Ronin. His eyes suddenly glowed blue as he thought to himself, "Miss Navarose rarely bothers with such matters. She must have seen something special in this young man." Professor Jaredin asked for his name, and as Ronin stammered to introduce himself, he cut him off, disregarding formalities. His gaze was sharp and cold as he bluntly asked Ronin how much money he had brought, leaving the young man stunned. He explained that he didn't work for free, especially outside of school hours, and held out his hand, implying a demand for payment. With a smug expression, Jaredin assumed Ronin must have been prepared for this fee. A cold, decisive declaration rang out. "Hand over the money." In the dim light, Jaredin stood patiently waiting, while Ronin and his female companion were dumbfounded. Ronin couldn't believe it, asking again if he was demanding money. Jaredin replied sarcastically, praising his understanding. He declared an exorbitant price, at least 10 gold per hour, per person. Ronin and the black-haired girl were horrified, constantly wondering if he was joking. Jaredin's eyes suddenly flashed with a brilliant golden light, confirming his seriousness. Ronin realized this was no joke, but blatant extortion. In a panic, Ronin confessed he had no money and asked if there was another way. Jaredin coldly pointed the way. "Just go back." He even suggested Ronin demand 10 gold from that bastard Navarose. While a surge of green mana flared around him, Jaredin's eyes glowed with green mana, full of intimidation, making Ronin flinch. Ronin bowed his head in thought, while Jaredin stood with his back turned. The young man seemed to have found another way. Jaredin turned back, his eyes full of mystery, ordering Ronin to follow him. A surge of green mana surrounded Ronin, surprising him. Jaredin made an offer. A deal. Amidst the ethereal green mana, a sparkling golden ring appeared, floating in mid-air. The arched window of an ancient tower, where faint light filtered in, revealed a mysterious space. Amidst questions about the ring Sarante left behind, Ronin and Jaredin arrived here. Ronin looked around in surprise. The room was not only tidy but also strangely empty. He wondered, this wasn't a prison or anything similar. In fact, since entering, he hadn't heard any sounds from outside. Had the man used a spell to seal off the entire tower? The door was tightly locked by chains and ancient magic, making Ronin wonder about the purpose of this security system. Jaredin broke the silence, offering to examine the item before getting to the main point. Ronin confirmed it was the ring. The young man carefully handed the ring to Jaredin, cautioning him to be gentle as it was precious. The professor reassured him, saying he would also take good care of it. Jaredin meticulously examined the ring, sensing the pure mana emanating from it. He concluded that this was the mana of a creature that had dedicated itself to elemental magic for thousands of years, possibly a dragon or a spirit. Ronin was astonished by Jaredin's perception, and the professor proudly replied that such talent was necessary to be worthy of a professorship at Filion. Ronin listened as Jaredin presented a simple condition. He wanted to extract a bit of mana from the ring. Ronin asked in surprise. Mana? The professor explained that he needed mana from a long-lived race that had used magic for many years for his experiments. Jaredin admitted that Filion also had high-level spirit mages, but the mana from this ring was incomparable to theirs. The professor praised Ronin for forging such an excellent connection, even though he was just a kid who couldn't leave the academy. Ronin subtly smirked. Jaredin promised his full support if Ronin agreed, making the black-haired young man ponder. This was indeed not a bad offer. The black-haired girl unexpectedly presented a condition. Ronin had to help solve Addison's problem. He was surprised, asking if he was being dragged into it. Jaredin frowned, questioning this additional request, as the amount of mana he needed was originally insignificant. He intended to flat-out refuse and threaten to leave, but Ronin quickly stopped him, not wanting to lose the opportunity. Ronin thought to himself, he almost offered a 50% discount, but then he held back that idea, urging the girl. Finally, with a helpless sigh, Jaredin accepted their request. Jaredin reluctantly praised Ronin's negotiation skills, while Ronin happily accepted the compliment. He declared he would test Ronin first, because if he was sent by that brat, the situation must be very urgent. Jaredin pointed towards the glowing magic circle on the floor, ordering Ronin to step into it. Ronin didn't hesitate, stepping onto the circle, and an ethereal blue light immediately enveloped him. The black-haired young man stood in the center of the brilliant magic circle, Jaredin behind him, observing with sharp, cold eyes. Jaredin sensed the mana within Ronin, realizing it had just awakened and had never been used. He asked if he had never used mana before. Ronin, with a pained expression, admitted he could only see mana but had never used it, because some bastard had cursed him. Jaredin gravely confirmed that this was no ordinary curse, but something that was gradually sealing off Ronin's tiny mana pathways. He declared he would inject his mana, forcibly expanding the pathways, even if Ronin would have to endure knife-like pain. Jaredin looked at Ronin, asking if he could endure it, making the black-haired young man ask back in bewilderment. Before he could finish speaking, an excruciating pain tore through Ronin's body, leaving him numb. The agonizing pain ripped through Ronin's body, making him scream in torment as a surge of purple energy violently erupted from within. Faced with a horrifying sight, Ronin and the black-haired girl could only utter cries of astonishment and shock. Jaredin remained calm, one hand outstretched, controlling the purplish-blue magic enveloping Ronin. The magic flowed through Ronin more easily than Jaredin expected, encountering no obstacles. He thought to himself that everything was going surprisingly smoothly, with no resistance. However, a sense of unease suddenly struck him. Jaredin frowned, realizing something was stirring deep within Ronin. Cold sweat broke out on Jaredin's forehead. A bad premonition struck, signaling immeasurable danger. From Ronin's body, tendrils of pitch-black blood-red smoke began to pour out, engulfing the space. Jaredin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, muttering that he didn't understand what was happening. A colossal hell-red eye appeared amidst the black smoke, staring intently at Jaredin. He was terrified. What the hell is this? Within the red smoke, a dry, skeletal figure with blazing flames appeared, startling Jaredin. How can something like that exist inside a child? Tendrils of fiery red smoke, like demonic tentacles, reached out, attacking Jaredin without mercy. Jaredin braced himself, but the dark energy was too powerful, forcing him to roar in helplessness. Fiery red flames erupted violently, engulfing Jaredin. He screamed in pain as the malevolent energy pierced him. The brutal attack made Jaredin collapse, his body trembling, submerged in a sea of eerie red flames. He coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his face contorted in pain and horror at the terrifying power that had just awakened. Jaredin collapsed, fresh blood spilling from his mouth, his face contorted in agony, while Ronin and the black-haired girl stood frozen. He writhed on the floor, blood staining it, uttering weak curses, causing the two students behind him to frantically ask questions. Despite his ravaged body, Jaredin still managed to lift his head, a blue light flaring from his hand as he chanted a mysterious name. Savage power erupted. Jaredin stood upright, deep blue mana swirling around him, preparing to open an indefinite gate. Ronin stood there, cold sweat breaking out, his eyes wide with astonishment as he realized the terrifying power being summoned. The black-haired girl was also stunned, realizing this was an ancient type of magic, once used by someone named Ariel. In the space, a colossal mouth slowly opened, devouring everything with an eerie blue light, revealing a bottomless abyss. The spatial gate fully opened, releasing a powerful surge of emerald green energy that shook the entire space. Blue light from the gate flooded the room, illuminating the ancient bookshelves in the library. In the middle of the library, a hand held an ancient book, blue light reflecting on the pages, and a soft cough echoed. Maya Secret, the gray-haired professor, stood in the middle of the library, books floating around her. Surprised that Jaredin's gate had opened, Professor Secret appeared, horrified to see Jaredin collapsed and two students frantically calling out her name. Ronin quickly signaled for the black-haired girl to step back, his eyes full of determination amidst the chaotic situation. Professor Sekret knelt beside Jaredin, healing light surrounding him, prioritizing saving her dying friend. Jaredin still groaned in pain. Professor Sekret frowned, sensing something ominous as she examined his wounds. Professor Sekret looked at Ronin, asking about Jaredin having transferred mana into him, and Ronin confirmed, explaining the purpose of that action. Professor Sekret frowned, thinking Jaredin was truly reckless to dare to do that. He explained that a part of the terrible curse within Ronin had followed the mana Jaredin transmitted into him, infiltrating his body. Ronin was stunned, cold sweat pouring out. Fresh red blood spilled across the cold ground, proof of the vicious curse. This curse, apart from Ronin, no one could easily endure. In that life or death moment, Professor Sekret poured all his mana into casting a healing spell for the dying Jaredin. He knew, if things continued like this, Jaredin would die. The curse was gnawing away at his life little by little, and there wasn't much time left. Ronin stared in shock at Jaredin lying motionless in Professor Sekret's arms, blood still gushing. "The professor is dying," he mumbled in fear. Jaredin cried out in pain. "Because of my curse?" Professor Sekret quickly reassured him. "Quite possibly, if we don't act now." Fortunately, Professor Sekret remained calm. He explained that the curse hadn't taken deep root yet, so he could still remove it. Professor Sekret concentrated intensely, his blue eyes glowing brightly. Mana surged around his hands, preparing for a dangerous curse removal ritual. The curse began to react. A disgusting wound appeared on Jaredin's neck, fresh blood gushing out, accompanied by his pained groans. The extreme pain distorted Jaredin. His face twisted, transforming into a hideous monster with countless bloodshot eyes, screaming in agony. The monster from the curse rose, trying to escape Jaredin's body. Professor Sekret held on firmly, giving it no chance. The monster's terrifying screams echoed, as if wanting to tear space apart. It struggled violently, trying to break free from Professor Sekret's grasp. Professor Sekret exerted all his strength, shouting to Ronin, "Now, Ronin! This was the only chance!" And he needed his help. Ronin's eyes glowed red, his gaze sharp and determined. He understood Professor Sekret's intention, and his sword was ready. The monster shrieked in despair as brilliant red rays tore through its hideous body. Ronin's attack had struck. The brilliant red sword light tore through the night, sharp rays seemingly cutting space in half, piercing directly into the screaming demonic mass. A mournful shriek echoed, and the monster vanished in purple light, leaving only a single eye twitching before sinking into oblivion. The black smoke gradually dissipated, revealing Professor Maya Sekret and the black-haired girl supporting Jarodin Stonsong, the injured man who was coughing up blood and collapsing on the floor. Jaredin weakly thanked Professor Sekret, but he replied, "It was thanks to your quick judgment." He added that if the curse had taken root any deeper, he would have been helpless. Jaredin recalled Professor Sekret's words about the worst curse he had ever seen from a student. He wondered, damn it, could it be that kid? Ronin rushed over, anxiously asking if Jaredin was okay. Jaredin just smiled and replied, "Yeah, thanks to you, I had quite an interesting experience." A brilliant golden eye appeared, riddled with gruesome cracks, as if it were rotting from within. I never thought such a terrible curse could exist. Professor Sekret stood there, pale purple mana surrounding him, looking at Jaredin with a complex expression. "It seems your life is quite troublesome." Ronin looked at Jaredin in surprise, who said, "But anyway, I'll keep my promise." Ronin confusedly asked back, "Huh?" Ronin turned to Maya Sekret, asking him to check on Jaredin's condition. The silver-haired young man looked at Jaredin with suspicion. Maya Sekret suddenly widened his eyes, utterly astonished. "Wait! No way!" At the same time, brilliant red mana flared around Ronin, making him break out in a cold sweat. Professor Sekret couldn't believe his eyes. Mana is flowing through Ronin's body? He rushed over and grabbed Ronin's shoulders, his face full of shock. "I can't believe it! It's weak, but the mana channel, the path necessary to use mana, has definitely opened." Maya Sekret asked Ronin if he had done anything to break the curse, or if he had fallen into a pit full of demon eyes. Ronin confusedly denied it. Professor Sekret was still astonished, he mumbled. "I don't know why, but the curse that blocked his mana channel has weakened." He continued to explain. "Right now, a strange power is gradually destroying the curse. It was like wind and rain eroding a giant rock. The curse still tried to block the mana channel, but thanks to the mysterious power from Jarodin, that task was no longer easy." Hearing that, Ronin joyfully asked if he could now use mana. Professor Sekret simply replied, "Theoretically, yes." However, the curse was still constantly trying to seize the mana channel, so to use mana freely, he would need time. And that time, perhaps 20 years. The shock left Ronin speechless, his eyes wide in disbelief. 20 years? "How can I wait that long?" he yelled. But the professor only mused, "This alone is already a miracle." The curse couldn't be removed without risking danger. It could only be dispelled through practice, however. There was still a way to shorten the time. Ronin looked at the professor in surprise, while Maya Sekret maintained a calm expression, his blue eyes reflecting contemplation. Depending on the effort, the time can be significantly shortened. Geraldine Stonesong, the heavily injured man, said with a hoarse but firm voice, "If he uses the mana exercises I have developed." Geraldine's face was covered in blood, his eyes burning with determination. The room, filled with ancient books and sparkling magical items, bore witness to the promise of a new path. "Listen, Ronin." Geraldine placed his bloodied hand on the young man's shoulder, conveying the seriousness of his words. "Right now, you can only handle a tiny bit of mana." Ronin meditated, listening to the instructions from the injured man. "Your newly opened mana channel is even narrower than other students," Geraldine said, his hand still on Ronin's shoulder. "However, once you master this training technique and persistently expand your mana channel, you will be able to increase the amount of mana you control. Depending on your talent, but perhaps in 5 years, you will be able to control an amount of mana equivalent to others." Ronin mumbled. 5 years. From now on, I will transmit my mana into you and show you the path of the mana channel." Geraldine's bloodied hand emitted a mystical purple light. Geraldine explained that this method was not sustainable, only feasible when the curse weakened. Ronin, with a resolute gaze, whispered his thanks. Without hesitation, Geraldine declared decisively, his hand glowing brightly, preparing for the next step. Mana surged violently, tearing through Ronin's body. He tensed, a painful groan escaping him, as if his soul was being ripped apart. Despite the pain, Geraldine patiently guided him. This technique required extremely precise mana control. Bit by bit, along every pathway. The mana pressure felt like it wanted to crush him. Ronin gritted his teeth, every muscle tense, trying to control the wild surge of energy. Intertwining red and purple mana streams illustrated Geraldine's words. He instructed him to slowly and carefully guide the mana at every moment. He continued to explain that the goal was to strengthen the mana pathways that had been weak and fragile from being suppressed for so long. Geraldine's mana flow traced a path, a mystical route. He emphasized that Ronin must follow it, slowly, step by step. Ronin sat still, brilliant red mana burning from his chest. His gaze was resolute, highly focused on every instruction. Only then, Geraldine affirmed, would mana truly become Ronin's power. Both were enveloped in a dazzling light of energy. The transmission ended. Geraldine asked if he understood. Ronin gasped for breath, drenched in sweat, his face clearly showing exhaustion. Despite his fatigue, Ronin still raised his head, his eyes burning. He affirmed that he understood everything, a blazing determination. Ronin immediately tested it. A brilliant red stream of mana erupted from him, astonishing Geraldine. Geraldine exclaimed in surprise. He had only instructed him once, yet Ronin had grasped the mana pathway? Unbelievable. The mana stream from Ronin's back shone brightly, moving perfectly. Geraldine realized this was not just grasping, but absolute mastery. A smile spread across Geraldine's blood-stained face. This young man was truly a rare genius. Ronin mused, brilliant red mana swirling around him. He wondered if the potential that Bastard once mentioned was this. Geraldine weakly smiled, his voice hoarse. "Thanks to you, I won't have to see that curse anymore." Ronin looked at his teacher, an indescribable emotion welling up within him. "From now on, repeat it every day when you have time," Geraldine instructed. Ronin looked at the brilliant red mana in his hand, whispering, "This is my mana." Ronin's fist clenched, mana burning fiercely. This power, it was truly his. An overwhelming sensation surged through him. A brutal scene appeared. Rain poured down. He stood amidst a sea of corpses. A giant sword plunged deep into the earth. "Everything is changing. I am constantly transforming from my old self." His tattered cloak on his back, he silently looked down at a fallen warrior. Was that tragic past the motivation for him to move forward? Returning to reality, Ronin sneered, mana surging around his fist. "Before, I didn't even know what mana was, but now, this is enough." He turned to Geraldine, a confident smile on his face. "Thank you very much, Professor." The old teacher remained silent, his gaze distant, hiding something. Suddenly, Geraldine collapsed, fresh blood staining his cloak red. Ronin was horrified, rushing to support him. "There's a reason you charge so much." Ronin's eyes widened, his worry evident. What was happening to his teacher? A bad premonition struck him. Geraldine trembled, blood flowing incessantly, the mana around him gradually dissipating. "Professor!" Ronin exclaimed, his voice filled with panic. Geraldine's bloodied hand reached out, weakly calling his name. Ronin. Each word seemed to tear through the air. He grasped Ronin's hand, a pained smile on his face. "With this, I have solved your problem. So, you must also keep your promise. I understand, but Professor should worry about his own body first. Ronin panicked. My body isn't important, Geraldine snapped, his gaze terrifyingly resolute. Geraldine's gaze turned towards the jars filled with gruesome organs. To me, there's something far more important. A horrifying secret. A deformed, stitched-up corpse lay on the operating table. I must ensure I get it, even if it costs me this life. A haunting vow. In the gloomy laboratory, a blonde girl floated lifelessly in a container of emerald green liquid, with a wreath of roses and a grotesque blood-stained skull at her feet. The girl's face was clear, her eyes closed, as if pleading for release in the cold water. A silent plea. Ronin frantically caught Geraldine as he collapsed, blood staining his hands. Geraldine whispered, "Then, please." Geraldine's eyes were bloodshot, his face smeared with blood. He growled, his words tearing through the air. "Give me your ring, right now!" Ronin was astonished, not understanding what was happening. Geraldine repeated his demand, his eyes glazed over with madness. "He looks like he's lost his mind, doesn't he?" Geraldine screamed, his eyes fixed solely on the ring. An ultimate obsession. Ronin looked at Geraldine, then at the gray-haired young man and the black-haired girl. I wondered why he was overreacting, but it seems he's suffering from a temporary impulse disorder. The gray-haired young man continued, his blue eyes thoughtful. It seems he needs that ring for his research. He looked at Ronin, his tone full of hidden meaning. But Geraldine, my friend, Geraldine, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor, blood pooling around him. How long do you intend to be bound by the past? A blue light erupted from beneath their feet, mana surging, signaling a rapid teleportation spell. Ronin carried Geraldine, standing with the black-haired girl on the teleportation circle, light enveloping them, ready to vanish. The black-haired girl urged Ronin, her face clearly anxious. "Hurry, Ronin! The nearest infirmary is in Lexian Hall!" Before them, an old wooden door, tightly locked with iron chains, appeared, blocking their escape. "It'll take about 5 minutes if we run." The large padlock on the door suddenly glowed brightly, as if affected by an invisible force, about to shatter. Ronin and the black-haired girl watched in horror as the padlock was destroyed by powerful magic. What the hell was happening? The black-haired girl exclaimed in horror. The defensive magic on the door had been reinforced. A new, mysterious power was sealing their escape. But Geraldine Stonesong, the exhausted man, was chanting a spell. His hand emitted a brilliant golden light, an ancient magic awakening. Fresh blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. Geraldine poured all his remaining strength into the spell. He was trying to do something, despite his shattered body. Geraldine's face contorted in pain, he whispered, "Go. Back. Right now." A mysterious utterance, like a dying wish. "I will return," Geraldine declared firmly, his hand reaching up amidst the dazzling light. Ronin watched in horror the man he was carrying on his back. "Back to you." The words broke off. The golden light exploded, transforming into mysterious cubes. A teleportation gate was forming before their eyes. Ronin panicked. "Professor, that's not the entrance. We need to open that sealed door now." But Geraldine seemed to hear nothing more. Geraldine gritted his teeth, blood still flowing. He whispered, "I must get down." His strength was depleted, but his will remained firm. He tried to get off Ronin's back, as if wanting to free himself. Before, his words choked, an invisible fear enveloping him. "The rose I made for her, withered." Geraldine's voice whispered, his eyes closed. The light from his hand flickered out, leaving a cold void. Ronin and the black-haired girl continued to flee, following the dark corridor. Flickering torches illuminated the uncertain path. Each heavy, hurried footstep echoed in the silence. They were racing against time, with danger lurking behind them. Finally, they reached a secret room. A gray-haired young man stood there, his eyes thoughtful, as if he had been waiting for a long time. The black-haired girl asked in horror, "Ronin, where exactly are we?" He shook his head, his face pale. "I don't know." A horrifying sight met their eyes. A corpse on an operating table, blood-stained instruments. Ronin whispered, "I don't know what the hell is going on here, but it seems like we've seen something we shouldn't have." He stared at the blonde girl floating in the container, her eyes half closed as if pleading. A horrifying secret had been exposed. The lifeless beauty of the blonde girl floated in the container, her hair flowing like seaweed, concealing a horrifying secret. The black-haired girl exclaimed, "The professor must have made a fuss over this woman, right?" Ronin replied, "Given the situation, it seems highly likely." Ronin knelt beside Geraldine, entrusting the professor to the black-haired girl. "I'll leave the professor with you for a moment, Senior." He stood up, turned his back, determined. "I'll see if there's anything I can do to help here." The black-haired girl agreed, her eyes full of worry. Ronin's eyes flashed coldly, a spark of suspicion and burning determination. He looked around, discovering gruesome containers filled with suspicious materials. The sight of bizarre experiments, stitched-up corpses, and blood made him shiver, realizing they were traces of biological experiments on monsters. He walked on, realizing the horrifying truth surpassed imagination. Anyone could tell this wasn't a normal experiment. Ronin was tense, the truth about Professor Sheridan gradually unfolding, leaving him stunned. But who would have thought he'd crossed the line to this extent? His gaze delved deep into the dark secret, filled with indignation. The question echoed in his mind, full of choked anger. Professor Sheridan, what the hell have you done? Meanwhile, Sheridan, heavily wounded, whispered, his eyes wild with a mysterious goal. Almost done. Just a little more. Wait a little longer. A name escaped his lips, full of pain and despair. Sunya. Returning to the past, Sheridan recalled the moment he preserved his lover's body. Fortunately, I was able to preserve her body before it began to decompose. He believed that as long as the body was kept, the soul would find its way back. The body is a vessel for the soul, so if I can maintain that vessel. Love and obsession had pushed Sheridan to the brink of madness, determined to revive Sunya against all odds. I am certain I can revive my wife, Sunya, because I will never give up. A line of text appeared, etched deep into his mind. Memories of my battle to save her. It was a vow, a blazing fire in the heart of a love-crazed man. Resurrection experiment number 54. The exhausted Sheridan Stonesong, his body covered in wounds, stood in the middle of the laboratory. The ogre heart from the northern black market had no effect. His work schedule at the magic tower was disrupted. He was reaching his limit. By experiment number 76, the magic tower had fired him for too many absences. Losing his income, future experiments became hopeless. He needed money, a lot of money, to continue this insane path. Thanks to an offer from Headmaster Cradier, a professorship opened up. Sheridan didn't hesitate, moving Sunya to the basement of Philion Magic Tower, where the secret would be hidden. Before the transparent container, where Sunya still peacefully slept, Sheridan declared, from today he was officially a professor at this academy, a perfect cover for his ultimate purpose. He hated having to teach those idiotic brats, but there was no other choice. This was the only way to earn enough money, to continue keeping her by his side, even if it meant sacrificing everything. Countless experiment notes, from number 54 to 123, piled up like mountains. Each number was a fading hope, a tiny step forward in his desperate journey of resurrection. Resurrection experiment number 134. The diary opened, cold words clearly visible. As always, the experiment showed no progress. The obsession gnawed at him, relentlessly. Ronin, his golden eyes blazing, intently read each line in the diary. A faint blue light surrounded him, as if he was sinking deep into another's painful memories. The young man was astonished. I kept wondering why that professor was so obsessed with money, turns out. He has a past like this. The truth was revealed, sending shivers down Ronin's spine. Strange. Hard-to-find ingredient jars filled the shelves. Ronin realized that if he had followed a normal path, Sheridan Stonesong would have had no chance of achieving his goal. Sheridan bowed his head, his back, solitary and exhausted. Behind him, Sunya still lay there, pure in the container. All these frantic efforts, ultimately, a question echoed in Ronin's mind, like a thunderclap. For love? A love strong enough to turn a man into a madman, defying all limits, Ronin recalled. In my previous life, I also witnessed those who abandoned everything just for love. A deep empathy, a shared pain across time, suffering faces, desperate screams appeared in his mind. Well, and now? Was history repeating itself? Or just a vicious cycle of fate? Ronin frowned slightly, his eyes full of contemplation. Around me, there's also a guy like that. Who was he thinking of? And what would that person's fate be? Ronin turned each page, the words etched deep into his mind. The problem is, people like that usually don't have a good ending. A grim omen, especially when there are those ready to exploit their weaknesses. He frowned, a sense of unease welling up inside him. Then an old letter appeared, its words desperate. I have no choice but to accept the deal with that suspicious group. Ronin stared at the letter, his eyes sharp. So, this suspicious letter was also sent by that group? A horrifying truth was slowly coming to light. He turned his back, darkness enveloping him. A chilling feeling. Could it be? The pieces were slowly fitting together, forming a terrifying picture. Suddenly, a voice echoed from his memory. Hey! What are you doing? Ronin flinched. The scene before him was an injured Sheridan being supported by a girl. Professor Sheridan lifted his head, his bloodshot eyes full of rage, blood on his lips. You didn't touch my things, did you? A warning full of murderous intent. Ronin remained silent, His eyes narrowed, staring at Geraldine in the memory. A sense of astonishment, a deep understanding was creeping in. Returning to reality, Ronin placed his hand on the book, forcing a fake smile. Of course not. His tone was full of innocence. He stood up straight, turned to Professor Cratier and the man in the black cloak, smiling. I was just looking for something that could help the professor recover. Ronin continued his act, his eyes holding calculation. As someone who can't even control mana properly, could I possibly understand what I'm looking at? But beneath his uniform, a brilliant purple light flashed, revealing the mysterious power he was hiding. A black crow spread its wings in the night, its eyes glowing red like fire, carrying omens of dark forces lurking. In a dark cave, an ancient stone gate appeared. The meeting had proceeded, according to plan. The hooded figure hesitated for a moment, but the agreement had been decided. It was only a matter of time before everything was complete. 3 bound bodies lay on the table, proof of the price to be paid. Ultimately, only the master can bestow. The hooded figure stood amidst the bound bodies, preparing for the ritual. Fresh blood essence, something he desperately craved, awaited collection. A glass of crimson wine was placed on the table, the hooded figure's hand brushing past it. How ridiculous, a voice echoed. Ultimately, just an ordinary woman was about to become the cause of a downfall for someone like Geraldine. A blonde woman with blazing red eyes flashed a sinister smile. Humans are unbelievably foolish. She lightly licked a trace of blood from her finger, her eyes full of contempt. The scene shifts to another room, soft light streaming through the window, a travel bag neatly placed on the floor. One hand placed a silver ring into another palm. I've made you wait long enough, the man in the black cloak said. The extraction was successful. Geraldine Stonesong frowned, looking at the unchanged ring. It looks no different. What did you actually do to it? The man in the black cloak replied. I only extracted a small amount. Geraldine smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to this, an obstacle for the next experiment has been overcome. I must thank you for that. The man in the black cloak replied. Without you, I would have had to wander everywhere seeking help. In a secret laboratory, the body of a brown-haired maiden floated in a glass tube. Anyway, you must have already guessed what's happening in my lab. Geraldine turned away, dismissing the offer of secrecy. Never mind. I don't intend to get involved in other people's affairs anyway. The man in the black cloak watched him leave, softly whispering his sincere thanks. He turned to Navarose's assistant. As for you, Navarose's assistant, let's save it for another day. We'll slowly assess your situation. The man in the black cloak's eyes turned sharp and cold. It won't be as complicated as Ronin's, but I'm certainly also seeing a strange energy source from you. The female assistant was stunned, her body enveloped by a dark aura, her eyes wide with surprise. Bright morning sunlight shone down on the ancient rooftops. A new day beginning at the academy. The female assistant and Geraldine Stonesong parted ways. I'm going to prepare for the lecturer's class, she said. All right, senior. Good luck, Geraldine replied. Ronin watched the female assistant's departing figure, musing to himself about how he had miraculously managed to steal. In his palm, he clutched a small piece of paper, stained crimson, pondering, if there's proof that that rebel group is connected to the church. Darkness enveloped. A mysterious hooded figure appeared, with another silhouette behind him, and those bastards are colluding with the professor. Ronin looked at the paper in his hand, his eyes full of determination. There's only one answer I'll choose. He opened the paper, finding only a streak of fresh blood inside. Huh? What is this? He exclaimed in surprise. Ronin was confused, not understanding the meaning of the bloodstain. Why is there nothing but blood inside? Ah, is this a hidden message created by magic? He felt annoyed. If that's the case, this is a bit troublesome. Ronin decided. I should take this to Azel. The bloodstain on the paper suddenly flared up, spreading into a large pool of blood enveloping Ronin's hand. Magical energy exploded from the pool of blood, creating a blinding, powerful light. Ronin stared in astonishment at the pool of blood floating in midair, strangely transforming. What the hell? A voice rang out, explaining. The letter was written with vampire magic. Ronin was startled, panicking. A figure appeared, with silver hair and a red cloak. She looked at Ronin, magical blood droplets floating around her. I came here because I sensed the energy of blood magic, she continued, her blazing red eyes looking directly at Ronin. But I didn't expect you to be here. Ronin was stunned. Lady Ophelia? She smiled mysteriously. Long time no see, Ronin. The scene shifted to the Academy's Special Class Adventure Club building. Inside a luxurious room, Ronin and Ophelia sat facing each other across a long table, the atmosphere a bit tense. Ronin questioned Ophelia. You surprised me, Senior. A few days ago, you disappeared after taking Sita away for research, so I thought you were very busy. Ophelia smiled, confirming that the research was progressing well thanks to Ronin and Sita's help. She revealed that she had taught Sita blood magic as a reward, and this small creature's talent far exceeded expectations, promising to surprise Ronin. Ronin wondered about the blood letter that Ophelia was holding. and she confirmed that it was indeed the letter he was referring to. The blood letter, one of the basic blood magics, was introduced with an air of mystery and power. It can compress a large amount of information into a single drop of blood, a discreet means of communication that vampires often use. Just by pouring mana into it, the secrets hidden within the drop of blood would be released, revealing important information. The blood letter revealed a message about fresh blood essence and the location Blood's hook, making the atmosphere tense. Ronin was surprised by fresh blood essence, and Ophelia explained that it was an important ingredient in the professor's diary, necessary for his next experiment. The young man stood up abruptly, confusedly wondering if the Nebula rebel group was involved, and what Blood's hook actually was. Ronin questioned Ophelia about Blood's hook and if she knew about this organization, while a mysterious figure in a black cloak silently observed from afar. Ophelia revealed that Blood's hook was a young vampire organization, less than 200 years old, specializing in brutal killings. Their goal was to restore the former glory of vampires, but Ophelia only regarded them as a bunch of naive children. What confused Ophelia was that Blood's hook possessed fresh blood essence, an extremely rare item even in the vampire world. She stood up, asking Ronin about the letter's original recipient, causing the young man a momentary awkwardness. Sita gazed intently at the letter, seemingly sensing the potential danger hidden within it. Ophelia warned Ronin that if the recipient accepted this reckless offer, they could lose something even more precious than their life. Ronin looked worried. Ronin showed signs of panic, his blazing golden eyes wide, sweat pouring out. He stammered, admitting that he wasn't telling the truth. Ophelia was surprised, revealing that it was found in Professor Jaredin's laboratory. The white-haired girl suddenly realized something unusual, wondering if it was Professor Jaredin Stonesong, the renowned tower master of the Full Moon Magic Tower. The professor's silhouette appeared eerily, while Ronin was stunned by the title Tower Master that he had never heard of. Ronin asked if the professor was that great. Ophelia affirmed that his magic was respected by the entire vampire world, with only a few people on the continent reaching that level. Ronin forced a laugh, thinking that someone so powerful could handle everything himself, with no need to worry. Ophelia replied coldly, "If he were truly that powerful, he could have easily wiped out those children with a mere flick of his finger." Ophelia's blazing red eyes gleamed with a sharp coldness. She emphasized that if what he wanted was fresh bloodline essence, the story would be entirely different. A stream of fresh red liquid, like blood, flowed from a slender hand with sharp fingernails. It was the unique mana essence of a vampire who had practiced blood magic for many years. The liquid continued to drip, forming a long trail. It was a unique item, absorbing immense bloodline energy. A glowing crimson drop of blood appeared. This item had amazing uses, depending on how it was used. Ophelia explained that unless the owner of the essence, that is to say, the vampire, personally unsealed its power with blood magic, it would just be a useless red stone. Ronin was confused, realizing that without the cooperation of a vampire, obtaining the complete essence was impossible. He deduced that the professor had no other choice but to accept the offer. Ophelia agreed, and based on their approach to the professor, she guessed what the offer was. Ophelia's eyes became resolute. She knew exactly what Blood's hook was looking for. A mystical purple full moon shone in the night, heralding an important event about to unfold. Amidst the deep purple night, 4 cloaked figures stood silently before a mysterious cave, like guardians of Hell's Gate. A silver-haired man with a scar on his face spoke softly, breaking the silence. "He has arrived." The silhouette of a stranger in a black cloak appeared, a mysterious aura enveloping him. The exclusive candidate the masters mentioned. A voice rang out. The white-haired man doubted. "Is he a mage? I can't sense any special energy." The black-haired figure beside him warned, "Never let your guard down." Despite his ordinary appearance, rumors say that he was once an equal opponent to the renowned Holy Sword Navarros, a hidden past beneath the cloak. The 4 cloaked figures greeted him. "Welcome. Are you Jaredin Stonesong?" The man in the black cloak replied. "Yes, but I don't see your master." The black-haired figure with a scar replied, his eyes sharp and cold. "He is waiting inside, but first, please remove your hood." Sharp blue eyes flashed beneath the brim of the hood. "To prepare thoroughly, we need to verify your identity." A terrifying silence enveloped them. The man in the black cloak slowly removed his hood, his tone provocative. "You who call yourselves Blood's Hook or whatever, you are truly cowardly." Jaredin Stonesong's face became clear. Long, disheveled hair, a scruffy beard, tired eyes, but containing a sharp coldness. "Is this enough?" The black-haired figure with a scar nodded. "Yes, thank you for your cooperation, Jaredin." He gestured for him to follow. "Then, please follow me now." The black-haired figure with the scar began to lead the way, but then he froze. "Huh?" He looked in astonishment towards Jaredin. "What? Didn't they say Jaredin Stonesong was a mage?" His gaze focused on the sword hidden beneath Jaredin's cloak. "So why does he have a sword?" A question full of doubt, Jaredin softly uttered. Ah. His eyes gleamed with danger. So you've seen it. The black-haired figure with a scar panicked. Excuse me? What did you say? A chill ran down his spine, heralding imminent danger. A crimson sword slash tore through the air, piercing straight through the scarred black-haired man, blood splattering everywhere. He didn't even have time to understand what was happening. The scarred, white-haired man, standing next to the victim, watched in horror as the demonic blade wrapped around him. His eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. The black-haired victim, with a scar on his face, was still stunned. He couldn't believe his eyes. Death was imminent. The black-haired man's horrified face shattered in midair, fresh blood bursting into crimson orbs. Jaredin stood there, observing coldly. Not just one, but the entire group of cloaked figures around him were torn to shreds, their blood transforming into floating orbs, staining the sky crimson. Jaredin stood amidst the blood orbs, his gaze sharp and cold. A question echoed, chilling as death itself. What do you think? He didn't wait for an answer. The eerie voice continued. That is your path to the afterlife. Jarodin and another black-haired man, who resembled Ronin, both flashed demonic smiles. A few days prior, time rewound to a luxurious room, where Ronin and Ophelia sat facing each other, the atmosphere silent. Ophelia handed Ronin a green vial, her eyes serious. The disguise potion you requested is complete. With it, for at least 30 minutes. You will be able to look exactly like Professor Jaredin, Ophelia said, her gaze still fixed on the vial, as if to emphasize its importance. Ronin took the vial, a confident smile on his face. Although the duration is a bit short, the effect is certain. Thank you, Senior. Ophelia remained worried, asking Ronin, but will you really be okay going alone? Even if they are inexperienced, they are still vampires who have lived for at least hundreds of years. Ronin waved his hand, cutting her off. It's not that I don't know your capabilities. I still think I should go with you. Never mind, he sneered. If you encounter your own kind, you might find yourself in an awkward situation, right? Ronin smiled meaningfully, then reassured her. Nothing major will happen. Don't worry. But hidden deep within Ronin's blazing golden eyes was another thought. Although, I can't say the same for them. Ronin, in Jaredin's form, swung his blood-soaked sword high, his gaze as cold as death. Blood splattered. A deafening explosion ripped through the night. Death came as swiftly as lightning, giving the enemy no time to react. The guard collapsed, his face disfigured in a pool of blood. Another cloaked figure stood frozen, horror evident in his eyes. No, it can't be. Could it be? The one in Jaredin's form reached out, his eyes blazing red like a demon. The cloaked figure trembled, trying to utter, "You're not Jared." A cold hand clamped tightly over his face, cutting off his words. Ronin's blazing red eyes pierced through his fear. Ugh. He gritted his teeth, squeezing harder, silencing all sounds of resistance. Shut up. The cold, sharp blade pressed against his face, his hand gripping the opponent's jaw tightly. From now on, every word you speak will be an answer to what I ask. The one in Jaredin's form, sword dripping with blood, his gaze malicious. Unless you want to be turned into a skewer. The cold threat pierced his mind. Darkness gradually enveloped them, with only the flickering firelight illuminating the deep, winding stone path. A passage leading underground. Now, a solitary figure walked through the cave. He wore a brown cloak, his demeanor pensive. The gatekeeper was right about there being no traps on the way. He mumbled, his voice hoarse. That guy was more honest than he looked. The image of the gatekeeper's gruesome death flashed through his mind. If I had known, should I have spared him? A fleeting thought crossed his mind. Never mind, he brought it upon himself. He shook his head, then sensed a strange aura emanating from this temple. Is it the patterns on the wall, or the atmosphere? He frowned, a familiar feeling washing over him. It's as if I've seen this place somewhere before. But then he dismissed the thought. Perhaps there's something more important to deal with now. Before him was a large door, from whose cracks seeped a strong, foul smell of blood, pervading the entire space. He peered through the crack in the door. What on earth are they doing for the smell of blood to penetrate such a thick door? The cloaked man's horrified eyes widened, reflecting the gruesome scene behind the door. A gasp of astonishment, full of disbelief. Inside, a silver-haired man with blazing red eyes was screaming frantically, holding a blood-soaked arm. The air was thick with a foul, bloody stench. A slender hand gently raised a glass of red wine, the liquid shimmering like fresh blood, signaling a deadly feast that had just taken place. Two bloodsuckers with bloodshot eyes and sharp fangs were deeply embedded in a victim's neck. A cold voice echoed, "You finally arrived." The room was filled with corpses. Blood splattered across the floor and banquet table. Amidst this horrifying scene, Zwei von Arnsteff, the leader of Blood's Hook, stood calmly, a smirk on her face. The cloaked man stood stunned, his eyes full of vigilance. Zwei's voice echoed, You've had quite a journey to get here, Jaredin Stonesong. She introduced herself, her smile growing more eerie. I am the leader of Blood's Hook, Zwei von Arnsteif. Zwei calmly explained the blood feast, as if it were just a light meal. Apologies for letting you see such an inelegant sight. You arrived later than scheduled, so we only had a light snack. The cloaked man looked around, confirming no one was left alive. He told himself, calm down. There are no signs of anyone surviving. It's too late to save them. He declined Zwei's invitation to join the feast. I must focus on my original objective. Thank you, but I refuse. I feel a bit uncomfortable. 2 other members of Blood's Hook appeared, their eyes blazing red. Zwei continued, the atmosphere growing tenser. Before this, many of your kind came here just for this agreement. Ronin, the silver-haired man, sneered, still holding the blood-soaked arm. There's no need to be uncomfortable. We have to do this when facing an incredible talent like you. The cloaked man listened, his gaze firm. Zwei emphasized the organization's seriousness. It's been a long time since all members of Blood's Hook gathered. We want you to know that we are very serious about this. The entire Blood's Hook, he replied, only concerned with his objective. Well, it's no problem as long as I can get fresh vital blood. What are the terms of the agreement? Zwei answered. Very simple. The terms were laid out, cold and cruel. You might have already guessed. You must wager your life through a blood oath. Zwei manipulated the cloaked man with purple magical threads, like a puppet, and become a part of our family. Jaredin Stonesong, hidden in his cloak, flatly refused the offer. He couldn't believe what he had just heard, dismissing it as a farce. You want me to be a slave? Zwei von Arnsteif smiled faintly, her blazing red eyes flashing with amusement. It's a pity you think that, she said, denying it was a lowly position. No, this is not slavery. A surge of purple magic erupted, swirling around the young woman. On the contrary, this is an opportunity for you to escape the mundane body of a lowly human. The leader leaned closer, her blazing red eyes seemingly wanting to pierce through Jaredin and achieve glory that lowly humans would never dare to dream of. Purple magic enveloped both of them. Zwei placed a hand on Jaredin's shoulder, her voice full of ambition. We will bring a new wave to our kind. To do that, first, we must overthrow the old generation steeped in pacifism. The leader looked up at the sky, laughing maniacally. Purple magic exploded around her. I am granting you the opportunity to stand at the forefront of that historical moment. Zwei's face contorted into a cruel smile, her blazing red eyes burning. As a proud warrior in the crusade for the revival of our race, Zwei's blazing red eyes stared straight at him, full of enchantment. What do you think? Isn't this an honor a human would never dare to imagine? Jaredin Stonesong remained vigilant, his eyes suspicious. I don't know, he mumbled. I just wonder if you people are a bunch of lunatics beyond my imagination. Zwei burst into hearty laughter, as if she had anticipated the reaction. Ha ha! I understand. You are still human, so it's hard for you to comprehend our profound will. The leader raised her hand, fresh blood dripping from her palm, condensing into a deep red orb amidst the purple magic. Think of it this way. This is the only moment. With a mysterious smile, Zwei cradled the blood orb, which was emitting an eerie light, like a deadly invitation. The leader bared her sharp fangs, her blazing red eyes sparkling. For you to receive fresh vital essence. The blood orb reflected Jaredin's image, like a warning. If this transaction fails, you will never have the chance to obtain this essence again. Even our own kind find it difficult to acquire. Jaredin glanced at Zwei, then at the scattered corpses. Looking at this atmosphere, if I refuse, I probably won't leave in one piece. Zwei sneered. Indeed, worthy of a tower mage. You have a sharp insight. A snap echoed as Zwei flicked her fingers. That's right, she confirmed coldly, as if closing all escape routes for Jaredin. A dazzling purple light flashed, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, signaling a sudden attack. A chaotic scene unfolded, sharp purple light rays crisscrossing, trapping a group of people. Among them, a blonde woman and a cloaked man stood next to a corpse on a stretcher. Jaredin's face contorted in horror, his blazing red eyes reflecting the demonic purple light. He had realized the perilous situation. Zwei's voice rang out challengingly. Does this help you decide more easily? Below, black cloaked figures with blazing red eyes surrounded the corpses, ready to act. One of the Blood's Hook members lunged forward, grabbing Jaredin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. There was no turning back. Zwei sat perched on a chair, a smirk on her face. Don't even think about resisting, she said. You must have noticed the abnormal mana flow here, haven't you? She continued to explain, pointing to a dazzling purple crystal. All the magical artifacts here are top grade. Even you, a human, would find it difficult to use magic. And if you try to force it, your magic core will soon shatter. Zwei warned coldly, after which you won't be able to use mana anymore. 2 magical crystals glowed menacingly. She raised the crimson wineglass, taking a sip. Now, think positively. You wouldn't want this, would you? Her gaze swept over the scattered, blood-soaked corpses. A brown-haired woman and a black-haired man lay motionless. Zwei let out a gruesome laugh, her sharp fangs exposed. You wouldn't want your beloved wife to become delicious blood bags like those corpses, would you? Jaredin gritted his teeth, his blazing red eyes flashing with rage and helplessness. He was cornered. One of the Bloodshook members placed a hand on Jaredin's shoulder, as if urging him. Now, swear the oath. 2 Bloodshook members stood on either side of Jaredin, their eyes full of menace. Everything will be over quickly. He could only remain silent. Jaredin raised his head, letting out a bitter, strained smile. You bastards. You really prepared thoroughly. He had accepted his fate. Zwei von Arnstoff sat cross-legged, sipping wine, her triumphant gaze fixed on the bound figure. He can't resist, she declared confidently, as if everything was already in her grasp. A close-up of Zwei's face, her crimson eyes gleaming with a mix of surprise and satisfaction. What a relief that it's me who's here. A fleeting sense of unease passed, but was quickly replaced by arrogance. Suddenly, the man in Jaredin's body looked up. His crimson eyes and aura were completely different. He sneered, his voice echoing powerfully. Instead of Professor Jaredin, a new soul had taken possession. Zwei von Arnstoff was stunned. Her crimson eyes widened, utterly astonished. You're not Jaredin? She sprang to her feet, her voice trembling. Who are you? The perfect plan suddenly crumbled. The one possessing Jaredin's body swung his arm. A Bloodshook member was sent flying, his sword flashing. How could a mere human reach this place? His voice was full of contempt. 2 other Bloodshook members stood motionless, locked in place by crimson laser beams. Their eyes were filled with panic, realizing the imminent danger. A horrifying sight. The one possessing Jaredin's body charged into the crowd, sword swinging, blood splattering. The Bloodshook members fell before they could react. Zwei von Arnstoff stood amidst a pool of blood, the wineglass in her hand trembling. She watched the brutal scene, her crimson eyes filled with fear. What do you think? What good would it do for me to tell you? The possessor's voice rang out, full of challenge. The one possessing Jaredin's body stood proudly amidst the pile of corpses, his sword resting on his shoulder. Sita, the small creature, hovered beside him. Shut your mouths and stick out your tongues, you little mosquitoes. He turned his back, walking among the strewn bodies. A cold, ruthless aura enveloped the entire room. What a beautiful day to exterminate pests. The scene was similar, but the purple, magical effects were more vibrant, emphasizing the terrifying power of the possessor. He showed no hesitation at what he had done. Zwei von Arnstoff screamed in horror, her face smeared with blood, her crimson eyes filled with despair. Who are you, damn it? Her shriek tore through the deathly silence. The one possessing Jaredin's body stepped over a dead Bloodshook member, treading on his cloak. He looked toward Zwei, his gaze full of contempt. How dare you not know your place, you lowly human? The crimson door behind, likely the exit, appeared mysteriously. Around it lay motionless bodies, blood staining the floor. A deadly silence enveloped everything. Without hesitation, the one possessing Jaredin's body swung his sword, charging straight at Zwei von Arnstoff. She barely managed to raise her arm to block, her face contorted with fear. The battle was not over. Horror was evident on Zwei's face, her crimson eyes wide, cold sweat pouring out. She was utterly surprised by the enemy's speed. In that moment, Zwei's mind could only grasp one thing. Impossible. I can't keep up with his movements. She screamed, trying to summon blood magic, crimson orbs swirling frantically around her. Blood! Blood! But before she could finish, a dazzling red sword slash tore through her arm, blood splattering. He struck with lightning speed, his figure sweeping past Zwei, leaving behind trails of fresh blood and agonizing screams. His sword was like a scythe of death, gliding through the air, carrying the crimson light of destruction. 2 sword slashes, horizontal and vertical, formed a fiery X, giving Zwei no chance to resist. Zwei's body collapsed, blood gushing from numerous wounds. She floundered in despair. The one possessing Jaredin's body stood tall, his sword still stained with blood, his cold eyes looking down at his prey. Zwei writhed on the floor, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her sharp fangs exposed in extreme pain. She let out a pathetic scream, the sound tearing through the deathly silence of the room. How dare you, you bastard! Zwei roared, but he only responded with a kick straight to her face. The devastating kick sent Zwei sprawling backward, blood and saliva splattering. You think you can just leave unscathed? Arg! Zwei's body lay motionless on the cold ground, utterly defeated. He stood there, his sword still pointed directly at her. Zwei tried to get up in vain. He coldly declared, just stay there for a while. The one possessing Jaredin's body, with crimson eyes and a cruel smile, vowed to finish her off last. A cold, threatening declaration. Witnessing the horrifying scene, the temporary leader of Blood's Hook couldn't believe his eyes. He roared, "Impossible! Even if we were careless." Zwei, the leader of Blood's Hook, lay there, her body battered, blood staining the ground red. She hadn't even had time to resist. A tragic end for one who was once arrogant. Horror turned into rage. The leader screamed, pointing directly at the enemy. "That bastard isn't human, everyone!" The rallying cry echoed. "Prepare for battle!" The one possessing Geraldine's body still stood there, terrifyingly calm, like a god of death awaiting. He frowned slightly, recalling Ophelia Decknight's words. These mosquitoes, they use blood as weapons. A memory suddenly surfaced, signaling something ominous. Indeed, the prophecy had come true. The leader and his subordinates began to summon blood magic, dark red bubbles rising around them. With explosive power, the leader charged forward, blood magic swirling around his fist, ready to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. Crimson eyes, sharp fangs exposed, the leader poured all his strength into the magic, determined to defeat the one who had beaten their leader. The blood magic spread, transforming into a viscous, bubbling pool around his feet, as if to bind and imprison him. "Blood parasites!" a shout echoed, and the pool of blood suddenly transformed into countless tiny creatures, clinging tightly to the target. The one possessing Geraldine's body looked down at the pool of blood at his feet, his face expressionless. He asked contemptuously, "What is this annoying pool of blood?" Despite being bound, he maintained a terrifying calm. A cheer rang out. "I've got his legs tied down! Charge him all at once!" The leader and his subordinates simultaneously rushed forward, swords raised high, determined not to miss this golden opportunity. But he was not one to be easily bullied. A deafening clang of metal echoed as he blocked the attack, his eyes still cold as ice. The one possessing Geraldine's body launched a lightning-fast counterattack, his crimson blade tearing through the air, blocking the leader's strike. His eyes were cold, his blade stained with fresh blood, ready for a merciless sweep. Droplets of blood hovered, signaling something ominous. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. The crimson blade plunged straight into the temporary leader's chest, fresh blood splattering, dyeing the entire battlefield red. Without stopping, he continued to swing his sword, tearing apart another enemy with a brutal slash. Blood and flesh splattered, a truly gruesome sight. The temporary leader roared in fury, blood gushing, yet still trying to summon magic. He couldn't believe his eyes. The possessor stood tall amidst the encirclement, his crimson blade swinging down to strike down each foe. Blood dyed the entire arena red, creating a horrifying tableau. The battle became chaotic. He was like a whirlwind of death, striking down each one. The survivors could only tremble before this terrifying power. He sighed softly, his eyes full of contempt. Like annoying mosquitoes, they are indeed hatefully fast. The temporary leader growled, blood magic surging in his hand. That disgusting regenerative ability makes them even more troublesome. The leader poured all his strength into a decisive attack, aiming straight at him. The crimson blood magic shot forward like a bullet. "Blood blast!" he roared, the blood bullet firing with terrifying speed, carrying the rage and despair of the soon-to-be defeated. An explosion echoed. The blood bullet pierced his chest, fresh blood splattering. Could this be the end of the possessor? The terrifying power of the blood magic created a fierce explosion, shaking the entire space. Smoke and blood obscured the view. He looked up, his eyes still blazing. They even have mid-level mage magic. So this island, the full power of Blood's Hook. The temporary leader and his subordinates stood there, their crimson eyes glowing, exuding a demonic aura. This was the real battle. The black-haired young man lay amidst a foul-smelling pool of blood, his golden eyes still open, as if holding a deep mystery. Around him, the cold silver sword lay silently, stained with the dark red of a life just taken. In those golden eyes, the image of a small witch appeared, gleaming like a flame. Then, a whisper echoed, signaling a grim decision about to be made. A Blood's Hook member, her face contorted with hatred, charged forward with crimson blood magic. She extended her hand, droplets of blood shooting out like bullets, aiming to tear apart the enemy. "Die!" A scream tore through the air, filled with madness and bloodlust. Her crimson eyes seemed to want to devour everything. But in an instant, her head was severed from her neck, fresh blood splattering in midair, a swift death, with no time to understand what had happened. The black-haired young man spun around, his silver sword cutting through the wind, blocking the X-shaped blood slashes from other Blood's Hook members. He moved with lightning speed, dodging every attack. Another Blood's Hook man charged forward, his face twisted with anger. His blood magic erupted, forming sharp blades. Amidst the enemy's encirclement, the black-haired young man still stood firm, his gaze resolute. No problem. He replied casually, as if everything was child's play. A sword slash swept through, blood splattering. The Bloodshook members were torn to shreds, their bodies turning into black streaks that vanished into thin air. He stood there, like a god of death. The temporary leader of Bloodshook stood stunned, blood splattered on his forehead. What is this? He couldn't believe his eyes. The scene before him was too horrifying. The leader's face was contorted with terror and rage. What the hell am I witnessing? He growled. His initial confidence replaced by extreme fear. He remembered. Here, human mana was controlled by purple crystals. His magic could bind opponents, but his legs are still bound by my magic. How can he move like that? The leader couldn't explain the black-haired young man's extraordinary power. He wondered if the one before him was truly a human? Doubt rose in the leader's mind as he witnessed the impossible. Amidst the rubble and stench of blood, the black-haired young man stood tall, his eyes cold. He said nothing, but his presence answered everything. He was not a normal human. Amidst the pile of corpses, the black-haired young man coldly looked at the trembling leader, asking a question that sounded like mockery. Why are you spacing out? Not going to fight me anymore? The brutal truth was clear. The leader was the only one left alive amidst the sea of blood. Horror enveloped him, leaving him rooted to the spot. A cruel voice echoed, I only pretended to fall into your trap because of your efforts. How adorable. Fresh blood splattered, dyeing the floor red. The black-haired young man stood there, his blood-stained sword plunged into the ground, a dark aura enveloping him. My sword, it's a bit special. The leader recoiled, his bloodshot eyes filled with despair. No, impossible. A weak denial escaped his dry throat. He gritted his teeth, trying to force himself up, his eyes wild. I must. A faint glimmer of hope appeared, then vanished. The black-haired young man rushed forward like lightning, his eyes burning red. I have to run away. The leader's words were cut short by the terrifying speed. A crimson sword slash tore through the air, piercing straight through the leader's body, so fast he couldn't react. The leader's face was split in two by the slash, his eyes wide open in his final moment of horror and despair. The black-haired young man stood amidst the ruins, his sword still stained with blood, his emotionless gaze fixed on those who had fallen. He stepped over the cold corpses, his sword still dripping blood. The small purple creature on his shoulder silently observed. He turned his head, looking at the fallen leader, his voice still full of mockery. Running away isn't the answer, you bastard. And he added, like a cruel reminder, you'll be leaving your friends behind. The corpses lay scattered at his feet. The black-haired young man looked at the dying blonde girl, his voice calm as if nothing had happened. Now the troublemakers are gone. He flashed a chilling smile, his eyes burning red like fire. Shall we continue our conversation? An invitation from the abyss. The blonde girl suddenly awoke, her bloodshot red eyes welling up with blood. Pain tore through her body, and a question unconsciously escaped her lips. What's happening? Her pupils constricted, feeling as if countless thin threads were piercing through every muscle fiber, every cell. An invisible terror began to invade her mind. The one possessing Jaredin's body bent down, his blood-stained sword still swinging. He smiled coldly, asking sarcastically, Are you awake? His demonic smile was clear, his golden eyes blazing like fire. He whispered, his tone deceptive, I thought you were dead. I was so worried. Around them, fresh blood splattered, staining the ground red. The fatal wounds on her comrades' bodies made Zwei unable to believe her eyes. No way. She screamed in silent agony, every word tearing at her throat. In that single moment, all my comrades were killed. A horrifying scene unfolded. Countless corpses lay strewn about, blood flowing like a river. The possessor calmly knelt amidst the pile of bodies, while Zwei was stunned. By this weak human brat? He flashed another gruesome smile, his tone mocking. My apologies. Your friends don't look so good, do they? They kept recovering annoyingly, so I had to deal with them cleanly. So, if you don't want to follow in their footsteps, his eyes gleamed with malevolence, his smile revealing sharp fangs. Can you voluntarily offer your vital essence while I'm still speaking politely? Zwei gritted her teeth, her red eyes burning with hatred and despair. Rage flared within her, but her severely wounded body prevented her from resisting. Tears mixed with blood, she cried out in agony. Damn it! What the hell have you done? The possessor raised his sword, preparing to deliver the finishing blow. Zwei screamed, questioning him in despair. Why did you let things go this far? She stared directly at him, her red eyes seemingly wanting to pierce his soul. You said you could save everyone, because it was you. Why? Why? The possessor paused, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. He frowned, replying, What? Are you really insane? He turned, intending to ask again, but behind him, A faint humanoid shadow appeared, its red eyes glowing just like his. "Who are you talking to?" The possessor flinched, his eyes widening. Perhaps he also sensed something unusual, or Zwei's words had touched a hidden part of him. A pair of blazing red eyes flashed from the shadows, cold and full of intimidation. "I won't repeat myself. Human," he declared, his tone uncompromising. The warning echoed like a death sentence, the blazing red eyes growing even more terrifying. "Step back," he growled, the air taut with tension. In an instant, his figure shot forth like an arrow tearing through the wind, leaving behind an eerie purple streak. A terrifying speed. No one could react in time. But then, a look of horror appeared on his face. His eyes wide, he exclaimed in shock, "What is this?" His hand instinctively clutched his own throat, his breathing becoming ragged. A chilling thought crossed his mind. If that bastard had merely emitted killing intent, I would have. He stood frozen, his back to the cracked wall where a swirl of purple energy still lingered. An invisible force had just pushed him back. "Dead," the cold whisper echoed, completing the unfinished sentence. A harsh truth he had almost faced. He turned to look at Zwei, who was barely clinging to life, his eyes filled with disappointment. "How disappointing. You promised Jaredin would be a member of the family when you proposed this deal." His blazing red eyes stared directly at Zwei, sarcastic words pouring out. "Is that all you've got to say? How shameless, you brat of the Arnstaffel family." He continued to inflict psychological torment on the suffering Zwei. "You're not just intoxicated by your feudal ideals, you've lost all reason," Zwei weakly protested. "No, I just..." His hand reached out, glowing with a fierce red light, drawing the vital essence from Zwei. "Your plan has failed. I will reclaim the fresh blood essence." His face, the possessor's, again showed surprise, his eyes wide. A mysterious surge of energy baffled him. "What?" Suddenly, a dark red vortex surged, pulling him back. The blood essence energy was being drained not from Zwei, but from himself. Zwei screamed in extreme pain, her blood essence being forcibly taken. "Arg, wait, please!" she pleaded in despair. Zwei's face was gaunt, her eyes bulging with horror. "Just one more time. Please, give me one more," she begged, her breath ragged. Chance. Her final plea faded as Zwei's body was swallowed by the dark red energy vortex, writhing in ultimate agony. A hand reached out, grasping the swirling dark red energy mass, draining the victim's last vestiges of life force. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed, tearing through the silent space. Jaredin's figure hovered, his eyes blazing. "Why did you suddenly interfere and try to seize it?" The possessor could only exclaim in surprise. "Huh?" The possessor, in Jaredin's body, coldly declared, "If you are the true master of this blood essence, then you must cooperate." His eyes flashed with a cruel light. "That is, if you wish to return intact," he threatened, showing no mercy. "You're unbearably arrogant. Just like him." Jaredin's voice rang out, full of contempt. The possessor merely smirked. "Quite interesting." His eyes blazed red, an eerie aura emanating from him. "But what if I refuse?" he retorted, challenging. Jaredin's gaze remained steadfast, unwavering in the face of the threat. "Then I'll just have to defeat you," Jaredin roared, unleashing a powerful blow against his own body. The possessor was sent flying, Jaredin's body violently shaken, and a fierce red energy erupted around him. He stood up, adjusting his attire. "Oh ho, you seem sharper than I thought, Brad." He sneered, unfazed, but a deep cut was visible on his hand, fresh red blood oozing out. "You dare harm my body, which has been enhanced by bloodline magic." The possessor smirked demonically, the faint shadow behind him becoming clearer. "Does that mean you're bold enough to impersonate his name?" Blood still dripped from his hand, but his eyes were full of interest. "I'm curious to see if you have any other talents. I shall bestow upon you a special assistance." Ugh, Jaredin cried out in pain, his face contorted with horror and helplessness. A fierce red energy erupted, engulfing Jaredin's figure, making him vanish in excruciating pain. Bloodcutter. The possessor of Jaredin's body swung his sword, a blazing red slash tearing through the air, carrying destructive power. He stomped his foot on the ground, purple energy erupting, creating a powerful shockwave. The members of Blood's Hook couldn't react in time, torn apart by the red sword strike, their flesh and blood vanishing in the deadly light. The temporary leader of Blood's Hook watched in horror, uttering each word. "You." Filled with extreme rage, he roared, "You bastard!" then furiously charged at the enemy. The possessor, Jaredin, calmly raised his hand, chanting Bloodshot. An eerie black shadow materialized behind him, its eyes blazing red. The leader of Blood's Hook's eyes widened, realizing the horrifying truth hidden behind this cruel enemy. He collapsed, blood gushing out, gasping, "What the hell is this? This magic is like..." Amidst the swirling red energy, the possessor Jaredin continued his rampage, showing no mercy. The leader of Blood's Hook tried to resist, but the red light swallowed all hope. The possessor Jaredin swung his sword, cutting through the blood mist, finishing off the last remnants. A fierce red energy explosion erupted, wiping out all traces, leaving only death. He looked at the dying leader of Blood's Hook, a sneer on his face. Ha! This is the first time I've seen such talent in my life. In a sarcastic tone, he continued, "So, not only can you nullify magic, but you can also cut through mana?" The possessor Jaredin tilted his head, his eyes full of interest. He stood upright, his gaze cold, ready to deliver the finishing blow, ending this bloody spectacle. The possessor Jaredin flashed a demonic smile, his eyes blazing red. He calmly declared that he had no expectations, yet this opponent was as interesting as someone else. Valzak, the leader of Blood's Hook, responded with a sharp gaze. He mocked his noisy enemies as mere mosquitoes, asserting that it was easy to tell who was in charge. Rage surging, Valzak tightened his grip on his sword hilt, growling for his opponent to shut up. He could not accept this contempt. With an angry roar, Valzak charged forward, his entire body erupting with blazing purple energy. He shouted, demanding the possessor immediately hand over the essence. The possessor Jaredin maintained his enigmatic smile, his blazing red eyes full of interest. He calmly replied, praising Valzak's fervor. He raised his hand high, purple energy swirling like a storm. He promised to respect Valzak as a reward for this entertaining performance. Energy erupted, a brilliant purple light shooting straight down from the possessor's hand, its terrifying power shaking the entire space. Just then, a cold voice rang out, as if tearing through the night. "Both of you, stop." Valzak's eyes widened in astonishment. An invisible force suddenly erupted, sending shattered rock fragments flying, interrupting the possessor's attack. The terrifying power continued to spread, creating a blinding purple light explosion that repelled everything within its range. The possessor Jaredin was flung far back, his figure staggering amidst the chaotic energy. His attack was completely blocked. Valzak looked up, his blazing red eyes widening in surprise. That familiar voice, could it be? Amidst the hazy purple smoke, a figure appeared. Valzak couldn't believe his eyes. He exclaimed in utter shock. "Is that you?" The figure gradually became clear. A young woman with long silver-white hair, her left eye covered, wearing a cloak. Valzak cried out in horror, "Ophelia de Knight!" Ophelia de Knight looked coldly at Valzak. She replied to him, her voice calm and steady. "Long time no see, Valzak." Her blazing red eyes gleamed with a sharp, emotionless look. She added that although it had been a long time, she wasn't happy to see him. Ronin exclaimed in horror, questioning Ophelia why she was here after all his warning. Ophelia coldly turned her head, her red eyes blazing. She asked Ronin if he knew the leader, then answered herself that she couldn't not know. Valzak's figure appeared, full of authority. He was Valzak von Warsaw, bloodkin of the Shadow Archduke and the strongest vice-commander of the vampire world. Valzak mused, surprised to meet her again in such a place. He recalled old memories, his gaze complex. He looked directly at Ophelia, his voice filled with nostalgia and regret. "I truly miss you, Ophelia." Ophelia responded with a sharp, emotionless gaze. She asked him if he was, well, a polite question full of hidden meaning. She scoffed, saying she felt emotional, then exclaimed, "Has it really been 83 years? Time truly passes indifferently." Valzak stepped closer, asking Ophelia why she was involved with the young man. But then he dismissed it, deeming the question unimportant. He extended his hand towards her, his voice full of insinuation. "What's important is that I'm here with you." But Ophelia wouldn't allow it. She raised her hand to block him, her eyes holding pain. "I'm sorry, but don't come any closer." She looked directly at Valzak, her gaze resolute. "For me, what happened that day?" Valzak closed his eyes, his face momentarily showing immense pain and regret. "Was a nightmare I can never forget." Her words echoed, tinged with sorrow. In Ophelia's memory, she tightly embraced a dying blonde girl, blood staining the ground under a torrential rain. Ophelia's face was younger, drenched in tears and extreme agony, her red eyes gleaming with despair in the rain. Valzak stood there, coldly witnessing the tragic scene. Lightning tore through the night sky, illuminating his emotionless face. Under the cold rain, Valzak stood there, his face drenched in sweat, his red eyes holding unspeakable pain. He was struggling with tragic memory. He whispered softly, as if speaking to a hopeless phantom, "I guess I need more time to receive your forgiveness, Ophelia." His eyes were half closed, filled with torment. "I know it was unavoidable," he murmured, accepting his cruel fate. Valzak continued to sink into his memories, his voice bitter. "You had no choice but to stop my sister, who was trying to harm the Archduke." In the memory, a brown-haired girl with a demonic smile appeared, her red eyes blazing. Valzak painfully admitted, "Even looking back, I can't believe my sister was sane." It was as if she was possessed by something. He turned to Ophelia in the memory, his gaze firm. But you also know, what happened cannot be undone. I understand your feelings, but don't worry, I am ready. Ronin stood there, completely bewildered by the mysterious conversation. He stammered, I don't understand what's happening, but is it all over? Ophelia coldly questioned Valzak. By the way, why are you working with Blood's Hook? As far as I know, you're not the type to associate with those kids. She continued to press, her sharp gaze on Valzak's back. You even lent them fresh blood essence. Do you have something going on with Jared and Stonesong again? Valzak smirked, without looking back. Given what you know about me, isn't there only one reason? He turned around, his red eyes flashing with madness, a finger covering one eye. I have an unfinished duel with him. Memories flooded back. A younger Valzak, laughing maniacally amidst purple energy. That day, I happened to meet him, and we clashed. The scene shifted to Jared and Stonesong, who also erupted with power, fighting wildly. At the western edge of the continent, we fought with all the pride of warriors. Valzak reminisced, his voice full of regret. Throughout my life, I've fought many strong and talented individuals, but worthy opponents like him can be counted on one hand. A brilliant energy explosion tore through the sky, and dawn broke. Valzak regretted. If the sun hadn't risen to interfere, then... He ended his memory with eyes full of longing. I could have declared it a battle worthy of being remembered as the greatest. Valzak continued the story, his gaze distant. From then on, I pursued Jaredin everywhere, but he vanished without a trace, as if he had never existed. A few years later, when his bloodlust reached its peak, a group of strangers came to the castle and made an offer. It was the leader of Blood's Hook, Zwei von Arnstafe, with a bewitching smile and sharp fangs, who said she had found Jaredin's whereabouts. They promised to bring Jaredin before Valzak, make him a member of the clan, and let him enjoy an eternal battle in exchange for a drop of fresh blood essence. Valzak smirked, his eyes contemptuously looking at his hand. He knew their intentions well, but didn't care, because they're just struggling little kids. However, as Valzak had said, all those schemes ultimately became meaningless. He stood amidst a pile of corpses, blood staining the floor, his face filled with extreme disappointment. Everything had fallen apart because of a human kid. Valzak looked at Ronin, who stood opposite him with his arms crossed. The boy had said his power was limited, but he could still fight him to a standstill, even if only for a moment. Valzak wondered if he had grown weaker, or if this kid was too strong. He looked deep into Ronin's red eyes. In 5 years, no, in just 10 more years, this kid would surely become an enemy strong enough to cut off his head. Furthermore, Valzak sensed a strange energy emanating from Ronin, something he had never felt before. Valzak smirked, pinkish-purple energy flaring from his hand. Isn't this a grand feast? But he quickly extinguished the flame of ambition. Not now. Not again. I cannot hurt her again. Valzak extended his hand towards Ophelia Decknight. A stream of fresh, red liquid flying from his palm. Take it. Ronin and Ophelia Decknight both looked towards the incoming red liquid, preparing to receive it. The fresh red liquid, carrying mysterious power, hovered in midair, waiting to be absorbed. Valzak held up the item, a brilliant red blood crystal shining in his palm. This is the fresh blood essence you wanted. Ronin was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What? Valzak turned his back, explaining to Ronin and Ophelia's surprise. Indeed, this essence is a treasure that even ordinary vampires cannot obtain, even if they sacrifice their entire lives. However, if it's a worthy gift to bestow. Valzak mused, his gaze distant. He was contemplating something deeper than what he was saying. For the future prey, I've marked. And also a close friend I once dated 80 years ago. Valzak smirked, his red eyes revealing dark intentions. Ophelia listened silently, her red eyes holding contemplation. She said nothing, only quietly observing Valzak's every move. Furthermore, Valzak suddenly cast a spell, a powerful surge of dark red energy swirling from his hand, creating an imposing sight. He pointed into the distance, dark red energy streams like arrows shooting towards a ruined wall. Look over there. A dazzling explosion erupted at the wall. Valzak continued to explain. Nothing bad will happen. Just now, a strange energy source, similar to yours. Ronin flinched, his red eyes wide with astonishment as he looked towards the intensely glowing wall, has been hovering around that wall. Valzak smiled mysteriously, pinkish purple energy petals shimmering around him. I will take my leave now. I hope you'll be stronger when we meet again, human. He gradually vanished into thin air, leaving a final message. So I can enjoy it even more. Ronin and Ophelia stood there, watching his disappearing figure. Ophelia broke the silence. He truly is an odd fellow, until the very end. Ronin remained silent, his gaze still lingering with confusion. Ronin stared at the wall, which still held residual energy. By the way, He mentioned a strange energy source. He began to ponder deeply. Ronin's gaze sharpened, a spark flashing in his red eyes. Could it be? A bold speculation had just appeared in his mind. An ancient tower, towering into the blue sky, enveloped in mystical light. This was a sudden image, possibly a memory or a sign. In a fleeting memory, Jaredin Stonesong, with a startled expression, held the blood crystal in his hand. Where did you get this fresh blood essence? He questioned Valzak. You're really going to give this to me, Ronin? In midair, the brilliant red blood crystal shone. Ronin smirked, a triumphant look on his face. Of course! I went through a lot to get it. You'll be terrified when you hear about it. With a light touch, the blood crystal, carrying mysterious power, was handed over, like a promise, a burden, or a new beginning. Kneeling before Ronin, Jaredin bowed deeply. His voice choked. Thank you, Ronin. Extreme gratitude was evident in every fiber of his being. In Valzak's memory, a brown-haired girl lay motionless. He looked at her, his eyes filled with immense pain. Honestly, from the bottom of my heart. Darkness enveloped them. Valzak stood silently on a high pedestal, looking down at her frail figure. A vow, a determination, etched into this silent moment. Returning to reality, Jaredin bowed his head, clutching his hair with both hands. Emotions surged, uncontrollable. Tears streamed down his haggard face. Jaredin choked out. Thank you, very much. The most sincere gratitude. Ronin merely smirked, his golden eyes flashing with amusement mixed with a hint of reluctance. Shh. He gently helped Jaredin up, his tone half joking, half serious. You didn't even give me a chance to brag. A surge of black and red energy flared. Valzak vanished into thin air, leaving only a slightly ajar door and an enveloping mystery. On a towering balcony, Valzak stood silently, his figure blending into the night, only wisps of black and red smoke still swirling around his feet. His red eyes gleaming coldly, Valzak spoke. There's nothing more boring than fighting someone who has lost their will. I only came here today to see how my old opponent was doing. Valzak turned his back, Ophelia standing behind him. He reassured her. Don't worry, Ophelia. I won't do anything more than this. Ophelia gently closed her eyes, her voice calm but full of trust. I know. You're not someone who would do something shameful. Her red eyes gently opened, her gaze resolute. Ophelia had something to say, something important. She looked at Valzak's back, her thanks clear. Thank you, Valzak, for helping my friend. Valzak, with a stern expression, affirmed his words. Was it sincerity, or merely a facade for deeper schemes? Valzak's mysterious smirk became apparent. He whispered about someone's remarkable growth, and wondered if he should thank Ronin for it. Valzak vanished into a red mist, leaving behind a regretful remark about their fleeting reunion. Ophelia stood there, silently, watching his figure disappear. Darkness enveloped them as three masked figures appeared menacingly. They were bloodthirsty individuals, sowing chaos, even inciting the Blood's Hook gang. Valzak smiled one last time, his promise echoing before he completely vanished. An enigmatic invitation, awaiting another encounter in the future. Ophelia stood there, her gaze resolute amidst the dark energy. She was ready to face whatever was coming. A vibrant red rose bloomed, shining in the space. A voice echoed, calling Ophelia's name, likening her to his eternal rose. Jaredin collapsed to his knees, his body trembling, pain and despair evident in every fiber. Tears streamed down. Jaredin choked out his thanks, a gratitude filled with complex emotions, from salvation to hope. Ronin stood there, his familiar smirk in place. He sighed softly, perhaps due to Jaredin's overwhelming emotion. Ronin helped Jaredin to his feet, a gentle reproach in his voice. He wanted to boast a little, but Jaredin was too engrossed in his emotions. In the secret room, bookshelves were filled with knowledge. A new experiment was about to begin, with Sarante's mana and fresh vital blood. Professor Jaredin, without hesitation, began his 144th experiment. In the glowing test tube, a brown-haired girl lay motionless, awaiting her fate. Ronin looked at Jaredin with a serious expression. He knew this experiment would take a long time, and results couldn't come immediately. Jaredin smiled, his eyes full of hope. For him, every moment of waiting was a ray of light, a chance to continue living. Jaredin turned to Ronin, noticing the change in him. Though he couldn't say it before, time had etched undeniable marks on Ronin. The mysterious energy that had gnawed at the curse in his body was now a level stronger. Ronin stood there, his gaze resolute amidst the eerie blue light. Jaredin turned, asking about Ronin's breakthrough after the battle with Blood's Hook. The black-haired young man simply replied that he had overlooked many details, and if he had to put it simply, perhaps he had gotten lucky. An unexpected stroke of luck in the dark cave. He had vaguely sensed a familiar energy source, but he couldn't have imagined his intuition would be so accurate. Who would have thought that such a desolate place would conceal the Senial statue? The ancient stone emitted an ethereal blue light, like a forgotten secret deep within the earth. Judging by how it was hidden, it seemed even Blood's Hook was unaware of the statue's existence. Was this a historical relic of an abandoned temple, or something even more ancient? Suddenly, a surge of emerald green energy erupted from the statue, engulfing Ronin. He flinched, reaching out his hand. The energy from the divine statue was surging into his body, Ronin realized in shock, his crimson eyes wide with astonishment. Both his hands glowed, streams of green energy swirling, merging into every muscle fiber, every blood vessel. After absorbing the energy, Ronin stood before the divine statue, now bathed in white light, yet the green energy source remained. Jaredin looked at Ronin, his eyes full of understanding. I don't know what breakthrough you've had, but this is certainly a rare stroke of luck. Along with the enhanced energy, your mana channels have also expanded. They need to be reorganized, but at this rate, soon enough, you'll be able to control mana much more easily, Jaredin explained, while Ronin was still sensing the changes in his body. I don't need to check, do I? You must feel it yourself, Jaredin said. Ronin nodded. That's right. I feel much clearer than before. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, the question still echoing in his mind. Could he truly use sword aura instead of just imitating it? Ronin's crimson eyes flashed with a strange light, as if absorbing an invisible energy source. 4 days had passed since that moment, and the outside world remained beautiful and peaceful. But that peace was merely superficial. As they entered Marvis, the gateway city to the Lamira Mountain, residents hastily evacuated, carrying what remained of their lives. Even heavily armed royal soldiers were patrolling, signaling a significant threat. The sound of hooves thundered. Ronin spoke. Just as you said, Shellopin, a wyvern has definitely appeared, he affirmed, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene. Ronin looked straight ahead, recalling the reason for their sudden presence in Lomera, his homeland. It was all because of unexpected news from Shellopin, received right before his sister Ural's moving day. Shellopin explained that the monsters around the Lomira Mountains had inexplicably gone berserk. Fortunately, the damage hasn't spread to Nimberton, and some Grenatia night squads have been dispatched urgently, Shellopin said. But I still can't rest easy. Ronin was astonished. Even wyverns? As Shellopin continued to recount the danger, wyverns, with their extraordinary flying abilities and deadly venom in their fangs, made even the strongest mercenary groups keep their distance. If those bastards gather into a group, Shellopin said, his voice full of worry, we can't guarantee Ural's absolute safety. And so, due to Shellopin's insistence, they had arrived here amidst the deep green forest. The night squad galloped through the deep forest. His sister's travel plans accelerated beyond expectation, signaling a far from peaceful journey. Rage boiled, teeth clenched. Whoever dared to ruin Lady Ural's perfect travel plans would pay dearly. Ronin, his eyes blazing, swore to eradicate every monster on this mountain as soon as Ural was safe. His fury erupted fiercely. Shellopin interrupted, ordering them to split up. You go ahead, command the night squad that was urgently dispatched. Aesel and I will follow. An unexpected plan to separate. Why split up? Ronin questioned, but still decided. He felt something uneasy, wanting to check the area himself. Ronin growled, grabbing Shellopin by the collar, warning him not to harbor ill intentions towards his sister. Shellopin panicked, swearing a Grangsha knight would never dare. Nevertheless, Shellopin remained firm. You say there's something to confirm, but the more we delay, the more dangerous it becomes for Lady Ural. This knight cannot accept that. With that resolute declaration, Shellopin spurred his horse into a gallop, leaving Ronin and his 2 companions behind. Ronin watched Shellopin's figure disappear, his eyes full of contemplation. Something still bothered him, an ominous premonition. The red-haired girl asked, breaking the silence. Ronin, what's bothering you? Have you discovered anything strange? Ronin replied, his voice deep. Monsters that were once quiet have suddenly become aggressive, and larger ones are starting to appear. This pattern is very familiar, isn't it? A horrifying scene unfolded. Ruined mountains, images of giant monsters, and the silhouettes of white-robed figures with blazing red eyes. Both Cappadocia and the Vidian range were destroyed in the same brutal manner by the hands of those mysterious figures. The red-haired girl suddenly realized, horrified, it's because of their damned schemes. The harsh truth was evident. Ronin's gaze was sharp. So, you think Nebula Claygir's behind this too? A terrifying name was mentioned. Ronin admitted it was just a hunch, but remained decisive. First, let's go to the main scene to investigate. The journey continued. Ronin, in a starry, illusionary space, declared, once the seal is nullified, only I can find those bastards. His eyes were firm, full of determination. With blazing golden eyes, Ronin knew exactly what he had to do. With their unique mana, he gripped something tightly, radiating intense focus. The scene shifted to a desolate, dense forest, shrouded in gloomy night. The howling wind and rustling leaves created an eerie atmosphere. A figure darted through the night, appearing and disappearing in the deep forest, Terrifying speed tore through the air, signaling a relentless pursuit. Growls echoed. A pack of goblins and orcs with blazing golden eyes and ferocious expressions emerged from the shadows, ready for a fight. The leader, a pink-haired man, perched on a rock. He smirked, observing the subdued monsters. It seems all the ground monsters in this area have been conquered. The pink-haired man sneered, a giant orc beside him. Unfortunate. If it weren't for Lord Baron's orders, his eyes flashed with cruelty. I would have severely punished the disbelievers around here already. A sinister smile appeared on his face. The giant orc growled, showing submission. The pink-haired man continued to mutter. Anyway, that's the will of someone about to become a new high-ranking member. Suddenly, the goblins and orcs simultaneously shrieked, their eyes filled with terror. They stared blankly at an indefinite point, their expressions bewildered. The pink-haired man flinched, his arrogant expression turning to confusion. What's happening to these guys? He frowned, unable to comprehend. He looked at the trembling monsters. Are they acting as if they're afraid? A sense of unease crept into his mind. He suddenly realized something abnormal. There's no way they could feel that kind of emotion after being brainwashed. A horrifying truth gradually unfolded. The air in the forest grew heavy, a surge of deep red energy rising from the depths, dyeing the entire space crimson. A colossal dark figure emerged amidst the red smoke, its golden eyes blazing like hellfire. Its presence overwhelmed everything. That dark figure, with a majestic physique and a sword slung over its shoulder, stood towering. The entire forest was engulfed in a blazing red light, signaling a terrifying threat. The pink-haired man stood amidst the brainwashed monsters, his eyes full of manipulation. But the surrounding atmosphere was stained with deadly red, signaling an ominous omen. Suddenly, his expression changed, his eyes wide with terror. Cold sweat poured out as he realized the terrifying presence approaching. Huh? A gigantic curved greatsword, cold and sharp like the scythe of death, slowly emerged from the purple mist, emitting a terrifying glow. Next was a gigantic foot, claws sharp as a beast's, stomping heavily on the ground. A pitch-black tiger, so dark it seemed to be cloaked in shadow. The gigantic silhouette of a black tiger appeared, majestic and terrifying, eclipsing the entire sky. Impossible! How can this be? The black tiger's blazing golden eyes stared directly at the pink-haired man, as if piercing his very soul. You've been hiding here? A gigantic, powerful arm swung up. The pink-haired man looked up in despair, death imminent. He still couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming in panic, "How can a black tiger be?" A name echoed, Nebula Clagier. The greatsword swung down, creating a dazzling streak of light that tore through the air, wiping out the surrounding monsters in an instant. The gigantic black tiger, with the greatsword slung over its shoulder, knelt on one knee, in a majestic posture like a war god who had just completed its mission. The pink-haired man's head was severed, blood splattered everywhere, his eyes still wide with horror and disbelief. Fresh red blood splattered, staining the entire space red, a gruesome and bloody sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The remaining monsters trembled, growling in extreme fear as they witnessed the horrifying scene. The greatsword swung up again. A dazzling light swept across, mercilessly obliterating those who dared to stand in its way. The gigantic black tiger continued its rampage, each strike carrying destructive power, no creature able to resist. A monster roared in pain, its body torn apart by the terrifying power, vanishing into nothingness. Kiao. The gigantic figure of Nebula Clagier appeared amidst the blood-red night, enveloped by an aura of destruction. A silent declaration of war echoed, signaling an unending rampage. Amidst the terrifying silence, a cold voice rang out, challenging the cowards in hiding. To those too afraid to show yourselves, the gigantic beast silhouette turned its back, its blazing golden eyes flashing with brutality. The hunt begins now. A resolute declaration, ushering in an era of bloodshed. Suddenly, the scene shifted. Bright morning sunlight illuminated a peaceful village, nestled in a lush green valley, surrounded by sturdy walls. The village's massive, sturdy wooden gate appeared, like a solid barrier between the world within and the dangers lurking outside. Ronin and the red-haired girl appeared, their faces full of worry. He sighed. Damn it. Both were on horseback, looking ahead with uneasy eyes. Before the gate, a group of beastmen soldiers stood guard along with a few ordinary people. Ronin frowned. This road is already controlled? This is a bit troublesome. He continued to ponder, his eyes sharp. Moreover, this is a beastman unit, not a regular one. This abnormality made him highly vigilant. A beastman soldier roared, giving orders. Everyone stop. This gate is forbidden to everyone today except those with permits. Either take another route or stay put. The beastman soldier continued to declare, his tone full of authority. This is an order from the commander of the Empire's elite unit, currently busy suppressing monsters. Ronin and the red-haired girl were stunned. Sir Zypha Turgong, the girl exclaimed. Ronin was astonished. What? Zypha? Could it be? In Ronin's mind, the image of a mighty beast appeared, its eyes shining brightly. The commander of the Empire's strongest elite unit, the one who defeated Instructor Navarros and is considered the Empire's best swordmaster. Is that Sword Saint Zypha? Ronin and the girl were still bewildered. Even the Sword Saint has to personally show up. Is the situation that serious? He wondered. No, there's no way the strongest elite unit would act just for a monster rebellion. Ronin's eyes flashed with a sharp glint. A strong premonition surged. It seems my speculation was correct. He had realized something unusual. In his mind, fleeting images appeared. An enigmatic man, Ophelia de Knight, and another individual, all enveloped by a strange energy. Ronin gritted his teeth, his gaze resolute. This situation is definitely related to the monstrous things Nebula Clagier has caused. He had found a clue. Ronin ordered Aesol to prepare her psychic power. The plan was set. Cross the palace walls, infiltrate the nearby forest. A secret, risky mission awaited. He rode his horse, his gaze fixed forward, confidently asserting, "It will definitely be there." His objective, though unclear, was within his sights. The deep blue sky stretched wide. White clouds drifted lazily. Below were majestic mountains and vast green forests. A peaceful scene, contrasting with the impending tension. High above, a gigantic wyvern spread its wings, its body blazing red like fire. Beneath its belly, a glowing golden magic emblem shone brightly, emitting mysterious energy, like a sign of manipulation. A series of wyverns with blazing golden eyes, bearing magic emblems, soared in the sky, forming a terrifying formation. They were controlled monsters, carrying out some plot. On the back of a wyvern, the turquoise-haired woman showed worry. "What's happening? I've lost contact with the ground forces." They were clearly ordered to wait until the operation began. Her eyes were sharp and full of doubt. Has some variable emerged? She thought to herself. If so, she must act immediately to prevent any risks. She shook her head vigorously, reassuring herself. No, the wyverns are the core of this operation. She didn't want to act rashly, causing unnecessary harm to her forces. In her mind, the image of a man in a black cloak appeared, holding a ghostly flame. She feared, if the plan is delayed, Baron will never forgive me. She ordered, decisively. First, move according to the predetermined route. Her role was to maintain the wyverns' brainwashing, not letting them escape control. The wyverns continued to soar in the deep blue sky. She murmured to herself, no more variables could be created. Everything had to proceed according to plan. Ronin and the red-haired girl both looked up, their eyes directed towards the distant sky where the wyverns were soaring. Their attention was completely captured. Ronin's red eyes flashed with a cold glint. In his pupils, the images of the wyverns were clearly reflected. Finally, I've found them, he whispered. He turned, signaling to the red-haired girl with his eyes, then decisively called out to Aesol, preparing for the next step. A gigantic wyvern flying in the sky suddenly seemed unstable. Its wings wavered slightly, as if struck by an invisible force. The wyvern tilted its head, its blazing golden eyes showing confusion, emitting a soft cry. Krr! It seemed to have sensed something unusual, an external interference. The blazing red wyvern swayed in midair, its body enveloped by a stream of azure energy. Fragments of rock began to fall scattered. A terrifying roar tore through the sky. Its blazing golden eyes were filled with fear as an invisible force tore at it from within. On the back of another wyvern, the turquoise-haired woman looked up in shock. What the hell is that gigantic rock? A glowing hand, emitting mystical blue energy. She wondered, where did this power suddenly come from? The pink-haired young man stood in midair, both hands raised high, controlling a powerful stream of blue energy. His face was tense, dotted with sweat. His purple eyes flashed with determination as energy surged in his palms. He clenched his fists. The blue energy swirled powerfully like a storm. A word burst from his lips, full of power. Break! Explode! As soon as the word was uttered, the gigantic rock encasing the wyvern shattered, scattering dazzling fragments. A blinding light erupted, tearing through space. Destructive power spread, blowing everything away. The unfortunate wyvern was blasted back by the destructive force, its body pierced by countless fragments of blue energy. A heart-wrenching roar of pain echoed. It struggled in despair, its body disintegrating. Crack! The wyvern's gigantic body turned into green specks of light, vanishing into nothingness. The turquoise-haired woman was stunned, her eyes wide. No, impossible. Can he control a rock that large? She was still in shock. Unless he's the leader of the Magic Tower's mages, how could he? Ronin's blazing red eyes were sharp and cold, piercing through the mist. He recognized the one casting that terrifying magic. Ronin stood firm on the wyvern's back, his hand gripping his sword tightly. He smirked, his eyes full of challenge. You seem to be playing big." Ronin's sword glowed brightly, staining the entire space red. He whispered, "A perfect opponent." Ronin smirked confidently, swinging his sword. "To test out true sword aura." A blazing red streak of light tore through the sky. Ronin charged directly at the gigantic wyvern. The wyvern's blazing golden eyes reflected the deadly light. A terrifying premonition struck. The sword light flashed past. Fresh blood splattered. Ronin had struck the monster. He sneered, his eyes full of satisfaction. "Much stronger than I thought. This power can't be compared to when I had no mana." On the back of another wyvern, the turquoise-haired woman was in extreme panic. Cold sweat poured out. The wyvern was hacked to pieces. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. Piteous groans echoed. Another wyvern also couldn't escape its fate. Its gigantic body collapsed in a sea of blood. The turquoise-haired woman witnessed the horrifying scene, exclaiming in shock, "How can this be?" Ronin stood tall on the wyvern's corpse. She collapsed, unable to believe her eyes. How did this happen? He turned his back, his sharp eyes sweeping over her. "These big-bodied things trying to sneak around here is truly a joke." Ronin gave a contemptuous smile. "I'm a local here. You idiots!" The turquoise-haired woman trembled with anger, gritting her teeth. "You!" She raised her hand. A glowing magic circle erupted. "Who are you to dare block our way?" But her magic was blocked by an invisible wall. She was stunned. Blocked. Magic was blocked. The emerald-haired woman collapsed in horror. A cold sword slash swung, severing a part of her body. Fresh blood splattering. The attacker, Ronin, smirked. "Oops, my bad. I'm still a bit clumsy. I only meant to cut off your wrist. But it seems I cut off your whole arm instead," he said casually. While the emerald-haired woman's arm had been severed from her body, fresh blood gushing. The excruciating pain rendered her speechless, her eyes wide with horror and despair. A heart-wrenching scream echoed. She writhed on the red ground, blood staining her white cloak. He stood there, like a god of death, tears mixed with pain. She looked up at him, spitting out each word with hatred. "You crazy bastard! My arm! My arm!" she cried out in despair. He stepped closer, his tone contemptuous. "Writhing like this over just that? You must be small fry. You don't seem like someone who could pull off these tricks alone. Is there anyone else?" he asked, ignoring her whimpering. "It hurts. It hurts." A purple sword gleam flashed, like a deadly warning, severing all her hope. "Heal. Heal me," she whispered. But he coldly retorted, "Shut up." He stepped on her body, the sword tip pressed against her neck. "So many villages turned to ash because of you, and now you dare to whine about this little pain?" He stood upright, his sword still pointed down, his gaze sharp and cold. "Stop complaining and answer me properly." Ronin's fiery red eyes stared straight at her, his voice filled with killing intent. "What devilish scheme are you plotting?" Silence enveloped them, broken only by the whistling wind and his blazing eyes, awaiting an answer from the culprit. She trembled, trying to suppress her whimpers. Physical pain and extreme fear enveloped her. In her eyes, the killer's image was reflected. Don't make me laugh. You think the beacon chosen by the starlight?" Ronin, his hand glowing with golden light, growled. He wouldn't let this great mission be ruined under his authority. The golden light grew increasingly dazzling, signaling a terrible attack about to descend. "For a filthy, faithless wretch like you!" he roared, his red eyes burning with rage, the golden sword light dazzling as if to tear through the night. But then, a sudden burst of energy erupted. Ronin was stunned, his eyes wide, exclaiming, "You! What the hell are you doing?" Now, above, a small monstrous silhouette, like a wyvern, appeared in a brilliant golden glow, astonishing him. From the void, a colossal, pitch-black hand, with sharp claws and surging purple-blue energy, suddenly reached down. An earth-shattering explosion ripped through the air. The hideous form of a gigantic monster broke through everything, appearing ferociously. It was a colossal black wyvern, its eyes glowing yellow like lava, its mouth wide open in a roar, revealing razor-sharp teeth. Ronin looked up, his eyes also flashing yellow, but it was with utter horror. He was completely stunned by this sight. What the hell is this?" he muttered, unable to believe his eyes. "What's with that giant wyvern?" The colossal wyvern let out an earth-shaking roar. Crack! Ronin stood on its back, his expression still bewildered. He looked down at the emerald-haired woman lying on the ground, sword still in hand. No way. It was hidden so high up that I didn't sense its presence at all? The emerald-haired woman suddenly burst into maniacal laughter, her eyes filled with triumph. "Ha ha ha! Even if you realize it now, it's already too late." She continued to boast, her voice full of self-satisfaction. "This one is one of the highest quality wyverns I've captured recently." The colossal wyvern roared again in a show of dominance. while a smaller, red wyvern circled in the distance, as if awaiting orders. The monster's mouth gaped open, revealing a dark, bottomless abyss. She sneered. "It can swallow people like you in a single gulp." The wyvern's mouth gaped wide, emitting a blinding light that swallowed the entire space. Ronin, tiny before the monster, stood firm like a black dot amidst the fury. The emerald-haired woman sprawled on the ground, her fiery red eyes wide with horror. "Huh?" she uttered in utter shock, unable to believe the sight before her. Ronin was also stunned. His red eyes were wide, his face showing extreme panic. What the hell was going on? Suddenly, the blinding light vanished, replaced by a chilling blood-red color. In midair, a mysterious figure appeared, hovering inside the wyvern's mouth. The figure gradually became clear. A muscular beastman warrior, resembling a tiger holding a long staff, hovering amidst drops of fresh red blood. The beastman's fiery yellow eyes were as sharp as razors, harboring terrifying power, enough to make anyone facing him tremble. Ronin fell to the ground, staring blankly into space, his face dazed. "No way. Why?" he muttered, not understanding what was happening. The emerald-haired woman was equally stunned, her eyes blazing with fury. "Why are you here, Zypha, you bastard?" she shrieked. Ronin was shaken, his fiery red eyes wide. He's... A name suddenly flashed in his mind, making him unable to believe his ears. The mighty beastman stood tall, his back turned to Ronin and the woman. His muscular physique, long staff in hand, exuded an overwhelming aura. "Zypha? The Sword Saint?" Ronin exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. The tiger beastman, Zypha, was the living legend he had heard of. Zypha, the Sword Saint, let out a soft His fiery yellow eyes, like a tiger stalking prey, swept over Ronin and the woman, full of contemplation. Ronin stood up, sword still in hand, looking down at the motionless woman. This reality was beyond his imagination. Zypha's hand, with its sharp claws, slowly clenched. "Two." A concise word, yet harboring explosive power. Surging energy erupted from the Sword Saint's arm, transforming into a blinding light, signaling an earth-shattering attack. Sword Saint Zypha swung his long staff, creating a colossal green energy wave that tore through space. A destructive blow had been unleashed. Ronin froze, his bloodshot red eyes wide with terror, feeling the destructive power rushing towards him. His entire body trembled before the Sword Saint's wrath. Utter fear was etched on Ronin's face. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes, cold sweat pouring out. The green energy wave shredded space, piercing through the colossal black wyvern, making it shriek in pain. Ronin and the emerald-haired girl were thrown back. Every piece of the monster's body was torn apart, vanishing in the brilliant energy light. This attack surpassed all imagination. Ronin gritted his teeth, gripping his sword tightly. "This is insane! This power doesn't even come from a sword swing," he muttered in horror. The energy wave continued to sweep, turning the wyvern into countless fragments, giving it no chance to resist. But just with a wave of his hand? Ronin couldn't accept this brutal truth, his mind severely shaken. Ronin's eyes were wide, his pupils constricted in fear. "This is impossible!" he screamed in silence. Sword Saint Zypha's hand still lingered with residual purple energy, evidence of the destructive blow just delivered. A deafening explosion rang out. Blinding light enveloped everything, completely ending the wyvern's existence. The smoke and dust cleared, leaving only Zypha standing tall. Ronin and the emerald-haired girl lay motionless on the ground, exhausted after the battle. The emerald-haired girl lay sprawled, unconscious. Beside her, a colossal wyvern claw had been torn to shreds. Ronin painfully clutched his throat, struggling to gasp for air. His entire body trembled. Dazed, Sword Saint Zypha stood towering before Ronin, his gaze sharp and cold. He grabbed the young man's neck, forcing him. "Answer me carefully." Zypha's fiery yellow eyes stared directly at Ronin, full of intimidation. He wanted to know some truth. Zypha tightened his grip on Ronin's neck, lifting him up. "Who are you?" he growled, while Ronin struggled in pain. Zypha realized Ronin wasn't a fanatic, but he still questioned him gruffly. Ronin, choked and gasping for air, furiously called Zypha a damn cat and scorned the filthy rats Zypha was associating with. Ronin's fiery red eyes flared with killing intent, confronting Zypha's cold yellow gaze. "Do you want to die?" Ronin roared, his fury surging. Ronin's hand clenched the sword hilt, enveloped in fiery red energy. He couldn't take it anymore. A hateful "shut-up" burst out. With an angry roar, Ronin struggled free from Zypha, swinging his sword to create a brilliant red light. "Get your hands off me!" he yelled, fiercely resisting. Zypha, with his powerful beastman face and eyes sharp as knives, focused on confronting Ronin's sudden attack. Zypha's yellow eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise passing through them. He hadn't expected Ronin to resist so strongly. In an instant, Zypha swung his long staff, creating a colossal fiery red energy wave that struck Ronin directly. He was flung away like a puppet. Ronin fell to the ground, clutching his neck, injured and coughing up blood. "Damn it," he muttered, clearly feeling the terrifying power to spare it. Zypha looked at Ronin, his eyes thoughtful. "I didn't expect the gap to be so wide," he mused. "I launched that attack thinking I could easily stop him. But he endured it?" Zypha was surprised, watching Ronin struggle to get up. The young man's resilience was beyond expectation. Ronin, his eyes glowing yellow, realized the opponent's terrifying power. Could it be that his defeat of Instructor Navarro's wasn't without reason? He wondered. In Ronin's mind, a harsh truth became clear. Even without fighting, I know. I can never defeat him. Despite knowing the disparity, Ronin didn't back down. He stood up, sword in hand, facing Zypha amidst the fiery red energy. Even so, I can't just stand here and wait to die. Zypha's eyes were sharp and cold, but Ronin was determined. "I'll aim for the moment he lets his guard down," he told himself, searching for a faint glimmer of hope. Ronin's red eyes burned with fighting spirit. No matter how strong the opponent, he wouldn't fall without a fight. Zypha looked at Ronin, his eyes full of recognition. "So you are a warrior," he growled, as if he had found what he was looking for. Ronin was stunned, cold sweat pouring down, unable to believe what he had just heard. The tiger beastman Zypha remained calm, his glowing yellow eyes harboring a terrifying threat. Ronin tried to retort, but Zypha cut him off, his voice cold. "Let's greet each other." With a heavy step, Zypha advanced, the ground trembling slightly. He stood towering, his colossal shadow engulfing Ronin, and commanded, "Draw your sword." Ronin's eyes widened, pupils constricted in terror, but his fighting spirit remained unshaken. Zypha tightened his grip on the staff, his voice low, explaining the upcoming strike. A straight slash, right to the center. He raised the staff high, his aura overwhelming, from top to bottom. Try to block it. In an instant, Zypha's staff struck down like lightning, carrying destructive power. Ronin braced himself to block the blow. A thunderous clash echoed, forcing him to grit his teeth and endure. The terrifying force from Zypha sent Ronin flying backward, creating a dazzling streak of light. The young man was flung far, his body spinning wildly in midair, debris scattering. Ronin landed hard, creating a deep crater, and a cloud of dust enveloped him. Zypha watched the scene, a slight smirk on his lips. "Excellent. You're still lacking a bit of strength, but your defense is perfect." Ronin stood up, maintaining his combat stance. The tiger beastman narrowed his eyes. "However, your movements are strangely familiar." The tiger beastman suddenly uttered a name, stunning Ronin. "Are you Navarro's disciple?" The question was like a fatal blow, striking directly at the young man's mind. Ronin didn't flinch, declaring his identity. "I am Ronin, from Philian Academy." He responded with a challenging question, hinting at his displeasure. Ronin's blade clashed again with his opponent's staff, creating dazzling sparks. "I apologize, but you are not worthy," the tiger beastman judged coldly. Ronin ignored the words, unleashing a powerful attack, his blade tearing through the air. He charged like a whirlwind, determined not to back down from the provocation. "Someone who only knows how to swing a knife at weak students is not on my level," Ronin smirked, his eyes full of contempt. "Do you understand, current sword saint?" The tiger beastman Zypha Turgong remained calm, merely narrowing his eyes slightly. What an arrogant brat, he thought to himself. Like master, like disciple. Zypha Turgong suddenly lowered his voice. "I apologize if my greeting was a bit much," he continued. "They say a decisive confrontation is worth 100 words. What do you think?" Ronin sneered, his eyes blazing. "If you're also a warrior, you'll understand me, won't you?" he provoked. "Oh, really?" Immediately, a lightning-fast attack tore through the air, leaving a dazzling streak of light on the ground. The battle instantly became extremely tense. Ronin was sent flying high, his body spinning wildly in midair. Zypha Turgong's unexpected counterattack caught him off guard. Zypha Turgong, quick as a flash, stomped heavily on Ronin's sword, pinning him down. "You damn cat!" Ronin gritted his teeth, enraged. Not one, but two other tiger beastman figures suddenly appeared, charging straight at Ronin with terrifying speed. The young man's situation became even more perilous. A colossal beastman hand grabbed Ronin by the collar, lifting him up. Another punch was about to descend, giving him no chance to resist. Ronin's eyes widened, filled with astonishment and panic. This island? He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Zypha Turgong looked down coldly, Ronin's sword resting neatly in his hand. A mysterious smile flickered across the beastman's face. Ronin struggled in vain, his throat constricted. He was almost suffocating, his red eyes gleaming with extreme despair. Ronin was stunned to realize he was surrounded by two powerful beastmen. One of them questioned him, their eyes full of suspicion. The hyena beastman named Ver, leader of Zypha's Unit 3, suspected Ronin was a fanatic, his eyes sharp and cold. Beside him was Vidi, the bear beastman, leader of Unit 2, also observing Ronin with an evaluative expression. Vidi questioned Ver's suspicion, but Ver pointed directly at Ronin's sword, suggesting he was ready to fight. Despite the danger, Ronin suddenly erupted with power, his eyes blazing, determined not to yield. But immediately, a powerful blow sent him flying backward, Ronin's body leaving a purple streak of light. He fell to the ground, groaning in pain, but still tried to get up, his will unwavering. With an iron will, Ronin sprang up, charging forward, his eyes glowing with golden determination. Ver unleashed another attack, his hand glowing red, mockingly calling Ronin a fanatic. But Ronin dodged spectacularly, gliding like the wind, leaving a blue sword trail behind him. Vedi was astonished, not expecting the brat to react so quickly, a drop of cold sweat trickling down. Ronin tightened his grip on his sword hilt, preparing for a counterattack, his eyes flashing with coldness. He unexpectedly circled behind Ver, unleashing a fatal slash that stunned the hyena beastman. With blazing red eyes, Ronin swung his sword, each slash carrying savage, relentless power. Vedi noticed the difference, a smirk revealing his amusement.
So you're not just an ordinary brat.
The battle between Ronin and the beastman leaders had just begun, promising a dramatic confrontation. Who would be the victor? The battle erupted. Ronin confronted two beastman leaders, his sword tearing through the wind, creating powerful shockwaves. But a commanding shout rang out, ordering them to stop. Ronin was astonished, his blazing red eyes wide open. He couldn't believe this sudden situation. A battle not authorized by superiors? What the hell was going on? Vedi growled, his face full of indignation. He was reprimanded for his reckless behavior. But the anger in the bear beastman's eyes had not subsided. The one who had just attacked Ronin was a powerful lioness beastman. She maintained her guard, ready for the next strike, her eyes blazing as if to devour her opponent. She was Nemea, deputy commander of Zypha's unit, a fierce lion warrior. Her appearance further heightened the tension. Just then, Zypha, Turgong, and Ver appeared, walking with imposing strides. Zypha commanded, "Stop, Vedi. This brat is not an enemy." Vedi was stunned, sweat pouring down. He mumbled that he was just greeting Ronin. But then a thought flashed. What? This brat took the commander's staff? Zypha Turgong maintained a calm expression, his sharp eyes observing Ronin. He thought to himself, anyone who could take his staff must at least possess considerable strength. Zypha Turgong uttered a name that horrified Vedi and Nemea. If he is Navarrose's disciple, Vedi exclaimed. Navarrose. Horrifying memories flooded back. They recalled a solitary figure who had single-handedly annihilated their entire unit. It was an unforgettable nightmare. With glowing green eyes, Navarrose's cold face appeared. That monster. The previous sword saint? Vedi and Nemea couldn't believe it. Vedi trembled, drenched in sweat. He stammered. I thought she was a dragon in human form. The fear was still deeply etched in the bear beastman's mind. Suddenly, Vedi's attitude did a 180-degree turn. He hastily shook Ronin's hand, profusely apologizing. Sorry, kid. I'm a bit hot-headed. This happens sometimes. Vedi continued to plead, begging Ronin to keep this a secret from Navarrose. Ronin looked at the bear beastman with a displeased expression, thinking to himself, what did Master do to make this bear so scared? Zypha Turgong turned to Nemea, calmly asking, Nemea, does your presence here mean everything has been resolved? The lioness beastman replied, Yes, Commander. A fleeting scene appeared, monsters scattering in chaos. Nemea reported, As per your orders, the monsters rampaging around here have been dealt with. In the chaos, Ronin was thrown back, only vaguely hearing about fanatics being hunted down. Suddenly, a dark purple energy burst forth, countless shadowy figures charging straight at Ronin, terrifying him. Heavy, powerful footsteps landed on the ground, signaling the arrival of extraordinary individuals. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, Zypha Turgong and his elite beastman army stood tall, declaring, The arrests are complete. Ronin stood there, cold sweat pouring down, his eyes full of confusion at this perplexing situation. Zypha, with an imposing demeanor, introduced himself as the commander of the Empire's elite beastman unit, under the supreme command of the Emperor. He continued, revealing himself as the leader of the heresy hunting unit, specializing in eradicating the Nebula Clagier organization hidden within the Empire. And then, with a decisive tone, Zypha Turgong officially stated his name, sending shivers down Ronin's spine. A heresy hunting unit? Ronin exclaimed, his suspicious gaze sweeping over Zypha and the beastman army. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to another location, the majestic Romera mountain range appearing under the morning Sunday. Then, a small, peaceful village named Nimberton appeared amidst the lush mountain scenery. The heavy footsteps of armored knights echoed on the village road, signaling the arrival of uninvited guests. 2 armored knights stood tall, causing the villagers to buzz with questions. Who are those people? And why are knights coming to this secluded village? Elsewhere, Ariel, Ronin's older sister, showed a worried and confused expression, unable to understand the current situation. The silver-haired young woman, Ariel, Ronin's older sister, stood there with a questioning gaze, pleading for a clear explanation. Facing her was a young man with black hair, clad in knight's armor, causing Ariel to hesitate and ask, "Are you Ronin's friend?" The knight bowed, his deep voice resonating. "I apologize if I startled you, Ariel." He explained that the knight order had to be formed in a hurry, so they couldn't give prior notice, leaving Ariel still confused. "Please forgive this impoliteness," Shulapin said. Behind him stood the knight order in neat formation. Shulapin knelt on one knee, showing absolute respect. "I, Knight Shulapin, on behalf of the Granchia family, am here to help Lady Ariel move." He raised his head, flashing a charming smile. "Shall we begin packing?" Meanwhile, Ronin stood stunned in the forest, his eyes wide with surprise, wondering, "What? A cult hunting squad?" he thought to himself, looking at the mighty beastmen group, led by Sword Saint Sypha. Ronin wondered, this unit had never existed before. Could it be that the Imperial Palace only acted because he had captured the Nebula Clagier? But what surprised him even more was that Sword Saint Sypha was made the spearhead of this unit. Ronin looked directly at Sypha, questioning. One question. "How did you find those bastards when they're hiding everywhere?" Sypha stroked his chin, his tiger eyes sharp. "I heard that interrogating them with seals no longer works. Your information is deeper than I thought. Did Navarros tell you everything?" Suddenly, a desperate cry rang out, the red-haired girl Azel in extreme panic. "That's Ronin!" The cry echoed, startling both Ronin and Sypha. "Huh?" This voice. Azel was carried over the shoulder by the hyena beastman Ver, her face full of tears. Ronin was astonished. "Azel? How did you end up like this?" She reached out to Ronin, her face tear-streaked, pleading, Save me, Ronin." The hyena beastman, Ver, coldly declared that he had caught a suspicious wanderer, who was Azel. Ver suggested eliminating Azel immediately because of her annoying crying. The red-haired girl panicked, begging them not to eat her, saying she only wanted to find her friend. The tiger beastman Sypha Turgong questioned Ronin about his relationship with Azel. The black-haired young man reluctantly confirmed. Unfortunately, yes. The ethereal moonlight illuminated the night, covering the forest with a strange, eerily silent beauty. Deep in the forest, a lioness beastman began reporting the situation. The bound individuals knelt, their eyes full of fear. The beastwoman asserted that the enemy's brainwashing of monsters was merely a feint, a plan to conceal their true objective. The true target, according to the beastwoman, was the center of the mountain range. Ronin mumbled, "The center of the mountain range. So what's their conspiracy?" Ronin's red eyes flashed. He suddenly realized. The Romera Mountain Pass? The Romera Mountain Pass, the economic lifeline of the Empire, where 1/3 of all goods were transported. A critically important strategic target. Destroying this place would mean removing an economic pillar of the Empire, plunging the entire kingdom into chaos. It was no wonder those rats used monsters as pawns, aiming for this vital point. The 3 bound individuals still knelt in despair. However, one of the bound individuals, the blue-haired girl, suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with resentment and worry. Ronin stood behind her, holding a sharp object. What method will they use to achieve that goal? He wondered. "What are you going to do?" the blue-haired girl exclaimed in panic. "The mountain pass is guarded so strictly, it's unimaginable." Ronin looked down coldly. "That place isn't easily destroyed by just a few monsters. Do you really not know that?" He pressed the sharp object against her neck. "If you want to keep your head, answer me." His cold voice echoed. Ronin pressed the sharp object against her neck, his red eyes burning as he questioned. "What the hell are you hiding?" The tension was palpable. The blue-haired girl, cold sweat pouring, her bloodshot eyes revealing extreme terror. Her face was contorted with fear, despair etched deep into every feature. Suddenly, a sneer appeared on her lips. "Do you think we'd be afraid of such a mundane death?" Her tone was defiant. She erupted, golden energy blazing from her palms. "Filthy heretics!" Her wrath ignited. Ronin was stunned, his red eyes wide with astonishment. "What is this?" He recoiled from the blinding light. Blazing golden energy enveloped the girl, transforming her into a living flame. Her entire body glowed intensely. Mana surged and gathered, forming a dazzling orb of energy. Are they gathering all their mana? Ronin thought in horror. The 3 bound individuals, now free from their shackles, stood upright, their entire bodies ablaze with brilliant golden light, a tragic and heroic sight. A prayer echoed through the space, merging with the dazzling light. "Oh, why, though our abilities are meager, we have failed in our mission." Purple and golden light intertwined, flaring up like a soul flame. But we will pour out our last souls. A noble sacrifice. Before Ronin and the Beastmen, the orb of energy exploded, a vow echoing. And burn all these filthy species. The orb of energy swirled, transforming into a brilliant beam of light, roaring. Who dares oppose the advent of the stars? A colossal pillar of light shot into the sky, tearing through the night, dyeing the entire atmosphere golden. Destructive power. After the explosion, withered leaves fell from above, signaling a change. The three individuals, now freed from their shackles, stood amidst the trees, looking up at the sky that had just been torn apart. Fate had changed. The old man with silver hair looked up at the star-filled night sky, the bright moonlight illuminating every fallen leaf. "Oh dear," he sighed softly. "It seems our brethren have made a noble choice." His glowing purple eyes flashed coldly. It seems the strength of ordinary cult brethren was not enough to buy time against Xifa Turgong's unit. He turned his back. Two figures in white cloaks stood silently behind him. One asked, "I regret the sacrifice of our precious brethren. Baron, if it's difficult to hold Xifa back, why not wait for another day?" Baron shook his head decisively. "No, doing so would be giving them time to regroup. That is unacceptable." Amidst the silent night, leaves continued to fall. He continued, "Then, it will be even harder to fulfill our noble calling." Baron's gnarled hand clenched a glowing blue metal orb. "Therefore, we will not delay any longer. Though not the center, we will start from the Romera mountain waste." Baron stood tall in the forest, his two white-cloaked subordinates bowing their heads and listening. "We will start from the Romera mountain waste," he repeated, his voice echoing in the night. The magic orb was placed on the ground, its blue light spreading from its core, drawing mysterious lines on the damp earth. A sinister smile appeared on his face, his glowing purple eyes shining with malevolence. "To deliver a harsh punishment upon the unbelievers." Within the brilliant golden magic circle, a black-clad figure with glowing yellow eyes sat, holding a small orb. Two white-cloaked figures stood guard, the bright light clearly illuminating their silhouettes. The magic circle swirled, ancient characters glowing. Three small flames flickered at the center, like the souls of those who had just sacrificed themselves. This detonator was a masterpiece by the great inventor Alebrahe, who personally carved 30 layers of magic onto it. The black-clad figure held the orb, explaining, "After absorbing mana from the Earth's ley lines, the 30-layered amplification magic will act as a fuse, obliterating the entire surrounding area." Baron and his two subordinates stood beside the golden orb. "Until this device absorbs enough mana, we just need to protect it from those who can sense abnormalities in the mana flow." The two white-cloaked figures, Evan and Blois, solemnly replied, "We will carry out the order." Evan looked at Baron, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "Baron, I heard that after this mission, you will take over the position of the late Brigia. Is that correct?" Baron smiled sinisterly, confirming he had received the blessing. He explained that this was the standard ritual after official appointment, but this mission required power against the explosion, so the benevolent leader had bestowed this honor upon him beforehand. Three white-cloaked figures stood silently deep in the forest. Baron humbly said he dared not compare his strength to the late Brigia, but asserted that with this blessing, then no matter what variables occurred, he would have no difficulty handling them. Suddenly, a colossal beastman's foot stomped heavily on the ground, interrupting him. Baron flinched, his glowing purple eyes wide, his face filled with astonishment at the sudden, unannounced appearance. He immediately reacted, channeling power into his palm, a blazing golden energy surging, ready to confront the enemy. But a dazzling blue surge of power struck him directly, causing him to stumble and leaving him no time to react. A shield was instantly erected, but it quickly shattered under the fierce attack, sending debris flying everywhere. A scene of devastation appeared. Earth and rocks cracked open. Baron exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe his eyes at this power. He and his companions were surrounded by an energy circle. Baron questioned how the opponent could have found them so quickly, when mana had only just begun to be absorbed. The black-eyed man behind Baron was also surprised. Blue mana surrounding his hands, all of them stunned, not understanding what was happening. Amidst the night, a mighty figure appeared. Sword Saint Xifa Turgong, with his striped tiger body and staff on his shoulder, had revealed himself. The Sword Saint's glowing yellow eyes were sharp, looking directly at them. He roared. Did they think they could escape his sight? From above, Xifa Turgong majestically declared that as soon as he set foot in Romira, he had immediately pinpointed their location. The Sword Saint continued. He was just waiting to see what these people's final trick would be. A white-cloaked hand trembled in the darkness. Xifa Turgong's tiger eyes flashed with contempt. He called them prey blinded by illusion and arrogance. The old baron's blazing purple eyes gleamed with malice, as if savoring the impending drama. He sneered, his voice echoing with defiance. "Keep resisting, Resist with all your might until the very end. 10 minutes earlier, at the church where the Sword Saint was confronted, dry leaves fell on a fateful afternoon. 3 figures in white cloaks concentrated their power, and a fierce, dazzling surge of golden energy erupted, blinding the entire space. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong, in his striped tiger beastman form, bared his fangs, his blazing golden eyes full of vigilance. Is this self-destructing magic using mana as a catalyst? He tightened his grip on his staff, ordering Nemea and the other members to retreat. A blazing golden pillar of light shot straight into the sky, tearing through the night, signaling a merciless battle. Amidst the exploding energy, a figure soared into the air, the sword in their hand reflecting a brilliant light. Zypha Turgong's eyes widened, looking in that direction in astonishment. Beside him, Nemea and the Lion Beastman were also stunned. The young man Ronin, with black hair and red eyes, hovered in mid-air, his sword seemingly absorbing all the light. Ronin's red eyes suddenly blazed fiercely, and a crimson sword aura tore through the wind, carrying overwhelming, killing intent. Blazing red sword slashes ripped through space, forming a deadly net, signaling an unstoppable attack. Ronin tightened his grip on the hilt, the blade glowing red, as if absorbing all his rage and determination. With blazing red eyes and overwhelming aura, Ronin landed, ready to face any foe. The bound individuals, including the blue-haired girl, looked up at Ronin with a mix of astonishment and hope. The blue-haired girl cried out in panic, "No, it can't be. How could the last flame of me and my brethren?" The flickering flame of hope was extinguished. The blue-haired girl barely managed to utter her last words before her body was torn apart in a spray of red blood. Not a single one escaped his blade. The bound individuals, who once held fragile hope, were now just lifeless corpses strewn at Ronin's feet. Ronin's blood-red eyes swept across the scene. "What a cunning bunch," he growled, his cold gaze piercing through the night. "If you only intend to play petty games," Ronin declared, his eyes flaring with deadly fire, "then just die. A merciless judgment." Sword Saint Zypha Turgong was stunned. "Horrifying," he muttered. What just happened wasn't merely mutually destructive magic. The old Sword Saint stared at Ronin's back, amidst the lifeless corpses. A terrifying truth slowly dawned in his mind. That kid, he definitely severed even the magic power, Zypha Turgong concluded, his eyes full of disbelief as he looked at Ronin. Ronin turned to the Sword Saint. "You fought them before, you must know, right?" he said. "They might flee, but they never end things so easily." "They're definitely plotting something else," Ronin continued. And considering the gravity of this matter, he stepped closer, his gaze sharp as a knife. "I'm certain high-ranking cult members, or formidable enemies, are involved. I don't know who you are," Ronin looked directly at the Sword Saint. "But if you're the vanguard of the cult hunting squad, you must have a way to track them, right? Cooperate with me," he commanded, his fiery gaze showing unshakable will, an offer that couldn't be refused. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong narrowed his eyes. "I will help you gain the Emperor's favor," he replied. A powerful promise. At the same time elsewhere, Baron and his subordinates stood in a dark forest, their eyes full of calculation. Baron looked down at the cracked ground, his blazing purple eyes showing astonishment. "I didn't sense any magic power until the attack hit. In other words," he continued, his voice full of doubt, "this attack contained no magic power at all, just wind pressure generated by pure strength." Baron stared into the darkness, his voice full of astonishment. "Sword Saint Zypha, I know him, and I've heard many stories about him. But not all legends are light. He is a true monster, with terrifying power beyond imagination." Baron closed his eyes, realizing this uninvited guest was a formidable opponent from the start. Amidst the fiery space, Ronin asked his 2 comrades if they could withstand this challenge. A decisive answer, without hesitation, echoed in the tense air. For the mission of the star, they were ready to face all dangers, regardless of sacrifice. Energy erupted from their palms, brilliant golden light tearing through the night, signaling a fierce battle. Power surged, their eyes blazing like fire. They braced themselves against the immense pressure. The 2 warriors stood firm, their aura overwhelming, power surging around them, ready for battle. Sword Saint Zypha frowned, realizing this was a combination of a high-level knight and a mage. "Not bad," he muttered. The mysterious figure in the shadows thought to himself, if his team were here, things would be different. Perhaps there would have been a memorable battle. He imagined the confrontation, seeing it as an excellent training opportunity for his team. A dramatic prospect, a wind-splitting slash, brilliant golden light, like the sun. Sword Saint Zypha unleashed an earth-shattering attack, Baron exclaimed excitedly. Was this also the guidance of the star? A battle that put the honor of the Empire's strongest swordsman on the line? 2 surges of power collided, creating a deafening roar. For a warrior, what could be more honorable than facing the strongest? Baron roared, challenging Sword Saint Xifa Turgong to display his strongest sword. He wanted to witness that legendary power, right here. Xifa Turgong, in his tiger beastman form, his eyes blazing, was ready to accept the challenge. A thought flashed in his mind, about the glory after victory. Baron charged like a storm, his eyes blazing with ambition. He yearned for victory, yearned to stand alongside the strongest. But then, a harsh truth emerged. His sword, a symbol of power, was shattering into pieces. Baron was sent flying, his body reeling in midair. Sword Saint Xifa Turgong stood firm, his staff unwavering, demonstrating overwhelming power. Baron's face changed color, his eyes revealing astonishment and disappointment. His dream of standing alongside them vanished like the fragments of magic around him. He struggled to his feet, his eyes full of rage, questioning the Sword Saint. He couldn't accept this defeat, couldn't accept his opponent's so-called honor. From the Sword Saint's fist, dark power surged, refuting Baron's words. He scorned one who dared speak of honor while relying on evil power. Without another word, the Sword Saint unleashed a fatal blow. A stream of green energy tore through the air, fresh blood splattered. Without mercy, Baron was flung far away, his body like a broken puppet. The Sword Saint gave him no chance to resist, continuing to pursue, cornering his opponent. The Sword Saint's eyes were cold, full of indignation. He growled, "Don't defile a warrior's honor," his stern warning echoing. Meanwhile, Evan and Blah simultaneously cast magic, a brilliant aura enveloping them. The black-clad figure standing nearby observed, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. Evan's eyes widened in surprise. Then he quickly regained his composure. Magic power surged, and he was ready for a counterattack. A blazing fist shot out, shattering all obstacles. Fragments of ice broke apart, signaling a powerful attack about to descend. The battle continued, Xifa, Turgong, and Baron clashing fiercely. Fresh blood splattered on Baron, but he still refused to yield. Baron's counterattack was unleashed, a fiery punch tearing through the air, carrying destructive power. But Sword Saint Xifa Turgong was no pushover. He swiftly blocked the attack with a blazing golden energy shield. Conflicting powers erupted. The Sword Saint concentrated his strength, pushing Baron back with a massive honeycomb-shaped energy field. The Tiger Beastman looked directly at Baron, questioning, "I thought you were a familiar face, but have you been hiding in the evil cult all this time?" A surge of dark magic enveloped Baron, the accusation echoing, "You are the one wanted for the deaths of thousands of residents of a western village named Addison, due to a dark magic experiment decades ago, then vanished without a trace." The Sword Saint growled, his eyes sharp and cold. "Athens' blood was spilled, Baron." Baron sneered, his eyes full of disdain. "It's an honor that the Sword Saint still remembers my name, but it's been a long time since I abandoned that sordid past." He unleashed his power, blazing golden energy cracking around him, declaring, "Currently, I am merely a follower of the star, nothing more." "I don't care," Sword Saint Xifa Turgong roared, delivering a devastating punch that slammed Baron to the ground. Baron was stunned, but quickly regained his composure. He knew, no matter who he was, the goal remained unchanged. The Sword Saint didn't hesitate, unleashing another fatal blow, fresh blood splattering from Baron. Baron looked up, his blazing purple eyes flashing with madness, a surge of dark power beginning to rise. He growled, seemingly whispering an ancient curse, dense, dark purple magic power gushing from his mouth. The entire space trembled, and a terrifying surge of power named Blessing of the Star erupted, engulfing everything. The terrifying surge of power exploded, submerging everything. Sword Saint Xifa Turgong was pushed back amidst the vortex of blazing purple magic, his striped tiger body swaying. The Tiger Man raised his head, his blazing golden eyes reflecting a power beyond the ordinary. A fleeting moment of astonishment crossing his resolute face. "The followers I carefully selected couldn't even stop you for a moment." Baron's voice echoed through the deep purple space. "Now, I understand how high the wall named Sword Saint truly island." Baron's glowing purple eyes flashed with contempt. He growled, his words like sharp blades. "But even you can never break through this ultimate power." Purple energy surged, drowning all hope. Baron spread his arms wide, like a god bestowing grace. "Power granted by the stars," he declared, absolutely confident in his strength. The silver-haired old man burst into maniacal laughter, his voice echoing through space. "You are merely a tiny mortal, crawling beneath the stars." Xifa Turgong bowed his head, his hands clenched, his deep eyes hiding something. Baron looked up at the sky, savoring the moment of victory. "How is it, Xifa? How does it feel to witness the greatness of the stars for the first time? Tell me. As a believer, I'm very curious." Baron cackled, but the only reply was a cold sentence. "How ridiculous." Sword Saint Xifa Turgong stood tall, turning away, the staff in his hand a silent challenge amidst the sea of magic. The smile on Baron's lips vanished. You're still trapped in an empty illusion, even as we burn each other's lives. That's why I'll finish you, Baron growled, killing intent erupting. Zypha Turgong, with his muscular physique, stood firm like a mountain. The Sword Saint's glowing golden eyes flashed with contempt, a predator blinded by illusion. Baron's voice rang out, full of judgment. Amidst the dark space, a brilliant blue light sword appeared, emitting a sharp aura ready to tear through the night. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong roared, the staff in his hand transforming into a blue light sword aura, tearing through space with terrifying power. But Baron didn't flinch. He unleashed a brilliant purple magic, forming a solid defensive barrier, blocking the attack. The Empire's strongest swordsman, Baron sneered, his glowing purple eyes full of disdain as he faced the renowned reputation. Two opposing energy currents, blue sword aura and purple magic, collided violently, creating a dazzling explosion that pushed both back. Wild power spread, sweeping away everything in sight, leaving only brilliant blue streaks of light. As the smoke and dust gradually cleared, the battlefield became eerily silent, with only sparkling energy remnants remaining. The Sword Saint's blue light sword aura still hovered, but seemed to have lost some of its initial power. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong landed, his amber eyes blazing, his staff clenched, ready for a more powerful counterattack. Baron took a step back, enveloping himself in a spherical magic shield, and sneered, his face full of self-satisfaction. How surprising, Baron mumbled, a hint of astonishment in his eyes, even as a sword saint with just sword aura. The battlefield was devastated, with deep cracks in the ground, testament to the destructive power of the recent confrontation. To possess such terrifying power, he continued, his voice carrying a hint of surprise, but quickly regaining his confidence. Baron swallowed hard, his eyes sharp and cold. A martial power that can rival them. But a maniacal smile appeared on his lips. Unfortunately, because even the sword aura of that great sword saint is just a trivial trick before the is less than blessing of the stars, is greater than, he roared, purple magic exploding, engulfing the entire space. Purple magic exploded, forming a gigantic energy sphere in midair, submerging all of the sword saint's sword aura. What now, Zypha? A challenging voice rang out. The magic sphere, dubbed a magic bomb, was frantically absorbing mana from the surrounding space, its power increasing every second, threatening the entire land. The silver-haired sorcerer sneered, his glowing purple eyes looking at the sword saint with contempt. You should retreat immediately. Only you can escape the blast radius. What about the other weaklings? The sword saint's glowing golden eyes were sharp and cold, looking directly at his cruelty. All will turn to ash on these mountains, the sorcerer roared, purple magic surging, engulfing him, turning his words into a deadly curse. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong stepped back, his tiger eyes narrowing, neutralizing even the attack. Just as that child said, this is troublesome power. If not properly prepared, one day it will become a great threat. Therefore, I will do everything correctly, he told himself. His eyes resolute, an emerald green aura erupted from the beastman's body, enveloping his staff. Let's see, how much of the so-called blessing of the stars it can block. Zypha Turgong roared, swinging his staff, unleashing an aura more powerful than ever. What? The sorcerer was startled, his defensive magic shaking, a pressure far exceeding the previous attack. This island, aura? He exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the sword saint, who was erupting with power, his tiger eyes blazing. The sorcerer sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. The struggle of a beast against heaven, truly impressive. Zypha, I am genuinely impressed. His purple magic remained solid, but fragments of emerald green energy began to break off, signaling an uncompromising confrontation. You, the strongest on this earth. The silver-haired sorcerer sneered, purple magic surging around him again. Give it your all. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong roared, his entire body ablaze with emerald green aura, charging straight into the vortex of purple magic, refusing to retreat. A surge of aura, an invisible power, was shaping destiny. Amidst the chaotic battle, Ronin's face was full of rage, sweat pouring down. He growled, "Are you even conscious?" The surging purple magic pushed Ronin back, but he remained resolute. Enough! That's quite enough. Sword Saint Zypha Turgong roared, his tiger form enveloped in green aura. At this rate, you'll blow away the entire mountain before the bomb even detonates. The silver-haired sorcerer Baron was stunned. His opponent's power left him astonished, his glowing purple eyes showing disbelief. Amidst the chaotic magic, the sword saint turned his head, his sharp tiger eyes looking towards a familiar figure. You have arrived? Ronin gasped, having just reached the sword saint's side. He heard Zypha Turgong's cold voice. You're slower than you look. Ronin pouted in response. Geez, I've never heard that one. Or is it because you're too fast? Anyway, if you're the blessing of the stars, then step aside. The Sword Saint looked at Ronin with a stern gaze, his deep, hoarse voice ringing out. No matter how extraordinary you are. The Sorcerer Baron was still stunned. The Sword Saint continued, You can't handle that right now. Time was running out, the Sword Saint stated decisively. Don't be stubborn. This is a reasonable judgment. You are more suited for this, Ronin. Baron's eyes widened, purple magic flaring around him. What? Speaking so arrogantly to the Sword Saint? Who is that kid? Ronin walked straight towards the sorcerer, his tone nonchalant. Hey, old man, thanks a lot. Clenching his sword hilt, Ronin casually said, Your voice was loud enough that I've got the gist of it. So, I just need to deal with you and neutralize the magic bomb behind you. He drew his sword, his sharp eyes looking directly at his opponent. To end this damn mess, right? In the tense atmosphere, Ronin maintained his nonchalant demeanor, his glowing red eyes looking straight at the enemy. Anyway, old man, are you really a high-ranking manager? He continued to provoke, his tone full of contempt. From that troublesome blessing, it seems so, but no matter how I look at you, Baron was stunned, spinning around abruptly. His glowing purple eyes were a mix of surprise and fury. How do you know her name? His anger erupted, he roared, his face contorted. So it was a child like you who killed her, not Sarante? Brilliant purple magic surged around him. Baron gnashed his teeth, his voice tearing through space. How dare you disrespect Brigia's honor with that filthy mouth? A surge of magical power erupted from Baron, a dazzling purple light, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. The magic transformed into pitch-black tentacles, sharp as claws, lunging straight towards Ronin with tearing speed. Baron shrieked with hatred, magic swirling violently. You truly want to be torn to shreds, he continued, his tone full of reverence when mentioning the deceased. Brigia was a top believer in the congregation. She rose to branch leader through her own strength. She was one of the most respected believers. Gigantic, grotesque magic tentacles with sharp fangs snarled as they lunged, devouring space. Baron roared, magic exploding even more violently, the pitch-black tentacles writhing like hungry monsters. He continued to accuse, his tone full of indignation. Stop those disrespectful lies, you unbeliever. The fact that you, someone not even a believer, know her name, surely means you witnessed her death, Baron shrieked, magic compressed to its extreme, ready to crush his opponent. The grotesque magic tentacles opened their mouths wide, sharp fangs poised to tear everything apart, lunging straight at Ronin. Amidst Baron's wild fury, Ronin still stood there, strangely calm. His eyes looked directly at the incoming tentacles. Then he uttered a light question. The truth? Wild magic enveloped Ronin, but he stood firm, his face obscured by shadow. Amidst the storm, he spoke with a challenge. If you're that curious, then. The flow of magic grew increasingly violent, swirling deep into his body. But in response, there was only the cold, confident declaration of the one standing at the eye of the storm. I'll tell you myself. Dark power exploded, tearing through space with brilliant purple-red streaks of light. This was a fatal blow, carrying all the old man's fury. From above, magic poured down like a waterfall, forming a deadly vortex. Tiny Ronin stood in the middle. Could he withstand this destructive power? But no! Ronin still stood there, completely unharmed. He looked at Baron, his eyes contemptuous, and offered his assessment. So you're not just all talk. You're qualified to be an assistant. Ronin's words were like adding fuel to the fire. Baron roared, his glowing purple eyes burning with hatred. There's no way she lost to you over such a trivial matter. Even if you ambushed her, the old man went mad, magic erupting from his palms, as if wanting to tear his opponent apart. He refused to accept this cruel truth. Baron's face was contorted with rage, his silver hair standing on end. He shrieked, denying all possibilities. You won't be able to touch this. Despite the old man's rage, Ronin remained calm. He repeated the word blessing that Baron had just mentioned, his tone full of innuendo and defiance. His crimson eyes flashed, and Ronin suddenly lunged forward like a ghost. The pitch-black sword swung, tearing through the air, aimed directly at the target. His sword struck directly into the ancient, shimmering orb. Ronin coldly uttered, Yes, that mad woman babbled just like you. And the sharp blade plunged deep into the orb. Cracks began to spread, signaling the collapse of something incredibly important. In an instant, the orb shattered into countless fragments, its brilliant golden magic exploding before quickly vanishing into thin air. The remnants of the orb fell, leaving sparkling trails of light in the air. A symbol of power had been completely destroyed. Ronin stood tall, his sword still imbued with residual magic. He looked down at the fragments, uttering a cold final remark. Dead, just like that. Ronin stared directly at the horrified Baron, his eyes blazing, and provocatively asked, So, has your question been answered? Baron's eyes constricted, his brilliant purple pupils filled with horror and pain, unable to believe what had just happened. Once again, Ronin coldly questioned, his face unperturbed. Well, has your curiosity been satisfied? In Baron's purple eyes, panic and despair remained intact, as if his soul was being torn apart. Fresh blood splattered on the cold ground, and Baron cried out in despair. Impossible. He collapsed, covered in blood, his brilliant purple eyes glaring at Ronin with rage and disbelief. How could a brat's sword cut through the blessing of the stars and me? Baron's pupils constricted, a horrifying thought flashing in his mind as he wondered, that power, surpassing the rules, could it be like? In a dark space, a majestic figure sat on a throne, enveloped in purple light. Baron mused, the power of the pontiff? A close-up of the face obscured in shadow, with only one brilliant purple eye glowing, exuding the mysterious and terrifying aura of the pontiff. Blood splattered. Baron's eyes widened in extreme horror, realizing something terrible, but his words were cut short. Who exactly is he? The scene shifts. Ronin stood opposite a burly tiger beastman. The beastman asked, "You killed him?" Ronin replied, "Either way, doing so will neatly conclude this matter." A woman with glowing eyes appeared in the beastman's thoughts, and he muttered, "If ordinary believers have reached that level, the executives will certainly cause more trouble." The tiger beastman, Turgong, warned Ronin, "Now that they've resorted to extreme methods, you'll have to be careful for a while." Ronin calmly replied, "That would be a wise decision." Turgong lamented, "However, it's a pity I couldn't properly deal with the blessing of the stars." Ronin scoffed, "You're talking about blowing away someone's homeland too lightly." Amidst the devastated forest caused by Ronin's sword energy, Turgong mused, "For someone who turned the forest into this with just sword energy, do you truly have no idea what would happen if you used aura?" Sword Saint Turgong breathed a sigh of relief. The task was smoothly completed thanks to Ronin, and he decided to temporarily set aside his curiosity about the blessing of the stars. Suddenly, Turgong asked Ronin if he needed anything, surprising the black-haired young man. The tiger beastman explained that the emperor had ordered rewards for those who helped destroy the cult, and he could request anything. Ronin flashed a cunning smile, his red eyes gleaming with interest. "Oh, really? Excellent." He thought to himself that he desperately needed strong hands like Turgong and others anyway. Meanwhile, under the ethereal moonlight, a formidable cavalry of silver-armored knights marched through the night. Former Commander Evan, with a stern expression, led the troops towards an uncertain future. At the same time, in a luxurious carriage, Ariel gazed thoughtfully out the window, where a small town appeared faintly under the moonlight. She sat there, her long silver hair like a flowing stream, her face filled with worry as the mission to escort the most precious person in the world to the capital was imminent. The night procession continued its relentless journey, the thundering hooves echoing throughout the valley. A knight remarked that the journey was quieter than they expected, with no signs of any danger. Two other knights chatted, initially thinking there would be a major battle, but now only hoping everything would be safe and sound. A knight curiously asked about the identity of the woman in the carriage, whom even the Gronkia knights had to personally escort. The other knight shook his head, unsure of her identity, but certain she was extremely important to the young master. Evan, the young commander, subtly turned his head to look at the carriage behind, where Ariel sat, her face still showing a hint of anxiety. Evan cleared his throat, his face flushed, seemingly trying to hide an indescribable embarrassment. The commander solicitously asked, worried if Ariel was uncomfortable on the journey. His face still held a hint of awkwardness. From inside the carriage, Ariel smiled and replied, asserting that the carriage was even more comfortable than her own home. She called him Shulipin. The white-haired young woman continued, asking in turn if the knight was tired from riding for such a long journey. Ariel offered to invite Evan into the carriage with her. The knight looked down, his face flushed, his heart pounding. For a moment, Evan dreamily thought of that scene, a radiant smile appearing as if his wish had been granted. But then, reality pulled him back. Evan startled and shouted, resolutely declining the invitation. This top-secret mission did not allow him to be negligent. He quickly composed himself, instructing Ariel to let him know if she needed a rest, and they would find a stopping place immediately. Suddenly, hooves thundered, and dirt and rocks flew. The group accelerated, and the atmosphere grew tense. Evan tightened his grip on the reins, his face hardening, his sharp gaze sweeping forward, sensing something ominous. A close-up of the commander's face, his expression full of vigilance, as if sensing an invisible threat. In the distance, the knights also noticed. A sinister purple energy surge was approaching, carrying an ill omen. The energy surge gradually took shape, revealing a ferocious beastly face with blazing golden eyes, radiating terrifying power. Without hesitation, Evan immediately commanded, "Everyone, prepare for battle!" His voice echoed, decisive. The knights at the front quickly drew their swords, assuming battle stances, ready to face the impending danger. Evan, amidst the brilliant purple energy pouring down, shouted a command. At all costs, prioritize protecting Ural. An urgent order echoing through the danger. Evan's eyes blazed with determination. He gripped his sword tightly and roared. For the honor of Grongxia, an ironclad vow, ready to face death. A Grongxia knight in gleaming silver armor bravely parried the blow. The clash of metal was deafening, and the vow, for the honor of Grongxia, echoed once more. Evan frowned in astonishment. Unbelievable, he muttered. This isn't a threat from an earth dragon. Just its approach alone. A brilliant red energy surge tore through the air, rushing straight towards them. The terrifying power contained within it made everything around tremble. Evan stood amidst the storm of red energy, clearly feeling its overwhelming presence. I could feel such a terrifying source of energy, he exclaimed, his face tense. Darkness gradually took shape, a colossal, sharp claw, enveloped in purple energy. What exactly is that? Evan wondered, anxiety surging. Evan charged straight into the danger, his eyes wide, gleaming with astonishment. Purple energy surrounded him, as if he was absorbing or directly confronting it. Evan's blue eyes suddenly lit up, then widened in surprise. A gasp of, "Ah!" escaped him. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Evan swung his sword, directly confronting the shadow monster. The colossal beastman, with glowing eyes, delivered a powerful blow, creating a terrifying spectacle. A dazzling blue energy explosion erupted, sending debris flying. The immense destructive power cracked the ground and shook the space. The blue energy continued to spread, forming brilliant streams of light, sweeping away everything in its path. A scene of destruction. A Grongxia knight was knocked back, his armor cracked. I've been surprised quite a few times today, he exclaimed, his voice full of bewilderment. Ural's carriage was damaged, shrouded in dust. I've heard rumors, a voice echoed. But even those rumors underestimated this power. The shadow monster revealed a majestic face, its eyes sharp and cold. An impressive defense, rising star of the Empire, it said. If the next sword saint is human, it will surely. Shallopin braced himself, his sword close to the enemy. He couldn't believe it. One of them was a traitor. Rage flared, but the overwhelming power pushed him into a difficult position. How dare you point your sword at the Grongxia flag? Shallopin roared, struggling to fend off the relentless attack. The colossal shadow stood firm, pressing down on him, suffocating him. A sky-shattering roar tore through the space. Sword Saint Xifa Turgong appeared with immense power. The Tiger Beastman's blazing golden eyes ignited, ready to confront the danger. This is just a simple greeting. No need to be so tense. Sword Saint Xifa Turgong's deep voice resonated, his large hand gripping a long staff. A decisive confrontation is worth more than 100 words. A heavy step from the Sword Saint landed, shaking the ground and sending dust flying. His appearance carried an overwhelming aura, signaling an imminent, uncompromising battle. Ronin! Shallopin exclaimed in surprise. The black-haired young man appeared with a radiant smile, waving. Well done, Shallopin. Reinforcements have arrived, it declared, bringing new hope. Ronin reassured Shallopin, telling him not to worry too much about what just happened. He confidently gave a thumbs up. From now on, the excellent transporters are ready to assist us. Immediately, a formidable army of beastmen charged like a storm. Figures of bears, wolves, hyenas, darted swiftly, carrying wild power, ready to join the fray. Two Grongxia knights looked at the new army in surprise. Are those the transporters? One exclaimed. It must be Edel's beastman squad, the other confirmed, recognizing familiar faces. Shallopin was still stunned by the sudden appearance of Ronin and the beastman army. He frowned, still harboring unshakable worries. Regardless, he muttered. Amidst the beastmen's battle, Ronin turned to Shallopin, asking with concern, My sister is being well taken care of, right? He wanted to ensure Ural's safety after the chaotic battle. The brilliant morning sun dispelled the chaotic night. A new day began, bringing tranquility and peace, a complete contrast to the battle that had just passed. Before them was a magnificent mansion, exquisitely designed under a clear blue sky. Oh my God! A voice exclaimed, full of surprise and admiration. Inside the mansion, everything sparkled with light, exuding luxury and warmth. Every detail was meticulously cared for, creating a sophisticated living space. Ural stood between Shallopin and Ronin, her red eyes wide with surprise. Is this real, Ronin? Is it really? She couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ural still hovered in midair, her red eyes wide with surprise at the luxurious room. She still couldn't believe what she was seeing. Ronin smiled, reassuring her. How many more times will you ask, sister? From now on, we can live here. Vidian is right next door, so we'll see each other often, and it's safe, too. Shallopin also chimed in, a proud look on his face. I asked the family's artisans to design and install it. Even though I told them not to spare any resources, I'm still worried if it's to your liking. Ariel cut him off, her eyes sparkling with happiness. Of course I like it. It's like being in a fairy tale here. She was overjoyed, thanking both young men. Ronin and Shellopin, though only small figures, also glowed with joy at seeing her happy. Full of energy, she suggested. How can we let such a memorable day pass by? If you two are free, let's have a meal together. The peaceful moment suddenly vanished, as an unexpected cold aura swept in. Ronin was slightly surprised by Ariel's invitation for a home-cooked meal. Shellopin blushed, his heart pounding.
A meal with Ariel?
Ronin merely mused.
Oh, the first home-cooked meal after how long?
Rapid footsteps echoed, shattering the cozy atmosphere. A lithe figure approached, bringing an ominous premonition. A cold voice spoke, full of menace. Explain yourselves to me, you two-legged beasts. Her lips curved into a sinister smile, revealing sharp teeth. Ronin and Shellopin startled and turned around. The voice echoed, full of authority. Why are you loitering in this place? The two young men were astonished. What is this? This voice. They seemed to recognize its owner. Amidst streams of green and blue energy, two figures appeared. A white-haired, green-eyed woman in combat attire and a giant beastman with blazing golden eyes. Ronin stared at the beastman in astonishment. Instructor Navarro's? He couldn't believe his eyes. The white-haired woman, her green eyes glowing brightly, looked directly at them with a face full of killing intent. Clearly, this was not a friendly encounter. The scene opens to an ancient arena. Surrounded by shadowy figures, two forces confront each other. A burly tiger beastman and a spirited white-haired young woman. The air is thick with tension, signaling a fated encounter. The tiger beastman, Zypha Turgong, breaks the silence. He looks at the white-haired young woman, Navarro's, with sharp eyes. Long time no see, Navarro's. You're still as hot-headed as ever. Zypha Turgong continues to provoke, questioning if she can properly teach her students with such an impulsive temperament. His voice hides deep, bitter sarcasm. Navarro's green eyes flash with anger. She retorts defiantly, her gaze seemingly piercing through her opponent. Are you sure you have the right to comment on my teaching methods? The white-haired young woman doesn't hesitate, bluntly telling Zypha Turgong to leave. This is no place for the likes of you. Stop being arrogant and get out. She even calls him a two-legged beast. Zypha Turgong merely smirks. He admits her tongue is still as sharp as ever, but his eyes hide contempt, as if she only knows how to use words. Navarro's grinds her teeth, her green eyes blazing. She looks as if she wants to tear her opponent apart. Zypha Turgong coldly asks if she has the courage to back up her words. He steps closer, leaning down to look at her, his tone full of mockery. Have you thoroughly considered your past failures? A question like a knife stabbing straight into her pride. Zypha Turgong's blazing golden eyes flash with triumph. He recalls the fated moment, the day he stripped her of her title as Sword Saint. Rage erupts in Navarro's eyes. Her pupils dilate, enveloped by a blazing red, as if wanting to incinerate everything. Painful memories flood back, making her seem to transform into a demon. Around them, other beastmen watch, their eyes filled with worry. They sense the terrifying killing intent erupting from Navarro's, signaling an unavoidable battle. Navarro's hand tightens around her sword hilt. Power surges, ready to explode. She can no longer restrain herself, wanting only to use her sword to retaliate against every insult. Emerald green energy erupts around Navarro's, enveloping her. She draws her sword, her eyes resolute. If you're so curious, then I'll show you firsthand. In a flash, Navarro's vanishes, leaving a trail of green light. A beastman has fallen, motionless. Her terrifying speed blurs everything. The fallen beastman's eyes widen in horror. He doesn't understand what just happened, only feeling his body completely paralyzed. A bear beastman standing nearby is utterly terrified. He tries to move, but in vain. What? I can't move my body. Horror spreads across the battlefield. A wolf, divided by hyena beastman's eyes, widen in terror, feeling his entire body paralyzed. A power that can paralyze the entire body. Could this be? Amidst the hazy green mist, Navarro stands opposite Zypha Turgong, her power transforming into a colossal python, threatening her enemy. The Weeping Python, that is the name for this terrifying power. A deadly curse, sowing ultimate fear. The emerald snake eyes glow brightly, their gaze piercing, as if wanting to devour everything in sight. Even Zypha Turgong, the renowned sword saint, feels his body stiffen. He wonders in astonishment, has this girl become much stronger than before? As interesting as I expected, you snake woman, Zypha Turgong exclaims, his tone full of defiance, even though he is being suppressed. Without hesitation, Navarro's draws her sword. The gleaming blade, carrying the power of lightning, is ready to tear through the night. All right, I'll give you what you want. Zypha Turgong roars, his eyes blazing, determined to fight to the end. Navi-Rose unleashes her power, her entire body engulfed in dazzling green light, like a goddess of war. Thunder roars, green energy surges, tearing through space with an earth-shattering attack. Her every step is firm and decisive, moving straight into the eye of the storm, without a hint of hesitation. Are you all insane? Zypha Turgong roars, his eyes full of fury as the battle reaches its climax. He questions, "What do you think you're doing in front of someone else's house?" The scene abruptly shifts to a completely different setting. Suddenly, the scene shifts to a house. Ronin is held back by Shelopin and Uriel, his face contorted in terror. Ronin yells, "Do you even know who's here? If you touch a single hair on my sister's head, today I will kill all of you." The venomous oath echoes, cutting through the peaceful scene of the deep blue sky. In the magnificent hall, Ronin is still restrained by two strangers, while the Sword Saint and the Beastman army stand opposite, creating an extremely tense situation. A heavy footstep echoes, breaking the suffocating silence, like a war drum signaling the end of the confrontation. Ronin, his face full of indignation, relentlessly questions, "You esteemed Sword Saints are truly no different from children. Because of your petty squabble, do you know what almost happened?" He roars, his eyes blazing as he stares directly at Sword Saint Zypha Turgong. "Have you no shame?" His sharp words echo, shaking the entire space. Zypha Turgong slightly tilts his head, a somewhat awkward expression on his face, admitting, "I was indeed a bit hot-headed." The Tiger Beastman continues his apology, glancing at Navi-Rose standing nearby. "I caused an unpleasant scene due to that venomous snake woman's provocation. My apologies for the rudeness." Zypha Turgong begins to retreat, his steps firm on the stone floor. "Above all, it seems the relocation has been completed safely. Therefore, my team will withdraw now, Ronin." Before leaving, the Sword Saint turns back to look at the young man, his message echoing with hidden meaning. "Next time we meet, I hope you will have become a stronger warrior." With a brief farewell, Zypha Turgong and his Beastman team quickly vanish into the mist, leaving behind a space filled with contemplation. Ronin stands there, feeling the tense energy dissipate, the shimmering blue light around him gradually fading into nothingness. He sighs in relief, thinking to himself, "Phew, finally, I can breathe." Who would have thought the Sword Saint would cause such a huge commotion? Suddenly, a brilliant emerald green aura flares up, and Navi-Rose appears right behind Ronin. He turns around, intending to greet her. "Oh, by the way, why is the trainer here so early?" But before he could finish, Navi-Rose sharply turns around, her eyes blazing and her voice full of authority. "Ronin, explain." Emerald green energy surges around her. She roars, her aura overwhelming. "Everything! Don't leave anything out!" Ronin pales, cursing inwardly. "Ha ha, damn it." The scene shifts back to a peaceful town with a large castle in its center, a stark contrast to what just happened. In a luxurious room, Ronin and Navi-Rose sit opposite each other. She maintains a stern expression while he bows his head, preparing for a lengthy interrogation. A magnificent chandelier hangs high, illuminating the luxurious room where Navi-Rose's interrogation of Ronin is taking place. In the steaming teacup, Navi-Rose's reflection appears, her eyes sharp and cold. "I see. So that's how at Island." She sits majestically in her chair, her voice echoing. "To reward his contributions in Ramira, that beast helped your sister move." Ronin slightly frowns, a little uncomfortable. "Yes, I suppose so." Navi-Rose thinks to herself, that Beastman must value him highly to do that. But Navi-Rose's green eyes suddenly glow fiercely, radiating a dangerous aura.
You should stay away from him. That old beast is extremely dangerous.
Ronin flinches, cold sweat running down his back.
Dangerous? What do you mean?
The atmosphere suddenly turns grim, Navi-Rose's words like a curse. 10 years ago, a large-scale Beastman invasion devastated the north. Horrifying scenes return, Beastmen roaring, tearing humans apart. A night full of blood, the Night of Fangs, etched itself into memory. Ronin's eyes suddenly flash golden, his face horrified. Zypha is the bastard who led that Beastman tribe. Navi-Rose grinds her teeth, her voice full of resentment. Now, they've been integrated into the Imperial Army thanks to a peace treaty, and he's become the Empire's sword. But I still don't trust him. In a memory, Zypha Turgong strides into the Grand Hall, negotiating with the Empire. He gambled everything to protect the northern lands for his kin. The Emperor smiles, accepting the offer in exchange for the blood oath. The entire Empire rejoices. But Navi-Rose knows he is merely hiding his fangs. Zypha Turgong stands with his back turned, his eyes fixed on his kin. He does everything, only to protect those who belong to him. The fierce beastman's face is clearly visible. We don't know when he will become a threat worse than even the cult on the day the blood oath is broken. Ronin muses, tapping his hand lightly on the table, Speaking of which, Zypha didn't appear in the battle against a Hayut. Zypha Turgong's towering figure stands behind, like a reminder of the potential danger. Of course, like other powerful figures, he might have been eliminated by the cult. Darkness swallows everything, leaving only the blazing eyes of the Tiger Beastman and a mysterious figure. A reminder that all possibilities cannot be ruled out. After heavy contemplation, the space returns to silence. Ronin and Naviros face each other, a quiet pause before the story continues. Naviros smiles faintly, breaking the silence. There's something I wanted to say, but we've gone too far already. Her eyes are sharp and cold, piercing through his heart. So what you said, is it true? She questions him directly about his ability to freely wield sword aura. Ronin sits up straight, his eyes resolute. A confident smile appears on his lips. Ronin affirms, yes, exactly. He humbly admits he's still far inferior to her sword aura. Naviros scoffs, that useless Jaredon finally did something useful. Very well. She stands up, draws her sword, her eyes blazing. Then, let's begin training, right now. The scenery shifts. A vast training ground appears with armored dummies. Show me. The two face each other, swords in hand, ready for battle. The air is taut, awaiting an explosive display. Your progress. At that moment, Shalapan appears, devouring food as if it were a taste of heaven. Naviros smiles in relief. Back at the training ground, Naviros speaks. The way to test your progress is very simple. She points to the sword in his hand. You just need to show me your sword aura. She emphasizes that this is not a purely strength-based attack. Rather, it must be sword aura, primarily based on magic power. Ronin grips his sword hilt tightly, his eyes resolute. Now is the time to prove himself with his own magic power. His gaze was firm, determined to prove his words. I know. Crimson magical sword energy flared, enveloping the blade, burning like hellfire. The young man swung his sword in an attacking stance, each strike swirling with magic, ready to tear apart everything in his path. A fiery slash shot forth, carrying destructive power cutting through the air. The blazing red sword energy tore through the wind, creating a dazzling streak of light, moving at terrifying speed. The night dummies collapsed, shattering into pieces under the furious power of the sword energy without any resistance. Ronin gasped, staring in astonishment at the scene that had just unfolded. What was that? How did it appear and then vanish like that? He was stunned, unable to believe it. No way. Just a few days ago, it clearly moved in and out with ease. Determined not to give up, the young man gripped his sword again, his eyes burning. I'll try again, coach. Ronin swung his sword again, sword energy erupting, but Naviros spoke up. Stop, just as I predicted. She looked at him, her green eyes sharp and cold. You've made a lot of progress by infusing magic into your sword, but you haven't reached the level called sword energy. You're doing nothing more than adding a bit of magic to your absurd attack technique, she remarked coldly. Naviros recalled Ronin slicing the wyvern. Even so, that alone has helped you immensely. I had already guessed it from you cutting down a wyvern with a single blow, even though you're still a first-year student. Ronin was confused, not understanding. I don't quite understand. But is it that different? I don't think it's much different, with me having increased my strength just by infusing magic, she explained. You could think of it that way, if you consider sword energy to be a condensed flow of magic that deals great damage to enemies. However, viewing magic merely as a tool to enhance your strength is a very shallow perspective, Naviros concluded, her gaze profound. Naviros continued to explain, her eyes sharp and cold. The true power of magic is that it opens the path for you to advance to a new level. She turned back to look at the young man, her voice echoing. That's why I want to see the sword energy you think you possess. Realizing the extent of your understanding of magic right now is crucial to finding areas for improvement. The inanimate dummies stood there, as if listening to the warning. Perhaps you don't fully grasp what I'm trying to say right now. Navarrose's eyes flashed with severity, a premonition of ill omen. But luck won't always be on your side. Ronin flinched, his eyes wide with horror as her words cut into his mind like a knife. This difference will one day determine your fate. In that moment, the past and its burdens seemed to materialize, engulfing Ronin in a dark vortex. Navarrose mused, her gaze distant, as if seeing through what lay deep within the young man's mind. She placed a hand on Ronin's shoulder, her tone softening. This is just the beginning. In any case, you can improve your shortcomings during this process. And that's why I'm here to help you, she affirmed, like a powerful promise. Navarrose's hand touched Ronin's sword hilt, and mysterious energy spreading. Now is the time to reinforce the most fundamental aspects. She drew the sword, its tip pointing straight up at the sky, her gaze resolute. Then those things will come naturally. Ronin was stunned, looking at her in surprise. Coach? Why are you holding my La Mancha? The sword in Navarrose's hand suddenly glowed brilliantly, red and green magic intertwining, like a soul awakening. Navarrose looked directly at Ronin, her voice decisive. "Look closely, Ronin." A blazing red energy enveloped the space, her words echoing, "Your sword." Ronin was dumbfounded, witnessing the scene before him. Is that the true form of La Mancha, that red and terrifying sword? She affirmed the explosive power, the sword La Mancha now awakened, blazing red like blood, responding to the magic she infused into it. Even renowned swords like her Urusa or Duke Granxia's Fail Lord, though forged by masters, held secrets. The true value of a weapon lies not in its appearance, but in its ability to unleash the latent power within, revealing its true nature. A sword stroke swept forth. The space trembled, blazing red energy tore through the night, its power immeasurable. Explosive power, its might multiplied, far exceeding all normal limits. With just one slash, everything was shattered. She nodded, her sharp eyes looking towards Ronin. The blacksmith Doran truly lives up to his name as a master. Having created a masterpiece, Ronin was speechless, his eyes wide, sweat pouring down. He couldn't utter a word at the scene that had just unfolded. The sturdy training ground, reinforced with enchantments, was now devastated into a giant crater. A single blow destroyed everything? Ronin was terrified. She returned the sword, stating coldly, "Your magic is too weak, not enough for La Mancha to awaken. It knows its master's immaturity." Ronin was annoyed, feeling belittled. Despite being provoked, Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed with determination. But thanks to that, he gripped the sword hilt tightly, a blue light flashing. "I now have a clear goal to pursue." With firm steps, he turned to ask her, "So where should I start, coach?" He turned his back, his eyes blazing. "I'll show this sword that its master is no pushover." She subtly curled her lips, a satisfied smile appearing on her face. "Good mindset. Start with maintaining your magic, your fatal weakness," she commanded. Ronin tensed, blazing red magic enveloping him. The first day, a grueling challenge. Ronin struggled, drenched in sweat. It took him 48 seconds to maintain his magic. On the third day of training, Ronin still struggled to hold his magic, drenched in sweat under Navarrose's sharp gaze. It took him 1 minute and 32 seconds. Time passed, and by the fifth day, the young man could maintain his magic for 2 minutes and 12 seconds. His perseverance was beginning to bear fruit. Second by second, minute by minute, the numbers kept leaping. 2 minutes, 50 seconds, 3 minutes, 41 seconds, then 5 minutes, 12 seconds. Limits were constantly being broken. A full moon hung overhead, signaling that 2 weeks of grueling training had passed. Ronin continued to toil tirelessly. The clock hands kept turning, each tick a continuous effort, a remarkable leap forward in his tempering journey. 13 minutes! Ronin stared in astonishment at his pocket watch. He had far surpassed his goal, reaching a realm that would take others an entire year. Navarrose coldly commanded, asking him to demonstrate sword energy in a state of stable magic without any distraction. Blazing red magic enveloped Ronin, and he nodded. She didn't need to reiterate what he had to remember about the difference between magic and sword energy. Sword energy erupted, blazing red like blood, ready to tear through the night, power surging from the sword in his hand. A sword stroke tore through the wind, energy surging, powerful and decisive, leaving a dazzling streak of light against the night sky. Sword energy transformed into waves of purple energy, spreading throughout the space, its power immeasurable. Navarro stood there, silently observing. Sword sheathed, Ronin's gaze turned towards the inanimate dummies standing in a line in the distance, challenging. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, determination blazing. This was the moment to test the fruits of his arduous training. He charged forward, sword energy blazing, aiming straight for the target. Each step was decisive, carrying explosive power. A terrifying slash. The dummy had no time to resist, pierced through by the blazing red sword energy. 2 dummies were instantly split in half. Powerful proof that the sword energy had been honed to perfection. Blazing red sword energy erupted, devouring everything. Ronin stood amidst the ruins, like a war god who had just descended. He smirked, his face full of pride. "Someone already told me." A dummy's head flew off, falling to the ground, proof of the destructive power of the recent sword strike. Navarrose smirked, her eyes sharp and cold. "Not bad at all." She asked Ronin if he understood the meaning of this training, and he nodded, admitting he felt clear progress. By simply focusing on maintaining his magic, he could perceive all his senses better. Blazing red energy ignited on his chest, and he felt his magical potential being unleashed. Magic swirled, converging into a brilliant orb, demonstrating the latent power he possessed. Navarrose was satisfied, believing Ronin had finally understood the fundamentals of magic. Suddenly, a voice rang out. A brown-haired man with a goatee appeared with a mysterious expression. Speaking of Navirose's dedication, he walked slowly, approaching the two, remarking that her passion for education remained unchanged. The brown-haired man called Navirose Longsword Kid with a slightly teasing expression. Navirose turned around, apologizing for the disturbance, but said she had something to discuss. The brown-haired man, with a more serious expression, revealed that he wanted to talk about the disciple you've cherished for so long. Ronin was surprised, wondering why Professor Jaredin was here, and thought to himself, that old man. He stared at Jaredin's face, wondering if it was the usual cheerful expression of the professor. Professor Jaredin explained that Ronin has a special constitution and needs regular mana checks, which made Navirose suspicious. Navirose's green eyes blazed, and she questioned whether Jaredin was using this as an excuse to exploit Ronin. Killing intent erupted. Navirose drew her sword, her eyes cold, ready to attack if Jaredin had any ill intentions. Jaredin hastily waved his hand, forcing a smile to reassure her, telling her to put her sword down as this was no place for a fight. He explained that he only came to keep a promise. Then an image appeared, a pale blonde girl in a liquid-filled chamber. Thanks to Sunya, who had made no progress for many years, Ronin now began to show a glimmer of hope. Hearing the name Sunya, Navirose was stunned, her face revealing an indescribable mix of surprise and pain. Jaredin mused that there was still a long way to go, but hoped Navirose would visit Sunya occasionally. He reminded her that Sunya used to love her adventure stories, and Navirose stood silently, lost in thought. Jaredin changed the subject, saying that what was important now was their teaching assistant, not Ronin. Navirose asked if it was Addison. He confirmed that he had investigated Addison at Ronin's request long ago, and the image of a black-haired girl appeared in his mind. Jaredin was stern, though he couldn't be certain yet if his judgment was correct. Then that girl was in danger. Ronin stood still, feeling the tension fill the air. He explained that Addison possessed a power that even she found difficult to control. Jaredin looked at Navirose, asking if she had realized the risks of that power very early on, and that was why she always kept Addison by her side, to keep an eye on her. Navirose clenched her fist, her eyes full of thought. Navirose cut Jaredin off, her eyes sharp and cold. She refused to accept the idea that Addison was a threat, asserting that her assistant was not as weak as he thought. She glared, her voice full of warning. Don't be so quick to judge that child's future. Don't be so quick to assign her a tragic fate. The professor fell silent, sweat beading on his forehead. The pressure from Navirose made him dare not utter another word. Finally, Jaredin conceded. He stepped back, accepting Navirose's fierce opposition. While Ronin quietly observed, the professor sighed, his gaze complex as he looked towards Ronin. The final decision would belong to that child, he said, like a prophecy. The deep blue sky stretched over the training ground, where straw dummies stood silently, awaiting simulated battles. Ronin chuckled softly, watching Navirose's retreating figure. The coach seems very angry, he said, then turned to Jaredin. Ronin's eyes gleamed with curiosity. He recalled Jaredin mentioning a group of mercenaries earlier. Were you two once mercenaries? Ronin asked. Jaredin nodded, recounting their past in the south, where both were well-known names. He began to tell of his first encounter with Navirose. It wasn't a pleasant meeting, but a brutal mission. Both were hired to eliminate opponents in a gloomy forest. The memory of that fateful day was still deeply etched in his mind. Jaredin recalled Navirose's image then, an embodiment of death. She stood there, like death incarnate, her brilliant green eyes piercing through the darkness. The fear he felt then, he could never forget. Her face was cold, emotionless, her eyes like bottomless abysses. An extreme horror, far beyond any words could describe. Jaredin forced a laugh. Now she's much more human. Ronin was surprised. He said she's better? The professor smiled bitterly. That day, he had been miserably defeated, close to death under her blade. If not for Sunya, a girl living nearby, who came to his aid, Jaredin would have forever remained in that fateful forest. Sunya diligently cared for Jaredin when he was just a walking corpse. As time passed, they naturally grew close and became husband and wife. After that fateful battle, Jaredin and Navirose developed a strange camaraderie. The reason that relationship could be maintained was entirely thanks to Sunya's pure and innocent nature. However, it was Jaredin himself who made Navirose begin to hate him. She was furious at his incompetence, because he couldn't protect Sunya, and because of his foolishness, he couldn't let her go. Nevertheless, Navirose kept his secret until the very end. It was also thanks to her concern that Jaredin could continue to care for Sunya until now. Jaredin believed that if Sunya could recover, Navirose would also open up. She had a cold exterior, but was actually a deeply emotional woman. The distance between them seemed infinite, but Jaredin held firm to his belief in her warm nature. The next day, at the Department of Magic and the Grand Hall of the Hall of Truth, a dark and terrifying magic laboratory appeared, where creatures imprisoned in test tubes glowed green. Mice swam in the blue liquid, while 3 shadowy figures quietly stepped deeper inside. Ronin shivered, exclaiming, "I didn't expect there to be a place gloomier than the professor's lab. We're allowed to be here, right?" Navarros replied, "Even if it's gloomy, we must endure it. We need to do this." Jaredon stood in the middle of a magic circle, explaining, "To retrieve the advanced equipment that can only be used in this place." It was the large-scale mana extractor, the ultimate magical tool capable of drawing out the essence of life from all living creatures. Professor Jaredon pointed at the magic orb, explaining its value to Addison, who stood opposite him. His eyes were full of mystery, while Ronin and Navarros stood quietly behind, observing. He gave an order, his finger pointing directly at the glowing magic circle beneath their feet. This was the time to face destiny, to face the deepest secret. Addison stepped into the center of the circle, magic light surrounding her. Jaredon's voice echoed, signaling the moment she had to confront the secret of her long-hidden power. Jaredon asked again, confirming Addison was ready. She nodded, her eyes showing a hint of anxiety, but still resolute. He smiled mysteriously, signaling the next step. Without hesitation, Jaredon placed his hand on the orb. A fierce blue light erupted, magical energy surged, signaling that an important ritual was about to begin. Immediately, strange currents of shadow began to pour out from Addison's body, swirling around her like a living entity. Addison cried out in panic, horrified as she watched the ceaseless currents of shadow gushing from her body. They were like tentacles, engulfing her. The shadows not only enveloped Addison but also spread throughout the room, reaching the creatures imprisoned in glass cages, causing them to emit dark energy as well. A creature in a glass cage snarled fiercely, its sharp teeth exposed. The shadows from Addison seemed to be stimulating its wild instincts. Ronin looked at Addison, his eyes full of thought. He silently acknowledged that even without using her abilities, her influence was truly astonishing. In Ronin's mind, Addison appeared as an iron-willed general who once commanded battlefields, surrounded by countless glowing red eyes, exuding a regal aura. She was the most powerful force in the Empire's history, but also the darkest, most dangerous power. The currents of shadows still swirled around Addison. Addison exclaimed in shock as she saw her mana transform. Jaredon looked at her, his eyes firm, asserting that this strange aura had dispelled all doubts. Jaredon declared, "That is shadow mana, dark mana." Addison repeated it in astonishment, as if she had never heard of this concept before. Addison admitted she had heard Ronin mention it, but still didn't understand. Jaredon explained that shadow mana was a top-secret mystery, known to few, even in this place. Jaredon also wondered about Ronin's knowledge, but quickly dismissed it. He turned away, while Ronin stood in the distance, smiling subtly. Professor Jaredon continued to explain that, while not a top-secret mystery, information about shadow mana was extremely rare. He revealed that shadow mana could lie dormant in the body for years, to hundreds of years. And most who awakened this power couldn't control it, leading to tragic ends. Addison stood there, dark mana swirling around her, her expression one of extreme panic as she heard those words. Jaredon continued, saying that even if just a little of this power leaked out, people could feel a fundamental difference compared to ordinary mana. He emphasized that even those who couldn't use mana could possess power equal to a swordmaster, turning the impossible into reality. It was a power that transcended all logic and reason, a terrifyingly brilliant source of dark energy. But the problem was that this power erupted unexpectedly, even without the user's knowledge, turning them into monsters. Users lost control, went mad, destroying everything around them in a horrific catastrophe. Ultimately, they would be devoured by that very power, burning themselves up in extreme agony. Jaredon turned to Addison, dark mana still swirling around her, and asked directly, "Do you still want that power, Addison?" He offered a choice. Either seal it so the mana would never erupt, or find every way to remove it from her body. "Make a wise decision," Jaredon said sternly, "because throughout history, those who awakened shadow mana, whether they could control it or not, their fates were never good." A cold guillotine appeared as a warning. Another scene appeared. A blood-soaked corpse lying on a laboratory table, evidence of a tragic end. The end was never good, Jaredon concluded, his sharp eyes fixed on Addison. He looked at her, his voice echoing, "Are you ready to face shadow mana, a double-edged sword?" Addison stood there, surrounded by dark shadow mana. She understood that this was a double-edged sword, harboring destructive power. The girl's red eyes widened, fear clearly visible. A difficult choice awaited her. Fragmented memories flooded back. The promise, "Don't worry, I'll help you, just try it," echoed, intertwined with a mysterious smile and a painful image by a tombstone. The girl turned her back, the darkness still clinging. "General," her voice whispered, "if I said I wasn't afraid, I'd be lying." She recalled someone's words, spoken when standing before the azure energy orb. A piece of advice, a motivation. A forced smile appeared on her lips. but her eyes blazed with determination. "I mustn't worry. I have to try it once." The black-haired young man looked at her, his eyes seeming to say, "So, don't lose heart." Addison looked at Jaredin, who was placing his hand on the orb. "Professor, please, I'm counting on you," she said, entrusting her fate. Jaredin smirked, his eyes full of hidden meaning. "That look is very good. Well, with this fighting spirit, she's truly her assistant." The energy orb flared brightly under Jaredin's hand. "Well then, it seems we've reached a conclusion." Amidst the dazzling light, Jaredin declared decisively, "Then, let's begin immediately." Suddenly, crimson mana fiercely ignited around Addison. The girl was stunned, speechless. The mana flame swirled, gradually taking shape into a brilliant entity. Addison recoiled in horror. All the energy erupted, condensing into a dazzling fireball that illuminated the entire space. "Professor, this energy? It's too familiar?" Addison asked. Jaredin replied, "It's the manifestation of all the mana you've accumulated." Jaredin looked at her, his tone full of hidden meaning. "Before I explain, let me guess what you've been through. You probably think you have no talent for mana whatsoever, don't you?" Jaredin continued, asserting that no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't compare to her peers. His words were like a knife twisting deep into Addison's inferiority complex. Addison was stunned, her bloodshot eyes wide with astonishment. How did the professor know? Jaredin replied curtly, as if everything was already obvious. Jaredin continued to explain that dark mana was a transcendent power, surpassing all the world's laws. Such a terrifying source of energy would never remain dormant. He pointed out that the dark mana had constantly conflicted with the amount of mana she had accumulated over time, hindering her development. Yet, the fact that she still managed to gather so much mana was truly astonishing. Addison looked up at the chaotic energy flow above her head, her face still bewildered. "Your efforts are commendable, but it's best to abandon that achievement," Jaredin said coldly. Addison panicked. "Abandon? What does the professor mean?" "The solution is very simple, isn't it?" Jaredin said, as the two mana flows continued to clash. "If the problem is that they keep hindering each other, then eliminate the useless one." He pointed to a sphere of pure dark mana, implying that if the regular mana was removed, dark mana would be the only thing left in Addison's body. Jaredin turned to look at Ronin, his face thoughtful. "Come to think of it, your senior-junior relationship is quite interesting. One complains about not being able to accumulate mana, while the other can't get rid of it." Ronin frowned, his eyes clearly showing discomfort. "This familiar situation makes me uneasy," he muttered, as if something was haunting his mind. Ronin was about to ask if it would take another 5 years, but Jaredin cut him off. Truly, a genius student. "Exactly." He seemed to have guessed his thoughts. Jaredin held the blue mana orb, explaining that once mana has stabilized, it's very difficult to remove it. Even if it appears separate now, once the manifestation stops, it will return to the body. Ronin suddenly asked, "Professor, if there's a way to remove mana instantly, would there be any major harmful side effects to the body?" His eyes were full of worry. Jaredin looked directly at him, replying decisively, "No. She will simply return to her original manaless state." He frowned, about to ask the reason for the question. But before he could finish, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shot up, tearing through the space between the two opposing mana flows, piercing straight through the ceiling. That terrifying beam of light wasn't aimed at Addison, but instead shot straight through Ronin. He stood, stunned, his body as if petrified, his eyes empty. Both Addison and Jaredin were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. The mysterious beam of light that had just passed through Ronin left a bewildered void in their minds. Jaredin, with a solemn expression, noticed something unusual. Addison's mana had disappeared. A simple answer, yet it concealed immeasurable danger. Ronin gave a meaningful smile, his eyes flashing with terrifying confidence. He whispered that they still had too much to do. Dark mana erupted around Addison, engulfing her in a vortex of shadowy energy. Ronin would not allow this girl to hide and wait another 5 years. The dark power surged, enveloping Addison, turning her into the eye of the mana storm. Was this an awakening or a new curse? The pitch-black mana violently exploded, tearing everything apart. In that chaotic moment, a voice echoed, mentioning General. Ronin opened his eyes, realizing he had woken up. Jaredin stood there, his gaze probing, asking if he was awake. Addison was slumped on his lap. Ronin smiled faintly, a relieved smile, as if everything had gone according to plan. Addison woke with a start, her face flushed with embarrassment. She exclaimed Ronin's name in surprise, not understanding why she was on his lap. At the same time, in another containment chamber, a giant beastman creature also woke up with a start. It wondered in confusion if it had just been unconscious. The confusion quickly turned into rage. The creature growled, its eyes blazing, unable to comprehend what was happening. The containment chambers shook violently, the creatures inside beginning to go wild. Chaos erupted, signaling something ominous. Addison looked in horror at the experimental subjects going mad. Ronin merely smiled, calmly replying,
Who else would it be for? It's all because of you.
Jaredin explained. When the existing mana disappeared, the suppressed dark mana lost control. This was the immediate consequence. Addison sank down, bewildered. Jaredin continued, congratulating her on her success. Regardless of the process, the dark mana had materialized. A foreign energy mass had settled in her heart. It was none other than a pure dark mana core. The girl stared in shock at the pitch-black energy mass in her chest. That was the new power she would have to cultivate from now on. She clearly felt something cold and heavy, unlike mana. Jaredin explained that it was a side effect of the mana being removed, and it was overly excited. It would shrink to the size of a handful of sand, but she didn't seem to mind. Addison was surprised, her eyes still holding a hint of doubt. Professor Jaredin instructed her to slowly explore the abilities gained after materializing the dark mana. As Jaredin was about to intervene, Ronin unexpectedly cut him off. He suggested letting Addison control her new power herself. He suggested Addison try ordering the experimental subjects to be silent, believing that in her current state, she could do it. Addison was surprised. Addison looked towards the containment chambers, muttering the command. An invisible wave of energy spread throughout the room. The experimental rats in the containment chambers immediately fell silent. Jaredin was astonished. Admitting Ronin was right, even the ferocious beast-man creature became docile. The professor secretly wondered, was this mind control? Simple brainwashing required a huge amount of mana and magical artifacts, but she had achieved this with just a few words. Jaredin looked at Ronin with worry. He realized Addison had awakened a power far more dangerous than his initial predictions. His gaze was sharp, as if piercing through everything. The power the general possessed was the ability of thought domination, an absolute power to impose one's will on others. It forced all living creatures to obey the will of the caster, turning them into soulless puppets. If only used for giving commands, it would already be a useful tool. But when its scope was narrowed to the level of an army, it would create immortal puppets, immune even to death. A terrifying force had been revealed. A muscular figure, bathed in crimson light, was unleashing a fatal blow. This was a general, an uncompromising warrior. He, with demon horns and fiery wings, blazed fiercely. That general did not hesitate to use destructive power to achieve his goals. Without hesitation, he used that ability. The narration echoed, emphasizing the ruthlessness of the decision. The entire battlefield was engulfed in a sea of fire, energy orbs exploding, tearing space apart. The general's power was truly terrifying. Addison stood there, her eyes pensive, looking into the distance, as if re-witnessing a tragic past, a haunting memory. Ronin sternly faced her, his gaze sharp as if wanting to pierce her soul amidst a blood-soaked, fiery scene. Addison's silhouette, with obscured eyes, stood beside Ronin. Perhaps this was an image of her in the past, a cold female general. Tears welled up. Addison painfully uttered, "Is there truly no other way, General?" Ronin replied curtly, "Yes," he stated firmly. "This is the only path to victory. Dedicate yourself completely to the final battle." Addison fell silent, Ronin's words like a curse. "That is the only reason for both you and I to exist." Ronin looked at Addison in her school uniform, secretly thinking about her past life, when she had no choice but to live as the Iron General. A hand clenched, veined. When facing a similar situation someday, what will I do? The self-questioning was full of worry. Addison, with a panicked expression, wondered, and what choice will that general make? Fear was clearly visible in her eyes. Ronin continued to look at Addison, the memory of her Iron General past life, a person with no other choice, still haunting him. His hand clenched again, his inner self torn. When facing a similar situation someday, what will I do? The question remained unanswered. Addison remained bewildered, her eyes filled with fear. And what choice will that general make? The future was uncertain, the past painful. The darkness swallowed everything, leaving only two solitary figures amidst strange blue pillars of light. This place, perhaps, is the origin of all fear. Suddenly, the clear blue sky opened up, and brilliant sunlight dispelled the gloomy night. A new beginning, or just a fleeting illusion? In front of the magnificent architecture, Ronin smiled and said to Addison, his tone full of hidden meaning, "Miss Addison, how many times have you hit the jackpot today?" He excitedly boasted, "A new power has awakened within you, and the professor is even personally training you." Addison stood behind, her face heavy with worry. Ronin continued to ask, his eyes sparkling, "How does it feel to be on the verge of becoming the future general? Pretty cool, right?" Her amber eyes gently lowered, filled with deep thoughts. His joy, it seemed, couldn't reach her heart. Ronin noticed her pensiveness. In Addison's hand, a swirling current of dark mana, pitch black and threatening. She looked at the energy stream worriedly. Ronin, if this power develops, it will affect others too. Dark mana swirled violently in her palm. She wondered if it was all right to use such a dangerous power. She recalled the initial excitement, when this power seemed to bring her closer to her dream. A pitch-black orb pulsed within her chest, but then images of creatures imprisoned in turquoise test tubes appeared, proving the true nature of this power. She admitted that ever since confronting its true nature, her fear had only intensified. The dark mana continued to swirl, like a reminder. Amidst the swirling dark energy, Addison uttered her deepest fear. What if one day, for the sake of the greater good, I become callous, turn others into puppets, and sacrifice them without a second thought? She finished her sentence, her gaze firm yet sorrowful. A monster that would stop at nothing to win. Ronin silently watched her. Ronin's amber eyes gleamed with understanding. He knew she had recognized both sides of the power she wielded. In her previous life, her nearly flawless strategies and outstanding judgment saved countless lives, becoming a beacon guiding them to tomorrow. But even in that glorious past life, the power she wielded remained a double-edged sword. It had controlled countless soldiers, and their sacrifices were an undeniable scar. She tormented herself, wondering if the path of a general was flawed. Then she turned to the young man, her red eyes brimming with tears, pleading, Ronin, if that happens, will you stop me? Ronin's fiery red eyes flickered. He looked deeply at her, as if weighing her heavy request. She smiled with relief, as if with him by her side, all fears and burdens could be overcome. In the vast space, two figures stood facing each other, a silent promise exchanged, like an invisible thread connecting them. Ronin turned away, a half-smile full of hidden meaning. He knew her words were not just trust, but also a challenge. What you just said. He subtly smirked. Don't regret it when you succeed. The teasing remark carried absolute trust in her potential. He continued, his tone half joking, half serious. At that point, I won't just push you off a cliff. A gentle, yet meaningful warning. Her eyes widened in surprise, not expecting him to reply with such an unexpected remark. Since that day, rare peaceful days returned to the city of Philion, dispelling the tense atmosphere that had lingered for so long. Addison began seriously training in dark magic with Professor Jaredin, determined to master the hidden power within her. From struggling to control a single sparrow, she could now simultaneously control 5 small creatures. Her ambition didn't stop there. She wanted to conquer even giant beasts. Meanwhile, Brahms diligently continued his physical training sessions, his hearty laughter echoing as if every day was a feast of strength. As for Ophelia, who rarely appeared during the day, she was busy with blood magic lessons under the moonlight. She seemed very interested in teaching blood magic to Sita, creating a powerful, fiery red creature. The fiery red magical creature exploded with energy, its dazzling light tearing through the night, signaling a new power rising. The fiery red magical creature shot forth like a fire arrow, piercing through space with terrifying speed, aiming directly at the training dummy. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, magical energy erupting, completely destroying the target in an instant. Ophelia watched from a distance, the magical creature hovering above the shattered dummy. She exclaimed, Wow, I didn't expect you to cast Bloodshot perfectly on your first try. She held Sita, the small magical creature, in her arms, her eyes filled with surprise and pride. Just as I thought, you're a genius, aren't you? Sita chirped in response. On the high balcony, Ophelia excitedly pondered the next lessons. What should I teach next? Bloodcutter for combat? Or Blood Mist for large-scale destruction? Sita still chirped Pyak in agreement. Meanwhile, the peaceful days passed in their own ways for everyone. The scene shifts to 2 young men in school uniforms fiercely dueling, brilliant blue and red sword lights clashing in midair. The yellow-eyed young man smirked. Oh? You seem a bit faster now? You must have been secretly training without telling me, haven't you? He continued to provoke, his eyes full of smugness. Your technique is also much more refined. You must have been taught by a special instructor, right? 2 pairs of eyes, one turquoise, one fiery yellow, clashed intensely. A voice rang out arrogantly. But no matter what, I'm still superior to you. I'm stronger. Both lunged at each other, energy erupting, creating dazzling sword tricks. A long-haired blonde girl, holding a gun, leaned against a pillar, sighing as she watched. How many hours have they been training? Don't they know what fatigue is? The blonde girl continued, her expression slightly puzzled. If they're going to fool around like that, they should do it on the battlefield. I really don't understand why they're acting this way here. The red-haired girl next to her chuckled. Is that so? The yellow-eyed young man flashed a captivating smile, his eyes gleaming with smugness and challenge. The blonde girl gave a mysterious smile, her eyes sharp.
Then just let them do it.
She turned to the red-haired girl, a teasing smile on her face.
Don't you think so, cutie?
The red-haired girl Marya blushed and gave an awkward laugh, admitting that Ronin was already strong and impressive even back home. The blonde girl subtly smirked, her fingers intertwined in thought, just as I thought. You must be the same, Marya mumbled, her eyes a little confused. It's better to be as reliable as Ronin, I guess. The blonde girl stood beside her, her expression puzzled. Suddenly, the blonde girl burst into laughter, breaking the silence. What kind of reaction is that? Are you jealous, cutie? She put her arm around Marya's shoulder, reassuring her. You're still cute anyway. Don't worry. No matter what, our Azel is the best. Marya was surprised, quickly denying. No, it's not like that. The blonde girl raised her sword high, excitedly pulling Marya along. Then, shall we continue our coordinated training? Next practice, we have to give Ronin a good beating. She leaned close to Marya, a mischievous smile on her face. That's a good plan, isn't it, cutie? Marya blushed slightly, nodding. The scene shifts to a towering spire, standing majestically under the clear blue sky with fluffy white clouds. A young black-haired, yellow-eyed man was sipping tea. He spoke softly, his expression pensive. I hesitated when you suddenly sought me out, but in the end, I was right. He closed his eyes, feeling the tea's aroma spread, then opened them wide. Just by smelling it, my senses automatically awakened. It's almost identical to what I once had at Sorante Temple. The black-haired young man faced Professor Varen, a scholarly lion beastman. He said, You once said you wouldn't waste even a single leaf until it was successfully cultivated, but you even made tea from it. Varen Fanasir laughed heartily, his eyes sparkling behind his glasses. You've certainly done it, Professor Varen. It's all thanks to you. The Beastman professor held a box of herbs, his eyes full of admiration. After you returned from your last adventure to the Vidian mountains, I didn't even know these herbs existed, let alone how to use them. 2 small magical creatures, a charcoal purple Sita and a turquoise bird, intently watched the tea smoke rise. Professor Varen continued, I went through a lot of difficulties, but now that it's successfully cultivated, the professor clapped his hands, his face beaming. I'm truly happy because it will greatly help everyone in the future. Oh, that's the best news I've heard in a long time. The black-haired young man looked at Varen, chaotic images flashing in his mind. Him laughing maniacally, Marya crying, a green beastman, mysterious figures, and a giant monster. He said, I want to repay you for handling the aftermath. Professor Varen let out a long sigh, his lion beastman face showing clear fatigue as he faced mountains of paperwork and chaotic memories of the trouble the club had caused. Ronin, with a captivating smile and fiery red eyes, confidently declared that he would get away with it a few more times, making Professor Varen only sigh. That's a bit troublesome. Amidst the tense atmosphere, 2 small magical creatures, Sita and Little Bluebird, perched on the table, quietly listening as the professor began another topic. While Ronin was still deep in thought, Professor Varen unexpectedly held out a scroll, his face serious. We finally received a response. In a distant place, a long silver-haired girl, Ariel, turned her back, her voice echoing. The place you said you had to go to investigate your curse. A simple golden ring, yet emitting a mysterious emerald light, hovered in mid-air, harboring an ancient power. And then, a colossal tower appeared in the night, with blood-red windows and ancient clocks, named Dawn Magic Tower. The Magic Tower stood majestically under the full moon, emitting an ethereal purple light, grand and full of mystery, like a symbol of ancient power. Ronin couldn't hide his excitement. He burst into a radiant laugh when Professor Varen announced, They have accepted your request to visit. Finally, he cheered. He sat in his chair, his fiery red eyes gleaming with eagerness. Excellent! I'm really eager to check it out quickly. But Professor Varen hastily reminded him, Don't get too excited. Please be careful. Professor Varen looked sideways, his expression pensive. Due to the recent unpleasant incident, the situation might be quite unstable. A warning full of hidden meaning. He continued, his voice hinting at arrangements. Oh, you won't be going alone either. Because the Magic Tower tour for Magic and Honor students, which was already prearranged, is also scheduled for this time. In another room, Addison sat at a desk, her long purple hair flowing down, her back turned to the reader, harboring some secret. The purple-haired girl scribbled Addison is less than 3 Ari on paper, while Professor Varen's words echoed. A classmate will accompany you. Addison turned around, flashing a sinister smile, her bright purple eyes gleaming with calculation, as if a dark plan was taking shape. Dawn broke, and the Dawn Magic Tower appeared under the daylight, still majestic but with a different beauty, awaiting new visitors. Ronin stood opposite a young woman hovering in midair, in a magnificent hall. His words were full of doubt.
So you're saying...
Brilliant light streamed through the stained glass windows, illuminating the majestic arched architecture of the tower, where secrets were slowly unfolding. Looking down from above, Professor Jaredin sat majestically in the room, pondering as he said, "Based on the atmosphere here, and what you've just told me, I understand it was merely an accident." A simple gold ring lay in the palm of his hand, hinting at a mysterious relationship. The professor continued, his tone full of hidden meaning. "You wouldn't understand the relationship between Sarante and me." Ronin and Addison stood side by side, their faces still puzzled. Ronin spoke, a question still lingering in his mind. "But even so, there's something I still can't understand." Professor Jaredin looked straight ahead, his gaze firm. Ronin questioned, "Why couldn't you deal with the fireball hurtling towards us?" The young man continued to press, his tone full of skepticism. "If it were you, shouldn't you have been able to react in time, even before it approached the airship?" Professor Jaredin closed his eyes, as if in thought, then nodded slightly, admitting, "You are right." The professor clasped his hands, his expression pensive. "Even if it wasn't me, any mage of the tower could have dealt with it as soon as it was detected. That is, if we could detect it." Ronin startled and turned around, the professor's words like a bolt of lightning, leaving him stunned. Professor Jaredin looked into the distance, his eyes full of worry. "Does that mean—" Ronin and Addison were both astonished. The professor continued, his voice heavy. "The magic tower couldn't detect the fireball on its own. No one could, until it approached the airship." Addison's eyes widened, her face disbelieving. That's impossible. No one could see such powerful magic?" Both sat down, their expressions serious. Addison said, "Ronin, if this is true, this could be a more serious problem than we think." Ronin asked back, "What do you mean?" Professor Jaredin covered his eyes with his hand. Behind him, the magic tower was enveloped in dark energy. "The only explanation is that someone cast a wide-area perception disruption spell from this very place." Addison clenched her hands, her face full of worry. "Furthermore, if even a Circle 7 mage, Anfila, couldn't detect it." Professor Jaredin revealed that only the Empire's Circle 9 mage, Lorhorn, could have done that. Ronin uttered the name in astonishment. In Ronin's mind, the image of an old man in a cloak appeared, one who had sealed one of the 3 giants in his previous life. Jaredin asserted that Lorhorn was an ally to the very end and could not be the one who caused this incident. But if not him, then who? Addison revealed in horror. The magic tower didn't detect the fireball at all. No one did, until it hit the airship. Ronin was stunned. The purple-haired girl couldn't believe it, her purple eyes wide with shock. "Impossible! No one could see such powerful magic?" Professor Jaredin gravely told Ronin that if this was true, the problem could be more serious than they imagined. Ronin asked again, his face full of worry. Professor Jaredin covered his eyes with his hand. Behind him, the magic tower was enveloped in dark energy. "The only explanation is that someone cast a wide-area perception disruption spell from this very place." Addison clenched her hands, her face full of worry. "Furthermore, if even a Circle 7 mage, Anfila, couldn't detect it," Professor Jaredin continued to deduce that only the Empire's Circle 9 mage, Lorhorn, could have done that. Ronin once again uttered the name in astonishment. Once again, the image of the old man in a cloak, with surging magic power, appeared in Ronin's mind, the one who had sealed one of the 3 giants. Jaredin still asserted that Lorhorn was an ally, but if the enemy was also that powerful, then what would happen? Seeing his 2 students were too tense, Professor Jaredin quickly reassured them, telling them to calm down first. He smiled, trying to ease the atmosphere. Although there isn't enough evidence to conclude, it's also possible they used other methods that weren't magic. Jaredin's eyes suddenly turned sharp and fiery red. "Furthermore, the moment I detect any element that could further threaten this magic tower, a massive surge of firepower erupted fiercely, forming a brilliant fire phoenix that engulfed the entire frame." Professor Jaredin sat in his chair, his eyes burning with determination, resolved to protect the tower at all costs. Flames surged around him. The blazing phoenix fire erupted fiercely, devouring everything in sight. Vice Tower Master Jaredin, with a resolute gaze, declared he would burn everything to ashes. After the firestorm, Jaredin returned to his calm demeanor, reassuring the black-haired young man that everything was fine, and invited him to enjoy his time here freely. With a gentle clap, Jaredin smiled, adding that he wanted to reward both of them for what they had done. Ronin and Erzsébet were surprised, asking about the reward. Jaredin confirmed, saying he had prepared it carefully based on what he had heard about them. Jaredin revealed Erzsébet's reward. She would be personally taught fire magic by Mage Anfila, a Circle 7 master. Erzsébet was overjoyed, while Ronin maintained a calm expression. Jaredin said these spells were rare, hoping they would be useful. Next was Ronin's turn. Jaredin handed him a scroll, saying he had prepared something more practical for his arduous journeys. It was a magic scroll containing high-level fire magic, useful in emergencies. Ronin took it, his heart filled with gratitude. Jaredin looked directly at Ronin, revealing that he also knew the real reason he came here, to search for a book to dispel curses. He explained that the Magic Tower Library possessed the Empire's largest collection of books, so finding that particular book would not be easy. To help Ronin, Jaredin had put in a good word for him, placing a key on the book, promising to create the best conditions for him. He soared high, surrounded by magic, reaching for a book on a shelf. He hoped the librarian would help Ronin. This is a title page, with no narrative content. Night fell, the full moon's light shining through the glass dome, illuminating the vast, silent library space. Ronin stood alone amidst towering bookshelves, his sword at his hip, his eyes thoughtfully scanning the surroundings. He looked down at his hand, a sparkling gold ring resting in his palm. "The librarian," he murmured. Holding the gold ring in his hand, Ronin pondered about the person Sarante had specifically asked him to find, someone who must be very trustworthy. In his mind, images of a silver-bearded old man and a pointy-eared elf appeared, making him wonder if that person was a rigid individual or even an elf. Standing in the vast hall, Ronin looked around, confused when he didn't see anyone there as he expected. A gentle voice echoed from behind. A orange-haired girl with a mysterious smile asked if he was the student Ronin. Ronin turned his head in surprise, his eyes questioning as the girl continued, asking if he was the person the Vice Tower Master had mentioned. The orange-haired girl appeared, hovering in mid-air, surrounded by magical light, introducing herself as Air, the librarian of the Dawn Magic Tower, who would guide him today. She flashed a radiant smile, warmly welcoming Ronin and expressing her desire for good cooperation. Ronin looked up at the girl, his face still a little surprised by this magical greeting. He sighed, forcing a wry smile, muttering that Sarante was indeed an unpredictable elf, causing him to misunderstand the librarian. Ronin inquired of Air if there were any other librarians here, especially an elf or a mage who was always busy. Air replied that she had been the sole librarian of the Magic Tower for a very long time, then wondered what Ronin's business was. Ronin held out his hand, the gold ring in his palm suddenly glowing brightly, transforming into an ethereal green. He asked Air if she recognized it. He explained that the ring's owner, also his friend, said that a librarian in this place would surely recognize it. Air stared at the glowing green ring on Ronin's hand, her face utterly astonished. She exclaimed in utter surprise, almost shouting, "Oh my God! This is Sarante's ring!" Ronin observed Air, who was incredibly shocked and delighted, telling himself that he didn't need to ask further, as she clearly recognized the ring. Air's green eyes flashed with confusion and inquiry. She couldn't believe Sarante's ring was in someone else's hands. "But why do you have it?" Ronin sighed, knowing this would be a long story. He held up the green ring, beginning to explain. "This ring is a precious item that Sarante cherishes deeply." Librarian Air's eyes suddenly turned sharp, her golden pupils glowing with vigilance. That's not something he would casually hand over to someone else without a good reason. In an instant, space twisted, and a surge of magical energy erupted. Ronin was suddenly pushed back, a giant wolf illusion appearing from Air's direction. Her eyes blazed, and her cold voice echoed. "You'd best be honest." Ronin staggered to keep his balance, feeling the terrifying magical pressure. "What the hell is this?" he exclaimed. The giant wolf illusion roared fiercely, bearing sharp fangs and claws, as if wanting to devour Ronin whole. "A giant wolf?" he gasped. The wolf's fiery eyes, which were also Air's eyes, stared directly at him. A warning echoed in his mind. "What if you harmed him to steal this ring?" Air's voice rang out menacingly, the giant wolf opening its mouth wide, ready to attack. "Then you'll pay dearly," she declared, the wolf illusion roaring, fiery red magical energy engulfing the space, poised to tear Ronin apart. Ronin pondered, realizing the complexity of the relationship between Sarante and the librarian. There's no telling what the relationship between this librarian and Sarante Island. He gripped the hilt of his sword, his gaze firm. "But there's one thing I know for sure." Air's eyes, though full of anger, held a deep underlying worry. This woman, Air, worries about Sarante more than anyone. He raised his hand, signaling to stop, his voice sincere. "I apologize if I've caused you to misunderstand, Air." Ronin stood upright, facing the gradually dissipating wolf illusion. He understood that her reaction was completely reasonable. Indeed, if a stranger suddenly appeared and presented an item belonging to my friend, I would also draw my sword first. He looked directly at her, his gaze resolute. "I will explain everything clearly." In the void, Ronin faced the librarian, explaining. "So, can you hear me out first?" The surrounding space transformed, recreating an ancient library, with magic books floating in an ethereal light. Air raised her hand, and magical energy flared, She explained about the forbidden book zone of the Dawn Library, where dangerous books, including Basura, were sealed. Ronin listened thoughtfully. The librarian continued, revealing that Sarante had entrusted the library to her, a spirit, because humans were easily tempted by the power of forbidden books. Air's gaze was sharp. She couldn't believe that the word Basura, the worst forbidden book, had come out of Ronin's mouth. Ronin was flustered, trying to interrupt her. He mentioned the disappearances and Nebula's self-destruction event. Wait, Air. The librarian turned back, her face hidden in shadow, questioning him about when the disappearances occurred. Yes, it was a major event. I remember it very clearly. In Air's memory, the library assistants, a man and a woman, were smiling as they worked. She continued, saying that all the missing people were those who regularly helped her in the library. The vast library appeared, empty. She had searched all over the magic tower but found no trace of them. Ronin was astonished, his eyes wide. They vanished without a trace, as if they dissolved into thin air. His gaze sharpened, full of thought. Could one disappear without a trace from this place? He felt as if they were waiting for the self-destruction event. He speculated, a glowing red model of a magic tower appearing among the mysterious cloaked figures. Perhaps the self-destruction itself was a trap to deceive everyone. Outside the illusion, the magic tower stood majestically under the full moon, its beauty serene yet full of mystery. The space around Ronin and Air suddenly twisted, chaotic currents swirling. Beneath their feet, ancient magic circles glowed brightly, energy surging as if signaling an impending major event. Amidst the dazzling magical vortex, a purple-haired maiden stood proudly, a staff in her hand as if holding destiny itself. Her gaze was resolute, exuding incredible confidence. A radiant smile bloomed on her lips, and she silently praised. Bold ideas that ordinary people wouldn't dare to think of. Indeed, Anfila's fire magic is on another level. Her hand glowed, and an intricate magic circle appeared. Just by applying the theory, the mana consumption was significantly reduced. She couldn't help but be surprised by the beautiful magic formula she had just created. Magical light flickered at her fingertips, and she pondered. She wished she could bring him back to the Akalusha family, but it seemed difficult. He had dedicated everything to magic. He wouldn't be easily swayed. Her staff held high, she was determined. Since I'm already here, I have no choice but to learn as much as I can during the remaining days of this field trip. In the silent great hall, faint smoke swirled. She stood there alone, her eyes suddenly narrowing, sensing something ominous. But her purple pupils dilated, her gaze as sharp as a razor. An invisible presence, a question full of doubt, echoed. Who is this person? From the void, a cloaked figure suddenly appeared, unleashing a dazzling emerald magical force, attacking in a flash. The cloaked figure hovered high above, launching a surprise attack. She looked up, her eyes full of surprise, but quickly shifted to questioning. Sneaking in the shadows, so silently, she counterattacked in a flash, gripping the enemy's arm. You think you can hide with invisibility magic without me knowing? I don't know which family's assassin you are, but that's too overconfident and careless. Her hand tightened, a familiar feeling suddenly washing over her. Her eyes narrowed, and a surprised question burst out. Wait, you are. Before her, wanted posters for missing people covered the walls. A horrifying truth suddenly became clear. This person was one of the missing. The smiling, carefree face of the gray-haired young man on the wanted poster was clear, like a reminder of a tragic fate. The hood slipped down, revealing the familiar face of the gray-haired young man, now filled with horror. She exclaimed, "It's the person I saw on the Magic Tower's bulletin board?" Before she could finish speaking, a terrifying fire explosion erupted, engulfing the gray-haired young man. He only managed to let out a painful cry. The fierce destructive power tore through space, debris scattering. The raging fire continued to burn, engulfing everything in destruction. The destructive fire had not yet extinguished, submerging everything in a brilliant orange glow, like a charred scar against the night sky. Amidst the firestorm, a hand reached out, blue, magical energy surging, attempting to erect a fragile defensive wall. 3 cloaked figures stood firm, enveloped in blue energy, facing the brutal power of the flames. They were the mages of the Magic Tower. Beneath the hood, the blue eyes of one of them gleamed, a sharp gaze piercing through the smoke and fire. Another terrifying burst of firepower erupted, tearing through the air, heading straight for the cloaked figures. The fierce, destructive power pushed everything back. But the 3 mages still stood firm amidst the emerald energy wave and the raging fire. The fire still burned, brilliant and fierce, but it could not penetrate their solid defense. One of them stepped forward, a cold voice echoing, "I returned him to you because you seemed to want to save your comrade." The gray-haired young man lay motionless on the scorched ground, black smoke rising from his body. "But you don't seem happy to see him, do you?" The cloaked figure mused, eyes sweeping over the ruined landscape. Furthermore, attacking me as soon as I appeared. Xian Grungsha appeared, staff on her shoulder, fiery purple eyes, and a challenging smirk. You yourself started all of this, all right? She pondered, her gaze sharp. By the way, allow me to ask a question first. I don't understand this situation at all. Behind the 3 cloaked figures were missing person notices. Xian questioned. Not long ago, all of you were reported missing. So why are you, the seniors of the Magic Tower? She stood proudly amidst the flames, staff held firm. Attacking me? One of the cloaked figures looked down, a low voice speaking. Of course, the most perplexing thing here is you. Why are you with that group? The third daughter of the Grangxia family. The purple-blue-haired cloaked man pushed back his hood, revealing his face, his purple-blue eyes looking at Xian with astonishment. Miss Xian Grangxia? The Grangxia daughter subtly smirked, her deep purple eyes glinting. It seems you don't intend to answer easily, do you? That's fine. She accepted the challenge. A surge of fiery energy erupted from the staff, swirling around the purple gem. I coincidentally wanted to test the formula Anfila taught me in a real battle. Countless blazing magic circles surrounded her, forming a destructive array. Xian stood in the center, her aura soaring. It has many other applications, so I sincerely hope. She flashed a challenging smile, her gaze sharp. The staff in her hand blazed fiercely, ready to crush everything to ashes. You won't easily turn to ash, will you? A colossal pillar of fire from Xian's staff swept across the battlefield, tearing through space with destructive power. Furious power enveloped Xian, making her face appear and disappear in the dazzling light, her expression unreadable. In the darkness, a voice echoed thoughtfully, seemingly assessing the power that had just erupted. What exactly was that? Xian's purple eyes were as sharp as knives, piercing through the night, tracking every move of her opponent. She extended her hand, and a fierce burst of firepower erupted. Is this all you can do? Is there nothing worth me seeking out? One of the cloaked figures pushed back her hood, revealing the face of a young woman. She looked at Xian in astonishment, then subtly smirked. Is this all the magic you can cast after chanting? How cute. Xian withdrew her power, her staff emitting a brilliant purple light. She smiled coldly, ready to counterattack. Now, it's my turn to return the favor. 2 cloaked figures stood side by side. One spoke, his voice full of worry. The rumors about her becoming Arelusha's new pillar are not exaggerated. This power far exceeds level 4. We won't last long. The cloaked young woman turned to look at her comrade, her eyes resolute. Grangxia, are you ready? She extended her hand, and a blazing spear of fire shot straight forward, carrying the will to incinerate everything. Burn it down! Xian's sharp eyes reflected the incoming spear of fire, unwavering. The spear of fire, named Fire Lance, tore through the wind, creating a deep crack in the ground, heading straight for its target. The fire lance tore through the wind, creating a deep crack in the ground, then exploded into a dazzling pillar of fire, ripping through space. The destructive power of the fire lance erupted, rock fragments and fire swirling, engulfing everything in sight. The group of 3 cloaked figures was pushed back by the shockwave, their eyes wide with astonishment as they watched the epicenter of the explosion. 2 of them, a man and a woman, stood stunned before the wrath of the sacred flame. The ground cracked open, lava surged, transforming the battlefield into a fiery hell. The firestorm continued to roar, destructive power spreading everywhere, unstoppable. The raging fire swirled, like a deadly warning sent to those who dared to confront it. But then, a delicate hand reached out, ethereal purple light flaring, confronting the sea of fire. Let me show you. Purple magic power erupted, sharp beams of light tearing through the night, like countless arrows of death. Purple power surged, engulfing space, the meaning of daring to become. Xian Grangxia launched a counterattack, brilliant purple magic enveloping her as she declared, "An enemy of Akalusia's." Suddenly, the scene changed. A grand hall appeared, the space unusually silent. The black-haired young man recalled, "You happened to meet Sarante when you joined the club and cooperated to take down the troublesome brigade leader at the Magic Tower?" The brown-haired young woman raised the ring, affirming, "That's right. So, it's understandable that you have this ring. If you took it by force..." The black-haired young man smiled, waving his hand. "Exactly. How could I possibly steal such a precious ring from Sarante?" The brown-haired young woman mused, an imposing image of Sarante appearing. "I don't need to say it, do I? He may be old, but he's a fierce elf." "You're right." She bowed her head, her voice full of remorse. "I was wrong. Ronin, I sincerely apologize to you. I didn't check carefully enough and caused trouble for Sarante's friend." Ronin smiled and waved his hand, his eyes sparkling. It's all right. It was also my fault for not explaining beforehand." But she still had a big question, her eyes fixed on him. "But how do you know Sarante? Looking at that wolf-shaped mana, your relationship isn't normal." The brown-haired girl's eyes narrowed, looking at the fierce mana swirling beside Ronin. "Just as I thought," she murmured. She looked directly at Ronin, her voice ringing out with certainty. You're a spirit, aren't you, Air? The brown-haired girl, now named Air, looked up and smiled softly. That's right. You're quite sharp. And to me, Sarante is like a teacher. I've learned a lot from him. Air began to recount an old story, her voice subdued. I met Sarante hundreds of years ago. Back then, I was going through a tumultuous period. She recalled her wild past. Looking back now, I caused a lot of trouble. I went to places where humans lived, tormented them, and seized their land to make it my own territory. In her memory, the giant wolf held its head high with arrogance, its eyes blazing. I thought I could live so wildly because no one could stop me. Then a fateful day arrived. The resting wolf suddenly startled, its ears perked up, listening. A figure appeared, a deep, warm voice echoing, "Oh dear, I heard there's a mischievous wolf that's been causing trouble for my neighbors. Is that you?" The wolf raised its head, facing an old elf with long silver hair, pointed ears, and sharp eyes. It was Sarante. I met Sarante. The wolf growled, its fiery red eyes glaring at Sarante. "Who is this damn old elf? Aren't you going to get lost?" "This is my territory." Sarante, with a calm expression, simply closed his eyes slightly, and a stream of green mana began to emanate from his body. My sincere apologies. The green mana from Sarante erupted, forming a fierce vortex that engulfed the giant wolf. The old elf reached out his hand, a smile hinting at a threat. "But you will have to come with me, if you don't want to get hurt." The giant wolf trembled, its eyes panicked at the threat. Cooperate or endure, a cruel choice. And so, the young girl followed Sarante, a renowned tower mage, to the Dawn Magic Tower. A new beginning, but full of mystery. Ronin was surprised, while Air proudly recounted Sarante's past. He was the only tower mage who didn't use fire magic, she said, a testament to his extraordinary talent. Air's smile was gentle, nostalgic for a great Sarante of the past. Now he can only run away. Nevertheless, Sarante never gave up his role as a teacher. He patiently taught the young girl, guiding her step by step on her new path. The old elf smiled kindly, his words like a truth. Anyone who relies solely on strength will soon face powerful enemies and fail. Air's eyes were thoughtful, engraving the lesson. What is essential to live rightly is a heart that knows how to love, that knows how to harmonize with all things. Thanks to those teachings, the young girl transformed, becoming a better person. Both of them were together in the vast library. From then on, she stayed here, becoming the librarian, preserving this place according to her teacher's words. The ancient bookshelves were witnesses. Air smiled, changing the subject. "Sarante has been very busy lately. You'll have to deliver the news yourself." Ronin was startled, unable to believe his ears. She winked mischievously, as if to tease. About that. Ronin's eyes suddenly turned cold, a bad premonition. Silence enveloped them. In Ronin's memory, Sarante appeared with a body full of injuries, a pained smile. "Sarante, you." The young man knelt beside the dying old elf. "You don't want to make your loved one sad, do you?" The words cut deep. Ronin gave an enigmatic smile, his eyes profound. "That's right. You understand him well, too. Sarante is very loyal to Senya. Therefore, he couldn't say this himself. And ask me." Ronin finished, his tone hinting at something. "He's still the same." A hand reached out, grasping the glowing green ring. "I'm not sad," a voice echoed. "As long as Sarante doesn't forget me, that's enough." Magic light erupted, enveloping the image of the two people. "I'm very happy." A sudden event caused the space to tremble. Ronin's eyes widened in astonishment, cold sweat breaking out. He couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The ring transformed. From a small object, it suddenly became a larger circle, hovering in midair, emitting a dazzling light. Ronin stood frozen, his eyes wide. What the hell? He stared at the door, where the magic light was still blazing. An ancient book, its cover etched with eerie lines, suddenly opened. A blazing golden eye, full of mystery, emerged from the page, emitting a green light. That eye opened wide, staring intently into the void. The green light gradually shifted to a gloomy red, signaling an ill omen. The story title appeared, ending a chapter full of incidents and opening a new beginning. 3 days later, the sky was clear blue, the sun shone brightly, and life seemed to have returned to its normal course. The magic tower was still bustling and busy as usual. Fortunately, after the terrifying event, no further calamities occurred. Ronin could finally peacefully research the curse, but the piled-up books made him sigh in exasperation. I'm getting sick of this. The black-haired young man rested his chin on his hand, his eyes tiredly scanning the pages. This thing truly has no end. He turned a page, a rustling sound echoing. Suddenly, a clear voice spoke from behind him. "Ronin, have you made any progress?" Air appeared, stepping into the light-filled room. "Oh, Air, Ronin turned around, answering her. I still haven't found any clues about the curse in my body. He stood up, his eyes thoughtful. But I think I've started to understand its concept. Air approached, tilting her head to look at him. And it's all thanks to you, Ronin said, his tone slightly sarcastic. For the past 3 days, you've taught me about curses day and night without rest. Ronin frowned, his face dejected. The more I read, the more frustrated the content makes me. I feel like giving up immediately. Air chuckled. That's how curse research is. Especially, Air smiled, asking Ronin if he had any curiosities, as she was free. The young man was surprised, not expecting her to be so proactive. He flipped open an ancient book, saying he had something to ask her. Something that had been lingering in his mind until now. She smiled mysteriously, her golden eyes sparkling as if in anticipation. Where is it? A sharp glance swept over, her eyes focused on the book. Black Book. Ronin uttered a mysterious name. Bazura? Air turned around, her expression stern. Why are you silent? Is there something you don't know either? She called his name. She leaned in close, her sharp eyes looking directly at him. How do you know that name? Ronin panicked, sweat breaking out. Black Book Zone? What are you talking about? This is the first I've heard of it. He hastily explained that the name was mentioned frequently in the book she had given him. Air was angry. Impossible. She waved her hand, and magic power flared around the books. It can't be in there. Hundreds of books flew around her, Air asserted in a low voice. Among the books I gave you, that name doesn't exist. Not even once. Ronin was confused, trying to point to the page. Huh? What are you saying? Even on this page, there are only details about. Before he could finish, the words on the page suddenly vanished, leaving an eerie blank space. Ronin was utterly astonished. Air crossed her arms, looking directly at him with a serious expression. Ronin, I don't think Sarante sent you here, just because I'm the librarian, she continued, her eyes sharp. It must be because of the Dawn Magic Tower. There are more books on curses here than anywhere else, she explained, her tone full of warning. First, in this magic tower, you cannot casually utter the word Bazura. The Black Book of Bazura, written by a demon, exuded a dark energy chained within the night. The demon's fiery eyes appeared, like a warning. If one were to accidentally touch it, whoever possesses it will be haunted by power and destruction, like an unceasing magical flame. A tear rolled down the old man's face, recalling a tragic past. In the old days, a person who once caused an entire kingdom to fall, now chained in despair, he, the one with blazing red eyes, was bestowed the title Bazura the Destroyer. Cold footsteps departed, leaving behind a cruel judgment. This is merely a decision for tomorrow's dawn. He turned his back, abandoning Tower Master Rardan, who was writhing in agony. I believe you understand. Rardan was in pain, his face contorted as the magical chains tightened. Tower Master Rardan looked up in despair, the sound of chains echoing. In the stark white space, Ronin and Air floated. So, can you hear me out first? The sky was crystal clear blue, white clouds drifting like a dream. A part of the magnificent airship glided through the air. This is the airship of the Dawn Magic Tower, belonging to the West Wing, a masterpiece in the sky. Erzsébet was sipping tea when she suddenly looked up in surprise. Huh? Why are you here? Ronin appeared, giving a mischievous smile. Ah, just as Professor Varen said. Long time no see, Erzsébet. Ronin teased Erzsébet with a nickname, making her blush with anger and growl that only one person was allowed to call her that. Erzsébet questioned Ronin about his sudden appearance. The black-haired young man calmly replied that he had business to attend to at the Dawn Magic Tower. Hearing his reason, Erzsébet was surprised, wondering why a martial artist like Ronin would come to the Magic Tower, and where Aesel was. He mused, explaining his complicated circumstances and that Aesel was busy training. Ronin continued to talk about Aesel. Meanwhile, a red-haired girl with a bright smile appeared, seemingly eager to join the conversation. Erzsébet sneered, explaining that she was sitting alone because the professor only sent a few magic students with her, and given her status, being alone was obvious. The Dawn Magic Tower, a magnificent architectural marvel ablaze with flames, was renowned everywhere for its supreme fire magic. Only 10 elite students from the fire magic practice class had the privilege of visiting this place, a rare opportunity coveted by any mage. Erzsébet smugly sneered, boasting that as the top student in the entire magic department, she possessed qualifications that other freshmen wouldn't even dare to dream of. As Erzsébet was boasting about the rare meditation tea ceremony, Ronin abruptly cut her off, scoffing that she was just an isolated person without a single friend. Ronin flashed a bright smile, suggesting they go together, as he was also lonely. He wanted to keep her company, an invitation that sounded sincere but was full of hidden meaning. Erzsébet's face changed color, her eyes widened, and veins popped out in anger. Ronin's suggestion had reached her breaking point. Erzsébet roared, unable to believe her ears. At the same time, a magnificent, pristine white airship with shimmering gold details glided across the sky. The airship soared into the sky, carrying hopes and promises of an unexpected journey. In midair, Erzsébet's furious roar echoed, "I don't need it!" A pristine white flag with a brilliant gold emblem proudly fluttered atop the airship, a declaration of power and freedom. The airship continued its journey, leaving behind people with all sorts of emotions. Seriously, they're so annoying. Even though the gates of the Dawn Magic Tower were right before them, those students were still carelessly joking around, wasting precious time. A reddish-brown-haired young man shook his head in exasperation, his face full of annoyance. Meanwhile, 2 other male students didn't seem to care much. One yawned and stretched, complaining about the boring trip, while the other agreed, not bothering to hide his weariness. The reddish-brown-haired young man sighed heavily. He couldn't understand why these people weren't using their time to think of another question about magic. Just looking at their attitude left him speechless. A slender hand gently stroked her purple hair. "This is why I can't stand having to socialize with those useless people," the purple-haired maiden Erzsébet murmured, her eyes full of disdain. She turned to the black-haired young man standing beside her with his arms crossed. "Don't you think so, Ronin?" Her sharp purple eyes seemed to seek his agreement. Ronin chuckled softly. "Not exactly. But of course, you would think that," he continued, his tone slightly teasing. "Besides Addison, you're the only person I acknowledge in this academy." The praise continued, recalling Ronin's past confrontation with an arrogant individual from the Grankia family. He had defeated that person before many onlookers. A truly impressive display. Furthermore, Ronin had fought alongside Sword Saint Seifa, quashing the cult's terrorist attack. His resounding achievements had spread everywhere, astonishing everyone. Erzsébet suddenly flinched, her purple eyes wide. "Perhaps because your achievements have reached the Imperial Palace. We, the Akalusha family, are very interested in—" She abruptly stopped speaking. She suddenly roared, her anger erupting. "Think about it. When are you going to answer my invitation? How many months have passed? You're not trying to probe the Akalusia family, are you?" Erzsébet continued to ramble on about the wonderful opportunity of joining her family. Ronin could only sigh, thinking to himself about the girl who just said she didn't need anyone yet was incessantly chattering. "Come on, let's change the subject." Ronin smiled, adjusting his tie. He had just heard something and wanted to ask her immediately, his face full of curiosity. "Ari, why do you like Addison so much?" Ronin's unexpected question startled Erzsébet, her purple eyes wide with confusion. She stammered a question back, not understanding why he suddenly brought this up. Ronin maintained his curiosity, saying that the results of Addison's efforts were perhaps only just beginning to show. He continued, recalling Addison's past image. "But by your standards, when she was a repeat student, she wasn't even talented or normal, right? Even so, with you liking her so much, you must have seen something special in Addison," Ronin concluded, leaving Erzsébet deep in thought, her gaze pensive. Erzsébet looked out the window, her gaze distant. "Of course," she whispered, her words like a sigh, laden with many things. She smiled, softly, a nostalgic smile. From the very beginning, Addison was. Her voice echoed, taking the listener back to the past, completely different from anyone else. Her words continued, the surrounding space suddenly sparkling like fragmented memories. "The first time I met her wasn't long after I enrolled at Vidian. In her memory, a younger Erzsébet was lost amidst the academy's vast corridors. She was looking for the library, but had been wandering for a long time. Then a gentle figure appeared, and the first person to friendly approach me and show me the way was Addison," Erzsébet recalled, her eyes sparkling. Addison smiled, walking beside the young Erzsébet. "I saw your performance in the entrance exam." Her words rang out, gentle yet impressive. The memory flashed to a grand scene. A young Erzsébet wielding magic, confronting an opponent. "It's unbelievable even after witnessing it firsthand. You're only a first-year freshman, yet you're already so skilled." Addison still smiled brightly, looking at Erzsébet. "I can't pick my jaw up off the floor every time I see that." The young Erzsébet thought to herself, "Oh God, am I about to hear more cliches?" Erzsébet's eyes were sharp, clearly showing her displeasure. Everyone adds something after compliments. The Akalusia family bloodline is truly different. Brilliant, innate talent, she continued to ponder, her tone full of sarcasm. "It sounds like praise, but the intention behind it is so base. They deny everything I've achieved, just because I was lucky enough to be born with it." The young Erzsébet stood alone in the empty space, her image appearing resilient, trying to rationalize my life as if it were nothing. But Addison said different words, with a sincere smile. "This girl is definitely one of those people. Truly admirable. I wonder how much effort you put in to reach that level at such a young age." Addison looked at Erzsébet with empathetic eyes. "I can't even imagine." Her words were like a refreshing breeze. Erzsébet looked at Addison in surprise, a strange feeling stirring within her. "I can't help but wonder how much you must have gone through alone." Addison quickly waved her hand, her eyes full of worry.
Of course, someone like me can't directly say that I understand all your feelings.
Addison continued, affirming that she would always be there if Elizabeth faced difficulties, ready to listen to all her confidences. The light brown-haired girl smiled brightly. Even if she couldn't help much, she could still share the experience of a senior. Elizabeth was stunned. Elizabeth looked at Ronin. The memory of that day was a precious one, and she couldn't recount every detail. But then, she suddenly changed the subject, saying that Addison was more than just the most beautiful woman in this world. Ronin was bewildered, unable to understand. Elizabeth covered her face, giggling. In Elizabeth's mind, Addison's image appeared. Jet black hair, as smooth as silk. A tall, slender figure, exuding grace. Who could compare to such beauty? Elizabeth burst out laughing, drooling. Ronin was also drawn in, muttering about missing Addison. Elizabeth frowned, wondering why geniuses like Shellapin and herself were acting so strangely. The black-haired young man sighed, telling himself, whatever, what does it matter? He believed this relationship would eventually benefit Addison. At the same time, a colossal flying ship glided across the deep blue sky. But then, a strange sound echoed, interrupting his thoughts. Ronin's eyes suddenly widened, his pupils sharp like a cat's, gleaming with extreme vigilance. He sprang up, shouting, "Ari, get up now! Get your staff out!" Elizabeth was surprised. "What? What are you suddenly talking about? No time to explain!" Ronin snapped. A whistling sound tore through the wind, warning of ill omen. Ronin urgently said, "Something is coming." From above, a blazing red energy stream plunged straight down onto the flying ship, signaling a sudden attack. Ronin acted in a flash, carrying Ari on his back, rushing like the wind across the ship's deck. "What kind of attitude is that?" Ari grumbled. "Carrying me like a sack of flour. There's no grace at all." Ronin merely replied coldly, "Ari, someone with the ability to move objects can also fly themselves, can't they?" In the vast open air, Ronin warned, "It's coming. Get ready." Ari still didn't understand, confusedly asking back, "What is it you've been talking about this whole time?" Ari's purple eyes widened in horror. She could only utter, "I only see clouds." But then, a blinding light tore through the clouds. A colossal blazing fireball was plummeting straight down, engulfing the entire sky. Blazing red light enveloped them. Ronin stood shielding Ari, both facing the impending catastrophe. Ari trembled, her purple eyes reflecting the destructive flames. She could only stammer, "That's..." A terrifying sight appeared, a colossal fireball like a second sun, devouring the flying ship. A colossal fireball? Ari panicked. "Where did this magic come from? It's usually only used for anti-air defense in war," Ronin coldly replied. "I don't need to tell you what to do I?" Ronin clutched a small object in his hand, emitting a blazing red light, as if activating something. "I'm leaving it to you!" he shouted. Then unexpectedly launched himself towards the fireball, leaving Ari behind. Again, Ari gritted her teeth, raising her hand. Deep purple magic swirled around her. Invisible hand. Purple energy enveloped Ronin, propelling him forward at terrifying speed, his black eyes gleaming with determination. Empowered by Ari's magic, Ronin transformed into an arrow, piercing straight through the air, heading towards the deadly fireball. In that fated moment, the black-haired young man, carrying purple magic, was about to collide with the destructive mass of fire. Ronin plunged straight into the heart of the firestorm, a purple arrow piercing through the blazing inferno, determined to fight to the death. Burning with determination, he roared, blazing red magic erupting from deep within, his golden eyes shining brightly. A sword of energy tore through space, signaling the fierce battle about to unfold. The black-haired young man swung his sword, creating blazing red slashes that cut through the raging sea of fire. The sword gleam tore down, each strike carrying an unwavering will, confronting destructive power. Amidst the fiery storm, he fought resiliently, each sword strike seemingly tearing everything apart. But the sea of fire relentlessly expanded, engulfing his small figure. He realized in shock, "Damn it! There are more fragments than I thought. If this continues, he won't be able to protect the airship." "The airship!" Explosive shockwaves pushed him into a difficult position, a perilous situation. Suddenly, a voice rang out, surprising him. What's with that expression?" Amidst the sea of fire, Elizabeth appeared, her eyes contemptuous. "Do you think I can't finish off these scraps?" She raised her hand, and flames erupted fiercely, magic power surging as if to incinerate everything. Her cold purple eyes, her echoing voice affirmed, "I, Elizabeth Akalusia." She stood there, amidst the sea of fire, majestic and powerful, asserting her strength. Amidst the raging sea of fire, Elizabeth Akalusia's cold purple eyes gleamed, majestic and powerful, asserting her strength. Ronin, sword in hand, looked up at the giant burning ship in the sky, where Erzsébet stood powerfully. He laughed loudly, full of admiration. Lady Akaluzia is truly something else. You're not just all talk, are you? Ronin soared through the air, cheering excitedly. Amazing! Ari is the best of the best. Making her frown and angrily snap. I told you not to call me that. After that dramatic display, the two finally overcame the challenge, and Ronin hastily fled from Erzsébet's wrath. Ronin's eyes were pensive, and he mumbled. Anyway, this was quite an extravagant, welcoming event. He wondered what was truly happening as he looked up at the top of a magnificent building. It turned out to be the Dawn Magic Tower, standing tall against the blue sky, radiating mysterious energy. From the Dawn Magic Tower, brilliant magical lights erupted, surrounding a flying ship. Ronin and Erzsébet stood on a part of the ship, anxiously looking towards the tower. He asked, Is everyone all right? A voice echoed through the communication magic. We confirm the magic that brought down the airship was fired from the magic tower. Wide area communication magic? The voice continued, reassuring everyone that this was an unexpected incident, one that even the Dawn Magic Tower had not foreseen. A giant magic formation appeared, the voice resolute. We have implemented the best measures to ensure your safety. Please land with peace of mind. Amidst the brilliant magical light, the voice promised. We will personally apologize and explain in detail. Finally, the giant airship slowly landed safely in the large square, where a crowd of people awaited. Everyone was still in shock. A brown-haired male student tremblingly asked, not understanding why there was a fireball flying over the Dawn Magic Tower. Another young man, with a dissatisfied expression, wondered who had stopped that fireball. Could things really continue normally after this incident? He clicked his tongue, his tone full of disappointment. Such a shocking event happening right at the prestigious academy was truly disappointing. Erzsébet frowned, her eyes sharp and cold. She declared that she would file a formal complaint, even involving her family if she didn't receive a satisfactory explanation for this absurd incident. Ronin stood beside her, trying to calm the purple-haired girl. He understood her anger, but still advised her to listen to the explanation first. Ronin's eyes suddenly flashed with contemplation. He maintained his calm demeanor, but unspoken doubts had arisen in his heart. A pensive voice rang out, revealing that he also had his own suspicions about the recent incident. Ronin turned to the lion-headed Professor Varen, asking for clarification. Why had the Dawn Magic Tower never approved visits? Professor Varen narrowed his eyes, revealing that the main reason was due to members of a mysterious cult. He knew Ronin understood better than anyone. In a flashback, a silver-haired man swung his sword, his eyes gleaming. Professor Varen continued, asserting that Ronin must know more about this than he did. Professor Varen continued, explaining that after the Grangsha infiltration and the Academy attack, the Empire mobilized forces to hunt down cult members. During that process, the Dawn Magic Tower also conducted an internal investigation, discovering 3 cult members. But things did not go as planned. Just before being apprehended, the cornered cult members committed a horrifying act. Blinding magical light erupted, signaling an unforeseen catastrophe about to occur. They activated self-destruct magic, turning everything to ash in a terrifying moment. Amidst the storm of self-destruct magic, a red-robed mage tried to resist, but the narration still affirmed, thanks to a timely reaction, no one lost their life. Although no one died, the consequences were horrific. 1/5 of the Magic Tower's area was reduced to ash, an indelible mark of disaster. The blinding light still lingered, a reminder of the destructive power of self-destruct magic, incinerating everything in the blink of an eye. In a quieter scene, Professor Varen sternly advised Ronin. Although things are temporarily stable, you must still be cautious, Ronin. Varen continued, his eyes full of worry. We don't know their purpose or reason for infiltration, but as long as their plan hasn't succeeded, the danger still exists. The professor's warning echoed as Ronin stood up, his gaze fixed firmly ahead. Ronin drew his sword, his eyes sharp and cold. Currently, this is just my suspicion, but it's very likely the work of the cult. The young man gazed into the void, a massive surge of magical energy appearing in his mind. Anyway, an incident like this wouldn't just happen on its own. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, his resolve unwavering. If there's anything suspicious, I will act immediately. The large door slowly opened, revealing a new space, bringing with it both the unknown and the challenges that awaited. A strange sound echoed, followed by a surprised voice. Oh my goodness! A red-robed man hastily bowed, his tone full of remorse. I am truly sorry for making everyone wait so long. He stood before a group of students, continuing to express his regret. Furthermore, for putting everyone through such extreme hardship. The man explained his identity, his voice solemn. As the substitute for the absent Tower Master of the Dawn Magic Tower, he bowed deeply, his remorse evident on his face. I, Anfila, sincerely apologize. He was Anfila, the substitute for the Tower Master of the Dawn Magic Tower. This identity surprised everyone, especially Ronin. Ronin stood rooted to the spot, his eyes wide with extreme astonishment. This powerful mage, was he the one who had just bowed and apologized to them? His eyes narrowed, a thought flashing through his mind. This guy, appearing here? In his previous life, Anfila was renowned throughout the Empire for his fire magic. He was a living legend, his power blazing like hellfire. His magic was considered supreme, making him one of the strongest mages in the entire realm. He stood amidst the sea of fire, majestic and inviolable. Anfila, the fiery phoenix! That name once sowed terror and admiration, and now he stood before Ronin. Ronin thought to himself, it was hard to believe that such a famous mage belonged to the Dawn Magic Tower, where the incident had just occurred. Anfila continued, his voice full of shame. He admitted that the Magic Tower had not yet found many clues about the culprit. Nevertheless, one thing was certain. They had identified the culprit's mana frequency, right in the room containing the activation device. Anfila assured them that they were cross-referencing that mana frequency with all personnel in the tower. The culprit would soon be apprehended. He bowed again, promising to compensate for all losses and enhance security. A sincere apology, but would it be enough to appease them? Anfila pleaded for forgiveness. The students murmured, a dark brown-haired young man scratching his head. If he himself said so. The brown-haired girl next to Ronin thought to herself, it was unexpected that a mage of Anfila's caliber would personally come out to apologize. The student suggested they should trust him, but Ronin remained silent. His eyes held an indescribable wariness. Finally, Ronin told himself, certainly, if Anfila said so, then it can be believed. But the suspicion still lingered. In the fierce battle against a Hayut, the fiery phoenix Anfila stood on the front lines, using his body to buy time for everyone. He was one of the pioneers, rushing into danger without hesitation. On the brink of life and death, he sacrificed himself countless times, just to protect his comrades. Even when his body turned to ash, he fought relentlessly. That brilliant light never wavered, not for a moment. Ronin gripped the hilt of his sword, thinking to himself, that's right. Someone like him couldn't possibly conspire with those bastards. I need to find out more. Anfila turned, his eyes full of goodwill. Ah, and the two of you who stopped the fireball earlier. He bowed, expressing his deep gratitude. The Magic Tower owes you two a great debt. It's incredible that with such power, you two are still students. Ronin and Erzsébet were surprised. The black-haired young man asked, huh? You know me? Anfila smiled and explained, it's not strange for Ari to be Akalusha, but I know you through information from Paleson. Don't be too surprised. He invited, could the two of you follow me? To show my appreciation, I have something I'd like to share with you. The three entered a magnificent corridor. Anfila led the way, promising a secret about to be revealed. They continued deeper into the tower, each step echoing in the vast, majestic space. Anfila stopped and turned his head. First, allow me to introduce myself. He gestured towards the grand hall. This is the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower, the supreme center for magic research. Anfila spread his arms, proudly introducing the main building of the research complex, the heart of the Dawn Magic Tower. This place is the supreme center of all magic, but the atmosphere was tense. A red-robed mage hastily asked about the research results, while Anfila gave a forced smile, admitting that the current situation was quite chaotic, not as usual. He turned around and decisively ordered, everyone, hurry up! The others, check the status of the magic tools immediately. Responses echoed, and everyone rushed into action. Witnessing this scene, Erzsébet pondered. She understood why the Dawn Magic Tower was ranked among the top 5 magic towers. Most mages here had reached Circle 4 or higher, ready to join battle at any moment. This power was truly formidable. Ronin also realized this. They are definitely not ordinary people, he thought to himself. But the real problem lay in another aspect. He looked up at the mages standing above. They don't seem very happy to see us, Ronin observed, feeling a distinct coldness. In a hidden corner, 2 other mages whispered complaints. This is happening again? It's all because the Tower Master is absent. When will he return? How can outsiders be allowed in at a time like this? Just recently, someone went missing. Another mage quickly covered his colleague's mouth. Shh, don't talk about that. What if this news gets out? In the darkness, glowing purple eyes shone brightly. I have a feeling I'm about to get involved in a huge mess, a voice whispered, carrying an ominous premonition. On the upper floor, a figure in a black cloak stood, bright blue eyes looking down. I can break the curse here, can't I? He wondered. He sat down, clutching a doll tightly. His face was shrouded in shadow. Only his voice echoed, yes, I understand, Master. His hand clenched. By your command, I will light a spark for you. His blue eyes suddenly glowed brightly, reflecting a hint of madness, a cold, haunting gleam. And the final whisper echoed, through Akaluja's death, a cold declaration, sealing fate. Erzsébet's hand reached out, purple magic blazing, as if to say, "Let me show you." A surge of purple energy exploded, tearing through space, signaling a terrifying attack. Erzsébet appeared amidst the purple light, her eyes sharp and cold, declaring, "This is what happens when you dare to become an enemy of Akaluja." A barrage of brilliant purple magic spears shot out, surrounding the target, forming a rain of destruction. She continued to focus her energy, her hand raised, preparing for the finishing blow. "Fire Needle!" Erzsébet roared. Brilliant purple light streams, like needles, shot straight towards the two cloaked figures. The two brown-cloaked figures, a man and a woman, faced each other tensely. The man exclaimed, "It's coming!" Magic collided violently, creating fiery explosions that shook the entire space. The brown-cloaked girl was injured, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. She gritted her teeth. "Just defending like this won't get us anywhere." She turned to her comrade, decisively ordering, "We must close the distance and finish this. I'll go first. You stay and protect Grangsha." Her eyes blazed with resolve, blood still on her lips. "Don't forget, the Master's plan hinges on Grangsha's survival. Akalusha must die by Grangsha's hand." With that, the brown-cloaked girl erupted with energy, charging straight into the rain of purple magic without hesitation. The brown-cloaked man was astonished, unable to believe his eyes. "What is this?" He clutched his chest, injured and coughing up blood, in extreme pain. "Kook!" Erzsébet stood tall, the enemy's defensive firewall shattered. How could a firewall, powered by all the strength of a fourth-tier mage, be pierced so easily? The brown-cloaked man was thrown back, his body engulfed in brilliant purple light, completely helpless. The brown-cloaked girl's body was pierced by purple magic, yet furious flames still blazed around her, an unbelievably monstrous talent. Engulfed in flames, the brown-cloaked girl roared in pain, but her eyes still shone with determination. Despite her injuries, she recognized this as an opportunity. You only focused on attacking and forgot about defense. Erzsébet stood there, her eyes sharp and cold, unfazed by the provocation. She unleashed a new magic attack, the chant of Akalusha echoing, brilliant purple power surging. However, the brown-cloaked girl dodged the fatal blow, retaliating with a fierce fire attack. "Didn't you think your opponent would dodge? How arrogant, genius!" Flames erupted from the brown-cloaked girl, engulfing Erzsébet and forcing her to retreat. The brown-cloaked girl stood firm amidst the sea of fire, looking down at the faltering Erzsébet. "The price for your immaturity will be very high." Erzsébet bowed her head, her purple hair falling to obscure her expression, seemingly defeated by the counterattack. The brown-cloaked girl reached out, furious flames seemingly wanting to incinerate everything, preparing for the finishing blow. But suddenly, brilliant purple rays from Erzsébet counterattacked, piercing the brown-cloaked girl's body. The brown-cloaked girl was injured and coughing up blood, collapsing, her eyes horrified at the cruel reality. Erzsébet smirked, stepping closer to her kneeling enemy. To come here so seriously only to expose a weakness right from the start. What an amusing sight. She continued to mock. "Is this what they call a moth flying into a flame?" The brown-cloaked girl trembled, unable to believe her eyes. "How can this be? You didn't have time to cast magic again." Erzsébet smirked, raising two fingers confidently, brilliant purple magic surrounding her. Why would I bother casting it again?" Erzsébet smirked, brilliant purple magic surrounding her. "Simply altering the trajectory of an already activated spell is enough," she declared, her eyes full of self-satisfaction. A dazzling purple ray shot straight into the stunned figure. That destructive power gave the brown-cloaked girl no chance to resist. Xian was thrown back, her cloak torn, purple magic swirling around her like a storm. "With my ability to move objects?" Erzsébet said coldly. Xian screamed in pain. Erzsébet stepped forward, stomping on the ground near the fallen Xian. You can control two elements at once?" "Impossible," Xian gasped. Erzsébet gave an arrogant smile, her purple hair gently swaying. "To be precise, I can control up to 3 elements, you know?" Purple magic flared around Erzsébet. "Of course, you won't get to witness that, as it's a bit overkill." She hovered in midair, her magic swirling like a vortex. "Just to catch a moth," she sneered. Erzsébet stood afar, majestic amidst the swirling purple magic. Xian still lay there, her small figure enveloped in the shadow of her cloak. "Now then," Erzsébet tilted her head, the smile on her lips turning cold. "Shall we continue our unfinished conversation, now that the troublesome ones have disappeared?" Beneath the hood of her cloak, Xian's purple eyes gleamed with resentment and determination. The name echoed like a declaration, etched deep into the silent space. Erzsébet looked down at the prostrate Xian. "Even looking so pathetic, they won't die easily.
A fire mage's fire resistance is no joke, but surely they are enduring extreme pain. Elizabeth stepped closer. You'd best speak while I'm still merciful. Though young, you're not so naive, are you? Two symbols, a wolf and a griffin, clashed, blue-purple magic erupting. Akalusha and Grangsha, two great families, are at odds, Elizabeth said. The entire empire will drown in a sea of blood. No matter who wins, the outcome will only be a disaster of mutual destruction. Elizabeth looked directly at Xian, her words heavy with meaning. Elizabeth questioned sharply, doubting Xian Grangsha's capacity to orchestrate this scheme. Did her leader have a hand in it? The question remained open, Xian Grangsha pondered. Sharp deductions delving deep into the nature of the war. An assassination plot? No, it was too trivial, too illogical. In Xian's memory, an old man with a goatee appeared, asserting that the Grangsha family would never resort to such lowly tactics. Another green-haired young man once said that if that were all, Grangsha would not have been able to contend with Akalusha. Those words further solidified Xian's thoughts. Piece by piece, the puzzle fit together in Xian's mind. A horrifying truth was revealing itself. Undeniable. She gritted her teeth, her eyes flashing with a cold light. The one behind it all, the one who wanted to push the two families into a war of destruction, had revealed themselves. Elizabeth suddenly spoke, her sharp gaze piercing through Xian Grangsha. That person is controlling Xian Grangsha. A shocking declaration. Elizabeth's and Xian Grangsha's eyes met. A chilling question echoing, piercing straight into the soul. Who are you inside that body? A grotesque, devilish smile twisted on Xian Grangsha's face. The possessor had revealed themselves full of contempt. Dark power erupted. The possessor in Xian Grangsha's body unleashed an attack, sharp magic spikes tearing through the air. Well done, but this fun will end soon. Elizabeth was surrounded by dark tentacles, the enemy's terrifying magic making her unsteady. Cold sweat broke out. Elizabeth's face changed color. She had underestimated her opponent. Her pupils contracted, extreme fear clearly visible in Elizabeth's purple eyes. A soft groan escaped her. Elizabeth was thrown back, her body swaying like a puppet with cut string. Impossible, she exclaimed in panic. This overwhelming power surpassed all imagination. Elizabeth's hands trembled, clutching the floor. She had never known such paralyzing fear that her body couldn't react. Overwhelmed by extreme fear, Elizabeth's hands clutched the floor as a surge of dark, purplish energy spread, swallowing all hope. Before her, the possessed Xian dealt a brutal blow, a shadowy entity manifesting behind her, making Elizabeth scream in despair. Who exactly is this in front of me? Dark power erupted, swallowing space. The small figure of Xian stood at the center of the storm, but the surging energy emanating from her seemed to tear reality itself. A bony, grotesque hand reached out from the darkness, emitting a brilliant red light. A chilling voice echoed, Akalusia. The possessor mocked Elizabeth, Xian's purple eyes gleaming with disdain. Oh, you little lamb, intoxicated by such meager power. Elizabeth's face contorted in horror. She tried to resist, but it was futile. The ghostly voice echoed again, coldly commanding, Look up and… Elizabeth's purple eyes widened, reflecting extreme fear. The malevolent entity continued, forcing her to engrave the horrific truth into her mind. From the depths of darkness, a colossal, pitch-black winged entity materialized, its eyes glowing blood red, carrying a surge of destructive energy. The demonic figure stood towering against the fiery red sky, grandly declaring the one who would rule this world, the one standing at the pinnacle of power. A grimacing old man's face, with bloodshot red eyes, appeared in Elizabeth's mind. The terrifying name was uttered, echoing like a curse. Bazura. Night fell. The story paused, leaving behind fear and unresolved mysteries. In a luxurious room, the red-cloaked man sat behind a desk, questioning Ronin. Ronin, is Air telling the truth? Ronin turned to Air, his eyes suspicious. Bazura! You found that terrifying name in an ordinary book? Air affirmed, her voice full of defiance. The red-cloaked man pondered, a hint of worry in his sharp eyes. That's true, but how could that happen? Air nervously hypothesized. Perhaps the power ceiling Bazura is weakening. We must confirm it immediately. The red-cloaked man decisively denied, his face etched with determination. No, absolutely not. The light brown-haired girl affirmed that she had checked the seal herself yesterday, and everything was fine. But the reply startled her slightly. Her eyes widened, and a terrifying truth suddenly exploded. You secretly entered the forbidden book section without my knowledge? She screamed, reminding him of the strict rule. One could only enter the forbidden book section with the Tower Master or herself due to their danger. The red-cloaked man spoke in a low voice, worried about the dangers from the forbidden books. Even for someone as talented as Ronin, Air firmly stated that she couldn't overlook this matter and demanded to report it to the Tower Master.
But Ronin interrupted, his voice full of remorse. "I'm sorry, heir, for deceiving you." The young man bowed his head, his hands trembling, admitting his mistake. Heir stood behind him, her eyes wide with surprise at the unexpected confession. The red-cloaked man clutched his head, his face contorted in pain as the name Tower Master Rarden was uttered. But Tower Master Rarden was already there, chained in the darkness, his body withered like a soulless corpse. "He was sealed with Bazura!" Heir and Ronin exclaimed in unison, their faces pale with horror at the cruel truth. Ticlepe. A year ago, on the day the Tower Master was announced to be embarking on a journey to seek knowledge, he never actually left the tower. On the contrary, he had ventured deep into the darkest, innermost part of this tower. His face held a terrifying determination. He himself had unsealed Bazura, the most destructive, forbidden book. Dark magic erupted, and the book floated in mid-air. He greedily desired to seize the ancient knowledge, sealed within it. Dark magic swirled, engulfing his form. Heir stammered, realizing the horrifying truth. "So, the reason we haven't received any news from the Tower Master all this time?" She cried out in utter bewilderment, unable to comprehend what could have made someone like the Tower Master crave forbidden knowledge so intensely. Tower Master Rarden, a master of fire and illusion magic, was confident that he could control Bazura, who was considered the pinnacle of magic. His eyes burned with ambition, for he always considered the knowledge in the forbidden books too precious to waste. He believed that even a dangerous power, if used by the right person, could bring immense benefits to the world. And among them, Bazura's knowledge, which could push a user's potential to its absolute limit, would surely be a great blessing. Ronin crossed his arms, his face heavy. "I understand. No need to hear the rest." The young man had already envisioned the tragic outcome. The red-cloaked man sighed in distress. "So the Tower Master also failed. We underestimated that power from the start. Bazura's power. It was pure malevolence, far beyond the control of any human. Even Tower Master Rarden could only resist weakly, for it was the ultimate manifestation of extreme demonic power. In that horrifying moment, Tower Master Rarden realized he was about to become Bazura's vessel, and he activated an emergency summoning scroll. And so, the red-cloaked man was summoned to the Forbidden Book section, witnessing Tower Master Rarden collapse within the dark vortex. "Tower Master, you unsealed Bazura?" the red-cloaked man questioned in horror. Rarden replied in pain, "I have no excuse, Vice Tower Master. My foolishness has dragged you into this." Rarden weakly pleaded, "Just for a moment. While my consciousness still remains, seal me." The red-cloaked man hesitated. "But if I do that, I won't be able to save you." "How could I do such a thing?" Tower Master Rarden screamed in extreme agony, his body torn apart by dark magic. "This is no time to worry about my safety. Rather than let the magic tower be defiled by evil as the price for my arrogance, I'd rather die 1,000 times." He gritted his teeth, blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. The red-cloaked man clenched his jaw, tears welling up. Rarden continued to plead, "Then I beg you, at least for the sake of our magic tower." With tear-filled eyes, the red-cloaked man choked out his acceptance of the tragic fate. "I understand, Tower Master." With iron resolve, his hand reached out amidst the sea of flames, like a vow for a new dawn, all for tomorrow's dawn. And so, the Vice Tower Master sealed Tower Master Rarden along with Bazura, using the strongest magic ever known. A horrifying secret was buried. In the majestic space of the tower, the Vice Tower Master continued his confession. This was the truth he had kept hidden for so long, a secret he intended to reveal. But as a seeker of knowledge for the world, understanding the Tower Master's origins, he couldn't personally destroy his teacher's honor. The torment was evident on his face. Ronin and Heir stood frozen, their faces drained of color and horror. "How can that be?" the light brown-haired girl stammered, not believing her ears. Everything had become too complicated. The black-haired young man felt sorry for the Tower Master, but this was no time to dwell on emotions. He needed to keep a cool head. Ronin's sharp gaze cut straight to the problem. All signs pointed to a single conclusion. Bazura's seal had been broken long ago. The image of Tower Master Rarden in chains appeared. The Vice Tower Master said Anfila might have witnessed the sealing, but his words couldn't be fully trusted. The Vice Tower Master was suspicious, his gaze sharp. If that entity's power was enough to distort the perceptions of everyone in the magic tower. In the flashback, the Vice Tower Master and Rarden were enveloped by purple magic. He deduced that Anfila had deceived everyone's senses with illusion magic. Purple magic swirled, and an illusion was created. It could be an illusion of Tower Master Rarden, a fake to conceal the truth. Ronin pondered. A big question arose. Why would Bazura reveal himself now, after having kept the broken seal hidden for so long? Beneath the black-haired young man's feet, purple magic began to surge, sparkling like stars. Why? Magic erupted around Ronin, a brilliant purple light enveloping him. The young man was terrified. not understanding what was happening. Ronin's eyes widened, his face horrified. "What?" he exclaimed. "Why is it the magic of Claygier Nebula?" Air and the Vice Tower Master stared at each other in shock. This magic wasn't emanating from any of them, even though it was engulfing the entire room. Ronin's eyes widened, brilliant purple magic enveloping him. "I feel a powerful energy surging around us," he exclaimed in terror. "Claygier Nebula's magic isn't even this strong." Space warped. A pair of colossal black wings tore through the night, and hellish red eyes opened, signaling a terrifying truth about to be revealed. A demonic figure gradually became clear, towering in the void. Great black wings covered an entire sky, while a voice echoed, "What the hell is going on?" In a dark illusion, Xian Grangxia knelt, her eyes wide with horror as she looked up. A voice whispered fearfully, "If it's Bazura," the whisper continued, revealing a shocking secret. Something considered extremely dangerous information, even in Akalusia. The mysterious figure's back appeared, eerie and authoritative. The voice continued, revealing a forbidden tome that even the Tower Master couldn't investigate. Xian Grangxia lifted her head, her face drenched in sweat, her purple eyes panicked. How could such an entity appear before me? No, there's something even more terrifying right now. The mysterious figure turned, colossal black wings spread wide, brilliant purple magic enveloping him. His appearances changed slightly, but that's definitely. Tower Master Rardon's face became clear, a mad smile, his eyes glowing red. He had been possessed. "Tower Master Rardon!" The possessor's glowing red eyes stared directly at Xian. "Looking at your eyes, it seems you know who this detestable person, Island?" The possessor stood upright, Xian Grangxia still kneeling at his feet. "Very well. You've entertained me, if only for a moment, so I shall reward you." He revealed his horrifying identity. "As you thought, this body is the Tower Master of the Dawn Magic Tower, a member of the magic community who nearly reached the pinnacle of achievement, a man named Rardon." But now, Xian Grangxia glared, utterly horrified. He dared to be ignorant of his own identity and craved this power, which led to everything he had being stolen. The possessor bent down, his hand gripping Xian's head, a cruel smile on his face. He was a fun doll to play with. Xian Grangxia clenched her fist, her indignation surging. "Yes, Akalusia. Just like you are now." Tears streamed down Xian's face, her eyes filled with resentment. "I didn't expect any courtesy from a long-sealed, forbidden tome, but there's truly nothing you can't say to a lady." Amidst the chaos, Ronin's mind struggled to hold on to its last shred of sanity. Bazura. If this truly was the entity he knew, then even all the world's magic couldn't touch a single hair on him. But that very fact made everything even more bizarre. Such a powerful entity, yet he's hiding in petty schemes? He has more than enough power to crush everything with a snap of his fingers. But he isn't doing that. There can only be one reason. Bazura is hiding something, a secret, darker than destruction itself. Xian's purple eyes flashed with a cold light, a mysterious smirk on her face. She had seen through it. "How ridiculous," she spoke, "for a great, dark entity like you to have to hide behind a 10-year-old child. Even annoying deceptions like the airship attack. All were orchestrated by you." She sneered, her face twisted in a terrifying way. "All those actions were unnecessary. If you had truly recovered your power, there's only one conclusion," Xian declared coldly. "You are in a dangerous and unstable state, unable to step out into this world on your own." A dry, sneering laugh echoed. The possessor in the Tower Master's body let out a savage laugh. "Kekek, kekek." Dark magic erupted around him. "You're half right," he admitted, his voice full of malice. A flashback appeared, his old forms pierced by magic. "I just need a little more time," he whispered. A bone-piercing pain struck. Xian gritted her teeth, her body trembling. "Urgh!" Bazura gripped Rardon's pained face. "Even now, this old man's consciousness continues to resist, forcing me to expend effort to fully merge with his body. With even the slightest opening, he would risk incinerating his entire body." Bazura looked at the kneeling Xian. How pathetic, yet also troublesome. His hand flared with dark magic. But the time for this nuisance to end has come. He gripped Xian's chin, his eyes glowing red. "Because a brilliant vessel, far surpassing that Rardon fellow, has appeared." Xian was horrified. "Vessel? What do you mean?" Xian was stunned, her purple eyes wide with panic, as the name Ronin echoed in her mind like a dark curse. The possessor looked towards Ronin, his fiery red eyes gleaming with ambition. "That boy will be my ultimate beginning and perfection." The wizard leaned in close, grabbing Xian's chin, forcing her to face the horrifying truth. Magical thorns surrounded her, imprisoning her in fear. Xian trembled, struggling to speak. "Ronin, is your beginning and perfection? Who exactly are you? He smirked, his eyes filled with contempt. This mortal Rardan has a stubborn, useless will. Though it's troublesome to suppress his consciousness, it's only a matter of time. He extended his skeletal hand, sharp claws protruding. Of course, I don't like this old, pathetic body. But at the time, I had no other choice. As he was gradually erasing Rardan's consciousness, an unexpected event occurred. The airship I targeted for amusement, and to spark a war signal. His fiery red eyes widened, a mad smile clearly visible. I discovered something, as if it were destiny. A dazzling burst of light erupted, concealing a terrifying latent power. A fresh, radiant body, incomparable to this old man. An overwhelming hidden power. He closed his eyes, as if disbelieving what he had just seen. Initially, I doubted my own eyes. For hundreds of years, I had never witnessed such pressure. Then Ronin's silhouette appeared in a dark corridor, emitting a green light. But after a few days of careful observation, an ancient book with a glowing eye appeared. Like a prophecy of fate, I decided. A giant shadow with a gruesome smile appeared behind Ronin. To bestow upon that radiant child, Ronin, the honor of becoming my vessel. Blood stained the cold ground, Xian in pain. So, the war between the two families was just a trivial, boring matter. Ronin stood amidst the dazzling magic circles, his gaze resolute. However, I still found it to be a meaningful process. For I had found a vessel with incredible, latent power. Xian screamed in pain, thorns piercing her body. "In your form, Erzabet Akalusia!" The possessor, with a sinister smile on Tower Master Rardan's face, watched Xian writhe. He had found what he wanted. A demonic hand reached out, dark energy swirling. "You are a talent too precious to waste on trivial amusements." The words carried a cold calculation. A ghostly darkness spread, engulfing the space. "I will generously grant you a favor. A veiled promise, or a threat?" Xian cried out in agony, her body bound by dark tentacles. She realized in horror that she was imprisoned, with no escape. Blood seeped from the corner of her lips, Xian gritting her teeth in endurance. The possessor made a cruel offer. "Will you swear loyalty to me and become my servant?" Xian's purple eyes reflected a gruesome silhouette, a bleak future. Or, the choice hung heavy in the air. In her pupils, a faint figure appeared, like a prophecy. "Or will you die at the hands of that Granxia girl, igniting the flames of war that will burn down the empire?" The possessor sneered, his fiery red eyes full of malice. He forced Xian to make a final decision, a choice between life and death, between slavery and destruction. Tears welled up, Xian facing the cruel truth. She could not accept a manipulated fate, her eyes still gleaming with defiance. Her body writhed in dark shackles, each strand seemingly tightening around her soul. But her will remained unyielding. Blood still stained the corner of her lips, but Xian had found her resilience. She would not allow herself to be turned into a tool. The possessor smirked, looking down with disdain. "Do you dare think I would be swayed by such trivial choices?" He was unmoved. Xian raised her head, a scornful smile evident. "Just kill me. Anyone who fears death is unworthy of the Akalusia name." She had chosen her own path. The possessor turned away, his expression annoyed. "Do as you wish. Things won't go your way regardless." He still held control. Xian was bound tightly, a gruesome shadow looming behind her, a cold blade pressed against her neck. Death was imminent, but she remained resolute. The possessor leaned down, his eyes full of boredom. What a tiresome girl, he had decided, and Xian's fate seemed sealed. The possessor had lost all patience, his hand raised, a fiery red light signaling a brutal end. "My interest has run out." He looked down at Xian, his purple eyes glowing coldly. "Die." The decisive pronouncement was like a death knell. The blade in his hand flashed with deadly purple electricity, ready to end her fate. Xian was bound tightly, her body seemingly torn apart by terrifying power, fragments of illusions shattering around her. An invisible force flung her, Xian soaring far through the air, fragments scattering like crystal. But then, a familiar figure rushed forward. The black-haired young man, his eyes burning with hatred, appeared like a ray of hope. He swung his sword, blocking the possessor's fatal blow, protecting the girl lying motionless at his feet. Xian was wounded and coughed up blood, her eyes wide with horror as she looked at the young man. "Ari!" she gasped, her voice trembling. The possessor looked at the young man, his voice full of bewilderment. "And you, that somewhat familiar child." The young man plunged his sword into the ground, creating a crack. "You each owe me one, understand?" he declared fiercely. Tower Master Rardan, or rather, the possessor, cried out in horror. "How?" Blood streamed down his face, his expression disbelieving. The young man didn't hesitate. He lunged to attack, his sword flashing, aiming directly at the possessor. His sword tore through the Tower Master's body, blood splattering. The possessor was knocked out of the vessel, leaving behind a melting corpse. Tower Master Rardan lay writhing, his body slowly melting, his consciousness resisting fiercely but hopelessly. The possessor, now revealed as a shadowy entity, watched the melting Tower Master, disbelieving. How could he break Rardan's illusion so easily? The young man carried Xian on his back, walking through the ruined debris. The possessor mumbled, as if he had understood something about his power. After Ronin broke the illusion, Xian Grangqia was wounded and coughed up blood, her purple eyes wide with horror, realizing the bitter truth. The possessor, Bazura, exclaimed in astonishment. Too brilliant! The shadowy entity, Bazura, roared, painfully watching his vessel, Tower Master Rardan's body, melting on the floor. My vessel! Traces of magic still lingered. The floor warped, as if melted. Red and purple streaks splattered everywhere, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Amidst the ruined training hall, Vice Tower Master Onfila and the young girl Air appeared. He realized, the entire training hall has been sealed by perception, inhibiting magic. Ronin was right. Onfila reached out his hand, feeling the swirling red and black magical currents. He frowned, muttering, furthermore, this mana wavelength is definitely, he confirmed to Air. Yes, it's identical to Tower Master Rardan's. Finally, it seems Bazura's seal has been broken. A close-up of Onfila's face revealed extreme astonishment. His eyes wide, teeth clenched, unable to believe what was happening. Meanwhile, Ronin stood alone in the desolate training hall, his sword plunged into the ground. Onfila stated decisively, we must summon all Magic Tower mages immediately and devise a countermeasure. Xian Grangqia lay writhing on the floor, looked at Ronin, then let out a bitter, self-mocking laugh. Seriously? I look so pathetic I can't help but laugh at myself. She recalled the excruciating pain of being pierced, but then realized it was all just an illusion. I could clearly feel the pain piercing my body, but it was all just an illusion. Xian's hand trembled as she raised it, her eyes still marked with horror. That illusion deceived even my senses. Ronin looked down at the girl lying there. Xian threatened, if you tell Addison about my incompetence and pathetic state, I won't let it slide, Ronin. He smiled. Even in this moment, you truly are a weirdo. Ronin looked at the two unconscious people on the floor, asking, also, is it true? Is that girl Shulapen's younger sister? Onfila replied, yes. Onfila looked at the unconscious Xian Grangqia, explaining, the third daughter of the Grangqia family, Xian Grangqia. She's quite talented in magic, so I heard she went abroad to study early. He continued, but I didn't expect to meet her in such unfortunate circumstances. Well, there's no need to make a big deal out of this anyway. It's clear she was merely exploited by Bazura. Ronin gave a thumbs up, smiling admiringly. Oh, to indeed, the Akalusia people live up to their famous nobility. You're so cool, Ari. Ronin maintained his arrogant smile, but his words carried a hint of reproach. He reminded her that the nickname Ari was reserved solely for Addison, whom he cherished. Ronin's gaze swept over Xian, noticing she was exhausted but fortunately not seriously injured. He secretly sighed in relief, a fleeting worry passing. Then he turned to look at the charred piles of coal, remnants of the battle. Ronin realized those were the missing individuals after the church's attack, just as Air had reported. Xian lay there, the church's characteristic mana still flowing from her body, even though Bazura's shackles had vanished. She realized that those missing individuals were the church's spies. No wonder she had been suspicious. Only those who helped Air manage the library had disappeared. But was the forbidden book section their initial target? A big question remained unanswered. So that day's terrorist attack wasn't merely a suicide mission, it was just a feint, intended to distract everyone in the Magic Tower, including Air and Onfila. Amidst the devastated battlefield, Ronin stood tall, sword still in hand. At his feet lay Xian and charred bodies, a scene full of tragedy. Xian suddenly awoke, her purple eyes panicked. She struggled to speak, her voice urgent. Ronin, leave here immediately. She looked at him, her eyes filled with horror. You are Bazura's target. The warning echoed like a clap of thunder. Ronin was stunned, asking in confusion, What? What do you mean, Ari? Xian replied with a desperate look. There's no time to explain. You must realize it too. In Xian's mind, the image of Tower Master Rardan appeared. She explained painfully, what you just struck down was not Bazura's main body, but merely an illusion. Xian's purple eyes gleamed with helplessness. Though shameful, even that illusion was powerful enough to overwhelm me. She mocked herself, realizing her own weakness. Ronin was horrified. Xian continued to explain, Bazura is on an entirely different level. If it possesses your body and achieves true completion, then this dawn magic tower will not escape destruction. Xian, or rather Rarden's possessed body, cried out in despair.
So please, leave this place as soon as possible. Hurry before it's too late.
But before her words finished, a sinister, savage smile suddenly appeared on Tower Master Rarden's face. It was Bazura, the possessor, laughing triumphantly. Ronin stared at his enemy, his black eyes gleaming with determination. I cannot let him do that. He had made his own decision. Ronin's eyes widened, reflecting extreme horror. What the hell is this? He exclaimed, disbelieving the sight before him. Xian Granxia, or Eri, lay slumped on the ground, her purple eyes filled with fear. Eri? Ronin called her name, his voice full of worry. Not just Eri, but Air and the substitute Tower Master Anfila were also lying there, their eyes vacant. Ronin couldn't believe his eyes. What the hell is going on? Ronin growled, his hand gripping his sword tightly. But a cold voice echoed, not just them. Bazura continued, his tone smug. Everyone in this magic tower, except for you. Faint figures appeared, being controlled. Their minds and bodies, the possessor declared, his hands sweeping up with power, are now all under my control. Ronin stumbled backward, a feeling of helplessness welling up. This marks, Bazura's voice echoed, the end of my boring wait. Ronin. Bazura called his name, his tone malicious. You will have the honor of becoming one with me, kid. The magic tower was now covered in glowing red dark tentacles, like a colossal creature rising from hell. From above, the tower was distorted, pitch black tentacles reaching out, devouring everything. Come to me, Bazura's voice commanded. The surrounding space violently shook, torn apart by a surge of dark energy, creating terrifying cracks. The dark energy exploded, tearing through space, forming a giant purple rift that opened a demonic gate. Bazura, in Tower Master Rarden's body, smirked triumphantly. Damn it, you bastard, Ronin roared, enraged. Ronin looked down at the unconscious Eri, his eyes blazing. What the hell have you done? He demanded, utterly furious. Unable to bear it any longer, Ronin charged straight at his enemy, sword pointed forward. Stop these petty games and come out, you bastard! In the dark space, Bazura still sat on the throne, Tower Master Rarden's body motionless. Come out now, Ronin's voice echoed in vain. The possessor in Tower Master Rarden's body sneered contemptuously. You dare raise your voice after witnessing my power? His hand reached out, sharp claws, purple light flickering. This place is too shabby for our grand meeting. He walked, each step carrying a surge of dark energy, declaring, Therefore, let's go somewhere else, a more fitting place. Ronin was stunned, cold sweat running down his back, unable to believe what was unfolding before his eyes. Amidst the distorted space, a figure in a reddish-brown cloak appeared. Walking slowly, he, with a cold expression, declared, That person is the last one missing. The cloaked man turned his back, gesturing to lead the way. I will escort you to the master. A cold invitation echoed. Follow me, Ronin. The young man's eyes sank into complex thoughts. Ronin let out a scoff, his attitude defiant. Ha! Why should I go to that wretched place myself? However, his eyes flashed with determination, even if his words seemed dissatisfied. I suppose I could say that the image of the unconscious black-haired girl at his feet made him unable to turn his back, unable to abandon her. Ronin wondered in anguish if there was any other path than venturing into danger. But I have no other choice, do I? Helplessness turned into rage. The young man gripped his sword hilt. Fine. I was going to charge in anyway if you didn't crawl out. His eyes blazing, he commanded, ready to face his enemy. Take me there, to where Bazura Island. The surrounding space transformed, the dark gate enveloped by purple energy gradually becoming clear, devouring everything. The purple light swirled intensely, pulling Ronin into a new world where danger awaited. He realized, dazed, that this was the place destiny had pushed him to. Before the eerie gate, the possessor Rarden and the cloaked man stood, declaring it the prison of the cursed race. The colossal gate creaked open, revealing a small crack, from which gloomy purple light poured out, devouring everything. Ronin and Xian Granxia held their breath, peeking through the crack, witnessing the horrifying scene unfolding inside. From within, a red-cloaked figure swept past, creating a fierce vortex that blew away all obstacles. Ronin writhed in pain, his eyes horrified as he realized the cruel truth unfolding before him. In the illusion, Rarden knelt, his voice trembling as he begged Bazura for salvation. A pathetic sight, almost unbelievable. The old man Rarden tremblingly confessed his arrogance, pleading for mercy from his possessor. A cruel sneer appeared on his face, harboring contempt and absolute power. Ronin erupted, glowing red energy enveloping him, his hands gripping his sword tightly. Blazing red sword energy tore through space. Ronin swung his sword in a fit of rage. Rarden's shackled legs hung suspended in the void, Like a lifeless puppet, Ronin charged forward, roaring with fury. "Stop your filthy games right now," he challenged, demanding the possessor reveal himself. "And come out here, you useless creature?" The possessor sneered, his tone sarcastic. "Oh, this is just my way of welcoming you. Doesn't seem very interesting, does it?" An invisible surge of power flung Ronin away, sending him spinning helplessly in midair. Despite being thrown back, Ronin didn't fall. Determination blazed in his eyes. He clenched his fists, ready to confront. Dark power surged, engulfing the space. A fist, harboring an unyielding will, awaited its moment to explode. On the throne, the possessor delightedly spoke. "Welcome, Ronin." A sinister smile was clear on the Tower Master's face. Ronin glared furiously at his enemy. Bazura, through Rardin's distorted body, called him "my brilliant vessel." Strands of purple energy writhed. The possessor continued to taunt. "Meeting face to face like this, it certainly feels different, doesn't it?" A demonic hand reached out, dark energy condensing. "I want to share this feeling more intimately. First, let's eliminate the nuisance." A cruel command echoed. "End yourself." The cloaked young man horrifyingly clutched his neck, his eyes wide in despair. Ronin was stunned. He collapsed, blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. In his last breath, he whispered, "Honor for Bazura." Fresh blood splattered. Ronin stood frozen, his back turned, the sword in his hand trembling. Rage and helplessness surged within him. "What are you plotting? Wasn't he your comrade?" Ronin growled. The possessor merely sneered. "You are truly amusing." Bazura, in Rardin's body, sneered contemptuously. Just like the former owner of this body, that servant was merely an insect who didn't know his place, daring to covet this power. The possessed eyes oozed black blood. The possessor sank into memory. "I still clearly remember the nonsense they spoke when they first came here." In the illusion, Tower Master Rardin stood between two other cloaked figures, his face anxious. "They told me I had to offer my power for their great cause to be saved." The two cloaked men gave disgusting smiles, adding, "And that was the only way to survive." Bazura, in Rardin's body, roared in fury, purple energy exploding. "How dare those maggots?" The possessor returned to the throne, his expression arrogant. "I could have turned them into minced meat in an instant, but I granted them mercy." Bazura continued his twisted logic, declaring he granted them the honor of obeying my commands. At his feet, the cloaked man's corpse lay motionless, blood staining the purple stone floor. Ronin stood firm, his back turned, his gaze fixed on the fallen man. Bazura's voice echoed, full of challenge. "Does that answer satisfy you?" Ronin's hand clenched the sword hilt, veins bulging. He gritted his teeth, realizing a horrifying truth. Based on what he's done and said, he definitely isn't with the church. The possessed Tower Master Rardin's figure appeared hazy purple nebula energy exploding around him. Ronin wondered, full of doubt. But how can he emit such powerful nebula energy? In the vast space, Ronin was just a small dot facing the possessor's figure on the throne. A deadly silence enveloped, only his inner voice echoing. Ronin clenched his jaw, his eyes resolute. No matter what, he knew there was only one conclusion. Glowing red energy blazed around Ronin, rage surging. He had had enough of Bazura's smugness. "That's right, I'm sick of your arrogance. Let me tell you what someone like you truly needs." Bazura, still arrogant on the throne, let out a sneer. "KKK. What a noble spirit. Indeed, if he is to become my vessel, he must have this much guts." Ronin's eyes blazed with hatred. Bazura continued to taunt, asking if he was afraid. "Are you truly not afraid? This hopeless power gap where I can take your life with just a snap of my fingers." As the words ended, a surge of red energy tore through the air, as if to crush everything around it. Without a moment's hesitation, Ronin sprang up, the sword in his hand glowing brightly. He charged straight at the possessor, determined not to back down. Ronin's blazing red eyes stared directly at Bazura. He retorted defiantly, "If you wanted to do that, you would have done it long ago, wouldn't you?" Ronin's words were like a knife thrust directly into Bazura's arrogance, making the possessor flinch slightly. A sinister smile spread across Bazura's lips. He whispered, his tone full of interest, "How amusing." Immediately, Bazura unleashed a terrifying attack, glowing red energy exploding, shattering the stone floor around Ronin. Ronin narrowed his eyes, facing the terrifying surge of power. Despite the surprise, his gaze remained unwavering, filled with the will to fight. But then, amidst the ruins, the occupier still stood tall, his cold purple eyes looking down at the young man. The occupier, in the Tower Lord's body, spoke arrogantly, declaring he would break Ronin's will. Purple energy swirled around him, full of menace. The young man's blazing golden pupils contracted, a flicker of horror passing through, but deep down remained an unquenchable fury. He sneered, delivering another fatal blow, purple energy destroying everything. "Go ahead and rage. Then you'll realize your helplessness. Ronin was flung back, spinning in midair, helplessly witnessing the power disparity and the insurmountable difference between our strengths. Despite being overwhelmed, the young man gritted his teeth, his defiant eyes refusing to yield to the enemy. In the midst of despair, a faint green light flickered from the ring on his finger, like a fragile hope. Then, the green light erupted, energy surging from the ring, enveloping the young man and dispelling the darkness. The occupier attacked relentlessly. Ronin was flung back again, clearly feeling the terrifying power disparity. Though his body was battered, the young man gritted his teeth, his defiant eyes refusing to let himself fall. And then, the ring on his hand once again glowed with a green light, like a new source of life. This time, the green energy erupted more powerfully, enveloping the young man, ready for a counterattack. This time, the young man stood firm, the sword in his hand, suddenly glowing red. Green and purple energies intertwined, creating a dramatic spectacle. Ronin's blazing golden pupils shone with surprise. This energy? He felt new power flowing into the sword. The occupier opened his mouth wide, creating a giant black hole that swallowed everything. Ronin, with his glowing sword, charged straight into the eye of the storm. The black hole snapped shut. A violent explosion of purple energy engulfed it, leaving behind an eerily silent void. The occupier's gaping maw, swallowing everything, suddenly glowed with a purple energy ray. From its depths, a surge of green light erupted, signaling fierce resistance. Bastard! Ronin's sword pierced straight into the maw, tearing through the darkness. The young man did not retreat. Determined to fight to the end, Ronin lunged like an arrow, his green sword tip embedding deep into the enemy. You think that rotten maw can swallow me? The challenge echoed. Ronin's eyes blazed with hatred. He growled, his killing intent soaring. Do you want to die? The entire space seemed stained red by the young man's fury. A series of green slashes tore through space, continuously striking the occupier. Each blow was a ray of hope, a declaration of no surrender. The green energy blades, like lightning bolts, continuously tore through the darkness, relentlessly attacking deep within the maw. Ronin spun, unleashing a powerful horizontal sword sweep. Green and purple energies merged, creating a swirling storm that engulfed everything in light. Suddenly, the scene changed. An old man in a red cloak, enveloped in purple smoke, sat majestically on a throne. Was this tower Lord Rardan? Or the occupier? Darkness and purple energy enveloped the old man, a sinister smile flickering on his face. This was the one behind it all, the one who had manipulated everything. Ronin was stunned. He recognized the image, and horrifying memories flooded back. The cruel truth was slowly being revealed, leaving the young man in shock. The maw opened wider again, purple energy erupting more violently, as if to swallow the entire space. The occupier had counterattacked. Ronin was sucked deep inside, facing an endless abyss. He stood in midair, tiny before the enemy's destructive power. The young man was trapped in the center of a giant purple energy vortex, like a speck of dust in a storm. Was there any escape for him? Without hesitation, Ronin swung his sword again. Brilliant green light erupted, tearing through the darkness, refusing to yield to fate. From the depths of the black hole, a monstrous hand reached out, intending to crush the young man. But Ronin's sword struck it directly, creating an explosion of light. Green and purple lights collided, exploding violently, tearing through the night. A battle to the death was unfolding, where hope and despair clashed. The aftershocks of the green-purple light explosion still lingered, tearing through space, leaving behind floating magical fragments. In the eye of the energy storm, Ronin was pushed back, his body like a small boat in a raging sea, swaying in the purple, magical current. The occupier Bazura, in Tower Lord Rardan's body, sneered. Quite impressive. He watched Ronin being pushed back, his tone full of contempt. Though bit rough, that reaction isn't bad. Purple energy swirled around Bazura. He lowered his voice, his eyes flashing with cruelty. If that's the case, from the void, grotesque, sinewy arms began to reach out, stained with deadly purple, as if tearing reality apart. More and more monstrous hands materialized, twisting and writhing, forming a repulsive mass of flesh rising up. Countless cold hands clawed, covering Ronin's face, revealing only his blazing orange eyes filled with horror and fury. Ronin was submerged in a sea of demonic hands, which dragged him into the magical vortex. What will you do against this? Bazura scoffed. A hideous demon bit into Ronin's shoulder, sharp fangs sinking deep. The young man gritted his teeth, desperately trying to resist. Completely overwhelmed, Ronin roared in fury, his eyes bloodshot. You bastards! He was choked by countless hands, his body feeling as if it would shatter. A painful groan tore through the air. From above, a giant hand, made of purple magic, reached down, covering the entire sky, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. That hand of death grew larger, closing in, carrying destructive power. Bazura's eyes flickered behind it, full of cruelty. Ronin looked up, his eyes wide, reflecting utter helplessness and agony. Ugh. The giant magical hand tightened its grip, purple energy erupting, ready to crush everything to dust. The occupier created a giant black hole, swallowing all light. Dark pressure spread, signaling impending destruction. Like a final challenge, a giant magical hand reached out from the black hole, crushing space. Bazura's terrifying power was destroying everything, leaving no corner untouched. In despair, Ronin's purple eyes widened, reflecting the devastation. Utter agony tore at his heart, but his will still refused to yield. The occupier, with a sinister smile on Tower Lord Rarden's lips, savored his prey's pain. He was toying with Ronin like a sick amusement. Suddenly, a blazing red light tore through the darkness, striking directly at the magical hand. Ronin had counterattacked, even if it was just a fragile ray of hope in the darkness. Power erupted, crushing the hand of darkness into fragments. The souls imprisoned within it also vanished, like a release from shackles. The occupier merely sneered. Indeed, he remained unfazed, as if the recent attack was just a meaningless joke. A sword of darkness appeared in his hand, glowing with brilliant purple light. I should expect at least that much, he growled, full of arrogance. The occupier swung his sword, charging straight at Ronin. Red and purple lights clashed, creating a fierce, unending battle that would decide their fate. He spun, creating a giant purple energy vortex that repelled all attacks. Bazura's power was truly overwhelming, unstoppable. Ronin's red light was swallowed, completely overwhelmed by the purple power. He was facing an enemy too strong, almost invincible. Purple energy erupted violently, magical lightning bolts tearing through space. This was no longer an evenly matched fight, but a brutal torment, a terrifying explosion, blinding purple light swallowing everything. The ground trembled, as if about to shatter under this destructive power. Ronin braced himself, his glowing sword trembling in his hand. He was enduring immense pressure, almost unable to stand any longer. The occupier smiled gleefully. Ah, excellent. He watched Ronin struggle in despair with amusement, like a cornered beast. He tilted his head back, spreading his arms wide. Excellent. More, more, more. His words were full of greed, craving endless, bottomless power. Bazura, in Rarden's body, laughed maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, shouting a challenge. Show me more, Ronin! His words echoed, full of greed. Show me your full potential, every last drop. Flames erupted violently, swallowing space. The flames swirled, transforming into a destructive vortex, their heat scorching even the illusion. Ronin was utterly astonished, his eyes wide as he stared at the roaring flames. Could this be? Before him, fierce flames surged forward, carrying the image of the possessed Tower Lord Rarden. The Vice Tower Lord's special skill. The flames transformed into a giant firebird, the fiery phoenix. Bazura exclaimed in surprise, How unexpected! How does this kid know how to use such high-level magic? But a sinister smile quickly returned to the occupier's lips. He smirked. But you've overlooked one thing. From Rarden's possessed arm, pink-purple dark energy erupted. This old man, my host, is the pinnacle of fire magic. The dark energy merged, corrupting the flames, making them more grotesque and terrifying. Ronin stood frozen, sword still in hand, but Rarden's possessed body had collapsed, fresh blood staining the purple ground. Blood flowed profusely, forming dark red puddles on the cracked ground, evidence of Ronin's counterattack. The occupier raised his head, his blood-red eyes blazing with anger. Even though the synchronization isn't complete, you can still wound me. From the ground, pink-purple dark tentacles emerged, surrounding Ronin, like demonic arms wanting to tear him apart. Ronin stood encircled, cold sweat running down him, his eyes revealing worry and helplessness before the overwhelming power. Bazura sneered, dark tentacles swirling around him. Excellent. He had recognized Ronin's potential. A deep, swirling black hole appeared, swallowing light, signaling a terrifying attack about to descend. A deep, swirling black hole, devouring light, signaled a terrifying attack about to strike. From that abyss, hideous tentacles rose, stretching into the violet night, ready to tear everything apart. The possessor, with a sinister smile and bleeding eyes, sneered, Show me everything you've got. Leave no regrets. Ronin, his eyes burning with fury, swung his sword, determined not to back down from the arrogant challenge. He charged, his sword light tearing through the air, striking directly at the dark tentacles swirling around. Ronin's powerful blow created a deep crack in the ground, but the demonic tentacles remained unharmed. Ugh! Ronin gritted his teeth, his body aching. I clearly hit it, But it was useless. The possessor stood there, arrogant. An ancient book with a glowing red eye floated, a reminder of forbidden power. Ronin was astonished. He couldn't believe his eyes. This power, it was truly terrifying. "How annoying!" the possessor growled, summoning countless more glowing red tentacles, tearing through space, attacking Ronin relentlessly. Anfila's magic scroll was torn to shreds. The surprise attack had failed, no longer effective. The young man realized that this magic tower lord was as powerful as Professor Navarro's himself. He suddenly understood. If it weren't for him wanting my body, then this battle would have ended long ago. I have no chance of winning head-on. Ronin was completely overwhelmed. Blood splattered everywhere. In a moment of despair, a surge of purple energy erupted from Ronin's hand, like a final ray of hope. The possessor was caught off guard, blood splattering. But on the old man's face, a demonic smile still bloomed. Ronin's attack exploded, tearing through space with dazzling purple light. But would it be enough to pierce the possessor's defenses? The young man remained resolute, his brilliant purple sword light illuminating the enemy's wound. Only, he drew a small dagger, its cold steel blade reflecting the purple light. Ronin's purple eyes blazed, reflecting a spirited determination. A silent scream, Ronin collapsed, but the purple energy still surged around him like a vow. The sharp, cold blade plunged deep into his body, fresh blood staining his uniform red. The young man lay motionless, his sword flung away, but purple energy continued to erupt from his body. He stood up, his eyes terrifyingly resolute. There's only one way. The possessor looked at Ronin with confusion, a demonic hand reaching out. "What the hell are you doing?" A demonic smile spread across the old man's lips, his eyes full of mockery. "Do you know?" he roared, anger blazing. "What your foolishness almost led to?" The possessor shrieked, kicking away a piece of ground. "You dare touch this body, the beginning of my great journey. How shameless!" Suddenly, he realized something, his eyes wide with surprise. "Now I know. You never intended to kill me." The possessor gritted his teeth, his voice full of resentment. "If you keep this up, you'll take over my body without mercy. I'd rather." Ronin gave a mad smile, stabbing himself again, fresh blood splattering. "Die than that." In the confined room, the ceiling seemed to be collapsing, signaling a tragic end. Bazura spoke arrogantly, questioning Ronin's intent to end his own life. The young man's solitary figure stood amidst the purple light, utterly resolute. The possessor scoffed, his tone full of arrogance. He couldn't believe Ronin's defiance, standing at the threshold of death. Bazura was enraged, thinking Ronin was playing a trick. He believed the young man had mistaken his pity for an opportunity to act recklessly. He sneered, declaring that any wound could be healed by his power. Ronin lay there, his body enveloped by purple energy. The possessor suddenly looked annoyed, muttering about the forbidden book. He suspected Ronin's self-dispel. There must be some limit. Ronin smirked, his golden eyes glowing maliciously. He uttered a horrifying truth. Like a corpse that cannot be a host. Ronin's words were a heavy blow. Bazura, in the Tower Lord's body, was utterly horrified, fresh blood oozing from the corners of his eyes. The possessor quickly regained composure, turning his back. He reminded Ronin that everyone in the tower was bound by his magic. His hand mutated, sharp claws emerging. He declared he could easily take everyone's lives with a single thought. He growled, threatening Ronin to stop, lest his comrades turn into soulless corpses. Bazura burst into mad laughter, mocking Ronin for still trying to be humorous until the very end. Ronin smirked, called Bazura Mirror Face, and asked if he considered everyone fools. The young man continued to disparage, saying he had met people like Bazura many times. Just looking at his expression and tone was enough to understand. Ronin asserted that whether he willingly offered his body or not, Bazura would spare no one. Bazura was stunned. Ronin challenged him, declaring that now he was even more confident to do whatever he wanted. With a mad smile, Ronin stabbed himself again in the chest, fresh blood splattering. "If I die, then so be it." Blood still oozed from his hand, but Ronin's mad smile didn't fade. "I'll make you taste suffering before you die. That's how I operate." The young man's blazing golden eyes stared straight into the void, full of defiance. "Just watch quietly and see if I'm bluffing. I'll give you a memory you'll never forget." In the body of Tower, Lord Rardan, the possessor Bazura revealed extreme astonishment. He couldn't believe what was happening, a difficult truth to accept. "I thought he was just a lucky child with innate talent," Bazura mused, as Ronin stood there, his uniform stained with blood, his sword lying discarded. Ronin's gaze now bore cruelty, a look impossible for a child. How can a mere kid have such eyes? Bazura wondered. Ronin gripped the blood-soaked dagger tightly. Still hesitating? Then, a heart-wrenching scream, fresh blood splattering as Ronin stabbed himself again, utterly resolute. "Let me show you." In the dim purple space, the figure of Tower Lord Rardan stood tall, drops of fresh red blood scattered like a challenge. The possessor Bazura had now completely lost his composure. Rardan's face contorted with rage, his eyes glowing red. Bazura's hand, stained with Ronin's blood, gripped the young man's neck tightly. He lifted Ronin, the young man's body gradually weakening, blood still flowing incessantly. "What do you hope to achieve by using death to threaten me?" Bazura growled, looking at the wound on Ronin's chest. Bazura's face twisted in fury. "Tell me, Ronin." Even near death, Ronin's eyes remained resolute, a spark of light within them. "Right now." And then, a bloody smile appeared on the young man's lips. "Now we can talk." Ronin, his face smeared with blood, gripped the possessor's hand. He challenged, his tone arrogant. "Let's make a bet, Mirrorface, with our heads." A close-up of Ronin's defiant eyes facing the possessor. A cold smirk, a bold gamble. Ronin, his face smeared with blood, gripped the possessor's hand. He challenged, his tone arrogant. "Let's make a bet, Mirrorface, with our heads." A close-up of Ronin's defiant eyes facing the possessor. A cold smirk, a bold gamble. The possessor was momentarily surprised. "A bet?" Ronin replied concisely, his eyes resolute. "That's right." In a flashback, Ronin sat amid stacks of books, his expression thoughtful. He had found something, an ancient curse, an ancient scale chained by purple magic. The curse of the oath. It bound everything to obey, until the ritual concluded. A drop of fresh red blood fell to the floor. Ronin coldly explained. "The terrifying thing is, anything bound by this oath must be fulfilled, even if it costs a life." Ronin laughed madly, blood smeared on his face. "Then, let's settle this with the curse of the oath," he provoked. "If it's you, you can surely use it easily, right?" The possessor frowned, his dark eyes oozing a mysterious liquid. He muttered, "Subduing this kid isn't a difficult task." The possessor's glowing red eyes flashed. "However, I'm not sure I can fully possess his body." Blood splattered from Ronin's back. The possessor suddenly realized, if it's this kid, he can absolutely choose his own death. Strange green energy surrounded Ronin's body. The possessor muttered, "Furthermore, this peculiar energy I've been sensing all this time." An ancient bracelet glowed brightly. "It has granted this kid a mysterious power. While not yet a threat, I cannot accept any variables right now." Ronin held the blood-stained dagger, a mad smile on his face. The possessor thought to himself, "This kid is a rare treasure. One I found after countless years. He won't appear again." Ronin smirked, blood trickling down. He mocked, "Why does the great forbidden book hesitate before a bet with a mere kid?" Ronin, his face covered in blood, sneered defiantly at the possessor. He asked, his tone full of sarcasm, if the opponent was trembling. A demonic hand reached out, Bazura sinisterly replied, accepting the wager. However, another condition would be set. Fiery purple eyes flashed from Tower Master Rardan's face, the possessor declared. He would be the one to dictate the rules for this duel. A colossal shadow materialized behind the Tower Master, Bazura arrogantly warned. From this moment on, his leniency would cease. The possessor recognized the madness in Ronin's eyes. He thought to himself, continuing to be careless would be a fatal mistake. Nevertheless, Ronin's bloodied fist remained clenched. Bazura was confident he had successfully drawn the young man into his game. Ronin's solitary figure stood there. The possessor was certain that no matter what happened, the outcome would remain unchanged. Suddenly, the scene shifted. An ancient, vast, and majestic hall appeared, filled with a mysterious aura. A glowing, skeletal hand hovered, as if probing. The possessor was ready for the ritual. An ancient golden scale, shimmering with mystical light, slowly descended. Now was the time to begin. Between the two adversaries, the oath scale appeared. The possessor commanded that the curse ritual must be performed immediately. Ancient script appeared, engraving the oath. If Ronin lost, he would be possessed. If Bazura lost, he would be sealed forever and release the hostage. The possessor reiterated the terms of the oath. Now, he would announce the conditions to determine victory and defeat in this life-or-death struggle. Fiery purple eyes stared directly at Ronin. The possessor declared that Ronin only needed to withstand a single illusionary blow from him. He asked, would he accept? Ronin's resolute gaze showed no hesitation. He replied, his tone full of defiance, that the question was superfluous. A proud smile spread across the young man's lips. Ronin accepted, urging the possessor to start quickly, for time was precious. The fated pact was about to be sealed. Between the two adversaries, a magical contract glowed brightly, signaling a wager that would turn the tables. The chain of fate descended into the golden bowl, where Ronin's soul merged with a mystical blue light. On the other side, a dark purplish-pink light surged, swallowing the chain into the possessor's abyss. The oath was made. The two pacts collided, tearing through space with an explosive surge of energy determining their fates. Bazura's savage laughter echoed as he mocked Ronin, wishing him a beautiful dream, the last dream of his life. Ronin merely sneered, his eyes sharp and cold. He retorted defiantly, implying the possessor would regret it when the wager concluded. Energy erupted violently, like Ronin's final declaration. The possessor would pay for daring to touch him. But then, everything vanished. The dazzling light of a clear blue sky appeared, a completely different world. Amidst the peaceful scenery, an excited voice rang out. Some man was enthusiastically talking about catching a mythical creature. He continued to boast, mocking his teammates about the value of mythical creatures and their incompetence in hunting. 3 men lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly having just been knocked down by the other guy. He continued to grumble, despising the country bumpkins who didn't understand the world. Suddenly, a sharp, cold gaze flashed. Ronin, with golden eyes, spoke, ordering the man to be silent. The man flinched, turning to Ronin. He was surprised to see Ronin awake, asking if he wanted to join the fun. He continued to tease, asking Ronin if he had just dreamt such a beautiful dream that he slept so soundly. Ronin sat up, his face annoyed. He was the vice captain of the Punisher squad, Corporal Ronin. "What beautiful dream," Ronin muttered, dismissing the teasing. He ordered the man to stop talking nonsense and check their equipment. Ronin woke up, slightly annoyed as he realized he had just experienced a ridiculous dream. His teammate Valrus incessantly grumbled, questioning Ronin about the bleak future of the Punisher squad. He yelled that death would come faster than freedom. Valrus sneered, suggesting the entire squad desert in the next battle. He believed that with Ronin leading, they would surely escape successfully. He continued to ramble on about a poaching plan to earn money, but Ronin cut him off. His voice deepened, warning he would chop off Valrus's head if he mentioned poaching again. Ronin's eyes flashed with a terrifying golden light, radiating killing intent. He directly asked Valrus if he wanted to try it now, leaving the man speechless. Valrus paled, hastily refusing. He cowered, not daring to utter another word under the captain's threatening gaze. Ronin sighed, ordering Valrus to be silent. He reminded him that in just a few months, the general had promised to pardon the entire squad, provided they completed their mission. Valrus looked worried, asking Ronin again if everyone truly believed that promise. He wanted a new beginning, not the life of a criminal. Ronin firmly told Valrus to stop talking nonsense and focus on himself. The teammate reluctantly replied, accepting the captain's order. Ronin stood up and walked away. He told himself that they only needed to endure for a little while longer. Suddenly, Valrus rushed forward and hugged Ronin from behind, grinning widely. He believed that as long as they were with the captain, the entire squad would never have to die. Valrus winked, asking Ronin if he agreed. His eyes were full of flattery and a hint of mischief. Ronin smirked, mistakenly calling Valrus Martin. He stated directly that everyone must be responsible for their own lives and couldn't cling to anyone else. Ronin turned to the group of soldiers, declaring his own life was the most important. He warned he would abandon anyone who was captured, telling them to fend for themselves. Afterwards, Ronin revealed to another teammate that he hadn't disclosed the general's promise to prevent them from becoming complacent, but if the mission succeeded, all would be pardoned. Ronin's gaze became resolute, mixed with a hint of worry. He understood how dangerous this mission was, and how little time they had left. The white-haired girl stood silently on the porch, her gaze distant and fixed forward. A whisper echoed, "Just a little longer. If I try just a little more." She yearned to return to Nimberton, where her beloved sister was waiting. Hope was as fragile as a thread, but it was all she had. Amidst the chaotic military camp, the gloomy sky seemed to portend ill. A voice echoed, full of despair. "Survive. Cling to life at all costs." At all costs. That vow seemed etched into the air, heavy with anxiety and determination. Suddenly, a dazzling pillar of light tore through the night sky, dyeing the entire space purple. Mystical magic circles spread, signaling a terrifying event about to unfold. The pillar of light continuously amplified, transforming into a colossal destructive energy stream, plummeting straight to the ground, tearing apart everything in sight. The ground shook violently. A terrifying explosion leveled an entire area. Thick smoke and dust obscured visibility, leaving only a scene of desolation and scattered bodies. Valrus and his teammates watched the scene before them in horror. He stammered, What just fell? From the sky?" Another soldier roared, drawing his sword and taking a stance, his eyes full of indignation. "Damn it! Is this enemy magic?" Amidst the chaos, a worried voice rang out. "Captain Ronin, give the order quickly!" Ronin stood frozen, his eyes wide with horror, cold sweat streaming down. He unconsciously blurted out, "What is that?" His hand clenched, trembling. Every sense in his body was screaming, warning of an immeasurable danger. He looked up, where the dazzling light was gradually becoming clear. A feeling of terror surged. That thing is dangerous. Within the dazzling halo of light, A colossal figure gradually became clear, carrying overwhelming power. "Look," a voice echoed. "All you who wander beneath the stars." That voice was like a judgment, enveloping the entire space. The mysterious being with horns and white wings appeared majestically, surrounded by brilliant magic circles. He declared, "I have come to clear the way by his command. Embrace your destined fate." Before me, a Hayut, the one with horns and white wings, a Hayut, stood majestically amidst the brilliant magic circles. He declared his mission, to clear the way by his master's command, forcing all to embrace their destined fate. A cold judgment. A Hayut's eyes blazed, terrifyingly cold. He was not just a messenger, but also the embodiment of absolute power, a name that sowed terror. On the desolate land, figures gathered, surrounding a few prominent individuals. A mysterious energy surge suddenly erupted from the ground, as if signaling an impending catastrophe. A soldier trembled, his eyes wide with horror as he looked up. Cold sweat poured down. He couldn't believe what was happening. What the hell? A trembling hand pointed straight up at the sky. A stammering voice, full of fear. "Captain, there's something in the air." A sense of unease enveloped everyone. From above, a Hayut stood towering like a god of destruction. Magic circles spun, unleashing countless brilliant energy streams, plummeting straight to the ground. The ground shook violently. A series of dazzling explosions erupted, engulfing the small figures trying to flee. The scene was chaotic, apocalyptic. Valrus and the soldier next to him looked up at the fiery sky. Their faces were pale, their eyes wide with terror at the unimaginable destructive power. The dazzling light swallowed everything. Space was distorted, and the two men were just blurry figures about to vanish in the sea of fire. A colossal pillar of light descended, tearing open the ground. Debris and dust flew everywhere, creating a devastating scene that nothing could withstand. Ronin screamed in agony as the terrifying light stream struck him. His body was torn apart, fragments scattering all around. Valrus also did not escape his fate. He clutched his chest, collapsing in torment. The destructive light spared no one. Cries for help echoed in vain. Many people were swallowed by the light stream, their bodies dissolving in the dazzling glow, leaving only desperate screams. Ronin snapped awake, his eyes full of confusion and fear. "What? What's happening?" He couldn't comprehend this tragedy. A gleaming golden cylindrical object, radiating brilliant light, appeared in midair. "What the hell is this?" Ronin exclaimed in horror. 4 figures in white cloaks, their backs turned, stood silently, gazing at the glowing object. Their appearance was full of mystery. Could it be hope? Valrus and the soldier next to him watched in horror as the blazing light. The war horn sounded. But was this an attack order or madness? "Isn't this horn used to signal a charge?" Valrus roared. "Are they telling us to charge that monster? Are you kidding me?" The destructive light rushed forward, tearing through the air. Valrus was utterly terrified, his face contorted in fear. Everyone must have lost their minds. Blinding light swallowed everything. Debris flew everywhere, and the entire space seemed to be distorted by the terrifying power. A massive shockwave swept through, crushing the ground and all obstacles. The explosion echoed, signaling the beginning of a catastrophe. A soldier fell, but Valrus stood firm, his back to the ruins. "Captain!" a weak voice called out. Valrus turned, his eyes blazing. "Hey, you fools! Snap out of it! Is this the time to stand there whining?" he roared, trying to rally the soldiers' spirits. He knew well that whether they fought or fled, if they didn't want to die meaninglessly, they had to act immediately. But before Valrus could finish speaking, another beam of light shot forward, swift as lightning, engulfing all the soldiers behind him. A terrifying explosion erupted. A brilliant yellow light enveloped everything, throwing Valrus and the survivors into the air. The ground shook violently. Ronin lay prone on the ground, blood streaming down his face. His eyes were wide open, reflecting utter horror at the hellish scene. Amidst the smoke, dust, and blinding light, a figure stood upright, sword in hand. Huh? He was surprised, as if an latent power had just awakened within him. But that moment was brief. The destructive power continued, burying all hope beneath debris and flames. Valrus and Ronin were thrown back, lying amidst the rubble. The yellow light still blazed, relentlessly devastating. Valrus, despite being severely wounded, struggled to get up, embracing the unconscious Ronin. He couldn't let his comrade die. "Snap out of it, Ronin! We have to get out of here first!" Valrus roared, trying to rouse the young man. Ronin awoke, his eyes still panicked. "We can't fight it. We have to wait for reinforcements," he whispered, desperately realizing the harsh truth. Valrus clutched his wound, groaning in pain. He had tried his best, but the enemy's power was too terrifying. The soldier next to Valrus had fallen, lying motionless on the blazing red ground, a silent death, leaving only despair. Ronin looked up, his eyes wide with horror. A series of deadly light beams descended from the sky, giving him no chance to resist. No. Extreme fear choked his throat, turning into a silent scream. Ronin cried out in despair, facing imminent death. No! Destructive rays of light tore through the air, carrying enough power to crush everything. It was an unavoidable rain of death. Suddenly, the scene changed. Ronin found himself standing on cracked purple ground, surrounded by blurry figures. Where was this? Amidst the gloomy space, Tower Master Rardan appeared, facing Ronin. But the old man's eyes held an unusual wickedness. A voice echoed, explaining this illusion. This illusion delves into the target's most painful and horrifying memories. It repeats, mixes, and turns them into an inescapable loop, crushing the mind, grinding and tearing it apart. Ronin clutched his head, his face contorted in agony. Until you crave death. That eternity. Ronin's eyes were wide open, filled with despair and horror. Is the only thing you must endure, Ronin. The possessor, in the form of Tower Master Rardan, leaned down, his voice full of mockery. No mortal in this world can endure eternity. I don't know what scheme you calculated when proposing this deal, but from the moment you agreed to let me decide the terms, your failure was sealed. The possessor declared, full of self-satisfaction. A sinister smile spread across the old man's lips. That's why I'm more curious than ever. The possessor looked at Ronin, his gaze sharp. I wonder, what kind of swamp are you struggling in right now? Back in reality, Valrus and Ronin lay slumped on the desolate ground. A Hayut stood towering, like a god of destruction, beneath the blood-red sky. Ronin's face showed signs of exhaustion, his blazing yellow eyes reflecting the hellfire. What had he been through? A warrior fell, blood staining the battlefield red. Death, once again, had arrived. Beneath the blood-red sky, a Hayute stood towering like a god of destruction. Ronin, on horseback, charged into the maelstrom of war. The young man's eyes were resolute, but deep down lay despair. The balance of life and death was more fragile than ever. Yet another life vanished in the sea of flames. Death continued, ceaselessly. Under the rain of blood, Ronin stood tall, his colossal sword stained red. Valrus collapsed, helpless. Valrus, his body covered in blood, looked up with tear-filled eyes. Everyone is dead. Ronin stood motionless, his face distraught. The torrential rain seemed to wash away invisible tears. He stood, amidst a sea of blood, among lifeless bodies. How many have died to protect me? Another warrior lay fallen. Blood splattered. I can't imagine it anymore. The sword plunged deep into a pool of blood. Fresh red drops splattering. Is everything truly over? The young man stood amidst a sea of blood, his gaze unfocused. No, from the very beginning, was there ever an end? He was lost in the crimson abyss, facing despair alone. To this hell? Valrus, his eyes empty, was speechless. What had he seen in his final moments? Ronin's face was shrouded in darkness. Only emptiness remained. Right now, even for a moment, Ronin was submerged in a sea of blood, his lifeless eyes looking up. A longing echo resonated. I want to rest. He bowed his head, fresh blood trickling from the corner of his lips. Stop, a desperate plea. The sword plunged deep, like a final plea. Stop right now. Ronin knelt before the possessor, his eyes empty. I will give this body to you, and anything you desire. His body trembled, blue veins prominent. Purple light enveloped him, signaling a terrifying transformation. The possessor smiled hideously, his blazing red eyes flashing with satisfaction. Amidst the cracked crimson space, a demonic eye gleamed. Finally, the possessor stood towering, dark tentacles reaching towards the kneeling Ronin. Finally, a monstrous book-shaped entity opened its mouth wide, swallowing everything. Finally, dark tentacles tightened, pulling Ronin's head back. You are finally mine. Ronin, dark energy swirled, plunging everything into the abyss. In a fleeting illusion, Ronin, dressed in uniform, struggled in agony. Blood splattered from his mouth, a silent scream. Amidst the chaos, a faint, almost serene smile appeared on his blood-stained face. That monstrous entity reappeared, swallowing the last illusion. Finally, amidst a raging sea of purple energy, Ronin was dragged into a bottomless vortex. You are finally mine, Ronan. The scream echoed like a curse. The young man's body, now clad in a black vest, was submerged in black and purple mist, fresh blood staining his lapel, signaling a brutal possession. Dark power erupted, tearing apart the illusionary space, turning everything into scattered fragments in a black and purple fury. The possessor, hidden in Ronin's form, smiled hideously, blood staining the corner of his lips. Truly magnificent, he whispered, content. Ronin's hand, now controlled, was filled with dark purple energy, Infinite latent power. Ronin's face contorted in a mad grin, black blood streaming from the corners of his eyes, as the possessor declared, is overflowing in this body. The true Ronin, alone and with his back turned, stood amidst the hazy purple space. Ronin, before your consciousness completely fades, let me give you this final gift. A close-up of Ronin's hand, now powerful and full of might, clenched in the air. Look here. The young man, wearing a mask, stood amidst the swirling purple energy. This is your true power, the possessor declared, his tone full of self-satisfaction. Power erupted from the possessed body, creating waves of destructive purple energy, tearing apart everything around it. The illusionary space shook violently. Stone walls collapsed, vanishing in the blinding purple light of destruction. Black and purple energy surged, destroying all obstacles, creating a chaotic and terrifying spectacle. Like an apocalyptic storm, Ronin's face, now completely corrupted, bore a savage grin, blood staining his chin. Unleashed by my benevolence. The possessor, standing amidst the ruins, looked down with contempt. Aren't you looking forward to it? He smiled sinisterly, blood still clinging to the corner of his mouth. Before we fire a celebratory cannon shot worthy of this memorable day, furious power surged from the young man's body, tearing apart the ground. The possessor smirked, asking sarcastically, are you looking forward to the despair that this overflowing power will cause? He stood on the rubble, looking down at the fallen figure. With the death of that insect, the cold voice echoed throughout the gloomy space. Tower Master Rardon, his body tattered, struggled to get up in pain. The possessor snarled, the one who wasted my precious time with his worthless struggles. Ugh! The young man walked slowly, his violet glowing sword gliding lightly. He sneered as he looked at the Tower Master. You still have the will to move? Your spirit truly deserves to be called a sage. The possessor's blood-stained face twisted into a mad smile. He questioned, what has driven you to such desperation? The sense of responsibility of a Tower Master? Or the guilt of bringing calamity to this land? Tower Master Rardon gritted his teeth, eyes tightly shut, not answering. The possessor continued, whatever it island. The young man's sword swung up, glowing with a brilliant violet light. He declared, just sink into despair with it. Power erupted in his hand. The sword plunged down. He proclaimed, forever. Tower Master Rardon's eyes widened, his face contorted in pain and horror. The sword pierced the Tower Master's chest, fresh blood splattering. He collapsed, his breath shallow. The Tower Master's silver hair fell loose, the blade still glinting above his head. The possessor bent down, his cold gaze fixed on Rardon's lifeless eyes. What is that? The blade still trembled on the silver hair. A final resistance? Or something unexpected? Tower Master Rardon suddenly opened his eyes, a faint violet light emanating from his mouth. The sword fell from the young man's hand, creating a sharp clang on the ground. The sword had pierced the young man's back, pinning him to the ground covered in glowing red tentacles. A voice exclaimed in astonishment. What? What is this? Tower Master Rardon, still lying at his feet, also couldn't believe his eyes. He cried out in pain and confusion. What is happening? Dark tentacles with glowing red eyes erupted fiercely, engulfing the surrounding space, as if the illusion itself was retaliating. The young man was surrounded by tentacles, screaming in agony, his eyes wide with horror. A glowing red eye appeared amidst the tentacles. The possessor growled, how can there be a power greater than mine here? The young man's body was squeezed tight by countless tentacles. The possessor within him screamed, why is the power of the ultimate demon residing in a weak human? Surprisingly, a sinister smile appeared on the young man's lips. The possessor had regained his composure. Oh, you truly live up to your name, Rardon, the possessor continued. A sickly professor I once knew almost died just by lightly touching my magic. He walked, tentacles still wrapped around his legs. He looked down at Rardon, his eyes flashing with contempt. Yet you can swallow it all and still hold a sword. I suppose I have to acknowledge you. Tower Master Rardon, bound to the ground, looked up in horror. Impossible. How? How is your mind still intact? The young man stood up straight, his eyes glowing red. The possessor replied to Rardon with a smug smile. Yes, your damn illusion was created too well. Thanks to it, the memories of that day came back so vividly that I almost cursed, he said, a hint of pain on his face, black tears streaming down. Honestly, if anything had gone slightly wrong, whether it was the plan or anything else, I would have almost lost my mind. He smirked. If I didn't have this, a green light erupted, a mysterious item glowing in the young man's hand. The entire space seemed to tear open, pulling him into another dimension. Ronin suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar room, his golden eyes looking around in astonishment. He exclaimed, what's happening, Air? Could it be? What's happening, Air? Could it be? In the strange space, a girl with orange hair appeared, holding up the green item. She revealed, This is the true nature of the ring. With special mana, it will manifest. A mysterious smile bloomed on her lips, her golden eyes gleaming with profoundness. And he prepared everything, she whispered. Just for you, Ronin. The green light erupted, engulfing the entire space. The orange-haired girl floated in the void, facing Ronin, like a deity bestowing blessings. She gently extended her hand, the green ring sparkling like a promise. Cherish this feeling, Ronin, she said, her smile still lingering on her lips, hinting at many unspoken things. Her words echoed, piercing through space. When that day comes, the day you step into a challenge beyond your endurance. Ronin was lost in a swirling red vortex, solitary and small. Was a harsh future awaiting him? Or was this just the beginning of a new journey? The green ring reappeared, radiant in her hand. Remember, she continued, a divine energy, powerful enough to eradicate evil, is hidden within it. Green energy swirled around Ronin, permeating every fiber of his being, like an affirmation of the power about to awaken within him. Amidst the red vortex, Ronin reached out. A hand of green energy from the void responded, like a fated connection, pulling him out of the abyss. His hand, still stained with blood from the previous battle, touched the azure light. A powerful connection, an invisible pact, was being established. The light exploded, pulling him upwards. It will be a great source of power, the final words echoed, promising a future full of upheaval. Ronin's face contorted, his eyes tightly shut in pain. What was he facing? Or was it just the aftershock of a dream too real? Ronin suddenly awoke, standing amidst a glowing red void. Sarante appeared, speaking. Ha! I've bothered you again. He was pulled up, escaping the red vortex. Thank you, Sarante, Ronin exclaimed, his eyes full of gratitude looking towards the green entity. Upon returning to reality, the green ring was already resting on his finger, like a mark of new power, ready for the upcoming challenges. Breathing a sigh of relief, Ronin clenched his fist. He hadn't expected the curse in his body to be so useful. A new power was rising, ready for what was to come. In a flash, a painful memory surged. The figure of someone wounded and coughing blood, writhing in despair. Ronin thought to himself, his reckless gamble, after recalling the past, seemed to have succeeded. But then, a dark entity with countless glowing red eyes suddenly appeared, pulling him into the abyss. Impossible! This shouldn't be happening! A growl echoed, full of astonishment. Amidst the swirling red space, countless demonic eyes stared down. Ronin was just a tiny speck, slowly sinking into chaos. How? The dark entity couldn't believe its eyes. The existence of a power beyond its control made it panic. Something like that. The glowing red eye opened wide, swallowing the entire space. A roar echoed. Could exist in this world? Suddenly, Ronin reappeared, standing firm amidst the chaotic space. He smirked, his gaze resolute. I've heard those words too many times. They no longer surprise me. He raised his hand, as if to grasp something invisible. I told you, you will regret. For daring to target this body. The dark entity screamed in pain, its face contorted from the counterattack. Groans echoed. The entity writhed in pain. Ronin was counterattacking, and the possessor was paying the price. But then, dark tentacles rose again, coiling tightly around Ronin. He struggled, screaming in despair. No! Impossible! His hands slowly sank into darkness, swallowed by the terrifying power. The battle seemed to be over. The swirling red space surged again, devouring everything. The entity's roar echoed triumphant. This cannot be! Ronin collapsed, his body motionless, sinking deep into the abyss. Dark tentacles coiled tightly around him, like a declaration of victory. And then, from Ronin's body, a voice full of authority rang out. I am the forbidden book of destruction. I am destruction itself, the one who will become the master of this land. Ronin screamed in despair, blood splattering as he felt his body being torn apart, his will crushed. Someone like me ending up so powerless. It's impossible. In the dim violet abyss, Ronin fell. Blood scattered. Another shadow of him, holding a sword, was also sinking, as if his soul was being torn in two. From the deep darkness, a glowing red eye opened, a cold voice echoing, full of contempt. You whine like a bitch. Ronin was trapped in the violet vortex, his face contorted in despair. The voice continued to mock, without mercy. Stop playing the pathetic act. Suddenly, Ronin lifted his head, his golden eyes burning with defiance. He snarled, a final spark of resistance igniting. If you're out of tricks, then get lost, you glasses wearer! But the resistance lasted only a moment. Ronin's body was torn apart by dark tentacles, flesh and blood splattering, his golden eyes slowly fading in extreme pain. At the same time, in the real world, the towering Dawn Magic Tower was engulfed in a violet night, eerie lightning bolts coiling around it, signaling an ill omen. Violet energy exploded, tearing through space, creating horrifying cracks, as if something was breaking from within, a terrifying event about to unfold. The cracks spread, revealing mysterious patterns beneath the surface, destructive power rising, ready to tear everything apart. Nothing could stop it. The entire tower shattered into countless violet fragments, floating in the ethereal space, a brilliant light erupting from the void, signaling a dark new beginning. Amidst the ruins, Elizabeth lay sprawled, her violet eyes wide with horror, staring into the void. Beside her, a motionless figure was engulfed in chaos. Air and Valrus were also stunned by the sight. The brown-haired maiden and the bearded young man couldn't believe their eyes, a sense of dread enveloping them. A desolate scene unfolded, ruined remnants and fading violet light, leaving behind a chilling void, like a scar on the world. Amidst the rubble, Ronin slumped down, his body still there, but his aura had completely changed, a dark energy enveloping him. He lifted his head, a sinister smirk on his face, his eyes cold. A thread of blood lingered on his neck, a sign that the possession was complete. Who? Ronin slumped amidst the ruins, blood splattered on his clothes, gasping for breath. He silently cursed the damned book that had pushed him into a life-or-death situation, almost costing him his life. His gaze fell upon the black book lying silently on the ground. Is everything truly over? He wondered, no longer feeling that unpleasant energy. But his glowing golden eyes suddenly narrowed. Something was still there, a stream of pure mana sparkling like starlight, swirling in the air. The pure mana had not yet dissipated, making him suspicious. Could he be connected to those bastards? His eyes were full of scrutiny. Ronin's face clearly showed tension, his golden eyes cold, the bloodstains still on his neck. The possession was successful, but were there any after effects? A tall figure in a red cloak stood towering, looking down at Ronin. Unexpectedly, he repelled Bazura with just one hand. Tower Master Rardan, the silver-haired man, slowly regained consciousness, clutching his head. Ah, you're awake, Tower Master Rardan? Ronin asked. He bowed his head in apology. Rardan lifted his head, his eyes full of contemplation. Although this was their first true meeting, he had felt Ronin's power even when his consciousness was fading. Tower Master Rardan praised. I witnessed your incredible skill and unbelievably resilient will when confronting Bazura. Ronin let out a sneering laugh, his smile carrying a hint of malevolence. Haha, I certainly had to endure a lot, he admitted, his eyes still gleaming with a mysterious glint. Rardan looked Ronin straight in the eye and asked, By the way, are you all right? Your mana. He noticed something unusual. Rardan looked at his wrinkled hands, then said, Well, isn't this a small price to pay? He seemed to have lost something precious, compared to almost pushing the Dawn Magic Tower to destruction, causing countless innocent lives to be lost. He continued, his voice full of bitterness. This old man losing all his mana is nothing. On the contrary, I even have a chance to survive and atone for my mistakes. I am simply grateful, he said, his gaze resolute. Ronin, Bazura, looked at Rardan, a meaningful smirk on his face. The man appointed as Tower Master is truly different, he thought to himself. A sinister smile spread across the possessed one's lips, his words like sharp blades. You must live without rest. In the distance, two faint figures were approaching. Could it be destiny? A startled cry tore through the chaotic space. Anfila, the acting Tower Master, rushed over, his eyes full of worry, reminding them of their responsibilities and those who needed protection. The words were like an urgent plea, echoing in despair. Anfila and the orange-brown-haired girl, their faces contorted with fear, witnessed the horrifying scene before them. His blazing golden eyes flashed with a sinister light, a chilling thought suddenly appearing in the possessor's mind, like a haunting prophecy. He muttered to himself, I guess. The possessed one collapsed, his eyes tired but a satisfied smile on his face. He said, Finally, I can rest comfortably. Old Rardan knelt behind him, helpless. Amidst the rubble, the young man lay motionless, his breath weak. He let out a sigh, as if shedding a 1,000-pound burden. Around him, his comrades stood, their hearts heavy. Night fell, casting a black shroud over the desolate battlefield. A shooting star streaked across, like a final punctuation mark to a long day of tragedy. Dawn broke, painting the entire sky golden. The majestic magic tower rose, its brilliant light from the peak, like a new ray of hope, dispelling the darkness. A long, arduous day had passed, bringing with it much loss and sorrow. Now, only the tranquility of the early morning remained, promising a new beginning. The morning sun filtered through the window, illuminating the peaceful room. A small vase of flowers on the table served as a reminder that life continues, gentle and resilient. The young man woke with a start, his golden eyes still showing a hint of fatigue. He clutched his head, trying to piece everything together after his deep coma. On the familiar bed, the young man lay, while Tower Master Rardan and the orange-brown-haired girl stood beside him, their eyes filled with relief and worry. Ronin sat up abruptly, bewildered, asking about the time. Old Rarden gently replied, explaining that he had been in a deep sleep for an entire day. A relieved smile appeared on the young man's lips. He understood that everything was fine, and old Rardan confirmed that all credit belonged to him, the one who repelled Bazura. The orange-brown-haired girl and Anfila exchanged words, confirming that the control magic had vanished with Bazura. The situation was temporarily stable, although monitoring was still needed. No one was in immediate danger. Erzabet had completed her treatment, and now she was dedicating herself to restoring the magic tower. Ethereal green energy surrounded her, a testament to her resilient will. Despite being advised to rest, she resolutely refused. Leading everyone through the chaos is Akaluzia's responsibility, she declared, her eyes burning with determination. Xiang Grangsha had also woken up safely, but there was something strange. Ever since she opened her eyes, she had been clinging to Erzabet like a little tail. The girl's cerulean eyes clearly showed confusion, mixed with a hint of curiosity. Erzabet, with her strong demeanor, seemed to have become the center of this unwanted attention. Ronin pondered, having once feared that conflict between the two families would erupt. But now, everything seemed to have been resolved smoothly, a burden lifted. At least I'm relieved, he thought to himself. Now I can return with peace of mind. Oh, and while I'm at it, don't even think about organizing any awkward parties, Ronin warned. Anfila gave a wry smile. Exactly. I knew you'd say that, Ronin. Don't worry, there won't be any parties, Anfila reassured. But his hand hit a paper titled Final Version of Farewell Party Plan. But our benefactor cannot leave empty-handed. He placed a gift box in front of Ronin, and Rardan nodded. Though it's a bit simple, this is our heartfelt gratitude. The gift box was opened, and a dazzling golden light erupted, revealing the item inside. They were 2 first-class Magic Tower badges, symbols for the highest noble guests of the Dawn Magic Tower. With these, you can use all the facilities of the Dawn Magic Tower at any time, Anfila explained. You also get privileged trading at Harriman and enjoy many benefits, like high-ranking mages. He also handed Ronin a scroll. Just like last time, I've inscribed some useful spells on it. I hope they will help you in an emergency. 3 long shadows stretched across the floor, like an oath. This is a symbol that we, the Dawn Magic Tower, swear an eternal covenant with Ronin. Words of gratitude rang out. Rardan and Anfila stood there, expressing their deep appreciation to Ronin, who had saved the Dawn Magic Tower from the brink of destruction. The black-haired young man merely chuckled, waving his hand to tell them not to be so formal. Nevertheless, his eyes still held a hint of satisfaction, as if he was pleased with his achievement. Anfila didn't say much, just gently extended his hand. Magic swirled, brilliant like flames, signaling a final gift, something powerful about to appear. The entire room was suddenly engulfed in brilliant light, magic fiercely blazing like a firestorm. Anfila stood amidst that halo, majestic as a fire god. Ronin looked at the scene, his golden eyes narrowing slightly. He knew that things weren't over. There was still an urgent matter that needed to be definitively resolved. Amidst the magical flames, an ancient, mysterious book slowly appeared. It was the Forbidden Book of Bazura, the source of all calamities, now needing to be sealed forever. Time passed, and things gradually settled down. The Magic Tower stood tall and majestic under the clear blue sky, like a symbol of rebirth and peace. Sunset fell, painting a vast expanse of sea and sky red. On the long stretch of sand, a blonde girl stood silently, her gaze distant as she looked towards the horizon. Air's face clearly showed contemplation, her golden eyes resolute but also holding a hint of sorrow. It seemed as if something was weighing heavily on her heart. A familiar figure appeared, his footsteps light on the sand. He called her name, breaking the stillness of the sunset moment. Air turned, her eyes radiant when she saw Ronin. She quickly asked about him, worried about the young man's health after the arduous battles. Ronin reassured her, saying he was fine. The possessor, Bazura, had preserved his body too carefully, to the point of leaving no injuries. The black-haired young man frowned slightly, his hand gently touching his ear. He knew he needed to return to Philion, but before that, there was something important he needed to tell her. Ronin hesitated, his words seemingly stuck in his throat. He looked at Air, then finally managed to utter the name, Sorante, a name carrying many mysteries. The waves still lapped softly, washing away footprints on the sand, but they could not erase the words that had just been spoken. A secret about Sorante was about to be revealed. Air exclaimed as if she already knew the shocking secret Ronin was about to reveal. Ronin, you don't need to tell me. He was stunned, his eyes wide with surprise. Ronin asked again, doubtfully, Air, don't tell me? But she only smiled, a smile hiding deep sorrow, as if concealing an invisible burden. A clear tear gently rolled down the corner of her eye, melting her forced smile. Her gaze was distant, as if piercing through space and time. Suddenly, the scene around Ronin transformed. He found himself standing in the middle of an ethereal green circle of light, a familiar sensation washing over him. At the same time, on the beach, a similar green light enveloped Air. The gentle light touched her head like a whisper from the past. Air was surprised, her eyes wide. A voice echoed, "I'm sorry, Air." The green light gathered around her hand like a parting gift. Before her eyes, Sarante's figure appeared, a glowing green spirit amidst the hazy space. She stood there, silently facing her old friend. Sarante smiled kindly, his elven ears perked up. "Please forgive this foolish elf for the sudden farewell. Thank you for remaining." Air looked up, her eyes brimming with tears. Sarante's words continued to echo, a warm memory in my meaningless life. Sarante's figure gradually faded into nothingness, leaving behind sparkling green particles of light. "I wish you peace in the days to come, my dear friend." Back on the beach, Ronin looked into the distance, the sea breeze ruffling his hair. He murmured, looking back, Sarante was indeed a strange person. Air stood beside him, tears streaming down her face, but a smile still on her lips. She softly said, but also incredibly warm. Sunset painted the horizon red. Two figures stood silently on the beach. A farewell, a memory, and a new journey awaited. In the deep blue sky, a colossal ship with gleaming golden details glided along, majestic as a symbol of power. It was the Dawn Magic Tower, now having completed its mission. The magnificent ship soared through the air, signaling that a new chapter had closed. A magnificent kingdom appeared, with towering spires reaching high under the brilliant sun. A grand and peaceful sight. Inside, a vast training ground with sturdy wooden structures stood ready for simulated battles. In the middle of the yard, a figure stood upright, back-facing, the sword in his hand gleaming with a fiery red light, full of power. The young man, with black hair and sharp eyes, his face resolute, firmly held the sword blazing with magic. A close-up of his hand gripping the sword hilt. A surge of fiery red energy swirling, signaling a power not to be underestimated. Dark red energy from the sword swirled intensely, like a fiery vortex waiting to erupt. His golden eyes narrowed, observing carefully. "Just as I thought, there's no difference." He maintained his posture, his gaze full of thought. The flow of mana, the color of the sword aura seeping out, everything is still the same. Then suddenly, the energy on the sword shifted to a mystical purple hue, surprising him. If I could point out one problem. Ronin looked up at the sword, which now emitted a shimmering purple light like starlight. "What exactly is this thing?" His golden eyes widened, a look of shock clearly visible on his face. "No matter how I look at it," he roared in fury, the purple sword still glowing brightly. "This is exactly like the starlight mana those damn cultists use." Anger flared within Ronin, a purple light beginning to emanate from his chest. Bazura, that damn bespectacled bastard. Purple energy surged from his body, powerful and uncontrollable, signaling something ominous. A dark purple energy orb formed from his chest, full of menace. What did he do to this body? A soaring, magnificent tower rose against the clear blue sky, like a symbol of power and mystery. A fiery energy explosion erupted, engulfing the space. "Are you too serious?" a voice echoed, full of skepticism. Amidst the fiery scene, Tower Master Rardan and Anfila stood there, their expressions enigmatic. In Ronin's hand, the Forbidden Book of Bazura appeared, heavy. "You two are really giving me the Forbidden Book of Bazura?" he exclaimed, astonished. Ronin looked at the book, his gaze full of apprehension. "I also want to know more about this book," he muttered, but couldn't help feeling worried. The Forbidden Book of Bazura appeared with intricate, ancient, and mysterious lines. "But are you two allowed to give it to me so easily?" Ronin questioned. Sensing something amiss, he sat there, between two powerful mages, the surroundings still ablaze. "What will happen if I take it outside?" he asked. Anfila reassured him. "You don't need to worry about that," Anfila explained, a confident look on his face. "We have ensured that the evil within the book has completely vanished. Now it is merely an ancient book containing ancient knowledge. Of course, if this truth were to be revealed, the Magic Tower would be quite embarrassed." He smiled meaningfully, continuing, "But we have decided that we must give you this book now, because inside your body, a surge of dark purple energy erupted from Ronin's chest, stunning him. Bazura's energy has taken residence within you," Anfila declared, his tone full of implication. Ronin was stunned, unable to believe his ears. "Excuse me? What do you two mean?" Rardan replied in a deep voice. "We believe that Bazura himself was absorbed by your body." A horrifying image appeared. Ronin, with black eyes, bleeding, an evil smile, enveloped by purple energy. Because he failed in his attempt to possess, he was absorbed in reverse. Ronin clutched the book tightly, his gaze heavy. Otherwise, this book would still contain evil, Rardan said, as if to emphasize the gravity of the matter. Rardan looked at him, his gaze profound. Don't think this is a bad thing. After all, this might be the only answer to controlling Bazura. Ronin looked at the purple energy orb in his chest, his face distraught. That we have been searching for all this time, Rardan concluded, leaving him in shock. Back in his familiar vest, Ronin swung his sword, his eyes full of fury. What only solution? That's nonsense, he growled, unable to accept his fate. His eyes flashed, the sword glowing red with energy. Well, I can still see the future. A glimmer of hope. But then, the image of a grotesque, dark entity appeared in his mind, terrifying him. If I meet that old man in this state, I'll be torn to shreds. Ronin sighed, Bazura's energy still surging in his hand. Fortunately, this starlight mana was invisible to others. He feared that if he were misunderstood, everything would fall apart. Fall apart? With what? A voice rang out. Ronin's golden eyes widened in shock as another face with green eyes appeared right behind his neck, full of menace. A painful roar tore through the air. Ronin clutched his head, his body contorting, as if an invisible force was crushing him from within. What the hell? He screamed. A brilliant, red light exploding around his body, pushing back something invisible. Ronin staggered, trying to keep his balance. A sharp, cold sword swept past, blocking his attack. Your sword's depth has changed. A cold voice rang out, full of assessment. Ronin looked up, his golden eyes wide with surprise. Did you have some kind of enlightenment while we were apart? He asked, unable to hide his astonishment. Instructor Navarro's? He exclaimed, recognizing the white-haired woman standing opposite him, her sword still pointed directly at him, her gaze sharp. He stepped back, dodging another attack, Navarro's sword sweeping past his face. You know, don't you? It's clearly your fault for revealing such killing intent from the start. This brat, Navarro's retorted, her steps decisive, killing intent still enveloping her. Ronin knew he had angered her. Navarro's closed in, her gaze sharp as a dagger piercing him. What happened at the Dawn Magic Tower, right? How did that core enter you? Ronin stood upright, facing her. Excuse me? He was confused, not understanding what she meant. A core? In his body? He was stunned, cold sweat breaking out. In my body. There's a core? He asked, his voice trembling, the image of a terrifying tumor appearing in his mind. Navarro's frowned, an invisible surge of pressure erupting. Doesn't it resemble a tumor? Her voice was full of annoyance. Navarro's killing intent flared fiercely, a surge of green mana enveloping her. How dare you imply a sacred core is a tumor, she growled. I taught you very thoroughly in class. Were you dozing off? She yelled. Her sword lightly swung, creating a strong gust of wind. Ronin immediately bowed his head. I'm sorry, Navarro sighed, her killing intent gradually dissipating. Seriously. She shook her head, her face a mix of disappointment and helplessness. A core is a blessing reserved only for true swordsmen. Navarro's words echoed, her gaze sharp as a razor, piercing through all mysteries. One who has undergone countless mana training and practical combat sessions. The heart glows, transforming into an infinite mana vessel. Simply put, the heart becomes a vessel, accumulating mana after countless circulation. This is a great achievement, a moment that defines a warrior's life, not only because the mana in the core has superior density and quality compared to natural mana, but also the only stepping stone for an aura to bloom. The image of a swordsman with a mystical purple aura. The fact that a core has formed within him means he has stepped into a new realm for swordsmen. Navarro smirked, her gaze as if wanting to devour everything. The white-haired girl looked directly at Ronin, her voice containing a mystery. But the core that formed within you seems to have been honed for decades. Ronin stood there, purple mana swirling. Navarro's continued. Even though you've only learned to control mana for a few months. Moreover, it's completely separate, not using the heart as a conduit. Ronin stared at his sword in shock, mana glowing fiery red. When this happens, theoretically, you could possess two cores. Isn't this unusual? He questioned, his face full of bewilderment. Navarro's drew her sword, her gaze resolute. All right. I will take the time to hear every detail about what happened at the Dawn Magic Tower. But for now, attack me. The white-haired girl swung her sword, a fierce green aura erupting, challenging Ronin. A declaration of war that couldn't be refused. Ronin was startled, his face drained of color. Huh? Why did the topic switch to this? Navarro smiled. If you have new power, testing it is obvious. I also find it troublesome. But as an instructor, I must take responsibility. You're the type who learns better by doing than by thinking. Navarro smirked. Ronin fumed. Aren't you bothered at all? Ronin roared, charging forward, His sword blazed with fiery red mana tearing through the air. The battle had begun. He had no choice but to confront her. Navarose didn't flinch, her green sword meeting Ronin's attack. Two opposing forces collided fiercely, creating a terrifying spectacle. A deafening explosion rang out, light bursting forth and engulfing the entire scene. The terrifying power from the collision spread, leveling everything around. Dust and debris flew everywhere, leaving behind a desolate void. The aftershocks of the battle lingered, a promise of the fierce fight to come. A deafening explosion tore through the space, flinging Ronin amidst shattered debris, like a puppet with severed strings. He flew through the air, his eyes blazing with furious indignation, roaring, "What kind of instructor's responsibility is this?" His gaze fixed on the hazy figure in the distance, a deadly premonition surging. She's clearly. And then she became clear, her white hair flowing like a waterfall, mana swirling around her body, her aura overwhelmingly suffocating. Ronin gritted his teeth, his golden eyes glowing with horror. "She's trying to kill me!" The battle erupted, the ground cracking open, every rock shattering under the terrifying pressure of relentless blows. He felt his power being crushed. "I am completely outmatched in strength. If I keep confronting her head..." Another blow struck, flinging Ronin even further. He desperately yelled, "I won't have a single bone left!" But then, a smirk appeared on his lips, his eyes flashing with cunning. Just once, memories of the Grangsha family's power suddenly flooded back, and he came up with a crazy plan. "If I can create a trap to bind her tightly, I think I can land a blow." A dark purple energy orb exploded, spiraling deep into the void. An eerie light emanating from its center. Dark energy surged, enveloping his feet like a promise of forbidden power. Ronin launched a counterattack, a surge of purple energy exploding, tearing through the air, rushing straight towards Navarro. However, she still stood there, defiant amidst the purple energy, completely unharmed, like an inviolable goddess. Ronin froze, his eyes wide, mouth agape. He could only utter, "Huh?" Purple energy still surrounded her feet, a powerful testament to Navirose's unyielding strength. Navarose stood there, her aura soaring, purple energy blazing around her. Ronin was still stunned, unable to believe his eyes. His eyes were sharp, recognizing this aura as strangely familiar. This island. Dolan's aura? She gave him no time to react, purple energy exploding to form a tight restraining net. How can this be? Navarose calmly looked down and explained, "Is this a movement binding technique? It seems you've learned many interesting things at the Dawn Magic Tower." Her half-smile held absolute confidence. Indeed, such variables are what determine victory or defeat in a battle. She relentlessly applied pressure, the purple energy growing stronger and stronger. "If you have anything else, show me everything you've got." A terrifying surge of power erupted, shaking the space. She lunged forward, her green eyes flashing with cruelty. "And of course, I'll be more serious with you." Ronin screamed in pain. He struggled to defend himself, frantically pleading, "Wait, calm down, coach. I also need time to figure things out." But she didn't falter, her decisive steps coming down. A pitch-black, ominous orb suddenly appeared right in the middle of his chest, emitting an eerie aura. Ronin's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe what was happening to his body. What is this?" A fatal blow sent him flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground. Even Navarose couldn't help but be surprised by the scene that had just unfolded. Ronin lay motionless, his sword flung far away. She stood there, her gaze complex, as she looked at the defeated opponent. Ronin? Meanwhile, the Dawn Magic Tower still stood tall and majestic under the sun. Like a silent witness, sunlight streamed through the window frame, illuminating the quiet room where a tense conversation was taking place. In the middle of the room, a pensive, gray-haired professor, his eyes filled with worry. "This isn't even a battlefield yet. What have you done to my student?" Ronin was exhausted, while Navarose erupted in rage. "Mana depletion? You damn swordsman!" she growled, demanding a clear explanation. The professor replied with confidence, reminding her of his expertise. Ronin struggled to swallow the golden liquid, his body reacting violently from excessive mana abuse. However, with just a few doses of medicine and mana potions, he would soon recover. The professor ordered Navarose to leave. "The terrifying energy you're emitting will only hinder the patient's recovery." Navarose's eyes blazed, but she suppressed her anger, watching Ronin struggle to drink the medicine. She clicked her tongue, her eyes full of disappointment. "I never taught you to be this weak." Despite her anger, she still asked about the medicine Ronin needed, a subtle sign of concern. The door closed behind her, leaving the room in silence. Ronin had recovered, bowing his head to thank the professor. He recounted the feelings of dizziness, exhaustion, and extreme confusion. The professor looked at him, his expression pensive. "That is precisely what I wanted to tell you, Ronin." The professor's eyes flashed with a purple light, revealing a shocking truth. "Every time you appear, I see things I've never seen before. An unprecedented energy entity." Purple energy enveloped Ronin, and he exclaimed in shock, "Is that Bazura's power?" Ronin asked in surprise how the professor knew. He replied that he frequently exchanged information with Anfila at conferences. Professor Sekret explained that a friend had continuously urged him to check Ronin's condition. All of this was to ensure that Bazura's power would not cause any harm to the young man. Ronin was stunned, placing his hand on his chest, asking if this would. The professor calmly replied that if he was worried about danger, there was no need to be concerned. The energy of the forbidden book, surprisingly, had completely stabilized within Ronin's body, forming a mystical purple core. He added that if it weren't for someone who knew about Bazura like him, people would only think the core's position was a bit unusual. The professor smiled meaningfully, stating that further checks were needed, but if things continued like this, then that core could function as an aura-wielding center. Ronin was stunned, exclaiming, "Aura!" A unique, singular world appeared, called Aura, a mystical power. It is formed from the most intense emotions, yearning, fleeting inspiration, and even deep regrets. When those emotions resonate with the mana in the core, they will erupt into immense power. That is Aura. Ronin pondered. Could he use Aura? This was an unimaginable benefit. But then, he recalled the moment the purple energy erupted, wondering, what the hell just happened? I definitely copied Dolan's Aura, didn't I? The young man knew well that Aura was a unique power, impossible to imitate. Had Bazura's core made the impossible possible? He needed to seek advice from Professor Sekret. The professor suddenly revealed, 2 of the remaining 8 curses have disappeared. Ronin was speechless, a shocking piece of news. Ronin still couldn't believe his ears, exclaiming in astonishment. The professor just watched silently, understanding his shock. Professor Sekret continued to explain that this was a situation where Bazura and 2 curses had merged into one, disappearing from reality, an unprecedented absurdity. As no one had ever heard of curses being able to merge, the scene of swirling energy was full of mystery. For this impossible thing to happen, the professor mused, there must be some profound underlying reason. He believed that they must share a common origin. And a name appeared in Ronin's mind. Glacial Nebula. Ronin subtly smirked, realizing his body still held too many mysteries, beyond his imagination. He looked up, surveying the vast hall, telling himself that one day, all these mysteries would be unveiled. Leaving that place, Ronin stepped out into the bright sunlight of an ancient town, with red-tiled roofs and stone walls. His every step echoed on the stone plaza, moving forward with a clear goal in mind. He stared at the forbidden book in his hand. The eerie eye on its cover made him feel that something was wrong. Even in death, you cling on like a leech, he growled, questioning what the damn book had done to his body. He sighed, deciding not to think about it anymore. Although there was some unease, the disappearance of 2 curses was still a good outcome. Moreover, if he wanted to round up the remaining cultists, he couldn't be picky right now. The book floated, glowing. He gripped the book tightly, walking with determination. Each step carried resolve, heading towards new challenges. His eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant yellow. From afar, a desperate scream echoed, calling his name. What? Ronin was stunned. He spun around, witnessing a figure rushing towards him from amidst the thick dust and smoke. What had just happened? Amidst the thick dust and smoke, a red-haired girl rushed forward, her face filled with extreme horror, screaming incessantly. Ronin, still naive, waved in greeting, thinking his friend had come to pick him up. Long time no see. How did you know I was here? The red-haired girl kept running headlong, trying to say something, but no sound came out. Behind Aesel, a terrifying explosion ripped through the space, sending bricks and stones flying. A close-up of the girl's face, tears streaming down. A desperate cry for help rang out. Ronin, save me! Ronin was still waving, but his expression had begun to show surprise. Realizing something was amiss, his eyes suddenly flashed a brilliant yellow, pupils contracting, signaling imminent danger. Aesel? What the hell is going on? He looked at the girl in shock. A gruesome growl echoed, and a giant monster's foot stomped heavily onto the ground. The giant monster pounced on Aesel, fresh blood splattering. Ronin was horrified. What is this thing? Ronin's feet unconsciously stepped back, a natural reaction to the horrifying sight. He stood stunned, trying to comprehend what was happening. What happened while I was away from the Dawn Magic Tower? The giant monster revealed its true form, a ferocious creature lurking in the academy. It was a manticore! Aesel screamed desperately as the monster roared, ready to devour her. The manticore, a dangerous monster from the Northwest region, known for its steel-hard body and killer instincts. And even more terrifying, its scorpion tail contained a deadly, paralyzing venom. The monster growled, its red eyes burning as if to incinerate everything. Its power far surpassed even that of a wyvern, one of the most terrifying predators. The manticore's colossal body cast a shadow over the town, Amidst the ruins, tiny Aesel tried to escape, but could she evade the clutches of death? A mysterious smile flickered across Ronin's lips. He wanted to confirm if Basura's power truly allowed him to use the aura of others. Ronin stood there, surrounded by a brilliant flow of mana. His heart pounded, but his gaze was fixed on a glowing, deep purple energy core. He decided. Instead of drawing mana from his heart, Ronin would try another way, siphoning energy directly from Basura's core, a forbidden source of power. Memories flooded back. Last time, when confronting the instructor, he lost control, ran out of mana, and collapsed. That lesson still haunted him. But this time, things would be different. Ronin stood amidst the ethereal space, shimmering with purple light, determined not to repeat old mistakes. His foot lifted slightly, and a wave of purple energy spread beneath his soul. The preparations were complete, awaiting the moment of explosion, a decisive step. Purple energy erupted, creating powerful ripples that spread throughout the space, signaling that something was about to happen. Surging power poured forth, enveloping the motionless Navarros. He had to use it precisely, without a single error. Aesel watched the scene before her in horror. A brilliant purple light enveloped everything, making her gasp. The manticore roared in fury, its body wrapped in strands of purple mana. This new power was strongly affecting the monster. A triumphant smile spread across Ronin's lips. Oh, it actually works. Aesel stood beside him, her eyes wide with astonishment, exclaiming, "Amazing!" The manticore's legs now glowed with purple energy. Basura's power had been infused, changing the monster's nature. Ronin and Aesel stood there, witnessing the manticore completely enveloped by the purple mana flow, a sight both terrifying and awe-inspiring. The two stood silently, watching the monster, now controlled. Ronin's plan had succeeded. But what was the price? Ronin laughed maniacally, declaring that even though he could control the manticore, its power was still too weak. Aesel beside him was utterly terrified. Purple energy still lingered on the shattered ground, but was the monster's power truly weaker than its original form? Ronin poured all his strength into controlling the fiercely growling manticore. He knew everything would be decided right now. A dazzling golden light suddenly erupted, tearing through the night, signaling a terrifying attack. Destructive power collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion that blew away everything around it. The scene was chaotic, debris flying amidst the brilliant golden energy, wild power spreading everywhere. The manticore roared in pain, knocked far back by the unpredictable surge of power, unable to believe what was happening. An extremely powerful shockwave through both Ronin and Aesel, but he maintained his determined look while she was utterly terrified. Amidst the ruins, a brilliant golden pillar of light shot straight into the air, swirling like a magical vortex. The pillar of light gradually faded into the clear blue sky, leaving behind sparkling golden petals like magical dust. Amidst the desolation, a warm, deep voice echoed, asking the two stunned figures, "You two, are you hurt anywhere?" Ronin looked up, his eyes wide. This voice, he had heard it somewhere before. The dazzling light faded, revealing a familiar figure. "Professor Varen?" Ronin exclaimed in astonishment. The ground was cracked and devastated after the earth-shattering battle, evidence of the power that had just erupted. Outside, the colossal manticore, now caged, was being dragged away amidst the stunned gazes of the people. Professor Varen gently stroked the manticore, whispering an apology. But if the damage had been greater, the Empire would not forgive. Professor Varen, radiating a brilliant aura, touched the iron cage, whispering an apology to the captive manticore. "This is the best I can do," he said, his voice full of regret. Ronin and Aesel stood behind, silently witnessed. Professor Varen's intense aura enveloped both students. Ronin wondered in surprise, "Is this Professor Varen's aura? It looks like a physical enhancement ability?" Aesel still trembled, cowering behind him. Ronin smirked, secretly admiring him. Even so, to defeat the notorious manticore with just a single blow. This professor's power was truly astonishing. Ronin continued to ponder. "I always thought he was the kindest person in the world, but it turns out he's quite fierce, isn't he?" In the distance, a black-haired man silently watched their footsteps. Amidst the gruesome screeching and clanking of the iron cage, the manticore was dragged away. Professor Varen watched the monster's retreating figure, his eyes filled with unspoken emotion. Professor Varen turned back, offering a forced, apologetic smile. "I truly have no words to justify myself when facing you two." He felt guilty about the recent incident. Varen bowed, explaining that he hadn't expected the manticore to break through the magic-reinforced iron cage, and apologized as the person in charge. Ronin waved his hand. "It's fine, thanks to you. I got to witness something rare. It was quite fun." Ronin curiously asked about the Festival of 100 Beasts. Aesel suddenly realized, "Ah, you probably don't know since you just returned." Lately, all of Philion has been busy preparing for that event. Aesel continued to explain. As the name suggests, the Festival of 100 Beasts is where rare monsters and mythical creatures from other empires are showcased. This is an event eagerly awaited by the entire empire, as people can witness mysterious creatures rarely seen in a lifetime. Ronin suddenly remembered. Come to think of it, I saw it on the calendar. The premise sounds unique, so I thought it would be very interesting to watch. His eyes gleamed with curiosity. Ronin asked worriedly, but with the unfortunate incident that just happened, what now? Will the festival be cancelled? Professor Varen firmly replied, no, it won't. Professor Varen's gaze became stern. Because there are many expectations from the central government, he said, implying that the event could not be easily cancelled. Varen continued to explain, I don't think an incident like this will cause it to be cancelled. More importantly, this is the first official event where Times will appear. His words hinted at a great secret. The next day, the story takes us to Nest, a peaceful town nestled at the foot of a mountain, surrounded by sturdy city walls. A massive architectural structure, with blue-tiled roofs and towering spires, stood majestically against the clear blue sky, welcoming a new day. In a large room, Ronin sat alone at a long table. All right, no need to worry about the Festival of 100 Beasts, he muttered. But there's one thing I still don't quite understand. Ronin was skeptical about the grandeur of the Festival of 100 Beasts, even though everyone was buzzing about it. He thought it might be interesting, but not overly special. Aesel's emerald eyes gleamed mysteriously as she prepared to reveal something important about the festival. Aesel asserted that this was no ordinary festival. This time, they would display both the Alpha and Omega Doppelgangers simultaneously. A truly special event. She explained that doppelgangers are creatures that can read the minds of anyone they make eye contact with, then transform to look exactly like them. Furthermore, the Alpha Doppelganger usually transforms into the person the target has deep affection for, an ideal image. Meanwhile, the Omega Doppelganger transforms into someone associated with the most negative, darkest emotions in the target's mind. Aesel said everyone was willing to pay a high price to witness this fascinating sight. But doppelgangers are extremely rare, and the chance of seeing them is incredibly small. But now, they were displaying a pair, and even for free. Ronin suddenly understood the crowd's extreme excitement. Aesel turned to ask Ronin if he wanted to witness it firsthand. He fell into thought, imagining the doppelganger's mind-reading and transformation abilities. In Ronin's mind, the Alpha Doppelganger might transform into Ariel, the white-haired girl with an ethereal beauty. But the Omega Doppelganger would probably be Bazura, the terrifying possessor with glowing yellow eyes and a demonic smile. The thought of Bazura made Ronin shiver, his face contorted with discomfort and hatred. Aesel asked Ronin if he found it interesting. She said that with this event, all sorts of people would flock to the academy. From a distance, another student remarked that Professor Varen would surely face big trouble with this event. Another person chimed in, warning that on occasions like this, undesirable individuals could easily infiltrate. In a dark corner, a mysterious cloaked figure with cold, glowing eyes was receiving orders from a superior, a dark conspiracy being woven. In the darkness, the mysterious cloaked figure received orders, a low voice echoing, "Understand clearly and execute the mission thoroughly." He replied, "Yes, I will complete it, without error." A sinister smile tore through the darkness on the cloaked figure's face, the vow echoing, "For the honor of Carabolo." Leaving the dark conspiracy behind, the scene shifted to a magnificent city, grand architecture rising under the sunlight. In a luxurious room, Ronin sat with two girls for a meeting. He dismissed the old matters. Enough about the Festival of 100 Beasts. Shall we get to the main point? Ronin offered a mysterious smile, placing an ancient book on the table. "Today, I called you two here specifically because I have gifts for both of you." He pushed the book towards Aesel, surprising her. "First, this one is for Aesel," the red-haired girl exclaimed. "Huh?" Aesel held the book, her eyes curious. Ronin explained, "This is a precious item, difficult to obtain from the Dawn Magic Tower." He gave a wry smile, continuing to speak about the book's difficulty. "But it will be hard to read immediately. I heard every page has encrypted magic." A close-up of a book page, with complex magical characters, like an ancient labyrinth of knowledge. Ronin advised Aesel to study it slowly, but the red-haired girl was still stunned by this special gift. Suddenly, Aesel and the blonde girl jumped up, the table overturned. Aesel was utterly astonished. "Oh my God! No way! Something like this actually exists!" Ronin looked at Aesel, asking, "What is it? Can you read it?" He hadn't expected Aesel to be able to understand parts of that complex book. Aesel beamed, her eyes full of confidence. "Given enough time, I think I can completely read it." The magical characters on the book page became clear. Aesel explained, "Of course it will take me some time to understand it. Every word is too advanced. It could be called an innovation of high-level knowledge." Aesel turned to Ronin, excitedly asking, This is truly amazing, Ronin. Where did you get this incredible magic book? Ronin gave a sinister smile, images of Bazura and Ariel being swallowed by monsters appearing in his mind. He thought to himself, perhaps ignorance is bliss, isn't it? Ronin is entrusting Marya with a new task, telling her to meet Professor Varen when she has time. Asel is still engrossed in the book, while Marya mentions a lucrative deal coming up. Ronin secretly thinks about Professor Varen, who has just succeeded in cultivating Sarante's herbs. Professor Varen's image appears, and Ronin calculates how to process the herbs into medicine and distribute them throughout the Empire. He smiles smugly, revealing that he has recommended Marya's Caravel Merchant Guild to handle the distribution. Ronin emphasizes the potent medicinal properties of the herbs, trusting in the Merchant Guild's capabilities. Marya's eyes light up, imagining the mountain of money she will earn from this deal. Extremely excited, Ronin stands up, his gaze sweeping over the two sitting girls, preparing for a new move. He turns back, his golden eyes blazing, declaring that he will personally check Marya's progress after all these days. Marya responds with fiery eyes, full of confidence and eager to prove herself. Ronin is satisfied, ordering Marya to prepare her weapon and follow him to begin a practice match. Asel is about to speak, but Ronin cuts her off, advising her to focus on studying the magic book instead of training. He asserts that research will be more effective for Asel's power, his gaze sharp as he looks at her. Ronin wishes Asel good luck, then teases her with an endearing nickname, leaving Asel stunned. Marya softly replies, then leaves with Ronin, leaving Asel alone in the empty room. Marya turns her head back, giving a meaningful smile, as if she had achieved her goal. Asel still stands there, her purple eyes bewildered, as she watches the two figures leave, not understanding what is happening. Marya's parting words echo, leaving a small Asel in the vast room, alone to face the emptiness. 2 weeks later, at the magnificent Galleon fortress, a new scene unfolds, signaling important events about to take place. In the vast arena, 3 figures stand opposite each other, a tense atmosphere enveloping them. A battle is about to begin. Marya, with a serious expression, writes on a tablet. This is the 54th attempt, she mutters, seemingly too familiar with this scene. She lifts her head, her sharp gaze sweeping over the two opponents. Are you two ready? Her voice decisive, signaling the start of the match. The burly man, gripping his greatsword tightly, replies with surging aura. Of course! He is full of confidence. Marya raises her hand to her lips, her eyes highly focused. Then, I will begin the countdown, she declares, signaling the decisive moment. Ronin stands tall, facing his opponent. Marya's voice rings out decisively. 3, 2, the count like a war drum. Immediately, the opponent charges forward, his sword glowing brightly in his hand, unleashing a powerful, storm-like attack. 1! Marya shouts decisively, her eyes gleaming with intense focus, witnessing the explosive moment of the match. The blazing sword strikes down, delivering a fatal blow to Ronin. The impact is so powerful that the surrounding space seems to be torn apart. The terrifying power of the attack pierces through, leaving Ronin dazed. He endures the direct, mighty blow. Unable to defend, Ronin is thrown far back, his body collapsing. The match ends swiftly, with a clear result. Lying on the ground, Ronin is still dazed. But hidden behind his defeated appearance, his eyes begin to glow with a strange light. A brilliant golden light flares in his eyes, like a fire suppressed for a long time, now suddenly ready to ignite. A dark purple orb of energy, swirling deep into the void, erupts with a brilliant light, like a solitary star in the dark night, signaling a transformation. That energy surges, enveloping Brahm, the dark-skinned man standing tall, his eyes sharp as if wanting to pierce through everything. A brilliant stream of purple mana begins to flow, coiling around Brahm's legs, forming mystical patterns on the ground. The purple energy continues to spread, forming an intricate network of light, like a magical curtain enveloping the space. Brahm sneers, his eyes revealing smugness. Haha, he really didn't budge an inch. He swings his sword, purple mana surging along the lines of the greatsword, slashing down at Ronin, exclaiming, "Excellent technique, Ronin." Ronin lies on the ground, exhaling, his gaze still a bit dazed, but his golden eyes have returned to normal. Ronin springs up, smiling brightly, and lightly punches Brahm. Well done, Brahm. Marya approaches, holding her notepad, and smiles in congratulations. Congratulations, Ronin. This time, your casting speed and mana balance were perfect. The blonde girl continues to praise, achieving this much in just half a month. Truly impressive. Ronin humbly replies, it's all thanks to the help of my senior. Ronin explains, Addison not only analyzed my technique and pointed out my weaknesses, but she also suggested perfect ways to improve, while Brahm continuously swung his greatsword, helping me maintain my sharpness. Thanks to that, my technique has significantly improved. Brahm laughs loudly, patting Ronin's shoulder.
Though I wouldn't say it's entirely due to others' aura, I also learned a lot from observing you.
Not flinching when a sword is about to cut your throat, Brahm looks at Ronin seriously. That is certainly the mindset a swordsman should have. Thank you for helping me realize a new goal, Ronin. Brahm laughs heartily. As expected. You're the best captain, Ronin replies. It's good that you're always full of energy. Brahm turns his back, declaring with great spirit. Then I'll train by myself. He leaves, leaving an empty space behind him. Call me when you need an opponent to slice up. Brahm laughs heartily, waving goodbye. Ronin and Aesel stand from afar, witnessing the familiar scene. Ronin muses, feeling his new power. Just using Dalin's aura alone was a huge leap forward, but a concern still lingered in his heart. The brilliant golden aura he once saw from Professor Varen. No matter how many times he tried, the mana in his core still plummeted disastrously. He couldn't even imitate it a little. Could it be that the higher the aura level, the more impossible it becomes to reproduce? If he could see it a few more times, perhaps he would grasp it. But bothering a busy professor would truly be inconvenient. Ronin walks, his footsteps echoing on the stone floor, his heart full of uncertainty about the next direction. Suddenly, a hurried voice calls his name. It's Veri, Professor Varen's assistant. Veri, with disheveled hair and a distraught expression, breathes a sigh of relief that Ronin still remembers him. Ronin asks why he came here, while Aesel stands beside him, her eyes full of curiosity. Veri leads them to Professor Varen's office, explaining that the professor had left a message before departing. In the letter, Varen clearly instructed, if anything serious happens in his absence, seek Ronin's help. Ronin is utterly astonished. Professor Varen is absent right before the Festival of 100 Beasts? Veri stammers, his face pale, as if something more terrifying is waiting to be revealed. He tremblingly reveals, the monster imprisoned in Theo Hall has vanished without a trace. It was the Doppelganger, the most important monster for the Festival of 100 Beasts. Ronin and Aesel are struck dumb with horror. Theo Hall is plunged into a deadly silence, with only cracks on the stone floor recounting the horrific event. Amidst the desolate space, Veri speaks, breaking the heavy atmosphere. Professor Varen left right after that incident. It's been 2 weeks already, Veri says worriedly, his gaze evasive. Ronin and Aesel stand beside him, their faces full of skepticism. Ronin frowns, his eyes sharp. The incident 2 weeks ago? Do you mean the Manticore escape? He questions, the old event still haunting his mind. Veri nods in confirmation. Memories of the colossal Manticore roaring, breaking free from its chains, flooding back, evoking terror. Professor Varen found that incident suspicious, Veri continues, his steps heavy. He felt something was still missing. Therefore, Professor Varen investigated himself. I don't know what he found, Veri says, his voice trembling, but I still can't forget his expression that day. Veri's words echo, images of energy surges exploding, as if tearing through space. Veri trembles, his eyes wide with horror. That was the first time I saw Professor Varen so angry. Fury blazed in the professor's eyes like a fire consuming the entire space. The next day, Professor Varen left a letter and then disappeared. His office is now empty, with only silence remaining. He said, if anything difficult arises, seek your help. Veri points to the letter, the professor's message like a prophecy. And this is definitely an extremely tough situation. Veri sighs, his face contorted. Ronin remains silent, his eyes still full of thought, because those precious doppelgangers broke out of their cage and vanished without a trace. Veri turns his back, facing the shattered cage. Aesel approaches, her sharp gaze sweeping over the scene. Have you found anything yet? I don't think this is a random accident. Aesel clenches her fist, her voice resolute. This is no accident. This cage was specially crafted from a super durable alloy, specifically for the doppelganger's transformation process. She kneels beside the shattered cage, her eyes full of determination. You know how Tuffet Island, this cage broke apart for no reason? Do you think that's possible? Aesel continued to point out a terrifying detail. Most of the glass fragments were not outside, but inside the cage. Pale, purple, magical light emanated from the fragments, proving they were highly contaminated with mana. An unusual sign. But then, another horrifying truth emerged. The main crack on the cage indicated the force of impact came from the outside. A fatal blow. Aesel synthesized all the clues, her eyes sharp. Considering everything, it's highly likely this was a deliberate terrorist attack. She asserted that someone had targeted the doppelgangers from the start. A meticulously calculated conspiracy. Veri, standing next to Ronin, exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe what he had just heard. Ronin nodded in agreement, praising Aesel's keen insight. The Commander-in-Chief's vision truly is different. He narrowed his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a knife. If not, then this situation is truly absurd. A knight on guard felt uneasy from the moment he stepped into this place. His intuition told him something was amiss. Ronin mused, his voice heavy. If that's true, this is no trivial matter, he continued. That means dangerous criminals are lurking within the academy. Very startled agreed. Ronin turned to Very, his gaze resolute. We need to investigate immediately, he suggested, asking the knights for assistance. Suddenly, Addison appeared, hastily stopping Ronin. Wait, Ronin! There are even more suspicious points to this incident. Ronin turned back, his eyes full of confidence, reassuring Addison. Don't worry, Addison. He smirked. It won't take long. Ronin looked towards the knights, his eyes flashing with calculation. As long as the knights cooperate. Ronin lamented his eventful school life, his steps decisively moving towards the knights on guard. Despite being an elite student, he still felt tired from excessive attention, complaining about the endless troubles that kept coming. A half-smile appeared, his golden eyes flashing, as he questioned the knights standing before him. The knights maintained a terrifying silence, making Ronin feel annoyed, realizing they were the taciturn type. He turned his back, pointing at them, uttering sarcastic praise for the coolness of the stern knights. But then the scene turned upside down. Ronin flipped the tables, declaring their work too sloppy, and 3 knights fell. A knight was stunned. He questioned, "What do you mean? Even when the teaching assistant called, you didn't check when students were disturbing the scene." He continued to criticize. Strangely, not a single knight understood what Addison said. Ronin stood amidst the wreckage, accusing them of negligence that caused this mess, yet showing no signs of remorse. From above, he looked down, sarcastically asking if they were paid too little to work so irresponsibly. A knight replied, calling his words nonsense. The knight's eyes flashed through the visor. He justified it as merely an unexpected accident, with no need to explain to a student. Ronin sneered, coldly ordering the knight to shut up. He offered a fake apology, then declared he would ask one last question. The 3 knights were stunned, blue light surrounding them as Ronin pointed directly at the bloodstains on their armor. He emphasized that there was no reason for blood to appear on their armor at Vidian. Ronin's golden eyes were sharp and cold. As he suppressed a question, he stood upright, facing 4 mysterious dark figures, the tension in the air palpable, and growled, "Who are you?" Immediately after the cold question, a knight collapsed, lying motionless on the stone floor. "What an idiot," Ronin's voice echoed, full of contempt. The 2 remaining knights, their armor gleaming, swords raised high, their eyes burning with fury. "You brat, do you want to die?" one of them growled, challenging him. Ronin stood there, terrifyingly calm, his large sword reflecting a faint light. We'll soon find out who really wants to die," he retorted, his tone full of sarcasm. A cruel smile appeared on his face, his golden eyes burning like hellfire. Very soon, he whispered like a curse. A flash of lightning streaked by. Only Ronin's figure vanished in an instant, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. "I'm very busy, so..." The blade sliced through the air, piercing straight through the armor. Fresh blood splattered, staining the space red. A knight fell, without a cry. The 2 remaining knights stood stunned, their horrified eyes wide behind their visors. The bloody scene made them disbelieve their own eyes. Ronin stood amidst the rain of blood, his eyes wide, his expression bewildered. "Huh?" he uttered, as if he himself was surprised by this sight. A painful groan echoed. Another knight clutched his chest, blood gushing through the gaps in his armor, his eyes wide with horror. Another figure collapsed, the sword still deeply embedded. What the hell is this?" A panicked scream rang out. The last one, his armor tattered, charged like a mad beast. "You bastard! You!" A furious roar. But before he could finish, a fatal blow struck. The ground cracked under the tremendous force. The knight was thrown back, slamming hard against the stone wall. His armor shattered, blood splattering. He collapsed, motionless. Another devastating kick. The last resistor couldn't hold on. He was sent flying, blood staining the air red. His helmet shattered, blood gushing from the cracks. The knight's eyes wide, filled with horror and despair. The last one lay flattened on the ground, his armor in pieces, blood pooling. The battle ended in an instant. Sword energy tore through the space, signaling a fatal blow. A knight was struck and sent flying, fresh blood staining the air red, his armor shattered. A close-up of the defeated foe's horrified eyes, shattered armor, uttering a final curse. Another knight collapsed, a sword deeply embedded in his body, his eyes staring blankly into the void. Ronin stood there, his face bewildered, hearing the desperate cries for help from the dying man. He didn't understand what was happening. A figure in a black cloak, mysterious armor, stood towering amidst the corpses. The defeated foe weakly asked, "Who are you?" Cold blue eyes flashed from behind the black-cloaked figure's visor, full of death. Ronin stared at the black-cloaked figure, his eyes full of doubt. Heavy footsteps echoed. The mysterious figure approached Ronin. The black-cloaked figure suddenly knelt, hastily explaining, "Lord Ronin, you saw that I dealt with these filthy criminals, didn't you?" Ronin was taken aback. He continued to explain, his tone urgent. Please don't misunderstand. Don't think I'm on the same side as those bastards. Ronin remained puzzled. Ronin narrowed his eyes, listening to the familiar voice. A flicker of recognition sparked in his mind. He stared at the cloaked figure, muttering, "Is that you?" The cloaked figure removed his hood, revealing Valrus's familiar face, who smiled brightly. "Indeed, my lord. It's been a long time. Are you well?" Amidst the devastated battlefield, Ronin and Valrus sat down, surrounded by the defeated knights. Ronin offered a faint smile, sarcastically commenting on Valrus's impressive debut. The two conversed amidst the ruins. Amidst the wreckage, Valrus trembled, facing Ronin's sharp gaze. "You should choose your words carefully, Valrus," Ronin warned coldly. "You know I'm not an easy person." Valrus's eyes were panicked. He hastily explained. "Of course. I will explain thoroughly, without missing a single detail." He emphasized, "First of all, I want to make one thing clear. I have never forgotten your life-saving grace, not even for a moment." Memories flooded back. A young Ronin handed over a sword, giving Valrus a special command, resurrecting him from the dead. Ronin smiled mysteriously, entrusting Valrus with the mission of being a spy, infiltrating Carabolo. Valrus knelt, his face covered in sweat. "And help me wipe them out. All this time, I've tried, truly tried my best." In the memory, Valrus reported to Anfila, recounting the dirty work he had done to gain trust and be promoted to wolf. He continued, in the darkness, with only flickering candlelight, he had gathered countless confidential pieces of information, from the locations of branches to the next poaching plan. A golden-furred creature wearing glasses intently read a scroll. These were the reports Valrus had faithfully sent to Varen, precisely as Ronin had commanded. Ronin mused. "Right. I occasionally heard the professor mention a mysterious person who greatly helped in taking down Carabolo." Valrus hastily explained about the armor. "I only accepted it because they had it ready. I was only in charge of communication. I don't know where it came from. Please believe me." Ronin silently observed, thinking to himself, "This kid seems to have matured a lot." "All right," Ronin finally spoke. "For now, I'll accept that you've worked hard. So now, can you tell me why you're hiding here?" Ronin frowned. "I truly don't understand. No matter how arrogant they can't be foolish enough to confront Philion." "Why are they acting so recklessly?" Ronin asked. Valrus replied, About that. Carabolo's reputation has been severely damaged recently." He continued, in another memory, Varen led the royal army, with his glowing sword, crushing nearly half of Carabolo, all thanks to Valrus's relentless espionage. Valrus continued to explain that thanks to his continuous sabotage, Carabolo's situation had rapidly deteriorated. He even proudly boasted that he was the one who spread rumors that Carabolo was past its prime, further tarnishing their reputation. Ronin simply grunted. Because of this, Carabolo's leaders felt a crisis and decided to launch a mission to restore their glory. That mission was none other than the raid on the Festival of 100 Beasts. Ronin stood there, his gaze resolute. "So that's it," Ronin smirked. The Festival of 100 Beasts was an event that drew the attention of the entire empire. Among them, the most fiercely sought-after item was the Doppelganger. If they could steal it right before their enemies' eyes, it would be a perfect display. It would prove that Carabolo was still at its peak. But Valrus sighed. Seemingly all his efforts had been in vain. Ronin thought everything would end once they dealt with the remaining enemies and found the Doppelganger. "No, it's not over yet, Ronin," Valrus replied. He looked at Ronin with a serious gaze. "The Doppelganger is just the beginning. The true objective of this campaign is to capture all creatures at the Festival of 100 Beasts, and Carabolo's key force, Arendelle, has also arrived." A colossal, terrifying figure appeared. The scene was in ruins. Defeated knights lay scattered. The battle was not yet over. Ronin stood there, Valrus beside him, both looking forward with surprised expressions. Amidst the rubble, the black-haired girl and Veri were trying to stand up. "Ronin, you're here!" Veri exclaimed. "Just as we thought. These aren't officially hired knights," Veri said, looking down at the body at his feet. "After you left, I investigated a bit deeper, and they immediately showed their true colors," he said, Ronin stepping closer. "Well done, senior." Ronin noticed something unusual about Veri, asked the black-haired, gray-eyed girl about his condition, and learned that Veri had been pale beforehand. Veri knelt, clutching his head, his face deeply shocked, seemingly traumatized by the truth about the spies. Just then, Valrus appeared, full of energy, introducing himself to Ronin and the black-haired, gray-eyed girl. He declared that he had abandoned his past as a subordinate of Carabolo and was now reborn to live a new life. Valrus bowed, proclaiming himself Ronin's loyal servant, which surprised the black-haired, gray-eyed girl. Ronin brushed it off, telling him to explain later. Ronin looked down at the scattered knight bodies, dismissing the introductions, and focused on the urgent situation at hand.
A skeptical question rang out, asking Valrus to confirm what he had just said. Valrus began to reveal a shocking secret. The Carabolo forces had disguised themselves as knights. He confirmed that Carabolo had infiltrated everywhere, not just one area but every part of the festival. Valrus revealed Carabolo's true objective: to seize all the festival creatures. The doppelganger's escape was merely a diversion. The doppelganger was just bait, drawing everyone's attention so Carabolo could act easily and create security loopholes. Carabolo's plan exploited the distraction to create security vulnerabilities, causing defensive forces to be scattered. Taking advantage of that oversight, the Carabolo forces would move to seize everything, carrying out their conspiracy. He revealed the timing of the attack. The operation would be carried out when the full moon hung over the peak of Theo Hall Tower. Ronin looked with a sharp gaze, realizing the gravity of the situation as other factions were also stirring and preparing. With the information at hand, Ronin was confident that clearing out and dealing with the exposed enemies would no longer be a difficult task. Ronin stood with his back turned, his gaze distant. He told himself to let them delude themselves that the plan was going smoothly. The small fry weren't worth bothering with, but Arendelle was a completely different threat. Amidst the dark night, under the full moon, a muscular figure appeared. Werewolves, the most formidable race among the demi-humans, renowned for their physical strength and superior combat ability. Werewolf warriors with fierce appearances and fiery eyes. Among them, the Ullumf tribe were the most bloodthirsty and powerful, striking fear into all enemies. But then, a horrifying tragedy struck. 5 years ago, a cruel hand crushed everything, staining an entire land red. Under the blood moon, a figure stood tall over the corpses of Ullumf warriors. In just one night, the entire mighty tribe was wiped out, without a trace. The perpetrator of that massacre was one of the 3 colossal beasts, dubbed Carabolo's sharpest fang. A high-ranking executive, he was Arendelle, one who harbored brutality and destructive power. His eyes glowed brightly in the darkness, signaling a terrible catastrophe. It was thanks to that bloody massacre years ago that Carabolo, from a small poaching group, rose to become a dangerous criminal organization with terrifying power. Ronin looked at the people around him, his gaze sharp. A figure of Arendelle's caliber getting involved proved that the stakes were extremely high, and that also meant they are ready to do anything to achieve their goal. Ronin gritted his teeth. If so, what I must do, Island. He made his final decision. He turned to Vary, giving a decisive order. Assistant, inform the royal army and ask them to stand down for a while. Vary looked at him in surprise. Ronin walked, with firm resolve, each step affirming his iron will. We will find the fleeing impostor, no matter the cost, Ronin declared, his eyes blazing. Valrus and the black-haired girl stood beside him, ready to obey. Ronin continued to analyze. Based on Arendelle's actions, he's someone who likes to show off, but never acts recklessly. Allowing the impostor to escape was a sign of overconfidence. In other words, Ronin concluded, if we catch the impostor first, he will come to us. Ronin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. I will use this opportunity to root them out completely, destroying them entirely. The sun cast long shadows, painting the entire forest golden. Amidst the silence, a dry quack quack echoed, like an overture to a bloody drama. The muscular man with the long braid sat on the forest floor, taking a sip of water from a leather flask. The quack quack still haunted, like a reminder of the weary wait. Teeth clenched, his fiery red eyes flashed with bloodlust. A growl escaped his throat, signaling that his patience had reached its limit. His bones creaked, and he stretched, standing up. Frustration accumulated like an underground fire, ready to erupt. Biting hard on his finger, he muttered, "What a nuisance." Annoyance was clear on his fierce face. He stood upright, his gaze sweeping across the forest. Wasting time waiting for the prey to bite like this is utterly boring. Both the manticore and the imposter, they're all just byproducts, he snarled, his tone full of contempt. Darkness enveloped his face, only his eyes glowed brightly. Then, hurry up and show yourself, Varen, the challenge echoed. His face contorted with rage, a fiery red aura flared up. This time, I'll skin you alive. Amidst the golden forest, dry leaves gently fell, creating a rustling sound. Like an omen, 3 figures appeared in the twilight sun, walking steadily on the path. They were hunters, seeking their prey. Ronin led the way, dark mana swirling around his hands, summoning magical entities. Valrus and the black-haired, gray-eyed girl followed, highly vigilant. Valrus mused. I investigated when you said she took down Carabolo alone, but Addison is truly extraordinary. So what do you plan to do with those beasts? Valrus asked. Ronin replied. What do you think? I'll use them to find the impostor. Ronin's silhouette appeared, his purple eyes gleaming. He summoned small spirit beasts, imbuing them with dark mana. I will make them recognize the residual mana of the impostor left in the cave. The rabbit's fiery red eyes glowed, like a lighthouse in the darkness, and make them track its scent. Ronin smiled confidently, reassuring a bewildered Valrus. It's a small matter. As you've seen, the black-haired girl, despite her injuries, still mustered all her strength, dark mana surging around her. Our future commander is a brilliant individual. Her resolute gaze flashed amidst the purple mana. Well then, everyone. In the brilliant sunset, the white, red-eyed rabbit and the small bird, enveloped in darkness, were ready to set off. Ronin gave a decisive order, entrusting his faith to the summoned spirit beasts. I entrust this to you. The forest suddenly plunged into an ethereal orange-yellow light, like a farewell. A powerful, decisive footstep tore through the forest's silence. A streak of purple mana shot through the air, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. The fox spirit beast with glowing purple eyes shot forward like an arrow. Doppelganger Omega, fox transformation. The small bird soared, followed by the flickering shadow of the spirit beast. The bird's red eyes flashed, like a guiding light in the night. The fox spirit beast's purple eyes blazed, harboring destructive power. Purple mana electricity crackled around the fox's eyes, transforming it into a fearsome predator. Dazzling purple light from the fox's eyes pierced through the darkness. A colossal, pitch black, and menacing mass of mana began to swirl. That mass of mana exploded, spreading everywhere, while the bird continued to fly resiliently. The surging mana wasn't a bird, but a colossal snakehead with blazing purple eyes and a menacing flicking tongue. The mana explosion had summoned something far more terrifying. Potent purple energy erupted from the snake's eyes, as if it were gathering power to unleash a destructive blow. The surrounding space seemed distorted by the immense pressure. The colossal snake opened its mouth wide, revealing fangs as sharp as daggers, and let out a ferocious roar. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, ready to devour everything. A close-up of the snake's blazing eyes, purple energy violently erupting, as if it were a gateway to an abyss of chaos. Its power was truly frightening. Fresh red blood splattered in the darkness, a horrifying and tragic sight. It seemed the battle had begun, and the cost would be immense. The black-haired, gray-eyed girl was terrified, her eyes wide as she stared ahead, cold sweat pouring down her face. The recent sight had undoubtedly left a deep trauma in her mind. In the forest, the black-haired, gray-eyed girl hastily pointed forward, her voice trembling as she called out to Ronin. "Ronin, I found it! Over there!" Valrus and Ronin stood beside her, their expressions wary. She pointed straight up at the sky, where a small snake was soaring among the treetops. "That snake!" Her eyes were filled with astonishment and worry. Valrus suddenly charged forward, his body enveloped in fiery energy, his hand gripping a snakehead-shaped object. He confidently declared, "I alone am enough." The skirmish was fleeting. Valrus was tightly coiled by the snake, his body slammed hard against the ground, blood splattering. His initial confidence had turned into a chaotic scene. The snake opened its mouth wide, its sharp fangs looking as if they wanted to tear everything apart. Valrus was trapped in its coils, his situation becoming extremely perilous. But then, Valrus reappeared, smiling brightly, holding the small, subdued snake. He smugly said, "Oh ho, to stay still, little one. I have no intention of harming you." Valrus gleefully raised his hand, showing off his trophy to Ronin. "Hey, Ronin, look! I've taken care of it." He was proud of his achievement, unaware of the lurking danger. Ronin angrily cut Valrus off, his eyes glowing golden, full of seriousness. "How dare you look it straight in the eyes?" Deep worry was evident on his face. Ronin explained, his voice full of warning. "I said the Omega transforms into something filled with negative emotions. That means fear or horror could also be a part of it." Valrus was stunned. "What?" Valrus panicked, his eyes wide, pupils constricted. "Then, don't tell me." In his arms, a small, purple-eyed, dark, purple-furred spirit beast suddenly appeared, looking bewildered. Valrus screamed in horror amidst the chaotic scene as purple energy erupted, tearing through space with deadly streaks of light. The possessor, now a grotesque mass of dark purple matter, lunged and flung Valrus away, its blazing purple eyes filled with murderous intent. Ronin and the black-haired girl dashed forward, their eyes resolute, even when facing the terrifying, constantly shifting power. The dark purple spirit beast, now a small winged creature, flew straight into Ronin's face, its brilliant purple eyes full of mystery. In Ronin's blazing golden pupils, the image of the dark purple spirit beast was clearly reflected, like a curse taking hold. He gritted his teeth. Damn it. Ronin's body was enveloped in a sphere of purple energy, his face showing extreme astonishment. Ronin growled, trying to push back the encroaching purple energy. Mana erupted from his hands, but the power continued to surround him relentlessly. Ronin's eyes were filled with anger and worry. He realized he had made eye contact with the spirit beast, and if it transformed into a Hayut, things would become extremely troublesome. The dark purple mass continuously swelled, spreading an ominous energy, signaling a terrifying transformation about to occur. Ronin knelt on one knee, his eyes sharp as he commanded. "Hold it tight! Addison, take Valrus to find the Alpha!" The black-haired girl looked at him in surprise. Ronin declared resolutely, "I will find a way to retrieve the Omega at all costs." Leaves fell scattered, as if witnessing his vow. The young man dashed like the wind through the deep forest, his eyes quickly scanning everywhere, searching for traces of the spirit beast. Ronin stopped, his gaze scrutinizing. He wondered where the spirit beast had gone. It should still be around, even after transforming. He frowned, seeing no sign of a Hayut. Such a colossal body couldn't possibly be hidden. More suspiciously, Ronin looked down at the ground, his eyes full of doubt. He was astonished to see human footprints on the ground. Are these human footprints? Ronin wondered. Realizing the spirit beast had transformed into a different shape, Ronin's eyes were sharp, piercing through the night. He clearly felt that the closer he got, the denser the murderous aura became. His decisive footsteps led him into the bloodstained forest. A swirling, murderous aura emanated, like a deadly warning. A blurry figure appeared amidst the fire-scorched desolation. Painful memories seemed to rush back. A hand reached out in vain, towards the white-haired girl. Could it be? A question tore through Ronin's mind. Startled out of his memories, Ronin hid behind a bush, his sharp eyes scanning. He clutched a piece of cloth. The small, tattered piece of cloth, stained by time, held the secret of the one who left the footprint. His face hardened with determination. No matter who at Island, Ronin muttered, clutching the cloth tightly in his hand. He shot off like an arrow, piercing through the night, heading towards the blazing red light. I'll find out as soon as I get there. Suddenly, Ronin's face changed color, a drop of cold sweat rolling down. He had just realized something horrifying. A blood-stained blade, cold and haunting. Memories of loss flooded back, sharp as a knife's edge. A bruised face, empty eyes. The words caught in his throat, heavy with sorrow. He stood amidst a sea of blood, his sword shattered. Finally, a painful, irredeemable defeat. A solitary figure, collapsing before the cruel truth. I couldn't protect. His eyes widened, filled with regret and helplessness. His eyes suddenly turned blazing purple, rage erupting. I couldn't protect anyone. Again, that figure, amidst the ruined landscape. I couldn't protect. A vow, etched deep into his soul. Ronin's golden eyes gleamed with helplessness, words caught in his throat, a heavy sense of guilt weighing on his heart. Amidst the blazing red space of memory, his eyes turned sorrowful purple. I couldn't protect anyone. His heart screamed in despair. The familiar scene of the blood-stained forest appeared. Two opposing figures standing on the boundary between reality and the past. The young man stood there, stunned, looking towards the mysterious figure. What the hell is going on? He exclaimed, full of confusion. A twisted smile appeared on his lips, his golden eyes flashing with a spark of realization. The one it transformed into is none other than myself. Eerie purple light flared in his eyes, a thought suddenly flashing through Ronin's mind, as if unveiling a horrifying secret. A frantic, murderous aura emanated from that figure, pressing down on him. Is it even radiating this insane killing intent towards me? Again, that voice, echoing from the past, full of torment and regret. I couldn't. A painful confession. Heavy footsteps trod on the ground, each stride a torment. Protect. The word like a deep scar. Within the swirling golden energy, the past figure raised its head, its purple eyes filled with a nagging question. I wonder, why couldn't I? Ronin's golden eyes widened in horror, realizing the cruel truth. A silent scream echoed in his mind. Two figures, one in an academy uniform, one in tattered robes, lunged at each other, sword energy clashing and sparking. The robed figure stood firm, the sword in its hand glowing brightly, like an unyielding warrior amidst a storm of energy. At the center of the energy vortex, that solitary figure still stood tall, like a monument to unwavering will. The robed figure grabbed him, its words tearing through the mist. They say doppelgangers absorb the memories and characteristics of their target. But this isn't just one. His blazing purple eyes, Ronin gritted his teeth, gripping the sword tightly. That's me from before time reversed, in flesh and blood. Ronin felt extreme danger beneath his feet, each step like touching an abyss. Truly dangerous, he muttered to himself, his intuition warning of ill omen. Sword energy clashed and sparked, Ronin realizing his opponent's strength. If it's me from the final battle with a Hayut, then with my current power, I'd be hard-pressed to overwhelm it. Without hesitation, the young man made his decision. He needed distance, time to reevaluate the situation. First, I must retreat to buy time. He swung his hand, mana surging as if to tear the air apart, preparing for a counterattack or a defensive spell. But the reflection was faster, lunging like a ghost. Strangely, It let go of the sword it was holding. An unpredictable move. Ronin's golden eyes widened in astonishment. It let go of its sword? A question echoed in his mind, full of surprise and doubt. The enemy didn't attack directly, but used a different tactic. It's trying to throw me off balance. Ronin realized the insidious intent. He reacted quickly, tightening his grip on the sword hilt, preparing for a surprise attack. With terrifying speed, Ronin charged, his purple eyes blazing. A lightning-fast counterattack, aimed directly at the one trying to disorient him. The dry clang of metal echoed. His eyes were sharp, decisive, without a trace of hesitation. He looked at his sword, then at his opponent. The way it fights so dirty. It's exactly like me. A bitter but undeniable truth. His hand gripped the sword hilt tightly, veins bulging. This wasn't just a battle, but a confrontation with his own self. A twisted smile appeared on Ronin's lips, his eyes full of madness. Thanks to this, I've remembered what I once tried to suppress. You damn soldier! Without further words, he unleashed a fatal blow. Consider this my thanks. The sword swung up, tearing through the air straight towards the reflection. The cold, sharp blade pierced through the target, ending the haunting confrontation. Ronin's purple eyes blazed, no longer showing helplessness, only resolute will and the ruthlessness of a warrior. The battle between the two Ronins continued, one defending steadfastly, the other attacking like a storm, creating fiery sword trails in the blazing red space. Cold sweat poured down his forehead. Ronin gritted his teeth. He hadn't let his guard down for a second, yet still, he almost lost his life. The feeling of impending death sent shivers down his spine, a primal fear rising within him. Ronin's blazing golden eyes widened, staring deep into the void. He wondered if this was his own feeling from the past, the one who tore apart enemies to survive at all costs, stopping at nothing, a brutal being, no different from a bloodthirsty monster, with blazing purple eyes and a destructive aura. That was him, in his most terrifying form. Ronin gripped his sword tightly, his golden eyes flashing with resolve. He had to maintain his focus, not allowing himself to be distracted for even a second. Just one missed breath, one moment of carelessness. He could die, with a single blow. The image of the enemy charging reflected in his pupils. Both Ronins lunged at each other like lightning, forming a destructive vortex, shattering the surrounding earth and rocks. A powerful slash tore through the ground, leaving a deep fissure and sending dust flying. Ronin's eyes turned blazing red, the fire of determination burning fiercely. He was ready for a decisive blow. His sword sliced through the wind, creating a blinding white surge of energy, terrifyingly powerful. Two figures intertwined, their swords clashing fiercely, each strike carrying destructive power. Ronin poured all his strength, his golden eyes blazing like the sun, determined to end this battle. His sword pierced straight through the opponent's energy surge, shooting forward like a bullet, heading directly for the final target. Ronin's sword slashed out, carrying destructive power, his blazing purple eyes determined to end everything. He charged forward without hesitation, like a dark storm. But the other self was no pushover. A lightning-fast counter-slash forced Ronin to lean back and dodge, the blade grazing him by a hair's breadth. Ronin's purple eyes widened in astonishment. Why are you so surprised? Your thoughts are as clear as day. A cold voice echoed, as if reading his mind. Ronin's gaze turned blazing golden, his teeth clenched. He suddenly realized the horrifying truth. No matter what, you are me. A defiant declaration. Two selves, two swords, clashed fiercely in midair. A blinding light erupted, tearing through space, creating an earth-shattering battle. Ronin recoiled, a sense of unease rising. That last blow, it seemed superficial. He gritted his teeth, realizing something unusual about his opponent's attack. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. He looked up, his eyes full of doubt. Did he manage to dodge in that brief moment? A question without an answer. The other self's purple eyes flashed with an eerie light, a surge of dark energy erupting, signaling a new, sinister attack. Quick as a flash, a devastating punch landed squarely on Ronin's face. The powerful impact stunned him, sending fresh blood splattering. The battle became more chaotic than ever. The two selves lunged at each other, each strike carrying destructive power, shattering rocks and felling trees. Ronin roared in pain, his face contorted from the continuous blows. He was enduring immense pressure from his own self. Dazed and bloody, Ronin stumbled back. Damn it, this crazy bastard. He cursed, anger flaring in his eyes. He really wants to. Ronin gritted his teeth, realizing his opponent's cruel intention. The other self showed no mercy. Determined to push him to his death, Ronin launched himself backward, dodging a fatal sword strike. The enemy charged like an arrow, a blinding light erupting from the blade, creating a powerful explosion. In the brief moment airborne, Ronin tensed, gripping his sword tightly. He knew he couldn't retreat. He had to face his destiny. A sudden counterattack, and Ronin was thrown into the air. He fell freely amidst blinding streaks of light, gradually sinking into the undefined void. Ronin growled, his fiery eyes blazing awake. He couldn't accept such a cowardly end. He absolutely had to counterattack. A purple streak of light tore through the night, the cold, sharp blade flashing like a prophecy. His intuition told him something was coming. Indeed, the opponent showed no mercy. A fatal blow descended from above, turning Ronin into a tiny black dot amidst the fiery energy storm. But he didn't fall. In midair, Ronin tensed, pouring all his strength to block the devastating blow, creating an earth-shattering explosion. His eyes blazed with the golden hue of mana, his face etched with fury and determination. Ronin wasn't just fighting. He was burning. The enemy wants to finish him? No way! Ronin roared in his mind, ready for a life-or-death confrontation. He stood up, his eyes still wary. A fierce battle had just taken place, making him mistakenly believe Varen had appeared. But no, it was a stranger lurking deep in the forest, disturbing his territory. A harsh and unexpected truth. The stranger turned, revealing the fierce face of a burly warrior. He looked at Ronin with scrutinizing eyes, questioning the young man's identity. The pungent smell of blood emanated from the man's robust body, along with a ferocious aura like a wild beast, making Ronin wary. Just as Valrus described, the one standing before Ronin was none other than Arendelle, one of the colossal beasts of this land. Ronin's lips twitched slightly, a drop of cold sweat running down. He hadn't expected to encounter Arendelle here. Someone he was also looking for. Arendelle looked at Ronin with suspicion, questioning, "Why are you here? Or are you so scared you don't dare to face me?" He growled, demanding an answer, but his gaze suddenly stopped, as if he had just discovered something unusual. Arendelle's face changed, his eyes wide, a green light flashing. He seemed to have realized a shocking secret. Arendelle clutched his head, his face full of discomfort. He didn't want to act, but the strange scent on Ronin made him unable to ignore it.
Hey kid, why do you reek of Omega?
The young man slumped to the ground, his face contorted. He had been pushed to his limit, and the bald man stood there like an unyielding wall, offering him no escape. Damn it! Without letting Ronin recover, Arendelle charged like a storm, unleashing a powerful attack. The young man was thrown back, his body spinning in midair, feeling as if he was being torn apart. Everything will be resolved easily. A blinding explosion erupted, shattering the quiet atmosphere of the forest. Tremendous power collided, creating invisible cracks in space, sending everything around flying. Arendelle growled, his eyes blazing with fury. I just dealt with an alpha not long ago, but even the scent of an omega finds its way here. He couldn't accept this presence. Ronin looked up, his eyes wide with surprise. He caught an alpha? A sense of unease rose within him as the bald man continued his threat. Hey kid, it seems. Arendelle's devastating kick shot forward, quick as lightning, giving Ronin no time to react. Terrifying power was hidden in every one of his movements. The young man was kicked far away, his body tumbling through the air. He clearly felt every muscle being torn. You will suffer the worst fate, Arendelle roared. Relentlessly. Arendelle's relentless attacks continued to pour down. Ronin was like a puppet on strings, unable to resist, only able to endure the brutal barrage. Ronin gritted his teeth, his golden eyes blazing with determination. He gripped his sword tightly, trying to stand firm. He's one of Carabolo's best commanders, not just talk. Despite being overwhelmed, Ronin stubbornly counterattacked. His sword sliced through the wind, clashing fiercely with Arendelle's blows, creating bright sparks in midair. Ronin clenched his fist, mana surging around his arm. Every one of his attacks is heavy, to the point my current body can't withstand it. Just one hit. Ronin's eyes darted to the side, his face tense. He sensed another danger lurking. Moreover, there's another problem. Amidst the dense foliage, an invisible figure was hiding. There's someone else who should have disappeared long ago. Ronin clearly felt that menacing presence. Ronin sank into the shadows, his purple eyes flashing coldly. But instead, he's holding his breath, hiding with dangerous intentions. He's waiting for the perfect moment. Ronin's face showed clear cruelty, his purple eyes blazing. He understood the hidden foe's intention. To take my life with a single blow. Ronin clenched his hand, dark purple mana surging around his fingers. A decision had just been made, a plan forming in his head. Then, Ronin charged, his mana sword flashing like lightning, determined to end the battle swiftly. He poured all his strength, unleashing a fatal blow on his opponent. But the sword strike only left a faint scratch on Arendelle's robust body, as if it were just an itch. Arendelle smirked, his white glowing eyes full of disdain. That actually hurt a little, he uttered, his tone mocking. With a devastating punch, Arendelle sent Ronin flying. His terrifying strength left the young man no time to react. How wonderful. Ronin was blown away like a puppet, soaring through the air, creating a massive shockwave. He was completely overwhelmed by the terrifying force of the attack. Arendelle stood tall, his gaze sharp and cold. Most lose all will when facing me. But what about you? How interesting. He narrowed his eyes, his face showing clear curiosity. Indeed, it's no coincidence you're here. He seemed to be re-evaluating his opponent. Ronin, his golden eyes blazing, looked at his sword. Even when struck by my sword? Is this all the damage I caused? That monstrous body? Arendelle gripped Ronin tightly, a green aura surrounding both of them. Is that the power of spiritual energy itself? Ronin realized in astonishment. That's right, Arendelle replied. Green spiritual energy swirling around him. My spiritual energy permeates every fiber of my being, turning my body into a living weapon. He flexed his muscular arm, power surging. This is power far beyond enhancing the body with mana. This is the pinnacle of enhancement techniques. Arendelle touched the small scratch on his neck, blood seeping out. Yet, you were still able to leave a scratch on me. You can consider that an honor. Arendelle's eyes flashed with cruelty, and he let out a gruesome smile. From this moment on, I, Arendelle, will acknowledge you as my prey. Ronin looked directly at his opponent, gripping the hilt of his sword. Hunting is when the strong pursue, and the weak desperately struggle to escape. Arendelle struck again, a brutal blow. So, kid, until I'm satisfied, struggle with everything you've got. Ronin gritted his teeth, his face contorted in pain. He remained resilient, but Arendelle's power was simply too terrifying. Arendelle's critical hit sent Ronin sliding across the ground, but his unyielding will wouldn't let him fall. His golden eyes blazed with fury and determination. Mana surged, and Ronin roared, ready for a counterattack. He threw a devastating punch, blue mana exploding, clashing fiercely with Arendelle. But Arendelle was unharmed. The counterattack made Ronin's arm bleed, his eyes bloodshot with pain and rage. Arendelle sneered, delivering another thunderous punch. Ronin gritted his teeth, defending, but he knew he was at a disadvantage. Arendelle's savage grin seemed to tear at his soul. Ronin responded with a resolute gaze, even knowing his opponent was too strong. Another punch! Ronin poured all his strength, mana exploding, but Arendelle still stood firm like a mountain. The powerful punch struck Arendelle's flesh, creating dazzling sparks, but he remained motionless, completely unshaken. Arendelle counterattacked, flinging Ronin away like a rag doll. He crashed into a tree, creating an explosion of dust. Arendelle stepped forward, his eyes full of contempt. Ronin lay there, his body broken, but his spirit unyielding. The predator raised his hand, preparing to deliver the final blow. The ground beneath his feet cracked, signaling destructive power. Ronin struggled to get up, his gaze sweeping over the sword not far away. There was still hope. He reached out, gripping the sword hilt tightly, determination blazing. Ronin wouldn't give up so easily. The sword flashed, tearing through the night with intertwining red and white slashes, as fast as lightning. Ronin's sword strike shattered the ground, creating deep fissures. This power. Would it be enough? But Arendelle merely sneered, his pale eyes full of confidence. God, why? He had seen through everything! Arendelle growled, blood on his face, his eyes blazing red as if to devour everything. Despite being hit, he stood firm, his madness evident. Ronin lunged, his crimson sword energy tearing through the wind. He declared decisively, I'm the one who's got you. A decisive blow. Sword energy exploded, sending Arendelle flying into the air. Ronin didn't stop, pressing his opponent. Here, take this. Arendelle was flung far, blood splattering. He hadn't fallen yet, but the shock from Ronin's attack was undeniable. With an earth-shattering explosion, Arendelle plunged straight into the ground, creating a deep crater. The entire forest shook violently, but then a sneering laugh echoed. Arendelle sprang up, his body beginning to emit a stream of green spiritual energy. He laughed loudly, his eyes wild. Green spiritual energy surged around his body, signaling a terrifying transformation. Truly, Arendelle roared, his body swelling, muscles bulging. Green spiritual energy exploded, engulfing him. This feeling is insane. Ronin was stunned, his eyes wide. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That bastard. Arendelle had transformed into a giant monster, muscles bulging, his eyes full of contempt. Even bigger? How long has it been since prey pushed me to the brink like this? He clenched his fist, green spiritual energy, converging. Magnificent. Truly magnificent. Kid, you're definitely worth it. Arendelle poured all his strength into the punch. Green spiritual energy swirling powerfully. You're worth every drop of my power. He unleashed a critical blow. Green spiritual energy transforming into a destructive surge of power. Take this. The terrifying attack struck Ronin, blood splattering. He was sent flying, and Arendelle coldly said, This is my strongest blow. Ronin lay sprawled, his eyes vacant. He couldn't believe his opponent's terrifying power.
What?
Ronin's sword, a symbol of his unyielding will, was now shattered, falling amidst drops of fresh red blood. Fresh blood splattered, staining the entire space red. Ronin was flung into the air, still gripping his sword. But his body had taken a critical blow. Pain tore through his flesh. Yet his eyes still burned with fire. His face hardened, a mix of rage and pain. Blood still dripped, but the fighting spirit in his deep black eyes remained unwavering. His arm bled incessantly, each drop falling to the ground, signaling a fierce battle. Ugh. A groan escaped him, but he couldn't hide his resilience. But not only Ronin, Arendelle also paid the price. He roared in fury, fresh blood splattering as Ronin's attack pierced his flesh. Ah! Arendelle's eyes widened in disbelief. What monstrous power is this? He muttered to himself, realizing the defensive gap only appeared because he concentrated all his spiritual energy into one point. His arm was severed, blood gushing. But to be cut off by this tiny stick? He roared, a mix of shock and extreme indignation. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of murderous intent. Where did this bastard come from? Wait, the scent emanating from him. Could it be? Ronin stood firm, blood still on his cloak, his gaze resolute. Arendelle realized a terrifying truth. Omega? Arendelle clenched his remaining hand, veins bulging. Anger and astonishment surged. He couldn't accept this truth. His face contorted with rage, his pale eyes wide as if to devour his opponent. He had been severely insulted. Damn it! You think you can defeat me again? Arendelle roared, his body swelling, muscles bulging. He lunged at Ronin, determined not to be defeated. You monstrous bastard! Arendelle unleashed a thunderous punch, green energy exploding, creating a fierce shockwave. Two opposing energy currents collided, forming a dazzling explosion of light, tearing through the air. Terrifying power spread everywhere. Rocks cracked, trees toppled. The clash of two destructive powers was turning the battlefield into a wasteland. In the chaotic moment, Ronin was one step faster. He stomped hard on Arendelle's severed arm, forcing him to the ground. Damn it, Arendelle groaned, clutching his wound. Though defeated, his eyes still burned with hatred and an unyielding will. Ronin's foot stomped hard on Arendelle's severed arm, as if to crush his last will to resist. A burst of energy erupted. Ronin spun around, swinging his arm to create a fierce vortex, pushing back everything around him. Despite his wounds, Arendelle roared madly, green energy erupting from his distorted body. You dare toy with my arm? He unleashed a hateful purple beam of light. The bald man's eyes burned with extreme hatred, his face contorted with anger and pain. Ronin dodged, his eyes flashing with an eerie purple hue. He only used a small branch, yet his aura was immense. Intertwined purple energy currents formed a deadly barrier in midair, like a spider web. The young man controlled the branch, transforming the purple energy currents into invisible chains, tightly binding Arendelle. Arendelle screamed in extreme pain, his body constricted by the energy chains. Oh my God! Ronin was surprised, his golden eyes staring at Arendelle. What's happening? He wondered. He stood motionless, observing Arendelle, who was bound amidst the branches and bushes ravaged by purple energy. That bastard isn't just using a picked-up branch, he's fighting while doing it. Ronin closed his eyes, his face intensely focused. He's even closing his eyes? Is he doing that to maintain an advantage while capturing Arendelle? Opening his eyes, Ronin was still full of doubt. No, but why would he go to such lengths? Just now, he clearly wanted to kill me, but now he's targeting Arendelle? Arendelle screamed miserably, his body horribly distorted. Could it be Omega? Arendelle's face contorted, his eyes filled with extreme panic. I just finished with Alpha not long ago, but even Omega's traces are crawling here on their own. Ronin tensed, his eyes sharply staring. Sharing its consciousness with the Alpha that Arendelle said he captured? Without further hesitation, Ronin dashed off like the wind, dust swirling behind him, determined to clarify everything. A critical sword strike pierced his arm, fresh blood splattering in the dazzling light, followed by a heart-wrenching scream of pain. The black-cloaked figure stood firm, a sneer on his lips. Keck! Your scream is indeed worth hearing. Arendelle, with a gruesome smile and glowing eyes, declared, It's time to return to us. Alpha. Ronin roared in resentment, physical and mental pain surging, his face contorted with rage. Without flinching, Ronin swung his sword in a counterattack, a burst of purple light exploding, pushing back his opponent. Arendelle continued to ramble, explaining about Omega, an entity that gathers all negative emotions, hatred, anger, fear, and regret. He compared, unlike Alpha, which has a relatively mild temperament, the process of capturing Omega often encounters fierce resistance. Although he had anticipated it, Arendelle was still astonished when Ronin pushed him back. This situation, while not unexpected, still far exceeds my predictions. An earth-shattering mana explosion erupted, tearing open the ground, sending debris flying in a brilliant purple light. Arendelle squinted at Ronin, his eyes full of thought. Looking at this appearance, it seems this creature is related to that kid. Is it his sibling? He continued to analyze, realizing that even with an immature body, Ronin could still deliver critical blows. Arendelle's blood ran cold, imagining the future. If that same technique were used with a mature body, I would be the hunted one. Arendelle's smile vanished, replaced by a resolute expression. I have no choice but to call off this poaching operation. In another vision, Ronin, clad in an adventurer's cloak, swung his staff powerfully, his eyes sharp as knives. He delivered a devastating kick, sending Arendelle flying in an explosive surge of energy, unable to resist. Ronin was resolute, his golden eyes blazing. I'll have to kill it! Arendelle screamed in pain, his body distorting in the purple energy. Ronin's kick exploded. A brilliant blue surge of energy tore through space, engulfing Arendelle in dazzling light. The berserk power continued to spread, sweeping away everything in its path, turning the landscape into a desolate wasteland. Arendelle's feet dug deep into the ground, creating a deep crater. He had been blown away but still stood firm, even as the surrounding earth and rocks shattered. Arendelle looked up, his eyes filled with astonishment. I'm truly curious who the original person was. He looked down, analyzing the attack. You managed to change its trajectory when it seemed impossible. Incredible skill. Arendelle's hand cracked, partially petrified. He said, if you hadn't done that, you would have been completely reduced to ashes. The scene around Arendelle was devastated, dust flying everywhere. He continued, regardless, with this. Ronin stood there, his cloak tattered, his expression resolute. Arendelle declared, you are now no different from me. Arendelle looked at his slowly deforming hand, his voice cold. I've been quite entertained, but it's time to end this, you beast. He turned, his right arm bleeding. Arendelle said, after all, the moment your dominant right arm is injured and you have no weapon left. Arendelle unleashed a fierce attack, a surge of dark purple energy exploding. The hunt is over. Ronin was sent flying, blood splattering, his body in pain. Arendelle roared, die! Ronin's hand clenched, blood dripping. He whispered in pain, I must protect. Severely wounded, blood splattered, but Ronin still struggled to stand, his eyes blazing. I must protect. Arendelle glared at Ronin, his face furious, blood streaming down it. You cunning bastard, so you've been hiding a weapon in your clothes all this time? Just to lure me into letting my guard down at the last minute? A horrifying moment as the cold blade tore through the darkness, and fresh blood splattered, dyeing Arendelle's entire vision red. Without hesitation, Ronin executed the most brutal counterattack, stabbing the hidden weapon directly into his enemy's eyeball, making Arendelle scream in extreme agony. Despite being mortally wounded, Arendelle did not let go, his hand clenched tightly, trying to hold on to his opponent in a desperate struggle. The deep stab stunned Arendelle. His head snapped back violently, blood gushing like a stream, dyeing the entire space red. Heart-wrenching groans of pain erupted from Arendelle, his remaining eye wide open, filled with horror and torment. His strength depleted, the giant Arendelle fell to his knees, his massive body collapsing, unable to endure even another second. Year! Arendelle's scream echoed, as Ronin, despite being covered in blood, still plunged the weapon deeper into his eye. A deadly and unexpected blow. Arendelle's face contorted in agony, his teeth clenched, but the pain had surpassed his limits of endurance. In a frenzy, Arendelle counterattacked with a kick, pushing Ronin back, but the blade remained deeply embedded in his eye. Though blind in one eye, Arendelle still swung his sword, purple light tearing through the air, delivering a heavy blow to Ronin, making him stumble. Wait! Arendelle screamed, anger and pain mingling on his distorted face, blood still flowing incessantly. Ronin's weapon shattered, but sharp fragments remained deeply embedded in Arendelle's eye, making him realize with horror that the calamity was not over. Wait! This can't happen! Arendelle screamed in despair, his remaining eye wide open, unable to believe the brutal reality unfolding. Ronin was sent flying, his body crashing hard onto the ground, fresh blood staining his cloak red, but his gaze remained unwavering. Despite being severely wounded, Ronin still lifted his head, his purple eyes blazing with determination. In this battle to the death, he would never fall. Ronin gasped for breath, his body battered, standing tall amidst the blood-soaked battlefield. The enemies had fallen, but the war was not yet over. Arendelle gritted his teeth, blood gushing from his eye sockets. Bone-deep pain mingled with extreme rage. He still refused to give up. Ronin collapsed, his breathing heavy. His weapon was broken, but his gaze remained unwavering, like a blazing fire in the dark night. He stood up, facing his enemy. The setting sun cast long shadows, dyeing the entire forest red, signaling an impending life-or-death battle. His eyes blazed amber gold, harboring an iron will. There was no turning back, only forward. Since the day Hayut appeared, the Empire had been plunged into horrifying screams. Pain and despair enveloped everything. Every face bore the deep marks of suffering. Every tear fell onto the cold ground, a world torn apart by brutality. Amidst that sea of sorrowful flames, a vow was etched deep into his mind. He told himself, repeating it endlessly. With each passing moment, that vow grew stronger, urging him to act. If only he hadn't wasted his life. If only he had listened to his sister's advice to study harder, he could have protected one more person. He hated himself to the core, tormented by endless regret. But the past was over. Now his eyes blazed, no longer with regret, but with an unyielding will, a determination to change. He walked, his back resolute. I must protect. The vow echoed in his mind, urging him forward. Each of his steps was decisive, mana surging around his body, emitting a brilliant purple light. He had to do it, at all costs. His eyes turned purple, a new surge of power erupting. No longer weakness, only an indomitable will, ready to confront. Amidst the desolate battlefield, the two adversaries were bound by a network of brilliant purple mana. The final battle had begun. Brilliant purple mana swirled around his feet, like a warning to those who dared to scorn him. A gasp of astonishment echoed through the air. His gaze was sharp and resolute. Watch closely. His voice was low, filled with terrifying confidence. Amidst the fiery sunset, Ronin stood, two swords ablaze with fire. He faced Arendelle, who was enveloped in purple mana. His face was full of defiance, his eyes burning red like fire. Look at who I am now! His resolute declaration echoed. Without hesitation, he lunged like a fiery arrow, his figure transforming into a brilliant red streak tearing through the air. The sword swung up, creating a blazing, powerful and decisive / ready to devour everything. His eyes flared purple, no longer naive, but instead showing the intense focus of a warrior. Successive blazing red sword slashes tore through the wind, forming an unceasing storm of fire, overwhelming his opponent. Arendelle retreated, the purple mana around his feet still surging, but he clearly struggled against the fierce assault. Ronin unleashed a fatal blow, his blazing red sword light fiercely colliding with Arendelle's sword, creating an earth-shattering mana explosion. Arendelle was sent flying backward, his figure gliding through the air, his cloak billowing, still enveloped in purple mana. He stood there, panting, each heavy breath tearing through the silence. The fierce battle had drained all his strength. His purple eyes widened, astonishment clearly visible on his face. What had just happened to surprise him so much? Arendelle was still falling, his figure engulfed in a brilliant red glow, like a meteor plummeting from the sky. His eyes turned golden, brilliant like fire. An unyielding, indomitable will blazed forth. In his blazing golden pupils, a familiar aura appeared. Arendelle's aura. He recognized it and was ready to face it. He was knocked back, a surge of green energy enveloping his body. Though the color was different, the moment of impact, he felt a terrifying familiarity, an unmistakable power. This aura, it was certainly based on the same principle as the powerful Professor Varen. Thanks to that, a flash of insight sparked in his mind, a painful but necessary realization. The sword in his hand, a small piece of weaponry, couldn't withstand the opponent's power and shattered into pieces. The terrifying counterattack sent him flying, his body scraping hard against the cold ground, fresh blood staining his cloak red. The enemy gave him no moment of rest. Arendelle's blazing sword swung up, descending like a judgment. He recalled his childhood days, before he had even entered the academy. He used to think that as long as he could hold it, anything could be a weapon. But life wasn't a dream. In his memory, Navarrose's figure appeared, the white-haired maiden with a shattered sword in her hand, her eyes filled with pain, a shattered sword fragment in his palm, a bitter reminder of weakness, of his own limits. That naive thought from those days, he now realized, was truly ridiculous and foolish. Both he and she had realized a harsh truth a long time ago. A sword, from the beginning, has always been a fragile, brittle thing, capable of shattering in an instant, something beautiful, worthy of admiration, but not always absolute power. His eyes, amber gold, reflected an unyielding, indomitable will. Then a purple light flashed, deep and mysterious, signaling a new power rising from the abyss of despair. Arendelle's sword pierced his arm, fresh blood splattering, but Ronin still didn't let go of his weapon. He braced himself, using all his remaining strength to block the fatal blow. Arendelle's sword still deeply embedded. Ronin's eyes flared purple, a furious power surging, surprising Arendelle. This bastard even sacrificed his right arm. Could he be? Memories flooded back, a young Arendelle delivering a cruel blow, sending a tiny Ronin in his academy uniform flying. Ronin fell, his body bruised and bloody, his pained groans tearing through the air. Arendelle then, cold and cruel, stood tall over his fallen body, his sword stained with blood. Back in reality, Ronin knelt, the sword in his hand shattered, his purple eyes blazing with hatred. Arendelle stood there, looking down at him. Ronin gritted his teeth. Damn it. At this rate, he knew he had no choice but to surpass his own limits. I will have no choice but to surpass my limit. Ronin stood up, gripping the broken sword hilt, his purple eyes burning with determination, ready for a life-or-death battle. Just as Arendelle prepared to deliver the finishing blow, urgent shouts echoed from afar. Ronin! Ronin! Ronin's purple eyes twitched, startled by the familiar sounds. He mumbled, his voice full of surprise. Those voices? They came at just the right time. A mysterious voice echoed in his mind. It's a relief that you reacted to those voices. At least for now, you are still the me from back then, aren't you? Ronin turned his head, looking into the distance, where two figures were rushing towards him. Valorous and Aesel, with expressions of extreme worry, were running at full speed towards him, carrying their last hope. The enemy stood tall, his sword stained with blood. He looked down at the fallen Ronin, his voice full of sarcasm. You're familiar with these faces, aren't you? The general is still as talented as ever, but his personality has completely changed. Ronin, with horrified eyes, reminisced. Valorous not only gave up poaching, but he also became a leader in taking down the Carabolo gang. Memories flooded back. Ronin saw Martin and the others. They were living good lives somewhere, familiar faces appearing in his mind. Then he remembered Ariel. She was also living better than ever. Ronin swore to himself, a promise etched deep in his heart. Ronin's eyes blazed, fiery gold. He told himself that this life would be different. There would be no more old mistakes. He stood tall, enveloped by mystical purple light and magical petals. Trust and entrust it to me. A powerful affirmation. Power erupted, purple mana surging around the sword in his hand. Ronin, the Punisher, was ready to face destiny. He turned his back to Valorous and Aesel, brilliant purple light surrounding him. A vow echoed in his mind. Protect everyone. His sword blazed with purple mana. But then, in the decisive moment, it shattered into pieces. The dry sound of shattering metal echoed, the scattered sword fragments falling, blending into the tragic atmosphere. Ronin collapsed, lying on the ground, panting. He accepted his fate. Yes, a weary sigh. He looked up, seeing Valorous and Aesel rushing towards him, but their images were blurry like an illusion. Let's meet again happily in 10 years, Ronin. Suddenly, the scene shifted to a peaceful town, with vibrant rooftops and a clear blue sky. A beautiful memory. Familiar faces appeared. Brahm, Very, the black-haired man and the boy. All were laughing and talking happily. Marya and the black-haired girl stood amidst the crowd. She spoke. What a relief, isn't it? If Ronin hadn't found the imposter, and Professor Varen hadn't suppressed the Carabolo gang, we wouldn't be able to create beautiful memories like today, would we? The voice echoed, as everyone happily walked down the street. Amidst the bustling crowd, Marya bit into her ice cream, wondering what Ronin was doing since he was nowhere to be seen. The orange-brown-haired girl beside her explained that he was busy with an interview with Professor Varen and could only attend the night parade. The orange-brown-haired girl's purple eyes lowered slightly, as if hiding an unspoken sorrow. Marya lamented. What a shame. It would have been so much more fun if he were here. But then she turned to the orange-brown-haired girl, deciding to enjoy the festival with her friend. She smiled brightly, suggesting they party hard until Ronin got jealous. The orange-brown-haired girl burst out laughing, agreeing. Marya playfully winked, asking the orange-brown-haired girl if she was ready, her face full of excitement. The orange-brown-haired girl blushed slightly, stammering her reply, but her eyes already sparkled with joy. Marya enthusiastically raised her hand, inviting the orange-brown-haired girl to visit the star of the Festival of 100 Beasts. Both walked together, blending into the festive atmosphere. A magnificent garden appeared, with a transparent glass dome and graceful bridges spanning the water. The scene was breathtakingly splendid. Marya marveled at the grand preparations, realizing this was how they specially treated the festival's star. The orange-brown-haired girl explained that the imposters were very sensitive to their environment, requiring special care and limited contact. Marya nodded in understanding. Suddenly, Marya pointed forward, her face surprised. What is that? The orange-brown-haired girl's eyes also widened in astonishment. Before them, a pool of blue water was swirling, gradually transforming. Marya exclaimed, "Is that the imposter?" The pool of water transformed into a human figure. The orange-brown-haired girl speculated that this was its original form, as the imposter would revert to its base form after a while. She continued to explain that Omega was resting. The orange-brown-haired girl's purple eyes suddenly widened, a flash of light appearing as she realized the horrifying truth. This was Alpha. A chilling truth dawned. The alpha imposter read the target's mind, then transformed into the person they cherished most. The orange-brown-haired girl was stunned, her face filled with extreme panic. The orange-brown-haired girl, her eyes filled with extreme panic, hastily called out to Marya, asking to leave due to an urgent matter. She knew she was standing before the alpha imposter. Marya, with a surprised and puzzled expression, asked the reason for this unusual haste. The atmosphere was suffocatingly tense, words seemingly tearing through the air. A sinister smile spread across the imposter's face, its green eyes glowing with malevolence. AHA too? The question was light, but contained ultimate mockery, like death's whisper. The nightmare had fully manifested. There was no escape. Marya and Aesel were having a pleasant conversation. Marya teased Aesel about her romantic life, making her blush. Aesel, are you shy? Marya burst out laughing. Or have you fallen for someone? Aesel quickly denied it, unaware that disaster was lurking. Amidst the clear blue water, the colossal water entity stood tall like a deity. It spoke challengingly. All the more reason you can't leave. I wonder who made our innocent Aesel fall for someone. The entity smirked. Big sis here will find out. Aesel likes me? The question struck Marya's mind like lightning, leaving her stunned. In her golden eyes, the image of a miniature Aesel, panicking amidst the swirling water, appeared vividly. A horrifying truth had just been revealed, leaving her speechless. Suddenly, a terrifying surge of power erupted. The blue water swirled violently, splashing into the air, like a living entity rising. It was the undeniable sign of the possessor, preparing to reveal its true form. The possessor, bearing Marya's face, clutched the orange-brown-haired girl who was screaming in terror. Blue water swirled around them, like death's embrace. A sinister smile remained on its lips, and a chilling voice echoed, "Now then, let's see. Who is our darling here?" Suddenly, the swirling blue water exploded, sweeping everything away. Marya and Aesel were thrown, engulfed in the magical vortex. Both fell unconscious, drifting aimlessly in the cold water. An unfinished phrase, echoing in the air. Actually, love. The water continued to swirl around Marya. She rested her hand on her cheek, her gaze distant, filled with many thoughts. A forced smile, mixed with a hint of confusion, appeared on her face, as if she had just realized something shocking. The world seemed to collapse beneath the orange-haired girl's feet. She buried her face, trembling in Marya's arms, hot tears soaking her friend's shoulder. Marya, with a horrified expression, held her tightly, trying to reassure her, but she herself was in extreme shock. Before she could react, the orange-brown-haired girl was tightly embraced from behind by Marya. A sinister smile spread across the imposter's lips, its golden eyes gleaming with malice. She desperately buried her face in her hands, trembling. Huh? The question was light, but contained chilling sarcasm, like death's taunt. That's... Her voice trembled, the question lost in the void. Extreme fear choked her words, allowing her to utter only fragmented phrases. Then, I mean. Marya woke up in a panic, witnessing Aesel trying to escape. She desperately reached out, her voice lost in fear.
That's why I said we shouldn't be here, she screamed. Wait, Aesel!
Then, like a bolt from the blue, a question flashed through Marya's mind, leaving her bewildered. Aesel likes me. She mumbled, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she had just realized. Marya's eyes suddenly glowed brightly, a surge of blue energy erupting, reflecting the chaos in her mind. She stood dazed, muttering as if to herself, I never imagined this would happen. This bitter truth had exceeded all her limits of endurance. In death's embrace, Marya's body began to transform horrifyingly. Her skin and hair melted into swirling blue water, a grotesque arm reaching out. The alpha imposter had fully revealed itself, no longer concealed. The orange-brown-haired girl could only scream in silent, extreme terror. The blue water entity surged, completely engulfing Marya, leaving behind a grotesque form. The orange-brown-haired girl stood there, her eyes vacant, witnessing the ultimate tragedy. A choked sob escaped her. She couldn't believe her eyes. The horrifying scene had etched itself into her mind, turning the festival day into a nightmare. Meanwhile, in another corner of the academy, a small figure darted away like an arrow. Perhaps it was a signal for a new incident. A race against time. Under the bright moonlight, Professor Varen's laboratory stood imposing. Here, the deepest secrets might be unfolding, or a new conspiracy taking shape. Inside, Professor Varen spoke, full of remorse. You should have been enjoying the festival, but I apologize for calling you here, Ronin. Varen sighed, blaming himself. I truly have no excuse. Not to mention being a professor, I always have to receive help. Ronin smirked, his eyes sharp. The professor says that again. It's not like you couldn't be present due to laziness. Varen recalled. The day the Manticore escaped, you discovered traces of Carabolo in the ruined stables, leaving no choice but to hastily pursue them. Furthermore, outside the academy, there were traces of someone preparing to smuggle a rare species out. Varen recalled those chaotic days. Ronin said smugly. You handled everything yourself. Varen, in his beastman form, smiled with relief. I'm glad you think so. So, let's put the past behind us and finish this cleanly. Varen suddenly changed the subject, his eyes full of curiosity. There's something I'm even more curious about. When did you get there? Suddenly, Valrus burst in, his face beaming. That's right, Ronin. Let me answer. The bespectacled beast, man beside him, also looked up. Valrus eagerly, his voice full of gratitude. Thanks to Ronin and Professor Varen, I'm greatly indebted this time too. As a result, I'm honored to report that as of today, he proudly declared, I have been appointed as the professor's teaching assistant. The entire room seemed to light up with this unexpected good news. The bespectacled beastman chuckled. Aha! I made an offer to Valrus. Normally, the teaching assistant position is only for Filian students, but so far he has tracked down smuggling information about Foding and played a crucial role in eliminating Carabolo. Not only that, he also made significant contributions in handling the Doppelganger incident. Therefore, I broke tradition and accepted him. The bespectacled beastman exclaimed in astonishment, never expecting the ruthless Carabolo to be exposed by a young man like Valrus. He smiled meaningfully. How could he overlook such a brave and promising talent? The bespectacled beastman professor smiled, suggesting that Valrus cooperate well in the future. Valrus, still looking stunned, stammered his reply. He stood straight, bowing his head and declaring his full dedication, while the bespectacled beastman clapped with satisfaction. Ronin subtly smirked, implicitly approving Valrus becoming the bespectacled beastman professor's assistant. The bespectacled beastman chuckled, praising Valrus as a good fit for the position, which made him excitedly vow to work hard. Ronin said coldly, instructing Valrus to do his job well. He turned his head, his glowing golden eyes flashing with malice, warning Valrus to watch himself if he dared to do anything meaningless. Valrus turned pale with fear. Ronin then turned to Professor Varen, asking if he could ask for a small favor. Varen smiled and agreed. The black-haired young man smiled smugly, asking to see the doppelganger one last time, as he heard they would be brought back to this tower after the mission concluded. Varen explained that Omega was healing its wounds, while Alpha was about to fall into slumber. Ronin nodded, indicating he understood. He just wanted to stop by and say goodbye. The scene shifted to a dark room, where a blue, glowing tank stood. Ronin looked into the tank, where the water entity was recovering, and exclaimed that it was a relief it was gradually recovering. A close-up of the doppelganger, the water entity gradually forming a human body. Ronin called it Little Omega. He whispered that after the Festival of 100 Beasts, the Empire would protect it with utmost security, so it could rest peacefully. The blue water entity gradually took shape, resembling a young woman. Facing it, the black-haired young man stood silently, a solitary figure in the tranquil space. The water entity, now in the form of a mermaid, made a B to sound. The black-haired young man Ronin asked in surprise, Alpha? Aren't you asleep yet? Ronin subtly smirked, his eyes sharp. He asked, Do you have something to say? A mystery enveloped them. A close-up of Ronin's glowing golden eyes, filled with calculation. He continued, To me, a question full of hidden meaning. Within the ethereal blue water, the entity continued to transform. Ronin stood there, silently observing this strange metamorphosis. The water entity had completely transformed into a long black-haired girl, her back to Ronin. She chuckled softly, her laughter echoing in the space. Ronin looked at the girl, his eyes reflecting surprise mixed with smugness. He whispered, It seems I've shown you a lot of respect. Now, 3 people stood facing each other. Ronin, Varen, and the black-haired girl. She spoke. Long time no see. A close-up of the girl, her eyes sharp. Ronin called her name. General Addison. A few days after the Festival of 100 Beasts concluded, the scene shifted to a small wooden house nestled amidst a dense green forest. Inside, Ronin and Professor Varen sat opposite each other at a round table. Varen began. Long time no see, Ronin. I heard news from Professor Jaredin. The 2 curses had merged with Bazura's power and become one. That merger had become a source of energy, functioning as a core. The bespectacled beastman explained, Of course, we can only consider it a half measure. After all, the seal imposed by the curse is still there. It's like individual poisons merging to create a new kind of poison with unpredictable effects. Ronin looked at the purple energy orb on his chest, asking, You're talking so calmly, does that mean it's not a serious problem, right? Honestly, it's been quite useful so far. A close-up of Ronin's eyes, reflecting complexity. He softly said, Even so, I still want to completely remove this curse. The gray-haired professor asked Ronin if there was a way to break the curse, noticing the young man's unusual determination. Varen continued to probe, while Ronin remained silent, his back concealing something profound. Ronin looked up, his purple eyes flashing with contemplation. He seemed to be recalling something. A fleeting memory surfaced, Ronin's young face showing worry and confusion. He had to calm himself, casting aside all weakness to face reality. Ronin smiled confidently, his golden eyes shining brightly. He still had a promise he had to keep at all costs. Varen looked at Ronin, his purple eyes gleaming with curiosity at the young man's noticeable change. The professor smiled faintly, as if he understood something. "Perfect timing," he said. "I've just finished as well." Varen pointed to the air, where a chain of magic was suspended, revealing his research on removing a curse from Ronin. Ronin was so overjoyed that he sprang up, urging Varen. The professor just smiled gently, telling him to calm down. Varen explained that the removal process remained the same. Ronin had to summon the curse within his inner world. After that, he had to find its origin and destroy it. But Varen also warned about potential issues. This time, the curse would not reveal itself easily. It would use every means to protect itself, making the removal more difficult. To maintain the inner world and deal with the curse, a large amount of mana and a catalyst were needed. Mana could be handled, but the catalyst was the real problem. Varen suddenly asked Ronin about a place called Dainhar. The young man repeated the name, seemingly trying to search his memories. A desolate land where monsters and withered natives lived, where adventurers' bones were buried deeper than sand. Ronin realized it was Dainhar, the demonic land in the southwest. Ronin asked Varen about what I need, the rare black stone. Varen confirmed it was indeed the Dainhar Mountain Magic Stone. The Dainhar Mountain Magic Stone appeared, a premium magical material containing dense mana and mysterious power. At a royal auction, similar stones always broke all records, proving their immense value and rarity. Vary, the professor's assistant, painfully held a small piece of stone. He lamented that just this tiny fragment had consumed several years of his teacher's salary. Ronin frowned, clearly displeased. Not enough. Vary confirmed that at least a thumb-sized piece was needed to have any effect. Vary apologetically explained that was why he couldn't be contacted after completing the removal. He begged Ronin to wait a little longer, promising to find a substitute. Ronin crossed his arms, his face annoyed. "Sigh, do I have no other choice?" A clear helplessness was visible in his eyes. Sitting alone in the quiet room, Ronin sighed. Dainhar was the place he hated most, but the weak had no right to choose. In the vast space, a young woman with long, dark brown hair wearing an academy uniform walked on the tiled floor, her gaze distant. She stopped, her eyes pensive, seemingly pondering something important or having a bad premonition. Suddenly, the young woman flinched, her eyes wide with surprise, as if she had just discovered something horrifying or unbelievable. A mysterious cave appeared, with orange-yellow light shining in from outside, creating a scene that was both magnificent and slightly eerie. Inside the cave, a red-haired young man lay sprawled, his body covered in wounds and bandages, seemingly having just gone through a fierce battle. The dark brown-haired young woman sat down next to an object covered with white cloth. The red-haired young man, now awake, turned and asked, "Is it true, sister?" The red-haired young man continued, "Is what's inside really the alpha?" The young woman affirmed, "Yes. According to animal instincts, it definitely island." She reached out to lift the cloth. The cloth was lifted, revealing an ancient, intricately carved box. The young woman cautiously said, "Since it might have been injured during capture, let's check its condition first." As the cloth was lifted, a dazzling blue light erupted from the box, magic surging as if to tear space apart. Addison was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. She recoiled in utter shock. "What is this? Wait, don't tell me!" A powerful stream of blue, magical energy poured from the box, swirling around Addison and the red-haired young man, engulfing them in an ethereal light. The red-haired young man stared blankly at the scene, while Addison was so flustered that her face flushed. She could only let out a cry of astonishment. The swirling magical energy gradually condensed into a familiar shape, making the red-haired young man exclaim in question, "Could that be?" And then, Ronin's image appeared, smiling mysteriously, causing the red-haired young man to call out his name in astonishment. "Ronin?" In an instant, Ronin's image vanished like an illusion, leaving Addison with a confused face and an indescribable shame. Addison hugged Ronin tightly in the illusion, her face flushed with embarrassment, while the red-haired young man below was astonished with his mouth agape. The red-haired young man gave a mischievous smile, preparing to tease, but Addison quickly stopped him, her face crimson. Don't tell anyone." She hugged Ronin tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. So embarrassed, she wanted to bury herself in the ground, pleading, "Don't tell anyone what you saw." Back in reality, Addison stood in the middle of the schoolyard, clutching her head, her mind still haunted by the recent memory, not daring to face Ronin. She tried to reassure herself, convincing herself that the transformed alpha image was merely the gratitude of the only person who believed in her dream. Addison clenched her fists, telling herself there was nothing to be ashamed of. The next time she met Ronin, she would greet him confidently with her head held high. Just as she finished speaking, she was about to walk away as usual, when a familiar figure unexpectedly appeared from behind a tree. Addison was so startled, her soul nearly left her body, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw the black-haired young man standing there. Ronin? Ronin turned to look at her, his confused eyes blinking slightly. He could only utter a surprised, "Huh?" Addison panicked when she saw Ronin lying unconscious, but her worry quickly turned into extreme confusion. Why was he appearing now of all times? Addison tried to calm herself, taking a deep breath. She had just made a resolution. She couldn't let his sudden appearance disrupt everything, intending to greet him properly. But when facing Ronin, Addison blurted out a question in an annoyed tone, surprising him. Ronin was surprised, asking if she had seen anything. Addison hastily denied it, stammering for an excuse, her face flushed. Addison was so flustered she almost blurted out a taboo, then quickly waved her hands, insisting there was nothing. Ronin just smiled with relief. Suddenly, Ronin took her hand, his eyes radiant. He declared that she had come at just the right time, as there was a place they absolutely had to go together. Ronin pulled Addison along, excitedly suggesting they craft a weapon together. She was stunned, her face blushing from the unexpected contact. Addison asked again in confusion, not understanding his meaning. Ronin continued, saying he had always been bothered by not being able to take her to that place yet. Ronin's smile suddenly became eerie, his eyes flashing with malevolence. An ancient book appeared, and he whispered, "I will give you something worth dying for." The scene shifted, revealing a land as red as blood, with towering black spires rising against a gloomy sky. In the dark space, a mysterious figure appeared. He wore a mask, his eyes concealing an unpredictable coldness. A bare, muscular arm hung suspended in the air, surrounded by dripping dark objects. A large, magnificent, yet gloomy room, with intricately carved pillars. At its center was a blood-red lake, emitting a strange light. A woman with a veiled face, wearing a white cloak, stood solemnly. She held a scroll, announcing a direct order from the leader. She approached, placing the scroll on a long white object, resembling a coffin or an altar, next to the blood lake. The surface of the blood-red lake suddenly boiled. Dazzling white lights erupted, signaling a terrifying ritual about to take place. Ronin's head was submerged in a red-purple vortex, like a soul being pulled from the abyss, signaling an ominous return. From the blood lake, his naked body emerged. Bloodstains splattered on his skin, his eyes revealing extreme pain. White mana exploded around his hand, whispers echoing, "Need the strict agent of the stars. Our plan has encountered an obstacle." Ronin lay motionless on the altar, blood still seeping. Behind him, Yuria stood coldly, scroll in hand, her eyes emotionless. He stood up, his muscular body stained with blood, his gaze resolute. This time, no minor mistakes are allowed. His bare feet stepped down, leaving bloodstains on the cold stone floor, each step a vow of determination. Ronin had put on his clothes, turning to Yuria. "Shall we go, Yuria?" He and Yuria stood before the dazzling teleportation gate, the declaration echoing, "To the demon realm, Dainhar." A simple wooden house appeared under the morning sun, a strangely peaceful scene after the horrifying events. Inside the house, the door was ajar, light from outside shining in, dispelling the gloomy shadows of the past. The full view of Grand Cappadocia, the greatest empire, appeared majestically, a blue light pillar piercing straight into the sky. After the cult's terrorist attack, I heard they began rebuilding with support from the Granchia family. Addison looked at the scene in surprise, while Ronin smiled meaningfully. "But this isn't just a simple renovation, is it?" she wondered. A magnificent building stood tall. Doran, that old man, must have made a huge profit. A wolf-like spirit beast suddenly turned its head, its eyes surprised as it looked towards Addison and Ronin approaching. Addison was flustered, while Ronin grinned mischievously. "I mean to! Who is this really?" he exclaimed. Addison was astonished to realize that the young man holding the spirit beast was Ronin, the hero who saved Cappadocia. He was still grinning, and the wolf-shaped spirit beast seemed surprised. A past scene appeared. An old man with silver hair greeted Didikon, the humanoid spirit beast. The old man inquired about the situation, and Didikon lamented that he had worked himself to exhaustion. Didikon, in his spirit beast form, continued to grin as he spoke. He mentioned that old man Doran had been staying up all night for several days, for some reason. Ronin looked bewildered, his eyes full of confusion. Addison stood behind him, her expression still flustered and worried. Both Addison and the spirit beast Didikon were utterly astonished by Ronin's reaction. She was too flustered to speak. Dedekan turned to tease Ronin, asking about Addison and suspecting she was his new girlfriend. Ronin looked annoyed. The spirit beast continued to tease, mentioning Maria and calling Ronin a bad boy. Ronin retorted irritably, explaining that Addison was just a junior accompanying him to find weapons. Ronin suddenly flashed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing yellow. He warned Dedekan not to do anything reckless. Ronin brought up an old story, when Dedekan had boasted about a challenge, making the spirit beast recall a terrifying memory. He continued to recount the scene where he personally defeated the spirit beast, giving Dedekan a beating he would never forget. Ronin warned Dedekan about Addison's hidden potential, stating that if she activated her abilities, the spirit beast could die in a single blow. Ronin continued to tease, promising to give Dedekan a proper burial if that happened. Addison stood beside him, pale as a ghost, stammering speechless. Dedekan frantically waved his hands, denying the burial, and hastily suggested everyone go inside, saying the old man was waiting. The spirit beast, Dedekan, awkwardly extended a hand, inviting Addison to come along, trying to be polite but clearly still flustered. The imposing wooden door swung open, revealing a mysterious space within. Inside was an ancient forge, filled with weapons and anvils. Ronin called out Old Man, signaling their arrival. Dedekan, in his giant wolf form, roared a welcome, shattering the silence of the forge. He turned his head, his mischievous eyes looking at Ronin, as if he had just played a prank. With cunning eyes, Dedekan joyfully announced Ronin's arrival, like a long-awaited honored guest. Suddenly, a powerful kick sent Dedekan flying. Old Man Doran, with the red beard, roared furiously. "I told you not to kick the door, you bastard!" Addison was astonished, while Ronin just stood there, calm as ever. Dedekan tumbled, his face contorted from the unexpected kick. Addison secretly thought the old man was still the same, while Doran continued to grumble.
What more can you expect from a wolf like you?
"You never listen to me." Addison, still stunned, quietly asked Ronin about the man who had just appeared. Ronin simply confirmed it, without hesitation. Ronin introduced. "This is Doran." The red-bearded blacksmith gave a hearty laugh, welcomed him, and said he had received the message and everything was ready. Old Man Doran's eyes burned with anticipation. Ronin responded with a mysterious smile, his golden eyes flashing, ready for the surprises to come. In the forge, a giant axe hung on the wall as a reminder of hidden power. Doran's voice echoed, calling Ronin's name, signaling that something important was about to begin. After countless, sleepless nights, Old Man Doran proudly presented the new weapon design, meticulously crafted by himself. Ronin stood opposite, listening intently. Old Man Doran excitedly pointed to the intricate design, declaring it was the blueprint for a completely new weapon. Ronin's eyes widened in astonishment, letting out an exclamation of awe. Ronin envisioned the new weapon. If built according to the design, it would have unique features. However, its ultimate effectiveness would depend on the mana and the special materials used. Old Man Doran looked at Ronin meaningfully, his eyes shining brightly. He knew Ronin must have carefully calculated everything, including the rare materials. Ronin smiled confidently, signaling Doran not to say anything more. He was ready for all requirements. Doran surprisingly asked if it was the strange shell from last time. Ronin replied, reassuring the old man that the material was used up. But he had something much better. With a radiant smile, Ronin held up a piece of paper, declaring he had brought something even more incredible than Doran could imagine. Doran looked suspiciously at the paper in Ronin's hand. He couldn't believe that a mere piece of paper could be better than the shell of a dream bird. Doran hesitantly reached out to touch the paper, his eyes full of scrutiny, uttering an inarticulate question. Immediately, a surge of fiery red energy erupted, engulfing the blacksmith, as if wanting to swallow all his senses. Skeletal, resentful faces appeared in Doran's mind, their fiery eyes burning his soul. The scene continued to transform into a gigantic mouth, screaming in the fiery red space, devouring everything. Doran recoiled in horror, clutching his head. What the hell is this? This deep, terrifying evil power is tearing my ears apart. The blacksmith broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes still haunted. What the hell is this damn thing? Doran angrily questioned Ronin, his eyes wide with fear and indignation. Kid, where did you get this? Endless evil power. I've never seen anything so terrifying in my life. Ronin calmly replied, his eyes full of confidence. Truly the greatest blacksmith of the era. Just a touch, and you've already understood the material's essence, haven't you? He smiled triumphantly, giving a thumbs up. My trip here wasn't in vain. I'm really eager to see what weapon will be born from it. Doran angrily retorted, his face flushed. Who said it would be born? Kid, it can't be used as a weapon. There's no telling what will happen to the user. The blacksmith hesitated, torn internally. Of course, if it's used as a material, without a doubt, It would become an extraordinary masterpiece. Doron still firmly refused, clutching his head in confusion. No, still impossible. This would violate a blacksmith's conscience. Ronin reassured him. Don't worry. This thing won't harm me. Doron was surprised. Ronin gave a mysterious smile, demanding an answer before explaining. I'll take the time to explain. But you answer me first, old man? Ronin leaned in close, his eyes flashing with an eerie glow, exposing the truth. You know, even if you say no, your face can't lie, can it? Just thinking about creating a lifelong masterpiece with it has already made you crave it. Doron awkwardly denied it. Ronin, with vibrant purple mana swirling around him, urged the blacksmith to unleash his desires. Now, master, don't hold back any longer. Let's satisfy our desires. Didikon, in wolf form, curiously asked about the object on Ronin's neck. He proudly boasted that it was a space-time storage and playback device, a masterpiece of Didikon himself. Ronin was astonished by Didikon's introduction. He didn't believe in the effectiveness of the device. Didikon, however, was full of confidence. As if he had everything under control, a sinister smile spread across Ronin's lips, his eyes flashing with an eerie purple hue. He was ready for a dark plan. In the desolate land, Ronin asked to borrow the device from Didikon. A colossal bait, powerful enough to lure even Dainhar, had been prepared. Night fell, enveloping the ancient forest in mystery. Dark green leaves hid beneath the faint moonlight, signaling that something was about to happen. The full moon illuminated the winding path. A young man with dark blue-black hair walked alone through the silent night, venturing deep into the forest. His face showed a serious expression, his determined eyes piercing through the darkness. The sword at his hip was a reminder of the mission he carried. He stopped, his gaze fixed on a figure hidden in the night. Training at this hour? You're quite diligent, his voice rang out with surprise. His eyes were sharp and cold, scrutinizing the figure opposite him. What's wrong? Did you come to make up for missed sparring sessions? He asked, his tone full of doubt. Ronin still stood there, leaning against the ancient tree, a mysterious smile on his face. The dark blue-haired young man called his name, then declined the sparring invitation. Ronin approached, the smile on his lips growing more challenging. This time, let's cooperate, he suggested, his eyes full of hidden meaning. Ronin waved, inviting the dark blue-haired young man to join him in a dangerous place. But the young man firmly refused, not wanting to get involved in anything beyond sparring. The dark blue-haired young man turned his back, asserting that he had no time for trivial matters. Are you sure? Ronin's challenging voice echoed from behind. Ronin gave a mysterious smile. Then a dazzling light erupted from his chest. You won't regret saying that, will you? He asked, terrifying the dark blue-haired young man. The dark blue-haired young man's eyes widened, horrified by the dazzling aura enveloping Ronin. He couldn't believe what he was witnessing. The clear blue sky stretched over the vast desert, brilliant golden sunlight shining down on endless sand dunes. A scene completely opposite to the night forest. This is Carlisle, a vast desert region located in the southwest, where towering cliffs rise majestically amidst the boundless space. In the scorching desert sun, Ronin shielded his eyes, complaining about the burning heat of the place. He looked up at the clear blue sky, wondering why he had returned to this damn place alone. The small spirit beast Didikon on his shoulder also let out a cry. Ronin smiled, greeting Shulapin. The dark blue-haired young man replied, considering this an excellent environment for practical combat training. Shulapin's eyes turned sharp and cold. He reminded Ronin of an important promise. Would he keep his word? Ronin smirked, his eyes flashing cunningly. He reiterated the agreement that that thing would be handed over after the journey ended. Shulapin clenched his fist, asserting his trustworthiness, a promise that could not be broken. Ronin raised his hand, and something sparkling appeared. He called it a luxurious bait or a special gift. Shulapin was utterly astonished, his eyes shining brightly, unable to hide his extreme excitement. 8-year-old photo cards appeared. Ronin smiled sinisterly, his eyes glowing purple, holding the entire collection in his hands, while Didikon also looked on mischievously. Shulapin clutched his chest, his face filled with extreme anguish, as if his heart was being squeezed by the overwhelming gift. He eagerly wanted to examine them more closely, but Ronin quickly refused, telling Shulapin to wait until the journey ended. Two small figures continued their journey across the vast desert. Ronin reminded them that they still had a few days until they reached Dainhar. Ronin smiled triumphantly, teasing Shulapin, not letting him touch the photo card set. Shulapin was furious and helpless. Shulapin looked ahead, gravely stating that Carlisle's peaceful appearance was merely a deception. He continued, the strong smell of blood and scattered corpses everywhere were proof of the unavoidable brutality. Ronin smiled, explaining that Carlisle was where those who failed in their search for the magic stones of Mount Dainhar met their demise. Ronin continued to explain that those who failed at Mount Dainhar usually had two paths, rejoining or becoming bandits. He asserted that most chose the latter. He added that these individuals were filthy, clingy, and cunning, and it was best to eradicate them if encountered. Ronin simply replied, "I understand." Ronin's eyes flashed, and he retorted, "So, you mean these villains can actually do good?" Amidst the vast desert landscape, he continued his question. "By eliminating others?" Didikon grunted in confirmation. Suddenly, blue energy erupted around Ronin, and his eyes turned bright yellow. He gripped his sword tightly, declaring, "I'm counting about 50 people." Without another word, Ronin swung his sword. A deep blue sword aura tore through space, carrying destructive power. Shellipin, his face covered by a mask, asked Ronin in surprise, "What is it? Why are you suddenly using sword aura?" Didikon was also stunned. Ronin stood with his back turned, his gaze fixed on the horizon. From afar, swirling blue energy currents still signaled something terrifying. A dazzling blue halo erupted violently, engulfing an entire area and plunging everything into an eerie light. The light gradually faded, revealing a gigantic blue vortex. Swirling like a monster devouring the desert, screams echoed. Many were swept into the air, their bodies torn apart in the devastating magical vortex. On the cliff, Shillipin and Didikon watched the scene in shock. Below, a few lucky survivors were desperately calling for help. Ronin turned to Shillipin, his eyes still glowing yellow. He calmly said, "It seems more escaped than I thought. We'll deal with the rest ourselves." Shillipin asked in surprise, "You sensed them from afar and acted first?" Shillipin couldn't believe his ears. Is that possible?" Ronin smirked, replying curtly, "It's just extending my senses with mana. A basic application." Ronin teasingly asked Shillipin, "Is something wrong with you?" Didikon on his shoulder secretly thought, "Asterisk, does this guy even know what he's saying? Asterisk!" Shillipin was still dazed. He recalled the recent attack, which initially was just a normal sword aura, but upon hitting its target, transformed into a destructive vortex. Shillipin stared in astonishment at Ronin's destructive sword aura. He secretly thought, asterisk, so he managed to compress the essence of swordsmanship and unleash it in an instant. The last time they fought, he hadn't mastered this move yet. How much has he progressed since then? Asterisk. Ronin smirked, his eyes cunning. He muttered that he was usually quite skeptical, but moments like these truly made him understand everything. Didikon on his shoulder also watched with a mischievous gaze. Shillipin maintained a serious expression, his hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. He realized that this bastard would eventually become the pinnacle of swordsmanship, a future sword saint. But let's rewind a bit. 5 minutes earlier, on the precarious cliff edge, Shillipin stood tall, a solitary figure. He was preparing to unleash his renowned storm sword technique. From afar, through binoculars, a stranger was observing the two young men on the mountaintop. "Oh, look at these guys." Ronin smiled, holding a few cards, and Didikon on his shoulder was also excited. Shillipin next to him seemed annoyed. Ronin secretly thought, asterisk. These bright-looking guys are perfect targets to strip clean. Asterisk. That was Pip, the scout for the Red Desert Bandit gang. He looked quite fierce and was communicating via walkie-talkie. Pip reported over the walkie-talkie, his voice full of excitement. "There are 2 handsome guys ahead, each with a sword. No other forces detected." From the foot of the mountain, a bandit asked their leader, "What should we do, boss?" 2 other bandits grinned sinisterly. "They look like rich young masters coming to practice swordsmanship, don't they? Well then, we should give them a proper welcome." The entire Red Desert Bandit gang was gathering, looking up at the 2 young men. The leader began to outline a cruel plan. "First, we'll chop off their limbs one by one, then send them back to their families to demand ransom." Leader Kang, a burly man, sneered, continuing his brutal words. "Then we'll drain them dry to the bone and throw them to the sandworms." This was Leader Kang of the Red Desert Bandit gang, a ruthless and ambitious individual. Kang eagerly raised his hand, ordering his subordinates, "Now then, prepare." The entire bandit gang charged forward, their eyes filled with greed. It was time for them to return to their main business after a long time. Leader Kang bared his teeth in a grin, his eyes brimming with greed. He was ready for the next plunder. But then, a sudden surge of chilling energy struck, causing Kang's eyes to narrow in surprise. "Huh? Why is there such a sharp, chilling energy?" he muttered, his face full of confusion. A gigantic blue energy vortex suddenly appeared, engulfing the entire bandit gang. "Wait, what is that? Don't tell me!" The energy vortex erupted into a fierce whirlwind, devouring everything. "A storm? Damn it!" Kang roared, raising his shield to defend, his face filled with rage and panic. "Everyone, quickly get behind me!" he shouted, trying to protect his subordinates from the raging storm. The vortex raged fiercely, sweeping away rocks and tossing bandit members into the air. The center of the vortex emitted a dazzling light, its destructive power continuously increasing. A bandit was thrown back, exclaiming in horror, "Huh? What the hell is this?" He fell to the ground, looking around in shock. Where did this vortex come from? What the hell is going on? The bandit muttered. Did those kids activate a magic scroll or something? The desert scene returned to peace, but something wasn't right. Huh? Scout Pip looked around in a panic. They were clearly still here. Where did they go in that short time? Suddenly, a chilling blade pierced Pip's back. He stared in horror as blood gushed out. Shulapin and Ronin were present. Pip coughed violently, blood gushing from his mouth. His eyes were dull, unable to believe what was happening. The chilling blade had completed its mission. Pip collapsed, fresh blood staining the desert red. Ronin calmly looked at Shulapin, his words like a cruel affirmation. Ronin stood on the hilltop, his gaze sweeping across the desert. He realized there were still countless enemies hidden, more than he had imagined. At the foot of the hill, Leader Kang and his subordinates looked up, their faces clearly showing shock. The number of enemies far exceeded their predictions. A mysterious smile flickered across Ronin's lips. He gripped something in his hand, and a faint red energy glowed. Well, that's good for us then. He turned his back, his eyes full of calculation. Coincidentally, I have something I need to test. A cold declaration, hinting at danger. Leader Kang and the bandits stared blankly at the hilltop. The two figures who had just appeared vanished without a trace, leaving them utterly bewildered. But no, they had merely moved to a higher peak. Ronin smirked, casually observing the confused bandits below with Shulapin. Shulapin was about to act, but Ronin stopped him. Let me handle it this time. You rest. They are the perfect subjects for me to test my new weapon. Shulapin frowned, his eyes full of worry. I've sensed an evil energy for a long time. He looked at Ronin with caution. Ronin drew a dagger, its blade reflecting a cold light. Shulapin asked, Is that from your new weapon? It seems old Duran has created something extraordinary again. Ronin gripped the dagger's hilt tightly, and a surge of dark energy swirled. I'm also very much looking forward to this. You should know, you're very lucky. He shot into the air, the dagger pointed straight down. To be my first audience. A proud declaration of war, signaling impending doom. A terrifying surge of power erupted, tearing apart the hilltop. Debris and dust flew everywhere, plunging the bandits into chaos. Leader Kang roared in panic. Those bastards aren't normal. They didn't flinch, even after witnessing our attack. At the epicenter of the explosion, a blurry figure emerged, enveloped by swirling energy. Tremendous power was being unleashed. The dagger in Ronin's hand emitted a dazzling light, ready for the finishing blow. Leader Kang gritted his teeth, resolving, Then we must defeat them with. A gaping, blood-stained black hole appeared in midair, like a fatal wound on reality. Leader Kang stared in shock at the wound on his chest, blood gushing out. Just once, he roared, unable to believe it. The bandit members also looked bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Huh? Cries of astonishment rang out. In the moment of chaos, a bandit charged forward, his blade pointed straight at the enemy. But before he could even reach, a chilling sword strike tore through the air, severing his life in an instant. The dagger plunged into the ground, vibrating intensely, a testament to the terrifying speed of the attack. Desperate screams echoed as more bandits fell, blood splattering. Kang clutched his severed arm in extreme pain. My arm! My arm! He groaned, despairing. From a distance, Ronin calmly walked over, his sharp eyes fixed on Kang. First impression isn't bad, is it? He coldly observed the bandit lying on the ground, blood pooling. Piercing through without mercy like this. Ronin smirked, a gloomy purple light enveloping the dagger in his hand. As expected, a good weapon makes a difference, doesn't it? The dagger glowed brilliantly, like a living creature. From now on, I'll rely on you, he whispered. Emir. Ronin swung the dagger, testing its new power. Is the material extraordinary? Not only does it have an aura, but it's also very heavy. It'll take some time to get used to it, he mused, then smiled maliciously. So, everyone, let's get along. Kang gritted his teeth, his rage flaring. He swung his sword, charging towards Ronin, determined not to back down. The remaining bandit members also charged frantically, their roars echoing. Kill him! But their fate was sealed. Fiery eyes, a red streak tore through the air. Ronin darted like a ghost, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Leader Kang was stunned, his eyes wide with horror as the deadly streak flashed right before him. A piercing shriek, fresh blood splattered. Ronin landed, his dagger stained red, a bandit already fallen. He smirked, admiring the sharp, cold blade. Wonderfully sharp, it fits my hand perfectly. I truly like it very much. Two other bandits charged wildly, snarling like beasts. But Ronin just stood there, terrifyingly calm. The shouts of "Die!" echoed, but his blade had already drawn two deadly diagonals, blocking all attacks. The bandit's eyes widened, utterly horrified. What the hell was happening? He frantically looked around, cold sweat pouring out. He's gone! From above, a dark shadow swooped down again. More desperate screams, more bodies collapsing. Ronin's eyes glowed with a cruel golden hue. Fresh blood splattered across his face. He was enjoying this massacre. Leader Kang roared, trying to rally his demoralized comrades.
Snap out of it! Lose focus and you're dead! Don't panic like idiots!
He commanded, his voice hoarse.
Shield your nearest comrades! Quickly!
Kang's words caught in his throat, his eyes wide. A chill ran down his spine. From behind, Ronin appeared like a demon, his cold dagger pressed against the leader's throat. He sneered. Not a bad judgment. You must have quite a bit of banditry experience, huh? Kang trembled, his eyes filled with despair.
Damn it! Who are you?
He had realized the horrifying truth. Darkness erupted, swallowing everything. Two bandits stood frozen, horrified by the terrifying power rising from the black-haired young man. A nightmare had just begun. The mohawk-haired man trembled, his eyes wide. He killed the deputy leader in an instant. His voice faltered with fear, like a hopeless warning. A red streak tore through the air, piercing straight through another bandit's head. He collapsed without a sound, blood gushing out. Death came too quickly, too cruelly. Ronin charged like a whirlwind, his sharp slashes tearing through their formation. He was not a man, but a materialized fury, relentlessly sowing death. Ronin's blazing golden eyes flashed in the darkness, cold and emotionless. A gaze powerful enough to freeze souls, signaling a tragic end. "You bastard!" Kang roared, charging straight at Ronin with furious might. He couldn't accept his comrades being massacred, rage burning in his chest. But Ronin merely smirked. A lightning-fast counterattack sent Kang flying like a puppet, his heavy body crashing hard onto the ground. Kang lay flat on the ground, his shield shattered. Ronin calmly walked over, looking down at the bandit leader with disdain. "You're the leader of this bandit gang, you fat oaf?" Kang gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot with indignation. "You dare to touch us?" His threat was weak, but filled with extreme resentment. He stood up, his shield shattered. "I don't care who you are, but you've chosen the wrong opponent. Do you know what happened to those arrogant fools who dared to challenge Carlisle's Red Desert?" Kang roared, pointing at his cracked shield. All of them were crushed into mincemeat by this blood shield. He still tried to maintain a shred of dignity. "You, along with that bastard on the hill, I'll crush you both," Kang yelled. Ronin merely indifferently picked his ear. "All right, give it a try." His voice was full of challenge. A faint crack echoed. Kang's shield, his symbol of power, began to crack further, signaling an inevitable collapse. The shield shattered into 100 pieces, falling scattered. Ronin calmly looked at Kang, as if saying, "If you're strong enough, without that shield." Kang was stunned, his eyes wide with terror. What was that? He couldn't believe his eyes. His symbol of power had been destroyed. He looked down at the shattered pieces of the blood shield, forged from premium steel. Why? How could this be? Despair and helplessness engulfed the bandit leader. Kang realized with horror that in that brief moment, Ronin had not only dodged but also counterattacked, destroying his shield. A swirling burst of energy erupted, a sign of a lightning-fast strike that Kang could not have anticipated. He dodged and retaliated in an instant. Kang couldn't believe that terrifying speed, cold sweat pouring out. Ronin calmly walked away, his boots treading on the sand, leaving Kang in utter panic. "Run! Run fast!" Kang screamed, fleeing for his life, fear swallowing all the pride of a leader. Ronin casually watched the bandits flee. Quite nimble, but letting them live would only cause trouble. He smirked cruelly, drawing his dagger. "It's best to clean up this trash thoroughly, and while I'm at it..." The dagger's blade suddenly glowed purple, mystical energy swirling around his hand. This power, one last time. Kang kept running headlong, his heart filled with panic. Damn it all. "Bastard!" he roared, trying to shake off his fear. "No time to think anymore!" Kang gritted his teeth, making a reckless decision. Gather everyone, call for reinforcements, all-out attack. But Ronin had already acted. His dagger spun in the air, flying straight towards the gathering bandits. Kang and his comrades were stunned, their eyes wide as they watched the object hurtling towards them. That's... The dagger plunged into the ground, a mystical purple glow spreading. "It's that bastard's dagger! Did he throw it wrong? No, it was a trap." From the blade, a giant purple web erupted, engulfing the entire area. The bandits were in utter panic, bound tightly by magic. "Can't move! Leader, what do we do now?" Ronin walked on, silently contemplating the power of the magic weapon. It could store mana and unleash skills remotely, an unexpected advantage. But then, a colossal, terrifying creature appeared. Ronin stood there, calmly watching the trembling bandits. "Old Duran is still the best, isn't he?" he mused. The purple magic web erupted, binding the bandits tightly. Amidst the scattered corpses, Ronin and Rona walked leisurely, as if strolling through a battlefield. Leader Kang, who had been so aggressive, now had a bloodless face. He trembled, desperately uttering, "No, it can't be." Crimson blood threads tightened, binding Kang into a death spiral. He pleaded, begged, but all words vanished in utter horror. A terrifying whoosh, then blood splattered, life extinguished, leaving only deep crimson staining the space. Amidst the desolate sands, bandit corpses lay strewn. Rona looked at the scene, softly asking, "Is that Ymir?" Rona noticed something special about Ronin's dagger. "It has a unique feature," he said. Ronin smirked. "Oh, you're quite sharp-eyed," the small spirit on Ronin's shoulder explained. "It stores skill mana and can be controlled remotely. It can create unexpected variables on the battlefield." The bandit's blood was drained, and the small spirit spoke again. "To have that feature, it must use special materials," Ronin replied. "Trade secret, but I've added a few interesting things." Fresh red blood swirled, forming a terrifying magical vortex. The small spirit beast, Sita, roared, its power erupting fiercely. Sita, now bathed in the blood of its enemies, cried out in satisfaction. Its purple eyes glowed brightly. It had completed its task perfectly. Ronin stroked Sita, praising, "Well done, Sita. It seems your blood magic skills have improved a lot since we last met." He hugged Sita, teasing, "So you're not just messing around with Ophelia, huh? At this rate, what if you become stronger than me?" Sita chirped in response. Rona looked at Ronin, his expression serious. "I still have a few questions, Ronin," he replied. "Huh? What now?" Rona continued. "That binding technique you just used in the battle?" Rona mused. "The power and range might be different, but there's no doubt. That was the aura of the traitor Dolan." Rona looked straight ahead, his gaze sharp as a knife. He had realized the horrifying secret behind Ronin's power. It's not strange if you awakened your own aura, but for it to coincide with that of the traitor is an entirely different matter. Ronin smirked. Sita on his shoulder also let out a soft hiss. "What the hell is going on?" "I hate cunning guys like you the most," he admitted, his tone full of teasing. Before Ronin could react, Rona grabbed his arm. "Let's go. I'll tell you gradually along the way," he said, pulling Ronin to continue on the desolate path. In the distance, two figures gradually disappeared into the desert. At their feet, the motionless body of a bandit lay, proof of the recent battle. "We still have a long way to go, don't we?" The scene shifted. In the middle of the night, flickering flames illuminated two figures bound tightly to wooden stakes. A strange sight, like an ancient ritual. "So that's it," Rona mused, his eyes on the dancing flames. "That happened when you fought Bazura. He seemed to be piecing things together," Rona continued, his tone heavy. "That was a much more dangerous incident than what I heard from Xian," Ronin indifferently replied. Yeah. Ronin smirked, his eyes flashing with a mystical golden hue. "Thanks to that, I can imitate what you've seen. In the end, everything works out in my favor," he declared, full of self-satisfaction. Suddenly, Ronin changed the subject, a hint of worry on his face. "By the way, is your sister doing all right? She's not wandering around like before, is she?" Rona reassured. "Don't worry. Granxia specialists have thoroughly checked and confirmed there's nothing unusual." He paused for a moment, then continued. "But she keeps talking about you and Erzabet, about how you two are her saviors and heroes," Rona recounted, his tone a little helpless. A memory appeared. Rona sat opposite a black-haired girl in a luxurious room. Akalusha even acts like her own sister. The black-haired girl smiled faintly, commenting, "Although I've heard, it feels more like one-sided adoration." Her eyes held a thoughtful gaze. She continued, her smile still on her lips. "It doesn't sound too bad. Perhaps this could be." A glimmer of hope flashed in her words. "The key to mending the deep rift between our two families." The girl's voice resonated, concluding the meaningful speculation, hinting at a complex future. Back in reality, by the campfire, Rona hesitated. "And furthermore, Ronin urged. "What is it? Why are you hesitating?" He replied, "Nothing. It's just." Rona sighed, finally thanking Ronin for saving his sister. Ronin merely smirked, his tone full of self-satisfaction. "Hearing you say that, I'm actually a little touched." But then, he changed his tune in a flash, displaying two photos of the white-haired girl, declaring that he would never hand over the precious item to Rona just because of that little scheme. Rona roared in anger. Rona shot up, asserting that he wasn't a promise breaker, but Ronin remained casually seated, sneering. "Your mischievous attitude is always the problem," Rona snapped. Suddenly, an earth-shattering explosion echoed, shaking the ground and interrupting their argument. A colossal object plummeted from the night sky, creating a terrifying impact that sent dirt and rocks flying. The force of the impact generated a violent shockwave, blowing away everything within its range. Rona and Ronin stood up, looking towards the explosion. Rona mused. I sense something approaching very quickly. But is it a monster attack? Ronin replied. I don't know. Judging by the loud noise, it's probably more of an impact than an attack. Let's go check it out first. The two approached, revealing a gigantic crater shrouded in thick smoke and dust. They stood at the edge of the crater, looking down in surprise. What is this? Ronin exclaimed. Below was a giant stone bird, a predatory bird used by the Dainhar people for transportation. But it lay there, motionless. Ronin noticed the bird was covered in wounds, tattered. He worried. Things are getting more complicated now. Rona suddenly felt something unusual. He had only just realized it. And then he saw a white-haired child, unconscious, lying amidst the giant bird's feathers. Ronin didn't hesitate, immediately ordering Sita. Sita! Healing magic! The small familiar quickly responded. Sita rushed forward, enveloped in purplish blue light, and began casting healing magic on the injured stone bird. The stone bird's pained cries echoed, followed by a soft groan from the unconscious white-haired child, whose face clearly showed pain. In his daze, the white-haired boy still tried to call out his beloved brother's name, his cries lost in vain. A painful memory flooded back. The city engulfed in flames, his fire-haired brother standing amidst the blazing inferno, ordering the boy. Get out of here now, Thunder! His brother urged the white-haired boy sitting on the stone bird's back. That's the last stone bird, but the boy was resolute. No, brother, I won't leave. The boy's youthful face lit up with determination, vowing to fight. I'll fight with you! His fire-haired brother turned back, his eyes filled with despair and anger, shouting, Stop being a child! Leader Kang and the white-haired, eye-bandaged warrior stood firm amidst the sea of flames, telling the boy, At least you must survive. Think about that now. The white-haired boy was in pain, tears welling up, only able to utter, But the fire-haired brother urged the stone bird to fly away. No more time! Hurry before they arrive! A blinding flash of light struck, and Leader Kang and the white-haired, eye-bandaged warrior braced themselves to receive it. The fire-haired brother was blown away, engulfed in smoke and dust, roaring furiously. Damn it! Why are they here already? A terrifying attack tore through space, signaling the enemy's arrival. A colossal robotic entity appeared, its glowing red eyes looking down, uttering contemptuously, You insects living on this star's land. Yuria appeared, her face cruel, blood splattered on her armor, declaring, It's time to wipe you all out. Leader Kang and the white-haired, eye-bandaged warrior collapsed, groaning in pain. Leader Kang looked at his friend, his eyes full of worry, shouting, No more time! Gust! A desperate scream echoed, cut short by the blade of death. Leader Kang fell, his head severed from his neck, blood staining the ground red. A tragic death, a final command left unfulfilled. Amidst the sea of flames engulfing the city, a giant creature carried the small child away in despair. Behind them, the white-haired, eye-bandaged warrior remained, his eyes fixed on the rear, where destiny had called. The destroyer, Yuria, stood tall amidst the ashes. Her eyes, red like hellfire, arrogantly watched the severed head of a warrior, as if mocking their futile resistance. The white-haired, eye-bandaged warrior turned his head, witnessing the horrifying scene. Brother, no way. He roared in pain, but still bravely shouted, We'll buy time at all costs. A tattered hand suddenly glowed, pushing the child away forcefully. It was the blonde-haired man, his eyes burning with determination. Go! His scream tore through the air, filled with ultimate sacrifice. The giant creature was struck, screaming miserably. Below, the blonde-haired man perished in the sea of flames, his body disintegrating. A desperate cry echoed, No! Stop! The white-haired child witnessed it all, his red eyes brimming with tears, his face contorted in extreme horror. Brother! A heartbreaking cry echoed, etched deep into his young mind. Then everything plunged into darkness. Sounds, images, emotions, everything vanished, leaving only cold emptiness. A painful scream tore through the night, bringing the white-haired child back to reality. He shot up, his bloodshot red eyes wide open, still filled with the horror of the dream. His breath was ragged, his face pale. The boy tried to calm down, but the fear still haunted him, clinging to every fiber of his being. A deep, warm voice broke the silence. The child startled, looking up, his red eyes still bewildered, not yet comprehending. Two faint figures emerged from the darkness, one of them Ronin. He sighed in relief, his eyes looking at the child with concern. Ronin continued, reassuring the child. But the white-haired boy was still immersed in fear, his eyes frantically staring at the strangers. In extreme panic, the child struggled, kicking hard at the outstretched hand. Go away! Stay away from me! He screamed, like a cornered beast. Power erupted from the small body, pushing back the figure. Die, you monsters! The nightmare was so brutal that it had turned his saviors into enemies in his eyes. The child reached out, his eyes filled with pain and despair. Give me back my brother. A hopeless plea. An unhealable wound. The white-haired boy struggled in Ronin's arms, his bloodshot red eyes still looking at him like an enemy. Calm down, kid. We're not your enemies. A hopeless reassurance amidst the panic. The child's eyes flickered, the struggle between nightmare and reality, making him lost. Who are you? A faint, suspicious question. Ronin tried to soothe him, but his eyes had already recognized the complexity of the situation. Calm down, then we can talk. Either way, we're going to get dragged into this mess. The black-haired young man beside him silently observed. Darkness enveloped them. A full moon hung suspended amidst the clouds, illuminating a desolate land tinged with tragedy. In the desolate desert, 3 small figures sat, like lost black dots under the deep night sky, where the sand winds still howled. Ronin sat down, patiently listening to the child's fragmented story. 2 days ago, late at night, the horrifying memory gradually resurfaced. The child's red eyes gleamed with extreme fear as he recalled. Those monsters appeared. His voice trembled, full of dread. From the ground, hideous metallic entities suddenly emerged, bringing with them the breath of destruction. A white-haired figure stood defiantly before them. In the darkness, a cold, sharp gaze flashed, like lightning signaling an impending, devastating storm. On their homeland, the white-cloaked figure stood tall, facing the brave warriors entrenched amidst the ruined city. The tribal warriors with ancient tattoos gripped their weapons tightly. They are dangerous creatures, a deadly premonition told them. The mighty warriors charged into battle, determined to repel the hideous monsters from their sacred land. Metal clashed, mana erupted. But then, a white-cloaked figure appeared, holding a magical chain, bearing a smile that concealed cruelty. A cold smirk, purple eyes hiding contempt. She stood there, like a goddess of destruction. A severed arm, fresh blood splattering in the air, fell onto the cold ground, proof of the battle's brutality. Amidst the rubble, that arm fell, staining a street corner red, like a painful reminder of irreplaceable losses. Amidst the sea of blood and corpses, Yuria in her white cloak stood tall, like a goddess of death. All had been defeated, not one escaping her cruel scythe. Ronin looked at the horrifying scene, his golden eyes blazing with shock. What? They were defeated so unilaterally. He couldn't believe what was happening. The black-haired, blue-eyed man coldly recounted the mysterious enemies. They were wrapped in white cloth, possessing strange powers that rendered all attacks ineffective. And then, that terrifying name echoed, tearing through the night. The one who receives the descent of the stars, Nebula Clagir. Ronin's and the black-haired, blue-eyed man's eyes were filled with horror. The white-haired child sat down, bandaged all over, whispering his gratitude. That's all I know. Thank you for saving me. I will definitely repay you if I survive. Despite his wounds, the white-haired child stood up, his red eyes burning with determination. I will go save my brother. A youthful but firm vow. Ronin hastily grabbed the boy, his face annoyed. Don't go if you don't want to die. Wait, don't tell me you're planning to return to Danehar alone, are you? In the child's memory, the Danehar warriors appeared majestic, each a seasoned veteran, fighting since childhood to protect their tribe from the harsh desert. Their strength rivaled that of the Empire's elite knights. Yet, even in my mind, I can't imagine how they were defeated, because the gods must have hated them. The black-haired, blue-eyed man and the white-haired, eye-bandaged man looked at the white-haired child, their faces full of contemplation. Exactly who are these invaders? What could they be? The white-haired child clenched his fists, his eyes blazing. Of course, I am also a Danehar warrior. I will not run away. Especially, I cannot drag outsiders into this dangerous matter. The boy looked at the 2 men, his eyes assessing. And honestly, you 2, looking so scrawny. The boy seemed to be trying to push them away. You 2 are too weak. If you follow, you'll definitely die. The white-haired child growled, his eyes resolute as if trying to drive them away. Ronin looked at the boy with an angry expression. On the desolate ground, the shadows of 3 figures were stark under the moonlight. I don't want you 2 to die in vain. Go before you get yourselves involved. Return to your own land. The white-haired child turned his back, shouting loudly, his voice filled with despair and determination. There's no need for any useless sacrifices. In that moment, the horrifying memory rushed back. The colossal robotic entity attacked. The white-haired child fell, his red eyes burning with extreme fear. Huh? In a life-or-death moment, Ronin rushed forward to shield the child, his mana exploding to form a light shield that blocked the destructive attack from the mechanical entity. The terrifying force from the collision tore through the air, creating a vortex of pinkish-purple mana that engulfed the entire area. From within the dust cloud, the steel monster's glowing yellow eyes appeared, growling menacingly. An armored beast in the swirling sand desert. Ronin, with resolute eyes and mana surging around his hands, faced the danger. Definitely not an opponent. The mechanical entity charged like a storm, each step shaking the ground, and Ronin prepared to meet it. Ronin embraced the panicked white-haired child, trying to calm them. That's... The child recognized the monster in horror. One of the invading woman's steel monsters. Why is it here? Ronin frowned, looking at the monster. Looks like it's not here to pick you up. Those fanatics, I have to admit they're truly malicious. The child cried out. This isn't the time to be careless. Run now. Overwhelming fear struck the child as they recalled. Dozens of our warriors were torn apart by that monster alone. Suddenly, a massive purplish-blue energy surge swept across, tearing through space. Blinding yellow rays shot out, forming a confining energy net, blocking all escape routes. Ronin and the child were trapped. He looked up. It seems it won't let us escape so easily, will it? The child despaired. No way. The white-haired child sat down, looking at Ronin with remorse. I'm sorry. You got involved because of me. Another figure appeared, swinging a sword to create sharp slashes of light, their voice full of disdain. What crude and frivolous footwork. The purplish gray-haired man fought amidst the light net, his sword techniques sharp, but he seemed to still be assessing his opponent. He thought to himself, it's like I'm watching you take a midterm exam. He turned back, giving Ronin a provocative smile. Don't you agree, Ronin? Ronin was startled, his eyes glowing yellow. What did you just say? The purplish gray-haired man reminisced, his voice echoing. Looking back, I was too naive then. He held his sword, standing amidst the streaks of light, recalling the perilous steps he was once powerless against. In his memory, he, looking younger, was still fighting. He blamed himself. I made the most foolish choice of all. Mana light surrounded him, a reminder of his mistake. A close-up of his eyes, glowing in his memory, filled with determination mixed with pain, by an act no different from self-destruction. A reckless decision by someone with nothing left to lose. A brilliant golden energy burst, tearing through space, leaving terrifying destruction in its wake. That power was truly frightening, like a mark of the past. He recalled the colossal rock monster charging, along with a mysterious figure observing from a distance. A perilous scene etched deep in his mind, in the past. His blue eyes suddenly glowed, as if piercing through everything, taking the reader back to that fateful moment. Memories flooded back, as clear as yesterday. The sword plunged into the ground, unleashing a fierce blue energy surge that ripped apart the earth and created a powerful protective force field. The colossal mechanical entity was thrown back by the shockwave, its body swaying in the brilliant blue energy. It hadn't expected the counterattack to be so strong. The fierce blue mana vortex surged, crushing everything in its path, creating an unbelievable scene of destruction. Overwhelming power, unstoppable. The mechanical entity shrieked in pain, its glowing red eyes flickering in the mana storm. It was enduring a terrible attack, almost being torn apart. Ronin stood firm, not backing down, while behind him, the fierce blue mana vortex exploded, engulfing everything. A tragic and grand sight. The white-haired child's eyes widened, their face pale with horror. They stammered, trembling. What? Unable to believe what was happening before their eyes. That's... The colossal mechanical entity was torn into pieces, metal fragments shattering and falling scattered in the air. A fatal blow had ended it. Each fragment of the mechanical entity fell, revealing the terrible devastation it had just suffered. Its body was shattered, no longer intact. From within the ruins of the robot, a mysterious black cylindrical object fell, emitting a faint glow. Something important had been revealed. The monster roared in fury, its glowing yellow eyes spitting fire, its mouth spewing destructive energy. A terrifying scene in the memory of the purplish gray-haired man. Ronin plunged down like an arrow tearing through the night, delivering a fatal blow to the roaring colossal mechanical entity. The machine's glowing yellow eyes gleamed with amusement, then turned cold. Quite an interesting sight. But I'm rather busy today, don't you think? In response, Ronin's eyes blazed with brilliant yellow, his killing intent soaring. Playtime is over. The young man unleashed a decisive blow, destructive power tearing through the iron armor, turning the machine into scattered fragments. The mechanical entity let out a final roar, its colossal body shattering into pieces in a brilliant red light, completely destroyed. In a moment of memory, a dazzling magical light appeared. The purplish, gray-haired man knelt, while Ronin stood tall, his gaze resolute. The white-haired child stood there, their red-rimmed eyes wide with horror, witnessing the brutal scene that had just unfolded. Ronin turned to look at the child, giving a confident smile. How about it, little thunder? Do I still look weak? A shimmering golden thread appeared and then vanished, while elsewhere, Yuria suddenly frowned, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. A mysterious cloaked man asked, "Leader Yuria, what's wrong?" She replied, "My connection with my pet, the runaway child, seems to have been severed. Yuria covered her mouth with her hand, her purple eyes showing disbelief. It couldn't have been defeated by a native child or a rock bird. The mysterious cloaked man pondered, hand on chin. So the guest you mentioned intervened? Very well. Two cloaked figures stood before a brilliant magical symbol. One of them spoke. We will soon know if that object is a candidate for the Starlight's baptism. Meanwhile, a large bird with brilliant orange-red plumage soared in the sunset sky, its wings spread wide. It flew high among the clouds, carrying small figures on its back, heading towards the distant horizon. Returning to the present, Ronin sat down, looked at the white-haired child and said, "The ironclad monster I fought in the desert. That ironclad monster moved like lightning, its body hard as steel, and it possessed a dark weapon like a killing machine. But that was never something the Danehar warriors couldn't handle. Nevertheless, there was only one reason for their failure. It was because the monster's master possessed the blessing of the stars, the power of giants. In other words, the one currently in Danehar had the rank of a brigade captain." Ronin's eyes were sharp and cold, tinged with fiery orange, reflecting the brutal truth about the enemy. He had understood. Since the monster and its protector were not blessed, Shillipin's attack had an effect, but from now on, things would be different. Returning to the present, Ronin asked the white-haired child, "You said there were two ambushers before, right, Thunder?" He continued to inquire. "One controlled the ironclad monster, but what about the other guy? Did he have any special weapons or techniques?" The white-haired child blinked in confusion, stammering, About that. Honestly, I don't know anything." In the memory, the one who fought the warriors was only the monster's controller. As for the other guy, he just stood observing from a distance. A round, glowing, shimmering object was in the mysterious figure's hand. The cloaked figure remained still, doing nothing, just silently watching everything. Ronin mused, muttering, "He just stood there watching." He turned to the white-haired child. With just that information, it's hard to assess how strong he island. But well, it can't be helped. Finally, he concluded with a resolute gaze. There's only one way, as always. We have to confront him directly. Corpses lay scattered, blood staining the sand red. Testament to the brutality of the battle. Ronin and the purplish gray-haired man stood there, their faces astonished, exclaiming in unison, "Who?" An entire city lay devastated and ruined, with only traces of destruction remaining. No one expected things to be this catastrophic. Amidst the rubble, Ronin asked the spirit beast Sita if anyone else could be saved from this inferno. Sita sadly replied with a pia sound, as if no hope remained. Ronin clenched his fist, anger surging within the young man. Ronin's glowing yellow eyes blazed with vengeful fire. He swore he would not spare the damned heretics who committed this atrocity. He knew well that those individuals would do anything to achieve their goals, but they weren't the type to foolishly cause reckless chaos, because they never wanted their existence to be exposed. However, this incident showed that they didn't care about that at all. Something was happening differently than before. Ronin wondered if there was something in Danehar that they had to eliminate at all costs, even if it meant risking exposure. Just then, a mysterious figure in a hooded cloak appeared, shielding a trembling white-haired child. Ronin and the purplish gray-haired man standing beside him were both stunned, astonished by this sudden appearance. "When did he appear?" Ronin exclaimed, his eyes full of vigilance as he looked towards the mysterious cloaked figure and the child. Without hesitation, Ronin unleashed a powerful attack, a brilliant red energy surge, tearing through the air. The mysterious cloaked figure revealed only one glowing blue eye, calmly receiving the blow. A blue light burst forth, and the mysterious cloaked figure launched an extremely fast counterattack, protecting the white-haired child behind them. The mysterious cloaked figure's attack pierced through the air, striking Ronin directly, leaving the young man no time to dodge. A thick cloud of smoke exploded, engulfing Ronin in the blink of an eye. "A smoke bomb!" he exclaimed in surprise, his body pushed back by the sudden attack. The mysterious assailant had struck too quickly, too dangerously. As the smoke gradually cleared, the mysterious cloaked figure landed safely, shielding the white-haired child. An invisible force enveloped them, like a silent challenge sent to Ronin. "Damn it, you rat!" Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing. The gray, purple-haired man beside him also growled, "Where do you think you're going to run?" Both charged forward, determined not to let their opponent escape. The mysterious cloaked figure said nothing, only unleashed a barrage of brilliant energy beams, interwoven into a deadly net. They shot out like sharp blades, ready to tear apart anyone who dared to pursue. Their eyes flashed, and Ronin and the gray, purple-haired man hastily dodged the deadly energy beams. The mysterious cloaked figure's speed was terrifying, giving them no moment to breathe. In an instant, the mysterious cloaked figure suddenly swung their hand, sharp claws flashing. They unleashed a lightning-fast attack without hesitation. aiming directly at Ronin, giving the opponent no chance to retaliate. A surge of dark purple power exploded, piercing straight through the air. Ronin was hit, his body staggering and collapsing. The mysterious cloaked figure's attack was too fast, too powerful, leaving him no time to react.
What?
Ronin and the gray purple-haired man were horrified. A volley of dark purple darts, heavy as lead, flew from the mysterious cloaked figure's hand, hurtling towards them at terrifying speed. The sharp, cold darts tore through the air, embedding themselves directly into Ronin and the gray purple-haired man's bodies. A brilliant red light flared, signaling a fatal blow. Both were pushed back, feeling extreme pain. Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes squinting in pain. Each of these darts is incredibly heavy, he thought to himself, feeling the oppressive weight on every muscle fiber. This enemy was far from ordinary. A dart whizzed past, leaving a dazzling streak of light. This throwing technique, even in my previous life, I rarely saw its like. Ronin was astonished. This mysterious cloaked figure harbored a terrifying power. Furthermore, his accuracy and reactions. Even Shulapin and I would struggle to keep up with this speed. Ronin frowned, his eyes full of vigilance. He's no ordinary foe. He recognized the danger. The mysterious cloaked figure didn't hesitate, grabbing the white-haired child and dashing away like the wind.
The boy is in danger!
Ronin exclaimed, realizing the opponent's target was the innocent child. The mysterious cloaked figure's silhouette flashed past, leaving faint streaks of light behind. Their terrifying speed seemed to tear space itself. They were trying to escape Ronin's pursuit. "Let me go!" I said, "Let me go." The white-haired child struggled in the mysterious cloaked figure's arms, their red eyes blazing with fury. But the mysterious figure stubbornly pulled them along, unyielding. The white-haired child screamed, their eyes full of hatred. "Are you with those invaders? Let me go! I'll avenge my brother myself!" The mysterious cloaked figure remained silent, continuing to rush away. The mysterious cloaked figure glided away, contemptuously uttering, "You foolish brat." They pulled the child along, questioning, "Is that why you came here by yourself?" The child was stunned. The mysterious cloaked figure continued, their tone cold. "Just for that petty grudge?" The white-haired child screamed, their red eyes blazing. "I will personally avenge my brother and the tribe's warriors. For the honor of the tribe, I will." The child's eyes burned with hatred. But then a flicker of confusion passed through them. They looked up at the mysterious cloaked figure, softly uttering, "Huh?" The mysterious cloaked figure stopped, turned their back, and their eyes scanned the space behind them. A cold blue light flashed under the hood, signaling imminent danger. In a flash, Ronin charged forward, sword clashing against sword, creating a fierce battle. The mysterious cloaked figure was astonished. "This bastard is that fast?" Ronin smirked. "Thanks to you, I'm breaking a sweat, you bastard. Not just one, but two enemies." Ronin confronted the dark blue-haired man, coldly asking, "Are you ready too?" The mysterious cloaked figure was stunned. "Are they with that guy?" They were surprised by the strength of these young individuals. The mysterious cloaked figure's eyes were full of doubt. How can they reach this level? In the midst of the chaos, the dark blue-haired man suddenly snatched the white-haired child. He yelled, "Stop!" The mysterious cloaked figure flinched, not understanding what was happening. The dark blue-haired man hastily explained, his eyes tense, "No, he's not our enemy." Ronin growled, his golden eyes blazing like fire, demanding absolute attention. "Listen to me for a moment." The white-haired child, still being pulled by the cloaked figure, trembled and uttered something in fear. "This guy." A white-haired man with an eye patch appeared, declaring the child his brother, and introducing himself as Raging Storm. Ronin began to recount his previous life, about a reconnaissance mission in Carlisle, where tribal warriors once marched through the harsh desert. He recalled that what troubled him was not the scorching desert heat or the terrifying sandstorm, nor was it the bandits, those madmen hiding in the dust, but another force entirely. It was those who proclaimed themselves absolute rulers of this barren land who were the true threat. They were the Dainhar warriors, a powerful army with hardened faces and sharp, cold eyes. The white-haired, eye-patched leader, with an arrogant expression, praised the skills of Ronin and his comrades, especially him. The leader asked Ronin's name, but he flatly refused, saying there was no need for pleasantries when about to engage in a life-or-death battle. But then, he unexpectedly revealed his identity. "I am Ronin," accompanied by a contemptuous insult directed at his opponent. The white-haired, eye-patched leader smirked, seemingly amused by Ronin's arrogance. He introduced himself as Raging Storm, the one bestowed with the great title by his predecessor and the protector of this land. He held his head high, declaring himself the strongest warrior of the Dainhar tribe, his eyes full of pride. Ronin concluded his recollection, saying that the battle of yesteryear could not be finished because he received orders to retreat, leaving behind an unresolved grudge. Raging Storm, the strongest warrior of the Dainhar tribe, unexpectedly met Ronin again in this situation. A surprising reunion, Or was it fate? He was stunned to realize that the person before him was none other than the brother of the child he was holding. A shocking truth, overturning all assumptions. Raging Storm growled, questioning his trembling younger brother. His eyes flashed with fire, unable to believe the sight before him. Thunder quickly cried out, begging his brother to lower his sword. The boy affirmed that Ronin was their benefactor, a powerful ally who could help them. Thunder's words echoed, recounting the moment Ronin defeated the armored monster with a single fatal blow. That terrifying power had saved him. Raging Storm was shaken. He hadn't expected the enemy he had just faced to be the one who saved his younger brother. He recalled the monsters covered in dark magic, so fast that ordinary warriors couldn't withstand them. Yet these two young men were able to defeat them? Doubt mixed with astonishment was evident in Raging Storm's eyes. He pondered, complex thoughts swirling in his mind. His younger brother's words had made him reevaluate everything. Raging Storm turned his back, bowing his head in apology. If Thunder speaks the truth, I was wrong. My apologies. Strangers, he bowed deeply, expressing sincere gratitude for saving his younger brother. The tense atmosphere gradually dissipated. After the unexpected confrontation, Ronin and his comrades were led to a secret hideout deep within the treacherous Rocky Mountains. The dark cave entrance appeared, like a gateway to another world, where the Dainhar tribe was hiding. Stepping inside, Thunder exclaimed in surprise, his eyes sweeping across the familiar yet sorrowful scene. The boy burst into tears upon seeing the warriors he thought had fallen. "Uncles, you're still alive?" A silver-haired old man asked in surprise. "Thunder, why are you here?" The tribal warriors surrounded Thunder, joyfully and anxiously asking questions. The boy reassured them, his eyes sparkling with happiness at seeing everyone safe. Raging Storm, Thunder's brother, looked at Ronin with suspicion. He couldn't believe that the boy had escaped the enemy's grasp, something that seemed impossible. With sharp eyes, Raging Storm questioned Ronin, wanting to know how he had saved Thunder from those bastards. Raging Storm closed his eyes, his face showing confusion. He admitted that even they didn't understand what had happened. Memories flooded back. After bringing Thunder to safety, the warriors had poured all their strength into a desperate fight against the invaders. Each person had prepared themselves for death. Roars echoed, determined to fight until their last breath. But against the dark power of the invaders, all resistance became meaningless. Their iron will was like the futile struggles of an ant colony. Death was inevitable. They had anticipated the massacre, for there was no escape left for the tribe. However, something strange happened. Their hands gripped their weapons, a glimmer of hope flickering amidst despair. The mysterious cloaked figure, with sharp claws, suddenly ceased their attack. They stood tall, their cold eyes sweeping across the battlefield. Raging Storm looked up, his eyes astonished at the enemy. The mysterious cloaked figure still stood there, a blue light emanating from their eyes. Then, suddenly, the cloaked figure vanished into thin air. Raging Storm was shocked to realize they had survived only by the momentary will of the invader. Afterward, they scoured the village for survivors, then retreated to this hideout. Raging Storm recounted, and Ronin listened intently. But this hideout couldn't keep them safe forever. The wounded, the elderly, and children, and the untrained were all exhausted. Therefore, when the warriors completed their preparations, they evacuated all civilians. A risky move, but there was no other choice. Raging Storm, with a determined expression, affirmed that they would fight to the end to protect the tribe, resolved to conclude the battle with the invaders. Ronin coldly asked if they could win, but Raging Storm firmly replied, "We have never learned to live like good dogs." The dark blue-haired man interjected, stating that they couldn't sacrifice the vulnerable for their stubbornness. He made a request, a difficult exchange. A brilliant magic stone appeared in the dark-haired man's hand. Ronin immediately recognized it. This island. Dainhar's magic stone? He confirmed it was what they were looking for. Raging Storm handed over the stone, imploring Ronin to take Thunder and the remaining tribe members away from this dangerous place. Raging Storm and the other warriors stood firm, declaring they would use all their strength to hold back the enemy, creating a path to survival for those behind them. Ronin fell silent, darkness obscuring his expression, but his stillness hinted at something unpredictable. Suddenly, Ronin broke the tension with a mocking remark, "I don't want to," which stunned Raging Storm and the other warrior. Raging Storm angrily questioned Ronin about a warrior's honor, but the dark-haired man calmly explained that they had also come for the stone. He continued, saying that not only for the stone, but they also had a deep-seated grudge against the fanatics. They wouldn't give up so easily. Ronin smirked, his eyes flashing with deadly confidence. He declared he could break the troublesome power that nullified all enemy attacks. "And I've already dealt with a few like that," Ronin added, leaving Raging Storm utterly astonished, unable to believe his ears. Ronin turned his back, instructing Thunder to keep the magic stone safe. He promised to deal with those bastards. With a mysterious smile and fiery eyes, Ronin declared he would take that stone as the price for his enemies' heads. a resolute promise. A cold gust of wind blew past, and Ronin vanished into the night, leaving the tribal warriors with many thoughts and new hope. 3 shadowy figures trudged across the barren land, heading towards a faint light. Silence enveloped the air, broken only by the wind whistling through giant rocks, like the whisper of an ancient secret. In the dim darkness, Raging Storm, his face etched with battle scars and eyes full of worry, spoke. He needed confirmation. "Outsider, you weren't lying about what you said, were you?" Ronin, with the small spirit beast Sita perched on his shoulder, stood tall, his eyes sharp. He retorted defiantly, "About destroying their evil magic? Do you think I came here to lie and seek my own death?" Raging Storm was stunned, Ronin's words echoing in his mind. He recalled the moment the armored tiger was destroyed and realized the truth. "From the moment I destroyed that tiger, I understood everything about them." After a moment of thought, Raging Storm bowed his head in apology. "All right, it was rude to doubt our benefactor after everything that's happened. So, I will explain to you." With a resolute gaze, Raging Storm began his story. "The warriors of our tribe have guarded that land for generations." He pointed to an ancient, magnificent structure hidden deep underground. "That is a sacred land that even the Danhar tribe members are forbidden to enter. That is less than. The heart is greater than," Ronin exclaimed in surprise, and Sita also tilted its head. "Wow, it's even more magnificent than the Empire's Grand Temple. How can something like that exist so deep in the canyon?" Raging Storm replied, "I don't know the details, only that it has existed for a very long time. Inside is less than, the heart is greater than." A colossal crystal mechanism glowed. Raging Storm continued, "Aside from the commandment to guard this land until the appointed day, we are not allowed to know anything else." He looked towards the ancient entrance. Unlike other outsiders, those intruders don't seem interested in the magic stone. Ronin walked steadily, reasoning in his mind. In any case, if they came here for some purpose, then the only plausible target, Ronin, the dark-haired man, and the old white-haired man, stood before the gate of is less than, the heart is greater than. He concluded, it must be nothing other than is less than, the heart is greater than. Raging Storm's eyes flashed with understanding. Those intruders are definitely looking for what lies beyond this door. That's right. Ronin looked at Raging Storm with a smirk. "You're quite intelligent for a barbarian." The unexpected remark startled Raging Storm. Suddenly, a black-haired girl appeared, flashing a demonic smile, her purple eyes gleaming. "Hello, gentlemen. I am Yuria. It's a pleasure to meet you all." A surprising and terrifying presence. Under the faint moonlight, an ancient, ruined, yet majestic structure appeared. 3 cloaked figures stood in the courtyard, silently observing. On the crumbling archway, a mysterious individual sat, like a statue in the tranquil space, witnessing everything. Ronin's gaze was sharp, sweeping over the dark purple-haired girl. He thought to himself about Yuria. With her typical cultist cloak and crazed expression, she was definitely behind this massacre. Ronin turned to Raging Storm, his eyes narrowing. This individual, with a fierce appearance and covered in tattoos, was clearly hiding something. Raging Storm's face was contorted, his teeth clenched, his eyes burning with hatred. Rage flared within him, like a volcano poised to erupt. Yuria appeared, her voice full of provocation. "Hey, you 2 mischievous brats, you're the ones who did it, aren't you?" A sinister smile spread across her lips, full of challenge. Yuria pointed, and a giant armored monster appeared behind her. "You're the ones who destroyed my precious Piodori." Her voice rasped, filled with fury. Ronin and the dark blue-haired man stood there, their expressions unchanged. Yuria continued to question. "Do you know how disappointed I am? It took a lot of materials to create it." Suddenly, the ground shook, and shattered rocks flew everywhere. A burst of power erupted, pushing back Ronin and his companions. The battle had begun. A resounding explosion, dust everywhere. Ronin and the dark blue-haired man were thrown back, but quickly regained their balance. Raging Storm roared, "Dochi, teach them a lesson." Ronin and the dark blue-haired man charged into battle. Swords swung, light flashing in the chaotic space. They faced Raging Storm and his companions, unwavering. Raging Storm roared, his eyes burning. He couldn't take it anymore. His fury had reached its peak. A resounding roar echoed, and the colossal armored entity, armored monster, appeared majestically. Its glowing red eyes stared at the intruders. Raging Storm turned to Ronin and his companions, warning, "Be careful, strangers. We've lost countless warriors to this monster," he continued to explain. "It may not be as agile as Piodori, but its immense mass brings terrifying destructive power, along with extremely tough armor." Raging Storm emphasized the danger. Especially the protruding spikes not only shoot like arrows, but each one is coated with a deadly poison. Even a light touch can be fatal. Ronin smirked, his eyes sharp. "So, They're as disgusting as they look. He was ready to face the danger. Ronin's eyes were sharp, he mused. Anyone who can use this blessing must be an executive, a formidable truth. He recalled those who once possessed blessings. Their nature was inherently powerful. Ronin had to fight frantically to overcome arrogance and the Dark Ones. A gruesome figure appeared. Uriah, with a sinister smile and a giant snake behind her. Ronin told himself, "So, I must be careful." His caution increased, for another individual had yet to reveal themselves. A potential threat lurked in the shadows. Ronin clenched his fist, deciding, "We can't measure their strength yet. For now, we must assess the situation first." Facing the robotic entity, Ronin spoke. "This battle won't end well, so before that, I want to ask you something. From what I know, you don't want to stand out." He looked at the piled-up corpses, the bloody scene revealing their brutality. "But this time, you've gone all out." Ronin's eyes blazed. He growled, questioning their true purpose. "What exactly is your goal?" Uriah sneered, revealing, "Nebula Clager. Oh, a brat like you knows our guild's name? Our guild must have fallen quite far." She tightened her grip on her weapon, continuing to explain. "But that's precisely why 2 of our executive members had to intervene." Uriah stepped closer, her purple eyes flashing with madness. "You seem to know quite a lot about us." "Fine, if you're curious, I'll tell you. There's nothing to hide," she pointed, her tone mocking. "Do you know that feeling? A tiny bug buzzing in your ear when you're about to sleep. It's not dangerous, but for some reason, it's so annoying. Its mere existence is troublesome enough." A white butterfly fluttered in the night sky. Uriah looked down at Ronin and Raging Storm, her voice full of contempt. "Be grateful, you barbarians. The fact that you're still alive." Raging Storm was stunned. Uriah continued, "Is entirely thanks to my comrade's curiosity." "What?" She flashed a sinister smile, concluding her explanation. "All right, that's enough for a polite explanation." A sharp spike shot through the air, Uriah declared, her voice full of hatred. "From now on, for my Piodori, who left this world first." Uriah continued her explanation, revealing that Danar had been wiped out by order of a powerful individual, a dark conspiracy that had been hidden. A special command had been issued, and Uriah's hand reached out, as if to grasp the fate of the Forgotten One. She flashed a sinister smile, her cold voice echoing, "To erase everything related to Danar." Raging Storm and the others were stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. "Is that all?" Uriah smirked, holding a whip in her hand, declaring she knew nothing more, and didn't care in the slightest about the reason behind it. She explained that the mission wasn't completed because her comrade suddenly became interested in that heart. Uriah stepped forward, her sharp gaze sweeping over Ronin and his companions, saying that now she was also a little curious about them. Ronin didn't hesitate, unleashing a powerful sword strike, his blade glowing brightly, ready to sweep everything away. His blade erupted with dazzling blue light, mana energy surging, tearing through the air. Ronin's attack tore apart a portion of the robotic entity's body, shattering it. But it was not yet completely destroyed. He continued to charge, unleashing another sword strike, brilliant blue light engulfing the battlefield. The robotic entity retaliated, its claws emitting electric sparks, attempting to resist Ronin's terrifying power. Uriah scoffed, claiming the sword strike wasn't strong enough to scratch it. But Ronin responded with murderous purple eyes and a swirling surge of energy. Savage power erupted, forming a destructive blue energy vortex, devouring everything. The robotic entity was torn to shreds, shattering in the fierce energy surge. Uriah stood stunned amidst the rubble, unable to believe her eyes as she saw her puppet completely destroyed. Uriah was stunned, her purple eyes wide with astonishment, as Ronin's sword energy transformed into a vortex, tearing her puppet to pieces. In her mind, a terrifying truth became clear. Even without using the blessing, Ronin's power was enough to destroy Dochi. She stood amidst the rubble, looking at Ronin and scoffing. "You're much more aggressive than you look, aren't you?" Raging Storm gritted his teeth, his eyes sharp. He now understood how Ronin had defeated Piod before. He raised his hand, sharp blades glinting in the light, preparing to unleash the Danar throwing technique. And then, a deadly vortex, named Raging Storm, was unleashed, tearing through the air. Uriah easily dodged, her tone full of contempt. "Ah, that's right. You're here too, barbarian. Not bad, even if it was just a glimpse." Ronin, with a resolute gaze, told himself. "Since I agreed not to use the blessing." He flashed a challenging smirk, unleashing a powerful attack. "I have no other choice." Raging Storm flinched, sensing the deadly danger approaching. He channeled power into his legs, his crimson armor flashing, preparing to receive the blow. A crack echoed, and the armor on his legs shattered, unable to withstand the tremendous impact force. A surge of dark energy erupted, tearing through the ground, Ronin's terrifying power spreading. The dark blue-haired man also charged into battle, his sword glowing brightly in his hand, the air as tense as a taut string. Raging Storm's armor shattered, metal fragments flying everywhere, and he was pushed back. From within the dust cloud, a colossal red-armored entity appeared, its purple eyes flashing with malevolence. Should I enjoy this for the first time in a long while? At the epicenter of the blazing purple energy explosion, the red-armored entity stood tall, like a war god newly descended. Terrifying pressure emanated from it, crushing everything around. Ronin and the dark blue-haired man were stunned. "What the hell is this? Did she merge with that armored monster?" Ronin exclaimed, and the cold reply echoed, "It seems so." Fragments of the armored monster's shattered armor floated in the air, evidence of the recent attack. What I destroyed was only a part of that monster's armor. It seems most of it was disassembled at her will. The red-armored entity raised its head, its glowing purple eyes piercing through the armor's slits, full of mystery and authority. To complete that current form, a sharp, spiky tail whipped through the air, creating dry, clack-clack sounds, like a deadly warning. Raging Storm, with a serious expression, warned, "Be careful, outsiders. We've never faced this form before." In a flash, the red-armored entity charged, tearing through the ground with a terrifying attack, leaving a deep fissure and a burst of purple energy. Its speed surpassed all limits, leaving only dazzling purple streaks and scattered debris, evidence of its destructive power. Both Ronin and Raging Storm were stunned. What the hell? Even in the previous battle, its speed and power weren't this extreme, Raging Storm exclaimed. Ronin scoffed. Tsk. So it was hiding its power? The red-armored entity revealed two sharp auxiliary limbs growing from its back. Those two entities are for doing troublesome tasks for you. And even though they are subordinates, they are also equipment that enhances my mobility. It continued to explain, its tone somewhat smug. The appearance isn't very aesthetic, so I didn't really want to wear it, but this is a very special item that amplifies my power many times over. A smirk appeared on the armored face. But he dodged my attack. That hasn't happened in quite a while, not since Brigia Unni. Ronin and the dark blue-haired man remained vigilant. Ronin mused. I see. He definitely has talent. The red-armored foot stomped heavily on the ground, crushing rubble. Just as I thought. The voice echoed confidently. I cannot accept this. The red-armored entity roared, its entire body erupting with energy, preparing for a frenzied attack. All three heroes facing it were surprised by this outburst. A powerful sweeping attack was unleashed by the red-armored entity, tearing through space, forcing the warriors to narrowly dodge. The red-armored figure roared, contemptuously calling those opposite lowly bastards, only caring about saving your own lives. Meanwhile, Ronin remained calm, his sharp eyes observing the enemy's frantic attacks. The red-armored figure's powerful, sweeping blows continued to tear through space, forcing the warriors to constantly dodge. She sneered, her tone full of mockery. That's your level now. Then her face contorted in rage, screaming, Do you think I can accept this? For a moment, a memory of Yuria appeared. She had once said, Forget about that man caring for the likes of you. If I didn't have a blessing, I might even lose. Yuria, with a face full of indignation, continued. But to make such an insulting assumption? The red-armored figure let out another sinister smile. Well, it doesn't seem too bad, because I received a promise in exchange for that insult. She laughed maniacally, her purple eyes flashing with madness. If I can subdue you without any blessing. The silhouettes of three mysterious cloaked figures appeared under the moonlight, and the red-armored figure declared, As promised, they will speak well of me to Lycophos, the sacred star sword. She growled, her eyes filled with murderous intent. That's enough resistance. Die for me now, you insects. Another brutal attack was unleashed, and the red-armored figure roared. Quickly, become a stepping stone for my glorious ascent. Ronin narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, Lycophos, or whatever. I don't know what she's rambling about, but he continued to analyze. I've analyzed a few things. One of them is that this idiot is participating in some kind of test, he concluded. And so, she's trying to subdue us without using blessings. That means the attacks from the other two will definitely be effective too. Well, she's never felt a real threat, thanks to the blessings. So that's understandable. Ronin charged forward, his eyes sharp, unleashing a surprise attack. Perhaps that's why. He had seen through the opponent's weakness. Ronin's sword tore through the wind, creating a blazing red streak, hurtling straight towards the enemy with terrifying speed. He glided like a ghost, dodging the enemy's blows while maintaining his offensive stance, creating a deadly dance. The red-armored figure was stunned, not expecting Ronin's attack to pierce her defenses. What? A blinding flash erupted as Ronin's attack connected, causing the enemy's armor to crack. Ronin observed his strike, silently confirming his suspicion. She lacks sharpness in her technique. He continued to analyze, realizing the deficiency in his opponent's power and technical quality. I was right. The red-armored figure still maintained her smug expression, but Ronin saw through it. Physical strength isn't the only criterion for selecting officers? Ronin smirked, his eyes sharp. If someone can be recognized for knife skills like Brigia, he continued to deduce, connecting the pieces. Then there must be a way to be recognized through equipment crafting skills. The red armored figure, with contempt-filled purple eyes, scoffed. Like you, who would be beaten to a pulp by mere kids without equipment. Ronin turned to look at his two teammates, his gaze firm. If that's the case, we don't need to waste any more time. He flashed a confident smile, his golden eyes shining brightly. I, alone, am enough. The red armored figure's expression suddenly changed, her purple eyes burning with rage. Her fury erupted. She couldn't believe her ears. She roared, her wild power erupting, destroying everything around her. This bastard! The red-armored figure attacked frantically, unable to accept Ronin's contempt. You don't know your place, yet you dare to look down on me? Vampire blood magic? The red-armored figure exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe the black-haired young man possessed such power. You! How did you get such power? The red-armored figure's eyes were filled with resentment, facing Ronin's terrifying confidence. I'll call this relying on my teammates' skills, the black-haired young man smirked. Let's end this. The three charged simultaneously, their terrifying speed tearing through the air. Ronin, the dark-haired young man, and Raging Storm unleashed a full-force attack at the same time. The combined strike exploded in mid-air, creating a blinding flash. The red-armored figure was pushed back, her armor trembling, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Ronin's blood whip tightened around the red-armored arm, like a chain of death. The red-armored figure realized she was bound, unable to escape. I'll tear you to shreds! The red-armored figure roared, her fury erupting, unleashing a destructive surge of energy that turned the space into a sea of fire. But Ronin and his teammates did not flinch. Continuous attacks rained down, each blow carrying terrifying power. Blood wall! Ronin unleashed his skill. A crimson wall appeared, blocking the opponent's counterattack. The red-armored figure was still struggling with the blood whip. The blood wall shook violently, absorbing the full force of the attack. Crimson energy swirled, protecting Ronin and his teammates from the enemy's wrath. What? What? The red-armored figure was stunned, her face behind the armor contorted in disbelief. Impossible! Her attack was blocked so easily? She decided to abandon her weapon, focusing all her strength on defense. The red armor glowed. The red-armored figure braced herself, preparing to receive the next blow. The red-armored figure's purple eyes flashed with contempt. These insects can never break the armor I created, she declared smugly. But Ronin had calculated carefully. All three simultaneously focused their strength on a single weak point in the opponent's armor, unleashing a fatal blow. A shattering sound echoed. The red-armored figure's sturdy armor shattered, pieces flying everywhere. She was completely taken aback by this destructive power. Impossible! It can't be broken! The red-armored figure exclaimed in panic, her purple eyes wide. Her proud armor was utterly destroyed. Without letting the opponent react, Ronin delivered a decisive final punch. The red-armored figure was sent flying, her crimson body soaring into the void. The red-armored figure was in extreme panic, blood splattering as Ronin coldly declared, I told you so! The red-armored body shattered, flying through the air. Ronin, his golden eyes blazing, affirmed, You are nothing without equipment. The fatal attack caused the red-armored figure extreme pain, blood gushing from her mouth. She screamed in panic, her crimson body flying uncontrollably. Her armor shattered. The red-armored figure shrieked in horror, her body disintegrating in midair. Ronin lunged like a whirlwind, his eyes blazing golden, swinging his sword to finish her. Die! The white-haired young man appeared, forming a pincer movement with Ronin. Ronin said in a low voice, That's right. You have to finish this yourself. The white-haired young man unleashed his raging storm attack, making the red-armored figure scream in pain. Ronin looked at the white-haired young man, his eyes sharp. I've been waiting for this moment. The red-armored figure frantically attacked the white-haired young man. His armor shattered, blood splattering everywhere. The white-haired young man fell, his armor destroyed, blood staining the ground red. The red-armored figure scoffed. You barbarian! How dare you touch me with those filthy hands! The red-armored figure stomped on the white-haired young man disdainfully. How dare a filthy barbarian like you touch? The white-haired young man's sword reflected the images of the fallen innocent tribesmen. Ronin looked directly at the red-armored figure, his eyes blazing. The deaths of the innocent tribesmen. Ronin growled, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. Caused by your wicked actions. Pay with blood! Ronin delivered the final blow, his sword piercing through the red-armored figure, making her scream in pain. The red-armored figure was impaled, but an illusion of an orange-brown-haired girl appeared, questioning him. Why did you intentionally spare the others? What are you hiding? Severely wounded, the red-armored figure writhed on the blood-stained ground. A voice echoed, forcing him.
If you don't want to suffer more, quickly tell the truth. Blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, yet the red-armored figure's eyes remained defiant. His cross-shaped earring glinted in the dim light. Despite the excruciating pain, the red-armored figure's purple eyes still flashed with madness. He smirked, whispering, "But I don't want to." The red-armored figure was mercilessly stomped on, blood splattering. He screamed hysterically, "Do you think the great apostle of the stars will yield to pain? Go on. More, more." Maniacal laughter echoed. The red-armored figure scoffed. "Ha ha ha ha! What a pity, what a pity. I should have torn your little brother to shreds." Ronin's eyes suddenly turned blazing golden, the fire of rage igniting. He gritted his teeth, murderous intent soaring. What a pity. Veins bulged on his forehead. Ronin let out a heart-wrenching roar. "Die!" A fatal blow struck. The red-armored figure's head exploded in a spray of blood and purple light, ending his existence. Ronin's hand hung limply in the darkness, his breathing heavy, as if a burden had just been lifted. Ronin turned, looking down at Raging Storm, who lay gasping, his armor shattered, his body covered in wounds. Ronin and another tribal warrior quickly supported Raging Storm, the dying hero amidst the rubble. Ronin, his cloak covering his head, looked at Raging Storm and sighed, "Oh dear, the situation is not good at all. It'll be hard to treat this." In a memory, the dark-haired young man warned Raging Storm, "I told you so. Only use it when you're in danger." Raging Storm's eyes showed worry. Raging Storm exclaimed in pain, "Even you, without the blessing of the stars, would find it hard to guarantee victory against them." Ronin held the blood-stained knife, looking at Raging Storm being helped up. He coldly asked, "Captain Uriah, are you satisfied now?" Raging Storm's scarred eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe that the one who had just attacked him was someone who once fought by his side. Ronin clutched the blood-stained knife, his sharp, determined gaze vowing not to allow his opponent any further openings. He reached out, seizing the moment his enemy was distracted, as a fatal blow was about to descend. A burst of energy erupted, flinging Raging Storm far away, his body violently crashing into debris. He cried out in pain, fresh blood staining the corners of his lips, his strength slowly draining away. The red-armored figure stood tall, coldly declaring, "I apologize, but step aside, warrior of Dainhar." Ronin was stunned, witnessing the scene before him, as shards of rock flew wildly around him. In that moment, a memory suddenly resurfaced. Ronin and the dark-haired man stood side by side, their faces filled with worry. Raging Storm lay slumped amidst the rubble, horrified. He uttered the name, "Gust?" He was dragged away mercilessly, his helpless body sliding across the cold ground. The red-armored figure with glowing green eyes spoke mockingly, "Though you are not worthy of being the sharpest sword to protect him, Yuri, your will remains sacred and brilliant." The sarcastic words echoed in the dying Raging Storm's ears. He wondered if Uriah knew things would turn out this way. This time, he was just a tool for the dark-haired man's experiment. He smirked, extending his hand towards Raging Storm. "Thank you for accompanying me on this exploration. Now, you may rest in peace." The cold farewell echoed. A fatal wound appeared on Raging Storm's neck. He only managed to whisper, "I hope," before sinking into darkness. The white-cloaked figure coldly looked down at Raging Storm's body, uttering a cruel farewell. "May you rest among the stars." Fresh blood gushed out. Raging Storm's eyes widened in his final moment. Then he collapsed completely. He stepped on the lifeless body, a smirk playing on his lips. How annoying. His tone was indifferent, emotionless. "Not fun at all," he said. And at that very moment, a pillar of fresh red blood suddenly shot straight up into the sky from the corpse beneath his feet, like a final act of defiance. He let out a soft "hoo-too," using a pristine white handkerchief to wipe away the bloodstain on his finger. A half-smile, full of self-satisfaction and mystery, played on his lips. His gaze swept over Raging Storm's body. Then he spoke. "What a coincidence. My assistant and branch leader positions have just become vacant." He smiled brightly, his eyes seemingly piercing through their souls. "Are any rising stars among you interested?" A tempting, yet treacherous, invitation. Suddenly, the space warped. Ronin and the white-cloaked figure clashed like two bolts of lightning, one brilliant blue, one furious crimson. The battle erupted. Two powerful foes confronted each other. Swords and magic violently collided. Blue and red lights intertwined, tearing through the night, creating a dance of destruction. Ronin frowned slightly. This location isn't ideal for a serious conversation. His eyes shifted from yellow to blue, then purple, full of vigilance. "Let's move somewhere else," Ronin coldly declared. He swung his hand, and the white-cloaked figure was immediately flung into the air, spinning out of control. First, Ronin stomped his foot on the ground. The ground cracked, sending shards of rock flying. He was ready for the decisive blow. Terrifying speed, Ronin charged forward, unleashing a tempestuous kick.
The white-cloaked figure, startled, quickly dodged, but still couldn't escape the terrifying force. "There are a few more things I want to show you," Ronin roared. He launched a relentless barrage of attacks. The white-cloaked figure was flung back, his armor shattering. Ronin didn't stop. He continued to press his assault, each blow carrying destructive power, giving the white-cloaked figure no moment to breathe. "Urgh!" The white-cloaked figure roared in pain. He felt his bones cracking, his body being crushed under the terrifying pressure. A fatal blow. The white-cloaked figure collapsed completely, lying motionless amidst the rubble. He had been miserably defeated. A burst of energy tore through space, leaving shattered fragments in its wake. As the dust settled, a faint light lingered. Ronin knelt, his sword touching the ground, while Shalopin lay slumped beside him. Damn it! One thing after another. He must be that cultist who was with Uriel. His gaze was sharp, highly vigilant. "Stay alert, Ronin." The warning echoed in his mind. His eyes widened, mana surging. A terrifying truth suddenly dawned on him. He's much stronger than her. Ronin turned to look at Shalopin, seeing him looking dazed. "What's wrong, Shalopin?" he asked, a bad premonition rising in his heart. But Shalopin didn't answer. His gaze fixed on a strange structure, a glowing crystal pillar, suspended in midair. A horrifying sight appeared. Countless skulls piled up, glowing crimson like blood, forming a gruesome mountain of bones. Ronin gritted his teeth, his eyes blazing with furious yellow. "I was curious," a voice echoed, chilling to the bone. He turned back to see Shalopin still standing frozen, his eyes filled with horror. The white-cloaked figure stood on a throne of skulls, laughing maniacally. "If I made furniture out of those notoriously stubborn people, I wonder what it would feel like to sit on. So I made one myself." He proudly showed off his creation, the throne made of skulls. "Indeed, I find it not bad at all. Wonderful, isn't it?" he asked, his smile growing even more sinister. "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Addison, the overseer of the southern diocese of the church," he said, pointing to the necklace on his chest. Addison smiled smugly, his green eyes glowing brightly. Or, in other words, a bishop. He turned and walked away. 3 other white-cloaked figures silently followed, hidden in the shadows. Addison looked back, his smile still present. Why do you all look like that?" He feigned surprise. Ronin and Shalopin stood there, their eyes burning with furious indignation. "Is there something bothering you?" Addison's voice echoed, full of mockery. Addison continued to sneer, pretending to understand his opponent's concern about the chair made of monster hide. He remained sarcastic and contemptuous. His hand caressed the skull throne, his voice growing softer, full of disdain. To worry about such trivial matters is truly meaningless. The smile on Addison's lips grew even more sinister, his green eyes flashing with malice. He extended an invitation, but his words were full of menace. The vast room was scattered with skull chairs. Shalopin lay slumped on one, while Ronin stood upright, his eyes burning with hatred. Addison still wore a smug smile, looking down at Ronin and Shalopin, preparing to continue his mocking remarks about the comfort of the death chair. But before he could finish speaking, a fist erupted with blue energy. Ronin, his eyes blazing, swore an oath in the name of the Grangxia family. A dazzling blue light erupted, spreading throughout the space. His oath echoed, carrying destructive power. With wind-rending speed, Ronin charged straight at Addison, his entire body enveloped in brilliant blue light, unleashing an attack full of fury. His eyes blazed with the fire of hatred. "I will appease their souls with your life." A cold, resolute declaration. Addison unexpectedly dodged, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Ronin's lightning-fast attack sliced through the air, missing its target. Ronin gripped his sword hilt tightly, his eyes still blazing. "Please, shut up, you bastard," he growled, his anger surging. Ronin's blade tore through the air, leaving a deep gash on the ground, a testament to the terrifying power of his last strike. The 2 foes faced each other, Ronin with his sword, Addison with his staff. He calmly analyzed the previous attack, his eyes still full of contempt. Addison plopped down onto the skull chair, bursting out laughing. "Excellent, excellent." He clapped his hands, his face full of amusement and arrogance, a smile still on his lips. Addison looked at Ronin, his tone full of smugness. "But everything is still within my expectations." He slightly curled his lips, his finger toying with a small red gear. "I would be very grateful if you could prove your worth further." His hand clenched tightly, shattered fragments flying loosely in the air. A storm of fury was brewing, ready to erupt. Without warning, Ronin charged like a whirlwind, delivering a dangerous kick. Addison, the ever-smug one, was caught off guard. Addison's green eye widened, a fleeting hint of surprise. Blood splattered, but a smirk still played on his lips. The powerful kick tore through space, creating a brilliant blue light. Fragments of the arena scattered wildly. a testament to the terrifying power. From the depths, a blazing red energy beam shot out, splitting space in two. A deafening tearing sound signaled a fatal attack. Ronin's fury erupted, engulfing him. The blazing red light collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook everything. "Phew! I didn't expect you to still have this trick up your sleeve," Arendelle burst out laughing, his green eyes glowing brightly. He still stood firm, his hand toying with a mysterious item. Ronin's eyes burned with furious anger. He unleashed his next attack, a red beam piercing through Arendelle. But it was only an illusion. "Kekeke. What other tricks are you going to show me?" Arendelle threw his head back and laughed maniacally, his green eyes sparkling with amusement. Ronin gritted his teeth, indignation and helplessness clearly visible on his face. The enemy was too cunning. Ronin's hand clenched the sword hilt. He couldn't allow himself to be deceived any further. "You don't need to hide anything from me," Arendelle whispered, a mysterious smile on his lips as he extended his hand. A powerful surge of energy, a blend of blue and purple, erupted from Ronin. He had poured all his strength into this attack. Ronin charged in again, unleashing a flurry of attacks. "Struggle as much as you like," Arendelle mocked, easily dodging. "What? He just kicked me!" Ronin was stunned, his eyes widening in horror as he realized his opponent's counterattack. Ugh! A pained groan escaped him. Ronin was kicked away, clutching his stomach in agony. The enemy had turned the tables. The terrifying kick tore through the air, creating a fierce shockwave. Debris flew everywhere, testament to the attack's devastating power. Ronin was sent flying, his sword still clutched in his hand, while Arendelle stood firm, his eyes triumphant. He sneered, full of disdain. Another kick from Arendelle, lightning fast and powerful, created another explosive surge of energy, shaking the ground. Showdown quickly caught the collapsing Ronin, asking, "Are you all right, Ronin? All right? Look at me, of course not!" he growled, his resentment clear. Ronin's eyes flared with hateful fire, glowing golden in the darkness. He gritted his teeth, his vow unfinished. "I still haven't torn that bastard apart," Ronin swore. Arendelle burst out laughing, a smirk on his face as he pointed a blood-stained finger. "How long has it been since I've seen my own blood?" A drop of fresh red blood on his fingertip. A small but significant sign. Now I'm even more certain. Arendelle flashed a gruesome smile, his green eyes glowing brightly. "Today's encounter truly is a blessing from this star. To think that in this distant land, I would meet not just one, but two Lycophos's candidates," he declared smugly. Dark and green energy erupted around Arendelle, forming a ghostly vortex. Ronin and Showdown watched in horror. "If this isn't destiny, then what is?" he roared. Ronin frowned, his eyes full of contempt. That crazy woman said the exact same thing. Arendelle's eyes sparkled with amusement. "What's so special about Lycophos that everyone makes such a fuss? Is it really that amazing? Of course it island." Arendelle spread his arms wide, his tone full of self-satisfaction. "Lycophos is a holy sword carefully chosen by the leader." Three white-cloaked figures, their eyes glowing yellow, appeared in Arendelle's narration. They are forged from the most elite talents, carefully selected from among the faithful. A sword gripped by two hands, a symbol of strength and unity, organized to eliminate powerful figures on the continent, those who would interfere with the star's arrival. Annihilated Night Squad. Images of Yuria and another person standing amidst ruins appeared. Captain Yuria, of course, was a devout believer. Her talent also played a significant role in the southern diocese. Yuria's remains dissolved into light. A tragic end. However, in the end, she could not overcome the trial, and ultimately returned to the embrace of the starlight. The narration concluded with regret. Yuria's sacrifice, though tragic, carried a sacred meaning, her blood and mana dissolving into nothingness. Bishop Arendelle nonchalantly declared her death as proof of his sagacity in choosing Ronin and Showdown. He flashed a sinister smile, recalling the fated moment he first sensed the connection between. Arendelle asked Ronin if he remembered Brisha and Baron, stunning the black-haired young man as images of the two appeared like ghosts. Seeing Ronin's reaction, Arendelle smiled smugly, asserting that he knew Ronin had been there, but had no intention of blaming him. He spoke of Brisha and Baron, the strongest apostles of the southern diocese, capable lieutenants who had completed every difficult mission. But upon hearing of their fall during a mission, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Arendelle explained that their deaths weren't entirely inexplicable. Brisha was sent to Mount Vidian, where the ancient archmage Sarante resided. As for Baron, he had gone to Mount Lemera, where he knew he might encounter Sword Saint Zypha. Even with the star's blessing, against opponents of that caliber, there was still a chance they couldn't summon divine power due to some unforeseen variable. However, the consecutive deaths of branch-level leaders were unprecedented in church history, prompting him to investigate and find Ronin. From two completely different locations, he discovered a common trace. It was residual mana, not Sarante's nor Zypha's, but another mysterious power. The moment he saw that trace, all of Terranil's doubts erupted uncontrollably, leading him to an entirely new truth. Was this just a coincidence? Could such coincidences repeat? If not, then who is the master of this mana that opposes the star? Terranil's eyes glowed red, full of obsession. A powerful hand reached out, as if grasping destiny. Bishop Terranil relentlessly pursued, investigating the origin of the opposing mana, little by little. And finally, after much effort, he found his target, a declaration full of authority, echoing in the silent space. The golden eyes flinched slightly, horrified. Terranil's voice rang out mockingly. "You didn't think we'd never know of your existence, did you?" The bishop flashed a devilish smile, his green eyes glinting. He called the young man by name, Ronin of Philian Academy. His name called directly, Ronin was stunned. His golden eyes widened, utterly astonished. Terranil continued as if to engrave it into his opponent's mind. Of Philion Academy. The smile on his lips became even more inscrutable. He chuckled at ease. "By the look on your face, it seems you truly know nothing. I accidentally startled you. But don't worry." Ronin's eyes suddenly glowed red, full of rage. He growled, "Stop that nonsense and answer me. If you've known about me for so long, why have you ignored me until now?" A contemptuous smile appeared on Terranil's lips. He replied, curtly, coldly, "Because you weren't worth it." The bishop burst out laughing, his green eyes glinting maliciously. He declared, his tone full of scorn, "You weren't even considered an obstacle to the church." But then, Terranil's smile softened slightly, his gaze becoming profound, or at least, I thought so, until I met you today. Fiery red mana blazed around Ronin, like an affirmation. Terranil looked at him, his voice full of certainty. "Indeed, looking at you now, I am convinced. One day, you will become a great threat to this church." He flashed another enigmatic, suggestive smile. "Anyway, let's put that aside. Aren't you happy? Currently, within the church, I am the only one who knows about you." Ronin listened in silence. Terranil continued, his tone full of interest. "I don't want to make a big deal out of it, but it's been a long time since I've felt this interested in someone." Terranil's smirk turned gruesome, his words like a curse. "To the point where I almost want to keep you for myself." The bishop clasped his hands, flashing a terrifyingly radiant smile. "Come, let's open up and get to know each other. I'll go first, to satisfy your curiosity." Bishop Terranil began his story, his tone full of mystery. He pointed to 3 dark figures standing before a chilling green energy surge, revealing the secret. This was why Dainhar still existed. He continued, revealing an ancient scroll. Blood-red letters appeared. "Destroy Dainhar. A cruel command to eradicate all life here." Executing the command wasn't difficult. But amidst the purge, a ripple of unease subtly arose within him. Images of violence and destruction kept appearing. The haunting question echoed in his mind. Why must this place disappear? A simple query, yet it held the power to ignite deadly curiosity. Terranil's eyes glinted with a sinister charm, his finger lightly touching his lips. He confessed that intense curiosity had consumed him, guiding all his subsequent action. He spread his arms, his face full of contempt. No matter how important the mission, he was not allowed to know the true purpose. "Annoying, isn't it?" he taunted. A smirk appeared on Terranil's face, his eyes glowing brightly. He had used the divine command to find answers himself, and that was how he discovered this place. He described Dainhar, a mysterious place where the primal essence of the land completely opposed modern technology. A sacred land, truly the heart of the world. His face was full of self-satisfaction as he looked up at the magnificent architecture. "I felt it the moment I saw this place," he said. "The answer is definitely here, hidden deep within this ruin." The ruin stood majestically in the center, a colossal crystal tower reaching skyward, emitting an ethereal glow. This place held the secret he craved. He recounted bringing the captured villagers here, politely questioning them. A wounded tribal warrior, his face covered in scars, was being choked by him, his eyes full of pain. But all remained silent. "That secret is the destiny of this land, passed down through generations," he murmured. Not a single person uttered a word. The consequence was a horrifying sight. Lifeless bodies lay scattered, blood staining the stone floor red. From frail elders to innocent children, not a single soul survived. He coldly declared, "I conducted an interrogation session with 182 villagers in that manner." Blood still splattered the stone floor around the ruin. The result? After all that? He looked towards the 3 sofas placed in the vast space. "Unfortunately, all I've gained so far are these 3 sofas." Terranil flashed a sinister smile. Constant examination without results is always torture for a researcher like me. But fortunately, This tedious period was not boring at all. Terranil continued to smile, his face full of hidden meaning. He sensed something. From the precarious cliff, two small figures stood, as if facing an abyss. The source of mana he was interested in was the black-haired young man, who had ventured to this place himself. Mana erupted around him, his eyes blazing with furious hatred. Terranil turned his back, looking at the collapsing Shullipan. "I've spoken so frankly, haven't I proven my good intentions?" he asked, his tone full of sarcasm. He didn't wait for an answer, swinging his hand. A surge of emerald energy swept through, crushing the floating skull-shaped object. Another shockwave, destroying the remaining debris. "Anyway, they weren't to your liking," Terranil said, as if doing a favor. He turned back, his smile even more radiant. "Now that all the troublesome things are cleared, let's continue our serious discussion about joining." Terranil suddenly hesitated, looking at the two young men. Perhaps I shouldn't have cleared them away," he asked, feigning innocence. Ronin gripped his sword hilt, mana swirling around the blade. A voice echoed in his head. "This bishop is different from the woman who controlled that monster." In Ronin's mind, an image of him fighting Terranil appeared. The bishop was agile, with superhuman reactions, clearly a seasoned warrior. Ronin clenched his fist, his eyes blazing. "No hesitation, not even for a moment," he told himself, then growled.
You don't need to tell me.
"I'll give it my all," Ronin roared, charging straight at Terranil. His sword glowed brightly, mana erupting fiercely, a terrifying stomp. The ground cracked under the immense power. The two figures collided, creating a storm of mana. Ronin descended from above, his sword energy tearing through space. The second collision shook the entire hall. Terranil parried, pushing back Ronin's sword, red and green light intertwining. Terranil flashed a mad smile, a fiery red light flashing from his chest, signaling something ominous. Ronin didn't flinch, his eyes burning, sharp sword energy tearing through space, determined to deliver a fatal blow. Two opposing streams of power collided, creating an earthquake that engulfed the entire hall in a chaotic mix of red and blue light. Ronin's sword seemed to devour everything, but Bishop Terranil stood firm, blocking the fatal attack. Ronin was pushed back, sliding across the shattered ground. The bishop glided forward again, preparing for the next strike. Terranil's green eyes blazed, mana surging like a storm as he unleashed a terrifying sword strike. A blue sword energy swept across, shattering the stone floor. Ronin narrowly dodged, sending debris flying. The terrifying destructive power created a deep crater, with lingering blue energy tremors shaking the entire space. Shullipan lay collapsed, looking up in horror. The bishop hovered, his eyes cold. Indeed, a sharp strike. If I hadn't defended, I would have been cut in half. Shullipan gritted his teeth, the pain tearing through him. But his furious gaze never wavered. Without mercy, Terranil unleashed another green attack, forcing Shullipan onto the defensive. Ronin and Shullipan stood side by side, exhausted and in pain, yet resiliently facing their enemy. Suddenly, an extremely powerful green energy blast struck, sending Terranil flying. The immense power created a green explosion, engulfing the bishop in dazzling light. As the smoke and dust cleared, only chaos and debris remained, proving the immense power of the recent attack. Seizing the opportunity, Ronin and Shullipan simultaneously unleashed fatal blows, their two streams of power merging. A dazzling vortex of red and blue energy surged forward, deciding the bishop's fate. Terranil realized the sharpness of his opponent's fighting will had intensified, along with a strong, increasingly potent scent of blood. This was a terrifying magic, trading life to amplify power. A cruel double-edged sword, vampiric blood magic, an ancient, brutal spell now cast by these youngsters. The bishop smirked, his eyes filled with amusement. It's hard to contain myself seeing such despair at this age. They piqued my curiosity immensely. Ronin and Shullipan charged like lightning, but Terranil merely sneered, calling them dazzling rough gems. It's hard to contain myself seeing such despair at this age. They pique my curiosity immensely, he repeated, his arrogance unwavering. The two young men poured out all their strength, but in the bishop's eyes, they were still just unpolished rough gems. "Excellent," Terranil growled, stomping his foot hard on the ground, creating a shockwave. "Show me everything you've got." 3 streams of energy exploded. Fiery red, azure blue, and emerald green collided, creating a terrifying earthquake that tore through space. Dazzling light swallowed everything. An earth-shattering explosion plunged the battlefield into chaos. Terranil's emerald green energy surged, spreading everywhere, as if to crush all hope and will to resist. When the smoke and dust cleared, the battlefield was nothing but desolate ruins, with large cracks tearing through the ground. A hand fell limp amidst the rubble, motionless. It was Shullipan's hand, utterly exhausted. Bishop Terranil let out a soft sigh, a light hoo, as if shedding the burden of an uneven fight. He stood tall, absolutely victorious, stepping on the motionless bodies of Ronin and Shulapin, who had expended all their life force. Bishop Terranil smirked contemptuously, his gaze piercing the hearts of the defeated. "You've worked hard," his sarcastic words echoed, like a final judgment. Despite his shattered body, Ronin still struggled to rise, his hand reaching out in despair, his sword flashing as if to counterattack. A terrifyingly unyielding will. The ground cracked open, fragments flying everywhere, testament to the destructive power of the recent battle. Everything around was devastated. Terranil looked at Ronin in surprise, his eyes mixed with a hint of amusement. "Even with a broken body, you still try to counterattack? What remarkable fighting spirit!" He tilted his head slightly, his arrogant smile unchanged. "If you were just a little sharper." Bishop Terranil stomped hard on Ronin's sword, the dry clang of metal echoing. "You might have even managed to scratch me." Terranil stood tall, his gaze sweeping over the two defeated figures. "That's enough for us to understand each other," he declared, as if concluding the brutal spectacle. Ronin's eyes widened in utter horror. In that moment of despair, a name burst from his lips, full of pain. Sita. A fierce pinkish-purple energy burst, tearing through space. The roar, "Now!" echoed, signaling a shocking event. Bishop Terranil looked up, his expression shifting from complacency to astonishment. Something unexpected had happened, leaving him no time to react. He continued to look up, his eyes wide with shock. The atmosphere was taut, a sense of unease enveloping the bishop. The spirit beast Sita suddenly erupted with energy, its entire body glowing brightly in a pinkish-purple aura. "Could this energy be?" Terranil muttered. Sita's eyes blazed like two purple gems, emitting dazzling rays of light. "Ancient bloodline magic?" Terranil exclaimed, his tone filled with horror. Bishop Terranil fell to the ground, a gigantic, dazzling purple magic circle appearing above him. How can such a small spirit beast? The magic circle exploded. Streams of crimson and pitch-black energy surged down, devouring everything. A terrifying counterattack had been unleashed. Terranil's green eyes flashed, and he recognized the mana structure of the counterattack. This is the highest level magic, even within blood magic. He looked down at the motionless Shulapin, pondering. To cast this magic required a lot of time. Had they turned themselves into pawns, sacrificing themselves to distract him? In that moment, Ronin's eyes were razor-sharp. He had realized the truth. This kid is incredibly cunning. Terranil shivered. If I mistakenly took him in, he could become a threat that shakes the entire church. He continued to ponder. Ronin would be a costly lesson, a warning to the complacent and arrogant within his ranks. Terranil looked up at the dazzling pillar of magic light, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. "I wonder, what future will you bring us?" Ancient bloodline magic erupted. Streams of crimson and pitch-black energy surged down as if to tear everything apart. The terrifying power struck. Terranil was stunned, taking a few steps back, his eyes filled with astonishment. "Hurry, dispel the magic!" Terranil yelled in panic. "At this rate, you'll vanish without a trace. That's not your goal, is it?" Magic enveloped Ronin, but his gaze remained resolute, without a hint of fear. "That's what you think," Ronin murmured to himself, a golden light flashing in his dark eyes. The pillar of magic light continued to pour down, but Ronin stood firm, not crushed as Terranil had predicted. Finally, Ronin collapsed to the ground, his body submerged in purple light. Terranil watched the scene in shock. "Ha ha! A self-guiding mechanism?" Terranil burst out laughing, his madness evident. "So you anticipated my evasion from the very beginning?" He looked at Ronin, his eyes full of amusement. "Indeed. If you want to take an opponent's life, you must at least prepare a blade as sharp as this. Superb. Superb." Ronin concentrated his magic power, purple light erupting from his palm. He had poured everything into this moment, forced to unleash a decisive blow. The young man charged forward, his entire body ablaze with purple magic power. With no retreat, Ronin was forced to unleash his ultimate strength, a life-or-death decisive blow. Amidst the swirling energy, Ronin unleashed his ultimate technique, Blessing of the Stars. The entire space seemed to tear apart, preparing for an earth-shattering attack. Magic power exploded. Red light and purple aura intertwined, creating a terrifying collision that shredded everything in sight. Streams of crimson and dark purple energy tore through space, like two invisible blades ceaselessly clashing. The frantic vortex of magic power devoured everything, fresh drops of blood splattering, staining the deadly space. Terranil burst out laughing, his eyes wild. He challenged Ronin, wanting to see what else his opponent could do after the recent attack. His eyes were full of contempt. "Do you still have tricks up your sleeve? Even so, things won't go your way." He was confident in his own power. Terranil arrogantly declared, crimson and dark purple magic power swirling around him. "As long as I don't retract the blessing, all attacks are useless." But then, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes. What had just happened to make this complacent foe change his expression? He looked down in shock. A purple magic blade was piercing through his chest, breaking through his seemingly impenetrable defense. The purple blade was dazzling, cold, and sharp. What? A question full of doubt and horror escaped the one who had just been so confident. He was sent flying, his figure swirling in a dark magical aura. The unexpected counterattack had made Arendelle pay. His figure fell, a trail of fresh red blood stretching behind him. A violent sound echoed, signaling a heavy impact. Utter horror. Blood splattered on his face. Arendelle couldn't believe his eyes. He pierced through the blessing? Blood splattered on his face. Arendelle realized in shock the truth behind the defeat of those who came before. So this is why Brisha and Baron were defeated. Ronin struggled to his feet, exhausted, yet still harboring the will to fight. I want to tear your mouth in half, but perhaps my strength isn't enough. He looked down, entrusting the burden to a blue entity lying amidst the rubble. I leave the rest to you, young master, Omega replied, his blue eyes blazing, ready to take on the fight. Leave it to me. A firm, confident declaration echoed through the space. The blue entity swung its sword, a surge of energy swirling, tearing through the air, signaling an earth-shattering attack. Little Omega's power erupted, and Arendelle could only stare in horror as the attack struck. A colossal energy orb hovered, and little Omega, like an arrow, shot straight into its center, preparing for the finishing blow. An earth-shattering explosion. A blinding light enveloped everything, swallowing all in sight. Arendelle screamed in pain, his body torn apart by the fierce blue energy storm. He shrieked miserably, fresh blood splattering, staining the space red with despair. The energy storm had not yet ceased. Blue lightning bolts ripped everything apart, giving the opponent no chance to resist. He was thrown back, fresh blood gushing from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with horror and despair. Amidst the ruins, little Omega and Ronin stood side by side, like two unyielding warriors who had just endured a life-or-death battle. But Ronin still bore wounds, a soft groan escaping his lips, signaling that the battle was not entirely over. A mysterious object plunged straight from the sky, tearing through the tranquil space. Below, Ronin and little Omega looked up, their eyes wary of the ominous sign. A blinding light erupted as the object collided violently, shattering everything into fragments. A terrifying power had just been unleashed, shaking the ancient ruins. Ronin collapsed, clutching his aching chest, but his eyes still blazed. Beside him, little Omega stood firm. The spirit beast Sita appeared, enveloping Ronin in a surge of dark energy, as if in response to his pain. Amidst the chaotic energy vortex, a figure collapsed, drifting aimlessly. Blood stained his cloak red, signaling a fierce battle that had taken too much. Ronin's face showed exhaustion. Blood smeared at the corner of his lips. He whispered, his voice weary. It's been a long time since I was pushed to such a dead end. Suddenly, Ronin's eyes lit up, tinged with a mysterious purple hue. Pristine white feathers began to fall, signaling an astonishing transformation. Amidst the fluttering feathers, a voice echoed, "What a good day." Then, a colossal pillar of light erupted from the ground, tearing through the night, standing majestically. Ronin was utterly astonished, his eyes wide as he gazed at the pillar of light. The feathers continued to fall, enveloping him in a faint purple aura. Ronin's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, mixed with horror and disbelief. He whispered, "Impossible." A pair of pristine white wings, colossal and majestic, slowly unfurled, filling the entire scene. Each soft feather drifted down, creating an overwhelming spectacle. Ronin wondered, those are the wings. Ronin stood upright amidst the ruins. Colossal white wings spread wide behind him, majestic and powerful. He had transformed, no longer a weakling but a warrior wielding mystical power. Ronin's face bore a crazed smile, blood smeared at the corner of his lips. His eyes blazed, full of defiance. He muttered, "A Hayut?" The small spirit beast Sita, now also bearing white wings, soared high, escaping the ruins. Ronin's question still echoed, haunting the space. Fresh blood dripped onto the ground as Ronin looked down, questioning himself. He had once said, "Carelessness before an enemy is the shortest path to death." I often told this to the church. Yet, it seems I am the one intoxicated by arrogance. Nevertheless, the smile on Ronin's lips did not fade. He raised his head, his gaze resolute, silently vowing, "Even so, my head is still intact." A declaration of indomitable will. Fresh blood gushed from his eye sockets. Yet the winged figure still wore a crazed smile. He mumbled, his voice hoarse, "So this is the star's grace?" A chilling sight. Each drop of foul blood fell onto the cold ground. He continued, his tone eerily calm. "Even if my eyes are blind, do not worry. a statement full of hidden meaning. In the next moment, space trembled. Two streams of energy, one blazing red like fire, the other, deep blue like ice, collided violently, tearing through the night. At the heart of the energy storm, the winged figure still stood firm, his eyes bloodshot. He roared, "I will not let this flame of excitement die out." A defiant declaration. Power erupted. Two opposing energy streams collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion, a blinding light swallowing everything. Amidst the dust and smoke, Ronin and Shullipan charged to attack. Sita soared above, witnessing the battle. Sword strikes and spells continuously rained down. Ronin's eyes flared with anger. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it! I was sure I had destroyed your eyes." A peak of frustration. The winged figure hovered in midair, pristine white feathers drifting down. Ronin and Shullipan looked up, their eyes filled with astonishment. He still stood there, his body battered but his aura undiminished. Shullipan exclaimed, "You still managed to dodge?" A question full of surprise. The winged figure offered a mysterious smile, blood still oozing from his eyes. He slowly said, "For a warrior, the path to perceiving the world is not limited to the eyes." Ronin and Shullipan listened. The winged figure continued, "If one can push their senses to the limit, then merely by the flow of mana, one can clearly see the world." The winged figure looked at Ronin and Shullipan, his voice full of admiration. "Both of you, truly, possess the most beautiful flows within yourselves." He turned to Shullipan, his voice deeper. "My Lord Grangsha, your storm is flawless, deadly, and sharp. You should have been the church's top priority long ago." Then he looked at Ronin, his eyes full of awe. "As for you, Ronin, you possess power far beyond all praise. Even your primal combat instincts are truly astonishing." The winged figure continued, his tone changing, as if wondering, however, to use power that can tear apart even blessings. A mystery was unveiled. The winged figure continued, his gaze sharp as he looked at Ronin, asserting that the deaths of the two leaders, Brisha and Baron, were no coincidence. A dark mystery was slowly unfolding. He looked at the two young men, his tone full of admiration. With warriors like them, one day they would become invincible champions, unrivaled. But then, a heartbreaking pain was evident in his voice. The winged figure wished he could fight to the very end, like a true warrior. He turned his back, a magnificent silhouette with colossal white wings, like a fallen angel. He wanted to confront them, worthy opponents, with all the honor of a warrior. But that was merely a wish. He suddenly erupted with power, a destructive purple energy vortex spiraling directly towards Ronin and Shullipan, sweeping Sita along with it. With blood-oozing eyes, he roared, "Star's punishment! A fatal blow bearing a majestic name, a sentence from the one with white wings." The two young men, swords in hand, put all their strength into defending. The ground cracked beneath their feet, but their will to fight remained unshaken. The terrifying power of the attack pushed both of them back, making them stagger. Ronin's and Shullipan's faces clearly showed extreme tension. The furious purple energy vortex spun even stronger, engulfing both Ronin and Shullipan. Debris flew everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Ronin was flung far away, his body glowing in a blinding purple light. His eyes were wide open, filled with astonishment at this unimaginable power. A blinding explosion erupted, purple and white light merging, tearing through space. Debris shot out like bullets, destroying everything. The destructive vortex had not yet stopped. It continued to spin fiercely, tearing the ground into small pieces. This power was truly unbelievable. Another earth-shattering explosion rang out, a blinding light enveloping everything. The entire land seemed to melt under the terrifying destructive force. Amidst the desolate ruins, the winged figure still stood firm, towering like a god. His white wings remained intact, without a single scratch. Ronin and Shullipan collapsed, lying motionless amidst a sea of blood and debris. Ronin's sword was deeply embedded in the ground, and Sita lay beside them, exhausted. The wounded winged figure collapsed, blood gushing from the corners of his eyes and mouth, a painful groan escaping him. He was enduring something terrible. He was wounded and coughed up blood, his body trembling amidst the ruins. Though his wings still stood majestically, each breath he took was heavy, as if he were carrying a mountain. Blood stained his hand, and a thought flashed. If blessing is the church's shield, then the wings bestowed by the bishop are the weapon for judging heretics. His magnificent, pristine white wings spread wide, each feather falling like snow. Simply by unfurling the wings, it will strike down all within reach. A divine punishment. Mystical purple energy enveloped the wings, but the price was not small. Compared to their immense power, they demand a colossal amount of mana, and even life itself. He raised his head, his eyes exhausted. In my current state, maintaining them is also a great burden. He knew this was the ultimate power, overwhelming everything. "I never wanted to use it lightly," he said, his voice hoarse. because this was a power that could overturn everything, rendering all meaning of battle, of survival, meaningless. His hand clenched, still stained with blood. However, I am now a disciple of the star. Instead of holding on to a warrior's pride, my foremost duty is to fulfill a bishop's command. Amidst the ruins, Ronin's hand slowly reached out, desperately trying to grasp something intangible. With an iron will, he gripped the hilt of his sword, the blade still deeply embedded in the ground, like a vow, never to fall. Ronin and Shullipan, though their bodies were battered, resiliently stood up. Their eyes blazed with an unquenchable fire of determination. Blood still streamed down the winged figure's face, but his gaze was now resolute. Any further reconciliation would only be a cheap insult to your noble will. Feathers and purple mana swirled in the air. Therefore, I will speak no more evasive words. From this moment on, I will fight with my full power. His magnificent wings glowed, purple mana surging, signaling an impending destructive attack. He looked down at the two resilient figures standing up, his gaze cold. Let's end this. A final declaration, echoing across the desolate battlefield. Ronin collapsed, his face covered in blood. He knew Sita could heal no more, and another blow from the enemy would be the end. His body aching, he tried to get up, but it was futile. His strength was depleted, his will being tested to its absolute limit. His blood-stained hand gripped the sword hilt tightly. He realized this was the end of the road. There was no other escape but to fight to his last breath. Meanwhile, Shullipan was also struggling with his injuries. He knew that if things continued like this, it would all end in defeat. Suddenly, Shullipan stood upright, turning his back to Ronin. A decisive command rang out, like a final rallying cry. "Get up, Ronin!" Shullipan declared he would fight with all his might. He no longer held back any strength, ready to pour everything into the battle. Shullipan's eyes glowed blue. He promised to create an opening, a single chance for Ronin to deliver the decisive blow. Ronin was stunned, unable to believe his ears. He yelled, questioning Shullipan about this madness. "What the hell are you doing, you brat?" Shullipan said little, merely letting mana surge around his hands. He reminded Ronin that he was one who had lived his entire life with storms. With sword in hand, Shullipan affirmed that reading the flow of the wind had become his second nature. With resolute eyes, Shullipan declared that even if his storm couldn't swallow the enemy whole, he would still create an opening. He turned to Ronin, warning him about this sole chance. "You only have one chance, Ronin. If you fail again this time..." Shullipan looked directly at Ronin, his eyes blazing, allowing no hesitation, as if to engrave his warning. Then he flashed a mischievous smile, setting a condition. "You'll have to prepare 10 photos of Lady Earl. Understood?" Ronin looked back, his eyes glowing gold. He understood. One last chance, and a hefty price. Ronin collapsed on the blood-soaked battlefield. His sword plunged into the ground, his eyes reflecting exhaustion. In the silent space, Shullipan's voice rang out like a command. "Get up, Vice Commander!" Against the blazing red sky, Shullipan appeared with white wings, majestic as a god. His voice was decisive. "The enemy is right before us." Shullipan looked down at the kneeling Ronin, his gaze sharp. "How long do you intend to sit there?" His words were like a whip, urging on the one sinking in despair. Shullipan's face was stern, deep wounds etched upon it. He admitted, "I still cannot acknowledge you as a knight." Ronin looked up, his eyes resolute. Shullipan continued, revealing the brutal truth. "The sword you wield holds no pride, only the pure intent to cleave and kill." Shullipan soared above the corpse-strewn battlefield, the tragic sight not fazing him. "My judgment has never changed." However, he looked straight ahead, his eyes filled with complexity. "No matter how unpleasant, that is precisely the kind of sword this battlefield needs." Shullipan stood up, blue mana erupting around him, his determination blazing. "At all costs, I will open a path." In the silent space, Shullipan appeared like a divine figure with radiant wings, mana surging. He looked at Ronin, his eyes conveying all hope. "At this moment, I'm betting everything I have on you." Shullipan gave a knowing smile, his sharp gaze fixed on Ronin. "Then go." He shot forward, brilliant blue mana tearing through the air, clearing a path into the battleground. Ronin looked up, his eyes blazing red, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Shullipan's voice echoed. "The butcher." Ronin's eyes flared with fierce fire, like a cornered beast, ready to devour everything. He stood up, dark mana swirling around him, power erupting. Shullipan's words were like a rallying cry. "We will get through this together."